A strong life-propagating constitution has been detected within the host. You possess the unrivaled eternal first kidney body. It perfectly matches the special law fluctuations of the current plane, compatibility 100. Multi-air multi-fortune system initiating binding. A cold mechanical emotionless electronic voice suddenly pierced into Chu Ye's mind, which had relaxed to the verge of chaos, like an awl stabbing straight into his consciousness. Lilawai, use a bit more strength. Yes, right there. Qingxue switched to those crystal grapes, the chilled ones. Chu Ye squinted, giving lazy, slurred orders so comfortable that he almost wanted to hum aloud. Chu Ye lay boneless on a soft couch woven from snow region ice silkworm threads. On his left, Qingxue, with hands as delicate as tender jade, lifted a peeled scarlet fruit, veined with faint golden patterns, to his lips. On his right, Lilawai was kneading his shoulders and neck, which had grown slightly sore from being overly relaxed, her strength perfectly measured. The air was thick with calming incense mingled with the youthful scent of maidenly bodies, a drowsy fragrance that invited sleep. He felt as though his life had already reached its pinnacle. Chu Ye jolted, almost choking on the fruit in his mouth. What was that? A system? Had the golden cheat he had waited 18 years for finally arrived? Chu Ye was a properly orthodox transmigrator. In his previous life, after enduring 996 overtime, he died from sudden exhaustion and crossed over to this Jiuzhou land. The good news in this life, he was reborn as the 9th prince of the Great Qin dynasty. His mother died in childbirth and his father was the exalted emperor who ruled over Great Qin. The bad news, he turned out to possess an absolute spirit-waste body, spiritually insulated as the name implied. For 10 years he had not even managed to grasp what the sensation of qi was like. At first he had been anxious. Later he discovered that his conveniently benevolent imperial father was extraordinarily tolerant toward this useless delicacy of a son who whatever he wanted was granted. Aside from cultivation, the enjoyment of life was effortlessly maxed out. This system is devoted to optimizing the host's bloodline, extending branches and leaves, and ensuring long-lasting fortune. The core rules are as follows. First, activation of the probing function. It can observe the talents of females and assign a comprehensive score to their appearance on a scale of 100. Second, reward mechanism. When the host joins with a female whose comprehensive score is 90, a first-time reward will be granted. Cultivation-based cultivation arts, treasures, and so forth, all random. Upon successfully conceiving offspring, explosive rewards will be granted based on the child's talent and the mother's score. The Novice Gift Pack has been issued. Novice Gift Pack opening. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained one breakthrough pill capable of allowing any cultivator who has stepped onto the path of cultivation to unconditionally break through one minor realm with no side effects. A breakthrough pill, and it even extended longevity. Chu Ye's eyes flashed suddenly bright, so bright it was almost frightening. His father Chu Tianxing stood at the peak of the Tianhuang realm, yet had been stuck at that level for nearly 50 years. More troublesome still, rumor had it that his lifespan was nearing its end. In recent years his aura had waned by the day. Underneath the surface of the imperial court, hidden currents surged, and several powerful elder brothers had nearly written the words "fight" for the airship across their faces. This convenient imperial father treated him truly well. Once he passed away, and if those wolf-hearted brothers ascended the throne, Chu Ye's carefree life would likely be shattered. This pill able to help him break through to the great saint realm and extend his lifespan, besides would for an emperor on the brink of death be an irresistible lifeline. As long as his father personally tasted the sweetness of it, he would absolutely believe in the system. At that point, if Chu Ye relied solely on himself to marry a heaven's favored daughter, the difficulty would be immense. He might even have to stoop to fawning and groveling. But if the entire Great Qin dynasty served as his backing, with his father lending a hand, matters would become far easier. A figure flashed through his mind. She wore pure white garments as cold and pristine as a moonlit icy pool. Her features were peerlessly beautiful, her bearing transcendent and aloof. Even a single glance from afar left an indelible impression, and even stirred a faint sense of personal inferiority. Su Qingxue, his crown prince, elder brothers, Sunto, principal consort, and the Saintess of this generation of Dao Xuan Sect. Rumor held that she was not only the pinnacle of beauty but also carried a certain spirit body rarely seen in 1,000 years. Her cultivation advanced as though riding a rocket. At a tender age, she had already entered the Taishu realm and was hailed as one of the leading candidates to become Dao Xuan Sect's future sect master. Could such a celestial maiden possibly have a low score? Chu Ye's heart hammered uncontrollably, a surge of ambition, excitement, and a faint twinge of this really isn't very proper rushing to his head all at once. As long as his father took action, this yet unmarried future imperial sister-in-law might well become his own. As for ethics and integrity, before the temptations of extended life breakthroughs and the rise of the dynasty, such things were more fragile than a sheet of coarse paper. Change my clothes. Quickly. Bring that set of prince's ceremonial robes that makes me look the most steady and as though I can accomplish great deeds. In Qianyuan Hall, the dragon saliva incense still hung heavy, yet beneath it lurked a faint trace of decay. Your Majesty, His Highness the 7th Prince urgently seeks an audience, saying he has a secret method for extending life and breaking through realms to present. The Grand Eunuch's stooped voice lowered to the extreme, tinged with disbelief. The 7th Prince. That wastrel who knew nothing beyond eating, drinking, and playing. Extend life and break through realms. Chu Tianxing's eyelids twitched slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes, once as sharp as a soaring hawk's though still commanding, could no longer conceal the deep exhaustion and twilight aura within. He frowned his first thought that this was mere nonsense. This son was growing more and more outrageous. Let him come in. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a weariness that would not. Chu Ye strode into the hall, movements smooth as flowing clouds and water. Your son greets Father Emperor and prays that Father Emperor's immortal fortune be everlasting, his lifespan equal to the heavens. Rise, Chu Tianxing said flatly. Ye, what method of extending life and breaking realms do you claim to possess? He held no hope whatsoever, merely intending to send the boy away quickly and regain some peace. Chu Ye stepped forward a few paces, then glanced at the eunuch beside his father, the meaning of his look obvious. Chu Tianxing waved a hand, and an invisible ripple of spiritual power enveloped them, both sealing off all contact with the outside world. For the first time, Chu Ye's face bore genuine sincerity and solemnity. Father Emperor, your son has been favored by the heavens and granted a fortuitous encounter called the multi-heir, multi-fortune system. This system can aid your son in seeking out women of peerless talent and beauty. By joining with them, I can obtain earth-shaking rewards, including spirit pills capable of helping Father Emperor break through his realm and prolong his years. He then simplified the system's functions, placing particular emphasis on how lethally attractive the rewards would be to his father. At last, with his intentions laid bare, he presented Su Qingxue, highlighting her peerless potential and expounding on how immense the rewards would be if he were to obtain her. Of course, the key proof could not be omitted. From his breast, he drew forth a small white jade bottle and raised it high above his head with both hands. Father Emperor, words alone are not enough. This is the breakthrough pill bestowed by the system, said to allow any cultivator to unconditionally break through one minor realm and to have the effect of extending lifespan. Your son is willing to use this pill as proof. Please, Father Emperor, pass sacred judgment. Chu Tianxing's gaze fell upon the white jade bottle. Its surface was warm and lustrous, a subtle radiance flowing beneath. From within there came a thread of pure majestic energy that made even his withered life force stir faintly. Such a fluctuation could not be forged. Silence spread through the vast hall, heavier and more oppressive than before. Chu Ye's arm, still holding the bottle aloft, began to ache, and cold sweat soaked his back. Was it over? Did Father Emperor not believe him? Was he finished? Realm divisions, qi refining spirit, tempering spirit, si shattering myriad phenomena, taishu yin-yang, tianhuang, Saint king, great saint, quasi-emperor, great emperor, peak of the emperors, Dao, immortal, celestial, immortal. Just as he was considering whether he should cling to his father's thigh to profess his loyalty, Chu Tianxing, whose hands had grown much more withered and thin, reached out and picked up the jade bottle. It felt warm and smooth in his grasp, and faint medicinal fragrance seeped through the stopper in delicate threads, causing even his weary spirit to stir slightly. He no longer hesitated, or rather he no longer had the time to hesitate. Pulling out the stopper, he poured out a dragonized pill, its surface shrouded in a strange, shimmering radiance. He gazed at it for a brief moment. Then he tilted his head back and swallowed it. The pill did not dissolve upon entering his mouth. Instead, it was like a gentle miniature sun sliding down his throat and plunging straight into the qi sea of his dantian. A deep hum seemed to reverberate. Within his body, the yin and yang that had slumbered for so long suddenly snapped open their eyes. A gentle yet irresistibly surging flood erupted with a thunderous roar. In an instant it swept through Chu Tianxing's parched meridians, soaked his decayed organs, and slammed against the barrier of his yin-yang peak realm, a wall that had been as solid as divine iron and had locked him in place for nearly 200 years. A thunderous boom seemed to shake the Qianyuan hall as formless waves of qi exploded outward. His aura surged upward at a speed visible to the naked eye. His withered blood and life force, like lands long parched finally needing nourishing rain, began to blossom with new vitality. The entire process lasted the time of a single incense stick. When the final trace of anomalies subsided and the hall returned to stillness, he had stepped into the saint realm. Though he had only just entered and his realm was not yet fully stabilized, the majestic vitality and overwhelming aura emanating from him could not possibly be feigned. Chu Tianxing slowly opened his eyes. Not only had he broken through, his lifespan had also been extended. He suddenly cast his gaze toward Chu Ye like a starving wolf sighting a plump sheep. No, his eyes burned more like those of a man spotting an immortal crane that could lay golden eggs. It was the scorching, nearly obsessive look of someone who had discovered a peerless treasure and was determined to clutch it tightly in his hands. Chu Tianxing sprang up from the dragon throne in a single motion, his movements so lithe that he no longer resembled an old man who had been half dead only moments before. With a few long strides, he descended the steps of the imperial dais, stirring up a gust of wind, and came to stand before Chu Ye, who was still kneeling. He bent down and grabbed his son in one swift motion, hefting him up. Yes, he hefted him up. A Saint Realm ancestor's grip was indeed a bit too strong. Chu Ye's feet left the ground, and for a moment he panicked. Chu Tianxing stared at his son's face, his eyes shining unervingly bright. He looked and looked again, as though confirming whether this was a peerless, living, immortal pill that could walk on its own. Then this great Chu Emperor, who had just broken through, regained his lifespan, and was in such a good mood, he could almost take flight. Spoke slowly in an unusually gentle tone, even tinged with coaxing, each word squeezed out with barely contained excitement. My son, just now you said, whom was it that you wanted? Su Qingxue, that Saintess of Dao Xuan Sect. Your imperial elder brother's fiancée who has not yet entered the palace. Chu Ye's throat went dry, and he nodded mechanically. His father, who had just seemingly reverted to youth and was brimming with energy, broke into a smile that could only be described as kindly and radiant. He clapped Chu Ye hard on the shoulder, nearly knocking him to pieces, his voice loud and resonant, carrying a domineering matter-of-fact air, as if proclaiming, "Heaven is first, and I am second. Good. Very good. I as emperor approve." Chu Ye was utterly baffled. This was it. Approve just like that. No struggle at all. No condemning him for moral degeneracy for coveting his own imperial sister-in-law, or at least considering the feelings of Dao Xuan Sect and the crown prince. Chu Tianxing seemed completely oblivious to his son's mental protests. His smile grew even more amiable as he added, "The crown prince is incompetent and unworthy of such an immortal maiden. I will soon depose him and send him to guard the imperial tombs so he can reflect properly. As for Dao Xuan Sect, now that I have attained the Saint Realm, certain rules ought to be set according to my will." "Ye," he said with a heavy-sounding sincerity, though his eyes shone like searchlights, "you need not concern yourself with anything. Just focus on preparing how to let Su Qingxue, how to let my good daughter-in-law bear children as soon as possible. Do it well. The more sons, the more blessings. This is heaven's favor upon our great Chu. Su Qingxue is only the beginning. I am extremely particularly looking forward to your future performance and the next wave of rewards from the system." With that, he released. Chu Ye turned around and strode toward the imperial desk with a gait like a dragon and a tiger. He took up the brush and began to write. His manner made it seem as though he were not drafting an imperial decree that would alter the fate of countless people, but merely jotting down tonight's menu. The imperial decree was delivered to the Eastern Palace at midnight. Crown Prince Chu Sun, dressed in his sleepwear, received it. When he heard the words "deposed from the position of Crown Prince to be exiled at once to the northern frontier," his entire body went rigid. The line "Crown Princess Su Qingxue is to be reassigned in marriage to the 7th Prince Chu Ye" made his vision go black, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The eunuchs scrambled in a flurry, some lifting him, others pinching his philtrum to revive him. Just before the deposed Crown Prince fully lost consciousness, only 3 words echoed again and again in his mind: "On what grounds?" Back at Qianyuan Hall, Chu Tianxing had already changed into his most ceremonious imperial attire. The 12-beaded crown sat perfectly straight upon his head, and the 9 coiling golden dragons embroidered in fine thread on his dark imperial robe glittered in the candlelight. "Ye, hurry and change your clothes," he urged the still-dazed Chu Ye. "We are going to Dao Xuan Sect this very night to propose marriage." Chu Ye glanced at the pitch-black night outside the window. "Father, it is already the middle of the night. What of it if it is midnight?" Chu Tianxing's eyes widened. A marriage proposal is all about sincerity. Only by traveling through the night can we truly show our honest intentions. Chu Ye's mouth twitched. Was this truly about sincerity? Or was his father simply afraid that the reward already at hand might fly away? Half an hour later, an ostentatious procession rolled grandly out of the imperial city. 300 Qingxue guards rode at the vanguard, followed by the imperial carriage drawn by 36 snow-white dragon horses. Behind them trailed no fewer than 100 large carts of betrothal gifts, millennia-old Lingji mushrooms piled into small hills, supreme-grade spirit stones packed by the chest, heavenly treasures of every kind dazzling the eyes, and even 3 young spirit beasts tied in cages peering about curiously. The procession sped through the night, leaving chaos in its wake wherever it passed. The garrisons of the cities along the route, upon seeing the imperial escort, hurriedly opened their gates in fright, then stood there bewildered as this marriage proposal convoy roared past. In the dead of night, what spectacle was His Majesty staging now? At the mountain gate of Dao Xuan Sect, a disciple on night duty was in the midst of yawning when he suddenly saw brilliant golden light in the distance and clouds of dust billowing. An enemy attack. Startled awake, he struck the alarm bell. The ringing shook the entire sect. Elders flew out on their swords one after another, and Sect Master Xianzhenzi arrived at the first possible moment, his expression grave. Was Great Chu about to declare war with such a formation? When they clearly saw the bright yellow imperial carriage and the endless line of carts, everyone was left dumbfounded. The imperial carriage stopped, and Chu Tianxing descended with the stride of a dragon, and a tiger, Chu Ye following behind him, looking slightly ill at ease. "Dao friend Xianzhen, forgive me for disturbing you at such a late hour," Chu Tianxing said with a broad smile, as if he had merely come to pay a casual visit. Xianzhenzi glanced at the 100 carts of betrothal gifts, then felt the saintly pressure radiating from Chu Tianxing, newly attained and not yet fully restrained. His heart thudded. "Dao friend Chu, this is a proposal of marriage," Chu Tianxing replied, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. "I am here on behalf of my 7th son, Chu Ye, to ask for the hand of your sect's Saintess, Su Qingxue, PFF." An elder who had just taken a sip of tea to calm his nerves sprayed it out on the spot. Silence fell over the mountain gate. For a moment, not a sound could be heard. Forcing a smile, Xianzhenzi said, "Dao friend Chu jests. Qingxue has already been betrothed to your kingdom's crown prince. He has been deposed." Chu Tianxing waved his hand lightly, as if commenting on pleasant weather. "The crown prince is unfit for great responsibility and has already been stripped of his position. Qingxue's talent is extraordinary, only my year is worthy of her." Clapping his hands, he had 10 large chests carried forward at once and opened in unison, revealing interiors filled with supreme-grade spirit stones whose brilliance made it hard to keep one's eyes open. This is but a portion of the betrothal gifts, Chu Tianxing said with squinted eyes and a smile. If Dao friend agrees, I am willing to forge an eternal alliance between Great Chu and Dao Xuan Sect. Xianzhenzi's pupils contracted sharply. The breathing of the other elders grew quick and uneven. In this matter, we must first ask Qingxue herself, Xianzhenzi forced out with difficulty. That is as it should be, Chu Tianxing said with great understanding. Where is that child now? Year, and I shall ask her in person. On Saintess Peak within the tranquil heart pavilion, Su Qingxue sat beneath the moon in a flowing white dress, her fingers gently caressing the zither strings. The music was as cold and clear as she was. Suddenly noise rose outside as the sect master and a group of elders entered escorting two men, one in a majestic dragon robe, the other in the elegant attire of a prince, handsome, yet with an unfocused drifting gaze. Qingxue. Xianzhenzi gave a light cough. This is the emperor of Great Chu, and this is the seventh prince, Chu Ye. They have come to propose marriage. Su Qingxue's fingers halted mid-note, the strings letting out a sharp jarring hum. She turned her gaze toward Chu Ye, her eyes icy. So this was the infamous useless prince of the imperial capital. Chu Ye, seeing her graceful silhouette, stepped forward to offer a formal salute. I am Chu Ye. I do not agree. Su Qingxue interrupted him, her voice like ice beads falling upon a jade plate. An awkward silence froze the scene. Chu Ye, however, remained utterly unconcerned. The colder she was, the more entertaining the conquest would be. Chu Tianxing merely laughed heartily and stepped forward. Qingxue, girl, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Look at this. He drew out a jade box and opened it. Inside lay an ice blue pill radiating bone-chilling cold and a vast surging vitality. A supreme ice heart pill, Chu Tianxing said with a smile. This pill can help you fully awaken your ice soul physique and remove all hidden dangers as part of the betrothal gift. Su Qingxue's cold eyes rippled faintly. The hidden dangers of her ice soul physique had plagued her for many years. In addition, Chu Tianxing continued to sweeten the offer. If you marry into the imperial clan, Dao Xuan Sect will receive the full support of Great Chu. As for you personally, his eyes grew meaningful. You may have the chance to touch things of a far higher realm. Su Qingxue. She looked at the ice heart pill, then at the expectant gazes of the sect master and elders, and then at Chu Ye, whose features were indeed outstanding. I need time to think. 3 days. Chu Tianxing raised 3 fingers, smiling like an old fox. In 3 days I shall await your good news. Leaving Saintess Peak, Chu Ye could not help asking Father Emperor, what if she still refuses? Refuse. Chu Tianxing arched a brow and pointed to the 100 carts of betrothal gifts behind him. I, as one in the saint realm, have come in good faith to propose marriage. To refuse would be to insult the might of a saint. In the past I held a slight scruple toward Dao Xuan Sect, but now the advantage is mine. My great Chu Empire need no longer fear this trifling Dao Xuan Sect. Chu Ye fell silent inwardly. His father was truly overbearing. Was this way of proposing not a bit too shameless? 3 days later, Su Qingxue stood by the window of the tranquil heart pavilion, gazing down at the betrothal convoy still camped at the foot of the mountain, and the elders gathered behind her. At last she sighed softly. They all understood that the great Chu Empire was issuing a notice, not seeking a discussion. She picked up a brush and signed her name upon the marriage contract. When the news reached the imperial capital, the deposed crown prince Chu Sun was chewing on dry rations at the northern frontier. Upon hearing the news, he flung his coarse bun to the ground and howled toward the sky. Chu Ye, I shall never share the same heaven with you. In Qianyuan Hall, Chu Tianxing held the marriage contract, grinning so broadly his teeth were fully bared. Good. Ye, make your preparations. On the 8th day of next month, the grand wedding. I can hardly wait to see the next reward. Ahem, I can hardly wait to see you establish your household and prepare to give me a grandson. Chu Ye watched his father busily arranging the wedding, even beginning to ponder names for his future grandson, and silently held his forehead. This was hardly about marrying a wife. It was clearly more like opening a family power-leveling workshop with his father desperately taking commissions as the battle slave, while he himself lay back as the boss, enjoying easy success. Still, it felt rather pleasant. He glanced at the system panel. Su Qingxue's score of 98, and the tantalizing preview of the reward made the corners of his lips rise despite himself. Forget dignity. No reward could ever smell sweeter. This soft rice he was determined to eat. The bridal escort set off with blaring pipes and drums, red ribbons streaming through the air as the procession wound down from Dao Xuan Sect's mountain gate. Chu Ye rode at the head on a dragon-blood stallion draped in red and ornamented with bright banners. Beside him was a luxurious bridal sedan borne by 8 men, within which sat Su Qingxue beneath a red bridal veil. He was in excellent spirits, even humming a little tune. On the system panel, the notification marriage about to be completed flashed brightly. The reward was almost within reach. Yet just as the procession entered the narrow single-thread sky gorge, sudden change erupted. A streak of azure sword light descended from the heavens, crashing down 3 zhang in front of the convoy with a thunderous boom, shattering stone and sending dust billowing skyward. The bridal escort fell into immediate turmoil, music cutting off abruptly. As the dust dispersed, a tall, slender figure stood revealed in the middle of the road. The newcomer wore a plain blue robe and carried a long sword on his back. His features were handsome, his brows imbued with a scholarly grace, yet there was also a proud air born of long residence in a high position. At this moment, however, his eyes burned with roaring anger and aching regret. Qingxue. His gaze pierced through the convoy, locking straight onto the bridal sedan. His voice trembled with agitation. I know you are being forced. Come with me. Senior brother will take you away. Inside the sedan there was only stillness and silence. Chu Ye raised a brow as the system's probing function activated of its own accord. Target scan Lin Feng identity, Dao Xuan Sect sect master's chief, disciple, Su Qingxue's childhood sweetheart, and senior brother cultivation spirit, C, great completion talent sword heart, illumine minor attainment appearance handsome, and dashing comprehensive rating 89 excellent yet beneath system threshold. 89. Chu Ye curled his lip. Unable even to touch the system's minimum threshold, yet daring to copy others by blocking a wedding carriage to steal the bride. Before Chu Ye could speak, the Dao Xuan Sect elders accompanying the procession grew anxious. A white-bearded elder stepped forward and shouted, Lin Feng, cease this nonsense at once. Today is the Saintess's day of great joy. Withdraw immediately. Great joy. Lin Feng let out a desolate laugh, tears glimmering faintly in his eyes. Forcing her to marry a useless prince. This you call joy. Qingxue is heaven-blessed and talent pure as ice and jade. How can she be wed to a debauched wastrel who cannot even cultivate? He drew his sword in a sudden motion, pointing the blade straight at Chu Ye as the crushing pressure of spirit C great completion erupted around him. Chu Ye, if you possess even half a shred of shame, release Qingxue. Otherwise today my Qionghong sword shall act on heaven's behalf. The sword Qi held whipping Chu Ye's robes, and around them the guards' faces changed dramatically, and several captains rushed forward only to be driven back by the razor-sharp sword intent, unable to approach. Chu Ye, however, did not move in the slightest. He even yawned. Picking at his ear, he regarded this senior brother who seemed straight out of a tragic protagonist's story and sighed. In a tone almost languid, he raised his voice toward the sky. Father Emperor, someone is blocking your daughter-in-law's bridal sedan. His words were not loud, yet they rang clearly through the gorge. Lin Feng froze for a moment, then laughed in fury. Trying to scare me by invoking the emperor. Chu Ye, besides relying on your father, what else can you do? The words had barely fallen. The sky abruptly darkened. It was not clouds, but a colossal golden phantom slowly condensing, spreading to cover nearly the entire expanse of sky above the gorge. The phantom wore an imperial crown and dragon robe, its visage stern and imposing, precisely the likeness of Chu Tianxing. Terrifying pressure of the transformation god realm radiated from the phantom, suffocating. With just a single glance cast downward, Lin Feng's fierce, unrivaled sword Qi shattered with a cracking sound, splintering into nothing. Insect. The phantom spoke, its voice thundering like lightning from the ninth heaven, coldly indifferent to all life. Without any superfluous movement, it simply raised one finger. That golden finger of the phantom pointed toward Lin Feng and gently pressed downward. A cataclysmic pressure impossible to describe crashed down from the sky. Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically as he roared and unleashed his full cultivation. The Qionghong sword erupted in unprecedented radiance, transforming into a towering column of sword light that strove to pierce the heavens and resist. Yet before that phantom finger, his efforts were like an ant trying to topple a great tree. The sword pillar shattered upon contact. The Qionghong sword gave a mournful cry, its radiance snuffing out as it was flung aside. Lin Feng's whole body was struck as though by a falling meteor. Blood spurted from his mouth and his knees crashed uncontrollably to the ground, smashing two deep pits into the solid rock beneath him. Crushing defeat. A complete, absolute, and effortless crushing. The phantom had not even employed any actual divine ability, only a finger shaped from pure oppressive might. The gorge fell into deathly silence. Dao Xuan Sect's elders gaped in speechless shock. The bridal escort guards were dumbfounded. Even the curtain of the bridal sedan trembled faintly. The phantom slowly withdrew its finger, its indifferent gaze sweeping over Lin Feng, who lay sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog, then over the unharmed bridal convoy below. Finally, its eyes settled on Chu Ye, and that icy gaze softened by the slightest degree. Son, take care on the road. When the phantom finished speaking, the golden radiance slowly dissipated, and the sky grew clear again, as if that earth-shattering scene just now had been nothing more than swatting a single buzzing fly. Only then did Chu Ye leisurely urge his horse forward, riding up to Lin Feng, who lay limp on the ground, barely clinging to life, and looked down at him from above. Lin Feng laboriously lifted his blood-smeared, mangled face, his eyes filled with inconceivable despair and fury, and a lingering haze of bewilderment that would not disperse. He had cultivated bitterly for decades, priding himself as a heaven-favored genius, so why could he not even withstand a single phantom projection of the other man's father? Chu Ye bent down, speaking in a slow, unhurried tone that only the two of them could hear. Senior brother Lin, is it? You see, in storybooks they always write about childhood sweethearts and deep, unwavering love. But reality? He spread his hands. Your decade after decade of hard study and bitter cultivation, your sword, Qi, grinding your hair, white, may not amount to a flick of my imperial father's finger. You say I'm nothing without my father's backing. Chu Ye smiled, and in Lin Feng's eyes that smile was blindingly harsh. I'm sorry, having a father you can rely on is in itself a kind of ability. On what grounds should your 10+ years of bitter cultivation surpass the accumulation of dozens of generations in my clan? He straightened, clapped his hands lightly as though dusting off specks of dirt. Take him away. Throw him back at Dao Xuan Sect's mountain gate. Don't delay the auspicious hour. Chu Ye instructed the guards, his tone so relaxed it was as if he were dealing with a piece of garbage. Only then did the guards seem to awaken from a dream. They hurried forward and dragged the barely breathing Lin Feng away. Chu Ye swung back onto his horse, adjusted the bright red flower on his chest, and waved at the still shaken band. Keep playing, keep moving. Livelier. Don't let a single fly spoil this prince's joyous day. Cheerful music rose once more as the procession set off again, as though that thrilling ambush had been nothing more than a trivial interlude. Inside the bridal sedan, Su Qingxue sat in silence. Beneath the red bridal veil, her peerlessly beautiful features betrayed no discernible expression, only the slender hands folded over her knees tightened slightly. Riding in the saddle, Chu Ye let the breeze from the gorge caress his face, his mood growing ever more buoyant. See, having a father is a fine thing. Childhood sweethearts. Deep abiding affection. Before absolute strength and the advantage of competing through one's father, they were nothing but bubbles. He hummed a little tune and continued toward the imperial capital. The auspicious candles burned high, their red light reflecting off Su Qingxue's peerlessly cold and exquisite features. She sat at the edge of the bed, her back straight like a pine, standing alone amid snow. Her wedding robes were as fiery as flame, yet could not melt the faint remoteness between her brows, nor the barely perceptible stiffness hidden there. Those eyes that had once struck Chu Ye as breathtakingly stunning were now lowered, her long lashes casting small shadows beneath them, as though sealing her away within a world of ice and snow that belonged only to herself. Chu Ye saw it clearly. He approached, but did not hurry to act. Instead, he halted a single step before her, poured himself a cup of nuptial wine, and took a sip at his leisure. Princess consort. His voice sounded clear in the stillness of the bridal chamber. I know that becoming Dao Xuan Sect Saintess was not truly your wish. Nor was becoming the 7th prince's consort something you sought. Su Qingxue's lashes trembled slightly as she lifted her gaze to him, her eyes clear and cold, tinged with appraisal. Meeting her gaze, Chu Ye spoke in a tone as ordinary, as if discussing the weather. Let us speak plainly. By marrying me, you do not lose out. Your cultivation, your Dao. I will not interfere in the slightest. Not only will I not interfere, but the resources of the entire great Chu treasuries, classical collections, secret realms, and spiritual springs, even my imperial father's, and certain forebears' favors and guidance. So long as it is appropriate, you may draw upon them at will. He paused, set down the cup, and spoke more bluntly. What you need to do is simply fulfill your role as princess consort, preserving the royal family's dignity in public. And his gaze dropped briefly to her flat abdomen before returning openly to her face. Bear children for the more the better, and the sooner the better. That is the contract between you and me. There were no honeyed words, no feigned affection, only a hint of almost cold transactional intent. Strangely, the taut string in Su Qingxue's heart eased, if only for an instant, because of these words. Compared to false declarations of love, this naked exchange of interests instead made her feel safe. At the very least, she knew what he wanted and what she herself could obtain in return. The complete awakening of her ice-soul physique required an ocean of resources. A Dao Xuan Sect, for all its strengths, might not be able to supply her alone without limit. But the great Chu imperial dynasty, an enormous colossus with an emperor who had just stepped into the Saint realm and whose fortune was clearly on the rise, its underlying foundation might far surpass what outsiders could imagine. She fell silent for a moment. Then her cool, clear voice sounded as she asked a very practical question: how many children will be required? Chu Ye seemed not to have expected this. He froze for a beat, then laughed, a trace of genuine mischief flashing through his smile, as he dredged up some hazy anecdote from another world, and blurted naturally. Like Han Xing, counting soldiers the more the better. Seeing Su Qingxue's peerless face momentarily go blank, he maliciously added, raising one finger, best case, we ought to keep our productivity up. Su Qingxue was speechless. Even with her naturally cool temperament, that absurd KPI of 1 a year almost shattered her composure. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain her final veneer of icy poise, yet the shell of her ears could not help but be suffused with the faintest tinge of pink. This man was simply... She had not yet decided how to respond when Chu Ye chose not to grant her any more time to think. Enough, it settled then. To a pleasant cooperation, imperial sister-in-law. The bridal chamber night is worth 1,000 in gold. We must not waste it. His smile vanished in an instant as he suddenly stepped forward. Oh! Su Qingxue gave a soft cry as he swept her up into his arms. The complex fastenings of the wedding robes seemed to gain a will of their own beneath his fingers, loosening with ease. The fiery red garment fell away like shedding petals, layer after layer sliding down to reveal the jade-like skin and graceful curves beneath. A red candle crackled and burst into a flower of sparks. The bed curtains fell, veiling the storm rising within the room and muffling Su Qingxue's soft sound caught in her throat. Whether of shyness or annoyance, it was impossible to say. The deal had been struck, with Party A and Party B. Some down payment had to be made first. The night was long, perfect for implementing the annual production plan. The red candles burned themselves to tears as dawn's first light seeped in. Chu Ye looked at the already sleeping Su Qingxue in his arms. In the hazy morning glow, her exquisite features had shed some of their customary chill, gaining a touch of delicate, drowsy charm. He recalled certain moments from the night before when he had deliberately murmured imperial sister-in-law at her ear, and the way the jade beauty in his arms had trembled and flushed in that instant. It had indeed been a singular kind of thrill. He smiled soundlessly, then carefully shifted himself away, donned his robe, and stepped down from the bed. Almost at the same moment, a clear, ethereal system chime rang again and again in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host on successfully coupling with a target whose rating is 90 Su Qingxue. Issuing first-time coupling rewards. Reward 1 Host cultivation elevated to Qi refining realm great perfection. A warm yet torrential power surged into being from nowhere, pouring down from his crown and flooding through his entire body in an instant like a mighty river in spate. After 10 years as a cripple with severed spiritual roots, his dantian and Qi rapidly expanded and filled out. Pure spiritual power circulated of its own accord through his meridians, and every movement of his limbs brimmed with an unprecedented sense of strength. Qi refining great perfection, and with a foundation so solid there was not the slightest trace of hollowness. Reward 2 Special Pill Heaven and Earth Boundary Breaking Pill 1. The system's explanation was simple and crude. It could ignore bottlenecks and help any cultivator at or below the Emperor realm to unconditionally break through one major realm. Reward 3 Peerless Imperial Weapon Moon Embracing Sword 1. All rewards have been stored in the system space and may be withdrawn at the host's whim. Chu Ye drew in a deep breath, pressing down the excitement in his heart. The rewards were simply too generous. After dressing himself completely, he glanced back at the graceful figure still sleeping within the gauzy bed curtains, the corner of his lips hooking up slightly, and quietly pulled open the door. Morning light surged in the air, crisp and fresh. As he stepped over the threshold, the surroundings instantly blurred and twisted. The corridor, the courtyard, the morning light, all smeared away like paint by an invisible hand, vanishing with a whoosh. The next moment, after a dizzying, world-turning sensation of weightlessness, he found himself standing firmly in that familiar, boundless, pure white space. Straight ahead, the purple sandalwood dragon-carved chair, transplanted intact from the Qingxue hall, stood out conspicuously. On it sat his imperial father, Chu Tianxing, upright and composed. But unlike his usual dignified and solemn imperial demeanor today, Chu Tianxing seemed a bit too animated. He still wore his solemn black court robes, his hair meticulously combed, even donning a small crown. His eyes were wide open, blazing with a nearly tangible flame of extreme anticipation, anxiety, and longing locked onto the suddenly appearing Chu Ye. He looked less like an emperor awaiting his son's morning greeting, and more like a gambler waiting for the final card that would decide life or death, or a starving beast of gluttony, seeing a feast laid before it after 800 years. Chu Ye could even see the faintly twitching veins on his imperial father's forehead and his slightly flushed face from holding his breath. "Father, how was it?" Before Chu Ye could utter another word, Chu Tianxing interrupted impatiently, almost growling. The emperor shot up from his chair like a spring, rushing to Chu Ye in a gust of wind, gripping his shoulders with iron-like force, strength enough to make Chu Ye at the peak of Qi refinement wince. "Year, the reward. Did you get it? What did the system say? Any pills? Are they powerful pills? And divine weapons? Any legendary arms?" Questions came like a barrage, spittle nearly spraying onto Chu Ye's face, the speed almost without pause, each word urgent as fire. Dizzy from the shaking, Chu Ye quickly circulated his spiritual energy to stabilize himself and said helplessly, "Father, please let go. I got them, all of them." "Really?" Chu Tianxing's eyes blazed with terrifying light. He loosened his grip, but still locked his gaze on Chu Ye as if scanning him inside out. "Quick, let me see. Start with your cultivation." Chu Ye willed it, no longer concealing his aura. The peak Qi refinement spiritual energy radiated fully, earning a silent nod from Chu Tianxing, a saint-level powerhouse. Such solid foundations. Far from mere forced growth. Chu Ye then turned his palm, and a chilling jade box, cold, yet containing chaos within, appeared in his hand. Even before opening the lid, a heart-stopping vast medicinal power and profound Dao resonance emanated, causing the pure white space to tremble slightly and the light to warp. Chu Tianxing's breath grew heavy, his eyes fixed on the jade box, his atoms apple bobbing. With his insight and keen spiritual sense at the saint level, he could clearly feel the terrifying energy within the box, far surpassing the breakthrough pill he had taken before. This pill, its grade was astonishingly high. Chu Ye opened the lid. Amid swirling chaotic mists, the Qingxue realm-breaking pill hovered silently, the size of a dragon's pearl, perfectly round, its surface etched with countless faint natural Dao patterns flickering, as if containing a thread of primordial essence from the dawn of heaven and earth. "This pill is called the Qingxue realm-breaking pill," Chu Ye explained at the right moment. "According to the system, it can help cultivators below the Emperor realm, including Emperor realm, to break through a major realm directly, ignoring bottlenecks." Hiss. Chu Tianxing drew a sharp breath, his pupils contracting. Ignoring bottlenecks, ascending a major realm directly. What did that mean? It meant if given to a quasi-emperor, they could leap straight to the early Emperor realm. The value of this pill was it could plunge the entire continent into bloody chaos. The potency of the Qingxue realm-breaking pill amidst Chu Tianxing's ecstasy struck a long-buried memory like lightning through his mind. Deep within the imperial mausoleum, sleeping through a clan's secret art, as the great Chu's ultimate trump card, was the quasi-emperor ancestor Chu Shana. The ancestor gifted by heaven had reached the peak of quasi-emperor a millennium ago, yet due to incomplete heavenly laws and missed opportunities, he could never take that final step to become an emperor. Eventually, with his lifespan waning, he had no choice but to seal himself within the core dragon vein of the imperial mausoleum, using secret arts, falling into deep slumber, not to be awakened unless the nation faced ruin. If this Qingxue realm-breaking pill could help the ancestor break through, a living emperor, what a sight that would be. Great Chu would truly possess the supreme power to dominate the eastern wasteland, even the entire Xianhuang continent, the Dao Xuan Sect, the surrounding dynasties. Before an emperor, they would all be mere ants. Once this thought took root, it spread like wildfire, impossible to contain. Chu Tianxing's gaze became razor-sharp. He looked at Chu Ye and said in a deep voice, "Ye, come with me to a place. This pill might awaken a true guardian deity for our great Chu." Though Chu Ye did not understand, seeing his father's unprecedented solemnity mixed with a pilgrim-like excitement and anxiety, he nodded immediately. Without alerting anyone, Chu Tianxing led Chu Ye silently into the deepest forbidden area of the palace, an ancient, seemingly ordinary cemetery. This place was layered with formations dense with dragon chi, solemn and mysterious. Light and shadow flickered around them as if traveling through a tunnel of time. After an unknown distance, the path opened into a vast space. It was a massive underground chamber, like a natural palace dome. A simple stone platform lay before them upon which a figure reclined. The figure wore ancient imperial robes, long faded, his face lifelike, yet covered with the dust of ages. His eyes were shut tight, his chest still, as if he were merely a lifelike statue. Yet even in this deepest state of stillness, a terrifying pressure enough to collapse the heavens and make all beings submit radiated like an invisible tide throughout the space. This was Great Chu's foundation, the quasi-emperor peak ancestor Chu Shana. Unworthy descendant Chu Tianxing, with my son Chu Ye now presents a great fortune that may help the ancestor shatter the eternal shackles and ascend to the supreme emperor realm. I report this respectfully, may the ancestor judge. Chu Tianxing's voice echoed through the underground palace, infused with spiritual energy, clearly reaching the stone platform. At first there was no response. After a few breaths on the stone platform, the seemingly eternal figure's eyelids twitched slightly. In an instant, boom! The entire underground palace trembled violently. Those eyes, sealed for a millennium, slowly opened. A low, hoarse voice like rusted bronze grinding through the ages slowly sounded, each word resonating with the dragon chi in the chamber, imbued with supreme Dao principles. Tianxing, later emperor, awaken me. Is it a powerful enemy, or the dynasty about to fall? Feeling the ancestors' overwhelming battle intent and resolve to die, Chu Tianxing was both moved and anxious, quickly saying, "Ancestor, calm. It is no enemy invasion. The dynasty is peaceful, even more prosperous than before. It is. We have obtained a miraculous medicine that might help the ancestor break through the shackles and attain the battle intent." In Chu Shan's eyes paused slightly, turning into doubt and scrutiny. A miraculous medicine. Help him become an emperor. He had been trapped in this realm for a millennium, trying every rare treasure in the world, and had long given up hope. Had this later emperor lost his mind, or been deceived by some illusion? What medicine? Chu Shan's voice remained low, but the determination to die had lessened, replaced by curiosity. Chu Tianxing dared not be negligent. He respectfully held out the jade box, floating it with spiritual energy to the stone platform. The lid opened by itself, revealing the Qingxue realm-breaking pill amidst swirling chaotic mists. For the first time, Chu Shan's calm, ancient eyes blazed with terrifying light, fixed on the pill. With his quasi-emperor peak insight and perception, he instantly discerned the pill's extraordinary nature. The chaotic aura, the natural Dao patterns, the vast power within that seemed capable of reshaping the universe and reversing laws. This was no mortal pill. It even surpassed many legendary celestial pills in his knowledge. This pill, where did it come from? Chu Shan's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, a profound blend of yearning and disbelief. Chu Tianxing turned to look at Chu Ye beside him, his face beaming with pride and excitement. To answer the ancestor, this pill was granted by the tremendous fortune bestowed upon your grandson's son, Chu Ye, through the blessings of many children's system. It is called the heaven and earth realm-breaking pill, said to ignore bottlenecks and unconditionally elevate a cultivator below the primordial emperor realm by one major realm. Your grandson has personally tested its efficacy. The medicinal power of this pill is astonishing. I pondered that it might also have a miraculous effect on the ancestor's cultivation, thus I dared to awaken you. System. Blessings of many children. Chu Shan's eyes flickered with bewilderment, a concept far beyond his knowledge before his millennium-long slumber. Yet his attention was instantly seized by the pill's description. Ignore bottlenecks, break through a major realm. If this pill were effective even for a pinnacle half-emperor like himself, then could it be? Even Chu Shan's millennia-cultivated composure could not suppress the surging turmoil within his heart and the boiling of his blood essence. The despairing barrier that had plagued him for 1,000 years seemed to show a crack. For the first time, his gaze truly fell. This youth, whose cultivation was merely at the peak of chi refinement, was like an ant in his eyes. But now this ant might hold the key to the emperorhood he so desperately sought. Young one, step forward. Chu Shan's voice softened slightly, yet still carried supreme authority. Chu Ye rose as instructed, took a few steps forward, and bowed again in reverence. Your descendant Chu Ye pays homage to the ancestor. Chu Shan's gaze was like a torch, scrutinizing Chu Ye from head to toe, as if trying to pierce the secrets hidden within. The system's existence was profoundly mysterious. Even with his half-emperor divine sense, he could detect nothing of it. He only felt that this child's fortune was incredibly dense, almost as if the very laws of heaven and earth were subtly aligning in his favor. Good to find Chu Ye. Chu Shanha slowly nodded, a glint of approval in his eyes. deeply blessed with flourishing fortune and rarer still such filial piety to offer such a heaven-defying divine pill to the clan. If this pill truly aids me in attaining the Tao, you shall be the foremost meritorious servant of our great Chu dynasty for 10,000 generations. With that he hesitated no longer. A flash of light shimmered on the stone platform, and the heaven and earth realm-breaking pill was lifted by an invisible force flying into Chu Shan's mouth. The instant the pill entered his body, rumble, the entire imperial mausoleum, nay the skies above the entire great Chu dynasty underwent a sudden upheaval. Endless dark clouds converged from all directions, lightning and thunder crackled within, purple electricity danced wildly, and the oppressive might of the heavenly Tao descended. Beneath the earth the dragon veins roared and the mountains and rivers resonated. Countless cultivators looked towards the imperial capital in terror, unaware of what earth-shattering event was unfolding. Within the underground palace the scene was even more terrifying. Chu Tianxing and Chu Ye had long retreated far away, watching this spectacle in utter shock. Chu Ye even felt the moon-grasping sword within him tremble slightly, as if resonating with and revering the supreme being about to be born. After an indeterminate time, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity, all the anomalies suddenly converged inward. In the underground palace the divine light dissipated and the dragon aura subsided. On the dark black stone platform the figure remained seated. But now the aura he exuded was utterly transformed. No longer a slumbering ancient being, but an awakened living breathing sovereign whose very breath could stir the laws of heaven and earth. An absolute master. Chu Shanha slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze there were no longer visions of stars dying. Only a serene simplicity remained, and beneath that calm and absolute majesty capable of making the myriad realms tremble. A great emperor. Chu Shanha looked down at his hands, feeling the unprecedented vast power within him that seemed capable of governing the cosmos and reversing yin and yang. The lake of his heart, stilled for a millennium, now surged with tumultuous waves. He had succeeded. The half-emperor barrier that had trapped him for 1,000 years shattered in an instant. He, Chu Shanha, in this life had ascended to the position of great emperor. His gaze once again fell upon distant Chu Ye. In his eyes was no longer just approval, but an indescribable Chu Ye. The great emperor spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with supreme Tao resonance, each word a pearl of truth, like the sound of the great way. Your descendant is here. Chu Ye quickly bowed. The merit of this pill is akin to a second creation for me, and for great Chu. Chu Shanha said slowly, every word heavy as a mountain. I am in your debt. From now on you shall be the core of the Chu clan, second only to me. If any external enemy bullies you, it is an affront to the imperial might of great Chu. This promise was as weighty as a mountain. It meant that behind Chu Ye, besides an emperor father eager to help him win a wife, there now stood a living great emperor ancestor. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye was overjoyed, happier than if he had gained a personal benefit. Chu Ye's heart also trembled violently, and he quickly bowed in thanks. Chu Shanha nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Chu Tianxing. Tianxing, you have raised a fine son. This child's fortune may lead our great Chu to unprecedented glory. Treat him well and guide him. Your grandson humbly obeys the ancestors' decree. Chu Tianxing responded with excitement. Chu Shanha looked at Chu Ye again, a flicker of curiosity and inquiry in his eyes. That system is quite mysterious. Since you have been favored by it, seize this opportunity well. Do you have your next goal? Chu Shanha, feeling the surging great emperor power within him, was in a mood as light as if a millennium of ailments had been swept away. But having lived for countless ages after the initial exhilaration, the ancestor's thoughts immediately turned pragmatic. He fixed his keen eyes on Chu Ye, a look not unlike his son Chu Tianxing's when pressing for rewards. Not unrelated, but a direct inheritance. Only the ancestor's gaze was tempered by the ages with added directness and sharpness. Xiao Yi, the ancestor, stroked his beard, his tone gentle, but cutting to the chase. This system of yours is truly extraordinary. Helping your father break through and aiding me in becoming an emperor. These are monumental achievements. The so-called blessings of many children emphasizes many. After this, Su Qingxue, has the system given any hint as to where the next deeply fortunate maiden might be? He paused, his eyes gleaming with calculated shrewdness. If you already have a target, do tell. Since I have emerged from seclusion, I should do my small part for future generations. It is only proper to assess their family background, talent, and character in advance. His words were high-sounding, but the eagerness in his eyes, screaming, tell me what the next reward is, was practically over. Before Chu Ye could answer, Chu Tianxing beside him was already nodding vigorously, his face a picture of the ancestor. Understands me. Yes, here. The ancestor is right. We need a plan, a strategy. We can't fight an unprepared battle. The three generations, grandfather, father, and son, were now in perfect harmony on the matter of pressing for progress. Chu Ye felt the pressure under the intense knowledge-thirsty stares of two great figures, an emperor and a great emperor, for eyes boring into him. Facing the almost tangible Cape-Illidan burning gazes of the ancestor and his imperial father, Chu Ye took a deep breath and decided to hold nothing back. Some thoughts, if kept bottled up, are harmful to one's health. Besides, the system's rewards wait for no one. He straightened his back, his eyes sweeping over the newly promoted great emperor, Chu Shanha, full of vigor, and then his father, Chu Tianxing, who was rubbing his hands together with an expression screaming, who's next? In a calm tone laced with the ambition of someone throwing caution to the wind, he slowly spoke. Ancestor Imperial Father, to be honest, I have always had a slightly bold goal in mind. Oh, how bold? Speak your mind. Chu Tianxing's eyes gleamed brighter. He loved it when his son had ambitions. Chu Shanha also nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. Ancestor Father, I believe the Saintess of the Joyous Union sect might also be a worthy choice. Chu Ye tried to keep his tone serious. The system remotely scanned her, and the rating was quite impressive. The system had not scanned her at all, but he had seen her beauty, truly extraordinary, especially her ample curves, which were undeniably generous and alluring. The Joyous Union sect. Chu Tianxing raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this target a bit off in tone? Yet thinking of the system's rewards, he swallowed back the words a disgrace to refinement and asked a high rating. How high? As Chu Ye was about to elaborate, Ancestor Chu Shanha, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. A glint of sharp light flashed in his gaze, as if recalling some amusing memory. The Joyous Union sect. That bunch of old reprobates. A meaningful smile tugged at the ancestor's lips. Those three supreme ancestors of theirs hiding in their coffins. Ahem, skulking in the secret realm, have they been stuck at the peak of quasi-emperor for quite some time now? They were old acquaintances of ours back in the day. He looked at Chu Ye, his gaze piercing. Year, your thinking needs to be bolder. What's the point of only aiming for one Saintess? If we play our cards right, we might just be able to take the entire Joyous Union sect in one fell swoop. Chu Ye, Ancestor, we're here to seek a marriage, not to suppress a rebellion, right? He looked at Chu Ye, his eyes burning. Since we're marrying, why only fixate on one Saintess? If we manage it well, we can invite those three supreme ancestors stuck at their bottleneck to engage in dual cultivation, with you helping them break through to the Emperor realm. Then the entire Joyous Union sect, from the ancestors to the sect leader to the Saintesses, wouldn't they all fall into great Chu's hands? Their secret arts of yin-yang harmony and nurturing spiritual roots would greatly benefit the continuation of our Chu bloodline. Chu Ye was dumbfounded. Take them all in one go. Ancestor, isn't this a bit too thrilling? He could already picture the entire Joyous Union sect erupting in collective fury. But Chu Tianxing was already slapping the table in excitement. Brilliant. Ancestor, to capture the bandits, first capture their chief. Take down the ancestors, and the Saintesses below will be easily obtained. Resources, techniques, talent, all replenished in one go. This deal is far too advantageous. There's no time to lose. Ancestor Chu Shanha rose to his full height, his emperor aura radiating in full force. With a sweep of his sleeve, he declared, Year, follow your ancestor. Today I'll show you what it means to have someone backing you. Outside the extreme bliss valley of the Joyous Union sect, the mountain gate, usually shrouded in seductive songs and pink mists, was today fiercely torn open by a majestic, overwhelming, and time-crushing emperor's might. Amidst a myriad of golden rays, Chu Shanha stood with his hands behind his back, while Chu Ye followed tremblingly behind, feeling as if he were being dragged to a market to pick vegetables. Chu Shanha, you truly have attained the Tao and become an emperor. A voice from within the Joyous Union sect rang out, filled with panic, anger, and fury. The sect's protective formation flickered unsteadily like a candle flame in a gale under the emperor's might. Sect leader Hua, this old man comes today not for conquest, but to bestow a great fortune. Chu Shan's voice was calm, yet it echoed through every corner of the valley. Let my unworthy grandson Chu Ye form a good affinity with your sect. A good affinity? Is forcing your way through the mountain gate considered a good affinity? Sect leader Hua Yurong's willow leaf eyebrows shot up in anger. Gritting her teeth, she crushed the jade talisman in her hand. This is too much. Summon the supreme ancestors. Chu Shanha, it's you. You actually broke through. This is an outrage. Accompanied by voices of shock and fury, three figures materialized. From deep within the valley, three long dormant, yet equally vast and terrifying quasi-emperor auras erupted with a roar surging skyward with the anger of being disturbed. Three figures of exquisite beauty and peerless grace appeared. They were the three supreme ancestors of the Joyous Union sect, Su Wu Huan Xian and Mei Yu. They had anticipated a great enemy's assault and prepared to fight to the death, only to see their old acquaintance Chu Shanha, who had achieved the emperor realm they so desperately dreamed of. Ladies, it has been a while. Chu Shan's tone was casual, as if chatting about mundane matters, yet he used his intangible emperor power to seal the surroundings, leaving only himself, Chu Ye, and the three ancestors in communication. I come today first for a junior's marriage, and second, out of old ties, to show you a clear path. Ancestor Mei Yu's face darkened. Chu Shanha, even if you have become an emperor of the Joyous Union sect, is not something to be toyed with. Marriage is negotiable, but to coerce us like this, do you think our sect is defenseless? How I doubt it's about marriage. Ancestor Huan Xian sneered. Chu Shanha was not angered. He merely released a sliver of his true emperor's pressure. That single sliver caused the three quasi-emperor ancestors to tremble violently, their eyes revealing uncontrollable despair and terror. Since this old man has become an emperor, I have naturally mastered methods beyond common imagination. Chu Shanha said slowly, these methods are closely tied to the constitution of my descendant Chu Ye. He possesses an unparalleled talent for alchemy, a prodigy unseen for millennia, capable of refining breakthrough pills. Taking this pill can break through any realm, even allowing a quasi-emperor to shatter the shackles of the emperor realm. What a All three supreme ancestors lost their voices simultaneously, their gazes instantly fixed on Chu Ye like starving wolves spotting a piece of fat meat. The temptation of Chu Tianxing breaking through to the Emperor realm was an irresistible poison for these old monsters whose lifespans were nearly exhausted and who were stuck at the quasi-emperor stage. Of course, Chu Tianxing shifted his tone, his voice playful. My descendant cannot suffer losses for nothing. At our age, you should understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. All the saintesses and female cultivators of your joyous union sect, provided they have exceptional aptitude, may enter Great Chu's harem to serve year. Thus, Great Chu and the joyous union sect will become in-laws, and you old-timers will also share in the glory. His gaze swept over the kneeling members of the joyous union sect below, and he said flatly, this applies not only to you, but also to the sect's disciples, saintesses, and any core disciples with superior aptitude or yin-yang constitutions. All must form bonds with year. Thus from today onward the Chu imperial clan and the joyous union sect shall be bound forever with the sect, becoming a vassal of my Chu imperial clan. Chu Tianxing, you scoundrel, one ancestor cried out in fury. You want our sect's saintesses ancestors and all our elites to serve a mere brat. You're trying to make the joyous union sect die out without descendants. Don't make it sound so harsh. Chu Tianxing chuckled softly, and the temperature in the entire extreme bliss valley dropped. If you comply, this old man will ensure the joyous union sect's future prosperity and help you break through to the emperor realm, etching your names in history. If you refuse, my word is law. The eastern domain will have no joyous union sect from this day forth. That is the rule. The pressure intensified, the ancestral tree swayed, and the ruins of the mountain gate formation shattered inch by inch as if on the verge of total collapse. The three supreme ancestors' faces shifted through various colors. They exchanged glances, seeing only despair in each other's eyes. The ancestral legacy or the chance to break through to the emperor realm. Which to choose? Behind his ancestor Chu Ye felt the suffocating pressure and the tense atmosphere and could only feel a pang in his ancestor. This isn't a marriage proposal. This is a forced sale, and you're selling me off while making the entire sect pay for it. Isn't this a bit of a loss? Chu Ye quietly activated the system scan. Ding. High-quality target group detected. Target 1, Su 1, Grand Supreme Elder of Huan Sect, Quasi-Emperor, peak score 96. Target 2, Huan Xian, Second Supreme Elder of Huan Sect, Quasi-Emperor, peak score 96. Target 3, Mei Yu, Third Supreme Elder of Huan Sect, Quasi-Emperor, peak score 96. Target 4, Huarong, Sect Master of Huan Sect, Quasi-Saint, Great Perfection, score 95. Target 5, Lu Rian, Holy Maiden of Huan Sect, Spiritual C, Late Stage, score 95. Warning: host nutrition may be insufficient. Please plan your time wisely for sustainable development. Chu Tianxing withdrew his divine sense pressure and issued an ultimatum. This emperor disdains to force anyone. Take your time to think it over. Before midnight tonight, if you wish to seize this opportunity, come to the Great Chu Imperial Palace. If you miss it, you will bear the consequences. The divine sense receded like a tide, leaving the three ancestors exchanging glances, their faces alternating between red and pale. Huan Xian gritted her silver teeth. This is an outrageous humiliation. Just because he has become an emperor, he dares to insult us like this. Su Wu's face was ashen, but her eyes still held lingering fear. The imperial might. It's real. If he were to use force, we truly would be powerless to resist. Mei Yu muttered softly, could his opportunity. Why else would an emperor go to such lengths? Huan Xian glared at her. Have you lost your mind? What opportunity requires us to serve a mere boy? Su Wu was silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke. He said, bear the consequences. What do you think those consequences would be? The three of them recalled the despair-inducing imperial might and couldn't help but shudder. The consequences of a living emperor were likely more than the Huan sect could bear. Yet to simply submit. Meanwhile, Chu Tianxing had already brought Chu Ye back to the imperial palace. Chu Ye was somewhat anxious. Ancestor, will they come? Isn't this method a bit too much like abducting women, even if they were of the ancestor level? Chu Tianxing glanced at him and said calmly, it's merely a combination of favor and coercion. They have been stuck at the threshold of quasi-emperor for years, their path to the great Dao nearly severed. Now a road that might lead to the imperial realm is laid before them. No matter how absurd it seems, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, it's worth the gamble. Moreover, the ancestor's lips curled into a subtle smile. I gave them a choice, didn't I? At least it's more dignified than directly kidnapping them. Chu Ye. Ancestor, your definition of dignity is rather unique. Just wait patiently. Chu Tianxing waved his hand. Be energetic tonight. If they do come, receive them well. The system rewards will surely not disappoint you. Chu Ye watched the ancestor's retreating figure, then thought of the three supreme ancestors of the Huan sect, scoring over 95, peerlessly beautiful, yet possibly voluntarily coming to serve him. Wasn't this development a bit too fast and too intense? He looked up at the sky, suddenly anticipating the arrival of night. Meanwhile, in the Huan sect's secret realm, the three ancestors' debate continued from day till dusk, still unresolved. To go or not to go? This was perhaps the most difficult and absurd choice they had faced in their 1,000 years of cultivation. Night gradually enveloped the Great Chu Imperial Palace. The moon was dark and the wind high. No, it was a bright moon with sparse stars. Deep within the Great Chu Imperial Palace, in the small garden outside Chu Ye's bedchamber, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. The three supreme ancestors of the Dao Sect, the cold and elegant Su Wu, the seductive Huan Xin, the pure and alluring Mei Yu, along with the still charming current sect master, and the holy maiden Lu Rian, subtly guarded in their midst with her peerless beauty and eyes that naturally exuded a captivating charm. These five peerless female cultivators arrived, as promised, forming a tableau that could make any man's heart race out of control. Ancestor Chu Shanha stood with his hands behind his back, his imperial might concealed yet palpable. Chu Tianxing stood by, striving to maintain his imperial dignity, but his gaze occasionally drifted toward the five beauties, his mind calculating furiously with this quality and these scores how generous would the system rewards be. The three ancestors were clearly not so easily fooled. Su Wu stepped forward, her voice as cold and clear as striking jade. Senior Chu, your imperial might is vast, and we hold it in awe. However, words alone are not enough. We may allow our sect's holy maiden Lu Rian to spend a night with. She deliberately used the ambiguous term, spend time. If, as you claim, it aids cultivation and manifests divine wonders, then we can discuss the rest later. Otherwise, her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, her meaning clear, even if unspoken, even at the risk of angering an emperor, the Dao Sect would not engage in a losing venture. Chu Shanha laughed inwardly, but feigned a hint of displeasure at being doubted. After a moment of pretended deliberation, he reluctantly nodded. Very well, I shall agree. Chu Ye, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately stepped forward, striving to make his smile appear sincere and trustworthy rather than like a wolf eyeing its prey. Your descendant is here. Take the holy maiden Lu to your chambers to discuss the Tao and communicate well. Chu Shanha emphasized the words discuss the Tao and communicate with deep meaning. Lu Rian stepped forward gracefully, offering a respectful bow to her three ancestors and the sect master, then a slight curtsy to Chu Shanha and Chu Tianxing before following Chu Ye toward the bedchamber. Her figure swayed as she walked, the aura of her pure physique seamlessly blending with the Dao Sect's innate allure, each step seemingly treading on the hearts of onlookers. Chu Ye led her into the inner hall, closed the door, and let out a long sigh. He turned to face the holy maiden, whose score was as high as 95 and who was hailed as a 19th century prodigy of the Dao Sect. Up close, she was even more breathtaking. Her skin was like snow, her brows and eyes like a painting, and her eyes seemed to hold spring water, yet were crystal clear. A perfect fusion of purity and allure. Holy maiden, Chu Ye began. Lu Rian gently raised her hand to interrupt him, her voice soft and seductive yet tinged with a worldly detachment. Your Highness need not say more. I understand well enough that I am merely a somewhat valuable pawn of the sect. The Dao Sect never engages in a losing venture. Without a great opportunity, my ultimate fate is to be a gift to some faction or powerful figure in need of an alliance. She raised her eyes, meeting Chu Ye's gaze, her eyes full of allure. Who I marry makes no real difference. Your Highness is of noble birth, handsome, and backed by an emperor. If the benefits of dual cultivation you speak of are true, then for me, this would be the best choice. She paused, a bewitching yet captivating smile curling at the corners of her lips. Only I pray your Highness will not break the promise made today. Chu Ye's heart warmed, and he said solemnly, Miss Lu, rest assured. I Chu Ye swear to the heavens that if you follow me, I will ensure you want for nothing, choose any cultivation technique, and never let you suffer as long as I have a bite to eat. In the future we shall achieve supreme cultivation, attain immortality, and accomplish it together. Lu Rian covered her mouth with a light laugh. Your Highness is indeed straightforward. Despite her words, the distant wariness in her eyes had noticeably diminished. What followed was the system-assisted professional dual cultivation session. When the first rays of dawn dispelled the night, Chu Ye opened his eyes refreshed and invigorated. The system prompt sounded promptly in his mind. Congratulations, host. Successfully united with target Lu Rian, whose score is 90. Reward issued, host cultivation level elevated to spiritual C middle stage. Reward issued breakthrough. Reward issued immortal grade dual cultivation technique Yin Yang Harmony Treasure Mirror 1. Hint: rewards will be greatly enhanced after successful fusion with the Holy Maiden. Chu Ye's heart surged with ecstasy. He promptly retrieved the newly acquired realm-breaking pill and handed it to Lu Rian, who lay beside him, her jade-like body sprawled, skin glistening with a faint sheen of sweat, her aura markedly stronger. Rian, take this pill quickly. Lu Rian, still stunned by the unprecedented abundance of spiritual energy within her and the subtle evolution of her pure physique, swallowed the pill without hesitation upon hearing his words. Boom! A surge of spiritual energy, even more pronounced than the previous night, erupted from her body. The bottleneck at the early myriad manifestation stage shattered instantly, propelling her directly into the mid-Taishu stage, with her foundation stable and her spiritual energy still climbing. She opened her eyes, which brimmed with an incredulous ecstasy and awe. In a single night, her cultivation had broken through 2 major realms, and her physique had also been refined. This effect was 100 times more potent than any secret dual cultivation method in the sect. What Chu Ye had said was true. The two dressed neatly and pushed open the palace doors. In the small garden outside, Chu Shanha, Chu Tianxing, and the 3 ancestral elders of the Dao Sect, along with its sect master, stood motionless, evidently all closely monitoring the events within the hall. When they saw Chu Ye and Lu Rian walking out shoulder to shoulder, everyone's gaze sharpened. Chu Ye's aura was even more condensed, having clearly reached the middling high stage. And Lu Rian, who had been at the early myriad manifestation stage just yesterday, now radiated surging spiritual energy unmistakably at the mid-Taishu stage. Moreover, her aura flowed with greater smoothness than before her breakthrough. The perfect compatibility of her pure Yin physique had surged, dramatically replaced by a renewed brightness and gentleness. The effect was immediate and dazzling. Huanxin ancestor was the first to restrain herself no longer. She flashed to Lu Rian's side, placed her jade-like fingers on her pulse, and examined her carefully. After a moment, her delicate face was etched with shock. She looked at Su Wu and Mei Yue, nodding repeatedly. Su Wu took a deep breath, turned to Chu Shanhe, and for the first time a trace of undisguised emotion appeared on her cold, beautiful face, culminating in a soft sigh. Senior, what you said was not false. Mei Yue whispered, this opportunity. It seems we are the ones who gained. The Dao Sect members exchanged glances, looking at Lu Rian, then at Chu Ye. Their thoughts varied. Could this seventh prince truly possess such heaven-defying abilities? Chu Shanhe stood with his hands behind his back, an air of complete confidence. Chu Tianxing was even beaming, as if he could already see the Dao Sect completely aligning with Great Chu and Chu Ye's path to success unfolding. Chu Ye took Lu Rian's hand, walked before the crowd, bowed to Chu Shanhe, and then looked at the Dao Sect members, smiling. Honored seniors, do you now believe what this junior said? The three ancestral elders of the Dao Sect exchanged glances. Su Wu stepped forward, bowed to Chu Shanhe, and said, Senior, we failed to recognize your worth. Please forgive us. The Dao Sect is willing to form an alliance with Great Chu. The Saintess Lu Rian shall be formally betrothed to the seventh prince as his consort. The three ancestral elders of the Dao Sect, along with the sect master, suppressing their anger and a hint of curiosity, personally examined Chu Ye. This so-called examination was nothing more than using various secret methods to probe his physique and bone structure, subtly triggering a reaction from his fortune. The results left them astounded. Though his cultivation was still shallow, his foundation was more solid, and his spiritual energy purer than anything they had ever seen. Within him faintly resonated the sound of a dragon's roar and the Dao. Moreover, there was an indescribable strange fortune that caused even their long-dormant quasi-emperor bottlenecks to faintly stir. That heavenly fate marriage physique seemed to have some truth to it. After the examination, the three ancestors maintained a cold exterior, but their eyes grew lively, exchanging glances that concealed their schemes. Emperor Chu Shanhe, who had been calmly sipping tea all along, didn't even lift his eyelids as he slowly spoke, finished examining. How does it feel? Su Wu, as the eldest, said with restraint. He indeed has extraordinary qualities. Senior, the opportunity you mentioned earlier. Stop right there. Chu Shanhe set down his teacup, his voice calm, yet brooking no dissent. That was then, this is now. I was giving, but now. He swept his gaze over the three, his eyes like an ancient deep well. Not just anyone is qualified to climb into my boy's bed and become his woman, let alone covet his fortune and scheme for the pill that might help one become an emperor. The three ancestors' expressions shifted slightly. Chu Shanhe flicked his finger, and a beam of golden light transformed into a scroll hovering in the air. The text on it was written in a bold flying script. The core message was simple: willingly sign a blood contract to become Chu Ye's personal maidservant for a minimum of 100 years. Duties included serving tea, warming the bed, folding blankets, and ensuring his safety. In short, do a maidservant's work and obey the master's commands. At the end, it thoughtfully noted, currently only accepting one contract, first come first, served, no extensions. Sign it, and you'll be one of us. Naturally, you'll have a share in the fortune. Chu Shan's tone was as gentle as if he were recommending a fine tea. You? Huanxin was so angry her chest heaved, her pretty face flushed red. Chu Shanhe, you go too far. This isn't a contract, it's an indenture. It's an insult. Mei Yue bit her lip, tears in her eyes. We are also ancestral elders of a sect. How can we be slaves and maids for 100 years? Su Wu's face was ashen, a chill aura radiating from her. Does being an emperor give you the right to humiliate others like this? We will never sign this contract. The sect master stood by, furious yet afraid to speak, his expression extremely grim. Oh, won't sign. Chu Shanhe nodded, waved his hand nonchalantly. Then please leave. The door is over there. No need to see you out. The three ancestors glared fiercely at Chu Shanhe, and the seemingly bewildered Chu Ye exchanged a complex, unreadable glance, and finally snorted coldly, sweeping out of the hall, their figures vanishing in an instant. The hall fell silent. Chu Ye scratched his head, looking at the empty hall, somewhat dazed. Ancestor. Did they really leave? Did we set the terms too harshly? Chu Tianxing laughed heartily, patting his son on the shoulder. Foolish boy, ancestor used a masterstroke of killing 2 eagles with 1 arrow. Don't you see? Killing 2 eagles with 1 arrow. Chu Ye blinked. Exactly. Chu Tianxing explained patiently. Do you think that 100-year personal maidservant contract was truly an insult? For old monsters like them, stuck at the threshold of quasi-emperor, with their lifespans dwindling as long as they can break through to the emperor realm, let alone 100 years, even signing a 1,000-year indenture would have people fighting over it. Becoming an emperor, is that something one can casually promise? Ancestor proved the possibility with the pill and your physique, and now he set a threshold with the single slot, and this humiliating contract to force them to lower their faces and compete among themselves. Chu Shanhe also smiled slightly, picking up his freshly brewed tea. Half of their anger just now was genuine indignation, the other half was just an act put on for each other's sake to maintain that shred of pitiful self-respect in their alliance. Just wait. Within 12 hours one of them will surely sneak back. And to snatch this only slot the behind-the-scenes scheming, maneuvering, and compromises are only just beginning. Chu Ye suddenly understood, looking at his ancestor and father's calm expressions that said everything is under control and let's sit back and watch the show. Chu Ye couldn't help but chuckle. So, I don't have to do anything but lie in bed and wait for them to fight over becoming my maidservant. What else? Chu Tianxing said matter-of-factly. You're our family's core resource. Maintaining your mystery and allure is your biggest task. Leave the dirty work and the scheming to your ancestor and me. Chu Ye couldn't suppress his laughter. This feeling. How was it that they were even more eager than he was? Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved the silver-glowing Lan Yu sword from his system space and presented it with both hands to Chu Shanha. Ancestor, this imperial weapon cannot unleash its full power in my hands. Perhaps you should keep it for now. At critical moments it can also intimidate the opposition. Chu Shanha glanced at the Lan Yu sword, a hint of approval flickering in his eyes. Without refusing he reached out and took it. As the imperial weapon settled in his hand it emitted a joyful hum, as if more attuned to the grasp of a great emperor. This sword shares a destiny with me. I shall keep it safe for now. Chu Shanha weighed the sword in his hand, then looked at Chu Ye, a different nuance creeping into his smile. As for those 3 quasi-maid servants, once they sign the contract and arrive, don't be too courteous with them. Put them to work, temper them well. This old ancestor dearly loves to see those proud old souls learn to bow their head, especially when they serve the young phoenix of my Chu family. Chu Ye's mouth twitched. Suddenly he felt a pang of sympathy for those 3 supreme ancestor-level maidservants who hadn't even arrived yet. Well, it seemed had not only gained several powerful fighters and bedwarmers, but also a few sources of amusement for the ant. This blessing of many children and much happiness was becoming increasingly unique. He obediently nodded. Grandson understands. I will certainly temper them well. Outside the hall the night grew deep. Under the moonless and windy sky, just as Chu Ye was about to retire for the night, a soft knock came at his door. Standing outside was Hua Rong, the current sect master of the Dao Xuan Sect. Clad in a thin gauze that outlined her graceful figure, her face was stunningly beautiful, and her eyes carried a mix of 3 parts allure and 7 parts trepidation. She had been stuck at the quasi-saint realm for decades. Seeing the 3 supreme ancestors all restless for the opportunity to become an emperor, she gritted her teeth, thinking that the one closest to the water's edge gets the moonlight first. Perhaps she should offer herself as a bed partner. Taking a deep breath, Hua Rong adjusted her expression into the most perfect smile, her jade-like hand gently pushing open the door. Then she was dumbfounded. Instead of the anticipated scene of Chu Ye alone in his bedchamber, what lay before her was clearly a grand imperial harem drama. I know it was a recruitment fair for ancestral positions. The hall was brightly lit. The 3 supreme ancestors who should have been immortal and dignified were now gathered before Chu Ye's soft couch, their postures most unancestor-like. Su Wu, the cold and aloof ice queen, sat with her back straight, trying to move Chu Ye with her pure and proud aura. This one is cultivated for a millennium, with a firm Dao heart and peerless swordsmanship. I can protect you for a century, cleansing all petty villains. It was just that her face was a little uncontrollably flushed. Huan Xian's seductive and enchanting was much more direct. Her eyes were practically dripping with allure, her voice sweet and sticky. Young master, your servant knows best how to serve, offering tea and water, massaging shoulders and back. I guarantee you'll be comfortable. And besides, she deliberately thrust out her proud chest, your servant's exquisite jade bones are the softest and warmest. Mei Yu's seemingly pure and seductive appeared timid, but spoke startlingly, her voice soft yet clear. Your maidservant has a special constitution, the mysterious Yin maiden body. Not only is my primordial Yin pure, but I can also help you harmonize your yang energy and advance your cultivation. Moreover, your maidservant has cultivated the Dao Xuan Sect's secret 100 charms art since childhood to perfection and knows best how to bring you supreme pleasure. Having said that, she shyly lowered her head, the tips of her ears bright red. Chu Ye, reclining on the couch with a spirit fruit in his hand, watched in stunned amazement, muttering unconsciously, oh, good, all good. Hua Rong, the sect master, was frozen at the doorway, unable to advance or retreat, her mind buzzing. Who am I? Where am I? Are these 3 really my ancestors? Isn't this scene of vying for favor a bit off? Seeing the 3 ancestors still desperately promoting themselves, from loyalty to physical advantages to technical specialties, Chu Ye chose his moment to add slowly, oh, I forgot to mention that batch of breakthrough pills was hard to refine and the medicinal power is extremely pure. The next batch will probably take quite a while. These words were like cold water thrown into hot oil. The 3 ancestors instantly shed what little reserve they had left, their demeanor growing even more urgent. The dignity they had barely maintained began to deteriorate. Su Wu snorted coldly, glancing at Huan Xian. Some people only know vulgar tricks. Do they not know the great path requires a steadfast heart as its foundation? The young master needs someone steady by his side. Huan Xian immediately retorted, oh sister, is steady all right, like a millennium-old iceberg? With that stern face you're bound to bore the young master. What the young master needs is someone perceptive and amusing who can bring him joy. Mei Yu interjected weakly, but her words struck home. Elder sisters, please don't argue. Your maidservant merely thinks the young master is kind and treats us with sincerity. Your maidservant has no other merits, only a true heart in this. Know this special body. A true heart. Su Wu sneered. I fear its false affection. Huan Xian pouted. Seeing the three ancestors escalate from verbal sparring to nearly tearing each other apart, exchanging sharp words, neither willing to yield. They even dredged up old grudges. You stole my opportunity 500 years ago, and you damaged my Dao heart 300 years ago. Their former transcendent image shattered into pieces. Chu Ye, munching on his spirit fruit, watched with great relish his inner monologue. Fight. Fight. Stop, you can't kill anyone like this. No, wait a minute, gentlemen. Hua Rong, the sect master, had turned to stone outside the door, her entire worldview crumbling. Just then Mei Yu suddenly shed her timidity, looking at Chu Ye, her voice trembling with a hint of desperate resolve. Young master. Your maidservant has one more thing to confess. Instantly Su Wu and Huan Xian stopped their quarrel, eyeing her warily. Mei Yu's face grew even redder, her voice soft as a mosquito's hum, yet it was clear to everyone your maidservant's constitution. At the midnight hour each day, my yin and yang. They naturally reshape themselves as if reborn. It is the rarely seen solar wheeling body. She paused, gathering her courage. Your maidservant's dual cultivation method is perfected. I can surely bring you a new experience every day, each day a sublime encounter. The spirit fruit in Chu Ye's hand fell with a plop. Daily. Refresh. This constitution was too heaven-defying. Absurd. Su Wu and Huan Xin's faces instantly turned pale. How could they compete with that? This was a complete dimensional strike. Yesterday they still thought they each had their advantages, but now they were crushed by Mei Yu's trump card, utterly defenseless. Mei Yu pressed her advantage, her voice growing softer with a pitiful charm. Young master, your maidservant will serve you well, making you comfortable every day, a bridegroom every night. Enjoy. On your path of cultivation, I wish to be your most intimate cauldron. Know your companion. In the end, under the double buff of solar wheel in body and uninterrupted dual cultivation, Chu Ye made his choice with difficulty, though inwardly he was overjoyed. He cleared his throat lightly and pointed at Mei Yu. Then, Mei Yu it is. Mei Yu's face instantly bloomed with radiant joy, ecstatic beyond measure. Su Wu, furious, flicked her sleeve and turned to leave, throwing back a "You are beyond redemption." Huan Xian stamped her foot, shot a fierce glare at Mei Yu, and also stormed off, muttering that little vixen got lucky. The hall was left with only Chu Ye, the shyly beaming Mei Yu, and the still petrified Hua Rong at the doorway. Chu Ye looked at the ancestor before him, who appeared pure but harbored a deadly secret, then at Hua Rong at the door. He rubbed his nose and coughed dryly. Mei Yu, let the sect master leave first. After all, she is also from the Dao Xuan Sect. We can't just leave her standing outside. Mei Yu pursed her lips and a smile obediently replied yes, and turned to open the door. Hua Rong was led away like a walking corpse. Looking at the intimate pair before her, she felt as if her decades of cultivation had all been for nothing. She regretted it. She regretted hesitating. She regretted coming a step too late. This opportunity had been snatched right from under her nose by her own ancestor. Ancestor Chu Shanhe seemed to have anticipated everything. He didn't even show his face, merely sending a voice transmission for Chu Ye to handle it himself. Within the side hall, candlelight flickered. Chu Ye gazed at this supremely rated, peerlessly beautiful supreme ancestor who had volunteered to be his maidservant for a century. His feelings were complex, but the excitement of the impending system reward surged stronger. Have you made up your mind? Chu Ye forced a stern expression, adopting the air of a master. Mei Yu took a deep breath, avoiding Chu Ye's gaze, and pressed a drop of her pink glowing vital essence blood onto the end of the contract scroll. A flash of bloodlight. The contract was sealed. An invisible bond connected them. Chu Ye could clearly sense that with a single thought he could determine Mei Yu's life or death. Such was the tyranny of the blood pact. Mei Yu's body swayed slightly. A century of freedom and dignity had been traded away. She looked up at Chu Ye, her eyes a tangled storm of emotions, but finally lowered her gaze and whispered, Master. The word master sent a shiver of delight through Chu Ye. He cleared his throat. Since you're one of us now, you won't be short of benefits. Then Chu Ye produced a scroll of neither metal nor jade, radiating a profound Dao rhythm. The yin-yang harmony treasure mirror, immortal great. The mere appearance of this technique made even Chu Shan, he covertly observing from outside the hall, raise an eyebrow. This technique. We shall cultivate it together. Chu Ye spoke with feigned seriousness, though the tips of his ears burned. As the supreme ancestor of the Joyous Union sect, what dual cultivation methods hadn't Mei Yu seen? But an immortal grade technique. Her breath quickened. The look she gave Chu Ye held less humiliation and more genuine curiosity and anticipation. The night stretched long, crimson candles burned high. That night Chu Ye truly learned what a professional was. As the Joyous Union sect's supreme ancestor, Mei Yu's skill, rhythm, and grasp of yin-yang energy far surpassed any naive Saintess. She executed the mysteries of the yin-yang harmony treasure mirror to perfection. Chu Ye felt like a small boat bobbing on an ocean of ultimate bliss, enjoying imperial top-tier service. Mei Yu's once clear voice never ceased, all night rising and falling in a soul-stirring melody. Her body seemed tireless, always maintaining dominance, guiding the fusion and sublimation of yin and yang energy. That night, Chu Ye barely moved, yet was exhausted and ecstatic. Congratulations to the host for successfully uniting with a target. Mei Yu rated 95. Reward for first union host cultivation elevated to spiritual C peak. Reward issued Immortal Grade Spatial Treasure Mountain River Map 1. Realm Breaking Pill 2. Ninefold Sublimation Pill 1. This pill can elevate one's physique by 1 level. Additional note, due to the target's special physique and the use of an Immortal Grade technique, reward quality has been enhanced. Additional note, system's long-range scanning function awakened, capable of scanning information on heavenly proud daughters. A torrent of majestic spiritual energy instantly filled his limbs and bones. Chu Ye felt his perception of heaven and earth sharpened tenfold. Even more thrilling was the spatial information emerging in his mind. The foundational control of the mountain river map, which contained a small world of mountains, rivers, and abundant spiritual energy. The most incredible part was that living beings, including humans, could enter and exit freely. It was like a portable top-tier paradise. This was an utterly game-breaking logistical base and strategic asset. Meanwhile, Mei Yu also encountered her fortune. Chu Ye flipped his wrist and produced a heaven-earth realm-breaking pill wreathed in chaotic energy and handed it to her. Mei Yu took the pill, sensing its immense medicinal power, and a fervent light finally blazed in her eyes. The mysterious circulation of the Immortal Grade technique, the infusion of Chu Ye's pure yang energy, reforged by the system and brimming with boundless fortune, combined with the explosive power of the heaven-earth realm-breaking pill within her. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the hall, shaking the entire imperial palace. But this time Chu Shan, he prepared in advance, used his immense power to seal it off, allowing only the palace's core area to feel the heart-stopping tremor. Within the bedchamber, Mei Yu's body burst forth with 1,000 layers of rainbow light swirling like solidified clouds. The bottleneck that had trapped her at the emperor level shattered, the shackles that had bound her for countless ages breaking into pieces. After a long moment, the light receded. Mei Yu slowly opened her eyes. A divine light swirled within them, and a natural pressure emanated, yet it was tinged with a dazed, watery quality from the extreme peak she had just traversed. Feeling the boundless law-wielding new power within her, she stared at her own hands in disbelief. She, Mei Yu, had achieved the great emperor realm. After the ecstasy, she looked at Chu Ye, whose face still held a hint of satisfied smile, and her feelings became overwhelmingly complex. She never imagined that this seemingly frivolous young boy could, in a single night, not only break her 1,000-year shackles, but also through dual cultivation and a single pill propel her into the great emperor realm. A dream for countless cultivators. A century as a maidservant. It seemed not so hard to accept anymore. In fact, gazing at Chu Ye's handsome profile, a crack formed in the fortress of Mei Yu's heart. A sliver named infatuation. Master, she called softly, her voice now laced with genuine tenderness and submission. She actively leaned into him, her jade fingers gently massaging his shoulders. You must be tired. Let your servant attend to your rest. Chu Ye opened his eyes, looking at this newly ascended great emperor, the Joyous Union Sect's supreme ancestor, now acting as his maidservant, feeling the power within him and the wondrous mountain river map in his mind. He nearly laughed aloud. This wave was a huge win. He patted Mei Yu's cheek. The texture was exquisite. The atmosphere between them after the storm had passed, and beneath the lamplight, grew more intimate. All right. Chu Ye lay back, letting Mei Yu carefully tuck the silk quilt around him, inwardly calculating how incredibly worthwhile this maidservant contract was. Next time he should lure Su Wu and Huan Xian over as well. Once all 3 ancestors of the Joyous Union Sect were his people, the sect would be his for the taking. Outside the hall, Chu Shan, he stroked his beard, a gratified smile on his face. The younger generation has done well. This game is becoming more and more dynamic. Chu Tianxing rubbed his hands together, eyes wide with awe. That's my boy, even managing to bag the Joyous Union Sect's ancestor. He just hoped Chu Ye would keep it up, binding the sect completely to great Chu's war chariot, and maybe next time take Su Wu and Huan Xian too. Let's go. Chu Shan, he patted Chu Tianxing's shoulder. Just wait. Soon this entire realm will belong to the Chu family. As expected, the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Su Wu and Huan Xian stormed into the palace in a huff. Through the chamber door they heard Mei Yu's gentle voice. Master, eat slowly, be careful, it's hot. Peeking through the crack in the door, they saw the once icy Mei Yu carefully feeding Chu Ye bird's nest porridge, her head bowed and eyes demure. Where was the slightest trace of the supreme ancestor's former dignity? Su Wu and Huan Xian, both ancestors themselves, had already sensed the faint yet soul-shaking pressure of a newly ascended great emperor emanating from the depths of the palace, and it came from Mei Yu. Now catching a glimpse of Mei Yu, graceful and gentle by Chu Ye's side, her aura utterly transformed and faintly radiating imperial might. The two women's hearts churned like a stormy sea. Envy, jealousy, bitterness, and a gnawing urgency. All pretense of pride and faith shattered before the tangible temptation of becoming an emperor. They watched Chu Ye lounging lazily on the soft couch, enjoying the services of his freshly minted great emperor-grade personal maidservant Mei Yue, who was using her jade-like hands, now imbued with the Dao rhythm of the emperor realm, to gently massage his head. Occasionally she would feed him a peeled spirit fruit. The scene was so decadent, it was almost criminal. Cough. Su Wu let out a soft cough, striving to maintain her last vestiges of aloof poise. Huan Xian, on the other hand, squeezed out a charming smile, her voice dripping with honey. Your Highness, you look in excellent spirits today. Chu Ye was relishing the meticulous service of Mei Yue, his mood buoyant as he slipped into a subtle state of sage mode, emboldened by the moment. He lifted his eyes lazily, casting a glance at the two former high and mighty elders, now standing awkwardly at the door, a smirk of mockery curling at the corner of his lips. He beckoned them. Elders, why stand at the door? Come in and sit. Su Wu and Huan Xian stepped inside, yet their gazes involuntarily strayed toward Mei Yu. Sensing the authentic aura of a great emperor emanating from her, a sour jealousy bubbled up in their hearts. Huan Xian swayed her hips, leaning closer, her voice even softer. Your Highness, look, sister, Mei Yu has already taken a step further. We sisters are truly happy for you, but we wonder when you might bestow your favor upon us as well. Even she felt her own cheeks flush at these words. Hearing this, Chu Ye's smile broadened, taking on the air of a... He reached out his fingertips, inadvertently brushing against Huan Xin's smooth hand, then lightly lifting a loose strand of Su Wu's hair, a flirtatious gesture taking full advantage. Bestow favor. Chu Ye drew out his words, savoring the subtle tension as the two elders stiffened, yet dared not flinch. That depends on how you two elders perform. He deliberately stressed the word perform, his gaze sweeping over them with ambiguous intent. I am one who cherishes old ties and values sincerity above all. Su Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to slap away his wandering hand. Huan Xin's smile also stiffened. Inwardly she cursed Chu Ye 1,000 times, yet on the surface she maintained a pretense of coyness. Just then a messenger announced from outside the door. Your Highness, His Majesty and Ancestor Shanhe request your presence at the Qinyuan Hall for a council. Only then did Chu Ye reluctantly withdraw his hand. Rising with Mei Yu's assistance, he waved dismissively at the two elders who watched him with eager eyes. The ancestors summon me. Ooh, I must go. You two, think carefully about how to perform. With that, he strode away, accompanied by Mei Yu, who radiated an aura of I have backing now. Left behind, Su Wu and Huan Xian stamped their feet in frustration, yet could do nothing but continue pondering the limits of this performance. At the Qinyuan Hall, upon arrival, Chu Ye sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. The sect master of the Dao Xuan Sect was also present, engaged in animated conversation with his father Chu Tianxing. Before them lay a map of the eastern wasteland with fingers pointing here, and they're seemingly discussing consolidating forces, resource allocation, and joint development. Seeing Chu Ye enter, the sect master quickly rose and bowed respectfully, his attitude a stark contrast to days prior. After exchanging pleasantries, the sect master tactfully took his leave. The hall now held only the 3 generations of the Chu family. Ye come sit, Chu Tianxing said with a genial smile. The Dao Xuan Sect is now in a sense one of our own. Their resources and manpower will henceforth fully support Great Chu. Ancestor Chu Shanhe then fixed his gaze on Chu Ye. I hear you've obtained something new and valuable from the system. Chu Ye did not deny it. Nodding, he first produced a pill the size of a dragon's eye, its surface shimmering with iridescent light, with medicinal fragrance coalescing into a tangible, circling miniature phoenix. This is the 9-fold sublimation pill. According to the system, it can defy fate, elevating the fundamental constitution of a living being. A mortal physique can become a spirit physique a divine physique, a saint physique, and a saint physique might even touch the threshold of an immortal physique. Such an effect could only be described as seizing the very essence of creation. A fierce light blazed in the eyes of both Chu Tianxing and Chu Shanhe, enhancing one's innate talent. This was far more precious than simply boosting cultivation. It signified a complete elevation of potential. Next, Chu Ye unfurled an ancient scroll. The scroll was made of neither silk nor leather, its material strange. Upon it were depicted 100 phoenixes, each in a different pose, so lifelike, they seemed ready to burst forth from the parchment. Some soaring through the 9 heavens, others perching on wudong trees, each radiating innate spiritual charm. This is the 100 Phoenix chart, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. I have yet to fully comprehend its mysteries, but the system hints that under my control, anyone may enter it, effectively making it an additional world, Chu Ye explained. Chu Shan's gaze was fixed intently on the 100 Phoenix chart, especially the word world. A bolt of inspiration struck his mind like lightning. Lately, Great Chu had witnessed a succession of breakthroughs. He himself, Mei Yu, their imperial aura spilling out like it was free. The neighboring Great Qin Empire had long grown restless. Border scouts had become increasingly active, with all sorts of probing maneuvers never ceasing. That Great Qin Empress Qin Nishang had repeatedly expressed concern in public, her words laced with hidden inquiries. Qin Nishang. That woman was a true great emperor who had fought her way up through sheer ability in this flawed age. She was nothing like Mei Yu, who had been catalyzed by pills and fortune. Her strength was unfathomable. She bore the fate of the Violet Star Emperor, protected by a true dragon. She was the absolute anchor of Great Qin and one of the most formidable beings in the eastern wasteland and the entire continent. A bold, seemingly impossible idea began to sprout wildly in Chu Shan's heart, like weeds in spring. He slowly raised his head, his gaze burning as it fixed on Chu Ye, the look of a starving wolf eyeing a rare delicacy or a cunning fox seeing a lever to move the world. He spoke slowly, his voice low but earth-shattering, regarding that Great Qin Empress Qin Nishang. Do you have any thoughts, Chu Ye? Chu Tianxing. The teacup in Chu Ye's hand nearly slipped. Ancestor, isn't your mental leap a bit too advanced? Yesterday you were scheming to make the 3 Dao Xuan Sect elders into maidservants. Today, you're targeting the neighboring empress. And a true fearsome great emperor at that. Chu Tianxing also drew in a sharp breath, but then a light of the same mix of shock excitement and a why not madness ignited in his eyes as well. Gazing at the almost blazing eyes of his ancestor and father, Chu Ye swallowed hard. Well, it seemed that on this journey of many children, many blessings, the next small goal had been set sky high by the elders. Marrying a real female emperor. Wasn't this soft rice? This alliance, set to a difficulty level straight out of hell. Marry the empress. This was not merely a lofty goal, it was practically an attempt to overturn the existing order of the continent. The Great Qin Empire in terms of national strength was in no way inferior to Great Chu and even surpassed it in certain aspects. Its contemporary Empress Qingxue was a legendary figure. Ascending the throne as a woman, her cultivation was unfathomably profound, her methods were resolute, and she had forged the empire into an impregnable bastion. She was universally recognized as one of the supreme powerhouses and rulers across the eastern wilderness and the entire continent. Marry her. The difficulty of this endeavor was at least an order of magnitude greater than inviting Qingxue from the Dao Xuan Sect or negotiating to marry the ancestor of the Dao Xuan Sect. This involved the politics, military, and national fortunes of two top-tier imperial dynasties. It was far from a simple matter of proposing marriage. Chu Tianxing opened his mouth, his first instinct to say, "Ancestor, isn't this a bit too ambitious?" But the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back down. For he saw in the ancestor's eyes not a hint of jest, but a profound seriousness, and a familiar gleam of certainty, the hallmark of a system owner. Chu Ye recalled a chance encounter where he had glimpsed that empress from afar. Her bearing and grace were indeed unmatched in the world. Target acquired. Initiating remote scan. Target Qingxue. Identity Empress of the Great Qin Empire. Cultivation Great Emperor. Talent Ziwei Emperor Star. Destiny Unawakened. Protected by True Dragon Qi. Overall rating 99. Supreme Zenith. 99 points. Supreme Zenith. Chu Tianxing exclaimed in shock, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. May used 96 points had already yielded the sublimation pill and the 100 Phoenix chart. What kind of extravagant reward would 99 points bring? He felt his heart skip a beat. When he relayed the system's results to the two elders, the pupils of ancestor Chu Shanha constricted slightly. Even he found the 99-point evaluation somewhat staggering. The Ziwei Emperor Star Destiny Protection by True Dragon Qi and a Quasi Emperor's Cultivation. This woman's fortune, talent, and power were the epitome of human potential. If he could unite with her and sire offspring, the bloodline potential of that child would be utterly unimaginable. The corresponding system rewards would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. Chu Ye pressed his advantage, his voice laced with temptation. The system didn't preview the rewards directly, but it hinted that uniting with a target of this rating and successfully conceiving offspring would grant rewards beyond the limits of current knowledge, possibly involving the true mysteries of the Emperor Realm, supreme immortal arts, and even heaven-defying items that could affect the national fortune and dragon vein, elevating the entire dynasty's status. Sigh. This time, even ancestor Chu Shanha couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Influence the national fortune and dragon vein, elevate the dynasty's status. For a newly ascended great emperor eager to lead his clan and dynasty to greater heights, this temptation was absolutely lethal. This was no longer merely a reward for personal cultivation, it was a monumental opportunity concerning the 10th sandier foundation of the entire Great Chu. The atmosphere within the underground palace suddenly became both immensely solemn and intensely fervent. Chu Tianxing's expression had shifted from shock to extreme gravity and excitement. He paced back and forth, muttering to himself, the Great Qin Empress. 99 points. National fortune rewards. This has to be secured. It must be. But he quickly calmed down, his brows furrowing. But the difficulty is immense. Qingxue is no ordinary woman. She is the sovereign of a nation proud and aloof. Her cultivation stands at the pinnacle of the continent, and the Great Qin's national strength is formidable. She will not easily agree to a marriage alliance, let alone marry into another state. Forcibly seizing her, that would trigger a full-scale war between two empires with disastrous consequences. War? Ancestor Chu Shanha, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. His voice was calm, yet carried an indifferent detachment that looked down upon the world and the faint pressure of a newly ascended great emperor who needed to stretch his muscles, if necessary. What of war? Chu Tianxing and Chu Ye both looked at the ancestor. Chu Shanha stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze seeming to pierce through the underground palace, looking towards the distant west. Our Great Chu now has me as its pillar. A reigning great emperor is the greatest source of confidence. Though Great Qin has its hidden reserves, the strongest on the surface are merely those few reclusive quasi-emperor old freaks. Qingxue herself may be powerful, but a single emperor realm is no match for many hands. He paused, a glint of shrewd calculation flashing in his eyes. Of course, direct conflict between both sides is the worst strategy, the loss is too great. Within the Qianyuan Hall, after ancestor Chu Shan's startling words, the atmosphere solidified for 3 seconds. Then this freshly minted great emperor ancestor, his eyes glinting with the strategic brilliance of a master planner, began to speak eloquently. Capture the king, to capture the rebels. That Qingxue is the anchor of Great Qin. Take her down and Great Qin will surely fall into chaos. Chu Shan had tapped his fingers on the table. Normally the qi sense between great emperors is like a searchlight in the dead of night. They detect each other within 100 li. But this 100 Phoenix chart. He looked fervently at the ancient scroll. Its abilities to transfer, carry, and conceal heavenly secrets are practically tailor-made for this. He pulled Chu Ye, who was still a bit dazed, and pointed at the soaring phoenixes on the 100 Phoenix chart. See, this chart contains its own small world and can perfectly conceal the qi within. As long as a few of us great emperors hide inside in advance, and you Ye take this chart and find an excuse to get close to that qi nishan. Chu Shanha made an opening gesture, a devilishly benevolent smile spreading across his face. Then when the chart is unfurled, well, whoosh out and jump her. Call it a righteous gang up. No matter how formidable that qi nishang is, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. No many hands. Chu Ye watched dumbfounded. Ancestor. This counts as a sneak attack, doesn't it? A cross-border kidnapping of a nation's sovereign. Isn't that a bit? A bit what? Chu Shanha waved his hand grandly, speaking with righteous conviction. This is a strategic raid, for the sake of the common people. I'll forget that it's for the rise of our clan, and to avenge your mother. He heavily patted Chu Ye on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Ye, the burden is heavy, and the road is long. The primary task now is to quickly elevate that Su Wu and Huan Xian as well. One more great emperor means one more chance of victory. You need to toil diligently. Chu Ye. He felt his kidneys already beginning to ache. At this moment, Chu Tianxing, who had been mostly silent, suddenly slammed the table. His eyes were bloodshot and his voice trembled with excitement. The ancestor is wise. Let's do it this way. He looked at Chu Ye, flames of suppressed anguish burning in his eyes. Year. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Your mother. 20 years ago, during a bloody battle with Great Qin over a border spirit mine, she fell to the hand of a Great Qin Quasi Emperor while saving your father. At that time, our Great Chu was weak, lacking a great emperor, and could only swallow our pride and sue for peace. This hatred, this vengeance your father has not forgotten for a single day. He stared at Chu Ye, enunciating each word. Before we had no chance, no power. Now with you are Chu family's great emperors. No emperor. We're practically producing them wholesale. If not now, when will we turn the tables and take revenge? Unifying the continent may still be a distant dream, but annexing Great Qin and demanding blood for blood is the right time. Chu Ye's heart shook. He hadn't known about this underlying reason. Seeing the profound pain and hatred in his father's eyes and the ancestor's fervent excitement for stirring up trouble, he knew this matter was settled. Father. Ancestor. Chu Ye nodded. I understand. Good that you understand. Chu Tianxing quickly regained his imperial composure. In 1 month, it will be Qin Nishang's birthday. I will immediately use the pretext of the Great Chu's recent establishment and the desire to foster friendly relations with neighboring states to discuss affairs of the world and send a diplomatic letter to Great Qin. You will go ahead as the envoy bearing birthday gifts, enter the Great Qin capital openly and legitimately, and seek an opportunity to approach her. Chu Shanha nodded. I shall take this time to refine the 9 revolutions sublime ascension pill, hoping to further elevate the potential of the eldest emperor body. They'll also take the chance to awaken the old comrades and devise a few formations suitable for group fights. I mean cooperative combat formations fit for multiple great emperors. He finally turned to Chu Ye, his eyes filled with anticipation. As for you, Ye, your task is the heaviest and most arduous. With Su Wu and Huanqin, you must step up your efforts. The sooner you achieve emperor status, the sooner we can make our move. Use resources freely, pills are plentiful, and you must also strive diligently, toiling night after night. Chu Ye watched the 2 elders instantly divide their tasks with high morale, then thought of his own impending training routine filled with dual harmony and aching back, and could only sigh to the heavens. This blessing was truly becoming heavier by the day. Fine. Chu Ye nodded in resignation, muttering under his breath, for the sake of avenging mother and the family's grand cause. They'll have to sacrifice my waist. Yet on his face he wore an expression of I am worthy of this great responsibility, making him look quite well behaved. Chu Tianxing and Chu Shanha exchanged glances, both revealing gratified smiles that said the child is teachable. A grand plan to ensnare the empress was thus initially settled within the Qianyuan Hall by the 3 generations of grandfather, father, and son. After discussing the emperor's plan with his grandfather and father, Chu Ye slipped back to his bedchamber, rubbing his hands together as he began studying the newly acquired treasure, the 100 Phoenix diagram. He probed the diagram with his divine sense. Aha, he entered. Inside lay a vast, boundless white expanse, feeling like an unfurnished raw world. Chu Ye thought, let there be light. It brightened, but my head also felt a bit dizzy. Let there be mountains. A small mound emerged in the distance, yet his vision darkened and his spiritual energy drained like water through an open sluice. He understood he was indeed the master here, able to change anything as he wished, but it consumed energy. The more drastic the change, the faster his energy bar depleted. He tried summoning his freshly appointed emperor-ranked maidservant Meiwei. Meiwei entered, curiously looking around, attempting to mobilize her cultivation at the emperor realm. But here she felt her power sink into endless cotton, somewhat suppressed. Yet Chu Ye felt as if he could do anything here. With a single thought, he could expel Meiwei. Good heavens, a mobile safe house, plus a customizable training ground. Chu Ye was delighted, and an idea formed in his mind. After figuring things out, he directly summoned the current sect master of the Dao Sect, Hua Rong, within the space of the 100 Phoenix diagram. Why her? Chu Ye reasoned boldly. To consolidate forces, one must first consolidate resources, right? He had his eye on the rare immortal herbs and spiritual medicines in the Huan Sect's treasury, thinking of creating a portable herb garden within the 100 Phoenix diagram. How convenient that would be. Sect Master Hua Rong answered the summons. She wore a formal, dignified sect master's robe, her black hair coiled high, her countenance cold and breathtakingly beautiful, her bearing noble and proper. The way she held her chin high with a clear, cool gaze only stirred the primal desire to conquer in certain individuals. Chu Ye looked at her and went straight to the point without preamble. Sect Master Hua, I require the resources from the Huan Sect's secret treasury, especially the rare, immortal herbs, to attempt cultivation. Hua Rong seemed to have anticipated this, or perhaps had fully accepted the situation. She nodded slightly, her voice calm and unruffled. The entire Huan Sect now awaits your commands, Your Highness. All resources are at your disposal at any time. With that, she presented a storage ring representing the sect master's authority, her posture respectful, yet still maintaining that cold allure. Chu Ye took the ring, his fingertip accidentally brushing against her cool palm. He looked up at the exquisite face, so close to his, still bearing the air of a sect master, and a mischievous impulse stirred within him. He reversed his hand, using his fingertip to lift Hua Rong's finely curved chin, his tone teasing. All resources. Does that include the sect master herself? Hua Rong's long lashes fluttered, her gaze momentarily unfocused. She did not flinch or blush, but merely lifted her eyes slightly to glance at the supreme elder Meiyue, who stood nearby, with eyes downcast, then looked back at Chu Ye. Her crimson lips parted, and her words came clearly and firmly. Yes, Your Highness. That includes me. Chu Ye's flame of conquest blazed up instantly at these words. The cold, beautiful sect master admitting she was part of the resources. This contrast was more thrilling than any temptation. He no longer restrained himself and scooped Hua Rong up in his arms. Hua Rong let out a soft cry, struggling symbolically before allowing him to carry her toward the only bed within the 100 Phoenix diagram that Chu Ye had manifested at great spiritual energy cost, yet which looked quite comfortable. That night, even the space within the 100 Phoenix diagram seemed tinged with a warm, amorous glow. To Chu Ye's great surprise, this outwardly cold and dignified sect master possessed a wealth of techniques and exceptional skill. The stark contrast between her icy exterior and the passion and mastery hidden beneath gave him an unprecedented sense of novelty and excitement. Especially when he deliberately called her sect master Hua. Amidst her ecstasy, her reactions of shyness and surrender filled him with an overwhelming sense of achievement. A night of stormy passion with petals falling in waves. When all calmed, Chu Ye, refreshed and invigorated, held the deeply sleeping Hua Rong, and the system's prompt chimed in his mind like celestial music. Ding. Detected successful union with target Hua Rong, rating 95. Reward issued, hosts cultivation comprehension enhanced. Realm-breaking pill X1. Bonus reward, immortal grade formation 991 ceiling spirit formation diagram, and a set of core formation flags. Note: requires vast rare materials and at least 3 emperor-level mainstays to deploy. Its power is earth-shattering. Target Hua Rong receives feedback. Cultivation bottleneck significantly loosened. Chu Ye looked at the rewards, especially the formidable-sounding immortal grade formation, and grinned from ear to ear. He remembered something and took the realm-breaking pill from the system space, gently placing it into the slightly open mouth of the woman beside him. The pill dissolved upon contact, and a surge of immense spiritual energy flooded Hua Rong's body, shattering the already loosened bottleneck. The torrential spiritual energy surged within her, her cultivation skyrocketing visibly before stabilizing at the 5th level of the Saint Realm. The space within the 100 Phoenix diagram trembled slightly from this newfound Saint Realm aura. Hua Rong slowly awoke, feeling the surging power within her. She looked at the smiling Chu Ye beside her, and a genuine blush finally bloomed on her cold, beautiful face. She whispered, "Thank you for the pill, Your Highness." Chu Ye, in high spirits, pinched her cheek. "No thanks needed. Just contribute more in the future, and you'll receive plenty of benefits." Hua Rong looked at him, the distance in her eyes finally fading, replaced by a hint of tenderness. "If Your Highness desires, Hua Rong will never refuse." Chu Ye smiled. Now this was a qualified resource. Chu Ye, still holding the newly unlocked Huan Sect master, surveyed the nascent herb garden taking shape within the 100 Phoenix diagram, pondering how to utilize the Huan Sect's resources to perfect it. Ancestor, this blood pact was truly worth it. When the two Huan Sect supreme elders Su Wu and Huan Xin watched helplessly as their undeserving junior, the current sect master, Hua Rong, shot up through the realms like a rocket after receiving a mere token of favor from Chu Ye. And what about them? They could barely even see Chu Ye, let alone receive any grace. How could they endure this? The two ancient matriarchs felt their hearts churning with envy and resentment, their eyes nearly turning green. Left with no other recourse, they gritted their teeth, swallowed their pride, and awkwardly sought advice from Meiyue, who had already successfully converted and now served as Chu Ye's personal imperial maid. Having served for over half a month, Meiyue had thoroughly grasped their master's inclinations. She elegantly brewed spirit tea and said slowly, "What are you two sisters so anxious about? Master has been busy tending herbs within the 100 Phoenix diagram lately. The time flow inside is dozens of times faster than outside." He said if only his spiritual energy were stronger, it could be even quicker. She deliberately paused, casting a glance at the two. As for how to earn Master's favor, Master has recently taken an interest in certain unique attire, Su Wu and Huan Xian exchanged puzzled looks. Unique attire. Mei Yu leaned and lowered her voice and whispered her instructions. That evening Chu Ye was soaking in a bath veiled in spiritual mist, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Suddenly the water splashed as two graceful figures draped in sheer translucent silk that revealed more than it concealed hurriedly and accidentally stumbled in. It was Su Wu and Huan Xian. Following Mei Yu's guidance, they were dressed in the most unique attire. The silk was barely there, teasingly covering only the essentials. Their faces were flushed with a panicked blush. Whether from shame or the heat, it was hard to tell. They looked like two little white rabbits who had wandered into the wrong place, though these little rabbits were rather advanced in age. Chu Ye was momentarily stunned, then a knowing smile curled at the corner of his lips. He had been keeping them at arm's length these past days to temper the pride of these two millennium-old matriarchs, and also to pave the way for this super-enhanced blood contract he had long prepared. Times had changed. Once these two advanced, they would become great emperors. Without a stringent restraint, wouldn't that be planting a ticking time bomb for himself? What brings the two matriarchs here? Chu Ye leaned against the pool's edge, leisurely observing them, his gaze unabashedly roaming over their unique scenery. Su Wu fought the urge to whirl around and leave her voice tight. Your Highness. We took a wrong turn. Even she didn't believe such a flimsy excuse. Huan Xian, true to her nature, cast seductive glances, though her body trembled slightly. We've disturbed your Highness' leisure. Perhaps we sisters might attend to your Highness' bath as an apology. With that, she tentatively stepped closer, extending a trembling hand. Chu Ye watched the two matriarchs' clumsy yet earnest attempts at service, laughing inwardly while maintaining his composure. Service is acceptable. However, there are things that must be said first. Mei Yu signed a century-long contract because she was the first to understand the situation. As for you two, he drew out his words, if you wish for equal fortune, your sincerity must be doubled. A 20,000-year blood contract. What do you think? 20,000 years. Both froze, gasping sharply. This was harsher than a lifetime indenture. Chu Ye added fuel to the fire unhurriedly. First come, first served. That's the rule. Otherwise it wouldn't be fair to Mei Yu. Besides, he deliberately released a wisp of his aura. Once you become great emperors, your lifespans will soar. 20,000 years is but a fraction. Weigh the value yourselves. Su Wu and Huan Xian exchanged glances, seeing the struggle and a flicker of temptation in each other's eyes. Indeed, once they became emperors, their lifespans would span tens of millennia. A fraction of 20,000 years in exchange for true great emperor status and boundless future possibilities. This bargain seemed not impossible to accept. The struggle lasted less than 3 incense sticks' time. Well signed. They spoke almost in unison. The radiance of the blood contract blazed beside the pool, more intricate and dazzling than Mei Yu's, deeply etching into the souls of the two matriarchs. From that moment on, for the next 20,000 years, their fates were inextricably linked with Chu Ye's. Chu Ye smiled in satisfaction, waving his hand grandly. Excellent. Then tonight, let's take a small advance on the benefits. With that, he whisked his two newly signed 20,000-year contract maids into the 100 Phoenix diagram. Within the diagram, a world unto itself, time flowed dozens of times faster than outside. That night, Chu Ye experienced what it meant to be venerable yet vigorous and profound in foundation. The two supreme matriarch-level maids indeed offered a unique flavor, utterly intoxicating. Here, 3,000 words of indescribable details are omitted. As the storm of passion subsided, the system's reward chime arrived as promised, exceptionally generous. Ding. Congratulations to the host for uniting with a target rated 96. Super critical hit reward awarded. Reward 1, Immortal Grade Battle Armor Dragon Phoenix Guardian 1. Grows with the host, boasts formidable defense, and comes with a spatial protective barrier. Reward 2, Immortal Grade Elixir 9-Leaf Spirit Converging Flower 1. Upon consumption, greatly stabilizes the divine, nourishes the soul, and provides immense aid in breaking through to the Emperor realm. Reward 3, Unlocking all inheritance secret texts of the Union Harmony Sect. Containing over 10,000 dual cultivation techniques, alchemy, and artifact refinement methods automatically stored in the system space. Reward 4, Realm Breaking Pill 5. Sublimation Pill 5. Emperor Puppet Pill 1. This pill, once consumed, renders one within the Emperor realm like a puppet, completely controllable. Chu Ye nearly burst out laughing after reading the rewards. The blood contract was worth it. This haul was a massive profit. Chu Ye was beaming with joy, and he wasn't stingy. Following the rules, he produced 2 upgraded realm-breaking pills he had prepared and handed them to the limp Su Wu and Huan Xian. Take these and break through right here. The 100 Phoenix diagram isolates the inside from the outside. The emperors might want leak out and alarm anyone. The two matriarchs' hands trembled with excitement as they swallowed the pills without hesitation. In the next moment, within the small world of the 100 Phoenix diagram, the emperors' might surged and the Daos resonance filled the air. Su Wu's icy aura coalesced into a frozen phoenix, while behind Huan Xian bloomed a vast phantom of 10,000 peach blossoms. 2 newly ascended great emperors were born in secrecy in an unknown hidden realm. Outside, the moon was bright, the stars sparse, and everything remained as usual. No one knew that deep within the Great Chu Palace, within a certain magical scroll, 2 more great emperor-level maids had become utterly devoted to someone bound by a 20,000-year contract. Chu Ye, clad in his newly acquired immortal-grade battle armor, toyed with the spirit herb that could enhance his mental power, gazing at the two fresh, great emperors consolidating their realms within the diagram, his heart brimming with delight. In the days that followed, Chu Ye's life became remarkably fulfilling and routine. Sometimes he was surrounded by the 5 stunning female cultivators of the Union Harmony sect, either serving him tea, massaging his shoulders, or engaging in literary pursuits and philosophical discussions. The several matriarchs initially maintained their aloofness, but after a few nights of sparring, with Chu Ye using the system's elixirs and the dual cultivation technique, yin-yang harmony treasure mirror, aided by the 100 phoenix diagram, now their gazes toward him carried a hint of watery reverence and awe. This young man, despite his relatively low cultivation, possessed terrifying energy, and his comprehension of techniques was nothing short of monstrous. Ancestor Chu Shanha was not idle either. He pulled out the last grand Chu ancestor from the coffin, Chu Tianxing, who was also a quasi-emperor at the peak, forcibly elevated to the imperial realm by a realm-breaking pill, his foundation somewhat unstable. Together with the 3 newly ascended female emperors, Su Wu, Huanxin, and Meiyue, they formed the 5 emperors lineup and began secluding themselves to fervently practice the system-rewarded 9-9 unity, locking divine array. It was said to be a supreme array capable of trapping and killing those of the same rank, or even challenging those above. Chu Shanha took charge as the overall commander, demanding extreme precision. Any slight mistake would be met with a burst of imperial pressure as guidance, accompanied by his muttering, "Su Wu, your seductive soul-charming light is too soft. Who are you tickling? Inject 30% of your imperial essence, make it sharp." Huanxin, smile. When switching array nodes, maintain that alluring smile that overturns the world. Hide your killing intent within the smile. Yes, like that, smiling so much that your master wants to slap you. Meiyue, don't zone out. Recall how you served Yi last night and channel that same focus into the array transitions. Chu Tianxing, you old fool, steady the array eye. Don't let your legs shake. Already weak after just becoming an emperor. You're not even as good as those young ladies. Ancestor Chu Tianxing wore a bitter expression while the 3 female emperors gritted their teeth, deeply realizing that being an imperial-level handmaiden was no easy task. The professional training was far too brutal. With Chu Ye's formidable comprehension, the vast mental power granted by the system, and the covert assistance of the 100 Phoenix chart, the array training progressed like a raging fire. Thanks to the wholehearted cooperation of the 3 ancestors of the Union of Joy sect, his cultivation soared like a rocket, and his soul grew increasingly solid after consuming celestial herbs. Often after a night of diligent toil, he emerged refreshed and invigorated, while his highly cultivated opponents lay languid and weak, their seductive eyes tinged with an incredulous fear. Was this man made of iron? How could he grow fiercer with each battle? Outside, Chu Tianxing was not idle either. Diplomatic communications with the Great Qin Empire went smoothly. Using the pretext of congratulating the Great Qin Emperor on his birthday and enlightenment, sending a prince with gifts to celebrate his majesty's longevity, they obtained an official state letter. Half a month later, Chu Ye would legitimately set foot within Great Qin's borders. Watching his son toiling day and night, the old father Chu Tianxing felt both gratified and distressed. Gratified by his son's efforts, distressed for fear he might overwork himself. Thus, various all-nourishing soups made from 1,000-year tortoises and 10th century ginseng, along with dragon essence tiger vigor pills, were sent to Chu Ye's bedchamber without restraint. He watched him drink them daily, earnestly advising Yi, cultivation is important, but health is the capital of revolution. Come down this bowl of 8 treasure chillin broth. This is a 9 transformation dragon phoenix pill. Your father specially had the alchemy room at honey. It's not bitter, eat it quickly. You've grown thinner these days. This cosmic unity pouch holds 100 pounds of spiritual meat jerky. Gnaw on it when you're hungry. Chu Ye looked at the mountain of tonics, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He longed to tell his dear imperial father, with the 100 phoenix chart on him, he was like a perpetual motion machine with infinite stamina. The chart's 100 phoenixes circulated their energy naturally, harmonizing yin and yang and replenishing his essence. The ones begging for mercy were always others. But seeing his father's earnest gaze tinged with that old father understands look, he could only force down bowls of bizarre-tasting soups and swallow surgingly potent spirit pills. Half a month later, Chu Ye's cultivation had steadily advanced to the late spiritual C stage, with soul strength comparable to the Empyrean realm. The 3 female emperors of the Union of Joy sect, along with the ancestors Chu Shanha and Chu Tianxing, had also practiced the 9-9 unity, locking divine array to a decent level. When the 5 joined forces, even ancestor Chu Shanha nodded in approval, saying it can kill an emperor. On the eve of the departure for Great Qin, Chu Shanha summoned Chu Ye and tossed him a storage ring. Inside are the Union of Joy sect's contributions. The Union confusing heaven barrier, the mortal realm drunken immortal incense. Ahem, they're all their best treasures, use them as you see fit. When you go to Great Qin, act according to circumstances. Chu Tianxing patted his son on the shoulder, his expression complex. Son, I know it's not easy for you, but the Great Qin female emperor is no ordinary being. Don't rush, take it slow. Your father and your ancestor will always be your strongest backing. Have you brought enough tonics? If not, I'll have more sent. Chu Ye looked at the pile of auxiliary tools in the storage ring with dubious-sounding names, then at his father's concerned gaze, and nodded solemnly. What he thought, however, was, Your Majesty, the female emperor with a score of 99, you must be quite resistant to sparring, right? My sparring team and logistical supplies are all ready. Carrying his family's ardent expectations and tactical tools, Chu Ye embarked on the birthday greeting journey. He wondered how the purple star female emperor, who sat high above the 9 heavens and looked down on all beings, would react to this special birthday gift from Great Chu. Chu Ye set off. The procession was grand, banners, fluttering carriages resplendent, 3,000 elite soldiers clearing the way, and the chariots stuffed with birthday gifts. No one knew that within the seemingly most precious 100 Phoenix chart lay the ultimate conquest team of the Chu family, 3 freshly minted female emperors of the Union of Joy Sect, Su Wu Huanxin and Mei Wei, plus the veteran emperors, Chu Shanhe and Chu Chang'e. 5 emperors crammed into a single painting. The image was too beautiful to imagine. Upon stepping into Great Qin's territory, Chu Ye truly understood what a top-tier empire meant. Spiritual energy was so dense it formed mist, immortal mountains floated, massive cities dotted the landscape, like stars. A formidable military aura soared to the heavens, and the common folk exuded vitality and spirit. Everywhere exuded strength and order. Compared to this, Great Chu's former assets seemed like a parvenu encountering an ancient noble clan. Great Qin, the Lingxiao Hall, the longevity banquet. The splendor was beyond description. Our officials filled the ranks, and powerhouses gathered like clouds. Chu Ye, as the birthday envoy, stepped step by step up the jade stairs that seemed to lead to the 9 heavens. At the end, upon the imperial throne, Qingxue sat in a black imperial robe embroidered with golden phoenixes, crowned with a purple gold diadem. Behind the beaded curtain, her peerless features were cold and clear, her gaze looking down on all beings as if they were ants. Her aura and majesty were even more formidable than legend. Chu Ye presented the 100 Phoenix chart and declared loudly, "Chu Ye, Prince of Great Chu, on the orders of my emperor and ancestor, Chu Shanhe, respectfully wishes the Great Qin female emperor boundless longevity. I present this ancient treasure, the 100 Phoenix chart, as an auspicious omen, praying for eternal friendship between our nations." As the scroll unfurled, 100 phoenixes came to life, resplendent with rainbow light, an innate Dao rhythm instantly drawing every gaze in the hall. Even Qingxue, behind the beaded curtain, narrowed her eyes slightly, clearly recognizing the chart's extraordinary nature. She gave a slight nod, and a female official stepped forward to receive it. Chu Ye passed through smoothly and returned to his seat, his heart pounding like a drum. Step 1 of the plan, gift delivery, was a success. At midnight in the courier station, Chu Ye closed his eyes and concentrated, fully channeling the 100 Phoenix chart. Operating this artifact was extremely taxing, draining most of his energy. But he gritted his teeth, locked onto the location of the palace secret treasury where the scroll was stored, already marked by an insider, and silently chanted, "Absorb." The scroll in the treasury stirred without wind, instantly emitting a gentle yet irresistible suction, precisely targeting Qingxue, who was meditating in a nearby quiet chamber, her divine sense constantly monitoring the scroll. Qingxue, a figure of immense caliber, sensed it instantly and erupted with the power of the purple star, imperial qi, and true dragon force. But the 100 Phoenix chart's pulling force was mysteriously profound, subtly resonating with the purple star constellation within her, causing her form to freeze for an instant. That single instant was enough. With a sharp whistle, the mighty Empress of Great Qin was forcibly yanked from her meditation chamber and sucked into the scroll of 100 phoenixes. Within that scroll lay a world unto itself. The moment Qingxue set foot inside, she was greeted not by auspicious phoenixes, but by a deadly ambush. The meticulously laid 99 returning 1 soul-sealing formation erupted into action. Su Wu's seductive enchantment, Huanzin's soul-locking art, Mei Yu's ice heart bone-eroding technique, Chu Shan's majestic emperor fist, Chu Change's extinction sword finger. 5 emperor-level killing techniques amplified by the formation's power and the world's rules within the 100 Phoenix scroll descended upon her like a celestial net. "How dare you?" Qingxue remained unflustered in the face of danger. With a cold snort, she unleashed her hidden cultivation base, without reservation, exploding forth with overwhelming force. It was not the aura of an ordinary great emperor, nor a mid-stage one, but the terrifying presence of a peak emperor, sweeping across the land like a blazing sun. Purple chi surged for 30,000 miles, manifesting within the scroll, and the dragon's roar shattered the void. The seemingly unbreakable soul-sealing grand formation trembled and flickered wildly under the impact of her solitary aura. She concealed her cultivation. She is at the peak emperor stage. Chu Shan's pupils contracted as he barked, "Attack with full force. Do not let her break the formation." The 5 emperors held nothing back, madly channeling their primal energy and unleashing their ultimate techniques. Su Wu and the others even fused the Dao Xuan Sect's most secret arts of seduction, soul erosion, and bone melting into their attacks, employing every conceivable means. Though formidable, Qingxue was ultimately outnumbered. Moreover, within the 100 Phoenix scroll, her power was inexplicably suppressed, while Chu Shanhe and his allies seemed subtly empowered by the scroll's essence. As one side waned and the other waxed, she managed to repel several attacks with her azure golden dragon shadow, shielding her, yet she was gradually overwhelmed. Her majestic imperial robe was torn by the fierce energy, revealing a startling flash of snow-white skin. Yet her gaze remained icy and proud, devoid of panic. She formed hand seals, summoning the dragon vein power blessed by Great Qin's national fortune. The surging purple-gold imperial chi erupted like a volcano, madly assaulting the walls of the 100 Phoenix Scroll. The entire scroll began to tremble violently, as if about to burst. No, she is channeling the national fortune to break through. Chu Change's face turned ashen. At this critical moment when success hung by a thread, a faint unnatural flush crept across Qingxue's exquisite face, and her movements faltered with a momentary paralysis. The surging imperial power within her also stuttered for an instant. Now, Chu Ye, hidden at the formation's core, erupted with a blazing gleam in his eyes. The colorless, odorless ultimate bliss and freedom smoke, which had long merged with the Phoenix's radiance throughout the 100 Phoenix Scrolls space, finally took effect. This was a fine treasure amassed from the Dao Xuan Sect's Tenth heritage, specifically prepared for high-level cultivators. Even a peak emperor in the throes of intense battle and emotional turmoil could not fully resist it. A single moment of paralysis was a fatal flaw in a battle of this caliber. Qingxue felt her chi and blood stagnate, and a dizziness clouded her divine zeal. Chu Ye commanded in a low voice, tightening the soul-sealing formation with all his might, while the attacks of the 5 emperors descended once more with devastating force. The azure golden dragon shadow was torn apart, her imperial robe shattered completely. Qingxue could no longer hold on, her delicate form swayed, and she collapsed to the ground. Yet even then she straightened her spine, her icy gaze sweeping over the crowd, still carrying the solitary pride that looked down upon the world. Chu Ye slowly emerged from the formation's core, gazing at this disheveled, yet still breathtakingly magnificent empress of Great Qin, a playful smile curling at his lips. "Your Majesty, do you like this birthday gift?" Qingxue clenched her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Chu Ye, you dare scheme against me? Great Chu shall perish." Chu Ye crouched down, his fingertip lightly tracing the bloodstain on her cheek, his tone flippant. "Whether Great Chu perishes or not, I do not know. But for now, Your Majesty, you are in my hands." He stood up and nodded to Chu Shanhe and the others. "Ancestor, keep a close eye on her. Next, it's time to discuss the diplomatic relations between our two nations." Chu Shanhe grinned, waved his hand to set up a restriction, firmly trapping Qingxue in place. Meanwhile, outside the 100 Phoenix Scroll, Great Qin remained unaware that their empress had become Chu Ye's prisoner. A meticulously planned birthday celebration had concluded its first act in this absurd, yet thrilling manner. Within the 100 Phoenix Scroll lay a world unto itself. Although Qingxue, the empress of Great Qin, was suppressed by the 99 returning one soul-sealing formation, the purple imperial chi and true dragon aura around her were mired, as if in a swamp difficult to mobilize. Trapped in this predicament, Qingxue's hair was slightly disheveled, with a few strands of black silk falling to the side of her neck, yet her back remained as straight as a solitary peak. Her black imperial robe rustled under the formation's oppressive force, but the golden phoenix embroidered upon it seemed ready to tear through the fabric, raising its head in a long cry. Her countenance remained peerlessly beautiful and icy cold. The imperial majesty that commanded heaven and earth and overlooked all beings in her brows had not diminished one bit due to her circumstances. Instead, it shone even more brilliantly in the face of adversity, as if the one caught in the net was not a phoenix, but a celestial maiden from the 9th heaven, merely resting temporarily. Her spine remained erect as a pine, her phoenix eyes veiled in frost, her imperial dignity undiminished in her glance. Even as a captive, she seemed merely to be staying in a guest courtyard, not under another's control. Seeing her calm, aloof, and proud demeanor in the face of danger, Chu Ye's innate desire for conquest flared up. He strode forward, a mischievous and wicked smile on his face. "Your Majesty Qin, the scenery here is unique and secluded. Forget about sending messages calling for help or sensing anything. The outside world cannot help you." Qingxue slowly raised her eyelids. Her deep phoenix eyes, like a cold pool reflecting the moon, clearly mirrored Chu Ye's figure, but without a trace of panic, only an icy scrutiny. "Chu Ye." Her red lips parted slightly, her voice clear as jade chimes striking ice. "Speak plainly. Do you intend to humiliate me? Let me tell you clearly, a scholar may be killed, but not humiliated. Even if I perish and my Tao vanishes, my true spirit can reincarnate through Great Qin's national fortune. When that day comes, I will bring the fury of an entire nation to annihilate every last drop of your Chu bloodline, leaving not even a chicken or dog alive." Each word was resounding, filled with murderous intent. Though her imperial might was suppressed, her aura overwhelmed the opposition. Chu Ye, upon hearing this, did not anger, but laughed instead, his smile carrying a hint of amusement and cruelty. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. "Oh, still so tough. But your Majesty seems to have forgotten. You are a great emperor with an indestructible soul that can reincarnate and cultivate anew. Killing you would indeed be troublesome." A cold, disdainful smile curved at the corner of Qingxue's lips. She finally looked Chu Ye straight in the eye, her gaze like ice shards. "Since you know I can reincarnate, how dare you act thus? Do you not fear that when I return I will exterminate your entire Chu bloodline, leaving not even a chicken or dog alive?" "Afraid? Of course I am." Chu Ye suddenly leaned in, gently pinching Qingxue's delicate chin, with one hand forcing her to lift her face and meet his gaze. The delicate, cool skin beneath his fingertips carried the unique Tao rhythm of an imperial body. "So how could I possibly give your Majesty a chance to reincarnate?" He laughed wantonly. "This is my world. If your soul is scattered here, you won't even find the gates of the underworld. You will be trapped here forever, a lonely ghost, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation, never to see the light of day. He leaned in closer, his breath almost on Qingxue's face, his tone filled with cruel excitement. Or, when your majesty unfortunately falls, I will use an ancient immortal art to refine your imperial body into a living puppet. Your beauty will remain unchanged, your body will still be warm, and even most of your cultivation can be preserved. Then I can do whatever I want and still achieve my goal. It would only be a pity to lack your vibrant spirit. Qingxue's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly, and she fell silent for a moment. Even with a will as firm as iron, hearing such methods as refining into a living puppet and never entering the cycle of reincarnation sent a chill through her heart. She stared intently at Chu Ye's face, so close to her own, trying to discern his true intentions from the depths of those seemingly carefree, roguish eyes. You? What do you truly want? Qingxue's voice remained icy, but it had shed some of its disdain, gaining a hint of scrutiny. Chu Ye released her chin, straightened up, brushed the non-existent dust off his hands, and smiled with a brazen shamelessness. My father desires the world. As for me, it's simpler. I just want you, your majesty. He pointed behind him at the 5 newly ascended great emperors, Su Wuhuan, Xin Mei Yue, and the others, who stood respectfully with imposing auras, including 3 from the Dao Xuan Sect and 2 from the Chu family. See these little darlings. They've acquired celestial arts, specializing in dual cultivation of qi and fortune with manifold benefits. It's thanks to these arts that they, along with our clan's ancestor, could become emperors. Your majesty, with your Ziwei imperial star destiny and true dragon protection, if you were to cultivate with me, your peak, great emperor cultivation might even touch the legendary threshold of the celestial gate. Then his tone shifted, turning cold. Of course, if your majesty prefers to bend rather than break, I have other means to achieve my goal. Just a bit more trouble. But then your majesty would gain nothing, not even the last shred of dignity and consciousness. With a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other, Chu Ye played the part to perfection. He shrugged, wearing a roguish expression that said, I'm just informing you, not negotiating. Qingxue listened, and a faint, bitterly sarcastic smile crept onto her face. If my will were truly insignificant, why would you waste your breath here with me? She seized the crux sharply. Chu Ye, you'd better release me immediately. If I don't appear at court by this time tomorrow, the great Qin Iron Cavalry will trample your great Chu borders. Now, with all your top combat power trapped in this formation, who can withstand my great Qin's blade? And if you leave the formation to counter the external threat, this formation cannot hold me. At that point, will you return to reinforce or keep me trapped? If you return, the formation will break. If you don't, the great Chu realm will be in turmoil. Chu Ye, release me now, and we can pretend this never happened. A counter threat striking at the core. Even trapped in a deadly formation, she calmly analyzed the situation, seeking a chance to counter, even trying to shake Chu Ye's confidence. Chu Ye gazed at the stunning face before him. So close, yet despite being subdued, still brimming with strategy and unyielding pride. He couldn't help but marvel again. Truly the great Qin Empress, peerless in grace with a mind like a demon. Pity. Chu Ye couldn't help clapping twice, genuinely applauding. Impressive. As expected of Qingxue, turning the tables even in a dire strait with clear logic and precise threats. He shook his head with a feigned regret. A pity, your majesty, you've overlooked one thing. Qingxue frowned. What? You overlooked that I'm utterly unreasonable, and I have more trump cards than you think. Chu Ye grinned, and as if performing a magic trick, he pulled from his bosom, actually his system space, a porcelain bottle as white as jade, specifically effective against emperor-level beings. The moment the stopper was removed, an indescribable fragrance, as if it could stir the very essence of an emperor, spread through the air, making even the nearby great emperors instinctively step back with wary expressions. With a flip of his palm, a pill appeared at his fingertips, the size of a dragon's eye, chaotic in color, yet covered in countless dense golden runes, exuding an eerie, tranquil aura. The moment the pill appeared, the surrounding phoenix shadows and rosy clouds seemed to pause. This pill is called Emperor Puppet. Chu Ye's tone was flat, but it sent a jolt of extreme danger through Qingxue's heart. The only one bestowed by the system. A celestial fate. As the name suggests, once taken, even a great emperor loses control of their own body. Qingxue's face changed dramatically. She tried to close her mouth to struggle, but under the formation's suppression and Chu Ye's direct intervention, resistance was futile. Chu Ye moved like lightning, pinching her jaw and forcing the Raotian pill into her mouth, then tapping her back to send it down her throat in an instant. The pill dissolved upon entry, turning into a chaotic stream of qi that ignored all resistance, instantly merging into Qingxue's limbs and bones straight to the core of her soul. Qingxue's delicate body shuddered violently. She could clearly feel that her consciousness, thoughts, and memories remained perfectly lucid. But her control over her body was being swiftly stripped away by an irresistible, icy, and eerie force. Her fingers couldn't move, her imperial yuan couldn't be summoned, not even a shift of her gaze was possible. Only her thoughts remained, experiencing the horror of being a soul trapped within a shell, with excruciating clarity. Her phoenix eyes, once ruling the world and commanding all beings, now stared fixedly at Chu Ye, so close. In the depths of her pupils, shock, rage, humiliation, and a trace of horror she herself refused to admit swirled into an immensely complex storm. Chu Ye watched with satisfaction as the shame, fury, and a hint of panic surged in Qingxue's beautiful eyes, finally unleashing the predatory nature he could no longer contain. Chu Ye leisurely savored the rare, intense turmoil in the peerless empress' eyes. He tilted his head, slightly flashing a grin that Qingxue found utterly infuriating. Your Majesty, now we can properly discuss the specifics of our cooperation. For instance, starting with undoing this troublesome imperial robe. He reached out, gently brushing her cold cheek, his voice laced with temptation. Your Majesty, don't worry, soon you'll see that cultivating with me is far more interesting than being this solitary empress. Qingxue's eyes nearly froze over, but she could only let Chu Ye scoop her up and carry her toward the bedchamber already prepared within the 100 Phoenix painting. Chu Ye leaned down, whispering in her ear, Empress Qing now, let you taste the flavor of this pill, and behind them Su Wu and the others exchanged glances and tactfully withdrew, leaving layers of formations to completely seal off the area. The night within the 100 Phoenix painting was still long, and the pride of this great Qing empress would under Chu Ye's relentless pressure shatter inch by inch. As the emperor puppet pill's effects took hold, Qingxue clearly felt an unprecedented terror. Her consciousness was sharp, but her body was like an exquisite doll, completely obeying Chu Ye's commands. She watched her own hand rise and fall uncontrollably, unable even to flutter her eyelashes. Chu Ye mentally issued a few simple orders: raise hand, turn around, blink left eye. Qingxue's body executed them precisely, flawlessly, even more swiftly and smoothly than when she controlled it herself. Tisk system products are always top-notch. Chu Ye couldn't help but marvel. This was far better than any puppet art or soul control spell, essentially a remote-controlled great emperor-level figurine with no damage. With a thought, he issued a core command. Abandon all resistance, seal all your cultivation, and sign a life-blood pact with me, with your soul as the bond. As long as you exist, you shall be forever under my command without limit. Qingxue's body complied instantly. Her vast imperial yuan receded like a tide back into her dantian, sealed layer by invisible shackles. A drop of essence blood containing her soul's origin and life imprint drifted from her brow automatically, forming a complex, profound blood-red contract pattern before Chu Ye. With a flash of light, it vanished into his body. A subtle yet stable connection was instantly established. Chu Ye could clearly perceive the state of Qingxue's life and soul, and with a single thought could decide her life or death. Chu Ye leisurely sat down on the enormous dragon throne-like couch, beckoning with his finger to Qingxue, who stood frozen in place. His smile was radiant. Your Majesty, the spring night is fleeting. Disarm yourself. Qingxue's body obediently executed the command. Her slender jade fingers lifted, meticulously untying the intricate sashes of her dark gold phoenix robe. The outer robe slipped off, revealing the thin cloud-patterned brocade undergarment beneath. Her skin was like ice, her curves breathtakingly stunning, glowing with the luster of suet white jade under the soft light of the luminous pearls. Yet her extraordinarily beautiful face remained icy cold, with humiliation and fury interwoven deep in her gaze, adding a kind of breathtaking, forbidden beauty. Just as Chu Ye was admiring this masterpiece and preparing for the next step, Qingxue's intense mental fluctuations surged forth, carrying a desperate resolve. Chu Ye, talk. One last talk. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. Interesting. With a flicker of thought, he temporarily released his complete suppression of Qingxue's consciousness, allowing her to think and express freely, yet still firmly holding control over her body. He rose, walked to the nearly naked Qingxue, and scooped her up in his arms. She felt warm and soft to the touch, yet as hard as jade. He placed her on the bed, then lay down sideways himself, his arm encircling her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. His other hand roamed and explored without restraint along the hidden curves of her smooth back, savoring the indescribably exquisite sensation. From a distance, they truly resembled a loving couple whispering intimately in bed. Qingxue's body trembled slightly, yet she could not evade force to endure that roving hand. She forced herself to calm down, her voice transmitted through the soul cold and clear. Chu Ye, even if you have used sorcery to control me, Great Qing remains Great Qing. The empires will not collapse due to the fall of a single sovereign. The bureaucracy will function as usual, the iron cavalry will sweep across the 6 directions, and the sword's edge will follow its course. You may imprison one person, but you cannot stop the 1,000 armies of Great Qing. Chu Ye toyed with a strand of her loose black hair, and upon hearing this let out a soft laugh, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear. He leaned close to her ear, his voice a lover's murmur, yet a demon's whisper, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Then, let's destroy it. He felt the delicate body in his arms stiffen suddenly. Besides, Chu Ye's voice carried a cruel delight. If it were your Majesty, the Supreme Empress of Great Qing, personally, signing a treaty, turning the army's spearhead, or even striking with your own hand. Dismantling, annexing bit by bit, and finally erasing the name Great Qing from the map. Wouldn't that be a most splendid legend worthy of eternal remembrance, your Majesty, don't you think? A long, deathly silence fell over the bedchamber. Only Chu Ye's finger continued to trace circles unhurriedly, causing a series of shivers. Qingxue remained. Through the forced closeness of his chest, she seemed to hear beneath the calm heartbeat of this young man the bone-chilling, utterly unruffled essence of cruelty. A frivolous playboy who laughs and jokes. No, this was more like someone who had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and seas of blood, delighting in manipulating hearts and destruction. A demon. In the most direct way, he brutally laid bare before her the future possibility she most feared and could not accept. She might be unable to protect anything and might even become an accomplice to the destruction of everything. Chu Ye keenly sensed that within this seemingly ice-hard, aloofly proud body in his arms, the formidable defenses deep in her heart were beginning to show faint, almost imperceptible cracks. The proud backbone that had supported her thousand-year imperial enterprise seemed to be groaning under an invisible crushing weight. He chuckled softly. Whether it's Qin or Chu, the surname doesn't matter. I just want to hold a beauty and live a few shameless happy days. My only real ambition in life, perhaps. Whether it's Qin or Chu, the surname doesn't matter. I just want to hold a beauty and live a few shameless happy days. My only real ambition in life, perhaps, is to gather all the peerless beauties under heaven and seduce all the celestial maidens across the realms. He paused, sensing Qingxue's subtle, awkward fluctuations, knowing she was listening, analyzing. My imperial father, on the other hand, quite desires this realm. But then, Chu Ye drew out his tone, whether the realm bears the name Chu or continues to bear Qin. Sometimes, it's not entirely non-negotiable, is it? The key lies in how we negotiate. With her sharp mind, Qingxue instantly seized upon the vague, yet clear hint and room for maneuver hidden in his words. In the depths of despair, she seemed to see a faint yet truly existing crack of light. Without a moment's hesitation, she made a decisive move, her soul-transmitted words clear, carrying the calm calculation of an imperial ruler, first in private eye. Can as you wish serve you. With dedication. And I will use great Qin's intelligence and resources to gather and recommend the world's beauties who meet your requirements. Second, I promise that during my reign the armies of great Qin will never turn against great Chu. The two nations can maintain superficial peace and even engage in limited cooperation. Third, in exchange you must not in any form interfere with or undermine my conquests and rule over other directions of the empire. Great Qin's internal affairs and expansion are off limits to you. She laid out conditions that seemed like concessions, but in reality, under extreme pressure, she was striving for the greatest possible autonomy and breathing space for herself and for Great Qin, serving one man in exchange for the empire's survival and potential expansion. This was a transaction of utmost humiliation for an emperor, yet it was the only path to survival at hand. Chu Ye stopped the hand that was causing trouble on her waist, lifting his head slightly to meet Qingxue's phoenix eyes, which despite the deep humiliation remained calm and sharp. A satisfied, slightly wicked smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty is indeed clever and knows when to yield. He lowered his head and gently pressed a kiss on her smooth forehead, as if sealing the deal. Deal. Qingxue involuntarily raised her hand to lower the arm that had been shielding herself, and her body, which had been taut, finally relaxed for a moment. Yet deep in her cold, clear eyes remained an unmelting chill and resentment, along with a hint of complexity she herself had not yet recognized. Chu Ye looked at her like this and curled his lips in delight. Taming a proud phoenix was far more interesting than conquering. Within the 100 phoenix chart, time passed both leisurely and tormentingly. When Qingxue finally closed those cold, proud phoenix eyes, her body shifting from tension to a slow relaxation of powerless resistance, making a silent concession, Chu Ye showed no restraint whatsoever. Like a conqueror who had finally breached a forbidden land and seized the most precious treasure, he pressed the Empress of Great Qin, who had once surveyed the 9 provinces, completely down onto the warm spirit jade couch. The 5 exquisite female cultivators of the Joyous Union sect had generously imparted their knowledge for over a month, and now Chu Ye applied it vividly, giving full play to every lesson. Those secret techniques, some gentle, some domineering, some bizarre, some straightforward, fell like a storm upon Qingxue, who was experiencing such things for the first time. Though the Empress possessed a formidable Emperor realm physical body facing Chu Ye, who had been systematically enhanced and further empowered by the Yin-Yang harmony mirror and the 100 phoenix chart functioning like a perpetual motion machine, coupled with the Joyous Union sect's secret arts targeting human desires. How could she withstand it? At first she could barely maintain a shred of clarity and stiff resistance, but soon she was overwhelmed. Those always calm and self-restrained eyes gradually glazed over, misted with tears, her long powerful legs hung limply, her crystal-clear toes alternately tensing and curling. 7 days and 7 nights within the 100 phoenix chart passed in the blink of an eye in the outside world. When Chu Ye finally descended from the peak of extreme conquest and pleasure, looking at Qingxue in his arms, now limp as mud, unable even to lift a fingertip, her chest barely rising and falling, her sweat-drenched hair plastered to her exquisitely beautiful profile, a wave of unprecedented satisfaction and conquest like a warm current flooded his entire being. Worth it. All the risks, all the scheming felt worth it in that moment. This was the Empress of Great Qin, a 99 rated, purple star of destiny, true dragon-protected, world-dominating Empress. Just as he was basking in self-satisfaction and savoring the moment. Ding, 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 ding. Detected that the host has successfully conquered a target rated 99 peerless zenith Qingxue. Compatibility assessment perfect. Hidden condition triggered first to conquer an emperor-level target. Calculating rewards. Calculation overload. Re-evaluating. Rewards generated. Congratulations, host, for receiving an epic over-top reward package. A series of urgent melodious system notifications exploded in his mind like firecrackers as the golden virtual interface frantically scrolled. 1. World Seed Primordial Tree Embryo 1I born from a wisp of life at the dawn of chaos. It can be nurtured within the body or in a specific space to evolve the prototype of a nascent small world. It contains faint world laws with limitless potential. 2. Heavenly Mandate Violet Imperial Dragon Qi 1 strand condensed from Qingxue's innate destiny and the essence of the Empire's fortune. Upon fusion, it greatly enhances one's luck and destiny strength, sharply accelerating insights into the path of emperorship and governance, and providing a terrifying boost to dragon-type techniques and divine abilities. 3. Celestial Realm Breakthrough Pill 1. Without bottlenecks, it aids a Dao Emperor Realm Peak cultivator in breaking the ultimate limit of an emperor's lifespan to step into the legendary Celestial Realm. 4. Emperor Realm Breakthrough Pill 9. Enables those nearing the peak of the Emperor Realm to advance without hindrance or significantly boost the cultivation of those newly initiated into the Emperor Realm. Guaranteed quality and quantity fair and square. 5. 9-turn Sublimation Pill 9. A hard currency for enhancing physique and talent, transforming a mortal body into a spiritual one and a spiritual body into a divine one. Wholesale price ample supply. 6. Immortal Weapon Purple Pole Fixed Star Sword 1. Forged from immortal gold infused with violet star power and alien phoenix divine fire. When drawn, its purple aura surges across 10,000 miles, and the phoenix cries resonate through the 9 heavens. It carries an imperial might and immortal charm, a growth-type immortal weapon. 7. Fragment of Primordial Chaos Supreme Treasure Unknown 1, suspected to be a remnant of a 9-turn Primordial Chaos Supreme Treasure. Its effects are unknown, awaiting fate to trigger. 8. Heavenly Venom Scripture 1 records the most poisonous and most evil substances of heaven and earth from ancient times to the present, an essential tool for killing. Ding. Host cultivation consecutively rising. Myriad Manifestation Realm Initial Stage. Myriad Manifestation Realm Mid Stage. Myriad Manifestation Realm Late Stage. Myriad Manifestation Realm Peak. Breakthrough complete. Ding. Host physique undergoing sublimation. Breakthrough complete. All attributes. Comprehension Physical Strength Bone Structure Charm. Significantly enhanced. A torrent of pure energy and profound insights like a galaxy pouring down surged into Chu Ye's body. His aura climbed steadily, his bones hummed, and his soul felt as if bathed in a celestial spring. An unprecedented sense of power filled his entire being. With cultivation at the Myriad Manifestation Realm Peak, spiritual power at the Yin-Yang Realm, and a comprehensively strengthened foundation, he was still inferior to a true great emperor. Yet armed with a collection of supreme treasures and bizarre techniques, he could already command the attention of many seasoned powerhouses. Chu Ye exhaled a long breath of turbid air, which seemed to carry a faint rosy glow. He lowered his gaze to Qingxue, still dazed in his arms, her body covered with ambiguous marks. His fingertips brushed her sweat-dampened temple, yet a peculiar feeling stirred in his heart. This wave was no loss, a massive profit. A massive profit. It wasn't in vain that he had racked his brains and risked being killed in retaliation. He had finally reaped all the benefits. System, he asked, inwardly, a score of 99. Indeed, it's something else. Chu Ye grinned, pulling the unconscious empress closer to his chest, feeling her cool skin and lingering tremors. With a thought, Chu Ye temporarily lifted the suppression on the imperial essence within Qingxue's body. The power of the Emperor Puppet Pill acted like a precise key, slowly unlocking the self-imposed shackles on her cultivation. Buzz. The vast starseal-like imperial essence, dormant for so long, instantly surged forth, returning to every limb and bone. Qingxue's slightly pale and weak body trembled faintly. A purple-gold light flowed beneath her skin, and the vast majesty and powerful aura of a great emperor at the peak returned like a tidal wave. Though her eyes remained cold and vacant, her posture instinctively straightened, once more regaining that solitary peak. Chu Ye held this now revitalized yet still obediently leaning body in his arms. The exquisite beauty, the breathtaking curves, and the terrifying power faintly flowing beneath her skin. All these contradictory traits blended into an ultimate temptation, igniting a burning desire in his heart, and certain thoughts began to stir again. Business first. Chu Ye suppressed his restless thoughts and retrieved a treasure box made of neither metal nor jade from his system space. The moment the lid opened, an indescribably pure air spread out, as if containing fragments of the laws from the dawn of creation. Just a whiff of it cleared the mind and subtly stirred one's cultivation. Inside the box, a pill the size of a dragon's eye, completely chaotic in appearance, yet flowing with 9-colored immortal light, like mist, floated silently. Around the pill, faint traces of Dao patterns emerged and vanished, and phantom images of celestial birds circled. The Celestial Realm Breakthrough Pill, Chu Ye said with a hint of gravity. Bestowed by my immortal fortune. It is said to seize the wonders of heaven and earth, specially prepared for a great emperor at the peak to charge into the celestial realm. Consuming it can reshape the immortal foundation and trigger the immortal tribulation. If one survives it, they become a true immortal. From the moment the pill appeared, Qingxue's gaze locked onto it. Deep within her cold phoenix eyes, a blazing light erupted enough to burn away all obstacles. Immortal. This was her lifelong pursuit. The ultimate goal she still looked up to and sought after, ascending the throne and controlling the universe. She had no doubt about the pill's authenticity. The immortal fortune behind this man had long surpassed common sense and understanding. Since he could casually produce such heaven-defying items as the Emperor Puppet Pill and the 100 Phoenix Chart, what was an immortal pill? Yet reason and a millennium of imperial cunning instantly calmed her. She slowly raised her eyes, shifting her gaze from the pill to Chu Ye's face. Her voice remained cold, but it lacked the earlier deadness replaced by the cautious and direct tone of an emperor. Such a divine object is never given freely. What price must I pay? Chu Ye smiled a smile tinged with mockery and the amusement of absolute control. He declared without hesitation, "Don't panic, Your Majesty. Have you forgotten? You have already signed a blood oath forever unable to resist me. Even if you become an immortal, you must still obey me." He twirled a strand of Qingxue's loose hair around his finger and continued, "So I am happy to see you grow stronger. The stronger you become, the more valuable you are to me. Moreover," he leaned close to her ear, lowering his voice, his breath warm against her ear, his words blunt and almost crude, "I am also very eager to experience what it feels like to have a true celestial realm empress." Qingxue's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. Her long lashes drooped, casting a small shadow beneath her. She was silent for a moment without anger or retort. Slowly she extended a pale jade-like hand, palm upturned, a gesture of submissive acceptance yet imbued with a strange tranquility. Chu Ye watched her resigned, yet resolute demeanor, a deeper amusement flickering in his eyes. He gently placed the treasure box in her palm, but did not let go immediately, instead instructing, "To break through, do it here within the 100 Phoenix diagram. This place can shield the secrets of heaven. Otherwise, the commotion of an immortal tribulation would shake the entire continent, attracting countless unnecessary troubles and covetous eyes. It is safe to undergo the tribulation here." Qingxue felt the warm touch and the vast medicinal power emanating from the treasure box in her palm, her fingertips curling slightly. She lifted her gaze, giving Chu Ye a deep, penetrating look, one filled with countless complex, unspoken emotions which ultimately settled into a profound, silent depth. She nodded, grasped the treasure box, and slowly rose from Chu Ye's embrace. Her palace robes were slightly disheveled, yet they could not conceal the re-emerging imperial might and determination within her. Chu Ye also stood up, stepped back a few paces, and crossed his arms with an air of leisurely anticipation, his eyes brimming with expectation. He was curious to see just how far this arrogant, unapproachable empress of Great Qin could go with his assistance. Qingxue walked to a more open area within the hall and sat down cross-legged. She cast one last glance at the elixir in her hand, shimmering with immortal light, then seemed to look through it at the man standing not far away with his hands behind his back. Without further hesitation, she placed the immortal realm breakthrough pill into her mouth. The pill entered her abdomen silent and without a trace. Within the 100 Phoenix diagram, the radiant glow suddenly converged and the Phoenix shadows vanished. An indescribable vast aura erupted from within Qingxue, stirring the very cosmos within the diagram into a subtle tremor. She had consumed the immortal realm breakthrough pill generously provided by Chu Ye, the pill that made the entire world envious, one that truly touched the ceiling of power in this realm. The pill's power did not unfold as a gentle nourishment. Instead, it erupted like a volcanic blast, violently assaulting the seemingly firm yet ethereal limit barrier at the peak of the Emperor realm. Simultaneously, the originally serene sky within the diagram abruptly darkened. Thick, oppressive thunderclouds condensed out of thin air, with purple-black electric serpents writhing madly within. A destructive aura locked onto the crimson figure below, the immortal tribulation. Even within the self-contained world of the 100 Phoenix diagram, this calamity that touched upon the fundamental laws of existence followed relentlessly. At least it saves the trouble of concealing the heavenly secrets. Chu Ye rubbed his chin, retreating to a safe distance, ready to enjoy the show with keen interest. The first bolt of purple celestial thunder, thick as a water barrel, came crashing down. Qingxue's eyes snapped open, a surge of purple light blazing within them. Her realm insights and combat instincts remained intact. She formed a sword gesture with her fingers, tracing an arcane trajectory in the void. This drew upon the residual imperial energy within the diagram, and her own surging medicinal power coalescing into a massive purple-golden shield that met the thunder heat. Boom! The thunder dissipated and the shield shattered. Her body swayed slightly, but she remained standing. Then came the second third. Each tribulation thunderbolt fiercer than the last, their forms evolving from simple divine lightning into thunder dragons, thunder phoenixes, and a thunder hell. Qingxue displayed the true grace of a peerless empress, effortlessly wielding long-lost, supremely powerful, and exquisitely subtle techniques. The Violet Emperor's seal, the true dragon's heaven combating art, the stellar annihilation incantation. With her unparalleled combat wisdom and profound understanding of the great Dao's laws, she shattered 8 terrifying tribulation thunders in succession. Radiant light and thunderbolts intertwined, illuminating her pale, yet still breathtakingly beautiful and determined face. Her unyielding figure moved like a startled swan amidst the world-destroying tribulation. Each confrontation was a work of art, making Chu Ye almost want to applaud. This woman was truly spectacular. However, the 9th and final tribulation, the ultimate one that gathered all the destructive power of the previous 8, slowly took shape within the clouds. It was no longer in the form of lightning, but a chaotic mass of tribulation light containing an energy terrifying enough to create a world. The moment it locked onto its target, even the space of the 100 Phoenix diagram began to groan under the unbearable strain. Qingxue's aura had waned. The nascent immortal power within her was not yet fully transformed, and her old strength was exhausted. Gazing at that mass of destructive tribulation light, a faint, almost imperceptible trace of helplessness and resignation flickered in her eyes. Was the immortal path she had sought her entire life finally at hand, only to perish on this last step? Perhaps this was for the best. The tribulation light descended silent, yet carrying the momentum of annihilation. At that very moment, a figure abruptly appeared between her and the light. It was Chu Ye. He had directly charged into the core range, enveloped by the tribulation light. Before Qingxue's astonished eyes, he tightly pulled her cold, delicate body into his embrace, turning his back to face the world-destroying, chaotic tribulation light. "You," was all Qingxue managed to utter. The tribulation light engulfed them. The anticipated searing pain and annihilation did not come. Qingxue only felt an indescribable vast and infinitely life-filled power emanating from Chu Ye. This power was gentle, yet proud, bursting forth from within Chu Ye, transforming into a hazy cocoon of light that seemed to contain the phantom of an entire nascent world, firmly shielding them both within. On the surface of the light cocoon, primordial energy swirled, and wind, fire, water, and lightning flickered, bearing the divine charm of world creation and the evolution of all things. It was the power of the primordial tree embryo. Now under Chu Ye's urging, the light cocoon, like an independent world, withstood the lethal immortal tribulation. The chaotic tribulation light violently scoured the cocoon, unleashing a terrifying energy sufficient to annihilate a true immortal. Yet the light cocoon merely rippled slightly, unmoved like a boulder facing a furious tide. The power of the primordial tree embryo had forcefully endured this fatal immortal tribulation. After an unknown period, the tribulation light dispersed, the dark clouds receded, and peace was restored within the 100 Phoenix diagram. The tribulation had passed. Qingxue's immortal tribulation had been forcibly carried through by Chu Ye in an utterly domineering manner. Chu Ye slowly relaxed his embrace. His face was slightly pale and his aura was a bit disordered, but his eyes were bright and a hint of a smile even curled at the corner of his mouth. He looked down at Qingxue in his arms. Her closed eyes trembled, her eyelashes fluttering as her entire aura underwent a world-shaking transformation. The original Violet Emperor's Qi and True Dragon's Qi completely merged and sublimated, transforming into a more ethereal, noble, immortal spiritual energy, brimming with infinite Tao resonance. Her skin became even more lustrous, as if jade light glowed from within. Her peerlessly beautiful face shed some of its earthly imperial majesty, gaining the otherworldliness of a celestial maiden and an indescribable sense of power. The immortal realm had been achieved. Chu Ye carefully laid her on a nearby soft couch, then sat cross-legged himself to regulate his breathing while examining his dantian. The dormant primordial tree embryo seemed to have expended a great deal after its full burst of power. Yet the spark of light at its core was even more brilliant. Faintly, the embryo's form was slowly changing. The chaotic fetal membrane within was truly beginning to evolve towards a nascent world. This unexpected gain filled Chu Ye with secret delight. After an unknown span of time, Qingxue slowly stirred awake. The moment she opened her eyes, the violet light within them had completely faded, replaced by a clear, profound celestial radiance like twinkling stars. She gently clenched her fist, sensing the surging immortal power within her, vast and far surpassing the peak of her former self by tenfold or even 100-fold. It was a mysterious sensation of mastering the very laws of existence, bordering on immortality. She had truly become an immortal. Her gaze shifted slightly, landing on Chu Ye, who was observing her with keen interest. The young man's face was still somewhat pale, but his eyes burned with startling brilliance. A tumult of emotions churned within Qingxue, complicated and inexpressible. The path of immortality she had devoted her entire life to pursuing was achieved in this very situation, in such a humiliating and absurd manner, all because of this youth who had forcefully taken her. Was this a stroke of fortune, compensation, or a deeper shackle? Seeing her awake, Chu Ye immediately leaned in, unabashedly scrutinizing her from head to toe. He even reached out and poked her cheek, which shimmered with an ethereal immortal glow. Tisk, so this is what a fairy looks like. The skin feels even smoother and more elastic. But you haven't grown an extra nose or eyes. Qingxue. Chu Ye circled her again, pinching her arm and patting her back with the air of an academic researcher. The aura is indeed different now. The Daos rhythm is restrained, unexpressed, yet potent. However, he suddenly grinned, revealing his trademark mischievous smile. Just looking at the surface won't do. I need to conduct a thorough inspection to know what essential differences there are between an immortal and a mortal. Without waiting for Qingxue's reaction, Chu Ye swept her up in his arms and strode toward the wide dragon couch that had witnessed countless storms. Perfect timing. Just after your tribulation, we need to celebrate. Let you, this freshly minted immortal empress, experience what it means. That the difference between immortal and mortal might not be so vast in my presence. His voice carried a mix of mockery and unyielding authority. thrown once again onto the brocade covers, Qingxue offered surprisingly little resistance. Perhaps it was because her mind, having just survived life and death trials and achieved immortality, was still unsettled. Or maybe it was the impact of that embrace that had unhesitatingly shielded her from the tribulation light, far greater than she had imagined. Or perhaps with her nascent immortal soul, she had developed a more detached, or rather resigned, understanding of certain primal exchanges rooted in life's essence. She simply turned her head slightly, closed her eyes, her long lashes casting shadows on her cheeks, allowing that familiar, yet unfamiliar aura to envelop her once more. Her immortal flesh and jade-like bones still trembled at the slightest touch. Her celestial body, in the midst of this storm-like assault, was once again branded with the mark of immortal youth. Yet in the most intoxicating moment of confusion, she let out a sigh so faint it was almost inaudible, merging into the sound of the storm, whether for the lost dignity of an empress or for this absurd, fated immortal entanglement. Amid the storm, Chu Ye's nose brushed against Qingxue's ear, his hot breath carrying an unyielding, arrogant tone. Even as an immortal, you are still my woman for lifetimes to come, unable to escape my grasp. Within the 100 Phoenix diagram, time seemed to stand still. Chu Ye and the newly ascended immortal empress Qingxue communicated deeply for a full 7 days and nights. Chu Ye's cultivation level skyrocketed like a rocket fueled by the dual cultivation technique and the immortal grade power. Qingxue also used this unique cultivation to fully stabilize her immortal realm. Yet after each session, her gaze toward Chu Ye grew more complex and unfathomable. Outside the diagram, dawn was approaching and the morning court session was near. Though reluctant, Chu Ye remembered his promise. He brought Qingxue out of the 100 Phoenix diagram, and in an instant the black phoenix imperial robe was draped over her in the empress bedchamber. She appeared as if she had merely sat in meditation for a night, her aura perfectly rounded and profound, surpassing her former self. Yet no one knew that beneath the phoenix robe a new immortal body and certain unspeakable marks and memories had been exchanged. Your Majesty, please go ahead. I won't interfere in court matters. Chu Ye made a go-ahead gesture, his smile still infuriating, but at least he kept his word. Qingxue shot him a cold glance, without a word turned and walked away with steady steps, her imperial might overwhelming, as if the long, humiliating, and absurd time within the diagram had all been a fleeting dream. Chu Ye meanwhile went straight to meet his own ancestor and the 5 emperor-level enforcers, declaring that the first phase goal had been perfectly achieved. He casually handed over the system-rewarded 9-fold sublimation pill and several high-grade realm-breaking pills to Ancestor Chu Tianxing. Ancestor, the stronger our foundation, the better I can go out and attract investment, right? Chu Ye said with utter confidence. Ancestor Chu Tianxing looked at the pills, then at his radiant cultivation-boosted grandson, stroking his beard and nodding repeatedly. Makes sense. Ye is farsighted. Go ahead and attract. Your ancestor holds the fort. At the Grand Qin Imperial Palace's heavenly pool, Qingxue bathed alone in the spiritual energy-steeped hot spring. The warm water flowed over every inch of her skin, making her acutely aware of the blood contract mark beneath her collarbone and the even more intimate indelible rune belonging to Chu Ye in the most private place. Her gaze grew distant. Though only a day had passed in the outside world for her, it had been a journey of breaking through realms, enduring tribulation, achieving immortality, and enduring over a month of confinement and unspeakable intimacy. It truly felt like a lifetime apart. As she drifted into a daze, a familiar teasing chuckle echoed through the air. Your Majesty bathes with a graceful figure no less captivating than before, now with added immortal charm. Truly a sight of unparalleled beauty. Qingxue snapped to alertness, fury rising. With a wave of her hand, the phoenix robe by the pool flew onto her, barely covering her dripping form. Yet a warm hand had already silently pressed onto her rounded shoulder from behind. Another hand deftly wrapped around her slender waist, its fingers mischievously climbing to a certain sensitive, full. Qingxue's body stiffened, her phoenix eyes blazing with murderous intent. Chu Ye's figure had already appeared by the pool like a ghost, grinning without a shred of shame for intruding on the empress bath. His fingertips lightly traced her shoulders, savoring the astonishing smoothness and elasticity of her immortal flesh. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Does your Majesty not miss your humble servant? With that, he casually removed his outer robe and stepped into the heavenly pool, standing opposite Qingxue, who was clad only in a thin, soaked phoenix robe. The warm pool water instantly soaked his garments, outlining his lean, powerful form. Come, your Majesty, attend to my bathing. He spread his arms, his tone matter-of-fact, yet his gaze held an undeniable command. Qingxue's chest heaved, immortal power surging within her, but she was bound by the blood contract and that deep-seated sense of control. Gritting her teeth, she finally raised her trembling hands to undo his soaked robes. Throughout the process, Chu Ye naturally accidentally touched, needed, and took every advantage, leaving Qingxue flushed with anger, yet utterly helpless. Finally, Chu Ye scooped her up, dripping wet, and strode toward her dragon couch bedchamber amid splashing water. The familiar routine unfolded, but this time facing the now mortal Qingxue, Chu Ye seemed even more intrigued and exploratory. The storm subsided, clouds parted, and rain ceased. Qingxue lay in Chu Ye's arms, her immortal body no longer as frail as before, only breathing slightly heavily. Her gaze fixed on the dragon phoenix carvings on the canopy was cold, yet tinged with complexity. After a moment of silence, she spoke, her voice regaining the calm and logic of an empress. I have stepped into the immortal realm. In the eastern domain with the Qin and Chu in such a relationship now it is unwise to be enemies, nor is internal strife necessary. Chu Ye toyed with a strand of her wet hair, lazily humming in acknowledgement, signaling her to continue. The next step is to conquer outward. Qingxue turned her head to look at him. This realm is divided into 5 domains, east, west, south, north, and central. The eastern domain emphasizes martial arts, as you and I both know. The western domain excels in sinister poisons, witchcraft, and ghostly arts. The southern domain flourishes with Buddhism dotted with temples and nunneries. The northern domain is where the demon race gathers, a land of bitter cold and peril. As for the central domain, she paused. It is the most enigmatic home to hidden aristocratic families, and the 9 holy lands ethereal and elusive. As Chu Ye listened, a light began to kindle in his eyes. Expand territories. It sounds thrilling, but perhaps a tad exhausting. Qingxue seemed to read his thoughts, a faint, almost imperceptible curve gracing her lips. As she continued, the spoils of conquest lie not only in land and resources, but more so in people. She gazed into Chu Ye's eyes and slowly recited a ballad secretly circulated among the continent's top powers. The eastern domain has a female emperor, the western domain a witch queen, the southern domain a reverend, the northern domain a fox immortal, and the central domain a divine maiden. 5 peerless beauties renowned across the world. The female emperor. She paused, her tone inscrutable. You already know her taste. The remaining 4 who can rival me in fame, what extraordinary grace must they possess? The western domains witch queen, mysterious and alluring, skilled in manipulating hearts. The southern domains reverend, a blue lotus before the Buddha, sacred and inviolable. The northern domains fox maiden with innate enchantment that captivates all. The central domains divine maiden, rumored to be a descendant of immortals, as ethereal as the 9th heaven's lunar orb. Chu Ye's eyes with her every word grew ever brighter until they shone like twin lanterns. Though the female emperor in his arms was a supreme treasure, daily cultivation still leaving him entranced, the thought of 4 equally magnificent beauties scattered across other maps. His collector's heart, adept at feasting on soft rice, was thoroughly stirred. Witch queen, reverend, fox immortal, divine maiden. Chu Ye repeated, his face breaking into a smile that mingled immense interest with the lust of a hunter. They all sound challenging and well-nourishing. Qingxue watched his eager demeanor, her heart a maelstrom of unreadable emotions, yet her face remained placid. To win the beauties, one must first expand the territories. The western, southern, and northern domains, even the mysterious central domain, all require a pretext, an entry point. Chu Ye abruptly sat up, pulling Qingxue to her feet, his eyes blazing. Your Majesty's words strike a chord deep within me. Expand territories while seeking peerless beauties. How splendid. Where shall we start? The witch queen of the western domain sounds thrilling, and the reverend of the southern domain. Ahem, the serene Buddhist realm seems to hold its own charm. The fox maiden of the northern domain. A demon race never tried before. As Chu Ye earnestly began to plan, Qingxue lowered her eyelids, masking the profound meaning that flickered in her eyes. To steer this Taotai's appetite outward toward mightier foes and more enticing prizes might just be the most advantageous choice to restrain him for her and for the great Qin Empire. As for whether he could devour the others, Qingxue felt the surging immortal power within her and the still firm blood pact. If he truly could, then the very fabric of this world would be turned upside down. Chu Ye held Qingxue, who embodied both ethereal grace and tender warmth, his fingers idly twirling her cascading raven locks. As she casually mentioned the situation of the 5 domains, hinting at the western domain's abundant resources, but weak defenses, the northern domain's ice palace, Saintess, aloof solitude, and the southern wastelands, unruly demon tribes. Chu Ye listened, and then he chuckled. He rolled over, propping his head on his arm as he lay beside Qingxue, his gaze teasing as he observed her exquisite immortal face, now regaining its coolness yet still flushed with a rosy afterglow from their recent storm. My female emperor, Chu Ye drawled, your abacus beads are practically rattling in my face. You want to use me as your blade to expand your territories and clear obstacles. Fine, no problem. He agreed with unusual alacrity. Qingxue's lashes fluttered as she looked up at him, her immortal eyes deep and unfathomable, awaiting his next words. But Chu Ye leaned in, his nose almost touching hers, their breaths mingling. I suspect you're not just trying to use a tiger to drive off wolves. What you truly desire is to catch those phoenixes and divine maidens, those who once rivaled you in fame, still radiant and pristine. Pluck their feathers and toss them into my mud pit, isn't it? He grinned like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Your own wings are wet, so you can't bear to see others fly high. You want to drag everyone down into the mire to feel balanced. Qingxue's pupils contracted slightly before she regained her composure, turning her head away in silence. Yet that momentary stiffness betrayed her. Chu Ye did not press further, knowing he had struck a nerve. He lay back down, playing with a strand of her hair, following her earlier thread. The western domain, you say? Closed by adept at underhanded tactics, no match in a frontal assault. Sounds like a manageable bone to gnaw on. Quite thorough intelligence. Troop deployments, expert rosters, local specialties, even the preferences and weaknesses of several major tribal chieftains. Your Majesty, you've done your homework on unifying the world. This wasn't prepared overnight, was it? His tone was teasing, but in his heart he knew full well this ambitious woman had likely rehearsed the conquest of the world countless times in her mind. While Chu Ye grumbled inwardly, first it was his father and ancestors eagerly finding him a wife, and now his newly wedded immortal empress was starting to scout new targets for him, and with detailed strategies to boot. This soft rice was becoming increasingly systematic and strategic. As he listened to Qingxue's cool voice analyzing the Western domain situation, he stirred his mind communicating with the system. System remote, scan the most mysterious, which queen of the Western domain? What's her caliber? Command received. Initiating ultra-long-range targeted scan. Consuming fortune value. Scan target mistress of the 10,000 witch hall, which Queen Chu Ye. Cultivation Great Emperor Peak suspected to have touched the barrier talent, innate netherworld physique versed in ancient, which incantations can communicate with the netherworld wields partial authority over life and death. Appearance mysterious and seductive with innate enchantment perpetually veiled behind black gauze and mist, rumored that her true visage could eclipse the sun and moon. Comprehensive score, 99 peerless. Special note, her netherworld physique has a potential intense resonance with the yin and yang energies of the 100 Phoenix chart you possess, and also complements the vitality of the primordial tree embryo. If combined, it would bring incalculable benefits to both parties, and the system's reward is expected to be extremely unique. 99 points. Another 99. A mysterious netherworld physique. Chu Ye's eyes lit up instantly, and the lands of the Western domain suddenly seemed endearing and inviting. By the time Qingxue had reported everything from the Western domain's historical origins to the current distribution of its latrines, Chu Ye had heard enough. He stretched lazily and sat up under her slightly puzzled gaze. Your Majesty's analysis is thorough, much appreciated. Chu Ye patted her fragrant shoulder. But for such a significant matter, I need to discuss it with my father and the idle ancestors at home. After all, war requires strength in numbers. At his mention of leaving, a profoundly complex emotion flickered in Qingxue's immortal eyes, too fleeting to grasp. Was it relief? Or a trace of reluctance? Chu Ye gave her no time to dwell on her feelings. He efficiently dressed in his magnificent robes with her assistance, then turned and pinched her chin. Don't overthink it. With this 100 Phoenix chart, I can see you anytime. This chart not only forms its own realm shielding us from heavenly prying, but also comes with a top-tier teleportation array, far faster than your Great Qing's official courier routes. He leaned in, lowering his voice with a mischievous grin. From now on, when I summon you, you must come promptly and keep your appointments, understand? Even an immortal empress must abide by house rules. That last remark brought a faint blush back to Qingxue's cheeks, which had just regained their cool composure. She lowered her eyelids and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Chu Ye gave a satisfied smile. With a thought, his figure slowly faded into the hazy glow of the 100 Phoenix chart, leaving only his final words echoing in the hall. Await my good news, my female emperor. Perhaps when I return, I'll bring you a witch queen of the Western domain as company. Alone in the vast hall, Qingxue gazed at the spot where Chu Ye had vanished. Her peerlessly beautiful immortal face shifted through a kaleidoscope of emotions, finally dissolving into a nearly inaudible sigh that merged with the hall's radiant glow. Chu Ye, cloaked in immortal aura and laden with a substantial portion of a certain female emperor's resources, returned to the Great Chu Imperial Palace. His first order of business was to dash into the Qianyuan Hall to share his triumphs with his father Chu Tianxing. Father, your son has made you proud. Chu Ye exclaimed, his brows dancing with glee. The Great Qing female emperor, a perfect 99 out of 100, secured. She's now our family's immortal empress. Cultivation level. Immortal grade. Resources. Just look inside this ring. He poured out a heap of top-tier celestial treasures that Qingxue had tribute rare, even in the Great Chu National Treasury, instantly filling half the imperial study. Chu Tianxing listened, utterly astounded, his gaze shifting from the dazzling pile of treasures to his radiant son. After a long pause, he slapped his thigh. Excellent. My son is formidable. Wait. You say Qingxue now heeds your word. Far more than that. Chu Ye lifted his chin proudly. One word from me, and she wouldn't dare go east if I said west. Father, do you still recall that old villain from Great Qing, a Qingxue emperor, who once ambushed Mother Costu, your beloved, and nearly plunged our Great Chu into crisis? He's now holed up in the Great Qing Imperial Mausoleum. With one word from you, I'll have Qingxue go tonight and twist his head off for you to kick around like a ball. Chu Ye spoke with murderous intent, displaying the potential of a tyrant who would raise beacons to amuse his father. Yet to his surprise, Chu Tianxing's excitement and smile gradually faded. He clasped his hands behind his back, paced a couple of steps amidst the radiant treasures, his eyes sweeping over resources that could drive any cultivator mad, and finally settled on Chu Ye with unwavering resolve. Year, Chu Tianxing began slowly, his voice steady and powerful. I appreciate your sentiment, my son. But this vengeance, I wish to claim it myself. Chu Ye was taken aback. Huh? Father, we have an immortal level enforcer at hand. Not that I want use her, but it's unnecessary. Chu Tianxing interrupted, a long-lost imperial ambition and pride igniting in his eyes. Before, there was no opportunity. Insufficient strength, scarce resources. But now it's different. He pointed at the pile of resources on the floor. With these, the guidance of Ancestor Shanhe, and the myriad fortunes brought by the system, I have the confidence to stack my cultivation to the peak in the shortest time. That old scoundrel only became a Qingxue emperor by virtue of his age and accumulated foundation, not true genius. I shall face him honorably and slay him on the battlefield with my own hands. With his blood, I will honor your mother's soul in heaven. His words rang out with undeniable conviction. Chu Ye looked at his father, who seemed to have regained his youthful vigor, deeply moved. He dropped his playful demeanor and nodded solemnly. Father, you have great ambition. I support you. Resources are unlimited. Just ask for whatever you need. They'll cheer you on. Haha, excellent. Chu Tianxing laughed heartily, then rubbed his hands together and lowered his voice, say, is there an immortal-level dual cultivation technique suitable for a man my age? Something quick to master. Chu Ye. Father, isn't this shift in tone a bit too abrupt? Ahem, back to business. Chu Tianxing cleared his throat, regaining his composure. You said Qingxue wants to strike the western regions. Yes, she believes the time is ripe. She wants to target the western regions first. Their strength is relatively weak, full of underhanded tricks, but lacking in frontal combat capability. Chu Ye recounted Qingxue's analysis. Chu Tianxing stroked his chin, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes. The western regions. Masters of poison, goo, and curses with their ghostly tricks. Truly a headache and hard to defend against. However, he paused, revealing a somewhat sinister smile. In my early years, I dealt with some small western kingdoms and noticed that while their methods are bizarre, their physical bodies are generally frail, far inferior to the solid foundation of our eastern wasteland warriors. As they say, pay them back in their own coin. Perhaps we can fight poison with poison. Fight poison with poison. Exactly. Chu Tianxing grew more excited. They play with poison and goo. Well, hit back with deadlier poisons and more tyrannical goo. Let them taste the fear of being dominated by sinister arts. Year, does your system have anything in this line? Before he could finish, Chu Ye laughed. What a coincidence. Father, your son here happens to have a heavenly poison cannon gifted by the system. The poison and goo arts recorded within are said to be lost ancient originals leagues above what circulates in the western regions. With a thought, he recalled the 100 Phoenix picture, where due to time dilation and spiritual energy density, rare medicinal herbs thrived, including perfect materials for refining deadly poisons and goo. And we have our exclusive medicinal material production base, the 100 Phoenix picture, unlimited supply, top quality. Father and son exchanged glances, both seeing the excited gleam of stirring up trouble. Great. It's settled. Chu Tianxing made the decision. For the campaign against the western regions, while secretly poison the world, you're responsible for sorting out the formulas from the heavenly poison cannon suitable for large-scale use, and gather more raw materials from the production base. We'll deliver a lifetime unforgettable welcome gift to our friends in the western regions. Chu Ye chuckled, already imagining the bewildered expressions of the western poison masters being felled by even fiercer toxins. Indeed, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. His father's devious fight poison with poison strategy was right up his alley. This trip to the western regions would not only involve conquering that 99 witch queen, but also playing the role of poison ancestor on the side. Soft rice to eat, battles to fight, and poison to spread. Life was getting more and more fulfilling. Chu Ye plunged into the ocean of the heavenly poison cannon. His system-enhanced comprehension made learning this art feel like child's play. Those lethal inheritances and immortal-grade poison arts that could occupy a master of poison for a lifetime were as easy for him as flipping through a comic book. His goal was clear: to refine one of the most tyrannical and unstoppable poison pills recorded in the canon, the mandala. This pill, also known as Yama summons, was almost invariably fatal. The antidote was known only to the alchemist, and the refining technique varied endlessly, making the cure equally unpredictable, a supremely underhanded creation. Amidst his alchemy, the young Prince Chu's daily routine became disciplined. Sometimes he would be in the dedicated pill room of the 100 Phoenix picture, picking through rare toxic herbs, occasionally blowing up a furnace for the thrill. At noon, he would return to his chambers for a siesta, sometimes attended by the frosty imperial sister-in-law, Su Qingxue blushing, or by the holy maiden of the joyous sect, Lu Rian, arriving with professional techniques for discussion. In the afternoons and evenings, he would either study new postures of the Yin-Yang Harmony treasure mirror with the Emperor ancestors, Su Wu Huanxin and Miwe, or go comfort the reluctantly cooperative, expression complex, cold, and beautiful sect leader of the joyous sect. When the mood struck, he would summon the immortal female Emperor Qingxue from afar through the 100 Phoenix picture, ostensibly to check her immortal Bodis condition, but in truth to savor the conquering thrill of toying with this once supreme being. Most of the time, Qingxue remained expressionless, enduring submissively, but in the most intense moments a flicker of barely perceptible complexity would flash in her eyes. Thus, amidst such fulfilling and decadent days, a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the 100 Phoenix diagram was shrouded in a dense miasma of poison. Above the alchemy chamber, a phantom of a Yama pill spirit coalesced, a visage with cyan features, fangs bared, chains in hand, emitting a silent roar, its malevolent energy surging skyward. At the moment the pill was completed, the omen was terrifying. Chu Ye gazed with satisfaction at the pill in his palm, the size of a dragon's eye, dark purple in hue, with twisted ghostly patterns faintly shimmering on its surface. This was the mandala heavenly poison condensed from countless rare toxic herbs within the 100 Phoenix diagram. Merely holding it seemed to dim the surrounding light. Just then his mind stirred. Qingxue had, through the lingering link of the 100 Phoenix diagram, taken the initiative to convey her desire for an audience. This was unusual. It had always been him summoning, never her seeking an audience. Late at night, deep within the great Qing imperial palace in the side chamber of the empress's bedchamber, Chu Ye lounged lazily on a soft couch, watching Qingxue whom he had temporarily teleported over. She was still dressed in her usual dark robes, ethereally beautiful, but her brows bore less of her customary coldness and more of a subtle earnestness. What matter compels your majesty to seek me out so late at night? Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying its usual mockery. Qingxue was silent for a moment, then unexpectedly lowered her gaze, her voice softer than usual. I wish to request a realm-breaking pill. Chu Ye sat up slightly intrigued. Oh, your majesty is already in the immortal realm. What use have you for a realm-breaking pill? Surely you're not planning to add another great emperor to Great Qin. He knew that aside from Qingxue, there was no second emperor-level cultivator openly in Great Qin. Qingxue lifted her head, meeting Chu Ye's gaze with a flicker of sorrow in her eyes. It is for an elder of mine who has protected and guided me since childhood like a second mother. Her talent is limited. She has never been able to touch the threshold of the emperor realm, and now her lifespan is nearly spent. She paused, then continued, I have observed you with the women of the Joyous Union sect and myself. You indeed possess the power to defy fate and aid others in becoming emperors. Therefore, I come to you. Chu Ye stroked his chin, looking at the empress who had never truly bowed her head, even in their most intimate moments, yet now humbled herself for another. A familiar mischievous impulse stirred within him. Helping someone become an emperor, indeed it's not too difficult for me. Chu Ye said, slowly rising to approach Qingxue. He lifted a strand of her jet-black hair, playing with it. But I, Chu Ye, never do a losing deal. Your majesty, what are you willing to offer in exchange? Qingxue seemed prepared, beginning to speak. The treasures of Great Qin's imperial treasury, yours to choose, or what? Chu Ye interrupted, his smile turning reckless and cruel. His fingers slid to her smooth chin, forcing her to look at him. Has your majesty forgotten? You, Qingxue, body and soul, inside and out, even your very life, are my possession. To put it nicely, you are my immortal empress. To put it bluntly, you are merely my most precious collectible, a cultivation cauldron. A person who belongs to me entirely. What own things do you have left to trade with me? Each word was like a blade cutting into Qingxue's remaining pride. Her face paled instantly, her delicate frame trembling almost imperceptibly. Yet her immortal eyes stubbornly fixed on Chu Ye without retreat or anger, only a profound perseverance. Whatever the price, if you name it, if I can do it. She spoke each word softly but firmly. Chu Ye, seeing her like this, rarely put away his mocking smile. Such stubbornness, all for an elder unrelated to power. A faint flicker of compassion stirred within him. Enough. Chu Ye released her, turned, and took a realm-breaking pill glowing with a soft halo from his system space, tossing it casually to Qingxue. Put it on my tab. Remember, you owe me a great debt. One day you'll have to repay it with interest. He paused. Lead the way. I'll go. Otherwise, if your elder lacks the fortune to withstand the pill's power, my effort will be wasted. Qingxue caught the pill, stunned for a moment, as if she hadn't expected Chu Ye to agree so easily. And willing to go in person. She gave Chu Ye a deep, complicated look and finally whispered, thank you. In a secluded cave within the Great Qin Imperial Mausoleum, Chu Ye personally guarded the decrepit, gasping old woman, aiding her in consuming the realm-breaking pill. With Chu Ye precisely controlling the medicinal energy, the old woman endured great pain, but ultimately broke through, stepping into the emperor realm, extending her life by a millennium. Her white hair turned black, and she wept with gratitude, thanking Chu Ye profusely. Yet Chu Ye felt a faint familiarity in the face of this new great emperor, a resemblance to an old acquaintance. Back in Qingxue's bedchamber, after dismissing the attendants. In the aftermath of passion, Chu Ye held the unusually distracted immortal empress in his arms, and suddenly produced the newly refined mandala heavenly poison. The moment the pill appeared, the temperature in the chamber seemed to drop. A chilling, ominous aura spread, unsettling the Even Qingxue, already in the immortal realm, felt an instinctive wariness and fear at close proximity to the merely inhaling a trace of its escaping energy. She sensed a fatigue and dimness in her soul. You feel it. Chu Ye toyed with the pill, a sinister smile on his lips. A new little toy of mine, called the Yama pill. An immortal might not withstand it either. Seeing Qingxue's reaction, Chu Ye grew more confident in the mandala heavenly poison's power. Qingxue stared at the ominous pill, then at Chu Ye, seeming to understand. You plan to use it against the western regions. Clever. Chu Ye put the pill away. Let those poison and goo-wielding fools taste something deadlier. He got off the couch and began dressing. Get ready. We're taking a trip to the western regions. Now, without an army. Qingxue frowned. What army? Too many eyes. Chu Ye fastened his belt and turned to flash her a grin. Just you and me. Hasn't your majesty always wanted to rule the world? Let's go to the western regions and help you persuade that mysterious witch queen, and let me see if the local customs there suit my taste. Qingxue was silent for a moment, then finally rose silently, tidying herself and reverting to her usual aloof, ethereal demeanor as the immortal empress. Yet the look she cast at Chu Ye held an added layer of indescribable complexity. Moments later, two figures silently departed the Great Qin Imperial Palace, transforming into streaks of light that shot westward toward the vast, mysterious lands shrouded in legend. Chu Ye mused inwardly, the western regions, the witch queen, a score of 99, a netherworld physique. This business trip wouldn't be boring. With an immortal empress as bodyguard and guide, and the Yama pill as a trump card, this configuration for a cushy journey was truly top tier. And Chu Ye was already pondering how to sell the Western region's trip to his father and the ancestor, and that intriguing witch queen with a score of 99. Indeed, this path of relying on connections was broadening, with business expanding to cross-border alliances and Chu Ye and Qingxue, these guests from the Eastern Domain, traveled with astonishing speed, arriving at the Western Domain's borders within just a few days. Rather than lingering at the frontier, they executed a direct, high-altitude descent, landing precisely at the heart of Western Domain's power, the Witch Queen's palace city shrouded in eerie totems and swirling mist. Gazing down from the clouds, Qingxue spoke voluntarily, for once her tone notably softer. The Western Domain is different from our Eastern Domain. The Eastern Domain is a mess of empires and sects warring with each other, but here. She pointed at the sprawling, uniquely styled architecture below and the 12 neatly divided territories beyond. There is only one voice, the Witch Queen. Legend says she is the bloodline of the witch god, the mortal spokesperson capable of channeling divine power. Beneath her are 12 regional overseers called witch ancestors, each a great emperor managing their own domains and answering solely to the Witch Queen. A simple structure, centralized power. Qingxue summarized, clearly well prepared. Chu Ye listened with amusement. Oh, a pyramid scheme with just one at the top. If we topple her, does that mean we take the entire Western Domain? Qingxue shot him a glance, offering no reply, but her eyes clearly said, why else do you think I chose this place? Descending lower and concealing their presence. Thanks to Qingxue's immortal power, they found the scene below as lively as a festival. No, even more exuberant. Everywhere were bonfires, dances, and crowds in exotic attire, the air thick with spices, alcohol, and a fervent. Perfect timing, Qingxue murmured. The witch god's birth festival, lasting a month, is when they are most relaxed, defenses, vigilance, all drowned in the ritual wine. Chu Ye chuckled. Choosing this moment to strike, your majesty, you certainly know how to pick a date. It was like cracking a safe while the company was drunk at their annual party. The two drifted invisibly over the Western Domain skies, savoring this unique, massive open-air rave. Soon grander, more solemn music emanated from the central ritual area, and the crowds surged like a tide toward the massive altar. Here comes the main event, Qingxue transmitted telepathically. Chu Ye focused his gaze and saw a graceful figure slowly ascend to the altar's highest point. She wore an opulent Western Domain ceremonial robe, vibrant in color and adorned with strange gems and bone ornaments. Her face was hidden behind a gold mask etched with intricate witch runes, exuding an ancient, mysterious aura. Though her true visage remained unseen, her unique bearing with every step and the profound, mesmerizing yet unsettling presence felt even through the mask was truly extraordinary. No wonder she's one of the ultimate targets with a score of 99. Chu Ye stroked his chin. Tisk, that aura, that spectacle. The system didn't lie. On the altar, the Witch Queen began the core ritual, invoking the witch god's blessing, bathing in divine light to benefit all beings. She raised her hands, chanting ancient, obscure incantations. All the totems carved on the altar ignited with a dim glow, and an invisible force began to converge in the sky, forming a hazy pillar of light that seemed to connect heaven and earth. All the Western subjects knelt in breathless reverence, filled with awe and anticipation. Now, Chu Ye's eyes gleamed. The ritual's gathered faith, energy, and fluctuations were the perfect cover. He swiftly produced 2 jade bottles, swallowed an emerald green pill the size of a dragon's eye, and handed one to Qingxue. Antidote, take it. Our poison is indiscriminate. Even wind and vapor are carriers. Don't get caught in it. Qingxue looked at the pill, then at the solemn ceremony below, her lips twitching almost imperceptibly before she completed. Below, the Witch Queen's chant reached its climax. The ethereal pillar of light grew more solid, as if some ancient vast will was about to pour its grace through it. At the very moment, the pillar blazed brightest, and all hearts were stirred defenseless. Chu Ye flicked his finger. A dark purple pill, its surface bearing twisted demonic visages. The mandrake heavenly poison Yama pill sank silently into the gathering divine grace pillar, like a pebble into water. Upon contact, the pill did not explode, but dissolved without a trace. The dark purple poison aura essence, and even the subtlest law of poison, followed the converging faith, energy, and ritual power guided by the Witch Queen, spreading and merging like the most. The pillar's light seemed to dim slightly, but the Western subjects lost in ecstasy and reverence. Even the Witch Queen and the 12 witch ancestors, fully focused on communing with the witch god, noticed nothing. The divine grace continued to descend, enveloping the altar and spreading to the reveling crowds beyond. Chu Ye clapped his hands from above, looking carefree, done. Turning divine grace into Yama's invitation. I hope the Witch Queen likes this gift. Qingxue watched the still celebrating core region below, now unknowingly shrouded in invisible lethal poison, and remained silent. She suddenly felt that this seemingly frivolous youth possessed a cunning and ruthlessness that could be more chilling than an entire. What next? She asked. Wait, Chu Ye stretched. Wait for the poison to take effect, for them to realize they've been hit with a divine curse. And then, he looked at the graceful masked figure on the altar, a confident smile spreading across his face. It'll be our turn to step in and have a good talk with the mysterious Witch Queen about the antidote. And maybe chat about life's ambitions. After delivering the Yama pill gift package, Chu Ye fully embraced a hands-off mode. Was the Western Domain in chaos? What did that have to do with him, the little prince? He dragged the reluctantly cooperative fairy Qin along under the guise of investigating Western customs, but actually treated the Western domain as a lavish travel backdrop, focusing his energy on exploring new facets of the immortal empress by his side. Qin Nishang's transformation was complex, from initial aloof resistance to reluctant compliance, and finally, to occasionally shooting him annoyed glares at his excessive demands. Chu Ye was pleased with this progress. Conquest 1, Travel Experience, 10,086. 3 days later, the tourist zone took a drastic turn. Where songs and dances once filled the Western domain's core, now only wails remained. Those affected, commoners and cultivators alike, had ashen faces convulsing, writhing in agony on the ground, yet stubbornly clinging to life. It felt like countless insects burrowing under their skin, magma pouring through their bones and needles stabbing their soul. The most twisted part was that whenever someone neared the brink of collapse from the torment, a strange surge of vitality would pull them back from death's door, only to continue the cycle of Yamas VIP torture package. Chu Ye's poison specialized in humanitarian torment, granting the most excruciating pain while ensuring the longest lifespan. This was a textbook case of unsustainable overexploitation. Looking around, the entire Western region seemed to be under a filter of agony. Temporary altars were erected everywhere with the radiance of various exorcism, purification, blessing, and detoxification spells flickering in succession like fireworks. Some believed they had offended the witch god and spared no expense in holding grand penitent sacrifices, wailing and begging for forgiveness. Chu Ye and Qin Nishang strolled about invisibly, watching the spectacle with great amusement, as if touring a hell-themed park. Your poison is quite something. Even Qin Nishang couldn't help but comment. Just average, third best in the world. Chu Ye feigned modesty, though his pride was practically soaring. Just as he was enjoying himself, Chu Ye's brow furrowed. He sensed several invisible threads winding toward him, probing and calculating, attempting to lock onto his karmic fate. Warning. Detected high-level karmic deduction sorcery attempting to locate the host. The system's prompt sounded just in time. Oh, there are experts here. Chu Ye perked up. Automatic defense mechanism activated. Severing karmic links. Applying backlash. The system, clearly more aggressive, sent out an invisible, overbearing wave. Those karmic threads melted and shattered like snow meeting a hot iron. Instantly, from several hidden altars in the Western region, came simultaneous piercing screams and sounds of blood being spat. Trying to divine Chu Ye's fate. The price is steep, friend. Chu Ye had barely enjoyed the peace when he sensed something was wrong. From all directions, visible arrays of bizarre shapes began to glow like a tightening noose, closing in on the area he and Qin Nishang occupied. The sky was dyed in a riot of colors by various runes. Tisk can't beat me, so you call for backup. Can't find anyone, so you set up arrays for a group fight. Chu Ye curled his lip. I shouldn't underestimate these mystics. If they can't pinpoint my location, they'll just comb through the area inch by inch with large-scale formations. Qin Nishang's eyes turned cold as her immortal energy began to stir, ready to forcefully break the array. No rush, your majesty, Chu Ye said, grabbing her arm with a sly grin. We have a passage. No need to crowd with them. With a thought, their figures vanished instantly, entering the absolute safety of the realm. The primordial chaos microworld within the 100 Phoenix diagram. The composite arrays outside that could trap and kill an emperor. Sorry, find me first. Inside the microworld, Chu Ye leisurely brewed a pot of tea. He even had the leisure to watch the live stream through the diagram's faint connection to the outside, seeing the Western region experts sweating profusely over their empty encirclement. Surround away, take your time. Chu Ye took a sip of tea, manipulating the diagram to quietly open a back door on another mountain peak hundreds of miles outside the encirclement. When the people outside realized they had been duped and were second-guessing themselves, Chu Ye and Qin Nishang had already swaggered back near the Witch Queen's palace through the back door. Compared to before, it was even more horrific here. Poisonous miasma hung thick, and the ground was littered with victims groaning in pain. Only the core of the Witch Queen's palace was shielded by a flickering, strained-looking dark barrier, barely keeping the most potent poison at bay. Oh, quite tenacious. Chu Ye chuckled, pulling out an enhanced Yama pill. Since you're so eager to hunt me down, it'd be rude not to return the favor. Here, double or nothing. Another poison pill silently dissolved into the environment. Over the next half-month, the Western region was utterly reduced to a hell on earth. Poisonous fog spread, life withered, and despair reigned. All attempts at detoxification failed. Even the Witch Queen's personal intervention yielded little result. Just as everyone was about to give up, news suddenly came from the Witch Queen's palace. A cure had been found. Chu Ye and Qin Nishang, naturally skeptical, went to watch the spectacle. In the grandest sacrificial square, the towering, ferocious statue of the witch god had been brought out again, surrounded by piles of offerings. More chillingly, tens of thousands of chosen Western subjects stood numb and listless within a cordoned-off area clearly intended as fuel for a blood sacrifice. The Witch Queen, in full regalia and a golden mask, stood before the statue and began chanting the most ancient, bloodiest sacrificial incantation. She intended to gather the full strength and faith of her race, communicate with the witch god through blood sacrifice, and borrow supreme, divine power to purify this poison. Midway through the ritual, the empty eye sockets of the witch god's statue suddenly ignited with two ghastly flames that chilled the soul. A vast ancient cold will brimming with a primeval aura seemed to be summoned and slowly descended. This will swept over the pervasive poison mist, and actually caused it to dissipate slightly. Then it seemed to see something abruptly turning its head. An invisible, terrifying gaze like the most precise sniper rifle instantly locked onto Chu Ye, who was hiding among the crowd watching the show. Holy crap! Chu Ye's scalp tingled. This witch god was actually something else. From such a distance, it could locate him through the karma in the poison. Can't mess with this, time to bail. He grabbed Qingxue ready to activate the 100 Phoenix diagram and flee. At that critical moment, crack! A crisp, heart-shattering sound echoed across the deathly silent square. Before the bewildered, shocked, and incredulous eyes of everyone, including the descending will of the witch god, the towering statue, the supreme symbol of faith that had held the Western region's belief for eons, split from head to toe with a massive penetrating crack. Then the cracks spread like a spiderweb with crack sounds unceasing. Under the despairing, collapsing gaze of countless onlookers, the entire statue collapsed with a thunderous roar. It crumbled into a pile of lifeless rubble. The newly descended will of the witch god, which had yet to display its power, seemed to emit an inaudible wave of confusion, perhaps even disgust. Then it receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. On the square there was a deathly silence. The blood sacrifice stopped, the incantation was cut off, and even the groans of pain seemed to be paused. No one could see the face beneath the witch queen's golden mask, but her violently trembling body revealed the turmoil within. The tens of thousands awaiting sacrifice stared blankly at the pile of rubble. The same desperate thought echoed in the minds of every surviving Westerner. Even our supreme witch god couldn't solve this poison. Was it even poisoned to the point of cracking its statue? Chu Ye was stunned too, staring at the ruins. He blinked, then scratched his head and muttered to the equally surprised Qingxue, is my poison really that potent? Could it be? His expression turned odd. That witch god they worshipped saw my poison and found it too hot to handle. So it just logged off and ran away. The Western region's ultimate trump card, the core of its faith, had shattered in such an absurd, farcical, yet utterly brutal way. What now? Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to the solitary, graceful figure in the golden mask standing on the altar, utterly isolated. The witch queen was now truly a queen alone. On the altar, the witch queen in her golden mask stood alone. She slowly raised a trembling hand as if to touch the rubble, then let it fall weakly. At the edge of the square, Chu Ye stroked his chin, his eyes growing brighter. Your Majesty, he nudged Qingxue beside him. Do you think now is a good time to have a heart-to-heart with that witch queen? Perhaps discuss the antidote, and while we're at it, talk about life. Qingxue shot him a glance, silent, but her eyes clearly read exploiting chaos. You're a true professional. The witch queen, crestfallen, returned to her bedchamber. Before she could settle, her surroundings shifted, and she was abducted into the 100 Phoenix painting. Confronted by this unfamiliar celestial realm and the pair before her, the man handsome, yet roguish, the woman ethereally cold. She recognized them as Chu Ye and Qingxue. Behind her golden mask, her eyes were as still as a deep pool, even revealing a hint of relief, as if to say, finally. What do you two seek? She spoke first, her voice clear. Chu Ye grinned, pointing at Qingxue. This one wants to unify the realm. The Western regions fall under your rule, so naturally you're on the list. He paused, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over the witch queen's curvaceous figure wrapped in ornate ritual robes, and added with a smirk, as for my personal motive, it's simpler. I hear the witch queen rivals my empress in reputation. I'm a curious man, so I wanted to see for myself, to find out where exactly you rival her. The implication in C was unmistakable. The witch queen fell silent, then turned to Qingxue, her tone complex. Since our parting back, then I knew your ambitions were vast. I just didn't expect it so soon. And with such ruthless methods. She shifted tone, certain. Qingxue, even if you take the Western regions, so what? The central domain will never permit unification. The power hidden there is beyond your imagination. Qingxue's response was a slight raise of her jade hand. A vast, pure celestial power surpassing mortal imperial levels surged forth, instantly filling this pocket realm. It was the true power of an immortal. The witch queen, who had remained composed, faltered in her breath for the first time behind the golden mask. Her body trembled almost imperceptibly as she gasped, an immortal. You've already stepped into the immortal realms. The tides of the world long divided must unite. Qingxue withdrew her aura, her voice as cold as ever. This is the cycle of heaven's way. Unity is the only true path to end chaos and gather destiny. The witch queen recovered from her shock, but shook her head with a scoff. Merely a pretentious excuse for the ambitious. You poisoned thousands in the Western regions. Heaven's retribution will strike. I am the earthly vessel of the witch god. Your deeds have provoked divine wrath. As she spoke, she made a move that caught both Chu Ye and Qingxue off guard. Beneath the splendid ritual robe, the witch queen's body suddenly softened and collapsed. Countless tiny, sinister black insect swarms poured from her sleeves, collar, and hem. In an instant, the once shapely form dissolved into a cloud of insects, leaving only an empty garment crumpled. The insect cloud screeched sharply as if following a command, and surged toward Chu Ye and Qingxue. A golden cicada shedding its shell, eh? No, an insect shedding its form. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, unflustered. Too bad. Here in the landlord. With a thought, the 100 Phoenix painting manifested its own rules. The ferocious insect swarm, before even nearing them, was annihilated and purified by radiant light that appeared from nowhere, leaving not a trace, becoming nourishment for this pocket realm. Qin Nishang with a delicate finger tapped the void. Celestial power flowed, tracing the residual insect aura and the ripples of law from the vanished decoy. Moments later her eyes brightened, found it, southwest, deep underground. The 100 Phoenix painting opened a passage once more. In an instant the two appeared in a secret chamber at the lowest level of the Witch God Palace filled with ancient runes, dense poison smoke and insects. The real Witch Queen, adorned in even more intricate and mysterious ceremonial garb, still wore the golden mask. She sat silently in meditation at the center of a complex altar. Behind her a blurred phantom of the Witch God, exuding a primal aura, slowly coalesced. Seated around the altar were 12 witch ancestors, each with profound high-level imperator auras, forming an enigmatic grand formation. Seeing Chu Ye and the others arrive, the Witch Queen slowly opened her eyes. Behind the mask's openings her gaze was calm, as if she had anticipated this. Her aura was ethereal, linked to the Witch God Phantom, faintly stepping into a realm akin to pseudo-immortal, her power still rising. Hand over the antidote. The Witch Queen spoke, her voice ethereal, yet commanding. Or be buried here forever, your soul refined for millennia, never to reincarnate. A big talk. Chu Ye picked at his ear, unafraid, and grinned as he examined her. But, seeing you now so sacred and untouchable, am even more curious. On a bed would you still be so composed? How dare you? One witch ancestor roared. The Witch Queen's gaze turned icy, and she and her phantom raised their hands simultaneously. The 12 witch ancestor formation blazed with light. Vast crushing force mixed with eerie witch god power surged like mountains and seas toward Chu Ye and Qin Nishang. Qin Nishang snorted, stepped forward, and unleashed her celestial power, without restraint, clashing heat-in with the terrifying pressure of 13 peak experts, including the pseudo-immortal Witch Queen. Celestial light and witch power collided, evenly matched. Chu Ye, ever the instigator, casually tossed the system-rewarded celestial-grade Emperor sword to Qin Nishang. Catch. Use this to whip them. With the Emperor sword in hand, Qin Nishang was like a tiger with wings. Sword light flickered with enhanced celestial might, even suppressing their combined assault by a third. Simultaneously, Chu Ye channeled all his power into the 100 Phoenix painting. The space of the entire chamber and its surroundings began to warp and peel away. External laws were rapidly sealed off. The painting's power, like a greedy maw, sought to devour this area and everyone within into its world. No, he's cutting off our connection to the world and the witch god. One witch ancestor cried in alarm. Chu Ye grinned, figured it out. Borrowed power is still borrowed. Cut off the power, and how will you resist? As the painting's isolation intensified, the witch god phantom behind the queen began to flicker and fade. The pseudo-immortal power bolstering her receded like a tide. A fierce glint flashed in the witch queen's eyes. Without hesitation, she bit her tongue, using her blood and soul as a catalyst for a final blood sacrifice, her last gamble. But Chu Ye was waiting for this moment. The primordial tree's seed trembled slightly, releasing a strand of pure, vast primordial chi that enveloped the entire scene. This power, originating from the world's dawn, completely obscured all heavenly secrets and severed all internal and external connections. The 12 witch ancestors simultaneously spat blood, their auras wilting, plummeting from imperator peaks to rock bottom, severely wounded by the formation's backlash. The witch queen, forced to halt her blood sacrifice, suffered even worse. Her aura collapsed like an avalanche. Blood seeped from under her golden mask, her life force dimming rapidly, on the verge of extinguishing. Damn it. No. Chu Ye panicked for real. Had he stirred up the western regions and poisoned half the world for the endless poisonous herbs? Of course not. It was for this mysterious witch queen with a score of 99. If she died, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? He dashed forward in a single stride, casting all decorum aside, as he frantically poured the boundless vitality nurtured by the primordial tree embryo into the witch queen's body, as if it cost nothing. Simultaneously, he swiftly struck several forbidden seals upon her heart meridian and soul origin, stabilizing her nearly dissipating spiritual essence. Let's go. Take her back first. Chu Ye wrapped one arm around the barely breathing witch queen and the other around Qin Nishang, frantically urging the 100 Phoenix diagram with his mind. With a flicker of light and shadow, the severely wounded 12 witch ancestors in the secret chamber, along with the comatose and dying witch queen Chu Ye and Qin Nishang, all vanished, leaving behind only the chaotic altar and the dissipating poisonous smoke. Inside the 100 Phoenix diagram, Chu Ye wiped a non-existent bead of cold sweat as he watched the witch queen, whom he had forcibly rescued, and was now hanging by a thread within the primordial chi. That was close, so close. I nearly lost everything. He muttered, then glanced at Qin Nishang, whose expression was unreadable, and chuckled. Your Majesty, what do you think? Isn't this souvenir from our Western region tour particularly unique? Qin Nishang shot him a glance and said nothing, but her eyes clearly conveyed whatever makes you happy. The witch queen woke up in a daze, and the first thing she saw was Chu Ye's grinning face. She instinctively tried to summon her power, only to find her body utterly empty, her cultivation sealed as tightly as any ordinary woman. Upon further reflection, she found her clothes intact, but a warm and immense vitality was coursing through her, mending the wounds left by the blood sacrifice's backlash. Awake. Chu Ye propped his chin on his hand, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. I said, Queen Mother, I never intended to kill you, so why go to such extremes? You nearly cost me my, well, crucial partner. The Witch Queen fell silent for a long time, her golden mask facing him as she asked again, "What exactly are you here for?" "Simple." Chu Ye raised a finger. "I possess a secret art of immortal destiny, and I need to find women blessed with immense fortune to dual cultivate with in order to advance." His gaze swept over the Witch Queen's form with frankness. "You are very suitable." He then pointed to Qingxue, who stood silently nearby. "As for her, she does want to unify the realm. But unification doesn't have to involve rivers of blood. We don't have the manpower or resources to take over the Western region entirely. As long as you high-ranking officials are willing to nominally submit to great Qing cultures, can merge slowly. Killing and fighting are so uncivilized." The Witch Queen remained silent, clearly unconvinced. "Don't doubt me." Chu Ye shifted his posture, his smile turning playful. "Look at you now. Your cultivation is sealed, your people outside are suffering under the Yama pill, and the 12 strongest enforcers of the Western region are all lying here." He jerked his chin towards the pile of unconscious witch ancestors in the adjacent room. "Even if you refuse, the Empress alone could raise the Western region. Negotiating with you now is giving you dignity." He leaned in, lowering his voice with a naked threat. "Queen Mother, you wouldn't want the Western region to truly end in your hands, would you?" Finally, he produced a scroll of contract gleaming with blood light and unrolled it slowly. "Sign this, the eternal blood pact. With the soul as the vein and blood as the bond, from now on you shall obey only my commands. Sign it, and the Western region is saved." "Refuse." He shrugged. "Then watch the Western region become a true hell on earth. But rest assured, I won't let you die." The oppressive aura of the contract spread out. These were terms of outright slavery, requiring voluntary agreement, without any coercion. Yet voluntary. Was there a choice? After a long silence, a clear voice emerged from beneath the mask, laden with resigned exhaustion. "I can submit. But you must lift the poison in the Western region, refrain from slaughtering my people, and harm none of my tribe." "Deal." Chu Ye agreed readily. The Witch Queen extended a trembling hand, forcing a drop of essence blood from her fingertip onto the contract. The bloodlight merged, and the pact was sealed. Chu Ye immediately felt an absolute master-servant bond established between himself and the Witch Queen, allowing him not only to control her every move, but also to vaguely sense and influence her emotions and thoughts. This mysterious and proud Western witch sovereign had become his private possession. "Remove the mask," Chu Ye commanded. The Witch Queen silently raised her hand and unfastened the clasp of the golden mask. The mask slid away, revealing a face of exotic and breathtaking beauty. Unlike Qingxue's cold aloofness, her beauty carried an air of mystery and wildness, possessing a bewitching, soul-stealing allure. Her eyes were like deep pools and cold stars, one iris shimmering like brilliant gold amber, seeming to contain the principles of heaven and earth, drawing one into a trance upon meeting her gaze. Chu Ye felt a fire kindle within him and continued his command, "Disarm." The Witch Queen's form stiffened slightly, yet she obeyed. Piece by piece, she shed the ornate ceremonial robe, the adornments, the inner garments, all symbols of her supreme authority, until a breathtakingly perfect, unadorned jade-like body was completely revealed before Chu Ye. Her skin under the glow of the ancient lamp shone with a warm ivory luster, her curves rising and falling in a... Chu Ye approached, appraising her from head to toe like a rare treasure, his fingers involuntarily tracing her smooth neck, delicate collarbone, and slender waist. Initially, he pretended to check for injuries, but soon dropped the act entirely, scooping her up in his arms and striding towards the nearby soft couch. Now he pressed her down onto the couch, his voice dripping with undisguised aggression and mockery. "Let me witness the legendary mighty Witch Queen's true allure in the throes of passion." He showed no tenderness. Though it was the Witch Queen's first time, she displayed astonishing aptitude and endurance. Her body was supple as if boneless, capable of contorting into a myriad of unbelievable graceful positions, and her moans rose and fell like an ancient witch's incantation, carrying a strange, mesmerizing rhythm. What delighted Chu Ye even more was the ancient, vigorous life essence seemingly hidden within her, which, combined with the continuous nourishment of the primordial vitality, allowed her to withstand his unrestrained demands. Within the chamber lit by the ancient lamp, amidst swirling mists of ecstasy, this deep communion, born of conquest and bound by contractual force, lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. As the storm finally subsided, Chu Ye gazed at the Witch Queen beside him, her eyes dazed, her skin marked with red traces, her heterochromatic eyes shimmering with tears, yet still holding a flicker of unyielding defiance. A satisfied smirk curled his lips. The greatest trophy of the Western region expedition was finally inspected and approved. As the storm ceased, Chu Ye smiled contentedly at the Witch Queen, who still retained a hint of defiant pride. 7 days and nights of deep communion. Chu Ye held the Western Witch Queen, rated 99, in his arms, listening to the system's dinging rewards notifications, his grin stretching nearly to his ears. Ding, 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 ding. Detected host successfully conquered target, rated 99, peak of peerless beauty, Witch Queen Qingxue. Bond assessment perfect. Hidden condition triggered first to conquer a witch god's inheritor target. Calculating rewards. Calculation overload. Re-evaluating. Rewards generated. Congratulations, host. You have received an epic tier overload reward pack. A rapid, pleasant series of system prompts exploded like firecrackers in his mind, with a dazzling golden virtual interface scrolling frantically. 1. Primordial artifact, heavenly calculation abacus. 1. capable of divining heavenly secrets and calculating karmic causes, laying down forbidden sigil arrays and shielding its master's celestial fate from all detection. 2. Witch God's Fortune 1 Strand Fortune Enhancement Divine Inheritance grants a terrifying boost to all witch-type techniques and divine abilities. 3. Immortal Realm Breakthrough Pill 1-4. Emperor Realm Breakthrough Pill 9-5. Ninefold Sublimation Pill 9-6. Supreme Immortal Herbs 9. Each of a unique type, these are immortal-grade herbs long extinct in the outer world or existing only in legend. Examples include Chaos Green Lotus Seed Time Space, Other Shore Flower Tying Moon Laurel Branch, and others, each possessing miraculous effects such as strengthening the soul, tempering an indestructible body, enlightening intelligence, or nurturing primordial chi. 7. Complete Witchcraft Heritage 1 contains all secret transmissions of the ancient witch god lineage encompassing 8 major systems: prayer, curse, beast, taming, goo, poison, divination, sacrifice, spirit communication, and witch body tempering. The knowledge is vast and profound, pointing directly to the origin of the witch Dao. Cultivating it to its peak allows communication with the will of the witch god in the void, borrowing its immense power. His cultivation rocketed from the peak of the myriad manifestations realm straight to the peak of the Tai Su realm, and his soul force swelled to the emperor heaven environment. A 99-point score, truly worth every bit. Chu Ye gloated, feeling this haul was an incredible profit. In his arms, the witch queen, having just undergone a profound cultural exchange, bore a striking contrast to Qingxue's cold, proud demeanor. At this moment, her brows and eyes naturally exuded a unique, enchanting charm of the western regions. Her lotus-like arms encircled Chu Ye's neck, the golden mask long discarded in some unknown corner, revealing a face of haunting otherworldly beauty with a hint of exotic allure. Her voice was clear and ethereal, yet carried a soft, pleading note: the poison. When will it be lifted? Chu Ye, while cheerfully continuing to explore the exquisite curves in his hands, replied offhandedly, lift it. It's a single thought for me. What's the rush? In this 100 Phoenix chart, 30 days here equals 1 day outside. We have all the time in the world. He shifted his tone, pulling out a radiant rainbow-hued Immortal Realm Breakthrough pill. However, I suggest you first engage in some dual cultivation therapy with me to restore your body and cultivation. Here, this immortal-grade breakthrough pill. Take it, and it guarantees you an immediate upgrade. The witch queen gazed at the pill, silent for a moment, then suddenly asked Qingxue, did she also? Of course. Chu Ye nodded frankly, his fingertip casually tracing the blood contract lines beneath her collarbone that were not yet fully solidified. Once you sign the contract, you're my woman. Do your part well and resources and rewards will not be lacking. The underlying implication and veiled threat in his words were not lost on someone of the witch queen's caliber. Her gaze flickered as if weighing options before she finally made up her mind. Her red lips approached Chu Ye's ear, her breath like orchid carrying an alluring temptation. My witch god clan possesses a secret technique called the spirit bridge conduction art. It can build a bridge between body and heart, allowing mutual exchange. Her voice trailed off, leaving a lingering seductive charm. Over the following month, Chu Ye profoundly understood the meaning of Western region's charm, vast and profound. With the witch queen's unreserved, devoted dedication and the blessing of that mystical secret art, he experienced unprecedented soul-shivering ecstasy. For a full 30 days, aside from necessary meditation, he barely left the battlefield. Now I finally understand, Chu Ye remarked sincerely during a break, holding the sweat-drenched witch queen close, why our ancestors were always so keen on opening up the Western regions. This cultural treasure truly deserves in-depth exploration and study. When the month ended, the passage to the 100 Phoenix chart opened once more. The witch queen who emerged was now clad in a new, more resplendent and mysterious ceremonial robe, her golden mask back in place. However, the ethereal celestial aura flowing around her, identical to Qingxue's, proclaimed that she too had weathered the immortal tribulation and officially entered the immortal realm. Yet her steps lagged slightly behind Chu Ye's, her posture submissive, clearly signaling a shift in status. Facing the 12 witch ancestors whose auras were withered and memories of the crucial battle erased by the witch queen's immortal power, Chu Ye collaborated with her to stage a grand miraculous poison cure act. The witch queen again communicated with the witch god. In truth, Chu Ye secretly manipulated the 100 Phoenix chart and primordial chi to simulate it, causing a blessed rain to fall, dispelling all poisonous miasma and restoring vitality to the western lands. The people of the western regions, having survived the calamity, worshipped the witch queen with even more fervent devotion for saving them from the brink of disaster. However, when this revered queen returned to her bedchamber, dismissed her attendants, and closed the door, rip, the magnificent ceremonial robe was unceremoniously torn apart by someone. Chu Ye pressed her against the door panel, taking the goddess who had just saved the western regions with a near brutal possessiveness. Yet the witch queen was not angered. She even actively responded. She knew her place, while the wise person adapts to circumstances. Sacrificing herself to ensure the safety of the Western people and the continuity of the witch clan's heritage was the best possible outcome. Moreover, this man had indeed given her a path to immortality she had never dared to dream of. Her feelings for him were complex and indescribable, but at least in the intimacy of the bedchamber, she chose to acquiesce and even try to enjoy it. As the storm subsided, Chu Ye toyed with the witch queen's sweat-dampened black hair, twirling a strand around his finger and asked casually by the way Qingxue sent word. She wants to meet tomorrow to discuss the next integration plan. It seems my empress is already eager to begin her great unification. The witch queen lay in his arms, and upon hearing this her red lips curled into an extremely faint, enigmatic smile, as she softly replied as, "The young master commands." Deep within the witch queen's bedchamber illuminated by pearls and filled with exotic incense, Qingxue and the witch queen sat facing each other. The former in her dark robes was cold and ethereal. The latter in her magnificent ceremonial garb had her face hidden behind a mask, only her deep eyes revealing complex emotions. Chu Ye lounged on a nearby soft couch, idly playing with a jade cup in his fingers, watching the meeting of two phoenixes with keen interest. Since the foundation for unification has been laid, the specific strategy must be clarified. Qingxue got straight to the point, her voice like the clash of ice and jade, without any prevarication. The witch god faith is deeply rooted in the western regions. Forcible conversion will inevitably lead to chaos. The approach must be gradual erosion, gentle guidance. Great Qin can temporarily permit the continued existence of the witch god totem and respect its rituals. However, at the forefront of all sacrifices, legal codes, and official documents, the emblem of the Great Qin Empire and the honored name of the Empress must be clearly inscribed. Let the symbol of Qin become deeply ingrained in people's hearts before the witch god. This is the first step towards cultural unification, establishing the fact of the empire's existence before the spiritual totem. The witch queen listened quietly, her fingertips tracing the intricate patterns on her ceremonial robe. After a moment, she spoke slowly. "Your Majesty speaks of cultural erosion. Do I have no objection? However, the witch clan's heritage spans tens of thousands of years. It is not merely a faith, but also concerns our bloodline memories and way of survival. This is a bottom line that cannot be severed. Great Qin's culture systems and skills may enter the western regions, but they must do so like spring rain, nourishing things subtly and imperceptibly, not like a torrent that washes away houses and uproots trees. The people of the western regions are simple yet fierce. If they feel the danger of cultural extinction, they may develop a mindset of preferring mutual destruction." She raised her eyes to look at Qingxue, her tone growing more solemn. "Furthermore, to truly win the hearts of the Western people, it cannot be achieved by a single imperial decree or military might. It requires benevolent governance that benefits the people, fairness to earn their trust, and actions to prove that Great Qin's rule is superior to the former rule of the witch god. Building irrigation, reducing taxes, opening trade routes, punishing evil, and promoting good. All these things require years of effort, so that the common people can see tangible benefits, and only then will they develop genuine loyalty from the heart. One can gain territory through force, one wins people's hearts through virtue." Both were women of peerless beauty and extraordinary wisdom. Though they were negotiating, their words concealed sharp edges. Qingxue, backed by the momentum of her recent victory and her immortal realm power, spoke with grand sweeping vision, focusing on the magnificent unified future of the entire eastern and western regions, her ambition vast and her strategy methodical. The witch queen, as the representative of the defeated side, though in a weaker position, tenaciously guarded the bottom line of her clan's heritage and people's welfare, yielding no ground on essential points, using softness to overcome hardness. Each doubt and condition she raised was aimed at protecting the western region's fundamentals, yet she cleverly packaged her resistance as suggestions more beneficial for Great Qin's long-term rule. Qingxue, upon hearing this, did not grow angry, but instead nodded slightly. The concerns of the witch queen are indeed reasonable. Cultural integration cannot be rushed. Winning the hearts of the people requires tangible benefits. The iron laws of Great Qin decree that merits shall be rewarded and faults punished, and this applies to the western regions as well. However, she shifted her tone, her gaze clear and piercing. Gentleness does not mean laxity. The law's bureaucratic system, weights, measures, and currency of Great Qin shall be the universal standards in the western regions. The witch officials and shamans under the witch queen must gradually study Qin law and rituals. The court will also dispatch capable officials to assist in governance and promote integration. This process may require the witch queen to set an example by leading personally. This was a demand that the witch queen not only submit in name, but also become a model of kinification in action. The pressure subtly shifted onto the witch queen's shoulders. She was silent for a moment, a faint, almost inaudible sigh escaping from beneath her mask. Then her tone regained its calm. "Since I have entered this game, I shall naturally abide by the agreement. Within the witch palace, I can first alter some rituals and introduce Qin rites. I shall select the cleverest of my people to learn Qin script and study Qin history. However, I ask your majesty to understand that this is not something achieved overnight. Overzealousness may provoke backlash. The balance must be struck through our ongoing discussions." "Agreed," Qingxue replied decisively. "The specific details can be drafted jointly by our close advisors, refined point by point. We shall meet monthly to review progress." Chu Ye watched with keen interest. He observed the two stunning figures beside him. One like an unsheathed sword, sharp and direct, piercing to the core. The other like ancient jade in a deep pool, warm and reserved, yet hiding a resilient strength. Their words wove together, sharing a consensus on the broader picture, while contending over details, cooperating, yet probing, and defining boundaries in unseen realms. What was intriguing was the remarkable restraint and rationality both maintained. Though at a disadvantage, the witch queen remained neither servile nor arrogant, arguing her case. Qingxue, despite her advantage, did not act overbearing, but listened to reasonable suggestions. This negotiation concerning the livelihood of billions was steered by two peerless beauties exuding a cold elegance and efficient pragmatism. He took a sip of the spirit wine in his cup, musing inwardly. With these two masters of internal affairs handling such tedious matters, it seemed he could take it a little easier. Unifying the world sounded exhausting, but if all he had to do was handle the critical breakthroughs and final inspections, life could be quite pleasant. He wondered, however, where this harmony of twin phoenixes would ultimately lead the realm. Watching Qingxue and the Witch Queen reach a preliminary consensus and begin discussing specifics, irrigation routes, tax ratios, and the first batch of exchange personnel. In hushed tones, Chu Ye stretched lazily, knowing this high-level meeting would continue for some time. He relished the respite, his thoughts drifting to the new toy from the system, reward, the heavenly calculation abacus. Perhaps it was time to study this treasure capable of divining fate and calculating karma. After all, the path ahead could not be navigated by brute force and luck alone. Chu Ye, half listening to the two female leaders discuss how to elegantly annex the western regions, fiddled with the newly acquired heavenly calculation abacus. The beads clinked crisply as he pondered. The more he considered it, the more he realized its value. Not only could it peek into fragments of the future, but it also came preloaded with an encyclopedia of ancient grand formations. Hongming's creations are always top-notch. He muttered contentedly, feeling that his schemes, or rather his strategies, would become even more adept. Time slipped away amid Qingxue's thunderous measures and the Witch Queen's gentle resistance from broad daylight until the moon rose above the willow tops. The luminous pearls in the bedchamber glowed softly, illuminating the slightly flushed profiles of the two peerless beauties absorbed in discussion. The air held an inexplicable hint of intimacy. Chu Ye stretched with a loud crack of his joints, finally interrupting the marathon summit. Stop, stop, stop. Your Majesties, your Highness, look at the hour. Time to call it a day. I mean, time to rest. As soon as he spoke, the Witch Queen smoothly rose, her golden mask turned toward Chu Ye, her voice docile. You have labored, my lord. I shall prepare a warm bath and attend to your bathing and dressing. Her shift in attitude was seamless, as if she were not the one who had just fiercely argued over tax percentages in the Qingxue frowned, instinctively turning to leave this awkward place. As a female emperor, she was accustomed to handling state affairs alone and to solitude. But before she could take a step, Chu Ye grabbed her wrist. Hey, your Majesty, don't rush off. Chu Ye grinned like a fox that had stolen a chicken, his fingers brushing her delicate wrist. The night is long. With official matters settled, shouldn't we discuss family affairs? Qingxue's body stiffened noticeably. She turned to glare at him, her eyes screaming, what are you up to? With a hint of barely, she was far too intelligent not to grasp his implication. Chu Ye pulled her closer, his other arm still around the Witch Queen's waist, speaking with a shameless earnestness. Look, I saved your elder, and now I've helped you conquer the western regions. Your wishes are mostly fulfilled. I don't ask for much. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two beauties, then flashed a grin. Just the pleasure of your company. Is that too much? Qingxue's ears reddened. She bit her lip, glaring at him with a mix of indignation and defiance. In private, I will yield to you, but in front of outsiders. Outsiders? Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, deliberately tightening his hold on the Witch Queen. Who here is an outsider? Besides, he leaned close to Qingxue's ear, lowering his voice, but ensuring the Witch Queen could hear. You still owe me a favor. This is my request. I truly ask for little. These words were the height of shamelessness. Qingxue, irritated by his breath on her neck, recalled that she indeed owed him a debt. She glanced at the Witch Queen, who wore an expression of composed readiness. Under the combined pressure of reality, obligation, and an indescribable atmosphere, the female emperor's pride and resistance finally began to crack. She turned her face away, no longer resisting, offering silent acquiescence. Yet her body remained rigid like a finely carved but tense jade statue. Chu Ye cared little for her stiffness. In high spirits, he embraced both beauties, half dragging, half leading them toward the vast misty bath at the rear of the bedchamber, fed by an underground spiritual spring. Here we are. Chu Ye stepped into the slightly scalding water, letting out a contented sigh. He turned back, flashing a brilliant smile at the two beauties still hesitating at the edge, one shy, one stiff. Ladies, what are you waiting for? Disarm. He emphasized the word disarm with deliberate weight. In the end, amid the steaming mist and certain indescribable sounds, imperial ambitions, which traditions, the majesty of an empress, and the reserve of a queen all dissolved into the night. As it turned out, some deep exchanges were more effective than 100 meetings. After that night, when Qingxue and the Witch Queen sat together to discuss the great unification, the atmosphere was noticeably more harmonious. Though they still contended over interests and argued over boundaries, the underlying tension and mutual wariness had faded. Occasionally their eyes would meet, revealing a flicker of shared embarrassment and resignation, as those who had been through it before they nonchalantly looked away. After all, they were sisters who had rolled in the same trench. Some things went without saying. The affairs in the western regions were nearing a smooth conclusion. Chu Ye finally became generous, imparting the complete Wu clan heritage to the Witch Queen, enabling her to truly stabilize the hearts of the Western people in her own strength. With the Western regions settled, the subsequent details of the dual Phoenix governance were left to those two wise helpmates to manage. Chu Ye, clutching the freshly acquired heavenly mechanism abacus and a pile of system rewards, returned home with great satisfaction. The moment he set foot within the borders of Great Chu, he keenly sensed a shift in the composition of the air. Several overwhelmingly powerful emperor-level auras blazed like searchlights in the night, blatantly proclaiming their presence. There were ancient imperial mights heavy and still as mountains carrying the dust of ages, and also nascent imperial rhythms sharp and eager raring to go. Wow, Chu Ye chuckled. Looks like our pill assembly line and emperor-level crash course have been quite productive. With this many auras, becoming the foremost family in the world is within reach. Before the palace hall, two figures were already waiting. His father Chu Tianxing now possessed unfathomable cultivation, exuding a palpable aura of "my son has done well." He greeted Chu Ye with a smile as radiant as a bountiful harvest. Rubbing his hands together, his eyes shimmering with pure curiosity, he asked, "You're back. All settled in the western regions. That witch queen. Did you get her?" He leaned in, lowering his voice, his tone full of the curiosity and teasing of a seasoned man. "How was it? That exotic charm? Was it swaying?" Beside him, ancestor Chu Shanha stood with his hands behind his back, his great emperor's pressure contained, yet evident, bearing an immortal air. Though he remained silent, his slightly tilted ear and the barely perceptible glint of "hurry up and spill the details" in his eyes fully betrayed the burning, gossipy spirit of the family's highest combatant. Chu Ye was amused by the bluntness of his two logistics chiefs and strategic enforcers, who were also gossipy comrades. With a flick of his wrist, several radiant jade bottles appeared in his palm, which he casually tossed over. "Got her, of course. The system rewards naturally were bountiful." His tone was light, as if he were discussing buying a cabbage rather than conquering a regional power. "Here are these extra Immortal Realm pill breach pills, and a few saved 9 revolutions sublimation pills. You two can distribute them as you see fit. Give them to the ancestors stuck at bottlenecks, and the promising uncles and cousins." His gaze swept over the newly born emperor-level auras deep within the palace, a playful curve touching his lips. "Our women have them, so our own family certainly should too. Right now emperor level is wholesale, but we're still short a peak emperor-level powerhouse to lead the pack." Chu Tianxing took the pills, feeling the vast immortal energy within his hand, trembling slightly. At these words his spirit soared. "Don't worry. With you, this resource irrigation machine, it's only a matter of time before our great Chu imperial clan produces an immortal." Ancestor Chu Shanha nodded solemnly, carefully storing the pills, and finally spoke, his voice like a great bell. "You've worked hard. We will do our utmost for the family's matters. You, get some good rest." Chu Ye laughed heartily, waved his hand, and headed towards his palace. Behind him lay a great Chu whose national power was expanding at an absurd rate, and two elders rubbing their hands together, ready to take the sustainable path of alchemy, pill consumption, and emperorhood to its ultimate end. He weighed the heavenly mechanism abacus in his hand, his thoughts already drifting to the next unconquered territory. In the days that followed, Chu Ye lived a blissful hermit-style cultivation life within the 100 Phoenix chart, accelerating the evolution of the primordial chaos tree embryo, studying the Wu heritage, tinkering with the heavenly mechanism abacus, and casually using the dissipated primordial chaos chi to give the entire clan a constitutional health boost. The overall fortune of the great Chu imperial clan soared, seemingly on the verge of upgrading from a local power to a continental hegemon. The greatest beneficiaries were naturally the already immortal Qingxue and the Witch Queen. Chu Ye hadn't made a losing deal. The primordial chaos chi wasn't given for free. For this, he diligently collected debts for nearly half a month, engaging in deep exchanges day and night, solidifying the revolutionary friendship in the bedchamber as never before. Just as he thought he could continue lazing around happily, studying formation plates one day, patronizing the illustrations the next, everyone around him objected. His father looked on eagerly for a new daughter-in-law to revitalize the family. The ancestor was raring to go as a proposal bodyguard. Even the female Emperor Qingxue, after a stormy night, leaned in his arms and began a pillow talk political report. "The Northern Domain's demon race has been restless lately." Qingxue traced circles on his chest, her tone perfectly serious. "Our people from Great Qin who go there are being driven away for no reason, and a few have even been injured. There might be something fishy going on inside." Chu Ye understood the subtext perfectly. True enough, the next day, he summoned his entire core team. The ethereal Qingxue, the mysterious and alluring Witch Queen, the eager father, and the rocksteady ancestor held a feasibility seminar on the next target for conquest. The ancestor was the first to make a decision. "Our family now has over a dozen great emperors. Whichever girl catches our eye, well, just go propose directly. Let's see who dares say no." His tone was so domineering it was less like a marriage alliance, and more like collecting protection money. Chu Ye massaged his forehead. "Ancestor, we're going to expand our influence, not kidnap a bride." Though the outcome, compiling the intelligence, the Northern Domain, now to be called the Demon Domain, was indeed treacherous. Originally divided among 9 great demon imperial clans a millennium ago, a fox immortal appeared out of nowhere and unified them single-handedly, even forcing the proud dragon clan to submit. Since then, the Demon Domain had completely rejected humanity. Any human emperor who entered never came out. But the Witch Queen frowned, raising a doubt. "I observed the continent's fortune through shamanistic divination, and there is no immortal spiritual energy swirling in the Northern Domain." Qingxue nodded in confirmation. "An immortals will resonate with the laws of heaven, and they sense each other. But in the Northern Domain, there is no such resonance." Chu Ye stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up. "No immortal aura, yet there's a legend of a fox immortal. Unites all demons, yet isolates humanity. This, didn't it reek of something strange?" Interesting, he laughed, his desire to laze around vanishing. Looks like I have no choice but to visit this demon domain. Whether it's a false immortal pretending to be a demon or a true immortal in hiding, I have to see for myself. After the intelligence seminar, Chu Ye leaned back and chuckled. Eastern Domain Female Emperor, Western Regions Witch Queen, Southern Domain Abyss, Northern Domain Fox Immortal, Central Domain Goddess. He counted on his fingers. 2 already acquired. Next up, this Fox Immortal. The mere thought that the legendary Fox Immortal might be another 99-point existence made his days of lazing around in the 100 Phoenix chart seem far less appealing. The system interface seemed to flicker before his eyes, a new mission prompt popping up. Northern Demon Domain, Mysterious Fox Immortal, recommended for conquest. Reward unknown, but definitely so generous it'll make you laugh. Right? Chu Ye slapped his thigh. We have to go to this demon domain. But not with the overdosing great emperors going to propose fanfare you mentioned, ancestor. That's a bride-snatching raid, and it'll trigger the entire demon race into a berserk state. His gaze swept over the strategic advisors present. 2 immortal queens can't sense any immortal aura, and the witch queen can't see any immortal chi fortune. How interesting. 3 possibilities. 1, she's a fraud, but she's managed to fool the entire demon domain for a millennium. I need to learn. 2, she's a true big shot, but she's using some method to hide her immortal aura. I definitely need to learn that technique. 3. Father Chu Tianxing's eyes lit up. Year, do you mean a marriage alliance? Oh no, I mean civilized exchange, mutual development. Ancestor Chu Shanha stroked his beard, lost in thought. If she is not a true immortal, given our strength, she can be controlled. But if she is a true immortal in hiding? He turned to Qin Nishang and the witch queen. Can the 2 of you suppress her? Qin Nishang gave a cold snort, her immortal grace proud and aloof. I have never feared a rival of equal cultivation. Besides, she may not be real. The witch queen twirled a wisp of ghostly mist around her fingertip, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. The art of witchcraft excels at breaking illusions and seeking truth. I am most eager to see just what kind of bearing this Fox Immortal has. Settled. Chu Ye stepped into the Northern Territory and immediately experienced what could be called a double rejection of physics and laws. A frigid wind carrying hailstones lashed against his face, cold enough to turn an ordinary cultivator into a frozen human sculpture in an instant. That was not all. There was also an ethereal will of heaven and earth, like an invisible barrier, emitting a clear rejection signal toward all non-Yao beings. Even if one tried to force their way through, their cultivation felt shackled, their movements sluggish. Good heavens! Chu Ye exhaled a puff of white breath and rubbed his hands together. This place not only has terrible weather, but the server itself comes with racial recognition discriminating against our human IP. With a thought, the newly acquired heavenly abacus in his bosom began to operate silently, its clear hazy radiance spreading out gently, prying open a corner of the ubiquitous suppression field. The 3 of them felt a lightness around them, having restored their normal mobility. Qin Nishang and the witch queen exchanged a glance, a solemn look in their eyes. Even they, having ascended to the immortal realm, still felt constrained here. The hidden depths of this northern territory were deeper than anticipated. The lack of intelligence was their primary concern. The northern region had long been closed off, and even the Empress intelligence network was nearly blank here. After a brief discussion, the 3 decided to find a local boss to ask for directions. Their target was quickly identified, the Ice Dragon clan. According to Qin Nishang's limited information, this clan was the undisputed overlord of the northern region before the Fox Immortal's rise. After the Fox Immortal unified the region, they became the primary target of suppression. With their hatred maxed out, they were theoretically the easiest to win over. The next instant, the 3 figures appeared like ghosts on the dome of the main hall of the Ice Dragon's Grand Imperial Palace. Inside the hall, a woman with silver hair cascading like a waterfall, crystal dragon horns on her head, and clad in an icy blue imperial robe sat upright on the throne, exuding an awe-inspiring authority. She was the reigning Ice Dragon Empress. Their plan of action was simple and brutal. The 2 immortal queens were responsible for the slaughter, while Chu Ye was responsible for the cheering. No words were needed. The witch queen lightly flicked her sleeve, and the power of the netherworld spread silently, completely sealing off the entire space from the outside world. When their figures materialized like ink stains on the dome of the Ice Dragon's imperial palace, the silver-haired, ice-eyed dragon empress, draped in her imperial robe, was already seated on her throne. Before she could sense them, the netherworld domain had already silently enveloped the hall, and the pressure of immortal power pressed down like an invisible hand. In an instant, the Ice Dragon Empress Draconic might was extinguished before it could even surge, and her entire being was locked in place by immortal power shackles. From infiltration to suppression, the entire process was as quiet as a silent play. The Ice Dragon Empress Draconic Chi burst forth, and the pressure of a peak emperor instinctively tried to surge skyward, but it collided with an invisible barrier and was casually forced back into her body. Her pupils contracted, and a chill ran down her spine. The only beings in this world who could suppress her so easily besides that Fox Immortal were true immortals. She looked up at Chu Ye and the 2 women beside him, whose auras were ethereal and whose majesty surpassed even the Fox Immortals. A conjecture exploded in her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. At that moment, Chu Ye stepped forward with a genial smile, as if here to discuss business. Don't be nervous. We're here for the Fox Immortal. The Ice Dragon Empress steadied her mind and replied coldly, in the Northern Territory, the Fox Immortal is invincible. Why do you seek your own death? Invincible? Chu Ye turned sideways, as if introducing his flagship product. Let me introduce you. This is Qingxue, the Eastern Domain Empress, and that is Chu Ye, the Western Domain Witch Queen. Genuine immortals, their fame in the continent must have reached your ears. The Ice Dragon Empress' breath hitched. Her conjecture was confirmed, and the shock was even greater. She was silent for a moment, then asked warily, even if they are immortals, what exactly do you intend to do? Raise the northern territory. Slaughter all the Yao. Those who submit shall live, those who resist shall die. Qingxue declared, her voice like the fall of a jade bell in the cold, her immortal might flowing naturally, intimidating without effort. She stood there, the very embodiment of a decree. Hey, let's talk nicely. Chu Ye immediately intervened, playing the role of the moderate. We're not here to commit genocide. As long as the Yao clans cooperate, everything can be negotiated. His tone was sincere, but his eyes clearly said you'd better cooperate. The ever-silent Witch Queen chose this moment to add softly, her words sending a chill down one's spine. I happen to possess a soul-searching witch curse that can peruse memories. After the spell is cast, the subject's divine sense will inevitably be damaged, and their cultivation will be completely crippled. She curled her lips, as if discussing the weather. If your majesty is unwilling to speak, you could also give it a try. Coercion, seduction, and all avenues of retreat were sealed. The Ice Dragon Empress' gaze swept over the three before her. 1 played the good cop, with a hidden knife. 2 played the bad cop, with overwhelming power, a flawless combination. She took a deep breath. A millennium of accumulated humiliation and a deep-seated hatred for the fox immortal finally outweighed her last hesitation. I will speak. A flicker of determination passed through her ice-blue eyes. But you must promise that if you truly can overthrow her, you will not harm the foundation of my Ice Dragon clan. Chu Ye's smile deepened. Of course. We like making friends with reasonable people. Faced with the simple truth that discretion is the better part of valor, the Ice Dragon Empress surrendered the information without further ado. That fox immortal's origins are very sinister. The Empress' tone was complex, as if discussing an industry-disrupting upstart. She is said to be the last bloodline of the long-extinct celestial moon spirit fox, and she awakened an atavistic talent. She rose from obscurity, her strength absurdly high and her schemes unfathomably deep. At that time, the Northern Territory was divided among 9 great Yao emperors, each checking the other. And her, the Empress' voice dripped with sarcasm. Her first target was the territory of the heavenly fire Phoenix Emperor. It was rumored that the Phoenix Emperor, captivated by her peerless beauty and extraordinary talent, wanted to take her as his empress. And then, not long after, the Phoenix Emperor accidentally dropped dead, thoroughly dead. The strange part is, the Empress' dragon tail unconsciously swept across the cold floor. A peak Yao emperor suddenly dies, yet his territory didn't descend into chaos. Even his own son didn't cause trouble. Instead, it was orderly. And they elected the Fox Immortal to take over. No one investigated, or rather no one dared, or was able to investigate. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A neat trick, turning from the boss wife into the boss. And that was just the beginning. The Ice Dragon Empress continued. After that, she went even further. Without shedding a drop of blood, she convinced 3 other Yao emperors to voluntarily abdicate and cede their territories. Her methods were inscrutable, and to this day they remain an unsolved mystery. The remaining Yao emperors could no longer sit idly by and formed an alliance to resist. In that final battle, she truly bared her fangs. A flicker of fear passed through the Empress' eyes. She displayed a power that surpassed the Emperor realm and touched upon the immortal path single-handedly, suppressing the allied forces. It was then she earned the title Fox Immortal. The 9 regions were unified and the new order was established. She said self-deprecatingly, my Ice Dragon clan was the strongest of the 9 regions and resisted the most fiercely, so now we are the most severely targeted. But she was not unscathed either. The Empress revealed a crucial piece of information. After that battle, she went into seclusion for long periods, her whereabouts a mystery, only appearing at major Yao clan events. Furthermore, she paused. No one has ever seen her true face. Whenever she appears, she is always shrouded in a veil of hazy immortal chi, very mysterious. Your timing is impeccable, or rather, you've timed it perfectly. The Ice Dragon Empress looked at the 3. In 3 days, it will be the Centennial Yao Clan's Sacred Festival Tournament. The clans will be ranked by combat prowess, directly determining resource allocation for the next 100 years. For glory and tangible benefits, every clan will fight tooth and nail. And as the ruler of the Northern Territory, she said, emphasizing each word, the Fox Immortal will definitely appear. Chu Ye exchanged a glance with the 2 immortal queens. 3 days later, during the grand sacred festival of the demon race, under the watchful eyes of all, this saved the trouble of scouring the world for her. After the Ice Dragon Empress finished her instructions, Qingxue touched a wisp of celestial light into her brow, leaving behind an ethereal, yet lethal mark. Should treachery arise or secrets be leaked, this mark will lead your body and soul to utter annihilation. The Empress' tone was calm, yet every word weighed like 1,000 mountains. The Empress of the demon race accepted solemnly, daring not to defy. 3 days passed in a flash. The centennial sacred competition of the demon race commenced within the grand divine beast sky dome of the Northern Domain. A myriad of demonic beings gathered, a spectacle that could be dubbed the demon race's spring festival rush meets World Expo. Shrouded by the power of the 3 immortals, Chu Ye overlooked from the sky, marveling in astonishment. A nine-headed serpent coiled like a mountain, an eight-tailed celestial fox strode upon the clouds, a thunder tiger with wings sprouting from its back, a dark turtle exhaling frost. Many mythical beasts he had only seen in the ancient classic of mountains and seas now roamed and roared vividly before his eyes. Seems our ancestors' imagination was still too conservative, Chu Ye silently quipped. Yet beneath the excitement, a strange unease stirred in his heart. The entire sky dome vaguely gave him an indescribable physiological discomfort, as if this grand arena itself was a meticulously disguised colossal altar. At that moment, celestial light descended from the sky, piercingly cold like the eternal blizzards of the northern domain. The clamorous multitude of demons fell instantly silent, gazing upward in reverent awe. A silhouette accompanied by a hazy lake-like immortal aura alighted upon the supreme throne. Her graceful form was faintly visible, with only a pair of icy blue eyes exposed. They were crystal clear, yet as indifferent as ancient frost, overlooking the multitudes as if they were mere weeds. Fox Immortal. The system interface instantly flashed the scan results. Tianxing Spirit Fox, Half-Soul Entity. Identity Lord of the Northern Domain. Appearance Score 99. Status Pseudo-Immortal. Incomplete. Laws stuck between Emperor Realm and Immortal Realm. Chu Ye focused his gaze. Those icy blue eyes seemed to sense him, their glance piercing through the void, lightly brushing against the causal concealment laid by the cosmic abacus. Qingxue furrowed her brows, slightly murmuring, not a true immortal, yet has transcended the Emperor Realm. The Witch Queen, silent and unseen, subtly planted a highly concealed witch mark beneath the other's hazy immortal aura. The Fox Immortal did not linger long. She merely announced the start of the competition in a clear, cold voice to assert her presence, then drifted away, remaining reclusive and as mysterious as ever. Night fell, yet the revelry continued. Guided by the Witch Queen's mark, the trio silently tracked her to a hidden ancestral land. A colossal stone statue of a celestial fox stood erect, lifelike, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Wanting to take the easy way, Chu Ye directly summoned the 100 Phoenix painting. Unexpectedly, the spatial treasure that had never failed before met its first failure, unable to draw the Fox Immortal inside. This was utterly beyond his expectations. Then let's be direct. Qingxue never dallied. Without drawing her immortal sword, her vast immortal might descended like the collapsing firmament, crushing down. The Witch Queen struck simultaneously. The netherworldly witch incantations transformed into formless chains coiling upwards. The Fox Immortal seemed prepared. Though not a true immortal, her methods were sinister and her power formidable, allowing her to withstand several exchanges against the combined force of two true immortals. Yet the absolute disparity in power was insurmountable. She soon showed signs of defeat. However, from beneath the hazy immortal aura came a soft laugh devoid of panic. This lord long foresaw this calamity unavoidable. Her voice was clear and noble, yet carried a madness that defied the heavens. Since it is so, then, I shall defy fate and change my destiny. Before her words faded, she formed a strange hand seal. Behind her, the colossal celestial fox statue's eyes began to weep tears of blood. Centered around her, countless blood-red runes flared to life, like wildly spreading blood vessels, instantly engulfing the entire ancestral land. They expanded outward at a terrifying speed, as if to devour the entire sky of the northern domain. The Witch Queen's gaze sharpened. A forbidden sacrifice array. She intends to use the lives and fortune of the entire northern domain as offerings. This array was definitely not set up on a whim. Qingxue snorted coldly. Her immortal sword slashed forth a brilliant radiance, shattering most of the spreading array patterns in one strike. But the Fox Immortal, instead of panicking, laughed. The next moment, from all corners of the northern domain, earth pillars of blood-red light shot into the sky. Boundless power converged into the grand array. The destroyed patterns instantly restored themselves, their might swelling several times over. Staring at the complex ancient array patterns that seemed to contain the very principles of heaven and earth, Chu Ye felt the heritage of the cosmic abacus stir in his mind. The words tumbled out, the 10 appearances, 9 extremities array. The number 1 forbidden killing array of the ancient era. Once activated, this array uses a realm of heaven and earth as its furnace, all living beings as its fuel, and fortune as its fire. It will not cease until the last shred of life and luck is consumed. The method to break it. Only by killing every living being within the array and destroying all fortune, leaving the array with nothing to offer. It was the ultimate ruthless scheme, the embodiment of after I perish, let the floods wash away the world. Killing one is a crime, killing 10,000 is a hero. Chu Ye looked at the hazy silhouette, unable to help but admire. But you're going straight for slaughtering a realm to attain the Dao. What kind of fox immortal is this? She's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Now the grand array was complete, trapping the 3 of them within as well. This was clearly a deadly trap, a millennium in the making, luring them in. The Fox Immortal's figure was graceful, her voice still clear and calm. The calamity was long destined to flee, is certain death. Only by using the power of your variables to ignite this array, sacrificing the northern domain and seizing creation itself, can this lord break the shackles and truly ascend to immortality. Chu Ye pointed out the key. This array's backlash will inevitably lead even its master to soul annihilation. So what? The Fox Immortal's tone was indifferent, yet brimming with ultimate defiance. This lord cares not. Looking at her almost unwavering demeanor and combining it with the system's scan of half-soul entity, a flash of insight struck Chu Ye. He suddenly understood the true intention of this mad beauty. This wasn't a suicide attack at all. This was escaping the shell by substituting one thing for another. What she intended to sacrifice was probably not just the northern domain, but also this half of herself. Chu Ye instantly saw through the Fox Immortal's scheme. Outside, heaven and earth had already become like a painting soaked in blood ink. The snow turned black and blood-red fluff drifted from the sky, as if the heavens themselves were wailing. Wherever the array patterns passed, the land was scorched for 1,000 miles, and spiritual energy withered. Most tragic were the beings of the northern domain. Millions of demons, unknowing, had their flesh and blood dissolve, merging into the grand array as crimson nourishment. The higher their cultivation, the faster they were harvested. At this moment, the northern domain outside was already turned upside down. Low-level demons, still in confusion, had their flesh and blood dissolve, becoming fuel for the array. For those with profound cultivation, such as the demon emperors of various regions, or ancient demon lords, their vast demonic power and life force instead triggered an even more ferocious devouring by the array. They unleashed their innate divine abilities, burning their essence blood. The dragon clan soared to the 9 heavens. The phoenix clan wept blood in nirvana. The dark tortoise raised its celestial shield. The white tiger's baleful aura surged to the sky. One by one, ancient beings who had slumbered for eons, considered the foundation of their races, were forced awake, emerging from their seals to join forces against this merciless punishment born of the laws of heaven and earth. The Qingxue bird cried mournfully, its sound sorrowful. The phoenix bathed in flames, reborn, only to fall again. All struggles seemed pale and futile before this absolute array that spanned a domain and had been plotted for 10,000 years. This was true divine punishment and extinction, with no room for negotiation. Despair, like the coldest tide of ice, drowned the spirits of all surviving beings. The one who brought all this was the very being they had once revered and submitted to, the Fox Immortal Lord of the Northern Domain. Yet before this forbidden killing array millennial, in its planning using a realm as its furnace, every struggle was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Qingxue bird cried mournfully, the candle dragon's eyes dimmed. It was true divine punishment, descending where all living things were treated as straw dogs. Despair, like a black tide upon the frozen plains, drowned the spirit of every survivor. And the source of it all was the Fox Immortal whom they had once revered and looked up to. A formidable formation, truly ruthless. Chu Ye witnessed this apocalyptic scene, yet his expression remained serene. He was not without fear, but he saw through to the crux of breaking the deadlock. Standing at the heart of the storm, Chu Ye was as composed, as if critiquing a dish. Unfortunately, you overlooked. He looked at the Fox Immortal, his tone as light as discussing the weather. Your 10 appearances, 9 absolutes. Formation sacrifices the northern territory. Its land, its life, its fortune. But my 100 phoenix painting and primordial tree embryo constitute a complete world of their own. What do you have to sacrifice? Something from outside the realm? The Fox Immortal's icy gaze narrowed slightly. Chu Ye pressed on, besides forcing open the immortal gate through sacrifice. Fox Immortal, the chasm between an emperor and an immortal cannot be bridged by merely burning your life force. This is the only path. The Fox Immortal was wreathed in a haze of immortal energy, her voice cold and detached, utterly unyielding. This is my Dao. Win and transcend, or lose and return to nothing. There is no other way. Fine, can't reason with you. Chu Ye shrugged, turning to his 2 immortal queens. Time to work. Wu Queen, first cool down the great formation, slow its erosion. Nishang, cover the northern territory with your immortal power. Not to resist it, Hedon, but to shield those demonic beasts. Tell them not to fight back, there is hope. He was no saint, but what use was taking over a lifeless wasteland? An emperor with no subjects was a thankless position. Chu Ye said no more. With a thought, the Wu Queen understood instantly. Her delicate hands formed seals, and a profound, obscure Wu power emanated. It did not clash with the formation, but like the most resilient vines entangled and slowed the erosion of its patterns. Simultaneously, Qin Nishang stepped forward. Her vast, pure, immortal power spread out like a curtain of light. It was not a confrontation, but a will of protection that covered the surviving beings of the Northern Territory. Do not resist. Her voice pierced the wailing of space, reaching every terrified ear with clarity. Chu Ye was no saint of pointless compassion, but he knew well that a domain utterly dead and devoid of life was meaningless to claim. In the next moment, he activated the 100 Phoenix painting. The ancient scroll unfurled in the wind, transforming into a massive phantom that blotted out the sky. A tremendous suction force surged from within the painting, enveloping the remnants of the Northern Territory. The 100 Phoenix painting then unfurled like a 10th sand-mile scroll, obscuring the heavens. Thus an unprecedented spectacle unfolded across the Northern Territory. Amid the mountains and ruins, the surviving beings, whether trembling lesser demons or the dying dragon ancestor, were wrapped in a gentle yet irresistible force, transforming into streaks of light that flew into the sky-covering painting. The Fox Immortal's expression finally changed. In her 10th Sandier scheme, she had calculated heaven and earth, but she had not anticipated such a move that pulled the rug from under her feet. A cold light blazed in her eyes as she tried to forcibly halt the migration. However, Qin Nishang's immortal might descended like a collapsing sky, crashing down with overwhelming force. Under the absolute disparity in cultivation, the fox immortal's immortal aura dissipated. She was ruthlessly pinned to the icy snowy ground, her white robes stained with blood, unable to move an inch. She tried to immolate herself as the final sacrifice to accelerate the formation, but found she could not mobilize even a sliver of power. All she could do was watch helplessly as her Tintasandier meticulous plan crumbled under that seemingly impossible heaven and earth shift. A heavenly killing formation. 9 deaths with no chance of life. What? Her clear blue eyes reflected an incomprehensible shock and a fury at being mocked by fate. Heaven's Dao. Chu Ye replied offhandedly while frantically relocating everything. Funny you should mention it. I've got something here that specializes in curing all sorts of Heaven's Dao defiance. At that moment, the Wu Queen threw a mark she had planted earlier locked onto another aura that shared the Fox Immortal's origin hidden deep beneath the ancient heavenly lake at the source of the demon race. Working in tandem with Qingxue, their spatial power swirled, forcibly dragging that body sealed by a secret art to the center of the formation's eye. The next instant, another figure was forcibly teleported to the formation's core. Its clothes and features were identical to the Fox Immortal, but it was shrouded in an extremely eerie aura. Though visible to the naked eye, it was perceived as a void by divine sense, as if existing in a state between being and non-being. Upon seeing this figure, the last glimmer of light in the Fox Immortal's eyes died out, replaced by a dead ashen gray. She felt the formation's annihilating backlash about to descend upon her. Chu Ye walked up to her, looking down at this stunning demon immortal who had once ruled the Northern Territory for 10,000 years. He tossed out an ancient contract, dark red as blood inscribed with flowing runes. The formation is complete. The backlash is imminent. You have lost utterly. His voice was calm, stating an irrefutable fact. If you seek a sliver of survival, then sign this blood-soul contract with your other incarnation. From this day forth you shall serve me as your master, never to betray. The Fox Immortal slowly raised her head. Despite the blood staining her face, her eyes shone with a startling brilliance, carrying a pride and unwillingness bordering on obsession. How unjust is Heaven's Dao! Our demon race, with peerless talent and painstaking effort, why is the path to immortality forever blocked? Very well then, if I must die for my Dao, what is death to me? I would rather shatter this body than be a slave. The Fox Immortal lifted her head, her voice hoarse, yet resolute. Heaven is unjust. Why can demons not become immortals? I would rather die than be a slave. Die? If you die, I want my efforts here have been in vain. Chu Ye's head throbbed. This woman's obsession with becoming an immortal was sheer madness. Isn't it just about becoming an immortal, eh? Something that can be solved by dual cultivation with me. Was it really necessary to cause such a catastrophe and plunge the world into misery? He couldn't be bothered to argue further and directly waved at Qingxue. Knock her out, pack her up, take her away. A flash of immortal light, and both the Fox Immortal and the mysterious body were subdued and thrown into the 100 Phoenix painting. Chu Ye and his 2 companions swiftly entered the world within the painting as well. Outside the painting, the 10 appearances, 9 absolutes formation completed its final sacrifice. The entire Northern Territory, mountains and rivers spanning 10,000 miles, turned into a dead, scorched wasteland. The once boisterous divine beast Sky Dome, the majestic ice dragon imperial palace, the ancient ancestral lands of the demon race. All were annihilated. Within the 100 Phoenix painting, the demonic beings who had survived the calamity looked upon their ancestral land, now utterly dead and silent, and a profound sorrow spread silently. As for Chu Ye, he looked at the unconscious twin Fox Immortals lying before him, rubbed his brow. 7 days later, the Fox Immortal awoke in a haze. The moment consciousness returned, she sensed her state. Her meridians were sealed, her demonic power dormant, her body layered with heavy restrictions, as weak as a mortal woman. She opened those signature ice blue eyes, and the first thing that met her gaze was Chu Ye's face, smiling, as if he had been waiting for this moment. This was the youth who had destroyed her Tintasandier scheme. Chu Ye naturally caught the cold fury in her eyes, but shrugged nonchalantly. Don't look so bitter. The great Dao has 50 paths. Heaven's Dao uses 49, and 1 escapes. Your actions were too extreme, nearly causing extinction. Heaven's Dao always leaves a sliver of life. As it happens, I might just be that sliver. His tone was light, but he pushed the bloody reality before her. Besides, the one you should hate now isn't me. It's the entire Northern Territory. Your former subjects now wish they could devour you alive. They would use every torment in the world to make you wish for death, but be unable to die. From the ruler of the Northern Territory to its public enemy. Quite a thrilling shift in identity, isn't it? By the way, let me inform you. Chu Ye pointed to the outside world. The new power in the Northern Territory is Empress Qingxue. Between her crushing strength and the grace of saving their lives, her takeover went smoothly. You, the former overlord, are history. The Fox Immortal remained silent, her face showing neither sorrow nor joy, as if the accusations and upheavals had nothing to do with her. After a long while, she finally spoke, and her first question was her. How did she become an immortal? Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, this focus. Not a shred of guilt towards the Northern Territory's beings, no regret for the failed plan, only a pure regret and sense of failure over the unattained ultimate goal of becoming immortal. What a ruthless character. No, this wasn't a Fox Immortal. This was a wolf annihilator. A degree of ruthlessness beyond even the most merciless. I possess the method to attain immortality, Chu Ye admitted frankly. But this is a closely guarded secret, not to be shared. Curious. Simple. A dark blood contract materialized at his fingertip. Sign this, pledge yourself to me as your master, and obey me for all eternity. Judge the truth for yourself. Look at Nishang and the Witch Queen, and you should know my words are not false. The fox immortal fell into silence once more. This time she did not resist. Lifting her head, her icy blue eyes met Chu Ye's directly as she asked a profoundly pragmatic question. Can you guarantee 100% that I will become an immortal? If you can swear a heavenly Dao oath. I can sign. Chu Ye observed her as she placed freedom and dignity on the scales, weighing them with an almost ruthless pragmatism, and unhesitatingly tipped the balance toward immortality. He mused inwardly, this drive, this willingness to achieve her goal by any means necessary. Truly the mindset of a demon realm overachiever differs from that of a human. In her eyes, everything was likely a tradable commodity as long as it led to the end of the immortal path. Watching this aloof, noble, career-oriented powerhouse who focused solely on the great Dao, Chu Ye's desire for conquest only intensified. Making someone like her bow was far more fulfilling. Agreed. He nodded with a smile without a moment's hesitation. I Chu Ye hereby swear a heavenly Dao oath. If the fox immortal signs this blood contract and pledges herself to me as her master, I will surely aid her in achieving the immortal path. Should I break this vow, may heaven and earth condemn me. The oath was established, and a faint resonance hummed between heaven and earth. Seeing this, the fox immortal hesitated no longer. With a subtle thought, the silent, mysterious incarnation that had stood apart merged with her main body. Light swirled, and the twin souls fused completely into one. Then with her now more formidable fused soul, she imprinted an indelible mark upon the blood contract. The pact was sealed, its radiance subsided. This former sovereign of the Northern Territories, the Fox Immortal, who had schemed for 10,000 years henceforth, became a bloodbound subject of Chu Ye. With the pact formed, the hazy, obscuring, immortal aura that had cloaked her slowly dissipated, revealing her true countenance. Her skin was like ice, her bones like jade, her beauty was unsurpassed in the world. She possessed the clear, crystalline coldness of snow and ice, yet the subtle allure of the celestial fox bloodline flickered in the curves of her brows and the glance of her eyes. Those icy blue eyes, now lacking their former indifference that looked down upon all beings, held a new complexity, yet remained as clear and pure as the abyssal polar depths. A simple white robe draped over her exquisite sinuous curves, a breathtaking fullness, where the contradictory auras of cold aloofness and enchanting allure merged perfectly within her form. After a moment of appreciation, Chu Ye fulfilled his promise. The method to aid your ascension is actually quite simple. Practice dual cultivation with me. I possess a supreme immortal-grade dual cultivation secret art supplemented by special elixirs guaranteeing a breakthrough in your realm. Upon hearing dual cultivation, the faintest flicker of disturbance passed through the Fox Immortal's cold eyes, but it vanished in an instant, restoring her composure. She nodded as if accepting a necessary cultivation procedure. Satisfied with her cooperation, Chu Ye immediately transmitted the profound dual cultivation secret art into her sea of consciousness. Study it well. Go bathe and change first, he said with a slight curl of his lips, his tone natural. Tonight, I shall aid you in ascending to immortality. The Fox Immortal gave a slight nod and turned to leave. Her white robe trailed behind her, her back still straight and proud, as if what was about to transpire was not an intimate union, but a solemn ritual on the path to the great Tao. Night arrived as promised, and the Fox Immortal came stepping through the moonlight. The scent of blood had been cleansed from her person. She still wore that same cold white robe, which only accentuated her graceful figure, her curves subtly visible, with each step exuding an unconscious allure. Chu Ye's gaze was frank and direct, appreciating the peerless beauty of this prize and partner. Without many words, he merely gestured for her to remove her outer robe. The Fox Immortal's expression was serene, as if this were merely a necessary preparation before cultivation. When her form, capable of outshining all worldly beauty, was revealed without reservation, satisfaction flickered in Chu Ye's eyes. Taking her hand step by step, he led her toward the bed. As the dual cultivation began, the atmosphere was surprisingly professional. The Fox Immortal followed the cultivation method entirely, her mind focused, her demeanor composed, devoid of the shyness typical of ordinary women. Beneath her cold exterior, she seemed to harbor a blazing pure energy, treating the act entirely as a solemn ceremony on the path to the great Tao. Excellent, very scientific-minded. Chu Ye naturally was not one to hold back. He deployed a variety of exquisite union techniques coupled with the top-tier dual cultivation methods provided by the system, one after another. The two were less engaged in a romantic dalliance and more in a pinnacle academic exchange and practical verification of skill and stamina, all in the service of the great Tao. For 7 days and 7 nights without rest. In the end, even the iron-willed Fox Immortal, under the comprehensive assault of Chu Ye, a premium player and technical master, could not avoid exhaustion and defeat. Her coldness faded as she nestled limply in his arms. Ding. Successfully conquered a 99-point beauty target. Northern Fox Immortal Twin Souls, one body. Rewards issued. The system notification sounded like celestial music, followed by a dazzling array of explosive rewards: 2 Immortal Realm Breakthrough Pills, an Emperor Realm Breakthrough Pill, a box of 9 Revolution Sublimation Pills, and some special items. 1. World Seed Heaven Earth Ice Spirit X1, a celestial spiritual body that can serve as the ultimate ice law, nurturing objects of extreme cold. It enables rapid progress in the path of weapon refinement. 2. Immortal Artifact Immortal Binding Rope possesses tracking, sealing, and annihilation effects. Even immortals find it difficult to escape its source. 3. Divine Demonic Artifact Blood Demon's Tear contains the primordial energies of heaven and earth, the aura of gods and demons. Usable only once. When activated, the power unleashed can terrify even gods and demons, causing heaven and earth to pale. 4. Immortal Artifact Celestial Silk Robe X 10, a single-use item that can block one fatal attack. It self-destructs after use. Please use with caution. 5. Demonic Path Sacred Scripture X1. The demonic path is a martial way developed by the human race independent of the heavenly Dao. As the best martial path representing heaven's deduction, leaves one path out of 49, and the one that escapes it is profound and extensive. However, learning and comprehending its Dao requires caution. The harvest was as bountiful as clearing a small dungeon. More importantly, his cultivation base had reached the yin-yang realm. Chu Ye held the warm, soft figure in his arms, his fingers tracing her delicate skin. The thrill of conquest and a sense of achievement welled up within him. He kept his promise. Taking out the radiant immortal, the demonic path is a martial way developed by the human race independent of the heavenly Dao. As the best martial path representing heaven's deduction, leaves one path out of. Rarely she softened her posture, lying against Chu Ye's chest. Her voice lacked its usual cold edge. Release my restrictions. I need to adjust to my optimal state to undergo the tribulation. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. Amused by her rare initiative to make a request, he decided to tease her. That depends on whether you can satisfy me. The Fox Immortal understood his implication. The next moment, this aloof and proud former sovereign of the North took the initiative to kiss him, her passion burning like fire, her allure natural and innate, displaying the enchanting charm of the celestial fox bloodline to its fullest. Who could have imagined that this career-oriented female immortal whose heart held only the great Dao possessed such a contrasting charm in the bedchamber? The ancestors did not deceive me. Amidst the peak of ecstasy, Chu Ye hazily recalled a certain calamitous predecessor. A fox truly has a unique flavor. Another 7 days of fierce battle ensued. The Fox Immortal greedily absorbed the cultivation progress and physique adjustments brought by dual cultivation until her state was finally perfected. The moment she consumed the Immortal Realm Breakthrough Pill, a terrifying heavenly might gathered within the 100 Phoenix diagram. Due to her heavy karmic sins, impure Dao foundation, and lack of great fortune to protect her, the might of this immortal tribulation was far more violent and dangerous than when Qin Nishang and the Witch Queen had undergone theirs. Tribulation clouds roiled. Even the first few bolts caused the space within the diagram to tremble violently. Relying on her formidable divine path and tenacious will, the Fox Immortal barely endured until the 8th bolt, by which time she was teetering on the brink of collapse, her immortal body covered in cracks, her aura depleted to the extreme. She looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with unwillingness and rage, as if questioning the heavenly Dao for its blatant. When the 9th bolt, the final destructive, killing tribulation, descended with overwhelming karmic force, the Fox Immortal closed her eyes, her heart filled only with despair. Tisk, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Chu Ye's voice resounded. Within the 100 Phoenix chart, he was the master of this realm, the invisible administrator of rules. The vast vitality of the primordial tree instantly enveloped the Fox Immortal's dying body, stabilizing her last flicker of life. He stepped forward, shielding her, and mobilized the fundamental essence of the entire 100 Phoenix chart microcosm to forcefully confront the terrifying tribulation lightning that would make even an external true immortal furrow their brow. With a resounding boom, the tribulation clouds slowly dissipated after the great tremor. Chu Ye let out a muffled grunt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his chi and blood churned within. Good heavens, this karmic backlash. Just how much sin have you accumulated? Playing like this outside 10 lives wouldn't be enough to save you. At the same time, his immortal power surged forth in full force. Under the joint nourishment of the primordial vitality and pure immortal energy, the Fox Immortal's shattered body recovered and sublimated at a visible rate. Her bones and flesh radiated splendor, immortal mist coiled around her, her beauty surpassed its former glory, and her aura grew even more ethereal and transcendent, truly embodying that divine, untouchable grace. She slowly opened her eyes, spread her palm, and felt the surging, flawlessly harmonious immortal power within her body, momentarily lost in a daze. A lifetime of pursuit, several brushes with death, and now her dream had come true. What are you standing there for? Chu Ye's slightly weakened voice came through, tinged with a teasing reproach. You think just because you've become an immortal I can't handle you anymore? Come over here and help me out. I took a huge loss carrying this blasted tribulation for you, you know. Tonight. No, for the next month you're going to have to compensate me well. Hearing this, the Fox Immortal turned to look at the youth who had been wounded, protecting her. In her icy blue eyes, the coldness completely melted away, giving rise to a trace of softness, a genuine tender light. The corners of her lips curved upward almost imperceptibly. With light, graceful steps, she moved to his side and reached out to support his arm. On her cold, peerlessly immortal face, for the first time, she showed him a hint of what could be called a smile. Because Chu Ye had borne the tribulation backlash for her, the Fox Immortal was forced to agree to a month-long deep Using the study of that immortal-grade dual cultivation secret art, the yin-yang harmony mirror, they spent this period as both an academic exploration and a practical test. Chu Ye had a quick mind and endless innovative ideas, while the fox immortal was focused, pragmatic, and highly efficient. Working together, they rapidly pushed this profound technique nearly to the point of great accomplishment. Through dual cultivation, Chu Ye healed his old injuries, consolidated and refined his own cultivation, and deepened his insights into the great Dao. Even though he had already touched the threshold of the immortal realm, his spirit of exploration remained undiminished. Within the 100 Phoenix chart, Chu Ye, through his connection to the primordial tree embryo, was in a sense a manifestation of the origin of the great Dao. This made the fox immortal, who was devoted to seeking the Dao, exceptionally immersed and selfless in her exploration. This feeling was quite novel. In his interactions with other women, Chu Ye usually took the lead. But with the fox immortal, she often turned the tables. That aloofness, so unattainable in the eyes of outsiders, transformed into a blazing passion that could melt ice when they were alone. This extreme contrast left Chu Ye immensely satisfied and intrigued. Even when he made various demands of the fox immortal, some of which were quite beyond the norm or blush-inducing, she always acquiesced calmly, as if it were not a game of desire, but another form of serious, earnest, great Dao cultivation. When the month was up, Chu Ye was in high spirits, his face radiant with triumph. He took the fox immortal's hand and stepped out of the 100 Phoenix chart. The fox immortal was still dressed in snow-white robes, a light veil covering her face, revealing only those icy blue eyes that gazed upon the world with indifference as she walked quietly by his side. Walking side by side from a distance, one was a spirited young man, the other a coldly beautiful woman of pure. If not for the recent tragedy on this land and the complex entanglements between them, the scene would truly resemble a pair of immaculate celestial lovers strolling through a reviving world. Chu Ye led her to the ancient origin site of the demon race in the northern frontier, the very place where he had previously discovered her other incarnation. During that month, there were naturally times when the wind ceased and the rain stopped for rest. Chu Ye once asked her what she had initially referred to as the Great Calamity. The fox immortal was silent for a moment before telling him the truth. It was in this ancient land that she had discovered a strange, ancient stone wall. The stone wall could warn those who touched it through vague prophecies of an impending great catastrophe concerning their life and Dao path. It was from this that she had seen her own death tribulation, leading her to set up a desperate formation in an attempt to defy fate. A stone. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Take me to see it. He felt that this stone, capable of prophesying great calamities, might not just be a footnote to the fox immortal's obsessive behavior, but might itself harbor significant secrets. Thus this journey began. Chu Ye stepped into this ancient land, which the fox immortal called the origin of the northern frontier. What struck him was an aura of desolation far denser and heavier than the outside world. Time seemed frozen here, leaving only desolation and sorrow flowing in silent currents. What came into view was a massive ox skull standing like a mountain in the open space. Scattered around were more enormous and strangely shaped skeletal frames. Despite enduring countless ages of weathering, one could still vaguely discern their former majestic contours, silently narrating a long-vanished glory. The fox immortal led him to a huge pool of water. The water was incredibly clear, yet unfathomably deep, its surface as smooth as a mirror without a single ripple, like a frozen deep well leading to the unknown. At the center of the pool stood a mirror, neither stone nor jade, its material hard to identify. Its surface shimmered with a hazy halo. Interesting, Chu Ye said, stroking his chin with keen interest. But he did not rush forward. Instead, he summoned help from the 100 Phoenix chart. With a flash of light, Qingxue and the Witch Queen appeared together. The three women, each with peerless beauty and distinct auras, gathered once again in this desolate ancient land. Qingxue was immortally proud, the Witch Queen was mysterious and profound, and the fox immortal was cold and aloof. With their cultivations now all at the immortal realm, their auras clashed invisibly, filling the air with a subtle, indescribable tension. Even the ancient mournful wind seemed to falter for a moment. Chu Ye sensed the faint gladiator arena atmosphere, but thick-skinned as he was, he pretended not to notice and said seriously, "That's the mirror, supposedly a calamity predictor. You two hold the line here. He'll go see what preview it shows me, then you two can go." Qingxue cast a glance at him and gave a faint nod in agreement. The Witch Queen smiled gently and softly advised, "Be careful, young master." The fox immortal and Chu Ye walked together across the water to the mirror. The more she thought about it, the more a nameless fury welled up within her. She couldn't help but jab the brush pen onto the blank memorial with some force, revealing a rare, almost girlish trace of petulance. The moment the blood bead touched the mirror, a sudden change occurred. The mirror's surface blazed with brilliant light, and Chu Ye felt his mind violently yanked by an irresistible force, plunging into a dazzling and bewildering illusion. Heaven-shaking Buddhist chants filled the air. Countless golden Buddha phantoms crowded the sky, their solemn and majestic forms radiating boundless Buddha light that descended like heavy chains from the 9 heavens. Yet where he stood, endless surging demonic chi churned. A colossal, terrifying demonic shadow with a blurry face stretched out its massive claws, trapping him firmly at the center of the demonic aura, unable to move a single inch. Buddha light and demonic chi formed a bizarre opposition and interweaving, placing him at the storm's epicenter. The sensation of being suppressed and bound was frighteningly real, as if his very soul would be obliterated in the next instant. This script, it's a bit beyond the syllabus. Chu Ye's mind shuddered as he attempted to struggle. Just then the illusion abruptly ceased. He snapped back to reality, finding himself still standing by the clear, eerie pool, the blood on his fingertips not yet dry, his heart pounding like a drum. Qingxue and the Witch Queen had sensed the anomaly and instantly appeared at his side, their immortal power faintly swirling. The Fox Immortal's icy blue eyes gazed at him as if asking, "What did you see?" Chu Ye took a deep breath, looked at the now calm stone mirror, then at the three stunningly beautiful women beside him, and finally touched his own chin. Coming to his senses, Chu Ye looked toward the center of the pool, only to find that the mysterious stone mirror had completely shattered, its fragments slowly sinking into the fathomless dark waters, leaving no trace behind. Facing the probing gazes of the three women, he scratched his head and put on an innocent expression, as if his memory had been cleared. That part, just now. It seemed a bit laggy. I've already forgotten most of it after watching. Qingxue seized the moment to change the subject. In 3 days, the northern border will hold a rebirth ceremony. On the surface, it's to celebrate rebirth after calamity, but in truth. She paused, her gaze intentionally brushing past the Fox Immortal, who stood as still as snow beside them. It's to complete the power transition and declare this emperor's official unification of the demon domain. A human empress ruling the demon race. This was originally nothing short of a fantasy. Yet ironically, after the Fox Immortal's self-sacrificial move, this outsider, who had saved the remnants of the northern border, took over with surprising smoothness, with barely any opposition. If one were to speak of the gains from this journey, Her Majesty the Empress was probably the one smiling the most reservedly, yet most satisfactorily. When she mentioned this matter, the Fox Immortal did not even stir an eyelash, as if the seized authority and overthrown rule were nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing over a mountain ridge, not worth a single thread of thought. Chu Ye understood. In her heart, aside from the great path of cultivation, everything else was but fleeting clouds. Even though she had become an immortal, her gaze was likely already fixed on the legendary realm of celestial immortal. Chu Ye readily agreed to attend the ceremony and claimed he would prepare a grand gift. Over the next 3 days, Chu Ye dragged this former ruler of the northern border on an in-depth tour of northern border scenery. The Fox Immortal dutifully played the guide while Chu Ye enthusiastically discussed the practical insights of the Yin-Yang Harmony treasure mirror with her at various famous historical sites, leaving behind many exclusive cultivation imprints amidst the mountains and waters. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the ceremony, the divine beast Heavenly Dome was once again packed with a sea of demons and monsters on an even grander scale than before. Those ancient patriarch-level beings who had survived the recent calamity and were rarely seen on ordinary days now appeared one after another, creating a solemn and magnificent scene. This was not merely a celebration, it was a collective declaration by all factions regarding the new order. The sole protagonist of the day was the new ruler of the northern border, Qingxue, draped in immortal radiance and exuding unparalleled majesty. As a core member of the savior team, Chu Ye also received nearly fanatical gratitude and adoration from the demon race, an enthusiasm that made this behind-the-scenes mastermind, whose original intention was not to save, quite uncomfortable. After all, he had packed up their former master and taken her away as his private cultivation companion. The Fox Immortal naturally did not show her face in the hearts of the demon masses. She had long since vanished into ashes along with that sacrifice. At the climax of the ceremony, Chu Ye presented his promised grand gift. He drew upon the boundless vitality of the primordial tree embryo within the 100 Phoenix diagram, transforming it into an endless rain of emerald light that scattered across the northern borderland, half of which had been ravaged into scorched earth by the sacrificial array. Where the light rain fell, the ice plains revived, scorched earth sprouted shoots, and withered trees bloomed again. The harsh northern border even exhibited the wondrous spectacle of the 4-season cycling. Spiritual energy swirled like mist, resources regenerated vigorously, making it resemble a newly born paradise. This gift of homeland restoration completely ignited the gratitude and loyalty of all the demons. Seeing that he was about to be swamped by another wave of gratitude, Chu Ye quickly found an excuse to slip away, dumping all the remaining tedious affairs onto the ever-enthusiastic Empress. He intended to sneak back into the 100 Phoenix diagram for some peace, but then he saw that familiar cold white figure standing silently at the extreme height of the clouds, gazing down at the clamorous celebration below the vibrant new northern border and the figure who had taken her place. Chu Ye quietly approached from behind, wrapped his arms around her slender, yet infinitely powerful waist, rested his chin lightly on her shoulder, and asked with a hint of a smile, "Seeing the kingdom you lost with your own hands being governed even better, do you regret it?" The Fox Immortal's voice remained as cold as an ice spring striking stone, without a trace of fluctuation. "Even if I could start over, my Dao remains unchanged." Chu Ye smiled and said no more. Rather than words, he was more accustomed to communicating with this career-minded Dao companion through actions. He swept her up into his arms and turned to disappear into the light portal of the 100 Phoenix diagram. The great Dao is long and endless. His voice carried a teasing tone as it faded into the portal. It's more practical to continue deep cultivation. After several more days of Dao discussion within the 100 Phoenix diagram, Chu Ye pocketed most of the resources handed over by the northern border, then quietly returned to Great Chu with the Fox Immortal. The Witch Queen had already returned to the western regions to hold court, and Qi Nishang had also gone back to Great Qin in the eastern domain, beginning to integrate the eastern, western, and northern domains. A merger of unprecedented scale was already stirring quietly beneath the calm surface. As for Chu Ye, he brought his newly recruited fox immortal companion, whose heart was solely devoted to the Great Dao, back to the Great Chu imperial court. Upon returning to Great Chu, Chu Ye gave a concise report on the thrilling events of the northern border trip and the fox immortals' twisted joining. Then, as if clearing out a warehouse, he piled the vast amount of plundered resources and pills onto the imperial study desk. Father Ancestor, these are the local specialties from this trip. You can divide them as you see fit. His tone was as relaxed as if he had just finished a shopping trip. While tallying the gains, they unexpectedly discovered 2 immortal realm-breaking pills. Chu Ye pondered for a moment and figured that the system had counted the Fox Immortal's twin half-souls as a double KPI. Regardless, the result was good. He handed one of them to Ancestor Chu Shanhe, who had already reached the peak of the Emperor realm. Under the saturated irrigation of the primordial tree embryo's vitality, and the pill, the Ancestor was already at full capacity, waiting to break through. Taking the pill, the Ancestor took a deep breath and immediately went into secluded cultivation. A few days later, immortal radiance soared into the sky and the thunder tribulation dissipated. Chu Shanhe became the first native true immortal in the history of the Great Chu imperial court. After emerging from seclusion, the Ancestor was so excited he could barely maintain his immortal demeanor and immediately decided to hold a #1 selection ceremony for Chu Ye. "My child," the Ancestor exclaimed, his voice resonant with immortal aura, yet booming as if to proclaim to the 3 realms, "Do you know the full extent of our clan's power now? 30 great emperors, and counting me, and your 3 women, 4 true immortals. With such foundation, we could stride arrogantly and still find the path too narrow. If you were to let slip even a hint of your exclusive dual cultivation to immortality method." His eyes gleamed, envisioning countless ancient clans and hidden sects weeping and begging to send their saintesses and goddesses to Great Chu. Even the old relics in their coffins would rise from death to claim kinship. Before a shortcut, all pride and dignity are but fleeting clouds. Look at the Fox Immortal. She's the living proof. Chu Ye's lips twitched slightly, and he quickly raised his hand to halt. Stop, Ancestor. Let's keep a low profile." His reasons for refusal were sound. It was neither a warning from his kidneys, nor a sudden turn to asceticism, nor a disdain for other beauties, because he already had the finest. The saying goes, the garden flower is never as fragrant as the wild one. Chu Ye's motto had always been Han Xian mustering troops. The more the merrier. But the timing was wrong. Right now we're like oil on blazing fire, flowers on brocade. Chu Ye analyzed with impeccable logic. The eastern, western, and northern domains are being consolidated, but they need time to digest. The central domain is a deep, unfathomable pool. Even Nishang speaks of it with caution. Moreover, he recalled the eerie prophecy of Buddha and demon intertwined in the stone mirror, and a shadow of unease crossed his heart. I glimpsed a future trailer that unsettles me. His strategy was clear: develop stealthily, don't act rashly. Wait until the world is settled, resources are fully integrated, and our foundation is solid. Then we can consider expanding the roster. Good things should be chosen with care, like a long, steady stream. Chu Shanhe stroked his immortal beard. Though regretful, he acknowledged the prudence. Finally, he declared with heroic vigor, "Fine as you wish. But if you set your eyes on anyone, just tell the Ancestor. In heaven and earth now, who dares refuse our clan? He'll personally go propose." Chu Ye pressed his forehead, feeling that his Ancestor hadn't become an immortal, but a celestial bandit, one specializing in stealing brides. His father, Emperor Tianxing, also wore an eager expression that screamed, "Son, I've scouted 800 candidates for you." Chu Ye merely uttered, "The time is not yet ripe," and fled back into the 100 Phoenix diagram, escaping the earnest care of his father and Ancestor, who urged him to take care of his health and nourish himself, and their gifts of various tonic elixirs. Inside the diagram, the aloof Fox Immortal sat in quiet meditation, seeking the Tao. Chu Ye looked at the pile of kidney-strengthening and vitality-boosting pill boxes in his hands, then at his Tao companion, who was devoted only to the Great Way, and smiled helplessly. "I suppose he'll continue exploring the depths of the Great Tao with this career-oriented fellow cultivator." He shook his head, setting the gift boxes aside. "As for choosing consorts, he'll wait until I've grown tired of this fox." In the days that followed, Chu Ye lived a fulfilling, semi-secluded, semi-indulgent life within the 100 Phoenix diagram. His primary cultivation task was delving into the newly acquired demonic legacy. As he studied it, he discovered a new world. The demonic path was a universal adapter plug, incredibly dominant. The Tao of fire infused with demonic intent could transform into the flame demon Tao, which incinerates all. The Tao of slaughter steeped in demonic nature could lead to the ferocious Azura Tao. It was more like a man-made special martial art that could forcibly enchant and amplify any Tao, a veritable pay-to-win-cheat in the realm of the Great Way. With his comprehension maxed out by the system, cultivation was as natural as a fish in water, his progress advancing by leaps and bounds. Of course, he was no ascetic. In his leisure, he nurtured immortal herbs and accelerated the evolution of the world within the 100 Phoenix diagram, a farming pastime. When bored, he teased the fox and engaged in dual cultivation with the Fox Immortal. Their yin-yang union art was nearing perfection through frequent and profound exchanges. No one could imagine that the outwardly cold and noble former overlord of the northern domain behind the curtains and beneath Chu Ye could be so astonishingly passionate. The extreme contrast of ice and fire left Chu Ye endlessly fascinated, his sense of conquest fully satisfied. He often mused, only a fox knows how to play. The fox immortal naturally got what she wished for. Not only had she successfully ascended to the immortal realm, but being at the core of the nascent world within the 100 Phoenix diagram, she was nourished by primordial chi. Coupled with Chu Ye's diligent efforts, her cultivation soared, surpassing the others to break through to the third level of the immortal realm, the fastest among the three women. Perhaps having shed the identity and responsibilities of the northern domain's ruler, the fox immortal now seemed to pour all her ambition into cultivation and pleasing Chu Ye. Whenever Chu Ye had a need, she not only didn't resist, but was quite proactive, occasionally inventing new tricks on her own. This pure dedication to the Dao, including the Dao of dual cultivation and cooperation, left Chu Ye thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, the power of the entire great Chu Empire swelled at a frenzied pace. The primordial chi born from the evolving world within the 100 Phoenix diagram blessed the entire Chu clan. Newborn infants cleansed by it from birth possessed extraordinary talent. With Chu Ye's unlimited supply of elixirs and immortal herbs, the great Chu royal family was racing toward the goal of becoming the #1 cultivation clan in the world at an astonishing speed. Chu Ye was delighted to see this and spared no effort in contributing resources. If I can't be the strongest second-generation cultivator, then let my clan be the strongest, and he'll be the father of the strongest second-gen. Same thing, right? He reveled in the future vision. By then, why would I need to choose? The world's beauties will line up, bathe, and waiting for me to flip the nameplates. That's the pinnacle of life. In the imperial study of the great Qin Empire, lamps blazed brightly as mountains of memorials were reviewed and sorted at a visible pace. Qin Nishang sat behind the desk of supreme authority, her brush flying. With the eastern, western, and northern domains submitting one after another, the rapidly expanding territory brought a flood of administrative tasks that needed sorting, integration, and policymaking. Military conquest was only the first step. The true challenge lay in using the empire's robust strength as a foundation to achieve lasting peace through civilized integration, truly binding this vast land into one. This was a long road she once thought would take generations to traverse, yet in just a couple of years, nearly 70%. The speed was so swift that even she felt a sense of unreality when reflecting on it. And the catalyst for all this. She paused, her brush unconsciously tucking a strand of fallen hair behind her ear, her gaze drifting eastward. Before her eyes, the figure of that always slightly cynical smiling youth, Chu Ye, seemed to appear. He had burst into her world in the most brash and unreasonable manner, claimed everything of hers with the most unyielding force. Yet in a way she had never imagined, he had propelled her to a state she once only dreamed of, immortal cultivation, the blueprint of continental unification within reach. Her feelings for him remained complex and hard to define. But as time wore on and experiences accumulated, especially through their daily interactions, she had to admit, aside from that obvious and unconcealed weakness for women, she could find no major fault in this youth. He even often offered brilliant strategies that left her enlightened. Lechery. Qin Nishang murmured the word, her brush pausing unconsciously on the paper. Ever since he brought that fox-like fox immortal back, his visits to Great Qin and summons for her had become rare. How often did he think of her? Probably even less. In the past, she would have wished him far away for peace. But somehow she had gradually grown unaccustomed to this peace. Especially when faced with critical unification strategies that even she found daunting, she would subconsciously think, what if I asked that fellow? Damn that rogue. I, the Empress, still have to find women for you. Truly your fortune is infuriating. The more she thought about it, the more a nameless fury welled up within her. She couldn't help but jab the brush pen onto the blank memorial with some force, revealing a rare, almost girlish trace of petulance. Tisk, which blind fool has gone and angered our Empress once more? A voice laced with amusement came from behind. Qin Nishang's heart skipped a beat. Before she could turn around, she found herself enveloped in a warm and firm embrace. Chu Ye, as if performing an ordinary spatial leap as natural as returning home, wrapped his arms around her from behind. She turned her head, but her lips inadvertently brushed against his cheek. A flicker of embarrassment passed swiftly. The Empress steadied herself, regaining her usual cool and aloof tone, yet carrying a subtle emotion she herself hadn't noticed. Why are you here? Has that fox fairy grown tired of you? Chu Ye chuckled, not the least bit annoyed, instead looking as if he had discovered. His hand roamed downward restlessly, his tone as brazen, as if stating an irrefutable truth. Yes, tired of her. Who can blame me when it is your Majesty's presence here? That truly haunts my soul, especially these 2 mounds on your chest. I have coveted them for so long, their memory lingering endlessly. Set aside state affairs tonight, your Majesty must serve in the royal bed. With that, he gave her no chance to refuse, and simply scooped her up in his arms. Qin Nishang only managed a short, startled gasp, yet her body had already obediently adjusted its posture, her arms instinctively looping around his neck as she allowed him to carry her away from that pile of memorials, symbolizing endless responsibility. Soon they sank into the soft bedding. Just as Chu Ye was about to lean down, Qin Nishang reached out and pressed against his chest. What's the rush? She cast him a sidelong glance, unusually skipping the main event, and instead pulled him up. Bath first. She led him to the imperial celestial pool bathing chamber, where steaming fragrant mist filled the air. This time she showed none of her usual shyness or resistance. Her movements were as natural as an ordinary wife tending to her returning husband. First she untied his robes, then under his burning gaze, she slowly undid her own imperial garment. In the warm pool waters, Chu Ye naturally took full advantage. And Qingxue for once set aside all her empress pride and reserve, offering him the gentlest of services and responses. After a long while the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased. Chu Ye lay on the bed thoroughly content, stroking Qingxue's smooth back in a lazy rhythmic motion, as if petting a languid noble cat. The empress rested upon his chest, revealing a rarely seen state of complete relaxation. The perpetual majesty and worry that usually furrowed her brow seemed to have been smoothed away, leaving only post-coital satisfaction and peace. Humph, she finally grunted softly against his chest, her fingertip tracing aimless circles. I, the empress, manage a myriad of state affairs daily, yet I must find time to serve you, this lecherous rogue. What a tremendous loss. Chu Ye chuckled lowly, pulling her closer. Yes, your majesty works hard. Then, how about next time I Qingxue didn't reply, only buried her face deeper into his embrace, as if that was her most impregnable fortress and her most tranquil harbor. That night after their passion subsided, Qingxue lay in Chu Ye's arms, her fingertip unconsciously tracing circles on his chest, but her tone carried a note of gravity. Great Qin has received a special letter begging for aid. It originates from the Western Buddhist kingdom of the Southern Domain. The letter states that within the kingdom a cataclysmic conspiracy is brewing, one capable of radiating across the entire continent, and is about to erupt. They implore me to intervene to nip the danger in the bud. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye lightly slapped her shapely buttocks and laughed. What's this? The western region devoured, the northern domain taken. Has my empress' appetite grown so insatiable that she now reaches for the southern domain? Qingxue shot him a glare and cut straight to the heart of the matter. The one who sent the plea for help is the venerable Nun Jing'an, who rivals my reputation. Rumor has it she is a reincarnated bodhisattva bearing boundless merits, descended to the mortal realm to undergo tribulation. Her beauty is said to be of celestial rarity, no doubt. Normally at the mention of such keywords as celestial beauty, Chu Ye would have been raring to go, already planning a southern domain sightseeing itinerary. But this time he fell into an unusual silence. He recalled the fragment of a future calamity he had glimpsed through the ancient land. The source of the crisis was unmistakably pointing towards the southern Buddhist kingdom. This meant the great omen of misfortune he had foreseen was likely to manifest there. Chu Ye was a hedonist by nature, but he valued his life even more. What pleasure could be found in beauty if his life was lost? Though with the power he currently commanded, 2 immortal empresses, a fox fairy at the immortal realm's 3rd level, and the backing of the entire overpowered Great Chu imperial clan, he could theoretically swagger unopposed across the world. Yet the fox fairy's precedent was still fresh in his mind. It was precisely because she had glimpsed a fragment of the future that she had gone so far as to set up that desperate 10 phases 9 extremities array. Judging by the outcome, she had failed, losing everything and becoming a bloodbound servant. But from another perspective, she had also won, successfully achieving immortality, and her current situation wasn't bad. Fate, especially when only fragmented glimpses of the future are seen, is the most treacherous and unpredictable thing of all. The cause one sees may not necessarily yield the anticipated effect. Just as Chu Ye was entangled in the dilemma of whether to go to the southern domain or not, the fox fairy surprisingly sought him out the very next day, presenting a rare request. Chu Ye, grant me 1 month of freedom. I am willing to pay any price. Her voice remained cool and aloof, but a rarely seen ripple of human sentiment stirred in her eyes. Chu Ye found this immensely intriguing. This fox fairy, who was almost indifferent to everything in the world except for cultivation and fulfilling her duties to her master, was actually asking for something for once. Reason, he asked. The venerable Nun Jing'an has also begged for my aid. She once saved my life when I was at my lowest. The fox fairy stated succinctly. This debt of gratitude must be repaid. Chu Ye stared at her for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Well, 2 women, one to expand her territory, the other to repay a kindness. Both wanted to go to the southern domain. The vague warning of fate also seemed to point there. If I can't avoid it, then I'll face it. Chu Ye made up his mind. Strength in numbers. Well, I'll go. However, he wasn't about to pass up a rare chance to have leverage over this aloof fox. Curling his lips into a fox-like grin, he said, I can grant you your freedom, but you owe me one favor. No matter what I ask in the future, you must agree. The fox fairy didn't hesitate for a moment. Her icy blue eyes looked calmly into his. Agreed. Chu Ye nodded with satisfaction. He decided to set off for the southern domain. Before departing, he gathered his entire core team. Empress Qingxue, Queen Qingxue, the newly acquired fox fairy, his father Chu Tianxing, and his ancestor Chu Tianxing, for a brief meeting in the Great Hall. Ancestor father, muster all our forces at home and station them around the southern domain, ready to provide support at any moment. Chu Ye assigned the tasks. This trip to the southern domain might carry a high level of risk. Be prepared for them to lash out desperately and launch a counterattack against our borders. Everyone nodded. Chu Ye, as usual, led his celestial lady squad. Qingxue, Queen Qingxue, and the fox fairy, traveling light and fast, heading straight for the southern domain. The moment they stepped across the southern domain's border, an intangible, pliable barrier silently materialized. Ordinary cultivators might not have noticed a thing, but to the perception of the three immortal-level beings, the sky over this region seemed shrouded in a vast gentle ocean of will. It's the power of vows. The Witch Queen's eyes swirled with dark, profound light as she identified it. Unique to the Buddhist path. Swear a great vow, perform great merits, and the heavenly Tao acknowledges it bestowing this power. Usually it's as faint as a firefly, but this one before us. She looked up. It's an ocean of vow power. Someone has woven it into a barrier covering an entire domain. This barrier did not harm or retaliate, it merely gently, but firmly refused entry to uninvited guests. Forcing their way through was not impossible, but it would inevitably cause a cataclysmic disturbance, essentially knocking on the door and shouting, "We're here, get ready to fight." Qingxue's willow-like brows arched slightly as immortal energy gathered at her fingertips, clearly leaning toward violent demolition. Chu Ye raised his hand to stop her. "We are here for a friendly visit, not to dismantle the place." He took out the heavenly calculation abacus and gently flicked its beads. As the beads spun, a strange causal force spread, temporarily covering and blurring the four's aura's presences and even the causal thread of their intrusion. "Let's go." Chu Ye led the way while slip and invisible. The four passed through an invisible watery curtain, silently merging into the wish power barrier. Stepping into the southern domain, the scene transformed dramatically. As far as the eye could see, Buddhist temples and Taoist monasteries stood in abundance with the sounds of bells and chanting faintly echoing. Passers-by mostly wore monk robes or Taoist garments, their expressions serene, as if the entire southern domain was shrouded in a tranquil and harmonious religious atmosphere. "Let's find someone first," Chu Ye said to the Witch Queen. Their only clue was a cryptic plea for help from a certain Master Jing'an in the southern domain. The Witch Queen closed her eyes and concentrated, using her shamanic arts to trace the lingering causal thread and aura of the letter. After a moment she frowned and opened her eyes. "Strange. The aura is completely gone, the causal thread severed. As if this person never existed. Let's go to her Qingxue nunnery and have a look." Chu Ye decided to follow the lead. They found a secluded nunnery, and a young nun came out to receive them. When asked about Master Jing'an, the young nun looked bewildered, pressing her palms together in a Buddhist salute. "Ba benefactor, are you mistaken? Our nunnery has no one named Jing'an, and there is no such title in the records of past masters." Chu Ye exchanged a glance with the three women. "Interesting. A wish power barrier covering the entire domain, a petitioner who vanished into thin air, a master whose very existence was erased. Beneath the tranquility of the southern domain, there likely hid a significant secret." It seems Chu Ye stroked his chin, gazing at the distant, overlapping temple eaves. "We'll have to play detective in this Buddha and see where that master with a system score of 99 is hidden." Chu Ye and his group stood on southern domain soil, collectively experiencing a cognitive dissonance for the first time. The person of Master Jing'an was untraceable in the memories of locals and had no trail in the causal threads, if not for the plea letter with its clear handwriting and lingering spiritual energy safely lying in Chu Ye's arms. They would have thought they had stepped into some massive lifelike illusion or collectively dreamed a logically bizarre dream. "Let's find someone in the know." Qingxue, efficient and direct, planned to replicate their success in the northern domain by finding a local authority and using physical persuasion. The target was quickly identified, the renowned Thunderclap Temple in the southern domain, whose abbot was an eminent monk who had attained the Arhat fruit. However, this friendly exchange encountered an unprecedented tough nut from the start. Facing Qingxue's immortal pressure enough to make mountains and rivers change color, the Arhat stood like an ancient pine rooted in the ground, his expression utterly calm, without even lifting an eyelid. Far from yielding, he raised his head and glared, his voice rolling like thunder through the hall, each word resolute. "You trespass upon sacred Buddhist ground, forcing the Tao with power. This is a grave offense. Defiling the pure Buddha land, you shall surely face heavenly punishment and fall into endless avicii." Intimidation failing, the Witch Queen's fingertips flickered with dark light as she prepared to employ a more direct, soul-searching shamanic art. But just as the shamanic power was about to touch the Arhat's spiritual platform, a sudden change occurred. The Arhat abruptly pressed his palms together, chanting a most resolute Buddha's name, and his flesh-soul lifelong cultivation and all memories blazed up like sacrificial firewood. A dazzling Buddha light, accompanied by a vast wish power, surged into the sky, completely engulfing him. When the light faded, where was the living Arhat? Only a solemn golden-cast Arhat statue remained, cold, silent, and eternal, standing in the hall, indistinguishable from the other ancient Buddha statues around it. The air seemed to freeze. The group stared at this freshly minted artwork, momentarily speechless. Good heavens, the purity and hardness of this faith were simply outrageous. To keep secrets, the opponent had directly chosen the most thorough deletion, wiping the account and data with a one-click format, physically turning himself into an unreadable still life. Chu Ye stroked his chin, his gaze growing intrigued. "It seems the waters in the southern domain run deeper than we thought." He glanced around at the omnipresent, peaceful chanting aura. "The heavenly laws here have likely been deeply infused. People living here aren't like ordinary believers. They seem to have been refreshed at their very roots by some force. Faith is no longer a choice, but the underlying logic of existence. This isn't piety, this is being hard-coded." Just as he felt the clues were breaking off, and was at a loss, a faint, almost imperceptible, strange aura brushed against his perception, like the buzz of a mosquito in the dead of night. Demonic chi. Though faint to the point of near non-existence, Chu Ye had dabbled in demonic arts and possessed a bloodhound-like sensitivity to such auras. Following this nearly dissipated trace, they eventually discovered a hidden space deep beneath Thunderclap Temple, heavily veiled by Buddhist prohibitions, a sinister underground prison. The cell held dozens of prisoners emaciated and barely breathing. The residual fluctuations on their bodies clearly indicated traces of demonic cultivation, but now these people were like withered trees drained of all vitality, their skin shriveled against bone, their eyes murky and unfocused. The flame of life was so faint it seemed it could be extinguished at any moment. At a glance, they appeared to be elderly demon cultivators nearing the end of their lifespans. No. The usually silent fox immortal suddenly spoke, her ice blue eyes scanning the prisoners with a flash of precise judgment. Their physical base lifespan hasn't naturally depleted. This state is more like someone forcibly drained their life essence using some domineering method. This judgment deepened the somber atmosphere. They continued deeper into the prison. The further they went, the more stagnant the air became, and a deep, violent resentment and killing intent nearly tangible rushed toward them. In the innermost special cell, they witnessed a chilling sight. A woman was pierced through her shoulders and bound by countless thick chains flowing with brilliant Buddha light, firmly shackled to a scripture-carved stone wall. Yet such harsh Buddha light suppression could not fully seal the surging, terrifying demonic chi within her. The demonic chi was pitch black like ink and viscous like blood, churning and morphing into countless grim, agonized phantoms that let out silent shrieks. Pure killing intent intertwined with overwhelming resentment made her seem less like a prisoner and more like a peerless Azura from the Nine Nether Blood Sea, temporarily sealed here. Just as the group was inwardly alarmed by this terrifying demonic chi, the fox immortal's eyes flickered slightly. She uncharacteristically stepped forward, her pale fingers tracing in the air, and a strand of pure icy immortal power, like the most dexterous key, precisely tapped into several key points of the Buddhalite prohibitions. It was not violent destruction, but a deconstruction and temporary neutralization using a higher-order essence of power. At the moment of her action, Chu Ye keenly noticed a faint trace of contemplation flicker across the fox immortal's eternally frozen, beautiful face, as if she sensed an indescribable familiar fluctuation from within the violent, demonic chi. As the key prohibitions were unraveled by the immortal power, some of the chain's Buddha light dimmed, revealing the true face of the imprisoned woman. It was a face of stunning beauty, pale as paper from prolonged torture and exhaustion, her eyes tightly shut, her breath barely perceptible, yet still unable to hide her breathtaking allure. But now this beauty was steeped in boundless demonic chi and desolation, presenting a hauntingly beautiful and dangerously fractured appearance. Without hesitation, Chu Ye flicked his finger, sending a wisp of gentle energy from the primordial tree's vitality into the woman's heart meridian. Like the first drop of rain on parched earth, it temporarily stabilized her nearly extinguished life force. This place was not safe to linger. The group swiftly moved the unconscious, enigmatic, and demonic Hirden female Azura out of the Thunderclap Temple dungeon, relocating her to an unremarkable inn in a border town of the southern domain. After settling this unexpected find, Chu Ye stood by the window, gazing at the faint silhouettes of temples in the distance, his fingertips lightly tapping the window frame. Southern domain. Buddhist Pure Land. A meaningful arc curled at the corner of his lips. On the surface, the sound of Buddhist chants fills the land, peaceful and serene, but beneath it lies a secret prison that drains one's lifespan, and it even suppresses such a breathtakingly beautiful woman, overflowing with demonic chi. Within the inn, the candlelight flickered. The rescued woman's eyelashes trembled slightly as she finally slowly regained consciousness. First, she instinctively looked around with vigilance, and upon seeing the people before her, especially Chu Ye's composed expression that seemed to say, "I may not look like a good person, but I did save your life," she turned her head, her gaze sweeping over the three women in the room, each possessing a unique grace and astonishing power. The Empress Majesty, the Witch Queen's mystery, and the Fox Immortal's cold allure. After seeing the three women whose auras were unfathomable and whose beauty was peerless, her tense nerves relaxed slightly, then transformed into a complex long sigh. "I am Mo Li, the enforcement elder of the Southern Domain's demonic sect." Her voice, hoarse from long confinement, carried a stubborn clarity as she announced herself. Then, under Chu Ye's gesture indicating he was eager to hear the full story, this demonic sect elder began her Southern Domain Black Ops Victim Press Conference. According to her account, the Southern Domain once barely maintained a fragile dynamic balance among three forces: the demonic sect, which pursued freedom and adhered to the principle of do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself; the nunnery or Taoist temple, where women mostly cultivated in purity and goodness; and the Buddhist sect, which held the most extensive power and followers. But now that balance has long been shattered. Mo Li sneered, a suppressed rage burning in her eyes. Those Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, with their solemn and merciful appearances, commit all sorts of murder, arson, soul extraction, and soul refinement in the shadows. The blood on their hands is more than all the mad cultists recorded in our demonic sect's history combined. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. They privately tampered with Buddhist scriptures, twisted the doctrines, and used those enhanced sutras and sinister rituals. They turned countless devout men and women who genuinely sought the Buddha into puppets devoid of self, capable only of providing willpower. Is this salvation? This is mass production of walking corpses. Speaking of the Buddhist sect's current power structure MO-ly listed with sarcasm, the Southern Domain Buddhism is now nominally led by that three-life Buddha who claims to see through past, present, and future. Beneath him are the 4 great bodhisattvas, 8 wisdom kings, 12 vajra, 18 arhats, and 108 venerables. How doesn't that sound martially virtuous and talent-rich? Her tone shifted icy and sinister. But these people have long rotted to the core. They enforce ideological uniformity internally, and those who resist are physically liberated externally. They expand through purification, hunting our demonic sect to near extinction, and any nunnery that disobeys is forcibly annexed or eliminated. They even manufacture their own slaughter, then quell it in the name of subduing demons and vanquishing evil, fabricating merit to deceive the heavenly Tao and cultivate heretical arts. Mo Li's voice trembled with grief and anger. In recent years they've grown even more reckless, even resorting to using humans to refine pills. Draining lifespan, refining blood essence and soul. Where is the mercy of Buddhism? This is nothing but a full-fledged, tightly organized cult. Chu Ye listened with great interest as if enjoying a thrilling tale, but seeing that Elder Mo's rant was about to escalate into a condemnation of the dark side of all human nature in the universe, he raised a hand at the right moment and interjected. That's a lot of information, thanks for sharing. But Elder Mo, if I may interrupt, have you heard of Abbess Jing'an? At the mention of that name, Mo Li's fervent emotions seemed to deflate, like a punctured balloon replaced by a deep weariness and sorrow. Abbess Jing'an. Of course I know of her, she said in a low voice. Over the years resistance has never ceased. First there was a Miao-yin bodhisattva within the Buddhist sect itself who tried to expose this hypocritical mask from within, but the result? She vanished without a trace, likely met with misfortune. Then there was a prodigy from our demonic sect, a peerless talent, who reached the peak of the emperor realm in just 100 years, seen as a beacon of hope, but ultimately fell at the hands of that three-life Buddha. And then there was Abbess Jing'an. A faint glimmer of light flickered in Mo Li's eyes, then quickly dimmed. She rallied the remaining forces from all sides, campaigning tirelessly, and even mastered a method to temporarily free people from the willpower shackles. She was the last beacon for many of us. But now, she too has disappeared without a trace, and I fear it's doom. She raised her head, looking at Chu Ye and the others, her face showing utter despair. It's useless. The Southern Domain is beyond saving. The willpower barrier seals heaven and earth, isolating inside from outside. Internally, the Buddhist sect has become a monstrous entity, crushing every spark of resistance. Our demonic sect now probably only has me, an old bone left to rot in the ground, and a few scattered ones hiding in some unknown corner. The room fell silent, with only Mo Li's voice filled with endless sorrow and despair slowly dissipating in the air. What she described was a desperate situation where faith was utterly twisted, light devoured by darkness, and hope extinguished time and again. The more Mo Li spoke, the angrier she became, finally venting in frustration. Back then our prodigy had already blasted the old bald monk's main body to bits, but who knew he had cultivated that damned three-life, forbidden art, able to sever his past, present, and future selves. He even crawled back from the river of time by sacrificing his future self, allowing him to turn the tables. This complaint was unintentional, but it made the witch queen, who had been listening quietly, narrow her eyes sharply. Mo Li's furious rant was like a stone thrown into a lake, rippling through the witch queen's tranquil mind. Three-life, forbidden art, past, present, and future selves. She murmured these words repeatedly, her fingers unconsciously tracing several profound and complex patterns in the void. Inscriptions belonging to the most ancient shaman's understanding of time and causality. If that Abbess Jing'an truly fell victim to the Buddha, yet is nowhere in the present world, the witch queen raised her eyes, a deep starry river swirling within them. Then the most likely possibility is that she was banished and anchored within a severed past time-space. Her very existence has been temporarily removed and sealed from the mainstream of current time. Hence heaven and earth do not remember, all beings forget, and causality is hard to trace. The fox immortal's voice, cold as an icy spring, rang out. Is there a way back? All things have their counterbalances, and forbidden arts are no exception. The witch queen nodded. 2 ways to break it. First, force the caster to lift the seal themselves, or make them unable to maintain the art. Second, she paused, risk entering the corresponding fragment of the river of time, find the anchor point of the seal, and destroy it from within. But this method is extremely perilous, defying time and space, opposing the fundamental order of heaven and earth. Even an immortal body could be eternally banished by the chaotic currents of time. Chu Ye listened, and the image from the prophetic stone tablet flashed through his mind again. Walking in might be walking into a trap. Then we force him to come out. His thoughts were clear. The source of the willpower barrier must be the heart of the Buddhist kingdom. Destroy it, and we can shake its foundation and weaken its control. It might also interfere with his maintenance of that damn time-space forbidden art. Rather than beating the grass to startle the snake, it's better to lure the snake out of its hole than strike its 7-inch vital spot. Qi Nishang then displayed the deep foresight of a generation's sovereign. This battle concerns the very foundation of the Southern Domain. The Buddhist sect has operated for 10,000 years with unfathomable foundations. Although we are immortals, this place is thick with Buddhist power and willpower, like another's divine realm. We must— She tapped the table with her jade-like finger. We should gather our elite forces, conceal them within Chu Ye's 100 Phoenix diagram to strike like thunder and achieve total victory in one decisive battle. With the strategy set, all parties moved swiftly. The fox spirit transformed into a wisp of ethereal moonlight, merging into the stream of faith from the southern domain's sentient beings. Leveraging her unparalleled talent for concealment and perception, she traced the ultimate destination of the vast ocean of wishes. Qingxue returned to the Great Qin Empire in the eastern domain. As the imperial edict was issued, the war machine of the empire began to operate silently. Within 3 days, over 30 auras at the emperor realm, each as profound as an abyss, as majestic as a mountain, capable of suppressing an entire world, stepped silently and orderly into the entrance of the 100 Phoenix diagram opened by Chu Ye. Some were clad in dark armor, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Others wore flowing Taoist robes suffused with purple qi from the east. Still others were shrouded in mist, with laws of nature accompanying their every move. This terrifying foundation secretly shocked Chu Ye. The depth of an ancient empire was indeed not something that could be easily caught up to through short-term resource accumulation. The Witch Queen returned to the 10,000 Witch Hall in the western domain. On the ancient altar, ghostly flames ignited. The true forms of the 12 ancestral witches manifested, some with bird bodies and human faces, others handling serpents or treading on dragons, exuding an aura of primeval antiquity. Moreover, 6 witch coffins sealed for untold ages burst open with a thunderous crash. 6 ancient witches emerged, their forms withered like dead wood, yet in their eye sockets burned ghostly flames. Their auras were vast and obscure, as if they hailed from the other end of time. In the great Chu Empire, patriarch Chu Tianxing let out a long roar, shaking the imperial ancestral land. 26 great emperors, some riding dragon qi, some with sword lights piercing the stars, some with dharma forms towering between heaven and earth, converged into an unstoppable torrent. The patriarch himself was brimming with spirit, faint immortal light swirling around him, his aura unfathomable. He laughed heartily and said, "Fear not, my grandson. Your grandfather will surely invite the nun you've set your heart on to become a bride of the Chu family with great pomp." Chu Ye gazed at the spectacular scene of the entire family mobilized, feeling both moved and amused. Within the 100 Phoenix diagram, a world of its own was formed. At this moment, the great emperors of the eastern domain were stern and murderous, the ancestral witches of the western domain were eerie and profound, and the imperial clan of Great Chu was surging with momentum. Nearly 60 emperor-level auras intertwined and clashed. Were it not for the divine nature of this diagram, it would have surely triggered cataclysmic changes in the outside world. Over half of the continent's peak combat power had gathered for such pragmatic goals as bride snatching and territorial expansion, a scene that could only be described as a spectacle of the mystic realms. The fox spirit soon relayed the precise coordinates. The source of the wishes lay deep within the Buddhist kingdom's core, forbidden ground, the sea of 3 lifetimes. Night fell moonless. The wind carried the scent of sandalwood mingled with a faint, elusive trace of blood. Chu Ye, accompanied by Qingxue the Witch Queen and the fox spirit, descended like 4 streaks of light, traversing the void, arriving soundlessly at the sea of 3 lifetimes. The scene before them was a fusion of miracle and terror. Boundless golden wishes, dense enough to liquefy, had formed a veritable ocean. It was vast and magnificent, stretching without end. Brilliant motes of faith rose from the sea's surface, coalescing into golden rivers of light that poured into the colossal golden Buddha statue, standing at the ocean's center, its form reaching the heavens. That golden statue was no lifeless object. It seemed to be the ultimate crystallization and embodiment of the entire southern domain's faith. With each imperceptible breath, it caused the sea of wishes to ebb and flow, radiating a majestic aura that suppressed the ages and promised salvation to all beings. Qingxue's phoenix-like eyes blazed with authority. Her jade hand had already rested on the hilt of the imperial sword at her waist, a weapon symbolizing supreme imperial power and the slaughter of the immortal path. Just as the sword intent was about to erupt, the towering Buddha suddenly opened its eyes. In its gaze was neither joy nor sorrow, only an absolute majesty that embraced all things yet regarded everything with indifference. Amitba. The Buddha's voice was grand, not transmitted through the air, but resonating directly within the soul, carrying the power to cleanse and convert. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn your head and find the shore. Lay down the sword of obsession in your heart, sever the karmic entanglements of the mortal world, and you may immediately see the Buddha and attain the fruit of enlightenment. A mocking curve tugged at the corner of Chu Ye's lips. His reply came in the form of 3 immortal divine lights that tore through the heavens and caused even the sea of reincarnation to boil. Silence. Qingxue let out a cold cry as the Taishu Dragon Emperor sword was drawn with fierce resistance. The sword's cry was like the dragon's roar of the 9 heavens. The sword Qi transformed into a purple golden dragon that spanned the horizon, its scales and claws raised high, carrying the imperial and immortal might to suppress the universe and annihilate all laws. It lunged directly at the most solidly condensed figure among the golden Buddha statues, the one representing the present. Where it passed, space collapsed layer by layer, and the wishes were forcibly evaporated and pushed aside, displaying a domineering and unparalleled force. The past is but a dream, all returns to dust. The witch queen raised her delicate hand lightly, chanting a prayer of the witch ancestors more ancient than the history of the Buddhist kingdom itself. Countless dark, profound chains woven from the purest curses and the power of time snaked out from the void. Soundlessly, they coiled around the slightly ethereal Buddha figure representing the past, where the chains past time seemed to freeze and reverse. The Buddha's light and the witch's incantations clashed and dissolved in a silent, fierce struggle, enacting a confrontation at the most ancient level of civilization. The fox spirit Chu Qingxue was the most ethereal. Her form flickered, splitting into countless phantom images of moonlight, while her true body appeared before the future Buddha, a figure of indeterminate form woven from countless possibilities of what was to come. She did not employ any grandiose divine abilities. Instead, her slender fingers pointed out repeatedly, each strike landing precisely on the nodes of the future Buddha's power flow. She deflected severed or superimposed countershocks using a subtle technique of 4 ounces moving 1,000 pounds. She trapped the opponent's unpredictable attacks imbued with future calamities firmly within a domain of moonlight, even forcing the figure to retreat repeatedly, its light trembling violently. 3 against 3, the immortal-level battlefield was instantly divided. Qin Mishang clashed head-on with the Buddha of the present. Each collision between the dragon's sword and the Buddha's palm was like a star crashing into another, erupting with light and heat that annihilated everything, blasting massive vacuum-like abysses into the sea of reincarnation. The struggle between the witch queen and the Buddha of the past was silent, yet perilous. The attrition between temporal curses and ancient Buddha light caused the scenery in that region to shift between crystal clarity and a blurriness reminiscent of 10,000 years ago, as the very fabric of time and space groaned and twisted. The fox spirit suppressed the Buddha of the future. Appearing effortless, it was fraught with hidden danger. Each strike was a gamble against countless future possibilities. The slightest misstep would invite backlash from the power of future calamities. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Ye transformed into a streak of light and plunged straight toward the core hub of the Sea of Wishes, the lotus pedestal base of the colossal golden statue. The cosmic abacus in his hand spun frantically, calculating and searching for the weakest formation I in the entire wish power system. Yet the moment he approached, a sudden change occurred. The 3 Buddha figures locked in fierce battle, with the 3 women simultaneously intoned a grand Buddhist chant. Their golden forms, slightly dimmed from the fight, suddenly blazed with boundless light. The vast, infinite Sea of Wishes, as if obeying the command of a sovereign king, raised monstrous waves that transformed into 3 golden pillars of light, piercing heaven and earth, madly pouring into the bodies of the 3 Buddhas. Their auras expanded like an inflated balloon, their forms growing taller and taller. Amidst the Buddha light, strands of sinister, blood-red, demonic patterns began to appear. Although their power level had not truly breached the immortal barrier, the pressure they exuded had become several times heavier and more solid, descending like the might of the heavenly Dao. He is borrowing from the heavenly Dao. The witch queen's voice cut through the battlefield's roar, sharp and urgent. He uses the Buddhist method of grand vows to preemptively draw power, but his aura is turbid, a mix of Buddha and demon entangled with karma. This is no righteous path. The fox spirit also focused her perception, speaking coolly. The wishes are nourishing him in reverse, even transforming in nature. This is not a sustainable path, but in the short term his power has surged. Chu Ye's thoughts raced, a glimmer of understanding rising with a chill. But before he could react, a grand, boundless Buddhist chant resounded from all directions of the Buddhist kingdom. The sky, previously shrouded in night, was utterly illuminated by countless golden array patterns that suddenly blazed. Layer upon layer of immensely complex Buddhist grand formations emerged from the void, like an inverted giant bowl, completely sealing and imprisoning the entire sea of 3 lifetimes and the surrounding 10,000 miles of space. The space became as solid as divine iron, and the laws of nature were forcibly rewritten into the domain of the. Then one after another, figures of overwhelming might strode forth from the nodes of the great formation and the fissures of the void, the 4 bodhisattvas bearing lotus thrones, holding precious vases, wielding the sword of wisdom, or forming the mudra of fearlessness, their majestic countenances radiating a compassionate aura, imbued with a grand presence that suppressed the underworld, their bodies encircled by pure rings of bodhisattvas' vow light. The 8 wisdom kings with glaring eyes wielded various vajra, demon-subduing artifacts. Their wrathful forms could terrify even ghosts and gods, their wild battle intent and slaughtering Buddhist light, churning the winds and clouds. The 12 vajras, their bodies as if cast from vajra muscles bulging, made the earth tremble with every step. Their pure physical strength had reached the level of laws. The 18 arhats in a strict formation, some in contemplation, some subduing dragons, some taming tigers, each with their own grandeur, their vajra bodies linked together, indestructible. The 108 venerables, their auras interconnected, transformed into a shimmering golden sea of clouds with chanting that materialized into tangible sonic weapons, purifying the soul. Yet this was not all. Behind these top-tier Buddhist combatants, space twisted again, surging forth with a completely different aura. Wild, chaotic, defiant, and sinister. The 4 demon sect guardians, shrouded in roiling demonic chi, some with bone wings on their backs, others with horns on their heads, demon pupils like blood, their demon weapons emitting destructive black light. The 12 elders with a seasoned and sinister aura, their demonic arts, cunning, some manifested visions of myriad demons bowing behind them, others spread poisonous swamps that corroded all things at their feet. And a dense tide-like surge of thousands of elite demon sect disciples, their demonic chi merging into one, blotting out the sun, forming an eerie and grim contrast with the Buddhist light above. Buddhist light above shining and suppressing, demonic chi below churning and eroding. Chu Ye and the other three were caught precisely in the narrow gap between this light and darkness. Chu Ye's gaze was sharp as a blade, instantly piercing through all the fog. So that's it. His voice was calm, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. The southern domain never had a true conflict between Buddha and demon. Buddha is you and demon is also you. Tri-life Buddha. No, perhaps I should call you the Buddha-demon hybrid monster. You devoured and absorbed the essence of the Dao sect. The evidence is clear with Jinggan Shifu, and orchestrated that letter for help luring me here. Your goal is to use me, the variable, as a sacrifice to perform the heretical art of defying fate, uniting Buddha and demon to truly achieve enlightenment and become an immortal. What a grand scheme, what a ruthless heart. The scene from the prophecy tablet was perfectly replicated at this moment. Unfortunately, Chu Ye faced this fatal trap not with fear, but with a wild grin. You can summon help, and his mind connected with the 100 Phoenix painting, and he abruptly pulled his hands to both sides. Rip! It was as if the sky was torn open. The 100 Phoenix painting unfurled infinitely behind him, no longer a scroll, but a colossal gateway to another world. Warriors of great Qin, follow your emperor to slay the evil. Qingxue, though locked in fierce battle with the present Buddha, still sent a thread of divine while issuing a majestic decree. Boom! Over 30 great emperors from the eastern domain erupted simultaneously like a long-suppressed. They formed a battle formation, some manifesting into Tianxing war god avatars, others drawing upon the power of the 9 heaven-star river or unfolding imperial domains that covered the sky. Boundless imperial might mixed with an iron-blooded aura of slaughter surged like a breached flood, crashing directly into the seemingly endless sea of Buddha venerables and the Vajrarhut line. In an instant, divine abilities clashed, precious light exploded, and imperial blood mixed with Buddha blood began to splatter. Wu. The Wu Queen let out a clear chant communing with ancient times. The 12 ancestral Wu true bodies from the western domain roared, some spewing world-incinerating Wu fire, others summoning primordial beast illusions or spreading curses of rotting stars. The 6 elder Wu joined forces, unfolding a myriad ages burial heaven Wu domain that covered the battlefield, where time flowed chaotically and cause and effect were inverted, specifically eroding the Buddhist vow system built on stable order. The eerie power of Wu and the golden Buddhist light engaged in silent, yet deadly erosion and counter-erosion. Those who offend my Chu clan shall die. Ancestor Chu Shanhai's hair and beard bristling with rage radiated immortal light. He directly confronted the 4 demon guardians and several elders with the strongest demonic chi, unleashing the Chu royal clan's supreme imperial technique, Supreme Emperor World-Suppressing Fist. The fist intent was vast, like the human emperor patrolling the heavens, suppressing all defiance. Wherever it passed, demon shadows, shattered flesh, and blood flew, truly slaughtering, until rivers of blood flowed with demonic howls and wails unceasing. The battlefield instantly escalated from a 3-way immortal level clash to a super melee spanning tens of thousands. Imperial techniques, Buddhist laws, demonic arts, Wu curses. All manner of terrifying energy storms raged and collided, completely reshaping and annihilating the geography around the tri-life reincarnation sea. The sky was torn into countless cracks, and the earth sank and rose as if doomsday had arrived. Chu Ye stood at the center of this world-destroying storm, his form appearing small, yet his gaze was incomparably clear. With piercing insight, he perceived that the 3 tri-life Buddha Dharma bodies, though formidable, were still inferior in essence to Qingxue and the other 2 women. Their ability to stalemate and even gain a slight upper hand relied entirely on the unceasing energy infusion from the sea of vows beneath their feet. Sever the root, and the form crumbles. He hesitated, no longer fully activating the heavenly calculation abacus, its beads flying swiftly as he deduced the principles of heaven and earth. Simultaneously, he channeled the primal power of the primordial tree seed within him, unleashing a surge of innate chaotic creative and life-giving primordial purple chi. Moreover, using his past demonic cultivation, now absorbed and transformed by immortal power as a special catalyst, he used his finger as a brush in the void, carving an extremely ancient forbidden array, specifically targeting sacred vows and faith collectives. The defiled earth-devouring spirit anti-Buddha array. As the array patterns first appeared, they emitted an ominous aura that dimmed the Buddhist light and agitated the demonic chi. Ancestor, please aid your grandson, lend me some fuel. Chu Ye cried out. Chu Shanha, though locked in battle with demon sect experts, laughed heartily in agreement. Good grandson. Watch your ancestor send you firewood. His immortal power surged, forming a sky-covering dragon on mountain patterned immortal yuan giant hand that plunged into the densest area of demon sect disciples below, its 5 fingers closing. No. Ancestor, save me. Countless terrified demon sect disciples along with several elders were scooped up like ants by the giant hand. No matter how they struggled or unleashed demonic arts, their attacks on the immortal yuan hand vanished like stones thrown into the sea. The giant hand turned back, casting the captured thousands of demon sect beings along with their boiling demonic chi essence, blood, and soul balefulness all at once into the core array, eye of Chu Ye's forming defiled earth-devouring spirit anti-Buddha array. With 10,000 demon sect lives as sacrifice primordial chi as the array foundation, the heavenly calculation abacus to stabilize the cosmos, and the demonic catalyst as the guiding agent. The great array roared into operation. Whoa! A sound of wailing ghosts and howling gods filled heaven and earth as if the gates of hell had been opened. At the center of the array, infinite demonic chi, resentment, and essence blood were compressed, transformed, and refined, mixed with the dual nature of creation and destruction from the primordial purple chi, ultimately coalescing into an indescribable pitch-black giant hand. This hand had curved hooked nails. Its palm lines were a twisted aggregation of billions of agonized faces entwined with the purest laws of defilement, destruction, and termination. The moment it appeared, the Buddhist light above dimmed, and the demonic chi below prostrated itself, as if it were the natural enemy of all sanctity and order. Descend. Chu Ye pointed his fingers like a sword and slashed downward. The pitch-black giant hand bearing the annihilating aura of ending all things, ignoring spatial distance, and Buddhist light purification struck straight toward the core of the boundless sea of vows at the connection between the tri-life Buddha golden bodies and the vow sea. With the defilement of 10,000 demons pollute the source of the pure land. With the ultimate evil force shatter the supreme holy light. No! How dare you destroy my 10th Sandier foundation? The three Buddha Dharma bodies simultaneously let out earth-shattering roars and shrieks, trying to return, but they were tightly entangled by Qingxue, the Wu Queen, and the Fox Immortal, and even experienced power fluctuations due to the vow supply being instantly disrupted and polluted by the great array. The pitch-black giant hand slammed down fiercely. SSSS. Like a red-hot iron plunged into ice and snow. The moment the golden vow sea contacted the black giant hand, a terrifying corrosive sound erupted. Pure vow power was rapidly polluted, dissolved, and evaporated. Countless points of faith light wailed and extinguished. The energy torrent supporting the three Dharma bodies abruptly broke and became chaotic. Qingxue's phoenix eyes blazed with cold light now. Imperial sword Dao severing. The purple golden dragon merged with the imperial sword, transforming into a peerless sword beam that seemed to cleave heaven and earth, striking fiercely at the chest of the golden Buddha manifestation. The witch queen's dark pupils were profound. Time. Return to burial. Countless temporal curse chains suddenly tightened, dragging the past Buddha's phantom into a suddenly materialized fragment of which burial spacetime, representing eternal stillness. The Fox Immortal's fingertip condensed moonlight into a single point of extreme cold light. Future. Shatter. A single point struck the core of the future Buddha, woven from countless possibilities. The cold light exploded, freezing and shattering the myriad future phantoms along with its true form. Crack. Boom. The three Buddha manifestations suffered fatal wounds almost simultaneously. Golden light scattered, demonic runes collapsed, countless fissures spread across their colossal bodies, and their aura plummeted sharply. The tri-life Buddha's three bodies were forced to merge and reappear. Half of its face barely maintained a Buddha's visage, while the other half twisted with demonic runes. Its aura was chaotic and utterly depleted, its eyes filled with madness, venom, and unwillingness. It violently spat out a stream of blood interwoven with gold and black, and without hesitation burned the last of its origin essence, blood, and soul force, transforming into a dim Buddha demon escape, light, attempting to tear through space and flee. Yet at the very moment it activated its core escape, art a faint yet extremely resilient, clear, and pure fluctuation utterly incompatible with the Buddha demon aura of this place erupted from deep within its body. This fluctuation was like the last star in the darkness. Though not powerful, it precisely interfered with the most crucial step of its escape art, the anchoring of spatial coordinates. Qingxue. The tri-life Buddha was shocked and enraged, its escape, light faltering. Still trying to run. How could Qingxue, the Witch Queen, and the Fox Immortal let such an opportunity slip? Three immortal forged shackles. The Imperial Dragon locked the Witch Ancestor's soul chain, and the Moonlight Seal descended, instantly binding its broken form firmly in midair, rendering it immobile. Ha! Ha! Knowing there was no escape, the tri-life Buddha burst into maniacal laughter filled with unwillingness and venom. I am Buddha and demon, as one, having comprehended the three realms. How could I perish so easily? Even in death I shall make you all pay. It ceased its struggles and began chanting a bizarre, urgent sutra. Its body ignited with inextinguishable karma fire, half gold and half black. This flame madly burned everything that remained. Its flesh divined soul cultivation and even its karmic ties to heaven and earth. Within the flames a single Buddha demon relic began to coalesce. Half gold, half black, its light was chaotic, yet contained terrifying energy and shattered laws. As its body and soul were incinerated, a faint, almost transparent white figure, as if it might scatter with the wind, was finally forced out from the deepest recesses by the karma fire. It drifted like the last flickering lamp in a storm. One could barely discern a woman clad in a simple Taoist robe with a cold, ethereally beautiful countenance, yet bearing an unyielding and compassionate look in her brow. It was Qingxue Shirtai. But now her form was nearly transparent, her aura as faint as a candle about to go out. Clearly she had endured a long and brutal process of devouring and refinement within the Buddha's body, teetering on the final brink of soul annihilation and true spirit extinction. The fox immortal's heart tightened. She swiftly approached, enveloping the remnant soul with the gentlest primordial vitality, carefully nurturing it. Upon contact, the soul form was icy cold, the only feedback being a near-extinct void and a faint, barely perceptible will to survive. The person was saved, but in such a state of utter exhaustion, with her origin nearly completely devoured. Could she still be saved? The clamor of battle gradually subsided with the tri-life Buddha's self-sacrifice. The Buddha realm and demon domain had become a wasteland ravaged by chaotic energy currents. Magnificent temples collapsed, solemn Buddha statues shattered, and surging demonic energy dissipated. Sunlight finally pierced through the dome, shrouded by willpower and demonic energy spilling onto this scarred land. The embers of the great battle had not yet fully cooled. Smoke along with shattered Buddha light and demonic energy still interweaved over the southern city. Qingxue had already switched to her iron-blooded empress mode. With swift and decisive command, she dispatched her subordinate emperors to various regions to suppress the local chaos triggered by the release of the original power seals and the collapse of the believers' faith. Backed by the immortal dynasty's laws and formidable military force, she rapidly re-established order and efficiency that left onlookers astounded. Meanwhile, the fox immortal carefully carried a cluster of pure white soul light, as faint as a candle flickering in the wind, and approached Chu Ye. Without a word, she simply offered the soul light her icy blue eyes, conveying a rare solemnity and entrustment. This silent trust was a currency naturally accumulated through life and death experiences and witnessing his miracles time and again. Chu Ye received the wisp of nearly weightless form. The system interface silently displayed the scan results. Target Jinggan Shirtai. Overall rating 99, stunning beauty. Special note, broad-minded, capable of great tolerance both physically and spiritually. Possesses the three-life reincarnation physique. Has undergone the Buddha tribulation and demon tribulation. The Dao tribulation remains unfulfilled. If the three lives are not perfectly unified, the residual power upon her fall will catalyze the birth of an extreme Buddha-demon fusion monster, bringing calamity to the world. Looking at the Shirtai before him, whose cold, ethereal, and compassionate nature was evident even in her soul light, especially the strikingly broad and compassionate curves of her chest faintly visible even in her remnant soul state, Chu Ye steadied himself, suppressing some untimely sighs. He brought Jinggan Shitai's remnant soul into the most tranquil and secure bedchamber within the White Phoenix diagram. Using the purest primordial qi, he temporarily stabilized her form, allowing her to regain a faint, hazy consciousness. Shirtai, Chu Ye's voice was calm, getting straight to the point. Your origin is depleted, your divine soul shattered like a jade vase covered in cracks on the verge of collapse. Even if I pour the power of endless vitality into you, it will only delay the disintegration, not cure it. The hazy soul light flickered slightly, transmitting a weak but clear spiritual fluctuation, as if inquiring. The only chance for survival lies in breaking through and transcending this form. Becoming an immortal. Chu Ye's gaze was frank. Immortal ascension reshapes the body, can heal Dao wounds, can replenish the divine soul, and allows you to truly escape the shackles and backlash risks of the three-life reincarnation physique. He paused briefly before continuing. I possess a special immortal destiny and a secret art that can aid others in ascending to immortality. But this art requires the harmony of yin and yang, the fusion of souls. In common terms, it is dual cultivation. The choice is yours. Furthermore, he changed the subject, his tone taking on a pragmatic note that brooked no argument. The immortal destiny is precious and human hearts are unfathomable. To prevent future complications, should you choose this path, you must sign a blood soul contract with me. This contract has a very strong binding force. I hope you understand. These words were clear, calm, and laid out the pros and cons. Jinggan Shitai's soul light was silent. She could perceive the pure immortal aura of the Dao surrounding Qingxue, the Witch Queen, and the Fox Immortal by Chu Ye's side. His words were not false. She also understood that for such a heaven-defying opportunity, it was only natural for the other party to demand guarantees. More importantly, the cruel possibility Chu Ye had finally pointed out struck her deepest fears and obsessions. Shirtai has done good deeds all her life. I'm sure you wouldn't want to see yourself, after falling, lose control of the accumulated Buddha demon power within you, turning into a mindless killing machine that brings chaos to the world. Wouldn't the Tao and good deeds you've upheld all your life become empty words? If you can become an immortal, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope, a chance for complete fulfillment. A long silence fell over the bedchamber. Finally, the Shirtai transmitted a determined, faint, yet resolute thought. If this path can be cultivated, I have only one request. Do not use your power to force me into any improper acts. Agreed. Chu Ye nodded. A drop of his essence blood mixed with soul force traced an ancient and profound blood contract rune which he imprinted into the core of Jinggan Shitai's remnant soul. The contract was established, adding an unbreakable karmic link between them. That done, Chu Ye channeled more primordial qi into her, helping stabilize and solidify her soul. Shirtai may first enter the spring to bathe, cleansing away the dust and blood. Tonight, I shall contemplate the method of achieving immortality. Jinggan Shirtai nodded slightly, transforming into a soft shadow that disappeared into the hot spring behind. Chu Ye stood there, rubbed his nose, and muttered to himself, I've taken a loss. I'm not really a demon lord. At best I'm just a savior with ulterior motives. The night deepened. Candlelight flickered within the bedchamber. After bathing and changing, Jinggan Shirtai was once again clad in a simple, spotless Taoist robe. She approached Chu Ye, palms pressed together in a gesture of reverence, her demeanor dignified and aloof, like an enlightened master receiving a visitor. Yet a faint, barely perceptible blush tinted her pale cheeks. Chu Ye wasted no words. He first transmitted the profoundly mystical immortal technique, the yin-yang harmonization art, into her sea of consciousness. Then, with rare deliberation, he stepped forward to scrutinize her up close. By the candlelight, the master's ethereal beauty was striking, the sorrowful sanctity in her brows clashing with the breathtaking curves concealed beneath her Taoist robe, creating an intensely compelling contrast. Master, Chu Ye's voice dropped low, laced with a hint of playful amusement, since we are to cultivate this path, this outer robe might be somewhat superfluous. Jinggan Master's breath caught almost imperceptibly, her long lashes fluttering. She was not ignorant of worldly matters, yet a lifetime of ascetic cultivation left her heart stirred despite herself. After a moment of silence, she closed her eyes, raised her pale hands slowly, fingers trembling slightly, and began to untie the sash of her robe. As the plain robe slipped away, the chamber seemed to glow with a soft, self-emanating light. Even Chu Ye, seasoned as he was, found himself drawing a sharp inward breath. It was not mere voluptuousness, but a form that combined sacred contours with breathtaking fullness. A masterpiece of creation's bias that truly embodied the adage of capacity breeds greatness. His earlier jest about relying on closeness now seemed uncannily apt, even modest. Heaven grants the benevolent the power of life and death, this breadth of spirit. Chu Ye's heart swelled with myriad emotions, leaving him momentarily speechless. He steadied himself, set aside stray thoughts, stepped forward, and gently lifted the slightly stiffened master into his arms, carrying her to the cloud-soft couch prepared beforehand. That night wind stirred and clouds surged. The Dao heart clashed with mortal flesh, monastic codes melded with primal instinct. The sacred compassion and the breathtaking devilish figure formed an ultimate paradox and temptation within the master, offering Chu Ye an unprecedented experience of conquest and sensory impact. With diligent, thorough exploration, one could only begin to grasp the depth of her profound mercy. The warm touch, the clear, soft murmurs, the heart-stirring responses. Every glance, every movement seemed imbued with soul-snaring enchantment. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time stretched infinitely in perception, yet passed in an instant. 3 days and 3 nights. Rain and wind in swift succession, then clouds scattered and rain ceased. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the lattice window into the chamber, a system notification chimed. Abruptly, successfully recruited, Jinggan Master 3 life, reincarnation body perfected, rewards issued, Immortal Realm Breakthrough Pill 3, Emperor Realm Breakthrough Pill 9. Immortal Essence Pill 9, Special Reward, Buddhist Taoist Treasure, Mirror Records, 10,000 Buddha Methods, Immortal Artifact, 9 Cycle Reincarnation Buddha Beads, can Fairy Souls Guide Good Karma. Reincarnation Heaven-Earth Law can reshape reincarnation, lay foundation for underworld. Special Reward, Host Cultivation elevated to Heavenly Emperor Realm. Chu Ye fulfilled his promise, feeding a precious Immortal Realm Breakthrough Pill into the master's mouth and his arms. The pill dissolved, releasing an aura of immortal mist. Unexpectedly, the master's immortal tribulation arrived serene and sacred, devoid of the thunderous agony common to cultivators. Instead, it was like a heavenly blessing, using pure immortal light to wash away her mortal dust and reshape her immortal body, the process astonishingly smooth. More miraculously, as she achieved the immortal realm, 3 hazy phantoms materialized behind her, swiftly merging with her form, one solemn, with Buddhist radiance like a lotus-seated ancient Buddha, enduring worldly tribulations, pure and compassionate, resembling a bodhisattva, holding a pure vase capable of liberating all worldly suffering, another demonic and force dark, treading blood, mastering the path of slaughter, condensed yet free of evil, with clear sharp eyes, wielding the authority of judgment to sever evil and uphold the Tao, the last her original self, with a clear Tao heart, compassionate and gentle, able to gather the world's purest good karma. The 3 phantoms merged into one, like a lotus and its leaf, yet also like myriad heavens, layered and united, parted yet conjoined, dispersed yet gathered, the rhythm of the great Tao flowing within. This phenomenon, combined with her capacity to breed greatness, constitution, suddenly made Chu Ye realize that his earlier jest about relying on abundance had truly aligned with some heavenly principle. Capacity meant not only physical embrace, but also the embrace of the Tao of heaven and earth and of all sentient beings. 3 lives, united, merit perfected. All power converged into one, and Jinggan Master's aura surged, stabilizing directly at the 3rd level of the immortal realm. Even Chu Ye had to marvel at this accumulation bursting forth. Indeed, heaven does not overlook those who practice good and accumulate virtue. This karmic fruit is truly solid. At this moment, Jinggan Master appeared ethereal and transcendent, surrounded by a unique blend of auras. The sacred compassion of Buddhism, the sharp valor of demonic paths, and the serene naturalness of the Tao. This complex and captivating charm caused the embers in Chu Ye's heart just calm to flare up again with a whoosh. Ahem. He leaned close to the newly awakened master whose eyes were still hazy, and said with feigned seriousness, Master, having just ascended to the immortal realm, your cultivation base may be unstable. To ensure safety we must consolidate it further. I have always been one to help to the very end. With that, before she could fully react, he had already pressed close. Thus another 6 days and nights of arduous cultivation to solidify the realm unfolded within the chamber. Chu Ye demonstrated through action that his enthusiasm and endurance for helping others and academic research were indeed extraordinary. And so the world turned upside down again. Spring tides surged with evening rain. Outside, the morning light grew stronger, flooding the chamber with brightness, yet it could not conceal the room's lingering blend of sensual charm and Dao rhythm. Days later, Chu Ye stepped out refreshed side by side with Jinggan Master from the 100 Phoenix diagram. In the southern domain outside, the dust had settled. The world had changed. Qingxue, with iron-fisted efficiency and irrefutable evidence, had exposed the bloody truth beneath Buddhism's millennia-old mask of hypocrisy. The people of the southern domain awoke as if from a dream, their fury at the shattered faith surging like a torrent. Once thriving temples were toppled, golden Buddha statues burned or smashed to pieces, the once mighty Buddhist forces underwent a freefall decline in a mere span of days, perfectly illustrating the adage, watch his mansion rise, watch his mansion fall. The cycle of heaven waxed and waned. In contrast, Taoist temples were preserved to the fullest, their incense even flourishing somewhat. Naturally, this was partly Qingxue's favor. As the new ruler, she knew all too well Chu Ye's little hobby. Now that the aloof and ethereal Jinggan Master had fallen into his hands, they would soon address each other as sisters, and this small courtesy was worth preserving. The southern domain was unified, the situation settled. Chu Ye had little interest in such mundane affairs. His core objective here had been exceeded. On the eve of departure, he deliberately sought out the quiet Taoist temple, whose incense still burned, seen by the people as a new beacon of hope. Inside the meditation room, sandalwood smoke curled. The atmosphere should have been solemn. Yet at that moment, Jinggan Master, revered by the world as a living bodhisattva, was enduring another personal storm of passion. Chu Ye argued, plausibly calling it a special therapy to root out old ailments and consolidate the new realm. Faced with his theory of nonsense spoken with a straight face, the Reverend Mother's cold and elegant face was filled with helplessness, yet she offered no fierce resistance. Having cultivated for many years, she had likely never imagined that one day, in this quiet meditation chamber, she would form such a profound and intimate karma with a man. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, Chu Ye contentedly held the beauty in his arms, his gaze lingering on her astonishingly graceful curves. Inwardly, he marveled that she was truly a being with a system rating of 99. Every exchange left an unforgettable aftertaste. Suddenly recalling something, he asked with curiosity, by the way, what is your connection with the fox immortal? How could that block of ice who only seeks the great Tao abandon everything to save you? Jinggan Reverend Mother nestled in his arms and sighed softly at his words. I once saved her when she was on the brink of death before she had taken her form. She paused, a trace of pity flickering in her eyes. The fox immortal. Her lineage has actually endured much hardship. The Snow Moon Fox clan was once one of the 9 royal families of the northern domain. They were born with peerless beauty and possessed a talent for charm. However, their beauty was both their fortune and their ruin. As the saying goes, jade in one's bosom invites crime. The Fox clan's talents were not the highest, and their stunning appearance became a death warrant. The previous Fox Lord died young, and the clan was coveted and divided by many factions. Many members were captured for their beauty and met tragic ends. As the last bloodline of the main branch, she escaped her ancestral land only with her mother's desperate protection, pursued all the way to the edge of the northern domain. When I was traveling and happened to pass by, I saved her when she was on the verge of death. She looked up at Chu Ye, her tone earnest. Don't be fooled by her cold and aloof exterior. She is most particular about gratitude and grudges, remembering both kindness and enmity. People often judge a person simply as good or bad, but those who are kind to her naturally see her as good. Those she considers enemies find her cold and ruthless. The black and white of this world are not so simple. Chu Ye listened, lost in thought. Then he informed the Reverend Mother that he was about to return to Great Chu, and that she could contact him anytime through the spatial mark left on her by the 100 Phoenix diagram. The Reverend Mother nodded gently and said no more. She had made up her mind to remain in the southern domain and do her utmost to atone for the sins committed by the Buddhist sect, healing this land of desolation. As long as human suffering persisted, her steps would not cease. Chu Ye chose to respect this decision. He did not consider himself a good person, even somewhat selfish, but precisely because of this he sincerely respected and admired such truly benevolent acts that cared for the world, never forcing interference or obstruction. After their tender moments, Chu Ye arrived at the heart of the former Buddhist kingdom, now reduced to ruins. On the broken city wall, Qingxue stood against the wind in her imperial robe, overlooking the land that had just undergone nirvana and pain. The southern domain is ours. Are you satisfied with the great unification, Your Majesty the Empress? Chu Ye walked up to her and asked with a smile. Qingxue's gaze was profound, looking past the present devastation as if seeing the mist at the continent's core. Satisfied? Perhaps all this is just the beginning of the true challenge. Her voice was calm, but carried unwavering conviction. The central domain is the ultimate trial ground. On the city wall, Qin Nishang leaned on the railing and gazed into the distance, intently formulating the integration strategy for the newly annexed southern domain. Her imperial robe fluttered slightly in the wind, her silhouette outlined by the setting sun, exuding an inviolable majesty, truly possessing the bearing of one who unifies the realm and commands the universe. Chu Ye paced behind her, admired her for a moment, then suddenly smiled and pulled her into his arms. You? Qin Nishang was startled, but before she could scold him, his warm hand skillfully slipped into her layered imperial robe. His other hand traced the curves of her waist, causing a slight tremor across her skin wherever it passed. She suppressed the low moan that nearly escaped her throat, casting a sidelong glare with her phoenix-like eyes tinged with annoyance. That, Reverend Mother Jing'an, hasn't she satisfied you enough? Why are you so ravenous? Chu Ye lowered his head, his nose almost brushing against her reddened ear, and said with a smile, the Reverend Mother has her cool and elegant charm, and the Empress has her noble and peerless beauty. It's like eating. Who only focuses on one dish? You have to switch up the flavors, or his breath whispered against her earlobe. Put them all on the same table to make it a feast, right? My Empress. As he spoke, he had already begun to pull at her skirt. Feeling his irresistible force and intent, Qin Nishang's face flushed even deeper. She glanced around, knowing the barrier shielded them, but this was still broad daylight, and atop the city wall. Chu Ye, you? Her protests were futile. Chu Ye had planned this. The improvements he had suggested to the Empress regarding her inner garments days ago now came in handy. Qin Nishang instinctively pressed her hands against the cold brick wall, her knuckles turning white. On the wall there was no Empress, no young man. There were only intermittent whimpers and gasps betraying the absurd, yet scorching secret unfolding in the shadow of the battlements. Chu Ye and his party on their way back to Great Chu happened to pass through the territory of the Union of Joy Sect. It wasn't only Great Chu that had developed rapidly in recent years. The Union of Joy Sect, once a sect focused on skills, had seen its strength skyrocket, now boasting 4 great emperors within its ranks. Across the continent, this foundation was enough to rank among the top-tier forces. However, everyone in the Union of Joy Sect, from the reclusive ancestor to the ruling sect master, was well aware that their upgrade from a specialty sect to a powerhouse sect was entirely due to one golden thigh, Chu Ye. After all, from the ancestor to the sect master to the Saintess, they had all been swept up by Chu Ye, and the number of times they had exchanged together was countless. Since they had paid the price, Chu Ye was never stingy, supplying them with ample elixirs and resources, forcibly forging this luxurious one sect for emperors configuration. To solidify this strategic partnership, the Union of Joy Sect went to great lengths. Not only did they research and perfect their ancestral bedroom arts to unprecedented heights, but they also put great effort into talent reserves, recruiting disciples every year. Spiritual root talent. That was secondary. The primary criteria were 3 peerless beauty, supple figure, and preferably a special constitution. After all, in their view, as long as Chu Ye fancied someone, even a pig, he had the ability to stack resources and turn it into an emperor pig. One day, Chu Ye quietly descended upon the main peak hall of the Union of Joy Sect. Sect Master Hua Rong was seated on the cold jade throne of supreme authority, reviewing documents, her expression focused, cold, and majestic. Chu Ye's aura silently permeated the space. The Sect Master Hua Rong, who had just been as cold as frost and commanded the awe of the entire sect, instantly rose, as if struck by lightning. The frost on her face melted away, replaced by a complex expression blending reverence, fawning, and instinctive seductiveness. She knelt gracefully in the most submissive posture, like a well-trained maidservant before her sole master. This humble one welcomes our master. Her voice was soft and alluring to the bone. Chu Ye sat down without the slightest hesitation, directly taking the cold jade throne, and casually pulled the graceful, warm, and soft figure into his embrace. His hand unashamedly traced the stunning curves as he commented with a smack of his lips, the design of this sect master's robe is indeed becoming more exquisite, but the fabric is far too fine. It dulls the sensation. Hua Rong, being as clever as she was, showed no irritation at his words. Instead, she wound her arms around Chu Ye's neck like a water serpent, her breath fragrant as orchid, whispering seductively against his ear, if my master dislikes this fabric, then next time this humble one will personally design a few styles with less fabric, more convenient for my master to inspect sect affairs. How would that be? Chu Ye burst into hearty laughter and casually gave a firm slap to her plump, pert backside, the crisp sound echoing through the vast and imposing hall. Excellent. You understand. Then this supremely aloof and enchanting sect master of the Joyous Union sect on the icy throne that symbolized the core of sect authority engaged in a profound exchange with her master regarding the sect's future development plans. Outside the hall, clouds drifted and rolled. Inside, storms of passion came and went. Only the cold jade throne silently bore witness to it all, as if narrating what true, unquestionable authority really meant. After returning to Great Chu Ye swiftly switched to top-tier VIP leisure mode. His main task during the day was to hunker down inside the 100 Phoenix chart, diligently acting as a world architect. The fusion of the primordial chaos tree embryo and the 100 Phoenix chart deepened day by day. A nascent world shaped by his will was slowly but steadily being conceived. After returning to Great Chu Ye swiftly switched to top-tier VIP leisure mode. His main task during the day was to hunker down inside the 100 Phoenix chart, diligently acting as a world architect. As for the evenings, well, that was probably the one time of day when he needed to employ strategic thinking, choosing which gorgeous shareholder to grace with his presence, the Empress, the Witch, Queen, the Fox Immortal, and others. His lifestyle was infuriatingly regular and enviably comfortable. Under his relentless resource irrigation, the strength of the great Chu imperial clan skyrocketed like a rocket. Finally, on a balmy afternoon, his father, Emperor Chu Tianxing, after digesting yet another of his son's casually given top-grade pills, heard a crisp sound from within, the breaking of a bottleneck audible only to high-level cultivators. Immediately, celestial phenomena erupted. The clear sky suddenly churned with wind and clouds, and 10,000 beams of golden light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the mountains and rivers of Great Chu. The cries of dragons and phoenixes resounded through the 9 heavens, and endless Dao rhymes and fragments of laws scattered down like golden petals. Powerhouses across the entire continent were shaken, casting their awestruck gazes toward Great Chu. Another new emperor had been born. Standing at the center of the golden light, Chu Tianxing felt the vast newborn power of the emperor realm surging within him. He was so moved, he almost wept tears of joy. But before he could deliver a speech thanking his son and his clan, an even more astonishing change occurred. Perhaps it was the pull of the new emperor's destiny, or perhaps the emergence of one powerful figure after another in Great Chu had triggered some hidden mechanism. At the highest point of the radiant golden light, space began to warp and tremble violently, as if an ancient invisible veil was being slowly lifted. Clouds and mist converged into a colossal vortex. At its center, a hazy, vast outline of a world, exuding an aura far more ancient and mysterious than the 4 regions, shifted from illusion to reality, gradually revealing itself clearly to all who gazed upward. Their suspended palaces, floating divine mountains, and immortal cranes wreathed in auspicious clouds could be seen, along with faint visions of an unimaginably splendid civilization and supreme Dao lineages. An intangible, awe-inspiring Dao presence surpassing that of the 4 regions spread like a tide. The ultimate long-sealed mystery of the continent had, by fate's coincidence, finally unveiled a corner of its true visage to the world. The central domain had manifested. Chu Tianxing, just moments ago elated at his own ascension to emperor, looked at the magnificent spectacle above, clearly beyond his comprehension, opened his mouth and slowly turned his head to gaze at his son Chu Ye, who was also watching the sky. The sudden appearance of the central domain had already shaken the entire continent to its core. Yet this seemed only high in the 9 heavens. A vortex of clouds abruptly formed, and endless Dao rhymes converged. A golden scroll immeasurably vast and too glorious to behold directly unfurled, slowly accompanied by the cosmic Dao sounds of bells and drums. The grand Dao golden list had manifested. This was the work of the heavenly Dao, descending only at the extreme juncture when the world's destiny boiled over, with emperors numbering over 100 and immortals descending to the mortal realm. It was neither gold nor jade, but condensed from pure rules and destiny, transcending all mundane rankings and possessing absolute, unique authority under heaven. Upon it would be listed subrankings of physique, strength, and power across the heavens. Its purpose was stark and grand: to place the era's most outstanding talents in the open, igniting the competitive spirit of all beings, using a culling method to drive the martial epic to unprecedented prosperity. Chu Ye looked at the gleaming golden list and felt as if he could hear the heavenly Daos while whispering, "See this. These are the backs you need to look up to and chase. To compete is the only way forward." The first to be unveiled was the most intuitive and brutal heavenly realm ranking. Note it ranked solely by cultivation realm. Who was stronger within the same realm was not the list's concern. As the 100 names appeared one by one, the entire world fell into a deathly silence, then erupted into a skyward uproar. The threshold for being listed was the peak of the Emperor realm. Names long buried by time, leaving only chilling epithets, were dredged up from the river of history by the heavenly Dao and branded onto the golden list: Three-Saber Warrior, Heartless Sword, Lord Flame, Fist Emperor. Each alias represented a lost legend. Countless elders trembled with excitement at the sight. The younger generation, however, felt a chill run down their spines. Such fearsome figures were ranked only in the dozens, unable to even touch the threshold of the top 10. The weight and terror of this list were instantly etched into everyone's hearts. As the golden light shifted, focusing on the sacred domain of the top 10, the pressure in heaven and earth seemed to solidify, and even the wind fell silent. 10th place, Central Domain, Heavenly Fate, Old Man Qingxue. A phantom of an old man in hemp robes appeared, holding a compass, his gaze seemingly piercing through the mists of 10,000 ages. The world knew him as a mysterious figure skilled in divination, but no one expected he had silently stepped into that realm, the immortal realm. The Heavenly Fate Pavilion Master is a true immortal. The world had thought him merely a sage peering at the edges of the river of time, but he himself was already a colossal immortal standing within it. Countless gasps of astonishment sounded. The unfathomable depth of the central domain was beginning to show. Then the golden light flashed continuously, and the central domain's dominance of the rankings began in earnest. This time, 3 peerlessly elegant and legendary women appeared. 9th place, Central Domain, Guanghan, Immortal Palace, Liu Immortal. A phantom of a breathtakingly beautiful woman seemingly formed from moonlight materialized, cold, aloof, and otherworldly. With a single performance of Guanghan Annihilation Melody, she had frozen a 30,000-mile demonic tide, saving 10,000 souls, but she herself had sunk into 1,000 years of slumber from the immense drain. Her beauty was hailed as the Moon Palace's lost pearl, and her strength was unfathomable. The reappearance of her name evoked countless memories of a legendary era when a woman in white robes saved the world from collapse. 8th place, Central Domain 10,000 Spirits Heavenly Sect Master Lady Huayu. The phantom showed a woman of innate allure, yet her gaze held the supreme authority of controlling life and withering. She had attained immortality through the Tao of plants and spirits. A single thought could turn a wasteland into a sea of flowers or reduce a thriving city to a silent jungle. Legend said she had coexisted with an ancient divine vine, granting her eternal youth and power that grew ever more terrifying with time. Her charm and danger coexisted, making her one of the most formidable beings in the Central Domain, not to be trifled. 7th, Yanxi, the contemporary grandmaster of the Divine Artifice Workshop in the Central Domain. A tall, radiant woman with a bright and focused countenance, her illusory figure surrounded by flames of law and countless phantom divine artifacts. She was not a battle immortal in the traditional sense, but rather communed with heaven and earth through the Tao of artifact forging, crafting countless earth-shattering immortal treasures and divine weapons. Her personal strength had also reached the pinnacle through tempering all things and mastering the divine flames. Her creations circulated across all domains, earning her the title of living legendary treasury with an influence that knew no bounds. The successive appearances of 3 peerless celestial maidens from the Central Domain showcased what true heritage meant to the other 4 domains with undeniable strength and legend. The powerhouses from the Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern domains gazed at the high positions firmly held by the Central Domain's unparalleled beauties, their hearts filled with indescribable shock and complex emotions, an admiration for their peerless elegance, but also a stark awareness of the gap in strength. Yet the golden light shifted once more. At the 6th position, ancient Deep Wu script intertwined with dazzling immortal radiance, revealing a name that plunged the entire Western Domain into unprecedented fervor and astonishment. 6th Western Domain 10,000 Wu Hall Wu Queen Jiuyu. Your Majesty the Wu Queen. Immortal realm. We have served day and night, yet we never knew your Majesty had ascended to this level. The 12 ancestral Wus fell silent, in unison, their ancient faces etched with disbelief. The billions of Wu people in the Western Domain were stunned at first, then erupted into earth-shattering cheers and devout prayers, believing this to be a blessing from the Wu god and a glory for the Western Domain. The Wu Queen, always shrouded in mystery and majesty, had quietly reached such a height. 5th Lung Qingxue. The golden light transformed into an icy sword intent that severed all desires. The woman's face in the illusory figure was blurred, leaving only her emotionless, desireless eyes, as if they could freeze the soul, vividly clear. She was the embodiment of the emotionless sword Tao, a living monument of the sword Tao Holy Land in the Central Domain. Her very existence was synonymous with extremity. 4th Southern Domain Abyss Jing'an. Within the golden light, the 3 Daos of Buddhist chants, demonic roars, and Tao incantations intertwined, sketching the figure of a woman with a gaunt, clear face, yet eyes brimming with endless vicissitudes and resilience. The accumulated experiences of 3 lifetimes, Buddhist, demonic, and Taoist, were united in her, and she had endured great calamities while preserving her true spirit. The beings of the Southern Domain gazed upon this name, their hearts surging with boundless respect and admiration, as if seeing her silhouette rebuilding order from ruins and lighting the lamp of the heart in darkness. This was the highest recognition by the heavenly Tao of virtue and tenacity. 3rd Northern Domain Moon Spirit Fox, Shui Qingxue Fox Immortal. An icy blue radiance permeated the scene. The woman in the illusory figure was ethereally cold and stunning, with silver hair and blue eyes, surrounded by the extreme cold law that froze time and space. The people of the Northern Domain looked up at this name with the most complex and inexpressible feelings, a mix of reverence, fear, reminiscence, and even a trace of subtle melancholy intertwined in their hearts. This fox immortal, who once ruled the Northern Domain with an iron fist and wisdom, later stirring up tumultuous waves. Regardless of how she was judged, her power was already etched into the heavenly Taoist golden list. 2nd Eastern Domain Great Qin Empress Qin Nishang. At this point on the list, the brilliant golden light transformed into vast purple qi and dragon shadows. A woman's illusory figure appeared proudly, wearing an imperial crown and a 9-dragon imperial robe, radiating a peerless beauty mixed with world-dominating dominance. The golden words were like divine decrees, bearing the dragon qi of heaven and earth, gathering the dragon veins of the 8 wastelands, practicing the imperial and hegemonic Tao techniques aligned with heaven momentum on my side, the chance for unification unstoppable. Where the illusory figure's gaze fell, it seemed as if mountains, rivers, and states were bowing in submission. The Eastern Domain boiled over with the worship of millions, while powerhouses from other domains felt their minds shaken, sensing a grand, righteous, and overwhelming imperial might and the momentum of heavenly mandate. Finally, all the radiance, Tao resonance, and oppressive might converged upon the supreme top position. There was no specific image, no vast momentum, only a piece of endless chaotic light that seemed to contain the beginning of the universe and the origin of all things. The golden light condensed a line of text above it with ancient characters that carried an absolute mystery and majesty that cast all other names below into obscurity. Central domain, divine, maiden palace master. Nameless, without a surname, without description, without any external Dao resonance. All information about her was perfectly obscured by a force higher than the golden list itself, belonging to the realm of the unknowable. Yet it was this extreme nothingness that achieved extreme presence. An absolute mysterious authority that transcended the list, reducing all the peerless celestial maidens and titans in the top 10 to mere foils. She seemed to stand at the end of all legends, the source of all radiance and the ultimate enigma. Chu Ye stood atop the great Chu imperial palace, observing with keen interest the towering golden list that stirred the world. His gaze swept overly used coldness, Hua Yufu's allure. Yanzai's vigor paused briefly on familiar names like Wu Queen, Jing'an Fox Immortal, and Nishang, then finally locked onto the chaotic light at the top. Tisk tisk, the heavenly Dao star-making and Peidoan tactics are quite adept. He rubbed his chin, a glint of a hunter spotting a rare prey in his eyes. First it shows off a bunch of SSR peerless immortal venerables from the central domain to set the stage, then brings up a few of my own to balance things out, and finally throws in an ultimate mystery prize to whet everyone's appetite. Deep strategy. The system interface within him seemed to sense something warming slightly, as if silently locking onto the most dazzling names on the golden list, especially the one shrouded in chaos, the divine maiden palace master. But Chu Ye stretched lazily, his smile turning playful. With the list out, the targets for the strategy are clearer. The central domain. Divine Maiden Palace. It seems the ultimate dungeon of this collecting journey has finally shown its health bar. I wonder if this palace master's rating will reach the legendary 100. The golden afterglow of the transcendent realm list still lingered at the horizon, but the grand Dao golden list, as if sentient, flipped without delay to its second page, the 10,000 domain power epic list. This list specialized in showing off a faction's assets using the number of immortal realm ancestors, great emperor peaks, ordinary great emperors, and quasi-emperor seeds under its command as hard indicators, essentially a heavenly Dao certified top-tier club membership directory. Who was a true magnate and who was a rising star became clear at a glance. The list began revealing from the 50 names that shook their respective domains, appeared one by one with data, and as expected, the central domain forces dominated the front rows like a golden torrent. 9 heavens thunder pool. Impressive data, with disciples known as short-tempered lightning cultivators excelling in physical salvation via heavenly thunder decrees, and their protective sect formation hailed as the strongest lightning mage training base in the cultivation world. Shenong Valley average data, but noted as an estimable network value. A top-tier medical and alchemy trust on the continent, with a special strategic position known in the Jianghu, as you can offend a sword cultivator, but it's best not to offend the one who refines your pills. Heavenly Works City. Impressive data, noted as immense war potential. A heavy industry and arms complex of the cultivation world, famous for sky-covering floating warships and tides of war puppets. A common joke when Heavenly Works City fights, they never ask how many enemies there are, only where the battlefield is, and if the firepower is enough. As the rankings entered the top 10, the atmosphere grew tense, each name striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the world. 10th Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Core Data Immortal X1 Heavenly Secrets Elder Great Emperor Peak X4 Great Emperor X9 Several Quasi-Emperors. It is indeed that old man. An immortal holding the fort coupled with unfathomable deduction abilities. This ranking might even be conservative. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion sells intelligence and divination, and now they claim to sell immortal fate. This business is too vast. 9th 10,000 Witch Hall, Witch God Hall. Core Data Immortal X1 Witch Queen Qingxue Great Emperor Peak X12 Great Emperor X8 Several Quasi-Emperors. The western regions erupted and the outer domains were horrified. Heaven bless the western regions. The Witch Queen has silently ascended to immortality. Those 12 Great Emperor peaks. Could they be ancestral witches? Were they not long ago? The implications are chilling. The western regions kept a low profile for 10 millennia, yet their foundation runs so deep. From now on we must treat them with greater respect. 8th Divine Artisan Workshop. Core Data Immortal X1 Flame Dawn Immortal Great Emperor Peak X11 Great Emperor X16 Numerous Quasi-Emperors. The crowd marveled, truly the premier tech geeks alliance of the cultivation world. One immortal capable of forging immortal artifacts, 4 peak master artisans. With such a lineup, even their janitor might wield a quasi-emperor weapon. Flame Dawn Immortal herself is a mobile ultimate strategic weapon. This ranking is well-deserved. 7th Sword Ruins. Core Data Immortal X1 Cold Moon Great Emperor Peak X5 Great Emperor X21 Quasi-Emperors, all sword cultivators, numbering 108. The masses gasped, 108 quasi-sword emperors. This is a lineup where one person and one sword could annihilate a nation. Sword cultivators excel in offense, with so many gathered. Does the heavenly Dao find the world too peaceful? With Cold Moon Immortal presiding, these sword fanatics have even more backbone. 6th 10,000 Spirits, Core Data Immortal X1 Flower Rain Lady Great Emperor Peak X11, Great Emperor X32, Quasi-Emperors mostly special beings or symbiotic entities. Symbiosis with nature. How many of these are non-human entities? 6 peaks possibly including ancient spiritual roots and totemic sacred beasts. Their combat power defies common sense. Flower Rain Lady appears alluring, but she governs life and death. A formidable character. 5th Guanghan Immortal Palace. Core Data Immortal X1 Immortal Maiden Great Emperor Peak 21. Great Emperor X20 Quasi-Emperors, all cultivating the path of ice. All women yet ranking 5th. The Moon Palace Immortal Maiden lives up to her name. 7 peaks. Could the retired or frozen palace lords of past eras still be present? The laws of ice are formidable, and their unity gives them the power to freeze an entire domain. As the top 4 were revealed, a storm brewed. 2 names not from the central domain stirred waves that nearly shattered conventional understanding. 4th Great Chu Empire. Core Data Immortal X1 Chu Shana Nascent Aura Great Emperor Peak X5. Great Emperor X36. Nearly 200 quasi-emperors. The entire continent was stunned and bewildered. Great Chu. The Eastern Domain Great Chu I know. Wasn't their prince rumored to be a defect spirit body just a few years ago? An immortal. Chu Shana. When did he ascend? Wasn't he stuck at quasi-emperor with his lifespan running out? 36 great emperors. Did their empire discover an assembly line for mass-producing great emperors? This data must be fake. Can the heavenly Dao heir? A fringe dynasty with powerhouse numbers rivaling top central domain immortal sects. This is more mythical than myth. Doubt, shock, envy, and disbelief spread like wildfire. Great Chu, like a silent tycoon who suddenly flaunted a trillion-dollar fortune, shattered everyone's worldview. 3rd Central Domain 10,000 Dao Alliance, a loose alliance of central domain cultivators maintaining its transcendent status. Core Data Great Emperor Peak X25, Great Emperor X80, Quasi-Emperors countless. A mix of relief and despair, so that's it. The central domain's strength lies in its top tier being an immortal. 5 immortals at the baseline, dozens of peaks, nearly 100 great emperors. No single force can contend with this. No wonder the central domain has remained transcendent for millennia. It's a monopoly of the strongest. 2nd Great Qin Empire. Core Data Immortal X1 Qin Nishang Great Emperor Peak X21. Great Emperor X31 Quasi-Emperors like clouds with over half reportedly among them. Special annotation has effectively unified the territories and spiritual fortunes of the East, West, South, and North 4 domains, forming a grand unification structure. Everyone's cognition collapsed entirely. What? Great Qin is not only stronger than that overpowered Great Chu, but has already unified the 4 domains. In just a few years. How did she do it? Did they kneel the moment she flew over? The Eastern Domain is her base. The Western Witch Queen is allied with her. The Northern Fox Immortal has submitted. The Southern Domain is newly settled. This isn't military conquest. It's as if the heavenly mandate gave her a one-click merge. Empress Qin Nishang. Is she truly cultivating the Emperor's path, not a speedrun Dao? If Great Chu was a data anomaly, then Great Qin was a paradigm shift. Her ranking and description not only showcase power, but also proclaim the end of an old era of 4 separate domains and the birth of a new cross-domain unified empire happening too fast for anyone to react. Finally, golden light converged upon the undisputed top 2 seats, the pressure silencing heaven and earth. 1st Central Domain Divine Maiden Palace. Core Data Immortal X. Great Emperor Peak X. Great Emperor X. Quasi-Emperor X. Status unobservable, unfathomable, ineffable. The entire scene fell into a numb silence. Yet again, the ultimate unknown crushed all that was known. The Divine Maiden Palace was like the final hidden level in a game with all data showing you only knew it existed and was the strongest, but what lay within and how formidable it was could only be guessed. This mystery inspired more awe and intense curiosity than any concrete data ever could. Chu Ye stood atop the Great Chu Imperial Palace, thoroughly enjoying the myriad reactions across the world to this ranking, especially the wild shock and ridicule directed at Great Chu and Great Qin. The family crash course and wife unification package worked wonders. Seems the effort wasn't wasted. He summarized without a hint of shame, his fingers tapping absently on the railing. His gaze swept over his own conspicuous ranking, finally locking onto the question mark-laden Divine Maiden Palace, a glint of system-like detection flickering deep in his eyes. But still, a trademark smirk of playful challenge curled at the corner of his lips. Compared to assets laid out on the table, a final boss covered in pixels is far more intriguing. Divine Maiden Palace Master. I wonder if your true stat sheet will satisfy my collector's itch like never before. This unknown itself was the ultimate deterrent. Chu Ye stroked his chin, watching his own flashy data, and the world's "this isn't scientific" complaints nearly bursting into laughter. Seems the resource irrigation machine was a bit too effective. He showed no remorse, instead growing more curious about the Divine Maiden Palace's screen, full of question marks. But compared to my little surprise, the first place's guess how many cards I have style is more worth exploring. I wonder when the world discovers that the immortals from several top powers on the ranking come back to my place to clock in every night, how priceless will their expressions be? He grinned mischievously, his gaze already drifting toward the central domain. Following the colossal wave stirred by the power transition, ranking the great Dao golden list unfurled without pause, its scroll turning once more. The third list shimmering with profound Dao resonance and eagerly awaited by countless prodigies grandly unfolded. The myriad heavens physique ranking. This list cataloged the most supreme, rarest, and most heaven-favored special physiques across the universe, encompassing everything from divine bodies, saintly bodies, Dao bodies, to spirit bodies. One by one, names of physiques that alone could drive sects to madness and dynasties to exhaust their resources for acquisition appeared, accompanied by brief, yet weighty, innate descriptions. Solar divine body embodies the great sun capable of boiling seas and melting mountains, supreme in yang and rigidity. Lunar saintly body adorned by moonlight freezes all things, supreme in yin and softness. Chaos Dao body affinity with all Dao's cultivation without bottlenecks, a veritable low-tier, favored child of heaven. Sword heart illuminating body born as a sword, comprehension of the sword path advances 1,000 miles a day. Myriad laws inviolable body inherently evades most spell damage, a humanoid magic null field. The further the list progressed, the more heaven-defying the physiques became, the exclamations and desires growing ever more fervent. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the revelation of the top physique rumored to belong to the divine maiden palace master. Finally, golden light converged, coalescing into the name at the top. Yet the name revealed silenced the entire continent in an instant, plunging it into a shock more absurd and frenzied than when the great Chu Empire's data was displayed. First place, Destiny Marriage Physique. Owner Chu Ye, Great Chu Empire 7th Prince. Physique description: the ultimate manifestation of heaven's favor, the source of the red thread of fate. Upon the first union of flesh and spirit with the possessor of this physique, forming a Dao companion pact, if one gains their genuine affection, one can invoke the power of destined marriage, producing the following heaven-defying effects. 1. Bottleneck shattering ignores the current major realm barrier with an extremely high probability of directly breaking through to the next major realm, such as from quasi-emperor to great emperor or great emperor peak to immortal realm. 2. Fortune enhancement gains a sustained boost in luck, greatly increasing the probability of encounters and sudden enlightenment. 3. Cultivation acceleration long-term dual cultivation grants a permanent significant bonus to cultivation speed. Special annotation established stable Dao companion contracts Qin Nishan, Great Qin Empress, Juyo Western Region, which Queen Su Qingwen Northern Region Fox, Immortal Jingon Southern Region Senior Nun. Several other names blurred by hazy fortune were indistinctly visible beyond. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped every corner of the 5 regions. Then boom. A sound wave 10 million times more violent than any before erupted completely. Heaven. Destiny. What body? Marriage body. Can it be like this? If one unites with him, they can break through to become an emperor, even become an immortal. This is no physique, it's a VIP express pass to ascension issued by cultivators across the entire continent, regardless of gender alignment or race, now had reddened eyes. Especially those ancient monsters stuck at the peak of quasi-emperor for countless years, their lifespans nearly exhausted, and those titans trapped at the great emperor peak, feeling the path to immortality was endlessly distant. Their breaths instantly became heavy as oxen, their gazes toward great Chu blazing so fiercely they nearly burned through the void. So that's it. Someone beat their chest and cried out in sudden realization. How did great Chu rise? How did the great Qin Empress achieve immortal rank at such a young age? The Western Region, which Queen the Northern Region Fox, Immortal the Southern Region Senior Nun. How did they all break through one after another, ascending to the immortal realm? The answer is here. All of it because of this Chu Ye. He's not a waste prince, he's a walking shortcut to immortality. He's a living realm breakthrough pill. No wonder Great Qin could unify the 4 regions so swiftly. With such a heaven-defying strategic resource in hand, what alliance couldn't be broken? What territory couldn't be conquered? This is a complete dimensionality reduction strike. The Great Dao Golden List. Could this Golden List have appeared because of him? An even more terrifying, more subversive association exploded in the minds of a few wise individuals. First, the personal strength list, highlighting that the women around him are all beneficiaries. Then the power list, showing the abnormal rise of Great Chu and Great Qin, with the core resource right here. Now the physique list, directly pointing out the root cause. Is heaven building momentum for him? Or is it announcing the existence of this ultimate treasure to the entire world? Once this thought arose, it spread like wildfire, shaking countless hearts, and their gazes toward the Great Dao Golden List changed. This was no fair ranking at all. It was practically a marriage and power expansion advertisement tailored by heaven for us. Inside the Great Chu Imperial Palace, the ancestor Chu Tianxing, who had just been beaming with pride at his family's glory, now had a frozen smile, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He looked at the golden shimmering list in the sky that seemed intent on exposing his grandson completely, then at his grandson Chu Ye, who had instantly become the most dazzling target in the universe. His lips trembled. Year. This list, isn't it a bit too detailed? This wasn't a list, it was a death warrant. From now on, the threshold of Great Chu would probably be worn down by marriage seekers, and the secret covetousness and underhanded schemes would be endless. Chu Ye himself also looked up at the list, a crack appearing for the first time in his usual cynical smile. Replacing it was a complex expression, a mix of "I knew it, heaven, you've set me up," and a subtle hint of smugness. Destiny Marriage Physique. With effect disclosure and success story display. He rubbed his chin, feeling the system flicker silently within him, as if to say, see, a host from this system, is this awesome? Well then Chu Ye sighed, but his tone carried little frustration, instead holding a lazy when you're in for a penny in. Before I was busy looking for high-score targets, from now on I'll probably be busy dealing with the swarm of high-score and potentially troublesome targets pouring in from all over the world. Eating soft rice so hard that heaven itself auctions me off publicly. This experience is truly one of a kind. His gaze swept over the clear names of his Dao companions on the list, then glanced at the vague hints behind them, possibly indicating several from the He sect. In the end, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. But then again, he murmured to himself, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Since heaven has set the stage and gathered the audience, and given me such an untouchable persona, if I don't turn this great era contest into my own marriage and power expansion special, wouldn't I be letting down this favor? But what about those in the central domain, especially that mysterious lord of the divine maiden palace? What thoughts will stir within them upon seeing this list? Chu Ye gazed toward the central domain, the intrigue in his eyes burning ever brighter. The Grand Dao Golden List hung high, and the name Destiny's matrimonial physique shook the entire universe. Chu Ye, the prince once dismissed as a waste, had in a manner no one could have anticipated truly stepped onto the grandest stage of this era, drawing the most fervent, complex, and perilous gazes from all under heaven. As the final golden light of the physique list slowly faded, the Grand Dao Golden List, which had spanned the heavens and stirred the world's currents, finally completed its proclamation. Just as it had appeared, it vanished into the depths of the void with boundless majesty and Dao resonance, leaving behind only the still unsettled ripples of spiritual energy and a world whose perceptions had been utterly reshaped. Yet the golden list had not claimed the world's attention without recompense. At the moment of its disappearance, an infinite, pure, and majestic torrent of golden fortune, like a celestial river pouring from the heavens, surged forth from where the list had dissipated, precisely dividing and flowing toward every named existence and power on the list. Those whose names graced the list, regardless of their location or activity, felt a warm and boundless power settle upon them with unmistakable clarity. For cultivators, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy abruptly quickened. For artifact refiners, control over spiritual flames grew more exquisite. Even walking might lead to finding treasures. To be listed, especially with a high rank, was to truly receive the favor and blessing of heavenly fortune. The higher the rank, the more staggering the share of fortune received. Chu Ye, as the shocking top of the physique list, was the core beneficiary, and the torrent of fortune he experienced was the most violent. The golden torrent seemed to wash him from within, and in the unseen realm countless threads of good fortune began to entwine his destiny. But amidst this mysterious sensation of fortune's blessing, Chu Ye keenly detected an extremely subtle, yet unmistakable will. The will of heaven itself. The will conveyed no specific words, yet it radiated a sense of malicious amusement, as if it delighted in stirring chaos and fanning flames. Like a supreme troll, it seemed to whisper to the suddenly invigorated pieces on the chessboard, "See, I have given you power, given you ranks, given you the reward previews you all crave. Now the stage is set, the lights are blazing. What are you waiting for? Fight. Compete. Let me see just how spectacular this great era's struggle can become." Then this will branded itself more clearly into the hearts of all beings. The Grand Dao Golden List shall change every 3 months. At the next update, heavenly Dao treasures shall be bestowed upon those at the top of the list to honor the Dao and encourage the elite. The rewards were distributed, and the top-tier prizes for the next version were foretold. Now the factions and supreme experts who might have been watching hesitating or in shock had their gazes transformed completely. Fortune's blessing is a long-term boon, but a heavenly Dao treasure is an instant game-changer, a super boost that can alter the entire landscape. Who could resist such temptation? Chu Ye felt the surging fortune within him and the heavens' blatant intent to stoke the fire, and he raised an eyebrow. Well. Distributing buffs, setting rankings, teasing rare drops. Heaven, are you moonlighting as the game master, referee, and biggest bookie of this massive multiplayer online Qingxue arena? He mused inwardly. It can't be just for the thrill. To drive this great era, to sift out the elites. Or to prepare for something far more significant. He sensed that behind this golden list, there must be a deeper purpose, though with too little information, it was hard to guess. Just as the world was digesting the aftermath of the golden list's conclusion and the shock of heaven's announcement, the heavens changed once more. The highest reaches of the sky, once hazy and twisted from the central domain's emergence, saw the boundless sea of clouds and spatial turbulence completely calm and solidify. The central domain, this fabled ultimate land, had finally fully coalesced, standing truly and unmistakably above the 4 domains of east, west, south, and north. It did not press tightly upon them, but floated at a higher spatial level, shrouded in endless auspicious clouds, immortal mists, and bands of profound Dao laws. From afar it resembled an infinite supercontinent suspended above the clouds, mysterious, majestic, and looking down from on high. Yet more striking were the 4 colossal stairways to heaven, made of pure spiritual light and spatial laws, extending from the cloud-veiled core of the central domain. Like 4 sacred bridges, they descended, firmly connecting to the core regions of the 4 domains. These 4 cloud ladders to heaven blazed with boundless light, resonating with Dao resonance, exuding an aura that permitted passage, yet also carried an unmistakable sense of hierarchy and scrutiny. The central domain, in this direct and arrogant manner, proclaimed its transcendent status above the 4 domains. Want to enter the central domain? You may, but only through the passage it deigns to provide. Yearn to behold the scenery of the central domain. First climb these lofty steps. Thus the five-domain structure, east, west, south, north, and central, was fully clarified standing in a... While the outside world was in turmoil over the destiny's matrimonial physique and the power rankings, Chu Ye at the eye of the storm received an invitation tinged with peculiarity. A letter written on the unique spirit leaves of the myriad spirits heavenly sect and exuding the fragrance of grass and trees passed through layers of defenses and landed steadily in his hand. The letter's wording was elegant, stating that the Centennial Flower Glory Pond gathering was about to convene, aimed at appreciating the world's spiritual essence and discussing the Tao, and specially inviting the fated talents of the world to attend. The guest list seemed to be drawn from the freshly released physique list and prodigy potential, deliberately excluding the old patriarchs and sect leaders, exuding a petulant air of "we only play with the young." Flower Glory Pond gathering. Sounds like a high-end matchmaking event. I know, a high-end young cultivator mixer. Chu Ye rubbed the spirit leaf, a smirk curling at his lips. Under the myriad spirits, heavenly sect. Lady Hua Ye's command. Is this to observe the living celestial treasure up close, or to play matchmaker for their own geniuses? Go he. It would be a fine chance to witness the central domain's VIP social arena, and perhaps scout for new high-score targets. But only a fool would go alone. With a thought, his form vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was within the world of the 100 Phoenix diagram. Thanks to the boundless primordial life force ceaselessly exhaled by the embryo of the primordial tree, this small world had long since transformed beyond recognition. The mountains and rivers were now spiritually vibrant rivers. Surged spiritual energy was so dense it nearly liquefied, and though the sun, moon, and stars were but phantom images, they radiated their own Tao resonance, presenting the thriving visage of a perfect newborn realm. As the master of this realm, Chu Ye could reach any corner with a single thought. With a flicker of intent, he arrived before a pristine cold palace built against an iceberg. Chilly mist swirled around, not in deathly stillness, but imbued with the purest essence of immortal ice laws. Inside the hall, the fox immortal Su Qingxue, clad in a simple white robe, with silver hair cascading like a waterfall, sat cross-legged in meditation upon a cold jade lotus platform. Around her swirled a faint blue Tao aura, visible to the naked eye like layers of crystalline ripples that continuously gathered and dispersed. Her aura had already reached the peak of the 4th level of the immortal realm, and she was now assaulting the barrier to the 5th. The will for focus and the craving for power was so pure it nearly materialized, making her resemble a frozen goddess statue. Beautiful, yet exuding an extreme aloof coldness that kept others at a distance. Chu Ye stood quietly for a moment, keenly detecting a slight stagnation and lack of momentum in the flow of her aura. In her attempt to break through the bottleneck, her foundation was slightly insufficient. What a cultivation maniac! He sighed inwardly, but his actions did not cease. His mind connected with the origin of this world, and instantly the pure primordial Hongming energy drifting between heaven and earth, as if summoned, transformed into a warm purple golden torrent. Silently, it surged into the fox immortal's body, instantly replenishing her expended energy and providing her with an overwhelming, extraordinary power to support her breakthrough. Simultaneously, he stepped before the lotus platform, a 9-turn ice soul, nourishing pill the size of a dragon's eye, emitting an intoxicating exotic fragrance already in his hand. Taking advantage of the moment when the fox immortal was fully focused and her defenses were weakest, he flicked his finger, and the pill precisely entered her slightly parted rosy lips. His fingertips then lightly tapped several major acupoints on her body, catalyzing the medicine's power with a unique technique. Boom! The pill dissolved upon entering her mouth, merging internally and externally with the Hongming energy into an overwhelming icy, yet warm current that instantly shattered the resilient barrier. The fox immortal's icy blue Tao aura flared brilliantly, then abruptly contracted, all returning within her body. A deeper, more solidified chill faintly emanated from her. The 5th level of the immortal realm was achieved. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened those ice blue eyes. The vast law runes in her gaze gradually faded, clearly reflecting Chu Ye's face, so close to her own. The young man's face bore his signature smile, tinged with a hint of playfulness and warmth, as if he had merely done a trick. Chu Ye naturally walked behind her, reached out his arm to encircle her impossibly slender waist, gently drew her into his embrace, letting the back of her head rest in the crook of his shoulder. He lowered his head and deeply inhaled the unique, cool fragrance of her hair. Don't be so impatient next time. His voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable concern. Cultivation is like cooking a fine dish. It will naturally be done when the heat is right. Your speed already leaves many in the dust. Steady progress is the true path. If you damage your foundation out of eagerness, I would be loath to see it. The fox immortal allowed him to hold her, merely tilting her head slightly. In response, her cold gaze sweeping over him as she felt a restless hand wandering ambiguously around her waist. Her tone was as calm as if stating an objective fact. Rest assured, I will take good care of this body. If it were to be harmed, it could only be from being worn out by you. It certainly will not be damaged for any other reason, diminishing the utility of your favorite plaything. Chu Ye let out a low laugh at this, his chest vibrating. He leaned close to her ear, his warm breath spraying on her sensitive earlobe. Don't say that. Among my many favorites, the one who pleases me most in the bedchamber has always been you, my fox. This utility. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible flicker of emotion passed through the fox immortal's ice-blue pupils. She suddenly turned her head completely, her stunningly beautiful face nearly pressing against Chu Ye's cheek. Her warm breath, carrying a cool fragrance, gently brushed past his ear as she lowered her voice to a near whisper laced with a hint of provocative allure. "Oh, so has Lord Chu Ye's body been worn out? You've been here for a while now, and aside from using your hands, all you've done is talk." Chu Ye's gaze darkened instantly. How could he withstand such teasing from this aloof fox? Without a word, he scooped her up horizontally and strode towards the cold jade bed in the inner chamber. "It seems I have to personally verify things for you to understand the meaning of worn out, my fox." Soon the hall echoed with a series of blush-inducing sounds mingled with the faint trembling of iced jade and suppressed moans. After a long while the storm subsided. The fox immortal lay on her side, her head lightly resting on Chu Ye's sweat-dampened chest, a few strands of silver hair clinging to her cheek, adding a touch of languid charm. Her fingertips absently traced circles over Chu Ye's heart as she spoke, her voice returning to its usual cool clarity, yet with a slight post-passion huskiness. "All right, speak. You never come bearing gifts without a reason, coming specifically to help me break through, and then carrying on like this. What is it you want?" Chu Ye toyed with a lock of her silver hair and didn't beat around the bush. "Just received an invitation from the Myriad Spirit Heavenly Sect, inviting me to the central domain for some flower glory pond gathering. I want to go and take a look. Oh, I need a companion. You're coming with me." The fox immortal looked up at him, his matter-of-fact expression reflected in her ice-blue eyes. "The central domain. The Myriad Spirit Heavenly Sect." She frowned slightly. "The domain of Flower Rain Lady. You certainly know how to pick a place to stir up trouble." "It's not stirring up trouble, it's keeping an appointment." Chu Ye corrected, his fingers gliding over her smooth back. "And also to see if the flowers of the central domain are more enchanting than those of the four domains. With you by my side, I'll have more confidence, won't I, eh?" The fox immortal was silent for a moment, then finally gave an almost imperceptible nod, closing her eyes again, as if agreeing to a trivial matter. "When do we leave?" "In a few days." Chu Ye held her tighter, his gaze piercing through the palace dome, as if looking past the 100 Phoenixes diagram towards the central domain suspended among the clouds. "It's time for our friends in the central domain to witness the splendor of our four domains." A few days later, Chu Ye and the fox immortal set foot in the central domain. As soon as they touched solid ground, the spiritual energy that hit them was as thick as aged fine wine. A single breath made one feel their cultivation base subtly stir. "The central domain is the primal core of the continent," the fox immortal said, walking beside him, her cool voice cutting through the bustling streets. 10,000 years ago, a great war raged. To protect itself, this domain expelled its most damaged scraps, thus giving rise to the eastern, western, southern, and northern domains. Since then, the central domain has sealed itself off to heal, only appearing during a great era, but its foundation has always been so thick as to be despairing. Chu Ye recalled the rare traces of immortals in the four domains contrasted with the crowded list of immortal grandmasters on the central domain's golden rankings, and nodded in agreement. "This isn't just foundation, it's like having a resource cheat." He took out the invitation from the Myriad Spirit Heavenly Sect. The spirit leaf patterns on it lit up automatically, projecting a green navigation light path, pointing directly to their destination. Quite a thoughtful service. The so-called Myriad Spirit Heavenly Sect was more like a super ecological park that had lived for eons. The sect's architecture blended seamlessly with exotic flowers and rare trees, a rich, yet not cloying floral fragrance permeating every inch of the air. On the lotus platform, the mystery was unveiled. "Welcome, honored guests, to the Flower Glory Pool gathering. This is not a contest, but a mutually beneficial endeavor." He gestured to the surrounding spiritual plants, each with peculiar growth and distinct auras. "Our sect possesses some rare treasures that require special spiritual energy physiques, or Dao rhythms, to catalyze their maturation. All of you are endowed with extraordinary talents, making you the perfect spiritual conduits. Should you succeed in catalyzing the corresponding plants, you will not only gain a portion of their efficacy, but also receive additional rewards from our sect. This is to borrow your Dao to cultivate our sect's resources, while also completing your own opportunities." Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. "Well, it's not a banquet. It's high-end talent leasing, treating geniuses as specialized intelligent fertilizer. But the compensation is fair enough, not exactly exploitation." At that moment, a maidservant stepped forward gracefully and gently placed a plant in a jade pot before Chu Ye. It was a bud about to bloom, a vivid crimson flower bud, eerily beautiful, emanating an aura of death and rebirth. "The spider lily," the fox immortal said, her icy gaze narrowing. "Guide to the yellow springs at the brink of reincarnation. To catalyze, it requires the laws of reincarnation, a path long lost." Chu Ye stared at the striking red, and a faint mysterious fluctuation silently coiled around the tip of his right finger. The rudimentary laws of reincarnation he had comprehended after his dual cultivation with Abbess Jinggan. He knew this was the foundation of the world's cycle of life and death, which he had preliminarily verified within the small world of the 100 Phoenix diagram. But now he rubbed his chin, his expression turning subtle. "They invite geniuses with special physiques, and yet give me the spider lily, which requires a lost law to handle. And I just happen to possess the laws of reincarnation. Too many coincidences, and it becomes a script." His gaze swept over the amiable elder at the center, then glanced at the relatively normal spiritual plants before the others. Chu Ye understood in his heart, the myriad spirits, heavenly sect. This is aimed at me. A test. Then let them see clearly. He hesitated no more, lightly tapping the flower bud with his index finger. The laws of reincarnation, mixed with the primordial vitality drawn from the 100 Phoenix diagram, were gently infused. The spider lily bud trembled slightly, then slowly unfurled. The petals spread a breathtaking crimson, and a faint golden halo rippled from the heart of the flower, with vague soul shadows and visions of rebirth swirling within. A denser aura directly touching the origin of the soul permeated the air. The spider lily bloomed, the path to the yellow springs was revealed. In an instant, all eyes focused. Countless shocked and probing gazes fell upon Chu Ye. This man actually wielded the laws of reincarnation. A glint of sharpness flashed in the central elder's eyes, and his smile deepened. Chu Ye withdrew his hand calmly, even took a sip of the spiritual tea beside him, and whispered to the fox immortal with a chuckle, "The tea is good." The assembly wound down without further incident, as if the commotion from Chu Ye catalyzing the spider lily was merely a minor episode. Just as he thought this high-level gig would end uneventfully, the maidservant who had guided him earlier returned and respectfully invited him to follow. Chu Ye's mind stirred slightly. He signaled the fox immortal to temporarily enter the 100 Phoenix diagram. Going alone might be risky, but keeping her hidden in the shadows would serve as a backup plan. The maidservant noticed nothing amiss, leading him through several flower-lined paths to a deeper, more secluded hall where spiritual energy was so dense it formed mist. Inside, on a bed carved from tint the sandier warm jade, lay a young girl. Her features were as delicate as a porcelain doll, her body enveloped in a vast surge of life energy, as if immersed in a fountain of vitality. Yet eerily, this immense life force upon entering her body vanished without a trace, dissipating outward, as if her body were a perfect funnel that could retain no vitality. More striking was a faint yet undeniable aura of reincarnation that wreathed the girl, identical in origin to the laws Chu Ye had invoked to catalyze the spider lily, yet far more chaotic and fragmented. Just then a rich yet not overpowering floral fragrance subtly filled the air, and a figure like a swaying flower branch appeared silently before the bed. The newcomer wore resplendent palace attire, her beauty unmatched and capable of captivating cities. She bore the dignified authority of one long in power, yet a hint of natural allure drifted between her brows. Her figure was voluptuous and full, truly devilish, yet her presence was as imposing as a mountain or an abyss. Most peculiar was her aura. Half was surging extreme vitality, lush and green. The other half was the withering stillness of decay, dark and deep. The two merged paradoxically within her, not clashing, but forming a unique and powerful presence. The mistress of the myriad spirits, heavenly sect, Lady Huayu. She dismissed the attendants, leaving only herself, Chu Ye, and the silent girl on the bed. Her beautiful eyes, capable of outshining all flowers, unabashedly scrutinized Chu Ye, their gaze sharp enough to dissect a soul. "Master Chu Ye," she spoke, her voice melodious, yet blunt with unyielding directness. "This flower glory pool gathering was in truth arranged for my daughter. I invited you here because I sought counsel from the heavenly mystery elder." She paused, her gaze falling upon her daughter's pale face, her tone complex. "That old man said my daughter's faint thread of survival is tied to you." Lady Hua's eyes intertwined pain and resolve as she quickly explained the situation. Her daughter Hua Ling was born accompanied by the omen of spider lily blooming yellow springs flowing backward. Her talent surpassed all in the sect, and her path of cultivation was enviably smooth. Yet on her 18th birthday, a spider lily mark suddenly appeared on her brow, and she collapsed. Upon waking, her soul was found to be missing one soul and two spirits, leaving her extremely fragile. More terrifyingly, her remaining soul and origin were being continuously eroded and compressed by an invisible force, eventually leading to a deep, unending slumber, like a candle flickering in the wind. "After exhausting every means, I discovered," Lady Huayu said, her voice low, "that she possesses the legendary reincarnation physique. This constitution is naturally close to the great Tao of reincarnation, yet it is also highly prone to backlash from its laws. Her cultivation is insufficient. She cannot control this supreme law, and instead it corrodes her, causing her to lose souls and spirits. Without intervention, she will eventually return entirely to the heavens and earth, entering reincarnation." After hearing this, Chu Ye thought to himself, good grief. The root of the illness was a congenital physique bug, like a version too powerful for the character level, causing a system crash. He spread his hands, a helpless expression on his face. "Madam, I am not a physician, let alone someone who understands the laws of reincarnation. This illness, I truly cannot cure it." He inwardly grumbled, "My reincarnation law is a max-level trial card directly bestowed by the system. How would I know how to teach someone to cultivate it? The system's product is simple, crude, and effective, but the accompanying manual doesn't include a troubleshooting chapter." He refused bluntly and turned to leave. But as he moved, he felt the surrounding space suddenly solidify, as if trapped in invisible amber, and the door was completely sealed. The corner of Chu Ye's mouth twitched as he turned to look at the stunning sect master. Lady Huayu now bore no trace of allure, only the ultimate authority and oppressive presence of a sovereign. The heavenly mystery elder has never miscalculated, nor does he speak idly. "I paid a great price, and he gave only 4 words. Life lies with you." Her gaze burned, and her tone was resolute. I implore you, my lord, to act. Whatever price you demand. Resources, treasures, sect support, even. Everything within my power. I can promise. She paused, a hint of coldness barely perceptible in her words. My lord also has a family and a homeland in Great Chu. You should understand a mother's heart. Please. Consider carefully. Chu Ye was directly amused by her words. Well, if soft persuasion fails, they resort to force. If force fails, they start hinting at threatening family and nation. That old charlatan Tianji, unable to find a solution, simply shifts the blame. If I refuse, are you, sect master, going to detain me by force? A glint of coldness emerged in Chu Ye's eye. Lady Huayu stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying pressure where withering and flourishing intertwined, her voice ringing like metal striking stone. To save my daughter, I would pay any price and do anything. Today you will save her whether you wish to or not. Fine, fine, fine. Is this how you ask for help? Do you take me for a lump of dough? Chu Ye laughed in fury, his mind stirring instantly. The fox immortal Su Qingxue, who had been hidden within the 100 Phoenix painting, manifested instantly. Her cold celestial might radiated outward forcefully, withstanding Lady Huayu's oppressive aura. Two celestial-level powers clashed within the confined space, causing laws to ripple violently. Lady Huayu's expression remained unchanged as she raised her fair hand. The surrounding scenery blurred and twisted, a spatial shift. In the blink of an eye, the three found themselves in an eerie garden of boundless, exotic, blooming flowers. The next moment, the garden came alive. Every single exquisitely beautiful flower simultaneously emitted the terrifying aura of a peak emperor realm expert. Hundreds of these auras linked into a formation like a heavenly net, completely shrouding and suppressing Chu Ye and the fox immortal. They felt as if trapped in a swamp forged from peak emperor laws, unable to move, their celestial power circulation sluggish. This was but a glimpse of the Wanling celestial sect's true foundation. A formation of flowers with spirits as soldiers. Lady Huayu stood at the center of the sea of flowers like a sovereign over all things, issuing her ultimatum: save my daughter. Upon success, your reward will satisfy you. Otherwise. Her unfinished words were filled with chilling menace. Rage surged within Chu Ye's heart. No one had ever dared threaten him like this, let alone involve his family. His eyes sharpened, and he transmitted to the fox immortal, hold them off for one breath. The fox immortal's icy blue eyes flashed with a cold light as she erupted with full celestial power, temporarily withstanding the overwhelming pressure of the surrounding flower formation. Seizing this fleeting moment, Chu Ye poured all his power into the 100 Phoenix painting. The phantom of the scroll swelled behind him, emitting an absorbing force and spatial fluctuations that transcended the laws of this realm. It targeted not one person, but enveloped himself, the fox immortal, Lady Huayu, and the unconscious Hua Ling in her arms. Get in here. A flash of light, and the four figures vanished from the myriad flower-killing formation, leaving only swaying branches and residual pressure. Within the 100 Phoenix painting, a world unto itself. The initiative had now silently shifted. Standing in his own world, Chu Ye sneered at the pale-faced Lady Huayu. Madam, now we can change our attitude and properly discuss the price of saving someone. Lady Huayu felt the world spin, and in the next moment, she found herself in a completely foreign realm with vastly different laws brimming with vitality. Her usually serene and dignified face finally showed a crack of shock and doubt. You actually hold the origin of a complete world? Chu Ye ignored her. Reasoning with a strong-willed woman accustomed to superiority and coercion was useless. Only conquest would do. With a thought, he invoked the authority of this world's sovereign, attempting to bind the laws around Lady Huayu. However, this Wanling sect master had already reached the 8th level of the celestial realm, near the peak of this world. While the world's suppression made her uncomfortable, it couldn't fully restrain her. TCH, the level suppression is quite strong. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, unhesitatingly pulled out 2 celestial artifacts, the immortal binding rope and the heavenly silkworm robe, and tossed them to the fox immortal. Give her some trouble. The fox immortal took them. Donning the heavenly silkworm robe, her cold aura gained an ethereal celestial charm, and her presence surged. The immortal binding rope moved in her hand, as if it were an extension of her will. Without a word, she transformed into a beam of icy moonlight, charging straight at Lady Huayu. In an instant, the laws of frost clashed violently with the vitality of withering and flourishing. Although the fox immortal was continuously replenished by Chu Ye with the world's origin power, the hard gap between the 5th and 8th celestial realms was difficult to bridge. She could at best manage to hold her own in a stalemate. If one can't win, then gang up. Without any moral qualms, Chu Ye tore open 2 spatial portals within this world. Behind one portal stood Qin Nishang, holding the Taishu Dragon Emperor, sword, her phoenix, eyes radiating authority. Behind the other stood the witch queen, her 9 nether witch staff, tapping lightly, a miasma of nether energy spreading. Both were supreme figures who had weathered countless storms. A single glance told them the situation, and no questions were needed. Attack! Qin Nishang's emperor's sword roared like a dragon, its domineering sword light severing the vines of life. The witch queen whispered a curse, her eerie witch power eroding the domain of withering and flourishing. The fox immortal froze the space, limiting movement. 3 against 1. A true celestial war erupted. The world within the 100 Phoenix painting shook violently. The shockwaves of clashing celestial power tore the sky, and earth sending spatial eddies flying everywhere. Chu Ye as the world master was still too weak to fully control the realm. He could barely prevent its collapse, but couldn't completely negate the battle's aftermath. Wincing in pain, my plants, my infrastructure. With the three women joining forces bolstered by Chu Ye's logistical support, they gradually gained the upper hand. Feeling the mounting pressure, Lady Huayu's eyes hardened, and she finally played her trump card. The void behind her suddenly bloomed, with countless flower phantoms, each representing an ultimate Dao rhythm. Their auras intertwined, causing her might to surge wildly once more. A second transformation, Chu Ye gritted his teeth and summoned his ultimate ace, the primordial chaos tree embryo. The innate primordial chaos energy transformed into brilliant array patterns resonating with the great world's origin, channeling immense power into Qingxue and the other two. Two earth-shattering forces collided. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept across, shattering vast swathes of space within the painting, unleashing rampant chaos currents. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lady Huayu's figure flickered as she attempted to flee into a large spatial rift. She had decided to retreat. Trying to leave, Qingxue had seen through her plan. Unleashing her full imperial might, her vast sovereign fortune spread like a heavenly net, sealing off all escape routes. Simultaneously, the immortal binding rope in the Fox Immortal's hand transformed into a golden dragon, winding precisely around its target. The Witch Queen's binding curses followed like a shadow, layering upon each other. Celestial artifacts binding curses locking the soul space sealed. The golden light tightened, and the myriad flowers withered. Lady Huayu's surging celestial power receded like a tide, completely restrained and sealed by the immortal binding rope. She staggered to a stand, though a prisoner, yet her back remained straight. Her stunning face showed no defeat, only a lingering, unyielding pride and coldness, as if it were not she who was bound, but the world that was unworthy of her presence. Chu Ye walked up to her, sizing up the Wanling sect master, who, even bound by celestial ropes, still appeared dignified, full-figured, and imposing. He rubbed his chin. Now we can calmly discuss the proper etiquette of asking for help and exactly what kind of consultation fee you and your daughter intend to pay me. Looking at Lady Huayu, who, even bound, still held her head high like a swan, warning him with icy eyes that he would pay the price, Chu Ye felt the last shred of patience born from her beauty drain away. Putting on airs while asking for help, refusing to accept defeat after a beating. Your central domain, old-school celestial sect master disease, needs a strong dose of medicine. He stepped forward expressionlessly, ignoring her piercing glare, and directly pried open her delicate, yet tightly. He popped a heavenly poison pill, refined from system scraps in his spare time, into her mouth, and with a flick at a certain acupoint on her throat, ensured the pill dissolved upon entering her stomach. This pill is called heavenly poison. Nothing flashy. It just makes one experience the sensation of a million ants gnawing at the heart, maggots burrowing into the bones, unable to die, yet unable to live. Chu Ye's tone was as flat as if he were introducing a dish. With your profound cultivation, madam, you should be able to endure for a few days. After finishing, he waved his hand. Qingxue, the Witch Queen, and the Fox Immortal exchanged glances, then tactfully retreated, leaving the space to Chu. Before leaving, the Fox Immortal returned the control of the other end of the immortal binding rope to Chu Ye. It was both a restraint and the key to suppressing Lady Huayu at that moment. Even though she was afflicted with a strange poison, her immortal power sealed and under control, Lady Huayu's straight spine remained unbowed, her eyes filled with a pride that seemed to say, "Is that all?" Chu Ye couldn't be bothered to waste more words. With a thought, he sealed her along with the immortal binding rope into a specially isolated, desolate small world within the 100 Phoenix diagram, letting her enjoy the taste of the heavenly poison pill alone. However, 3 days later, as Chu Ye was pondering how to properly use this sect leader as leverage, his heart suddenly leaped with an inexplicable unease. Soon his father, Emperor Chu Tianxing, urgently contacted him through a special communication channel, his voice tinged with fear and anger. The great Chu imperial capital has been attacked. A mysterious woman suddenly struck with bizarre techniques. If not for your ancestors' desperate resistance, half the imperial city would have been torn apart. Seeing she couldn't break through, she retreated. Chu Ye's face darkened, and he instantly returned to the outside of the 100 Phoenix diagram, arriving at the edge of the chaotic battlefield in the imperial capital. The air still crackled with violent energy fluctuations and a familiar aura of withering and flourishing Dao. Without a word, he summoned the celestial calculation abacus, his fingers flying as he wildly deduced the celestial cause and effect. The beads raced, spiritual light burst forth, and finally, it clearly pointed in one direction. The 10,000 spirits heavenly sect. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Chu Ye laughed in fury, his eyes icy. A 10,000 spirits heavenly sect playing the siege of Wei to rescue Zhao with me. You kidnapped the big one, and the little one comes to ransack my home. What a clever scheme. He didn't hesitate, dripping a drop of heart blood essence onto the abacus, paying a greater price for a more precise trace. In the blood-colored glow, the attacker's face gradually became clear. It was unmistakably Lady Huayu. No wonder she was so brazen. She had left a backup outside. Chu Ye sneered, but keenly noticed, however, this clone's aura is far weaker than the original's, otherwise the ancestor might not have held out. It seems her clone technique has its limits. Leave professional matters to professionals. He immediately summoned the Witch Queen, the most adept at handling such bizarre affairs, through a special mark. Upon hearing the reason, the Witch Queen's eyes grew deep. Without a word, she directly performed an ancient witch path secret art, the soul-tracing ghost technique of origin. After a moment, she lifted her gaze and said coolly, "This woman cultivates the myriad flowers homologous clone art. Besides the main body you've imprisoned, she has 3 complete clones scattered in the outside world. Once the main body falls, the 3 clones will automatically merge, inheriting all the main body's power and memories equivalent to a perfect rebirth. In other words, she has at least 4 lives. 3 spare lives. Very well." Chu Ye's fury turned into a cold, decisive resolve. "Then don't leave her a single one." He directly ordered Qingxue, the Witch Queen, and the Fox Immortal ladies, "Trouble yourselves to make another trip. Take this aura extracted by the Witch Queen, find the remaining 3 flower butterflies, and suppress them cleanly." The 3 female immortals acted with remarkable efficiency. Within a day, news of victory arrived. All 3 clones of Lady Huayu had been found suppressed and sealed into special artifacts. The moment the last clone was suppressed within the desolate small world of the 100 Phoenix diagram, Lady Huayu, who had been enduring the torment of the heavenly poison pill without uttering a single sound, suddenly experienced a violent disturbance in her aura, her face turning pale for the first time. She clearly felt that all connections with her clones had been completely severed. The 3 crucial escape routes were gone. The absolute pride that had always lingered in her eyes finally cracked, replaced by a deep weariness and the humiliation of having to face reality. When Chu Ye's figure reappeared in this small world, he no longer saw the proud, unbending phoenix, but a stunning woman with a wilted aura gazing at him with complex eyes. She opened her mouth, her voice much hoarser than before and lacking much of its sharpness. "Chu Ye, let's talk." The night was deep. In the sealed space within the 100 Phoenix diagram, the atmosphere was stagnant. Chu Ye leisurely gazed at Lady Huayu, whose aura was visibly weakened, her breath carrying an imperceptible tremor. With a slight thought, he quietly activated the system scan. For the first time, the information panel of this formidable sect leader was fully revealed before him. Scan target: Lady Huayu, main body, overall rating 98, peerless beauty, immense power, supreme cultivation -points for temper, identity, current sect leader of 10,000 spirits, heavenly sect, one of the top powers in the central domain. Realm 8th level, immortal path of withering and flourishing. Special trait: accumulated 8 lifetimes of reincarnation, merging the cultivation foundations of the previous 8 lives in the 9th life present to break through and become an immortal. In one of those lives, she was greatly aided by the essence spirit of an ancient flower fairy, thus gaining the innate divine ability to command all flowers. Her cultivated, withering, and flourishing art, and triple clone secret art, are closely tied to this karmic connection. Core connection: her daughter Hua Ling is actually the reincarnation of that ancient flower fairy's essence spirit, born from the fusion of Lady Huayu's life essence and obsession. Hence, she naturally possesses a reincarnation physique with profoundly entangled karma. With all the information laid out, Chu Ye understood. No wonder she was so obsessed with her daughter, almost to the point of madness. At this moment, Lady Huayu had finally shed part of her hard shell. Those beautiful eyes that once sternly overlooked all beings now, when looking at Chu Ye, held less cold threat and more of a humiliated concession and an undeniable urgency. She no longer beat around the bush, her voice hoarse, but direct. "How exactly can I save Ling?" Seeing her obsession ran so deep, Chu Ye stopped being evasive and admitted frankly, "I can save her, but I'm not entirely sure. The process is perilous. Your daughter could directly have her soul scattered, losing even the chance for reincarnation. I myself could also suffer heavy damage, impairing my origin. That's why I didn't want to get involved before." He paused, stating the more critical limitation: "Moreover, my law of reincarnation wasn't cultivated through practice. I can't teach or guide it. To have your daughter master the law on her own and escape the backlash, that path is closed." The heavenly fate elder, Lady Huayu's eyes suddenly sharpened, as if clutching the last straw. He said, "The hope lies in you. There must be a..." Chu Ye felt an urge to roll his eyes, utterly exasperated by the so-called credibility of that old fortune-teller Tianji. What was this old codger scheming? Why did he have to put him on the spot? "A chance for survival lies with me," he murmured, a sudden flash of insight striking his mind. "If she can't control it herself, what if I let the reincarnation laws, which now have a master, temporarily take over the violent forces raging within her?" A bold idea took shape. If he were to temporarily draw Hua Ling into the 100 Phoenix diagram world, where the reincarnation laws were entirely under his dominion, he could isolate her from the erosion and backlash of the external world's laws. This would grant her precious breathing room to gradually learn and adapt until she could initially master her own power before returning to her original world. It was equivalent to providing her with an absolutely safe, law-based, sterile isolation chamber. But this meant his small world would have to accommodate an extremely unstable external severe patient and would continuously consume his primal power for maintenance and regulation. The risks and costs were considerable. Furthermore, Chu Ye approached Lady Huayu, reaching out to frivolously lift her smooth, yet icy chin, forcing her to look up at him. Gazing at the suppressed fury and humiliation in her eyes, he spoke slowly and deliberately. "There might be one way, but the cost is enormous. Why should I save her? Why should I save the daughter of someone who once threatened me and attacked my homeland? The fact that I didn't eliminate the root of the trouble on the spot is already an extra act of mercy out of consideration for your deep love for your daughter." Recalling the attack on the great Chu capital, anger surged within him. With a flicker of thought, he intensified the potency of the heavenly poison pill lurking within Lady Hua Ye's body. It felt as though countless minute poisonous fangs were gnawing at her meridians in agony like millions of ants boring into her heart, causing her voluptuous form to tremble violently beyond control. Fine beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his face pale as paper, yet he bit his lip, refusing to cry out in pain, instead displaying a fragile, yet stubborn, uniquely captivating demeanor. My myriad spirit heavenly sect with its Qingxue foundation. Take whatever you desire. She practically forced the words through gritted teeth, physical torment, interwoven with psychological despair. Qingxue foundation. Chu Ye snorted derisively, releasing his grip. He paced a couple of steps, then suddenly turned, holding in his hand an ancient scroll, dark red, as blood with runes flowing upon it. It was the blood contract. His gaze fell upon Lady Hua Ye's face, which retained its peerless beauty even when twisted in pain, and his voice was calm, yet carried an irrefutable finality. What if what I desire is you, the sect master herself? Want to save your daughter? Fine. Sign this blood contract, henceforth pledge allegiance to me as your master with life, death, honor, and disgrace, all hinging on my whim. That is my condition, and your only. Consultation fee. The air seemed to freeze. Lady Hua Ye's pupils contracted sharply as she stared in disbelief at the blood-colored contract, radiating an aura of ill omen and absolute constraint, then at Chu Ye's eyes, which held not a trace of jest. Pride and dignity were now placed on one side of the scale against the faint hope for her daughter's life on the other. Upon hearing the 8 words, sign the blood contract, pledge allegiance as your master, Lady Hua, you seemed to be frozen solid, falling into a long, deathly silence. Chu Ye did not rush her, standing leisurely to the side, his attitude clear. This was the only price that could appease his anger and make him willing to act. No discounts, take it or leave it. Time flowed in silence, broken only by the faint tremors of the heavenly poison devouring Lady Hua Ye's heart from within, proving she was still enduring torment. After an unknown duration, she finally raised her eyes, her voice hoarse. How sure are you that you can save Linger? Chu Ye did not boast, speaking truthfully. The chances are considerable, but the sooner you decide, the better her condition, and the easier it will be for me to handle things. The longer we delay, the more variables there are. Of course, whether sooner or later, the price I pay will not be light. So he shook the blood contract in his hand. I have every right to demand this consultation fee. Lady Hua Yu closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, as if inhaling all her pride, dignity, and the majesty of a Qingxue sect master, only to crush them ruthlessly within. When she opened her eyes again, only a nearly numbed resolve remained. I agree. Her voice was soft, yet each word was crystal clear. But you must swear by the power of the contract that you will not lay hands on the legacy of my myriad spirit heavenly sect, nor harm the foundation of the sect without cause. Agreed. Chu Ye accepted readily, as it was a trivial matter for him. As long as you all behave, I naturally won't bother with your flowers and plants. The terms were settled with no room for turning back. Chu Ye forced a drop of his essence blood from his fingertip, dotting it onto the blood contract. Lady Hua Yu with difficulty mobilized the last wisp of her soul power suppressed by the seal to condense a life-bound soul imprint, slowly branding it onto the dark red contract scroll. The moment the soul imprint touched the scroll, a blaze of blood-red light erupted. Countless intricate ancient runes flew out from the contract, coiling around Lady Hua Ye's soul and flesh, like living things, deeply branding themselves until they were utterly bound to the very source of her life. An absolute, irrevocable master-servant connection was established between the two. Chu Ye could clearly perceive every state of hers, able to determine her life, death, honor, and disgrace with a single thought. Lady Hua Yu in turn felt from the depths of her soul an irresistible reverence and submission towards the young man before her, even as humiliation surged within her like a tide. The contract was formed, its radiance receding. The blood scroll transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into Chu Ye's palm, yet the binding power was eternally established. Feeling the newly forged contractual link, Chu Ye looked at the breathtakingly beautiful sect master before him, whose aura was withered and gaze complex, yet who was now destined to belong to him. The anger kindled by the attack on Great Chu finally subsided somewhat. With a casual wave of his hand, he temporarily suppressed the heavenly poison within Lady Hua Ye's body, allowing her to catch her breath. All right, Chu Ye's tone lightened, even carrying a hint of satisfaction from completing a collection. Chu Ye leisurely appraised the graceful figure before him, who still radiated elegance, even in submission, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Madam, I still remember that business of your doppelganger attacking my great Chu. This fire in my heart needs some way to be vented, don't you think? As a woman of her standing, Lady Hua, you could hardly miss the underlying implication. Driven by the absolute influence of the blood contract and the obsession to save her daughter. Her eyes dimmed slightly, but she did not engage in futile struggle. She lowered her head, her posture seemingly submissive, though her long lashes fluttered, concealing the last trace of complex emotion deep within her gaze. Seeing her cooperation, Chu Ye reached out somewhat forcefully, smoothing her slightly disheveled hair, his movement carrying an undeniable air of control. Lady Hua Yu understood. She pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, then obediently bent down, fulfilling the promise of venting the fire through her actions. However, the voluptuous and strikingly full figure before him, even in a state of absolute disadvantage, was nothing short of adding fuel to the fire for Chu Ye. His gaze deepened. He was no longer satisfied with this. Disarm. The simple command was issued. Lady Hua Ye's body stiffened almost imperceptibly for a moment, then she complied. Her slender fingers trembled slightly as she removed the layers of splendid palace attire one by one from the outside in. With every inch of jade-like skin revealed the flames in Chu Ye's eyes burned a degree hotter. When that exquisite body, a masterpiece of heaven with curves perfectly balanced between fullness and slenderness, lay completely exposed before him, he could no longer restrain himself. He lifted her in his arms and cast her onto the soft bed. The following 7 days and nights were a protracted and fierce storm of conquest. Chu Ye seemed to pour all the anger from being threatened and offended into this exquisite immortal form that had surrendered to him. Within the immortal hall the laws hummed softly, and the spring of passion knew no bounds. Until the wind ceased and the rain subsided. Chu Ye held the warm, soft jade in his arms, feeling the astonishingly tender touch beneath his palm, utterly content. At the same time, the system notification arrived as promised with rewards so generous, they were staggering. 2 Immortal Realm Breakthrough Pills, a hard currency. For helping one break through the Immortal Realm barrier, 15 9-turn sublimation pills, top-tier elixirs for comprehensively enhancing cultivation and talent, 15 regular breakthrough pills, excellent for breakthroughs below the Immortal Realm, but not 100. Successful at the Immortal Realm, 1 Immortal Artifact, the 10,000 Blossoms Spirit Garment, a gorgeous immortal robe that can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a defense sufficient to withstand ordinary Immortal Realm attacks. 1 Hongmeng Artifact, the 10,000 Gathering Cauldron, a supportive supreme treasure that can gather and purify the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 10,000 miles. And 1 Immortal Realm Secret Manual, the Mystic Moon. Execution Heaven Art System, note extremely compatible with Fox. IMM. Just then the Lady of Flower Rain in his arms stirred. She lifted her eyes, still misty but filled with anxiety and humility, and asked in a hoarse voice, "When will you save my daughter?" Chu Ye rose, straightened his clothes, and glanced down at her. His tone was casual, but brooked no argument. "I will." The moment she entered, a sudden change occurred. The reincarnation law originating from within the girl's very being violently clashed with the reincarnation law controlled by Chu Ye within the 100 Phoenix diagram. A powerful repulsive force erupted. As promised, Chu Ye moved Hua Ling into the 100 Phoenix diagram. The moment she entered, a sudden change occurred. The reincarnation law originating from within the girl's very being violently clashed with the reincarnation law controlled by Chu Ye within the 100 Phoenix diagram. A powerful repulsive force erupted from her body, causing space to tremble. Chu Ye reacted swiftly. With a thought, he summoned all the reincarnation law power of this realm, forming an invisible cage that instantly suppressed and sealed the restless foreign law. Then a more exquisite transformation began. The laws of the 100 Phoenix diagram world, as if alive, started to slowly but steadily permeate, merge with, and guide the law system within Hua Ling's body, gradually synchronizing and unifying it with this realm. Nearby, the Lady of Flower Rain clenched her hands, her gaze fixed intently. Seeing her beloved daughter's pale face gradually regain its rosy hue and her breathing become steady, the gravity in her eyes lessened, replaced by a long-lost sense of relief and genuine joy. But this respite was short-lived. As her condition improved, Hua Ling's body uncontrollably emitted an increasingly intense reincarnation Dao resonance. Light swirled law runes flickered and her aura surged, sharply threatening to spiral out of control. "Not good." The Lady of Flower Rain exclaimed, her face paling. Linger has been ill for many years. Though her body has been nourished by life force, it is like a beautiful porcelain, hollow inside. Now washed by the baptism of laws, her instincts drive her to break through to a higher realm to contain it, but her foundation is depleted and she lacks the strength to force the breakthrough. Only by achieving an emperor body can she contain the law within herself. Only by ascending to the immortal realm can she master the law for her own use. She is now in a dilemma. If she forces it, she risks her body disintegrating and her soul scattering. Seeing this, Chu Ye frowned slightly. At that moment, sensing the abnormal fluctuations in the world's laws, the fox immortal Su Qingxue silently appeared. "Do you need help? You've come at the right time." Chu Ye nodded and handed her the newly acquired Hongmeng artifact, the 10,000 Gathering Cauldron. Use this cauldron to regulate the flow of spiritual energy in this realm. Do not let it run rampant. At the same time, channel the world's life force and pour it all into her body. With the division of labor set, Chu Ye took command of the overall situation, using the power of the world's reincarnation law to guide and stabilize the chaotic torrent of laws within Hua Ling's body. The fox immortal manipulated the 10,000 Gathering Cauldron, channeling vast primordial life force like a river, reversing its flow, continuously pouring it into Hua Ling's limbs and bones. Meanwhile, Chu Ye took out several breakthrough pills that shimmered with inner light. A flicker of reluctance passed through his eyes, but he did not hesitate. The treatment entered its critical phase. The immense life force combined with the power of the pills propelled Hua Ling's cultivation forward like a splintering bamboo, breaking through several minor realm barriers in succession. Whenever they encountered a solid major realm barrier, such as Heavenly Emperor to Quasi-Emperor or Quasi-Emperor to Great Emperor Chu, you would timely invest a breakthrough pill. The power of the pill transformed into the sharpest chisel, and with a boom the barrier shattered. Finally, under the combined force of the 100 Phoenix diagram world's origin support, the Fox Immortal's precise assistance, and the power of 5 precious breakthrough pills, a near miraculous scene unfolded. Starting from the heavenly emperor realm, Hua Ling's cultivation surged forward, crossing numerous heavenly chasms, and finally stepped firmly into the emperor realm. The majestic emperor's might and the pure reincarnation law achieved a mysterious balance, coalescing on her brow into a bewitching and enigmatic spider lily mark. When it was done, Chu Ye let out a soft sigh. Glancing at the depleted pills, he lamented inwardly, the cost is considerable. 5 breakthrough pills could have cultivated 5 people, but now they are all poured into one person. At that very moment on the bed, Hua Ling's feathery lashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes were crystal clear, reflecting the world and the people before her. She tilted her head slightly, breaking into a smile that was utterly pure and free of shadows, like the first thaw of spring snow, instantly kindling warmth. Chu Ye looked at that smile, and the frustration in his heart over the expended resources quietly dissipated a little. Though the cost of this rescue was immense, the result was after all not entirely without merit. Seeing Hua Ling awake with that pure smile and the Lady of Flower Rain's eyes full of affection, Chu Ye tactfully pulled the fox immortal away, leaving the space for the mother and daughter who had reunited after their ordeal. Arriving at the Fox Immortal's cold, clear palace in this realm, the Fox Immortal Su Qingxue held out the radiant 10,000 gathering cauldron with her delicate hands, intending to return it. Chu Ye waved his hand. Keep it for now. This cauldron's grade is not low. It can tap into part of the world's origin, which will be beneficial for your cultivation in this realm. And this he handed over the immortal binding rope as well. Study it too. Consider it an extra handy weapon. Before the Fox Immortal could react, Chu Ye's fingertip glowed with a clear light. He lightly tapped her brow, and a profound, vast stream of information instantly plunged into her sea of soul. It was the immortal grade technique, the mystic moon execution heaven art. Next he pressed a flowing rainbow-hued celestial silkworm robe into her arms. A technique, an offensive immortal artifact, a defensive immortal treasure, a cultivation-assisting divine artifact. Chu Ye in a manner akin to wholesale packaging piled treasures that would drive the outside world mad before the Fox Immortal. The Fox Immortal took the heavy treasures in a daze, a rare ripple passing through her ice-blue eyes. She was silent for a moment, looking up and down at Chu Ye, whose face still held a hint of youthful spirit. Then she spoke coldly and clearly. Are you about to die? The corner of Chu Ye's mouth twitched sharply, nearly choked by those words, and he replied with mild irritation. Can't you say something auspicious? He tilted his head deliberately, infusing his tone with a hint of casualness and playful pride. These things are of no use to me now. They'd just gather dust if left aside. Take them for now. Consider them temporarily stored with you. Make good use of them. Don't waste them. The day I wish to reclaim them, I shall retrieve them myself. He emphasized this is merely a deposit, not a gift. Yet in his heart, he harbored different thoughts. Among the women, the fox spirit was perhaps the one who had accompanied him the longest and caused the least trouble. With the Northern Territory's foundation lost, she spent most of her time either cultivating in seclusion within this realm or by his side. Her nature was aloof and uncompetitive, yet in the intimate moments of the bedchamber, she could be utterly passionate, offering him a unique satisfaction. For her, Chu Ye held a certain fondness and naturally wouldn't be stingy with resources. Moreover, her strength was his strength, a truth he understood all too well. Seeing the fox spirit still holding the treasures with a rare look of stunned bewilderment, Chu Ye deliberately leaned in, his tone teasing. What? Overwhelmed with gratitude. Care to offer yourself in return as repayment. Upon hearing this, the fox spirit did not immediately delve into the cultivation techniques or study the celestial artifacts, but instead put away the various treasures for the time being. She raised her eyes to Chu Ye, and on that eternally frozen, exquisitely beautiful face, there flickered an extremely rare, faint, yet genuine smile. This humble one, her clear, cold voice seemed infused with a subtle trace of warmth, has not already. Before her words faded, she stepped forward on her own initiative, her arms wrapping gently around Chu Ye's neck, like serpents, her ice-blue hair cascading down, carrying a cool fragrance. Her warm breath brushed past his ear, and her usually aloof voice dropped to a low, provocative tone laden with unmistakable intimacy and implication. This humble one is willing to offer herself. But I fear the young master has too many beauties by his side. This body of yours must be drained. I wonder if it can endure. These words were like a spark, instantly igniting the fire of provocation in Chu Ye's heart. You sly fox, daring to underestimate me. Chu Ye let out a low grunt, his arms suddenly tightening as he lifted her horizontally. Today I shall let you experience firsthand whether I am truly drained or not. With that he said no more, carrying the cool yet fiery figure in his arms, striding purposefully toward the familiar cold jade bed in the inner hall. Before long, faint sounds of wind and rain drifted from the hall, mingled with delicate murmurs and suppressed breaths, infusing the cold palace with a touch of spring's warmth. At the break of dawn, the lingering essence of a night's celestial cultivation had yet to fully dissipate. Chu Ye lay on his side, gazing at the fox spirit Su Qingxue, who was feigning sleep in his arms. His fingertips traced over her seemingly delicate, yet infinitely majestic form, sensing her aura now more solid and powerful than the day before. He couldn't help but chuckle teasingly. I say, you fox, are you determined to treat me as a human-shaped elixir? Cultivating so diligently through dual cultivation to boost your power, aren't you afraid of draining me, your cauldron, dry one day, eh? The fox spirit's long lashes fluttered at his words, and her ice-blue eyes cast a faint glance at him devoid of any innocence, carrying only her usual aloofness. She rose on her own, moving with swift grace as she picked up a plain white robe from the side and dressed herself methodically. The passionate entanglement and eager demands of the bedchamber moments before seemed like nothing but Chu Ye's illusion. In an instant, she had transformed back into the solitary lofty moon palace, immortal, untouched by dust. Once fully dressed, she didn't spare Chu Ye another glance, leaving only a flat statement. I'm going to cultivate. Call me if something comes up. Before her words faded, her figure dissolved, like moonlight vanishing from the hall. Chu Ye stared at the empty bed, rubbed his nose, and shook his head with a wry smile. This fox. Truly heartless after the deed. Her heart is probably colder than her ice laws. He too rose and tidied himself, then made his way to the hall where Hua Yu and her daughter were housed. Upon seeing Chu Ye, Hua Ling, who had just recently awakened, immediately approached him. Her eyes were clear and innocent, her smile radiant and untainted. The very image of a sheltered, inexperienced young maiden. She bowed to Chu Ye with great solemnity, her voice soft, yet sincere. Thank you, brother Chu Ye, for saving me. Chu Ye accepted the gesture calmly, gently patting her head. Cultivate well from now on. The reincarnation law within you holds boundless potential. If you can truly master it, achieving the immortal realm in the future will not be difficult. After a brief exchange, Chu Ye led Hua Yu and her daughter out of the 100 Phoenix diagram and returned to the myriad spirit heavenly sect. In the grand main hall, Chu Ye gave a subtle glance, and Hua Yu understood immediately. She gently dismissed Hua Ling, who was brimming with curiosity and eager to see what her home now looked like. Linger, you've just woken. Go familiarize yourself with the sect's changes and stabilize your cultivation. As her daughter bounded away joyfully, the hall doors closed silently, leaving only Chu Ye and Hua Yu in the Chu Ye unceremoniously walked to the seat of authority, symbolizing the sect master's dominance, and sat down. His posture was relaxed, but his gaze carried a hint of playful reckoning. Madam, the matter of your daughter is settled. However, to propel her from the imperial sovereign realm straight to the emperor realm like a rocket, I consumed 5 top-grade breakthrough pills and exhausted the vitality of a world's origin. Shouldn't we settle this account? His tone was light, but his words carried an unmistakable undertone of fleecing. Hua Yu stood below her, expression calm. She knew Chu Ye spoke the truth. The cost of such heaven-defying means was inevitably staggering. Moreover, given the blood contract between them, if Chu Ye truly wished to seize the myriad spirit heavenly sect's accumulated wealth, he wouldn't need to negotiate with her. The fact that he was itemizing the price in this manner was in a way a sign of restraint. Your Highness speaks rightly. This grace is as heavy as a mountain, and the cost is incalculable. Hua Yu nodded slightly, without a trace of reluctance. With a delicate motion of her hand, an ancient-looking storage ring shimmering with inner light appeared in her palm. This contains the essence of my personal treasury, rare herbs, precious ores, and primordial spiritual items collected by the sect over 10 millennia. All can be used for alchemy, artifact forging, or directly aiding cultivation. Though it may not fully compensate for your Highness' expenditure, it is a token of my sincerity. I hope you will accept it. With that, she presented the ring in a respectful manner. Chu Ye took it and swept his divine sense inside, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Within the ring's space, treasures glowed with radiance. Rare materials that could spark bloody battles in the outside world were meticulously categorized, piled high, like mountains, all of the highest grade. Many were so exotic that even his well-traveled eyes found them novel. Not bad. Madam has been thoughtful. He pocketed the ring with satisfaction, a hint of genuine warmth appearing in his smile. Though the upfront cost of this investment had been steep considering the generous interest and future potential, it was well. Chu Ye was quite pleased with Hua Ye's cooperation. His gaze swept over her black dress, which accentuated her graceful curves and enhanced her authoritative bearing as a sect master. Seeing her current demeanor, cautious, submissive, and deferential before him, a wave of satisfaction mingled with a sense of conquest washed over him. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He reached out, pulled her close, and without allowing any objection settled her sideways on his lap. One arm encircled her slender, yet firm waist, while the other hand had already begun to explore none too subtly the alluring curves beneath the black dress, his posture commanding. My lady, do you know who exactly the master of the Divine Maiden Palace is? He asked with feigned casualness, fondling the warm, soft form in his arms, as if discussing the day's weather. Hua Ye's body stiffened at first, then slowly relaxed. Between them there had already been deeper exchanges, and though this posture made her somewhat uneasy, it was not unbearable. She adjusted her position, slightly leaning in for greater comfort, and after a brief pause replied in a steady voice that betrayed little emotion, the Divine Maiden Palace is indeed the most mysterious and transcendent existence in the central domain. Though I have undergone 9 cycles of reincarnation tracing back to the very beginning, the Divine Maiden Palace has already stood. Legend has it that it was born alongside the continent chosen as the executor of the heavenly Dao. Its palace is ethereal and ever-shifting with no fixed location. Each time it manifests, it often accompanies the flames of war. When the chaos ends, its traces are inexplicably erased, returning to silence. She paused, sensing Chu Ye's wandering hands, her breath slightly disturbed, yet she continued, the current emergence in the central domain is said to be linked to the descent of the Divine Maiden Palace. As for that palace master, I once glimpsed a blurry figure at a secret gathering of top central domain powers, shrouded in an indescribable halo, her true visage impossible to discern. It's not that I didn't wish to see, but a kind of soul-deep reverence and rule-bound restriction made it impossible to even entertain the thought of prying. Chu Ye's hands never stopped, and he raised an eyebrow at her words. Heavenly Dao spokesperson. Sounds like a regional director sent down from the head office. He shifted the topic to the crux, so this Heavenly Dao golden list appearing neither early nor late, but stirring up trouble right now. What's its game? It doesn't seem like a simple giveaway. Hua Yu, fighting the strange sensations coursing through her body, took a deep breath and forced her voice to remain steady. Regarding the golden list, opinions vary. One theory holds that when the number of great emperors and immortal realm experts reaches a critical threshold, this open scheme is triggered to drive the top powers into conflict and attrition. Since the world's spiritual energy and capacity are limited, unable to sustain too many supreme beings, this act may be a form of relief. Beyond that, there is another. She panted slightly, then continued, another theory points to a great apocalyptic. The Heavenly Dao, sensing the impending disaster, bestows the golden list using fortune and divine treasures as bait to inspire and select promising individuals for rapid growth, hoping to secure a glimmer of hope for this land in the coming catastrophe. Which is true, I cannot say for certain. Chu Ye listened, his hands pausing momentarily as he fell into thought. The warmth in his arms and the cool fragrance at his nose formed a strange contrast with the weighty topic of the land's survival. Relief, raising killers, or the final revelry before doom. He murmured to himself, then let out a light laugh, tightening his arms around Hua Yu. Whatever game the Heavenly Dao wants to play, the path must be walked step by step. As for that mysterious palace master, sooner or later he'll have to pay a visit. His gaze pierced through the void beyond the hall, as if locking onto the most enigmatic target. And the Wanling sect leader in his arms had become, after his entry into the highest chess game of the central domain, a prize and source of intelligence, firmly in his grasp, and quite delightful. Chu Ye pried from Hua Ye's lips some fragmented clues about the mysterious divine maiden palace master. And in the process of prying, there was inevitably some physical communication, leaving the sect leader's eyes shimmering with moisture and her breath ragged, while stoking the flames within Chu Ye himself. Perhaps to reward Hua Yu for wisely handing over most of the sect's treasures, or simply to punish her for her earlier audacity in attacking great Chu Ye decided to settle in the Wanling Heavenly Sect for a full month. During this month, young Master Chu's days were remarkably structured and fulfilling. By day, he transformed into a gold medal tutor, personally guiding Hua Ling, the young girl who had just entered the Emperor realm and was utterly clueless about cultivation. Though he himself had cheated his way up, the vast array of techniques and theoretical knowledge granted by the system was no mere decoration. It was more than enough to teach a novice emperor, stumped by particularly tricky problems. No matter, there was always the cool and erudite fox fairy teaching assistant nearby, ready to answer questions at a moment's notice. Hua Ling, already filled with gratitude and closeness toward her savior Chu Ye, found her dependence and intimacy growing with each passing day of such close interaction and meticulous instruction, leaving Hua Yu watching with mixed feelings, but no recourse. At night, he switched to personal trainer mode, favoring the initially reluctant, half-yielding Hua Yu, who had once maintained her sect leader's dignity. At first, she complied only under the coercion of the blood contract and circumstances. Yet the Bodis reactions often prove more honest than the will. Under Chu Ye's unsparing high-intensity combat training, she gradually moved from resistance to adaptation and from adaptation to indulgence. In the end, she adopted a kind of what's done is done attitude, loosening up somewhat. Thus, cycling between teaching the daughter by day and guiding the mother by night, Chu Ye lived a comfortable and slightly busy life, even finding joy in it. Seeing him so diligently toiling, Hua Ye's attitude subtly shifted. She ceased to be so awkward and gradually became accommodating to Chu Ye's many requests. Observing her cooperation, Chu Ye finally presented a true reward at the month's end, combining dual cultivation techniques with a precious breakthrough pill to help this sect leader, long stuck at the 8th level of the immortal realm, make a leap to the 9th. The ecstasy and fatigue of the breakthrough intertwined, leading to another night of passionate entanglement. The next day, as the lingering warmth faded and Hua Yu basked in the afterglow of stabilized cultivation and rare tenderness, she heard Chu Ye casually announce his departure. She was momentarily stunned, never expecting that the young man who had stormed into her life with such dominance and claimed her entirely would leave with equal decisiveness. Chu Ye looked at the utterly tamed beauty before him, her eyes and brows carrying the lazy, complex emotions of post-intimacy, and stroked her silky hair with satisfaction. At the same time, he placed another breakthrough pill in her palm. This is for Hua Ling. Give it to her when the time is right. Inside the 100 Phoenix diagram, I've reserved a private space for you and your daughter. Cultivation there will be twice as effective. He paused, a meaningful smile curling on his lips. Of course, there's one more condition beyond call. When I want you, you need to show. Hua Yu gazed at Chu Ye, now fully dressed, and once again the handsome, dashing youth, then looked at the pill in her hand. Her eyes shifted through myriad changes, finally settling into a resigned sigh as she bowed her head. Yes, perhaps this was already the best outcome. Chu Ye drifted away without deliberately concealing his trail. No wall is impervious to wind, and soon the news that Chu Ye had cured Hua Ling's strange illness spread through the central domain like wildfire. The fact that Lady Hua Ye's beloved daughter was afflicted with a mysterious ailment with no renowned physician able to find a cure was no secret among the high-ranking circles of the central domain. It was known to nearly everyone. Various ancient and established powers had secretly studied or openly attempted to treat her, yet all were at a loss. Now was it solved by Chu Ye, a young man from an outer domain. This matter alone was enough to cause an uproar. However, what truly left these old foxes dumbfounded and even incredulous was the subsequent news Lady Hua Yu had broken through. The 8th-layer barrier of the immortal realm, which had firmly trapped her for nearly a millennium and intimidated countless peers, had been shattered in a short time, allowing her to step into the 9th layer. At the high levels of the immortal realm, every small step signifies a qualitative leap in combat power, and the bottleneck's rigidity can well be imagined. Lady Hua Yu had been stuck at the 8th layer for a long time, yet she suddenly broke through now, and the timing perfectly coincided with Chu Ye's visit to the 10,000 Spirits Heavenly Sect and his cure of Hualing. No one would believe this was a coincidence. A daughter's incurable disease healed a mother's millennium-long bottleneck broken, all after Chu Ye visited the 10,000 Spirits Heavenly Sect. The grandmasters of various factions stroked their beards, furrowed their brows, and their hearts were filled with shock and doubt. Could it be that he was behind all of this? They simultaneously recalled the heaven-startling Dao Golden List from not long ago and its shocking description of Chu Ye's destiny marriage physique. Unite with him to break through and advance. What might have been dismissed as exaggerated celestial rhetoric or a special blessing when combined with the miracles that had occurred with the mother and daughter of the 10,000 Spirits Heavenly Sect suddenly became terrifyingly real and heart-pounding. The name Chu Ye along with his mysterious physique was no longer just a list entry or idle gossip among the top circles of the central domain. It was now shrouded in a more alluring, more tempting, and more dangerous mystical aura. Some old monsters with scheming minds had completely changed their gaze towards the great Chu direction. Meanwhile, more hidden eyes began to reassess how to deal with this visitor from the outer domain. The waters of the central domain stirred by Chu Ye's visit had grown deeper and more turbulent. The incident at the 10,000 Spirits Heavenly Sect was like a boulder thrown into a lake, its ripples lingering long in the central domain. Chu Ye, once regarded by some established central domain powers as an outer domain nouveau riche, had overnight become a red-hot top-tier strategic resource. No, he was a walking humanoid realm breaker and power structure disruptor. The threshold of the great Chu Empire, as ancestor Chu Shan, he had half-jokingly predicted, was indeed being worn down by the constant stream of visitors from the central domain. Gift-bearers, connection-seekers, cooperation proposers, and even those directly delivering goods came in an endless stream, creating a spectacle akin to a top-tier investment attraction fair in the cultivation world. Ancestor Chu Shan, he who managed the front, had lived for millennia and was as shrewd as they come. He set the rules with a beaming smile. Want to talk business? First, show me the gift. A gift shows sincerity. A generous gift shows deep sincerity. A meager gift. That means you look down on my great Chu. The door is over there, don't let it hit you on the way out. As for what constitutes sufficient weight, the ancestor stroked his beard and smiled. Gentlemen, you're all wise, you know what's fitting. He passed the buck with perfect finesse. He added at the end, of course the final decision isn't up to me, it depends on whether my grandson is willing. He washed his hands of all responsibility while accepting all gifts. The visitors from the central domain knew perfectly well they were being shaken down, but they couldn't resist the allure of Chu Ye's effectiveness. For a power, if they could create one more great emperor through Chu Ye, it could directly alter the regional power landscape. Such temptation was enough to make many powers willingly take the hit. As for the women sent for marriage alliances, many powers even considered it an honor. After all, great Chu was a newly rich noble house in the top 10 of the Golden List. Thus, piles of letters of intent for cooperation and marriage candidate profiles were delivered to Chu Ye daily. Chu Shan he and Chu Tianxing were quite thoughtful in their arrangements, listing not only the faction background and the woman's name and identity, but also attaching high-definition memory crystals with detailed specialties marked. Some were grand in stature, specializing in tolerance and magnanimity, while others were skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting with a refined and elegant temperament like an orchid. There were even female Buddhist cultivators of the joyful Chan who volunteered to be consorts, fully showcasing the diversity and utility of central domain talents, especially female ones. Of course, there were also those with scrambled brains who took an unconventional path. A minor power, perhaps aiming for differentiation, actually sent a few handsome fair-skinned young men. When Chu Ye saw the profile, his face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. He directly scribbled blacklist. Permanently barred from Great Chu territory. This is a double insult to my character and my taste. This concubine selection operation was of course tacitly approved or even promoted by Chu Ye. The goal was clear: to cast a wide net and find top-tier beauties with high system scores. It allowed him to enjoy the pleasure of exploration while completing system tasks for rewards, killing two birds with one stone for maximum efficiency. The central domain's deep heritage indeed produced women of extremely high quality, 1 in a million, and quite a few met Chu Ye's aesthetic and system score requirements. For a time, even Chu Ye felt a bit busy and overwhelmed. He simply changed his strategy, opting first for resources. He archived all the information on women who preliminarily qualified along with their faction backgrounds, essentially creating a personal talent harem reserve database. When to summon them was entirely up to his mood. Once a name was chosen, his father and ancestor would handle the deep cooperation negotiations with the respective faction. Since they were the ones seeking his favor, Chu Ye was not running a charity. The negotiation terms were nothing short of a dragon-slaying blade, each strike hitting the opponent's vital points. The minimum price was dispatching experts to serve Great Chu for over a millennium, bound by a contract enforced by the heavenly Dao. Depending on what was requested, breaking through a bottleneck, improving a physique, or both, the price escalated layer by layer with no upper limit. At that moment, deep within the secret realm of the Taishu Sword Palace, a second-rate sword sect in the central domain, a live demonstration of such deep cooperation was underway. Inside the secret realm, sealed by layers of restrictions, the scene was enough to leave any Taishu Sword Palace disciple or even elder dumbfounded and faith-shattered. Three supreme ancestors, identical in appearance with a cold, otherworldly temperament, were triplet sisters. They were now clad in thin gauze robes devoid of any dignity or airs befitting half-emperor powerhouses, and like the most docile maidservants, surrounded and attended to a youth lounging lazily on a large bed, none other than Chu Ye. One ancestor knelt by the bed, massaging Chu Ye's shoulders and legs with perfect pressure. Another peeled spirit fruits with delicate fingers and carefully fed them into his mouth. The third danced gracefully in the open space before him, her sword cultivator's sharpness transformed into tender glances and a supple waist. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes, enjoying the ultimate service. Occasionally he would reach out and pull one of the ancestors into his embrace, feeling their exquisite figures, taking full advantage, his demeanor as leisurely as if he were basking in the sun in his own backyard. These three patriarchs were precisely the clients who had signed a 10th service contract with Chu Ye. Originally due to flaws in their cultivation techniques and old injuries, their Dao foundations were on the verge of collapse, their lifespans nearly exhausted with no hope of breakthrough. Chu Ye fulfilled his promise. Through their interactions, he successfully triggered a system reward that unexpectedly yielded a rare special artifact and bestowed upon them breakthrough pills, enabling them to make a great leap forward. Not only did they reclaim their lives, but they all advanced into the Emperor realm together. They understood better than anyone that their rebirth and glory today hinged entirely on Chu Ye's whim. What mattered, the dignity of patriarchs or the modesty of women? In the face of tangible survival and power, such things were utterly insignificant. They were even more dedicated and appreciative than women from other major powers, carefully discerning Chu Ye's preferences and striving to serve him, hoping only for a sliver more favor, perhaps for a chance at further advancement in the future. Seeing how well they understood the game, he naturally did not skimp on rewards. For instance, he bestowed upon them the artifact that had dropped. Both sides got what they needed, focusing on long-term mutual benefit and a pleasant cooperation. Within the secret realm springs radiance intertwined with the rhythm of the Dao, while schemes and desires mingled in equal measure. Chu Ye's life as the coveted prize in the central domain thus unfolded vibrantly amidst the yearning, scheming, and sacrifices of various powers. And he was clearly the most leisurely banker and biggest winner in this game. Just as Chu Ye was immersed in this carefree life of leveling up while lying down and selecting consorts to favor, his imperial father Chu Tianxing added icing on the cake by setting up a bidding ranking system. The heavier the gifts and the greater the sincerity from a clan, the higher their candidate would be prioritized on Chu Ye's schedule. For a time, the tribute list of the great Chu Empire rivaled the catalog of a top-tier auction. While Chu Ye savored the pleasures of work and harvested all sorts of bizarre rewards and special equipment from completing system tasks, his cultivation base rose naturally with this diligent labor. Before he knew it, he had broken through to the Saint realm. If this news were to reach those ancient monsters outside who had spent centuries or even millennia in bitter cultivation, they would likely be so enraged they'd spit blood. They would rail against the injustice of heaven. Why could someone advance merely by sleeping while they closed in seclusion until Bald could not move an inch? Of course, the objects of his favor were currently mostly concentrated in the central domain. It wasn't that women from the other four domains didn't wish to advance, it was simply that the current ruler of those domains was Qingxue. And the fact that Empress Qingxue was Chu Ye's legitimate Dao partner was no longer a secret. Until Qingxue made her stance or arrangements clear, who would dare to seduce Chu Ye without permission, bypassing this decisive and ruthless empress? That would be nothing short of asking for a premature death. Thus passed 2 months of such carefree days. One night, Chu Ye was reclining on a couch, idly flipping through the latest bidding ranking list, pondering which minister's token to turn over tonight. As midnight approached, the palace doors swung open silently. A figure in a black, dragon-embroidered imperial robe, breathtakingly graceful, stepped in slowly, carrying the chill of the night wind and an indescribable pressure. It was Qingxue herself. The empress raised her phoenix eyes, slightly scanned the jade slip in Chu Ye's hand that resembled a roster of beauties, then glanced at the lingering, warm, sensual fragrance in the chamber. A faint, ambiguous smile curled at her red lips as she spoke with a tone half sarcastic and half "Sir, I thought your highness busy day and night had long forgotten all else, perhaps drunk to death in some bow tie's tender embrace, unaware of what day it is." Seeing her like this, Chu Ye was not intimidated, but laughed even more freely. He tossed the jade slip aside and said lazily, "Your Majesty speaks wrongly. As the saying goes, under the peony one can die a romantic ghost. Such a joyful life is a blessing others beg for in vain." Qingxue snorted coldly, too weary to bicker with him. Her expression turned serious as she cut to the chase. "I care not whom you cavort with. But in the coming days you must restrain yourself and be cautious. She stepped forward, her voice grave. I have received secret intelligence. The truly top powers in the central domain, seeing how you have stirred this pod into chaos, have grown secretly displeased and even begun discussing an alliance. Her gaze sharpened as she fixed on Chu Ye, your heavenly fate marriage physique. If they cannot use it for themselves, they will capture and imprison you, turning you into a public resource. By then you may wish for romance, but it will no longer be your choice. You will likely become a communal cauldron for the elders and patriarchs of various clans to break through their bottlenecks, tormented day and night without peace. Hearing this, Chu Ye's mind conjured a miserable image of himself being used like a human-shaped power bank in rotation, and he couldn't help but shiver. That would be far more terrifying than dying in some Bowtai's arms. He shed his playful demeanor, rolled his eyes, and looked at Qingxue with a hint of inquiry. Reaching out, he gently lifted her smooth chin. Your Majesty must have long had plans for the central domain, haven't you? To obtain such secret intelligence, your ambitions are no small matter. Qingxue slapped his hand away, but did not deny it. She said, frankly, my heart has never changed. In my lifetime, I will unify the continent. Now the four domains are gradually consolidating, but even with their combined strength against the 10th sandier foundation of the central domain, the odds of victory remain slim. Without your emergence, this wish would be nearly impossible. She paused. Precisely for this reason, I must act with greater caution, temporarily halting military advances and instead spreading hidden agents far and wide to infiltrate and investigate. This warning is one of the fruits of that effort. Chu Ye understood. The woman before him had never let her ambition die, and her actions had never ceased. Whether her reminder now came from public duty or private affection, he appreciated the sentiment. It seems your Majesty truly cares for me, fearing I'll be captured and turned into a public resource. Chu Ye smiled, flipped his hand, and produced two antique jade boxes, offering them to Qingxue. Opening one, it contained 9 pills the size of dragons, eyes swirling with purple chi, Emperor Realm breakthrough pills. Opening the other, it held 9 pills gleaming with golden light and faint Dao patterns, 9 revolutions sublimation pills. These 2 items can help 9 people break through to Emperor Realm and enable 9 others to undergo a complete transformation, enhancing their potential. Use them wisely, your Majesty, to cultivate trusted allies and solidify your foundation. Chu Ye's tone was casual, as if he were offering mere candies. Qingxue looked at the 2 boxes before her. Pills that could stir a bloodbath in the outside world and drive countless powers to madness. Her eyes instantly became profoundly complex. She raised her gaze, fixing it on the young man before her, always cynical, yet capable of producing world-shaking treasures. Her red lips parted slightly, but in the end she silently took the jade boxes. The moment her fingertips touched the cold surface of the boxes, a strange warmth inexplicably rose in her heart. Chu Ye caught every subtle reaction of hers, and suddenly, without argument, pulled the majestic empress into his embrace. His warm breath brushed against her sensitive ear, carrying a mischievous whisper. If your Majesty feels undeserving of such gifts or wishes to repay me a little, why not stay tonight? Qingxue's body stiffened slightly, yet the roots of her ears blushed a subtle crimson. She made a token struggle, but in the end she did not push him away with force. Beneath the soft glow of the luminous pearls, the black dragon robe and Chu Ye's garments gradually intertwined. The candlelight within the hall swayed gently, while the moonlight outside the window was hazy. As the first light of dawn crept in, a night of lingering passion had just come to rest. Qingxue shed the imperial majesty that had intimidated all directions during the day, curling up uncharacteristically docile in Chu Ye's embrace, letting his slender fingers idly comb through her waterfall-like black hair. Chu Ye looked down at the soft, defenseless profile of the woman in his arms, contrasting it with her usual commanding demeanor that ruled the world. The sense of masculine achievement in his heart was nearly overflowing. Qingxue savored this moment of tranquility, yet couldn't help but let out a light snort from her nose, her voice slightly husky from just waking up, as she teased. You scoundrel, your harem could almost form a legion of peerless beauties, yet you still revel in philandering outside tirelessly. Chu Ye chuckled softly, twirling a strand of her hair around his fingertip, his tone languid yet brazen. Has your Majesty never heard the saying? Though home flowers are fine, wild blooms add zest. Besides, even after feasting on delicacies, sampling a unique side dish now and then is one of life's pleasures. His tone shifted, carrying a hint of seriousness. But rest assured, your Majesty, the vast empire of Great Qin which you toiled to build will one day be rightfully inherited. Only by the blood of you and me. Qingxue's ears burned almost imperceptibly at his words, but she turned her head away, feigning coldness as she retorted, Who wants to bear your child? If you wish to continue your lineage, go find your 100 flowers. Chu Ye knew she was putting up a front and didn't expose her, merely pulling her closer with a smile. Qingxue also knew when to stop, quickly steering the conversation back to serious matters, her voice regaining its usual calm clarity. Stop your frivolity. The waters of the central domain run deeper than you now see. On the surface, 9 transcendent powers stand as a tripod, a pattern that can be summarized as 1 hall, 1 pavilion, 1 workshop, 1 sect, 1 alliance, 1 saint, 1 ruin, 2 palaces, 2 saints. She recounted them as if listing treasures. 1 hall is the alchemy hall, where the art of pill refining reaches its zenith. Most of the world's rare elixirs come from their hands. 1 pavilion is the mysterious heavenly pavilion, unfathomable and capable of divining celestial secrets. One workshop is the Divine Artisan Workshop, specializing in forging divine weapons able to turn the mundane into the miraculous. One sect, you have already dealt with them, is the Myriad Spirit Heavenly Sect, which controls all life, where vitality and decay coexist. One alliance is the Myriad Path Alliance, a loose coalition of many rogue cultivators from the central domain whose influence cannot be underestimated. One ruin is the Sword Dao Ruin, which gathers the most complete collection of sword experts in the central domain. Two palaces, one is the most mysterious Divine Maiden Palace, and the other is the Guanghan Immortal Palace. Her tone grew heavier as she spoke. One saint refers to a cultivation holy land. These 9 powers each represent the pinnacle of a domain's laws, their relationships deeply intertwined, collectively maintaining the order and balance of the central domain. She lifted her gaze, meeting Chu Ye's eyes, and according to the intelligence from my planted agents, the one currently showing the most hostility and urgency in its actions towards you is precisely the Guanghan Immortal Palace. Chu Ye was genuinely taken aback, instinctively scratching his head, his face a picture of innocence and bewilderment. The Guanghan Immortal Palace. That place of fairies. I don't think I've offended them, have I? I've never even crossed paths with that ice gold palace master, not exchanged a single word. Out of the blue, how did I get targeted by a peerless female sword immortal who cultivates the merciless icy sword path? Who did I provoke? It felt like being hit on the head by a chunk of Tento sandy-rolled ice falling from the sky while walking down the street with a note attached that read, "You're finished." Utterly inexplicable. Qingxue was equally perplexed by the Guanghan Immortal Palace's sudden hostility. She had initially wondered if Chu Ye had plucked flowers on their icy peak, but seeing his expression, which was even more clueless than her own, it was clear he was just as baffled. In any case, stay vigilant yourself, Qingxue urged again before leaving her phoenix, eyes narrowing slightly. Especially be wary of women who approach you proactively. If you encounter an urgent matter, summon us quickly. With that, her form dissolved into a streak of light and vanished. Chu Ye stroked his chin in thought for a long, while feeling that the whole affair reeked of peculiarity. After some consideration, he decided to visit the Myriad Spirit Heavenly Sect. After all, Lady Huayu had deep roots in the central domain and was one of the leaders of a top power. She should be more informed. Within the Myriad Spirit Heavenly Sect, a warm scene of maternal affection and filial piety unfolded. Lady Huayu patiently guided her daughter, Hua Ling, in cultivation, imparting the sect's ultimate techniques. Perhaps because she had once nearly lost her, she was exceptionally lenient with her daughter. Even when Hua Ling occasionally made mistakes, she only offered a gentle smile and explained carefully, the atmosphere harmonious. It was Hua Ling who first noticed Chu Ye's arrival. The young girl's eyes lit up as if seeing her beloved, and she called out crisply, "Brother Chu." Her smile was pure and radiant. Chu Ye, who always appreciated such genuine warmth, was not stingy and promptly selected a celestial-grade cultivation technique suitable for her from his collection as a gift. Lady Huayu sensed Chu Ye's arrival, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes, but it quickly settled into calm, even carrying a hint of relief. Watching her daughter interact closely with him and recalling the tangled, unbreakable bond between herself and him, any lingering hatred had long dissipated. He had saved Linger and helped her break through a millennium-old bottleneck. This favor and debt were already hopelessly intertwined. She was also acutely aware that over these past months, under Chu Ye's personal and nourishing care, not only had her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing a century of bitter training, but her very body and soul had silently succumbed. If not for the lingering pride of a sect leader coupled with the intangible influence of the blood pact, perhaps. She sometimes even understood the wild rumors about Chu Ye outside. If a single night's sleep could truly equal a century of bitter cultivation, which female cultivator wouldn't be tempted? This man's abilities were indeed unfathomable. But then, catching a glimpse of the trusting and affectionate look in her daughter's eyes when she gazed at Chu Ye and thinking of her own nights with him, a subtle tangle of ethical conflict and complex emotions wound around Lady Huayu's heart like creeping vines. Chu Ye devoted the entire day to guiding Hua Ling. At nightfall, he familiarly stepped into Lady Huayu's bedchamber. The room was filled with warm, fragrant air, and Lady Huayu, clad in only a frugal silk robe, reclined languidly by the couch. The neckline was slightly open, revealing snow-white skin adorned with a few lingering, ambiguous red marks. Clearly a style prepared according to someone's preferences. Seeing this, Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, silently praising this woman's skill at discerning imperial will. He was no saint, so he stepped forward and pulled her into his embrace. His large hand slipped under the robe, meeting a touch as smooth as lard. And beneath it, there was nothing. Chu Ye lowered his head, inhaling the deliberately infused, cool, fragrant scent of flowers in her hair. She had clearly bathed and prepared everything. This series of thoughtful preparations silently declared this queen of the central domain's top power body, and Chu Ye chuckled softly, his fingers lingering over her voluptuous curves, his tone teasing. "Madam, unable to sleep at this late hour, dressed so alluringly, bathed and perfumed. Could it be that you've been waiting specifically for my gracious visit?" Lady Huayu lifted her gaze to cast him a sidelong glance, her eyes shimmering as she shed her sect leader's dignity, revealing the indolent charm and allure unique to a mature woman. She murmured with a hint of coyness, "Isn't this exactly what my master craves?" With that, she reached out to undress him, her movements natural and practiced, as if she were an ordinary wife. Chu Ye could no longer restrain himself. He transformed into a ravenous wolf and pounced upon her amid the brocade bedding. A fervent session of dual cultivation lasted an entire day. Afterward, Lady Huayu's aura grew denser and stronger, her countenance radiant and vibrant like a rare flower drenched in celestial dew through the night. Unable to resist toying with her, Chu Ye finally broached the main subject. Madam, what do you know about the Guanghan Immortal Palace? And as for the rumors of the central domain secretly plotting to encircle me, have you caught wind of any specific movements? He did not believe that this newly acquired bedmate who commanded the myriad spirits' heavenly sect and possessed an intelligence network spanning the central domain could be entirely ignorant of such significant developments. Nestled against Chu Ye, Lady Huayu's expression shed its usual languid allure, replaced by a somber gravity as she divulged the core intelligence she had gathered. Their joint effort indeed targets the immortal fortune you possess. She spoke bluntly. If you could only influence the imperial realm, those top-tier powers might seek to recruit or negotiate, but they wouldn't go to such lengths. Because the imperial realm is insufficient to overturn the order they have cultivated for millennia. She tilted her head slightly to look at Chu Ye. But immortals are different. The birth of a new immortal can elevate a second-rate faction to first-rate and grant a first-rate faction the qualifications to contend for supremacy. This is a variable capable of tilting the balance of power across the entire central domain. How could those entrenched lofty powers allow a true dragon to leap easily from the pond below, suppressing it, jointly preventing trouble before it arises? That is their logic. As for why the Guanghan Immortal Palace was the most active, even tacitly leading the charge, Lady Huayu also showed confusion. I haven't been able to uncover the exact reason. I only vaguely heard that there is someone within the palace in urgent need of immortal fortune to break through to the point of no delay, and they would never agree to your terms. She paused to explain. The very foundation of the Guanghan Immortal Palace rests on female chastity, and its rules are strict. They accept only female disciples who must enter as virgins, cultivate the cold emotion art, severing all emotions and desires, dedicating themselves solely to the Tao. Your approach of exchanging marriage bonds for immortal fortune. They view it as nothing short of desecrating their rules and defiling their orthodoxy, a heretical path. Since they desire your fortune, yet cannot follow your rules, Lady Huayu summarized, the only remaining path is to first subdue you, by force capture you, and then discuss other matters. Only by seizing the initiative might they consider how to safely obtain what they need. Hearing this, Chu Ye showed no fear. Instead, his eyes lit up like a starving wolf suddenly discovering a lush, fertile pasture teeming with plump lambs. All female disciples must be virgins, cultivating the emotionless Dao. He murmured under his breath, his fingers idly tracing the smooth curve of Lady Huayu's back, a meaningful, even excited smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. This isn't a threat. This is like a system quest notification blaring in my ear. Regardless of their noble reasons for targeting him, in Chu Ye's eyes, the Guanghan Immortal Palace had instantly transformed from a potential threat into a glittering super dungeon filled with high-score, breathtaking targets. Abandon it. Impossible. Lady Huayu sensed the shift in his mood and saw the strange gleam in his eyes. Instead of feeling reassured, she grew more worried. She couldn't help but caution him. Do not underestimate them. The true depth of Liu Fairy, the palace master of Guanghan, is likely unfathomable. She has not emerged for a long time. Her ranking on the Great Tao list is based on her cultivation level when she last appeared, Immortal Realm 4th layer. But from my current perception as an Immortal Realm 9th layer cultivator, her aura still surpasses mine. Her tone grew heavy. To give me such a clear sense of oppression, she has likely reached the peak of the Immortal Realm, perhaps even half a step into the legendary threshold of a celestial immortal. That is the real trouble. Chu Ye could hear the genuine concern in her words. This once dominant leader of the myriad spirit sect had now clearly bound her interests, and even her safety, tightly to Chu Ye, far beyond any loyalty to the old order of the central domain. A warmth stirred in his heart, and his soothing gestures grew gentler as he caressed her graceful curves. Relax. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. They want to hunt me as prey. A sharp knife-like glint flashed in Chu Ye's eyes, mingling amusement with absolute confidence. But in this game, who is the true hunter and who stumbles into the trap as prey? It's still too early to tell. He lowered his head and planted a kiss on Lady Huayu's smooth forehead, his tone resolute. Let's see how they make their move. Well, counter each move and collect some interest along the way. Chu Ye weighed their combat strength. The Liu Fairy of Guanghan Immortal Palace was suspected to be at the peak of the Immortal Realm, and the only one on his side who could barely match her seemed to be Lady Huayu at the Immortal Realm 9th layer. Qin Nishang, the Witch Queen, the Fox Immortal, the Old Nun. They all had boundless potential, but what they lacked was time. His gaze fell upon the enchanting sect leader in his arms, his fingers twirling a strand of her hair as he spoke slowly. Do you want to take another step upward and witness the scenery of a true immortal? Lady Huayu's delicate frame trembled almost imperceptibly, her eyes blazing with sudden intensity. A true immortal. That was the legendary realm countless Immortal Realm giants dreamed of, but could never reach. She had no doubt that this young man before her had the ability for miracles seemed as common as daily bread to him. Suppressing the surging excitement, she nestled even more docilely into his embrace, lifting her seductive eyes, her voice carrying a perfectly measured blend of probing and caution. Your concubine naturally yearns for it deeply, but What price must I pay for such heaven-defying fortune? She knew too well that nothing in this world was free, especially Chu Ye's meals, which always came with a hefty price tag. Chu Ye admired her. This woman was clever and pragmatic. To outsiders, she was a commanding sect leader, to her daughter a loving mother, and to him, she knew her place, leveraging her mature allure skillfully. Used well, she could be a sharp and pleasing blade. As for the price, there is one. Chu Ye didn't beat around the bush, lifting her chin with his finger and meeting her gaze directly. Under normal circumstances, helping you break through might not be difficult. But time is tight. To give you overwhelming power before our enemies strike, we'll need to resort to unconventional. He lowered his voice, a hint of mystery in his tone. I possess an array inherited from the heavenly calculation abacus, called the time stream reversal array. In simple terms, it's buying time. Invest enough resources to activate it, and the flow of time within the array can be 10 times faster than outside. 10 days of cultivation inside equals only 1 day outside. And what to do with this bought time? A mischievous yet confident grin curled at the corner of Chu Ye's mouth. Within my 100 Phoenixes diagram world, combined with my special constitution and system, well, a special method along with the immortal realm pill prepared for you, I am confident that within a year inside the formation, I can elevate you to the rank of a true immortal. He spread his hands, revealing his shrewd merchant nature, but the resources required to activate this tenfold speed cultivation VIP are astronomical. As the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep. Your 10,000 spirits heavenly sect's 10th Ascendier foundation must have quite a substantial stockpile, right? Chu Ye laid out the entire plan and finally gave a reassurance. According to my estimates, a year of dual cultivation within the formation equates to merely a month in the outside world. After a month, what you return to the sect will be a genuine, true, immortal sect master. This deal isn't a loss, is it? Lady Huayu's heart raced, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Doubt. She had long been convinced of Chu Ye's methods. Concerns naturally existed, but compared to the temptation of achieving true immortality, those could be set aside. She took a deep breath, quickly regaining the calm and decisiveness befitting a sect master. This matter. I need a day to make arrangements. Sect affairs must be properly handed over, and I will leave a doppelganger to maintain appearances and avoid alerting the enemy. She raised her eyes, her gaze towards Chu Ye, now filled with unwavering determination and a faint, barely perceptible fervor. After 1 day, I and the 10,000 spirits heavenly sect's 10th Ascendier accumulation will be at your highness' disposal. Chu Ye smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. The fish had not only taken the bait, but had also prepared its own bait and pot. I await the good news. He released Lady Huayu, his mind already calculating where to inscribe the time flow reversal formation most efficiently to save materials. A true immortal accelerated course fueled by resources was about to commence within the 100 Phoenixes diagram in a manner both alluring and efficient, with intense preparations underway. A month passed in the outside world, while within the 100 Phoenixes diagram, the time formation had silently operated for an entire year. During this year, Chu Ye had not been idle. Acting as the chief dual cultivation instructor, he conducted comprehensive high-intensity, specialized training for Lady Huayu. From theoretical foundations to practical techniques, from energy guidance to posture optimization, including but not limited to certain legendary advanced courses. He imparted his knowledge, generously engaging in day and night discussion and refinement. Under Chu Ye's lavish resource irrigation and intensive practice makes perfect, teaching Lady Huayu's physical potential was developed to its utmost, and her accumulated cultivation foundation erupted. Finally, after a particularly profound night of integrating theory with practice, her aura surged, and she touched the long-cherished barrier, the realm of true immortal. However, the joy of breaking through lasted but a moment before a sudden anomaly occurred. The skies within the 100 Phoenixes diagram changed color, and an unprecedented, terrifying heavenly tribulation descended with a roar. This tribulation lightning was extraordinary, imbued with a majestic heavenly might and anger. It was as if Lady Huayu's entry into true immortality was a transgression against the very laws of heaven. The immortal breaking tribulation lightning. Silvery thunder dragons carrying an aura of annihilation crashed, relying on her newly acquired true immortal's profound foundation and the robust physique honed through a year of Chu Ye's special training. Lady Huayu withstood the initial waves, but her aura was already unstable and her face pale. Chu Ye watched from the side, his brows deeply furrowed. What a joke! He fumed inwardly. I've toiled and cultivated for over a year, expended countless pills and resources, finally shaping this rough jade into a masterpiece. Just as success was within reach, the heavens decide to jump out and reclaim it. I refused to accept this. Though he didn't understand why the external heavenly Tao reacted so violently, this was happening within his 100 Phoenixes diagram small world. My domain, my rules. Chu Ye's thoughts raced, and he activated his full authority as the world master. He mobilized the world's fundamental power, transforming it into invisible barriers to layer upon layer weaken and neutralize the tribulation's might. Simultaneously, he urged the primordial chaos tree embryo to release abundant life force, continuously pouring it into Lady Huayu to aid her rapid recovery. This action seemed to thoroughly enrage the obscure heavenly will. Endless tribulation clouds converged, frantically coalescing all destructive energy into an unprecedented silvery thunder dragon. Locking onto Lady Huayu with the unyielding will of judgment, and eradication, it crashed down with a thunderous roar. The sheer force of this strike sent a chill through Chu Ye's heart. If she took it heed, she would be either dead or crippled. If she dodged, she would certainly perish. I've spent a year of my kidney effort to train this outstanding graduate, and you tell me the final exam is a death sentence. Rage surged from Chu Ye's heart. Can I tolerate this? His eyes sharpened, and he held nothing back. The law of reincarnation struck out fiercely, mingling with otherworldly laws within the 100 Phoenixes diagram that he could mobilize, forming a brilliant stream of light that actively met the destructive thunder dragon. Boom! At the moment of contact, the barrier of laws Chu Ye had conjured was torn apart like paper. The silvery thunder dragon with undiminished power bore straight down on him, the aura of death rushing to meet him. At this critical juncture, ding. Detected high-intensity external rule invasion, threat level high. Initiating autonomous defense and countermeasures. The system's cold, emotionless prompt echoed in Chu Ye's mind like a heavenly melody. He didn't even see what happened. The silvery thunder dragon, potent enough to slay immortals and gods upon reaching 2 feet before him, struck an invisible, absolutely unshakable barrier. It abruptly halted, twisted, and then silently disintegrated and annihilated. Not even a trace of residual energy escaped. More strangely, the tribulation lightning energy processed by the system did not completely dissipate. A small portion was transformed and purified, turning into a gentle yet vast force that quietly surged into Chu Ye's body, absorbing and converting high-order rule energy. Cultivation improving. System point function activated. A series of prompts flashed by. Chu Ye stood frozen, not yet having digested this sudden change, when he noticed the tribulation clouds above rapidly dispersing. The terrifying lock-on and killing intent also receded like a tide. From the heavens, a peaceful, immortal essence, imbued with acknowledgement and purification, descended to envelop Lady Huayu. The tribulation was over, because the system had illegally disposed of the final and most powerful examiner. Tribulation lightning, the heavenly, will seem to have judged the exam passed. Basking in the immortal light, Lady Huayu's aura stabilized and sublimated at a visible rate. An aura of transcendence, vast and ethereal, the true might of a true immortal, emanated naturally yet tinged with a unique charm all her own. She slowly opened her eyes, immortal light swirling within them. Feeling the surging, boundless, true immortal power within her, so different from before, her heart was filled with indescribable shock and ecstasy. Her gaze immediately sought Chu Ye, her eyes brimming with inexpressible gratitude, dependence, and tenderness. She knew better than anyone that without this man before her, who had spared no cost, even defying heavenly tribulation, to protect and fulfill her, she would have long perished, let alone become a true immortal. Seeing the crisis resolved, the beauty safe and successfully ascended, Chu Ye breathed a sigh of relief. A roguish smile curled on his lips as he stepped forward, reaching out to lift Hua Ye's chin. His tone laced with teasing and implication. The tribulation lightning was fierce. I wonder if you've been hurt anywhere. Come, let me examine you thoroughly, see if anything is amiss. With a slight press of his fingers, he boldly ventured deep. Hua Ye's heart stirred. Her state of mind had changed, yet she dared not resist. Instead, she nestled submissively into Chu Ye's embrace, allowing his wandering hands biting her crimson lip as she breathed softly, my lord. I've just entered the true immortal realm, and my foundation is unstable. I feel some discomfort within. I need my lord's soothing. Chu Ye laughed heartily, sweeping her into his arms and striding toward the jade bed nearby, his voice brimming with undisguised aggression. Rest assured, I excel at soothing. I'll make sure your foundation is as stable as can be. The formation flags silently lit up again, sealing the inside from the outside. The wonders within were not for outsiders to know. After a night of true immortal indulgence, Chu Ye emerged from the bedchamber, radiant, his face written with 4 words, utter satisfaction. System, open the points function. With a thought, ding. Dao companion Huayu has ascended to true immortal. Reward points 1,000. Current points balance 1,000. Points shop unlocked. Welcome host to embark on a spree of power. Chu Ye's eyes lit up as his consciousness sank into the glittering treasure trove of points. Good heavens! Martial arts, divine artifacts, immortal pills, and miraculous elixirs were arrayed in abundance, categorized from world-destroying to beauty-enhancing. The system shop truly lived up to its Padawan reputation. As he browsed, an item priced at 666 points caught his attention. Heavenly Soul Chaos Incense, Formula alias Chastity Destroyer, and Virtuous Lattice Bane. Its effect description was audacious. The afflicted would be consumed by lust, and only the blood of the formula's master could break the spell. Contact with others would intensify the backlash of desire, making it a walking exclusive chastity lock. Chu Ye stroked his chin, his smile growing mischievous. Guanghan Immortal Palace. He envisioned the white-robed fairies, their faces etched with ultimate asceticism. Don't they pride themselves on icy bones and spotless purity? He could almost see the lofty Guanghan Palace lord, her cool visage flushed with crimson, her immortal form trembling in the tide of passion, yet forced to seek out the trail of his bloodline. 666 points. Can't lose, can't go wrong. Chu Ye promptly exchanged it, tapping the void as a scroll of formula wreathed in ambiguous pink mist fell into his palm. This isn't a poison pill. It's the exclusive key to a high-end dungeon. He gazed toward the central domain, his tone as leisurely as discussing dinner. Fairies, your Dao hearts are about to face an unprecedented stress test. Chu Ye wasted no time rolling up his sleeves to start alchemy. As for resources, the 100 Phoenix chart contained its own world, its spiritual energy, so dense it could be wrung out. With the gift from the 10,000 spirits, heavenly sect materials piled up like mountains, allowing him to refine as he pleased. After a few days of seclusion aided by the system's exquisite alchemy, a furnace of pink-misted heavenly soul chaos incense was freshly produced. How potent was it? Practice yields truth. Chu Ye turned to look at the newly ascended true immortal Huayu. This usually charming yet composed beauty now had a flushed face, her eyes shimmering with a sticky, clinging allure. Even her true immortal cultivation couldn't suppress the craving radiating from her very bones. The effect is a bit too solid. Chu Ye rubbed his lower back, still shaken. After being poisoned, Huayu had clung to him for 7 days and nights of stability, testing for the incense's potency, and the lingering effects remained, her glances still hooking at him. System products are always conscientious, he mused. Outside, a storm was brewing. Several major powers were either watching from the sidelines or fanning the flames, but none made the first move. Chu Ye slapped his thigh. No one moves. Then he'll move. It was time to swap the roles of hunter and prey. Intelligence showed that the most zealous agitator in this encirclement was the Guanghan Immortal Palace, which had always claimed to be aloof from worldly affairs. Something was amiss. Chu Ye decided to personally meet these enthusiastic helpers. He brought along the freshly minted true immortal enforcer, Huayu, whose superior cultivation allowed them to infiltrate the Guanghan Immortal Palace undetected. Soon the two stood silently on the palace clouds overlooking the jade towers and swirling immortal mist. Chu Ye pulled out the small pink incense burner, a smirk on his lips. Strict palace rules. Pristine purity. Today we'll give these fairies some humanized team-building exercises. He uncorked the bottle and flicked it. The colorless, odorless mist drifted on the wind, seeping into every crevice, instantly spreading across the entire palace domain. A system note read, clearly effective only on females. Coverage full area. Chu Ye stowed the incense burner hands behind his back, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of watching chaos unfold. The show begins. The heavenly soul chaos incense spread silently, subjecting this 10th sandier ice cavern, the Guanghan Immortal Palace, to an unprecedented test of warmth. At first the fairies dismissed the strange heat and longing within as instability in their Dao hearts, blaming it on cultivation bottlenecks. But soon the situation spiraled out of control like an avalanche. This craving was no inner demon. It was a more irrational revolt of the flesh. The pristine facade began to crack. The high-ranking elders reacted swiftly, deducing it was deliberate poisoning by an enemy. Detoxifying pills, antitoxin powders, ancient secret recipes. They tried everything. Yet against this domineering incense, which preyed on human weakness, conventional antidotes were as useless as scratching an itch. As the potency seeped into their marrow, the palace's atmosphere crumbled. Junior sisters who never strayed from decorum now exchanged lingering glances. Senior sisters, known for their composure, unbuttoned their robes in public. Some even uttered lascivious words that would make even themselves blush. The entire palace was suffused with a taboo, restless tension, a stark contrast to its former solemnity. What impropriety! This is a grave offense. The enforcement elder's face was icy, but inwardly she was anxious. With strict palace rules, could she really send half the disciples to the cliff of reflection? Just as everyone was at a loss, the enforcement elder bellowed, "Silence! I have summoned a master from the alchemy hall." As the words fell, a white-haired, ethereal old man drifted in. A highly respected alchemy grandmaster from the alchemy hall, renowned as a living Buddha. The old man stroked his long beard, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic, murmuring palace. Frowning, he took a deep breath, and his expression grew grave, colorless, odorless, carried by the wind into the bones, directly eroding the soul. Such a domineering incense poison. As befitting a titan of the field, he discerned the transmission method and mechanism at a glance. Yet when asked how to break the poison, the old man stroked his beard for a long while before finally letting out a deep sigh. "This poison. I have neither heard nor seen its like. It harms not the meridians, nor does it destroy cultivation. It specifically targets the deepest of human desires. One cannot make bricks without straw, and as for an antidote, I fear I have no leads." Even the Grandmaster of the Alchemy Hall had thrown up his hands, and with that sigh the last hope of the Guanghan Immortal Palace seemed to dissipate into the air, thick with an ambiguous rosy fragrance. Watching this from the clouds, Chu Ye rubbed his chin. Even the professional team has failed. It seems this after-sales service falls to me, the host. Just as the Alchemy Hall elder sighed, the fairy maiden's eyes grew dreamy, and the palace's discipline teetered on the brink of collapse. Zheng. A zither note like the sudden shattering of eternal ice erupted from the depths of the void. Where the zither sound passed, time seemed to freeze, falling snowflakes hung in midair, and even the pervasive pinkish fragrance within the palace halted for a moment. Even more astonishingly, the very laws of heaven and earth throughout the Guanghan Immortal Palace were forcibly altered and rewritten by this resonant zither melody. The trajectory of the snow, the flow of spiritual energy, and even every restless particle in the air were incorporated into a new cold and solemn order. Then the zither sound, imbued with the rhythm of the great Tao, cascaded down like moonlight, enveloping the entire palace. All the poisoned fairies trembled, feeling a clear icy stream pouring into them through their crown chakras, cleansing their souls, instantly extinguishing the burning flames of desire and returning their minds to a state of icy calm. Above the clouds, Chu Ye and Huayu, who had been spectating, both raised an eyebrow, modifying the regional laws of heaven and earth for a purification rinse at the level of the Dao. As the master of the 100 Phoenix diagram world, Chu Ye saw through the trick at a glance. Quite a bold move. Huayu also showed surprise. The power level hasn't reached true immortal, it's still within the immortal category, but the technique is exquisite yet domineering. This palace master Liyue has been hiding her true depth quite well. As a newly ascended true immortal, she could naturally influence local laws, but to use the zither as a medium for precise full coverage targeted cleansing of foreign energy was nothing short of an art form. It seemed that the perpetually high-ranked but low-profile fairy Liyue of the great Dao Golden List had long stood at the pinnacle of the immortal path, half a step into true immortality, just a single step away. Below, within the immortal palace, the fairies, saved from the brink of death, looked towards the void with tears of joy. It's the palace master. The palace master has acted. The Guanghan extinction note. We are saved. Amidst countless hopeful gazes, a hazy figure condensed from cold moonlight appeared silently in the sky above the palace, stepping to the rhythm of the zither. The figure was ethereal like a flower in a mirror or the moon's reflection in water, yet it could not conceal her peerless grace. She was cold and aloof, as if standing outside of time itself, untouched by the slightest worldly dust. The phantom raised a hand. Moonlight coalesced at her fingertips, forming the shadow of an ancient zither. The melody rose again. It was the world-renowned Guanghan extinction note. The Dao sound flowed gently, intending to purify all filth and toxins from this realm, restoring the immortal palace to its original state of icy purity. In Chu Ye's ear, the system prompt sounded timely. Scan complete. Target Liyue, Palace Master of Guanghan. Immortal Palace Cultivation. Immortal Path. Peak. Half-step. True. Immortal Traits. Moonlight. Saint Physique. Zither. Heart of Clarity. Law. Affinity. Personality. Utterly cold, proud, and disciplined. Protective of her own. Overall score 99. Comment. Ultimate beauty. Embodiment of icy laws. Difficulty of conquest. Hell. It is recommended the host act within their means. A score of 99. Chu Ye's eyes lit up as he looked at the moonlit phantom, as if gazing upon a glittering rare mineral vein. As for the zither sound attempting to purify everything, Chu Ye merely crossed his arms with interest. A smirk of everything is under control curling at the corner of his mouth. System products are always top-notch, he mused leisurely. My heavenly soul confusion incense isn't some mere toxin. It's a conceptual need awakener. Trying to wash fire with water. It only makes the sparks fly further, my fairy. How could a strike from a higher dimension be resolved by mere low-level rinsing? The best part of the show was just reaching its climax. The moonlit phantom slowly dissipated with the zither sound, and the Guanghan Immortal Palace returned to tranquility. If the eerie atmosphere of survival and undercurrents could be called tranquility. An unnatural flush crept onto the fairies' pale faces, and an indescribable restlessness and excitement permeated the palace halls. Chu Ye withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. He had obtained the information, and it was time to leave. He patted Hua Ye's hand beside him, and their figures quietly faded away, leaving behind only a playful glance. Next time I come, this place will have a new master, but the despair that follows hope is the truly poisoned blade. When night fully enveloped the immortal palace, the familiar bone-gnawing, heart-aching heat surged back like a tide from the very marrow of every fairy. Fiercer than before, more irresistible. It's back. No. Stifled cries echoed through the halls. The heavenly soul confusion incense was formless and intangible, yet omnipresent. Palace Master Liyue's Guanghan extinction note could use the power of laws to temporarily rinse the body and soul, but it could not delete from the root this awakened need branded into the very instinct of life. Like the most stubborn ghost, once the zither sound receded, it returned with a vengeance more severe than before. This time the flames of desire burned through the thin ice of reason. Some curled up on the carpets in spasms, others buried their faces against cold jade pillars, rubbing frantically. Some had eyes filled only with chaotic yearning, murmuring unspeakable words. The night scene of the immortal palace hurtled uncontrollably towards indescribable territory. Zheng. The zither sounded again from the palace master's secluded chambers. But this time the tone lacked some of its former grand Taoist intent, replaced by a barely perceptible hint of sluggishness and fatigue. The purifying effect was also greatly diminished. The zither sound lasted for a long while before barely suppressing the monstrous tide of desire again. When all returned to icy stillness, there was no joy in the fairies' eyes, only profound terror. They understood the palace master's zither was merely a painkiller, not an antidote. If the root of the poison was not removed, they would be forever trapped in this hellish tug-of-war between desire and precept until they broke. The next day, the rising sun brought light, but also a wave of heat more despairing than the night. And this time, the salvific zither sound did not come. The immortal palace was plunged into true, deathly panic. At the same time, in the main hall of the Wanxing Heavenly Sect, Chu Ye sat comfortably in the sect master's seat. Behind him, Huayu, a newly ascended true immortal and the master of a sect, was gently massaging his shoulders with melting tenderness, her posture as obedient as a favored concubine. To conquer this woman, Chu Ye had used a combination attack, first saving her daughter to bestow a debt of gratitude, then granting her a celestial opportunity to aid her breakthrough by protecting her with his life during the tribulation to completely shatter her defenses, finally sealing the deal with a blood contract, soul imprint, and a full year of deep communion and cultivation development. Now Huayu was utterly submissive in both body and heart. A single glance from Chu Ye and she understood his intent, a single gesture, and she knew his need. This enchanting true immortal had become the most pliable yet sharpest blade in his hand. Enjoying the massage, Chu Ye's gaze seemed to pierce through the void, landing upon that icy immortal palace now tormented by desire. Icy and pure. He chuckled softly, tapping his finger lightly on the armrest. Soon you will know what true heat is. For 3 days, Chu Ye idled in the 100 Phoenix diagram, sipping tea and watching the spectacle as the Guanghan immortal palace was tossed between ice and fire. Just as he was pondering how to draft a report on the durability of the medicinal effects, Qingxue stormed in with urgent haste. This great Qin empress and foremost business partner brought news that was not entirely unexpected, but pressing nonetheless. The people from the central domain have started forming alliances. Their target is clear, the Great Chu Empire. Intelligence indicated that the Guanghan Immortal Palace, having undergone some unspeakable ordeal, had identified the mastermind behind the scenes. Now, casting aside all dignity, they were rallying allies far and wide, preparing to go all out, either to swarm in and crush Chu Ye or be utterly annihilated by him. A cornered dog will jump over a wall, and that wall is quite high, Chu Ye remarked with a casual nod, then stirred his thoughts. Within the 100 Phoenix diagram, the hall of 10,000 phoenixes he had casually constructed in his spare time instantly buzzed with activity. Qingxue exuded an empress aura, her gaze sweeping the world with disdain, which Qingxue was deep and enigmatic. Fox immortal Su Qingxue was icy and aloof. O Abyss meowing spun her prayer beads with frantic speed. I Chu family ancestor was composed and unyielding. His father Chu Tianxing wore a grave expression, but stood tall. Oh, and the freshly minted true immortal enforcer Lady Huayu was dignified and graceful. This could be called the first representative assembly of Chu Ye's network of relationships and potential alliance of fathers-in-law. Qingxue delivered a concise briefing on the enemy situation, the core message being the pie in the central domain was only so big, and for their group of outsiders and upstarts to get a seat at the table, they would first have to defeat the gatekeepers. Everyone present was a seasoned fox, they understood immediately. Chu Shanha, the Chu family ancestor, was the first to make the call. There's no choice in the battlefield. It has to be in Great Chu. They can't find you, so their first strike will definitely target the roots of the Chu clan. Chu Ye furrowed his brow. Turning his homeland into the main battlefield carried too much risk. His father Chu Tianxing clapped him on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with a bold son. I understand, but don't back down, spirit. What are you afraid of? Which dynasty's rise hasn't weathered a few beatings? The men of Great Chu would rather die standing than kneel in cowardice. Go ahead and do your thing. We've got your back. Chu Ye felt a surge of warmth and stopped hesitating. Fine. Then we'll prepare a surprise gift package for them right here in Great Chu. With a grand wave of his hand, the hall was instantly ablaze with dazzling treasures. Piles of formation plates, some for auto-defense, some for illusionary confusion, others for spiritual energy absorption, along with bottles and jars of elixirs for power surges, healing, and underhanded tactics, plus an array of blinding divine weapons courtesy of system points. Exchange unbeatable value for money. All stacked into mountains. Distribute them. Equip our elite forces. Train all core confidants in the 100 Phoenix diagram. When the time comes, he'll teleport everyone in with a single thought and strike them from within. During the task assignment and tactical refinement, Qingxue instantly shifted into war goddess empress mode, deploying troops and allocating resources with such expertise that even the ancestor nodded repeatedly. The group engaged in heated debate over her plans, optimizing details and selecting elixirs and formations best suited to each faction's strengths. The atmosphere in the hall was fervent yet tinged with a solemn unity of we either rise together or fall together. Chu Ye watched this community of interests and emotions gathered because of him and rubbed his chin. Looks like this meal is one we have to eat whether we like it or not. Fine then. Let's see whose chopsticks are tougher. The strategy meeting turned into Qingxue's personal command show. This nominal ruler of the 4 domains coordinated all parties and delegated tasks with seamless grace, earning the respect of everyone, as if she were the true mistress of the 100 Phoenix diagram palace. Chu Ye was happy to take it easy, acting merely as a resource ATM. Watching Qingxue's commanding demeanor, he silently applauded. Hustle, hustle hard. The stronger my woman, the smoother my life. As night fell, the crowd dispersed. Seeing Qingxue still absorbed in refining the defense details, Chu Ye sidled up and produced a lustrous gleaming elixir. A realm-breaking pill for immortal ascension. Limited stock, saved it for you, he said, hawking it like a health supplement. An emperor-level peak user can ascend directly, and you can use it to level up yourself. The choice is yours. Qingxue shot him a glance and accepted it without hesitation. At least you have a conscience. Then the pair transformed into cultivation world construction crew, flying overnight to the skies above the Great Chu Empire to work. Chu Ye acted as chief designer, directing the deployment of the infamous bloodthirsty frenzy formation. Qingxue handled precise execution, burying formation eyes at every key node. From afar, all seemed calm, but beneath the surface lay a surprise package that promised one step in a lifetime of unforgettable memories. After completion, Chu Ye rubbed his chin and suggested, how about we set one up for your Great Qin too? As a war reserve. Qingxue's eyes flickered, but she didn't object. The two moved to Great Qin and, harnessing the Imperial Dragon Veins energy, jointly erected a magnificent Dragon Emperor formation. With the double insurance in place, Qin Nishang's expression turned solemn. If we win this war, well, earn a seat at the central domain table. Chu Ye smiled and put an arm around her shoulder. Isn't that exactly what you want? ITLL speed up your unification progress tenfold. Too fast. Qin Nishang shook her head. The central domain runs deep. It requires gradual strategy. Now, you've forced it into a speedrun. Leave the complicated stuff to you. Chu Ye shrugged, his tone turning serious. I handle the simple, brutal part. You want ambition, it'll give you support. You need power, it'll provide resources. You want unification, it'll help you unify. In the night, they exchanged a wordless glance. 2 days later, deep in the night, a terrifying streak of light tore through the sky, slamming into the great Chu border. On the ground, the formation lines blazed to life in an instant. The bloodthirsty frenzy formation, like a waking beast, bared its crimson fangs. In a single moment, war erupted. The myriad Dao alliance struck the first blow, igniting the curtain raiser. Over a dozen immortal realm elders arrived together, their Dao rhythms flowing and formation diagrams vast. Their opening move aimed to seal heaven and earth, suppressing the great Chu's national fortune with righteous might. Chu Ye stood at the formation's eye, raising his hand calmly. The bloodthirsty frenzy formation operated at full power, its blood energy surging and illusions multiplying, even eroding the minds of the myriad Dao Alliance immortals. The formation battle stalemated from the very first round. Before this situation could resolve, the Divine Artifice Sect's war tower loomed across the sky. 1,000 Zhong Tower ship bristled with cannons raining down countless runion-inscribed spirit crossbows, lightning spears, and mountain-crushing hammers. A torrent of destruction fueled by vast resources and peak artifact refinement. At that moment, witch Queen Qingxue of the western region appeared. With a sweep of her sleeve, 10,000 miles of toxic miasma blotted out the sun, corroding spiritual light and dissolving metal and stone. The Divine Artifice Sect's reliance on external tools waned sharply before the yin-infused corrupting poison mist. Then a chill moonlight washed over the battlefield. Guanghan Palace Lord Liu finally arrived. Her zither music flowed like an icy spring, silencing all in its path as it struck at the formation's core. The former Northern Domain ruler fox, immortal Su Qingxue, smiled radiantly. Spreading her 9 tails, she wove an endless dream realm, subtly drawing the silencing zither notes into the depths of nothingness. The two peerless immortals didn't clash directly, but engaged in an invisible contest at the level of laws. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. The central domain dragon clan had arrived. Several golden dragons manifested in their true forms, their claws and fangs rending the sky. Pure power infused with ancient pressure sought to crush all obstacles in the most brutal manner. The newly ascended true immortal Lady Huayu advanced. Behind her, the phantom roars of 10,000 spirits echoed as her true immortal domain unfolded with a fierce display. With a gentle lift of her delicate hand, she invoked the laws of heaven and earth, shaping them into a cage that imprisoned the leading golden dragon within a confined space. The chasm between mortal and immortal was thus made manifest. Chu Ye's side revealed all their trump cards. Chu Tianxing led the great Chu Iron Cavalry, using battle formations to evoke the killing aura of military Dao, with a blood tiger phantom roaring across the battlefield. The Chu family ancestor wielded the mountain river cauldron, its imperial might suppressing a region, stabilizing the earth veins, and securing the cosmos. Abbess Miaoyin chanted sacred sutras, her Sanskrit sounds offering salvation and disturbing the enemy's minds. Qin Nishang's sword light was like a ribbon, her imperial sword art orchestrating the local battle, her edge briefly suppressing several foes of the same realm. The battlefield had become a crucible. Dao techniques, machinery, melodies, brute force, miasma, illusions, military arrays, imperial might, Buddhist light, sword intent. The distinctive methods of each faction clashed fiercely. The brilliance was dazzling, the laws chaotic, and heaven and earth changed color. Chu Ye surveyed the entire scene with a calm gaze. Though the various forces had temporarily achieved a stalemate, he knew deep down that the true pressure was only just beginning to consolidate. Under the collision of multiple forces, the battle formed a fragile balance. Yet this balance did not last long. The true depth of the central domain's power began to reveal itself. The immortal elders of the 10,000 Dao Alliance, seeing that their formation tactics could not achieve a swift victory, immediately changed their strategy. The leading elder in purple robes sacrificed an ancient Dao banner, its surface depicting the myriad stars of the cosmos. Several elders simultaneously poured their vast immortal power into it. The banner fluttered in the wind, drawing down the power of the celestial stars like chains of starlight, forcibly scouring and dismantling the blood essence foundation of the bloodthirsty frenzy array. This was one of the 10,000 Dao Alliance's Town Alliance immortal artifacts, the Zhou Tian Star Banner. It used the majestic power of the heavenly Dao to counter various sinister arrays. The bloodthirsty frenzy array trembled violently, its blood light dimming under the pure radiance of the stars. Seeing this, the Divine Craft Workshop intensified their assault. The decks of several core warships opened, revealing the complex and intricate core formations within. Countless rare spirit crystals were fed into them, transforming into a blazing white beam of destruction over 100 zhong in diameter, which blasted towards the core region of the Great Chu Imperial Palace. This strike embodied the pinnacle of the Divine Craft Workshop's artifact, Dao seeking to break through a point with pure force. Its energy intensity neared the threshold of a true immortal. Qingxue's phoenix eyes blazed with killing intent as her imperial sword let out a clear, resounding dragon's roar. The phantom of the fortune golden dragon behind her merged into the sword, unleashing a dazzling sword aura like a sun, which met the destructive beam Hedon. The sword aura and the beam collided in midair, the terrifying shockwave instantly leveling several peaks below. Qingxue's figure swayed slightly, her face turning pale, but she did not retreat a single step. Guanghan Palace Mistress Liu narrowed her eyes. With a stroke of her fingers on the zither strings, the melody abruptly turned grim and murderous. No longer was it the range-purifying sound of nirvana, but countless visible crescent blades of cold light, like a storm of arrows targeting the fox immortal Su Qingxue, who was maintaining the dream illusion barrier to restrain her. Each crescent blade carried the ultimate chill and sharpness capable of severing the soul. Su Qingxue shook all nine tails, her foxfire surging into the sky. She conjured layers of barriers woven from reality and illusion, yet was still forced onto the defensive by the pervasive crescent blades, causing the range of her dream illusion barrier to shrink. The central domain dragon clan was even more enraged. The golden dragon trapped by Lady Huayu roared to the heavens, burning its dragon blood to forcibly break free from some of the true immortal domain's restraints. The other golden dragons ceased their scattered attacks, forming a line head to tail to deploy the ancient dragon clan battle formation, the 10,000 dragons refining the world. The overwhelming dragon might solidified into a tangible form, a colossal golden claw that blotted out the sky. With a terrifying power that could crush a continent, it struck down fiercely at Lady Huayu and the battlefield below. The pressure intensified sharply. Chu Ye's gaze swept across the battlefield, making a quick assessment. The 10,000 Dao Alliance was advancing steadily with their immortal artifact. The Divine Craft Workshop's all-out strike was barely blocked by Qingxue, but at great cost. The Guanghan Palace Mistress was suppressing Su Qingxue, and the Dragon Clan's battle formation posed the greatest threat. Time to stir things up a bit. Chu Ye thought, communicating with the 100 Phoenix chart. The witch Queen Qingxue, who had not yet shown herself, suddenly abandoned her entanglement with the Divine Craft Workshop, her figure appearing like a ghost near the immortals of the 10,000 Dao Alliance. She did not attack directly. Instead, she formed hand seals and sacrificed a bizarre purple-black clay pot, the Western Domain's ultimate defilement artifact, the Plague Emperor's Poison Cauldron. The pot's mouth opened, but no miasma emerged. Instead, a wisp of intangible decaying aura diffused silently, tainting the Star Dao banner and the immortals performing the ritual. Almost simultaneously, Chu Ye channeled a stream of pure world origin power into the bloodthirsty frenzy array. The collapsing array received a powerful boost, its blood light surging once more, even beginning to erode the starlight chains in reverse. The illusions within the array suddenly became more bizarre and unpredictable, beginning to manifest the Dao heart tribulations that the immortals least wished to face in their deepest minds. The rhythm of the 10,000 Dao Alliance was instantly thrown into disarray. Facing the heaven-straddling dragon claw, Lady Huayu's eyes hardened, and she held nothing back. She bit her tongue, spitting out a drop of blood containing her true immortal essence, which vanished into the phantom of 10,000 spirits behind her. The phantom instantly solidified by half. The combined pressure of ancient ferocious beasts surged, forming a giant multicolored palm that was in no way inferior to the dragon claw meeting it Hedon. Boom! The two claws collided, shattering space like a mirror, revealing the pitch-black void. Terrifying sound waves and energy storms swept in all directions, and many cultivators of lesser cultivation were shaken, spitting blood and falling from their clouds. Just as the golden dragon and the multicolored giant palm clashed, shaking heaven and earth, a sudden change occurred. A nearly imperceptible gray shadow flashed out from a spatial rift. Its target was not any of the immortal realm powerhouses, but Chu Shanha, the Chu family ancestor, who was at the edge of the battlefield, fully maintaining the mountain river cauldron. Its speed was so great, its aura so hidden, that even the true immortal's divine sense was slightly delayed. Shadow Pavilion. Qingxue cried out sharply, but her sword light was too late to return. The Shadow Pavilion of the Central Domain, renowned for its stealth and assassinations, and having remained on the fringes of the battlefield, had finally bared its poisoned fangs at the most critical moment of the battle. The short blade in the gray shadow's hand glowed with a ghostly blue death light, the burial immortal soul poison capable of corroding even an immortal body. It was clearly a long-planned attempt to sever a key supporting pillar of Chu Ye's side with a single strike. At this critical juncture, the space beside Chu Shanha rippled slightly, and a figure in plain white robes seemed to have been waiting there all along. Abbess Maoyan's form appeared, holding her prayer beads. With a compassionate expression, she uttered heavy golden Sanskrit syllables, Om Ma, and I Padme Hum. The six-syllable great bright mantra transformed into a tangible wall of sound, crashing into the ghostly blue death light. The Buddhist light and the death poison fiercely annihilated each other, emitting a harsh, sizzling sound. The gray shadow let out a muffled groan, clearly not expecting this seemingly support-focused Buddhist master to possess such keen foresight and formidable defensive capabilities. With the strike failed, it instantly dissolved into a shadow and fled, remerging into the void. Thank you, Abbess. Chu Shanha, his back drenched in cold sweat, steadied the mountain river cauldron and offered his thanks in a deep voice. Abbess Miaoyin nodded slightly, but her gaze became even more wary as she scanned the surrounding void. The Shadow Pavilion's intervention was like a signal. Enough. The purple-robed elder of the 10,000 Dao Alliance, his hair and beard bristling with fury, seemed genuinely enraged by the prolonged inability to breach the defenses. Exchanging glances with the other elders, he abruptly spat his own vital blood onto the Zhou Tian star banner. The banner's radiance surged, drawing down even more and thicker pillars of starlight. No longer merely eroding, they began to violently tear apart the foundational array nodes of the bloodthirsty mad formation. They were paying a price to break the formation swiftly. From the core of the Divine Workshop's tower ship came a tremendous overload hum. A second and third beam of annihilation, slightly thinner but faster, were already coalescing, clearly unwilling to grant Qingxue any respite. Liyue, the palace master of Guanghan, shifted her Qin melody once more. Amidst the frigid radiance of the moon blades, fine ice crystals appeared. Ignoring most defenses, these crystals directly assailed the soul, causing Su Qingyu's phantom dream barrier to show signs of stagnation and cracks. Although the golden dragon claw formed by the dragon clan's battle formation was held at bay by Flower Rain Lady, the clan's formidable physique and strength advantage gradually asserted themselves. The massive claw pressed downward slowly but inexorably. Flower Rain Lattice's expression remained relaxed. With the power of an immortal, the dragon clan still found it difficult to counter her completely. The scales of battle began to tilt slowly in favor of the Central Domain Alliance. With pressure mounting layer upon layer, multiple powerhouses on Chu Ye's side showed signs of fatigue, their defensive lines precarious. Yet deep in Chu Ye's eyes there was little panic. What he awaited was this very moment when the enemy, believing victory was in hand, would commit more forces. System, he murmured in his heart. Exchange remnant diagram of the Zhou Tian star array. Designated drop coordinates the Earth vein node directly beneath the 10,000 Dao Alliance's star banner. Exchange a wisp of Millennium Profound Ice Essence, deploy it into the core trajectory of the Guanghan Palace Master's Qin Sound. Exchange a portion of Inverse Scale Dragon Wraith Baleful Qi, inject it into the most intense point of blood energy connection within the Dragon Clan battle formation. Deducting points. Exchange complete. Deployment in progress. The system's prompt sounded calmly. The next moment, beneath the feet of the 10,000 Dao Alliance elders, the Earth suddenly split. It was no physical fissure, but countless more ancient, more obscure star runes surged upward instantly, creating a chaotic resonance with the starlight drawn by the Zhou Tian star banner. The purple-robed elder's face changed drastically, ancient star array patterns. How could there be a remnant? Liyue of Guanghan Palace felt her jade fingers strumming the Qin tremble slightly. A wisp of profound ice energy, purer and even more ancient than her own lunar power, invaded her Qin's Dao resonance without warning. Though it caused no harm, it introduced a jarring note of discord into the otherwise fluid and lethal melody. Su Qingyue, ever perceptive, seized the opportunity as her nine-tailed phantom radiance flared, instantly reversing her disadvantage. Within the golden dragon claw locked in stalemate with Flower Rain Lady, a baleful aura thick with venom and hatred for the dragon clan's very essence erupted abruptly, like a drop of cold water into boiling oil. The seamless unity of the dragon clan's battle formation violently fluctuated, disrupting the transmission of power. Now, Chu Ye's eyes blazed with sharp light as his voice resounded in the ears of all his allies. Ignoring the cost, Qingxue unleashed a second Emperor's sword, Qi, slashing it directly at the Divine Workshop's core tower ship. Flower Rain Lady let out a sharp cry. The 5 fingers of the myriad spirit's giant hand closed together, firmly gripping the unstable golden dragon claw. Her violent, immortal power poured forth, intent on crushing it to pieces. Chu Ye himself took a single step, his figure moving like a specter through the chaotic battlefield. His target was not any of the enemy's immortal realm experts, but the purple-robed elder of the 10,000 Dao Alliance, who was still trying to stabilize his formation. In the center of his palm, a faint light of chaotic color silently coalesced, emanating a heart-stopping aura that belonged to no known system of power. The true counterattack was now baring its fangs. At the heart of the battlefield, Chu Ye slowly advanced a step. The moment the chaotic light in his palm ignited and drew the attention of all powerhouses. An indescribably vast and mighty force surged from within Chu Ye, instantly sweeping across the entire. It was not immortal power nor laws, but something more essential, more profound. The 100 Phoenix chart world. The boundless power of origin transformed into an invisible cage enveloping the immortals of the 10,000 Dao Alliance, the Divine Workshop's tower ship, Liyue of Guanghan Palace, the Central Domain Dragon Clan's battle formation, and even several hidden auras of the Shadow Pavilion lurking in the vicinity. In an instant, space froze and time slowed. Whether it was the falling starlight, the streaking beams, the killing Qin notes, or the roaring dragon might, all were trapped as if in an extremely viscous, invisible amber. Their speed plummeted 100-fold, and their power waned layer by layer. Even the immortal power circulation and spiritual sense perception of the several realm experts became sluggish and difficult. This is the power of a world. The purple-robed elder of the 10,000 Dao Alliance exclaimed in shock, genuine terror appearing in his eyes for the first time. No, it's the origin of an independent small world. He can actually externalize and control it to this extent. An incredulous roar came from within the Divine Workshop's tower ship. A chilling thought sank into everyone's hearts: a trap. This was luring them in. And an even more soul-shattering turn of events followed. Flower Rain Lady, whom they had regarded as a newly ascended immortal relying on a true immortal artifact to contend with the dragon clan, underwent a sudden transformation in her aura at the exact moment Chu Ye unleashed the world origin suppression. The previously vast phantom of myriad spirits instantly retracted. A majestic aura surpassing all other immortals, present flawlessly harmonious, and subtly resonating with the laws of heaven and earth radiated without reservation. The space around her naturally rippled, as if even this region under worldly suppression instinctively yielded to her. A true immortal, a genuine true immortal realm. Not a temporary touch upon the threshold through secret arts or external force. She has been a true immortal all along. The Dragon Clan Elder's furious roar sounded distorted even in the stagnant air. On Flower Rain Lattice's exquisite face, there was no longer any trace of gravity, only a detached, icy calm. She did not even spare another glance at the golden dragon claw now slowed by the world's force. She merely extended a slender finger and tapped lightly. Poof! That battle formation dragon claw powerful enough to crush continents and forge from the strength of several golden dragons shattered like a burst bubble dissolving into scattered golden light. The several golden dragons comprising the formation were struck as if by a heavy blow, wailing in unison as dragon blood sprayed wildly, their auras instantly wilting. Then Flower Rain Lattice figure flickered, as if appearing in several places at once. Under the horrified gaze of the 10,000 Dao Alliance immortals, she swept her sleeve. The star banner drawing the radiance of the heavens instantly dimmed, wailing as it flew back, sending several elders coughing blood and tumbling backward. Before the Divine Workshop's tower ship, she flicked her finger. A beam of immortal light condensed to the extreme shot forth, precisely piercing the energy cores of several tower ships. A series of explosions rang out. Those war machines, each costing a fortune, spewed black smoke and tilted as they fell from the sky. As for Li Yu of Guanghan Palace, Flower Rain Lady did not directly attack, merely pressing down lightly with her true immortal domain. The cold Qin music abruptly ceased. Li Yu groaned, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her lips. Her gaze at Flower Rain Lady was filled with shock and complexity. As for the Shadow Pavilion's assassins, they could not hide under the true immortal's spiritual scan. Flower Rain Lady did not even need to search deliberately. Her immortal might swept through, and from the void came a few short, pained cries followed by silence. The entire process of suppression was as swift as lightning, as smooth as a rehearsed performance. Under the dual effects of world origin suppression and an absolute disparity in realm, the top combat power of the Central Domain Alliance, which had been so aggressive and displaying their skills moments before, was utterly routed in just a few breaths. A profound silence fell over the battlefield. Only Lady Huayu hovered in the void, her true immortal pressure slowly receding, her robes fluttering without wind as if she were a deity. Her gaze swept over the chaotic, incredulous array of mighty figures below before finally settling on Chu Ye, to whom she gave a slight nod. Chu Ye also withdrew the chaotic light and the suppression of the world's origin from his palm, dusting his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He looked at the crestfallen enemies, a smile devoid of warmth curling on his lips. Now we can renegotiate. About who sits at the table and who sets the rules. In the absolute silence, only heavy breathing remained, along with the bewilderment of a thoroughly shattered worldview. The roles of hunter and prey had at this moment undergone an indisputable reversal. As Chu Ye's words fell, a deathly stillness enveloped the scene. He did not grant these former hunters much time to react. His gaze turned to Lady Huayu, his tone calm, yet brooking no dissent. Madam, please temporarily seal the cultivation of these esteemed guests. Since they are guests, they should enjoy the peace befitting guests. As you command. Lady Huayu nodded. The power of a true immortal flowed, transforming into chains of immortal light, imbued with the law of confinement, which shot precisely towards the transcendent experts of the 10,000 Dao Alliance, Divine Artifice Workshop, Dragon Clan, and others. As the chains of immortal light entered their bodies, everyone felt their dantian and sea of consciousness instantly sealed by an unshakable barrier. Their surging immortal power receded like a tide, impossible to mobilize in the slightest. Though their cultivation realms remained, they were now no different from mortals. Humiliation and fury surfaced on the face of every powerful figure. Chu Ye, how dare you? A hoarse voice roared from the direction of the Shadow Pavilion. A pale black-robed elder, though restrained, still had a fierce look in his eyes. Behind us stands the entire central region. If you truly dare to imprison us today, you will be at irreconcilable odds with all the transcendent forces of the central region. At that point, there will be no place for you anywhere in the world. Release us now, and perhaps. His words were cut short. Chu Ye did not even look at him. He merely raised a hand casually. A more condensed, more primal power from the 100 Phoenix diagram world descended silently, enveloping the black-robed elder completely. There was no earth-shattering sound, nor any flashy technique. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the body of that transcendent expert from the Shadow Pavilion began to disintegrate from his fingertips, like weathered sand, dissolving bit by bit into the most fundamental particles of light. His struggles, his roars, even the fluctuations of his divine soul were all silently erased and annihilated in the same process. Within a few breaths, a transcendent grandmaster capable of founding a sect in any ordinary region vanished completely from this world, leaving not a single trace behind. Silence. A deathly silence. The lingering aura of that annihilation seemed to still hang in the air, chillingly brushing against everyone's divine soul. Faces that had retained a hint of defiance or anger instantly turned deathly pale. They finally realized with stark clarity this young man before them, who had always worn a gentle smile, was not bluffing. He truly dared to kill and possessed the means to make a transcendent die, so easily, so utterly. Anyone else wish to discuss the consequences? Chu Ye's gaze swept calmly across the crowd, his tone still mild. No one dared to answer. Even their breathing was deliberately softened. Absolute force and merciless deterrence had completely shattered the last shred of pride in the hearts of these four. Yet amidst this oppressive submission, a figure as cold and clear as the moon, yet burning with an unyielding reluctance, slowly straightened her back. It was Li Yue. The bloodstains at the corner of her mouth were still fresh, her face pale from the sealed cultivation, but her eyes blazed with an almost stubborn, icy flame. As the de facto core instigator of this joint siege, she could not accept such a crushing defeat, nor could she bear the fate of being a prisoner along with her disciples. By the moon I swear, burn my Dao foundation. She murmured an ancient, obscure incantation, and an abnormal radiant light began to glow around her. That light did not come from the external moonlight, but erupted from the deepest recesses of her being, carrying a destructive sense of combustion. Her originally sealed aura began to climb and surge wildly, forcibly breaking through part of the confinement set by Lady Huayu. A pressure of power far exceeding before, vaguely touching a new level, emanated from her. Though unstable, though filled with a self-destructive frenzy, it was unmistakably the power fluctuation of a true palace mistress. Several elders of the Guanghan Immortal Palace cried out in shock, their voices filled with both astonishment and grief. They recognized this forbidden secret art passed down through generations of the Guanghan Immortal Palace, yet strictly prohibited. Moonfall. It permanently damaged the Dao Foundation and burned future potential in exchange for a temporary forced elevation of cultivation. A true immortal. A flicker of final desperate hope ignited in the eyes of the 10,000 Dao Alliance and Dragon Clan. If Li Yue could truly break through to the true immortal realm at this moment, even temporarily, they might just carve out a sliver of opportunity. Facing Li Yu's desperate, forcibly elevated true immortal pressure, Lady Huayu merely shook her head gently, a trace of almost pitying mockery flashing in her eyes. A firefly's light dares to vie with the radiance of the bright moon. Without even moving a step, she simply extended a slender jade finger and pressed it lightly in Li Yu's direction. There was no grand spectacle, only the purest suppression of a true immortal domain coupled with a deeper understanding and control of the heavenly laws. The violently burning, radiant light around Li Yue was extinguished and shattered like a candle flame abruptly snuffed out by an invisible giant hand. She violently spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with specks of ice crystals and fragmented Dao power. The forcibly elevated power receded like a tide, and the backlash caused her aura to plummet to its nadir, even worse than when she was merely sealed. She collapsed limply to the ground. The faint hope that had just arisen in everyone's hearts sank once more into the abyss. The borrowed, unstable true immortal power was utterly pathetic and fragile before Lady Huayu's genuine true immortal might. Lady Huayu raised her hand, and a more solid chain of immortal light imbued with even greater sealing power descended, completely locking Li Yue down and stripping away even her final chance to struggle. And at this very moment, when Li Yu's cultivation was completely sealed and she was severely weakened by the backlash of the forbidden art, another change occurred. The medicinal power of the heavenly soul confusion incense, which she had been forcibly suppressing deep within her body with her profound cultivation, lost its crucial restraint and finally erupted like a burst dam. A faint stifled moan, utterly different from her usual cold and aloof demeanor, escaped Li Yu's. Her originally pale, snow-like cheeks flushed with a breathtaking crimson almost visible to the naked eye. Her usually clear and indifferent eyes were instantly veiled with a misty, hazy sheen. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if she were fiercely resisting a strange, surging heat that had suddenly awakened within her. Though she clenched her teeth, trying to maintain her last shred of dignity and clarity, her quickening breath and the faintly reddening roots of her ears. The barely concealed turmoil and yearning in her eyes were clearly visible to Chu Ye and all the perceptive observers present. Chu Ye looked at this Guanghan palace mistress who had earned a rating of 99, yet now found herself in an unprecedented state of distress and inner conflict. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth, a meaningful expression spreading across his face. It seems, he began slowly and deliberately, that in our upcoming discussion about the rules we can start with Palace Mistress Li Yue and take our time. Subsequently, he appointed Qin Mishang to take command of the battlefield and handle the aftermath, while he brought Li Yue to his bedchamber. Inside the chamber, the atmosphere was delicate yet scorching. Li Yue was restrained within the hall by a gentle prohibition which inflicted no physical pain, yet tormented her more than any torture. The potency of the heaven soul bewildering incense ravaged her body like a myriad of ants gnawing at her reason and aloofness. The moon-white celestial robe emblematic of the Guanghan palace mistress status now became the most vexing constraint. Her breath quickened, her cheeks flushed like rosy clouds, and her once icy eyes shimmered with mist, shattering into startling allure. Her slender fingers uncontrollably clawed at her own collar, the neckline, already slightly disheveled, revealing a stretch of jade-like neck with skin glowing in an enticing pink. She bit her lower lip fiercely, trying to maintain a last shred of clarity through pain, yet a few broken, unbearable moans still escaped her throat. Pride and desire waged a fierce battle within her, adding a breathtaking, fragile beauty to her peerless countenance. Chu Ye sat leisurely on a jade chair not far away, with even a pot of clear tea placed at hand. Like the most discerning connoisseur, he watched the spectacle of the Guanghan moon falling, the jade mountain toppling with keen interest, his gaze playful, and a faint, elusive smile curling at the corners of his lips. Liu's will retreated step by step before the overwhelming flames of desire. Ultimately, her remaining rationality made her turn to the only man who could resolve her current plight. Her voice trembled faintly, carrying a plea she herself hadn't noticed. Help. Help me. Chu Ye. I beg you. Help you. Chu Ye seemed to hear an amusing joke, taking a light sip of tea, his tone leisurely to the point of cruelty. Palace Mistress Liu, did I hear correctly? You masterminded a plan allying with the powers of the central domain to annihilate my great Chu and capture me. Now you want me, your greatest enemy, to help you through this little predicament. He set down the teacup, a flash of light at his fingertip as a crystalline memory stone levitated, recording Liu's current state in vivid detail. The world says the Guanghan celestial maiden has bones of ice and jade, a pure heart, and few desires the untaintable moon of the 9 heavens. Chu Ye's voice whispered like a demon, each word striking Liu's crumbling defenses. If they were to witness with their own eyes their unattainable, inviolable celestial maiden Liu in such a state, burning with spring lust, writhing in supplication. What a spectacle that would be if spread abroad. The 10th sandier pure reputation of Guanghan Celestial Palace, the Dao heart you've upheld all your life. What then? At his words, Liu's body trembled violently, her eyes flashing with extreme shame and terror, nearly bleeding. The faint glow of the memory stone flickered in her hazy vision, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chu Ye rose and walked slowly to her. He reached out his fingertips, carrying a slight coolness, gently lifting Liu's burning, delicate chin, forcing her to raise that breathtakingly beautiful face capable of toppling nations. Even in such a state of utter disarray, the startling beauty and the fragility born from shattered pride still left. Liu's eyes were completely dazed, sustained only by a precarious shred of wool, like the last lonely lamp in a race. She looked at Chu Ye, her gaze interweaving hatred, supplication, humiliation, and an almost overflowing physiological craving. Chu Ye leaned in close to her ear, his voice low and seductive, like the craftiest hunter offering the final choice before the prey completely surrenders. Give me a reason, Liu. A reason sufficient for me to set aside the grievances between us and deign to help you, the noble palace mistress. In the bedchamber, the air stagnated, leaving only Liu's increasingly uncontrollable gasps and the unsettling faint light of the memory stone. Chu Ye's question was the final straw, pressing down on Liu's crumbling will. Her eyes churned violently, shame, fear, hatred, and the longing that threatened to consume her, all seething together. She knew what Chu Ye wanted, not just her submission, but her complete, irrevocable surrender. Her voice was hoarse, almost inarticulate, each word squeezed out, as if from cracking ice. Guanghan Celestial Palace. Can cease hostilities with you. Resources. Scriptures. Take what you wish. Not enough. Chu Ye shook his head, his fingertips lightly stroking her burning cheek. A delicate touch, yet carrying the coldness of appraising goods. These things, after defeating you, I can obtain them just the same. Palace mistress, it seems you still haven't grasped your own situation and value. Liu's body shuddered, a deeper fear seizing her. She realized what the other party wanted was far beyond material compensation. Then, what do you want? She almost spat out these words through clenched teeth, the surging potency of the drug darkening her vision, the string of reason stretched to its limit. The air in the bedchamber seemed to solidify, only Liu's broken gasps and the faint glow of the suspended memory stone piercing her nerves in the silence. Chu Ye savored her ultimate struggle. After a moment, in a flat tone, as if making casual conversation, he cast an even heavier stone. Palace mistress seems still puzzled about the origin of this heaven soul bewildering incense. He leaned slightly, locking his gaze onto Liu's suddenly wide eyes, and spoke clearly and slowly. It was I? From the formula to the refinement, to letting it drift into your palace with the wind. All from my hand. Liu's body shook violently, disbelief flashing in her eyes, then replaced by deeper humiliation and sudden realization. So that was it. Previously, Liu had paid a great price to inquire of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion about an antidote, and the verdict given was Chu Ye. Indeed, everything became clear. The one who could cure could also be the one who poisoned. So the source of all her disgrace, this scheme that destroyed her and her sect's dignity, was the premeditated revenge of... Why? Her voice was hoarse, every word a tearful accusation. My Guanghan Celestial Palace, and you. Since you chose to be the hunter, you must be prepared to be bitten back by the prey, or even dragged into a trap. This incense is but a small punishment for your greed and... Since you chose to be the hunter, you must be prepared to be bitten back by the prey, or even dragged into a trap. This incense is but a small punishment for your greed and arrogance. Punishment. Liu laughed bitterly. This punishment had nearly destroyed everything she had. Of course, this is just the beginning. Chu Ye shifted his tone, adding an oppressive authority. Palace mistress is a clever woman. You have two choices now. He raised one finger. First, continue to resist. I will replicate this recording 10,000 times and scatter it across every corner of the central domain. Let the world fully appreciate the grace of the Guanghan Palace mistress. By then, the 10th Sandier pure reputation of Guanghan Celestial Palace will be ruined. Your disciples deeply poisoned, their days numbered. Some will betray, some scatter, and your legacy will become a joke. And you? His gaze swept over her body, trembling from the drug's effect. You might be received by certain forces, becoming a... Well, you understand. Li Yu's face turned ashen, her eyes filled with terror, as if she could already see that hellish scene. Chu Ye raised a second finger. Second, submit to me. Sign a blood pact, and henceforth obey my commands. The Guanghan Fairy Palace can preserve its legacy and perhaps even ascend to greater heights. And you need not suffer utter ruin and sink into the abyss of desire. You? Don't even think. Li Yu forced out a refusal through gritted teeth, but her resolve had already waned considerably. Both futures Chu Ye painted were utterly dark, but the latter at least preserved a sliver of dignity for her sect. It seems the palace master requires a little more persuasion to make a decision. Chu Ye's tone remained unchanged, yet carried a deeper chill. I don't mind sending Huayu on a visit to the Guanghan Fairy Palace. A true immortal can in but a moment turn that snowy immortal realm into a veritable mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Do you wish to be the eternal sinner of your sect, or the bearer of humiliation who ensures its survival? The shadow of the sect's annihilation pierced Li Yu's final defenses like the iciest stalactite. Personal disgrace against the continuation of her sect. She trembled, biting her lip until it bled profusely. Just as she teetered on the brink of utter collapse, a deeply buried obsession surfaced like a drowning person's last. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with utter despair, yet also a faint, desperate glint of resolve to stake everything. If I agree, could you promise me one thing? Oh, Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, gesturing for her to continue. My master, Cold Moon true person. Li Yu's voice carried boundless sorrow and entreaty. Her lifespan is nearly spent, and she has long suffered from severe injuries. By her own power, she can never pass the immortal tribulation. The reason I pushed this matter so urgently, besides your constitution, was also to seek a glimmer of hope for her. Tears streamed silently down her face. This was the tender core hidden deep within her heart that drove all her forceful actions. Chu Ye listened quietly, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. So this was it. This bond between master and disciple was her greatest weakness and motivation. Help her transcend the tribulation and become an immortal. Chu Ye pondered for a moment, then nodded. Agreed. If you truly submit, you will be an asset to my cause. Helping her become an immortal is not impossible. This promise was like a key unlocking the last heavy chain in Li Yu's heart. The sect's survival, her master's life, and the chance to avoid utter degradation or annihilation. Under the crushing weight of absolute power and meticulously crafted psychological pressure, lured by the final glimmer of hope, all her persistence and pride finally crumbled into dust. Chu Ye said no more. The complex, ancient blood-rune blood pact reappeared on his fingertip and drifted slowly towards Li Yu's brow. Chu Ye said no more. The complex, ancient blood-rune blood pact reappeared on his fingertip and drifted slowly towards Li Yu's brow. Li Yu offered no resistance. A single drop of blood mixed with her vital essence and core soul force seeped from her forehead, trembling as it merged into the rune. The moment the blood pact was complete, the potency of the heavenly soul confusion incense was forcibly suppressed into a deeper layer, no longer rampaging, yet irrevocably bound to her soul. An intangible, unbreachable sense of subordination spread. Li Yu's power, will, and even her emotions were now under his control. The light faded. Li Yu collapsed weakly to the ground. The weakness following the great ordeal, combined with the pull and suppression of the pact, transformed into a natural reverence and obedience towards her master. She raised her head slightly, her gaze towards Chu Ye, now holding only submission, confusion, and a trace of allure infused into the depths of her soul by the incense. Chu Ye walked before her and extended his hand. Li Yu's body trembled slightly. Her will felt the shame of resistance, yet her body obeyed, even with a hint of eager surrender. This conflict between body and will was the tyranny of the blood pact, or perhaps Chu Ye did not demand absolute loyalty of the will, for that to him was far too tedious. He preferred to savor the process of the will's gradual descent. Chu Ye leaned down, his fingertip brushing over Li Yu's suddenly wide eyes, now filled entirely with tameness and dependence, and left his final mark upon her delicate, exquisite heart. Questioning the Tao, what should you call me now? Master. She uttered these two words, hoarse, yet clear, marking the fall of a generation's fairy palace master and the birth of an utterly loyal servant. Within the bedchamber, the radiance of the blood pact had yet to fully dissipate. The air was thick with the subtle fluctuations of the covenant's completion and the lingering, cloying sweetness. Chu Ye withdrew his hand, the palm still seeming to retain the delicate, yet scorching touch of Li Yu's cheek. He looked at his newly acquired covenant object before him, his gaze calm as he issued the first unquestionable command, two words clear and flat, yet like invisible shackles acted directly upon the core of Li Yu's will through the link of the blood pact. Li Yu's body stiffened violently. Intense struggle and ultimate shame flickered in her eyes. She was once the lofty palace master of Guanghan, a body of pure ice and jade. How could she ever suffer such humiliation? Internal resistance surged like a tide. Yet the power of the blood pact was far more domineering and absolute. It was absolute obedience branded into the depths of her soul. Her consciousness still fought, but her body had already betrayed her while beginning to move. Her slender fingers trembled, moving uncontrollably towards her own collar. The moon-white palace attire, symbol of her identity and pride, slipped from her body piece by piece, like shedding cicada. First the outer robe, then the inner garment, then the intimate underclothes. Each piece of clothing that left her body seemed to peel away a layer of her dignity and past. Soon a figure of breathtaking perfection lay completely exposed before Chu Ye's eyes. Her skin was fairer than snow, suffused with a faint lingering pink flush of arousal, like the finest warm suet jade. Her figure curved in graceful undulating lines, every part perfectly proportioned. Her full bosom trembled lightly with her rapid breaths. Her waist was slender, and her long straight legs were pressed together, but couldn't stop trembling slightly. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, casting a layer of clear radiance upon her, adding a touch of breathtaking fragility and allure. Chu Ye's gaze swept over her calmly, as if appraising a collection piece that was finally entirely his own and of exquisite quality. He lingered not nor showed any hesitation or pity. Stepping forward, he reached out and lifted this naked, exquisite body, a symbol of conquest and trophy, into his arms. Ah! Li Yu let out a short cry, her body instantly tensing, yet under the pact's suppression, she could offer no effective resistance. Chu Ye strode directly to the wide bed within the hall, and without a trace of gentleness tossed the warm jade-like body in his arms onto it. The softness of the brocade contrasted with the cool, smooth delicacy of her skin. To detoxify, one must be thorough. Chu Ye's voice betrayed little emotion as he leaned over, completely enveloping Li Yu in his shadow. There was no prelude, no tenderness, not even a thought for Li Yu's current physical weakness or the fact it was her first time. NNGH. Li Yu's eyes brimmed with tears from the pain. Yet Chu Ye was no longer a novice in matters of passion. The skills and finesse accumulated from countless enchanting encounters were now displayed in full force before a celestial maiden experiencing such intimacy for the first time. This was not merely a union of bodies, but a one-sided conquest and branding. With a domineering stance, Chu Ye used the most primal means to repeatedly declare his ownership over Li Yue, shattering all her former aloofness and pride. This is the treatment of a captive. Remember who holds dominion over you. Recognize that you are no longer a celestial maiden, but a maidservant belonging solely to Chu Ye. Li Yu's resistance crumbled under the onslaught of the contract, and her bodis instincts, unbeknownst to her, amidst the shattered cries of barely suppressed melodiousness, began to emerge. Her taut body was the most honest response, a primal instinct forcibly awakened by the dual effects of the elixir and the blood pact. This detoxification born of force and conquest lasted an entire day and night. Within the bedchamber, Li Yu had long lost all sense of self, her consciousness a blur, her body feeling as if it were no longer her own. All of Li Yu's pride, coldness, and reason were ground to dust, leaving only the rawest physical responses and the bond of the blood pact etched deep into her very being. 3 days later, Chu Ye finally sated released the woman who lay limp and unconscious in his arms. He sat up, surveying the disheveled bed and the exquisite face of Li Yue, now devoid of any coldness and marked by exhaustion, and nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, the system notification, silent for a day, chimed in succession like the most delightful celestial music. Ding! Detected host successfully subdues top-tier beauty, Li Yu Guanghan, Celestial Palace Master, comprehensive score 99. Missions abundant, system upgrading, rewards dispensing. Reward cultivation elevated to Saint Realm 5th. Reward Art Guanghan, Celestial Scripture. Reward Artifact Moon Reflecting, Celestial Pendant. Reward Pills 9 Revolutions, Soul Returning Pill 9, Grand Void Enlightenment Pill 9, Emperor Realm Breakthrough Pill 12, 9 Revolutions, Sublimation Pill 12, Immortal Realm Breakthrough Pill 3. The bountiful rewards surged in, and Chu Ye could clearly feel his power skyrocketing. He looked at the slumbering Li Yu in his arms. Unbeknownst to him, a glint of obscure light flickered in her cold, star-like eyes. Next, it's time to deal with those who lack foresight. Chu Ye murmured to himself, a hint of amusement in his voice. After handling the deep appeasement and reward collection matters with Li Yue, Chu Ye, refreshed and invigorated, found Qin Nishang in the temporary command tent buried under a mountain of documents. Without lifting her head, Qin Nishang swiftly reviewed battle reports and initial responses from various factions. Her cool voice carried a hint of understanding and teasing. Your Highness looks radiant. It seems the medicine has cured the ailment, having thoroughly resolved the core contradictions of the Guanghan Celestial Palace. Chu Ye rubbed his nose unabashed and sat down across from her. He casually pushed several bottles of pills emanating dense celestial energy toward Qin Nishang. Thank you, Empress, for handling the aftermath. These 9 Revolutions soul-returning pills and Grand Void Enlightenment pills are a token of my gratitude. The former can restore flesh and revive the dead, saving even a single lingering soul. The latter can stabilize the spirit, allow one to experience the laws of heaven and earth, and enhance one's affinity with the great Tao, beneficial for those on the verge of a breakthrough. Qin Nishang paused her brush, glanced up at him, and accepted the pills without questioning their origin. At least you have some. Tell me, what are your plans next? You can't keep those honored guests waiting forever. She pushed a compiled dossier toward Chu Ye, clearly listing the current state of the captured faction's potential reactions and her preliminary strategies. The 10,000 Dao Alliance appears to be a righteous leader, but it is riddled with internal factions. Their recent losses are significant. We can demonstrate our might, then entice them with benefits, divide and co-opt. It shouldn't be too difficult. The Divine Artifice Workshop values profit. Their recent losses sting more than physical pain. Promise them substantial gains and your novel formations and alchemical recipes, and they might turn into an asset. The Dragon Clan is proud, but they value strength and bloodline above all. Lady Huayu has already subdued them. We can pressure them into ceding some interests and signing a non-aggression pact. They pose no immediate threat. Her finger paused on Guanghan's celestial palace, and she gave Chu Ye a meaningful look. Their palace master has been personally dealt with by you. Leaderless, and with their doctrines and palace rules shaken at their very foundation by your special methods. Whether through coercion, bribery, or fostering a puppet, bringing them under control is only a matter of time. Finally, her finger landed heavily on the words Shadow Pavilion, her brow furrowing slightly. The Shadow Pavilion is the most troublesome. They are erratic, vengeful, and their techniques are bizarre, specializing in stealth and assassination. More importantly, their sect's location remains a mystery. No one knows their true lair. Many factions in the central region dare not speak out against them for fear of their pervasive assassination retaliation. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to evade a covert strike. Chu Ye listened, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. He condensed a special crystal containing the residual aura and fragmented laws of the Shadow Pavilion's immortal realm elder, while simultaneously summoning a divination-assisting artifact from the system rewards, the Celestial Abacus. Hidden sect. I'll dig it out myself. Chu Ye channeled the crystal's aura into the abacus, sinking his divine sense into it, attempting to trace the residual threads of causality back to the source and locate the Shadow Pavilion's lair. The stellar runes on the abacus spun rapidly, their light flickering unsteadily. At first, a faint line of causality emerged, pointing toward a vague direction. However, as Chu Ye tried to pinpoint the location further, a sinister, obscure force filled with twisted malice surged back from the other end of the causal thread. Like the most viscous filth, it instantly contaminated the divination trajectory. The runes on the abacus went into violent chaos, their light dimming, and the divination was forcibly interrupted. Something is interfering with the celestial mechanisms, obscuring their sect's location. A flicker of surprise flashed in Chu Ye's eyes, which quickly turned into a cold sneer. It seems the Shadow Pavilion does have some unspeakable tricks up its sleeve. He did not attempt another conventional deduction, but instead communicated with the 100 Phoenix chart world through his mind. A stream of pure and profound primordial force imbued with the mysteries of world creation and evolution slowly flowed from his palm into the ingenious abacus. The world's primordial force, the most fundamental power constituting a realm, transcended ordinary laws. Against methods that relied on concealing and obfuscating the world's own rules, it possessed an almost dimensional reduction level of insight. The abacus, empowered by the world's primordial force, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented clear light. The cold and obscure interfering forces melted like snow under the sun, swiftly dissolving under the pure wash of the primordial energy. The blurred threads of causality instantly became clear and tangible, piercing through layers of mist and false trajectories, pointing directly toward an extremely hidden coordinate. It was not located in the remote mountains, treacherous waters, or abyssal depths one might imagine, but was cleverly attached to the edge of a famous spatial turbulence zone in the central region. Harnessing the violent spatial forces, it formed a perfect concealment barrier with several layers of ancient illusion arrays superimposed within. Found it. Chu Ye withdrew his power, and the image on the abacus froze, revealing a specific spatial coordinate with clarity. They chose a good spot, but unfortunately they ran into me. Qingxue, who had been watching intently, now flashed a sharp glint in her eyes. The previous solemnity dissipated, replaced by the keenness and decisiveness of the Iron Blood Empress. Good. Now that we've found the rat's nest, there's nothing to fear. They'll take charge of the subsequent intelligence verification, attack routes, troop deployment, and counter-strategies against their techniques. She quickly spread out a new strategic map and began marking. The Shadow Pavilion's threat lies in its mystery and suddenness. Once their lair is exposed, most of their deterrent power is lost. This time we'll use them as a target to eliminate this threat, and in doing so further intimidate other ill-intentioned factions in the central region. She looked at Chu Ye, her tone inquiring, but her gaze was already resolute. Our next target is this skulking What do you think? Chu Ye stood up, looking at the red-marked coordinate on the map, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Those who stab in the dark will eventually be pierced by arrows. As you say, next we raise the Shadow Pavilion. He paused and added, I'll handle this personally. Some scores need to be settled face to face. Qingxue nodded without objection. She knew Chu Ye was referring to the treacherous ambush the Shadow Pavilion had launched against Patriarch Chu Shana on the battlefield. Some forms of deterrence must be administered by the Supreme Ruler himself to send a bone-chilling chill through the eyes lurking in the shadows. After Chu Ye and Qingxue finalized their strategy, he returned to the bedchamber. Under the soft glow of the luminous pearls within, the exquisitely enchanting figure on the bed stirred slightly. Liu had awakened. She opened her eyes in a daze, staring at the unfamiliar ornate canopy. The overwhelming ache flooded her senses like a tide, awakening the memory of the 3-day, 3-night ordeal that had shaken her very soul. The lingering sensations on every inch of her skin and every mark, deep or shallow, silently proclaimed ownership and conquest. Palace mistress, time to rise. Chu Ye's voice carried a hint of mockery as it sounded from the doorway. The title palace mistress grated on her ears like a cold file scraping harshly against Li Yu's heart. The address reminded her of her stripped identity and the leaderless Guanghan immortal palace, now tormented by the celestial soul bewildering incense. She tried to prop herself up, but the slightest movement sent searing pain through her limbs. The area between her waist and legs felt as if her very bones had been dismantled and reassembled, leaving her weak and trembling uncontrollably. She took a deep breath, suppressing her discomfort, and sat up, covered by the brocade quilt, gazing at the man who approached slowly, as if he commanded everything. "Your Highness." The blood pack's power forced the title from her lips, her voice dry and faint. "I beg you. The entire Guanghan immortal palace still suffers from the incense poison. Please show mercy and grant the antidote." Chu Ye walked to the bedside, looking down at her. The quilt slipped slightly, revealing the mottled marks on her rounded shoulders and collarbone. He reached out, not to touch those marks, but directly into the quilt. Li Yu's body jerked violently. Instinctively, she wanted to recoil, but the pact and her physical weakness pinned her in place, forcing her to endure the teasing touch. "And why should I?" Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. "I don't recall agreeing to that. Besides," he leaned in, his breath hot against her ear, "everything you are now, body and soul, belongs to me. A plaything whose very being is entirely mine. What do you have to bargain with? Resources? I lack nothing. Yourself? You are already mine. Do I need a reason to refuse?" Li Yu was stunned by the logic in his words, a wave of icy despair washing over her. Indeed, now that even her free will was locked away by the pact, she truly had no leverage. The suppression of the blood pact even made her subconsciously feel that he had no obligation to help her, sect, a thought that brought her a profound, bone-chilling sorrow. Seeing her eyes redden as she fought back tears, her expression on the verge of weeping, yet holding firm, Chu Ye's tone suddenly shifted. His fingers traced ambiguously along her sensitive waist. "However," he drawled, "I can't bear to see a beauty grieve, especially one I've personally sculpted. If you could improve my mood a little, say by attending to me well enough to bring me pleasure, maybe I'd change my mind if I'm pleased." Li Yu was not foolish. She immediately understood his meaning. A flush spread from her cheeks to her ears and down to her neck, collarbone, and shoulders, a mixture of shame and a resigned helplessness intertwining. She had no choice. From the moment she signed the blood pact, she had none. For the Guanghan immortal palace, for the disciples who followed her and were now suffering, she had to surrender even her last shred of pride and dignity. "I understand." She lowered her gaze, her voice barely audible, yet carrying a desperate submission. Chu Ye smirked in satisfaction, withdrawing his hand. "Then go bathe and change. These marks are quite..." Li Yu took a deep breath, enduring the pain throughout her body, and threw off the quilt to get out of bed. The moment her snow-white jade-like legs touched the ground, they buckled violently with weakness, nearly sending her to her knees. She quickly grabbed the edge of the bed to steady herself, but her legs still trembled fiercely, barely able to support her weight. The after-effects of the previous indulgence were now starkly evident. When had this ethereal immortal ever been so helpless and powerless, unable even to stand steady? Chu Ye did not help her, but instead crossed his arms, leisurely savoring the sight. Watching the once unreachable Guanghan immortal, who could make countless cultivators' hearts race with a single glance, now struggling to walk even the simplest steps after 3 days, a sense of conquest mixed with satisfaction welled up within him. Li Yu felt his unabashed gaze and was so ashamed she wished she could disappear into the ground. Gritting her teeth, she tried to control her trembling legs with sheer, while moving inch by agonizing inch. Each step pulled at her sore muscles and hidden wounds, causing her to groan softly. After wobbling just 2 steps, she heard Chu Ye's impatient sigh from behind. The next moment, the world spun. Chu Ye stepped forward and without a word swept her into his arms. Li Yu gasped softly, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "Enough of that." Chu Ye lowered his head, gazing at her blushing, exquisite face so close to his, and said with a teasing tone, "A maid I went through so much trouble to conquer. If she were to cripple herself, wouldn't that be dull? These legs..." He weighed the light, yet limp and feeble body in his arms, hinting, "I haven't had my fill of them." With that, he carried Li Yue, whose body was stiff yet flushed with warmth from his words and actions, straight toward the bathing pool at the side of the bedchamber. The rising steam and misty vapor soon blurred their figures, concealing the prelude to a new round of negotiations about to unfold. She had barely reached the door when Chu Ye's voice, laced with a faint smile, came from behind. "Wait." Li Yue paused and turned back, bewildered. "Look at you. Slowly lower your head and look at your own body." Chu Ye leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. "It's been a while since I've admired your body up close." He curled his lips, his eyes gleaming with amusement and heat. "Especially now that you've been thoroughly tamed." With that, he hugged his arms, waiting with patience and a hint of mockery for the trembling Li Yue to complete that humiliating act under his gaze. The word servitude echoed profoundly. Over the next 7 days, Li Yue fully embodied the essence of the blood pact's absolute obedience. The once aloof and proud lady of Guanghan Palace had now shed all dignity and reserve before Chu Ye, becoming a delicate vessel existing solely to please her master. She donned the sheer gowns Chu Ye suggested. In shades of crimson and smoky purple, she would never have touched. She learned awkward, yet striving with all her might, allowing him to imprint various techniques into her Buddhist memory through repeated guidance and exploration. She even learned beyond the bed to serve him tea and massage his shoulders in a humble posture, her beautiful eyes downcast, utterly submissive. That proud spirit seemed shattered and remolded, leaving only a stunning shell that instinctively responded to Chu Ye's touch and commands. On the morning of the 7th day, Chu Ye, holding the exhausted Li Yue, who still instinctively pressed close after a night of storm, finally relented. Today I'll go with you to Guanghan Immortal Palace to see your master. Hearing this, a flicker of complex emotion flashed through Li Yu's hazy eyes. Joy, worry, and deep-seated, she scrambled up, immediately oblivious to her nudity, having long grown accustomed to being uncovered before him. She fetched Chu Ye's robes, dressing him with gentle, practiced hands, smoothing every fold with lowered eyes like the most devoted maidservant. Chu Ye watched her focused service and the delicate curves trembling with her movements. Unable to resist as she adjusted his belt, his hand slipped into her garment. Li Yu's body stiffened, then quickly relaxed, even arching her chest slightly. To accommodate his action, her cheeks flushed, yet she dared not resist or complain, only biting her lip and quickening her pace in dressing him. Chu Ye chuckled softly, then withdrew his hand reluctantly. The two arrived at Guanghan Immortal Palace, now shrouded in an eerie silence. The once biting wind seemed gentler, and the celestial maidens moved about with lowered eyes and subdued expression. Seeing Lady Li Yue and Chu Ye approach together, they stepped aside and bowed, their eyes hiding ineffable fear and a forcibly suppressed, barely perceptible restlessness. 6 days earlier, after Li Yue had first utterly humbled herself and served with all her might, begging, Chu Ye had shown using a special technique he suppressed the heaven soul enchanting poison within the palace residence, preventing its. Yet it lingered like a bone-deep ache, a subtle constant tease reminding them that their lives hung by a thread in Chu Ye's hand. Ignoring the others, they went straight to a frozen palace deep within the immortal realm, guarded by heavy seals. Inside, the air was bitingly cold. At the center lay a bed carved from tinta sandy-rolled ice, upon which a woman rested. She was Li Yu's master, the former lady of Guanghan Palace, the true person Han Yu. Her face was stunningly beautiful, bearing a 5 or 6 resemblance to Li Yue, yet with added fragility and solitude from the passage of years. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, her hair spread like frost and snow, her brows and eyes were tightly shut, her breath so faint she seemed on the verge of vanishing with the wind. Even in her coma, the intense cold and purity emanating from within remained strong, like a fragile ice goddess. Chu Ye's gaze swept over her, and system information appeared. Target: Han Yue, former lady of Guanghan Immortal Palace, master of Li Yue. Status: 5 declines of heaven and man, severe damage to her origin, afflicted by a lifespan devouring worm life force, severed cultivation, fallen to mortal realm. Currently sustained by special methods, in continuous decline. Evaluation: pure as ice, jade-like bones, but utterly spent. Without a heaven-defying opportunity, she will dissipate within a month. Overall score: 98. Her lifespan is nearly over, her spiritual meridians are severed, yet her pride remains unbroken. Chu Ye understood. The Han Yu before him was delicate and fragile, like a handful of melting snow, bearing a beauty that invited destruction. As if sensing someone's approach, Han Yu's long lashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. They were eyes similar to Li Yu's, but colder and more desolate. Now clouded with weakness, her gaze drifted past Li Yue and paused briefly on Chu Ye, conveying nothing but a dead, icy chill. Li Yue, who is this? Her voice was light and broken like crushed ice. Chu Ye dispensed with pleasantries and cut straight to the point. I am Chu Ye. I can save you. He paused, his voice carrying undeniable authority. But you must sign a blood pact with me, henceforth acknowledging me as your master, your life and death in my hands. In exchange, I will not only save your life, but also help you rebuild your immortal destiny, restore you to the peak of immortal honor, and even step into true immortality. A blood pact. Another blood pact. A ripple finally stirred in Han Yu's dead eyes. Utter resistance. She shook her head weakly, her voice faint but resolute. A disciple of Guanghan would rather die than be disgraced. Not as the palace lord, but even as a mortal, I would give my life. Who dares to force me? I cannot comply. Please take your leave. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. Instead of anger, a glimmer of admiration appeared. You have backbone. I respect. With that, he turned to leave without a trace of reluctance. Your Highness, please wait. Li Yue panicked completely. She fell to her knees on the icy floor, clutching Chu Ye's robe, her upturned face full of pleading and terror. Please, give your disciple some time. Let me persuade my master. She just hasn't thought it through yet. Chu Ye stopped and looked down at the pitiful, kneeling Li Yue. He reached out his fingertips, tracing her delicate jaw, caressing her smooth cheek like a cherished porcelain piece. You've served me diligently enough, he said slowly. Very well, I'll give you 3 days. If she remains so unyielding after 3 days. He glanced at the dying Han Yu on the ice bed, his unfinished words cold and clear. Thank you, your highness. Thank you for your mercy. Li Yu hurriedly kowtowed, her eyes rimmed with red. Chu Ye withdrew his hand, said no more, and turned to leave the hall of extreme ice, leaving the space to the master and disciple. The hall door closed, sealing off the inside from the outside. Only then did Li Yu rise from the ground, walk to the ice bed, and gaze at her master's increasingly pale face, her heart wrenching with pain. She took a deep breath knowing that any weakness now would be futile. Master Li Yu's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable sense of reality. The Guanghan Immortal Palace has already fallen. Not conquered by a great army, but from its very foundation. Dismantled. She began her account from Chu Ye's appearance, the exposure of her destiny marriage physique, to the failed joint siege of the central domain, the crushing might of Lady Huayu. As a true immortal, the humiliating ordeal of being poisoned and forced to sign a blood pact. And now the cruel reality that the lives and purity of everyone in the entire Immortal Palace hung on a single thought from Chu Ye. He is not making a request, Master. He is offering a choice. Survival, and perhaps gaining unimaginable opportunities, or taking the final dignity of the Guanghan Immortal Palace and perishing together. Li Yu's tone was almost cold, yet laced with profound sorrow. If we choose the latter, we might die, but what of the tens of thousands of disciples in the Immortal Palace? The poison in their bodies has not been lifted. With just a thought from Chu Ye, the 10th Sandia reputation of the Guanghan Immortal Palace will utterly collapse in the most unbearable way, becoming a laughingstock. Han Yu Jinren listened quietly, her vacant eyes gradually focusing, her fingers curling slightly beneath the ice blanket. When she heard the words, true immortal, her pupils sharply contracted. True immortal. Truly. Her voice trembled with a hint of disbelief. The peak of the immortal path and a true immortal might seem a step apart, but it was an insurmountable chasm. Generations of Guanghan Immortal Palace masters, including herself, had exhausted their efforts and failed to cross it. Absolutely certain, Lady Huayu, former master of the Wanling Heavenly Sect, has become a true immortal with Chu Ye's help. His abilities far surpass our imagination. Resources, techniques, even heaven-defying pills to help others break through realms. Li Yu's voice dropped, a complex expression flickering across her face. Your disciple now, though under another's control, has indeed made progress in cultivation. The immortal fate he speaks of is likely not false. She grasped Han Yu Zenren's icy hand, her voice choked with emotion. Master, live on. Even if it means humiliation, even if it means bearing chains. Only by living is there hope. The legacy of the Guanghan Immortal Palace needs someone to carry it forward. Your disciple alone cannot bear. Han Yu Jinren listened quietly, her vacant eyes gradually focusing, her fingers curling slightly on the ice bed. She spoke word by word, difficult yet clear. Dignity is the Dao. She guards Guanghan with eternal unchanging laws, protecting the 100 generations of the Immortal Palace's pure reputation. If dignity is lost, the Guanghan Immortal Palace is dead. Dignity. Li Yu gave a bitter smile. Master, your disciple once believed dignity was the Dao, the backbone, something etched into the blood. But under Chu Ye's methods, your disciple's pride was shattered, dignity trampled, and I even learned to grovel and beg to submit to him. Her voice choked, tears finally falling. Your disciple did not preserve dignity, but I preserved a sliver of hope for the Guanghan Immortal Palace. Master Chu Ye's power is far beyond our imagination. Resistance will only bring complete annihilation to us and the Immortal Palace. Han Yu Jinren closed her eyes, a single icy tear sliding from the corner, quickly freezing into frost. The hall was left with only Li Yu's soft sobbing and the faint crackling of ice. After a long silence, Han Yu Jinren opened her eyes again. In those empty pupils, struggle, humiliation, resentment, despair. All eventually settled into a dead, stagnant calm, with a faint but determined glimmer of desire for life and possibility deep within. After a long while, she opened her eyes, her voice hoarse but calm. Go today, follow your path to strive for Guanghan Immortal Palace's life and possibility. Call him back. Her voice was barely audible, yet took all her strength. Tell him. His terms. I accept, Master. Li Yu jerked her head up, her voice choked with sobs, almost unable to form words. I will protect it. Li Yu trembled all over, tears streaming down her face again, this time mixed with grief and a hint of relief. She knew that her master's final pride had ultimately been broken for the sake of the Immortal Palace, and for her. Han Yu Jinren nodded gently, her gaze becoming vacant again, as if returning to that frozen, slumbering state. When Chu Ye learned of Han Yu's willingness, without a word, he came to sign the blood pact with her. When that drop of origin essence blood fully merged with the contract, turning into an indelible brand sinking deep into Han Yu Jinren's soul, she clearly felt an absolute suffocating connection established. At the same time, Chu Ye did not delay. He flipped his palm, and a pill the size of a dragon's eye with 9 wisps of purple mist swirling on its surface appeared out of thin air. A rich aura of life energy and the Dao rhythm of purification instantly filled the air. The top-tier healing sacred pill rewarded by the system, the 9 revolution soul-returning pill. Open your mouth, Chu Ye commanded. Han Yu Jinren parted her lips as instructed, and the pill dissolved upon entering, transforming into a warm current that surged into her limbs straight to her dantian and sea of consciousness. Where the medicinal power passed, it was like the warm spring sun melting 10th of sandy-rolled ice. The strange goo worm that had tormented her for years, as stubborn as an incurable bone-deep affliction, let out a silent shriek under the cleansing of this vast pure vitality and purification force. Its body rapidly shriveled and dissolved, eventually turning into a wisp of black qi that was completely expelled from her body, then casually incinerated into nothingness by a true flame from Chu Ye. At the same time, the accumulated pill toxins, hidden injuries, and the damaged foundation from long-term resistance against the goo worm were rapidly repaired and nourished by the miraculous effect of the 9 revolutions soul-returning pill. Han Yuzhenren couldn't help but let out a suppressed yet relieved moan. For the first time in years, she felt the pervasive weakness, the faint stabbing pain, the gloom over her soul. All were thoroughly washed away like a sweep. A surging vitality coursed through her meridians, a long-lost sense of power was returning, and even the long-stagnant cultivation bottleneck showed faint signs of loosening. She examined herself internally in disbelief, and when she looked at Chu Ye again, besides the awe and submission from the blood pact, there was a deeper shock and fear. She knew better than anyone how terrifying and stubborn the goo worm inside her was. Even in her prime, she was helpless against it. Yet in this youth's hands it was solved as easily as brushing away dust. Such methods were far beyond her understanding. How do you feel? Chu Ye's voice pulled her back from her shock. Thank you, Your Highness. Han Yuzhenren lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. This title carried a more complex emotion than when she had signed the pact. Never felt this good. Chu Ye nodded slightly, a glimmer of spiritual light flickering at his fingertip as a strand of profound meaning transmitted into Han Yuzhenren's sea of consciousness. This is the yin-yang harmony divine mirror, an immortal grade dual cultivation art. For you it is not only a shortcut to restore your cultivation, but also a chance to align with your physique, stabilize your foundation, and even break through your current shackles. A hint of mockery laced his tone. Study it well, it will benefit us both. As Han Yuzhenren's divine sense swept over the art's contents, 2 rosy blushes instantly bloomed across her cheeks. The art itself was indeed profound and esoteric, directly pointing to the great Tao of yin and yang, yet many of its techniques and postures were utterly embarrassing to behold. Yet she understood that this might be one of Chu Ye's ways to fulfill his promise, aiding her recovery and even enhancing her power. Bound by the blood pact, she had no right to refuse, and might even have to actively cooperate. Now, Chu Ye's tone turned flat yet brooked no dissent. Go bathe and change. Later I will guide the medicinal power within you, initiate the cultivation art, and begin restoring your cultivation. His gaze swept over her face, still pale, but undeniably exquisite. Li Yue, who had been silently waiting nearby, stepped forward and bowed her head. Your Highness, take your master to the heavenly pool and help her. Select suitable attire. Chu Ye's words carried a double meaning, his eyes briefly scanning Li Yu's court robe, subtly altered after his guidance. You know my preference is best. This concerns whether your master can recover smoothly or even advance further. Do you understand? Li Yu's delicate frame trembled imperceptibly, a flash of past memories crossing her mind. Her cheeks warmed, yet she dared not show any defiance. Li Yu understands. She turned to her still-dazed master and said softly, Master, please follow your disciple. Deep within the Guanghan Immortal Palace, the ice moon heavenly pool formed by converging the underground spirit veins and lunar essence remained shrouded in mist and brimming with spiritual energy. The pool water was crystal clear, faintly glowing blue, exuding both a chill and vibrant vitality. The master and disciple shed their robes and stepped into the water. The warm spiritual spring enveloped their bodies, washing away dust and seemingly isolating the world's turmoil and humiliation. Amid the swirling mist, 2 figures, each a masterpiece of creation, appeared faintly. Despite her trials, Han Yuzhenren possessed an excellent foundation. Her figure was voluptuous and graceful, her skin pale and fragile from prolonged illness now glowed with a pearlescent sheen under the spring's caress. Li Yue, in contrast, was younger and firmer, her curves breathtaking, her icy skin and jade-like bones making her resemble a moonlit fairy in the mist. 2 generations of Guanghan Palace masters, both peerless beauties, now bathed together, each lost in their own thoughts. Han Yuzhenren closed her eyes, leaning against the smooth jade at the pool's edge, feeling the spring nourish her body, yet her heart churned with conflicting emotions. The hope of restoring her cultivation was within reach, but the cost was complete submission to the impending, unimaginably intimate treatment. Li Yu quietly approached, picked up a soft silk cloth soaked in the spring, and gently wiped her master's shoulders and back. Her movements were tender, carrying the respect of a junior and a complex empathy born of shared suffering. Master, Li Yu whispered, her voice drifting in the mist. I have some understanding of Chu Ye's preferences. He admires a cold and aloof demeanor, yet delights in personally staining that coldness with his own color. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed a faint healed mark below her collarbone. As for attire, it need not be overly revealing, but the palace master's formal robe, symbolizing status and purity with slight adjustments, would best suit his taste. Han Yuzhenren's eyelashes trembled. She did not open her eyes, only softly hummed in acknowledgement. She understood her disciple's implication and the true meaning behind Chu Ye sending Li Yu to help, not merely to choose clothes, but to force the master to adapt to her upcoming role in an almost cruel manner. After bathing, Li Yu led Han Yuzhenren to an exquisite side hall where various garments were already prepared. Li Yu personally selected and ultimately chose a formal Guanghan Palace master's robe similar in style to her own, but more dignified and mature. The moon-white main color was embroidered with silver thread in delicate patterns of winter plums and moon wheels. The flowing layered sleeves and skirt outlined her figure with elegance and grace. However, the collar cuffs and waist were subtly adjusted under Li Yu's casual suggestions, making them softer and more form-fitting than the traditional design, potentially revealing more charm with movement. Master, please change, Li Yu said softly, holding the garments. Han Yuzhenren gazed at the robe, both familiar and subtly different. After a moment's silence, she slowly reached out and took it. As the cool, silky fabric touched her warm, freshly bathed skin, her body quivered almost imperceptibly. After dressing, Li Yu carefully combed her hair, styling it into an elegant, yet charming bun adorned with simple jade. In the mirror, the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her aura cold and ethereal, the robe enhancing her natural. Yet deep within her slightly flickering eyes lurked an indelible trace of humiliation and resignation, along with a faint fear of the impending unknown treatment, and a flicker of agitation subtly stirred by the art and the pact which she dared not examine too closely. You look beautiful, master. Li Yu gazed at the reflection, speaking softly, whether in comfort or stating a fact. He will be pleased. Han Yuzhenren did not answer. She took one last look at herself in the mirror, then slowly turned and walked toward the main hall where Chu Ye awaited. Li Yu followed silently behind, like the most loyal maid or a guide escorting an offering to the altar. Moonlight streamed through the pillars, casting shadows on the flowing skirts of the two peerless immortals. The coldness remained, yet now bore a different mark of belonging. When Han Yuzhenren, bathed and dressed in the subtly altered Guanghan Palace Master's robe, reappeared before Chu Ye, the hall's atmosphere subtly froze for a moment. The moon-white robe, layered like clouds, silver embroidery glimmering with cold light under the soft glow of pearls, perfectly accentuated her now slightly fuller, graceful curves. Her long hair was high in a bun, a jade hairpin slanting through it. Her stunning face still bore a trace of pastellness pallor, which only made her eyes now regaining some luster shine like cold stars, though beneath that brightness lay undeniable submission and a hint of bewilderment. She stood there, her dignified authority contrasting shockingly with the fragile obedience that seeped through. Chu Ye's gaze swept over her, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He shot a look of approval at Li Yue, who stood with her head bowed behind her master. Li Yu's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she quietly stepped aside. It seems you're recovering well. Chu Ye rose and walked to Han Yuzhenren, lifting her chin with his finger to force her to meet his eyes. Have you memorized the Yin-Yang Harmony Divine Mirror? Han Yuzhenren's body stiffened slightly, yet she couldn't escape this frivolous touch. She replied softly, Yes, your highness. I have committed it to memory. Good. Chu Ye withdrew his hand and turned toward the wide cloud bed in the inner hall. Then let us begin. Your foundation has been damaged for years. For the first circulation, I must take the lead, guiding the residual medicinal power of the 9 revolutions soul-returning pill within you to clear the blockages and rebuild your Dao foundation. Cold Moon True Person drew a deep breath, her fingertips tightening slightly as she slowly followed behind. With each step closer, the oppressive weight in her heart grew heavier. She knew what was about to unfold. The power of the blood pact hummed deep within her soul, urging her submission. Meanwhile, the profound dual cultivation art within her stirred restlessly, resonating with some aura emanating from the man ahead. Inside the inner chamber upon the cloud bed, the soft radiance of luminous pearls could not penetrate the thick atmosphere of ambiguity and conquest. Cold Moon True Person stood by the bed, her palace master's formal attire subtly adjusted, outlining her figure with both dignity and a hint of allure. She lowered her eyes, her long lashes casting trembling shadows beneath them, her fingertips icy cold as she tightly clutched the intricate silver embroidery on her sleeves. Even though the blood pact was sealed, even though she understood what was to come, when faced with reality, the humiliation and powerlessness from the depths of her soul still overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. Chu Ye reclined against the headboard, his posture languid, yet his gaze swept over every taut curve of her body like a tangible force filled with scrutiny and possession. He did not urge her, merely waiting in silence, savoring how this once lofty former palace master of the Guanghan Immortal Palace was shedding all her pride step by step under his will. Time passed in silence, each moment stretching unbearably long. Finally, Cold Moon True Person took an almost imperceptible breath, as if she had made a certain resolve, or perhaps the power of the blood pact had ultimately overwhelmed her hesitation. Disrobe. Cold Moon True Person halted before the bed, her movements stiff as she raised a hand, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably as they touched the first sash at her waist. She closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings as if trying to shut out the suffocating shame. Her movements were slow with a ritualistic deliberation, yet resolute. The moon-white outer robe slipped from her shoulders, pooling at her feet with a faint rustle. Next came the undergarment, the inner skirt. With each piece, her trembling grew more pronounced, her skin exposed to the cool air broke out in fine goosebumps. One by one, the garments that symbolized her past identity and dignity fell away like discarded cicada shells, silent and still. That body, once gazed upon by countless admirers and emblematic of the Guanghan Immortal Palace's purest status, now stood utterly exposed before her conqueror. Finally, she stood by the bed as if newborn, her jade-white form gleaming with a delicate luster under the pearl light, her skin prickling from tension and chill. She instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, but then heard Chu Ye's calm, flat voice, "Come up." Those two simple words left her feeling more powerless than any forceful command. She obeyed, moving slowly onto the cloud bed. The cold silk touch sent a shiver through her skin. Chu Ye did not act hastily. Instead, he reached out and pressed his hand against her bare back, channeling a stream of pure, gentle, yet overwhelmingly potent spiritual energy into her. Focus your mind, calm your spirit, and silently circulate the first chapter of the art. His voice was close to her ear. Cold Moon True Person followed his instructions, forcing herself to set aside distracting thoughts, guiding the foreign energy to merge with the vast medicinal power still lingering within her. At first, the energy flow was surprisingly smooth. The meridians that had been blocked for years began to loosen and widen under the combined force of the two energies, and the long-lost sensation of spiritual energy surging gradually became clear. However, just as she relaxed her mind, indulging in the joy of her cultivation's recovery, Chu Ye's presence suddenly drew close. His warm body pressed against her from behind, his solid arms encircling her slender waist, pulling her completely into his embrace. The sudden closeness made her cry out, her stiff body instantly tensing. The scorching aura of a man enveloped her, entirely unfamiliar and aggressively possessive. Chu Ye gave her no time to adapt. He leaned in, pressing a kiss to her sensitive earlobe. Cold Moon True Person jerked as if struck by lightning, struggling violently as her remaining shame drove her instinctive resistance. Relax. Chu Ye's voice sounded in her ear, tinged with impatience. The power of the blood pact surged, suppressing her will to resist. Circulate the first chapter of the Yin Yang Harmony Treasure Mirror and guide the medicinal power. Tears of humiliation instantly welled up in her eyes. Cold Moon True Person bit her lower lip so hard it nearly bled. She forced herself to calm down, following his instructions to circulate the art, guiding the refined power of the 9-turn soul-returning pill within her body. The meridian cold obstruction is more severe than anticipated, Chu Ye commented as if making an assessment. Cold Moon True Person shuddered violently, nearly disrupting her energy flow. Continue circulating the art, do not be distracted. Cold Moon True Person trembled uncontrollably. She knew the most critical moment was approaching. A moment that would mean the complete domination and possession of her body and soul. She turned her head away, squeezing her eyes shut as if that could help her escape reality. Look at me, Cold Moon. Remember this moment. Remember who is granting you a new life. In that instant, Cold Moon's tears broke free, mingling with sweat as they slid down her temples. Circulate the second chapter's heart method, guide the convergence of energies. Chu Ye's voice remained steady, even carrying a guiding calmness, as if what was happening was not an act of intimacy, but a solemn session of energy transmission and healing. Cold Moon True Person clenched her teeth, enduring the intense pain and shame as she followed his instructions to activate the second chapter of the Yin Yang Harmony Treasure Mirror. At first, she could only bear it passively, pain overwhelming everything, but gradually it eased slightly. At the same time, Chu Ye continuously channeled even purer spiritual energy into her, merging with her gradually awakening primordial Yin essence. Her damaged meridians and withered dantian, like parched land receiving a long-awaited rain, began greedily absorbing this warm current. A blend of pure yang spiritual energy, the medicinal power of the 9-turn soul-returning pill, and the special energy generated by dual cultivation. Chu Ye was even meticulously rigorous, fully adhering to the guidance of the art. A faint quivering moan which she herself did not notice escaped Cold Moon's throat. Boom. As if a dried-up spring had been reactivated, Cold Moon's dantian trembled violently, beginning to voraciously absorb this energy. A fusion of pure yang spiritual energy, medicinal power, and the vitality of dual cultivation. Her cultivation, stagnant for years, began to recover and surge at an astonishing speed. This tangible growth in power, like the most seductive poison, assaulted Cold Moon True Person's remaining sanity. The sense of humiliation remained strong, but her body's instinctive reactions and craving for power were amplified under the dual influence of the blood pact and the cultivation art. Her breathing grew more rapid, and unconsciously her moans became increasingly unrestrained, carrying a seductive charm unfamiliar even to herself. Within the bedchamber, the sounds of a woman's delicate moans, a man's heavy breathing, and the faint hum of spiritual energy flowing wove together into a decadent primal symphony of conquest. The dense aura of spiritual energy and carnal desire lingered, refusing to dissipate. Li Yue, standing guard in the outer hall, listened to the faint suppressed sounds of pain and indescribable noise from within, along with the gradually thickening unique spiritual energy fluctuations of the dual cultivation technique. She slowly closed her eyes. She knew what her master was enduring. A path she herself had walked, one from which there was no return. The hands within her sleeves clenched slightly. Inside the inner hall, upon the cloud bed, the yin and yang energies intertwined and circulated in the most. Han Yuzinren's originally pale face gradually flushed crimson. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her gaze wavered between dazed and lucid, struggling and sinking amidst pain, humiliation, and the tangible sensation of her rapidly recovering cultivation. She could clearly feel her cultivation, which had stagnated and even regressed for years, surging back at an astonishing speed. Her damaged Dao foundation, nourished by vital energy, began to radiate new vitality. Time slipped away amidst the surging currents of spiritual energy within her body. After 3 days and 3 nights, when the last major blocked acupoint within Han Yuzinren's body was blasted open by surging spiritual energy, a long-lost majestic aura of the pinnacle of the immortal realm suddenly awakened and soared from her. She couldn't help but tilt her head back, letting out a long cry that was both pain and release. Boom. It felt as if some shackles within Han Yuzinren's body had completely shattered. Her aura surged upward, not only restoring her peak immortal realm cultivation, but also becoming more refined and pure, faintly touching the membrane that had long trapped her, leading to a higher realm. Her body blazed with brilliant moonlight, her skin glowed like jade, and her features radiated a stunning brilliance, a peerless elegance born of illness vanquished and cultivation greatly enhanced. Yet this power and rebirth came at the cost of utter submission and possession. Han Yuzinren's consciousness oscillated between clarity and delirium. Her body no longer felt like her own. However, she could clearly feel her body, frail for a century, growing strong and vigorous. Her withered meridians were widened and reshaped. The spiritual energy in her dantian surged like an ocean, and her realm soared unceasingly. Han Yuzinren erupted with dazzling moonlight radiance. Her aura smashed through its restraints, reaching an unprecedented height. The pinnacle of the immortal realm perfected. 3 withdrawals from the Jade Palace. Han Yuzinren lay limp on the disheveled bed, her eyes vacant, staring at the canopy. Her chest heaved violently, sweat plastering her long hair to her damp cheeks. Extreme exhaustion and an unprecedented sense of fulfillment left her without the strength to move even a finger. Her gaze was unfocused, retaining the bone-deep weariness and the indelible brand of being an object of possession. Chu Ye held her, feeling the surging new power within her and the clearer, firmer, absolute connection from the blood contract. He narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. He leaned down, whispering by her sweat-dampened ear, his tone carrying an unyielding possessiveness. "Welcome, my Han Yu. From this day forth, everything about you, your cultivation, your Guanghan Palace, and even your very self." Han Yuzinren closed her eyes, offering no response. Yet the faint trembling of her lashes and a single icy teardrop silently sliding from the corner of her eye betrayed her inner turmoil, now powerless to resist. She knew the old Han Yuzinren had died. The one reborn now was Chu Ye's Han Yu. Chu Ye rose casually, draping a robe over himself. He looked at the woman on the bed, whose aura had transformed entirely, and nodded in satisfaction. He took out a pill the size of a dragon's eye with 9 apertures on its surface and exuding chaotic energy. The same immortal realm breakthrough pill he had given to Qingxue. "Take it." He brought the pill to Han Yuzinren's lips. She turned her head slightly, looking at the pill, a flicker of emotion passing through her vacant eyes. She recognized it as a peerless golden pill capable of breaking through the immortal realm's barriers. Without hesitation, or perhaps too weak to hesitate, she parted her lips slightly, allowing Chu Ye to place the pill into her mouth. The pill dissolved upon entry, transforming into a violent, yet supremely pure torrent of energy that instantly surged against the barriers of her newly perfected immortal realm peak. Boom, boom. Above the Guanghan Immortal Palace, the once clear night sky suddenly gathered boundless tribulation clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as terrifying heavenly might locked onto the area below. The true immortal tribulation had arrived. Yet Chu Ye merely glanced up at the fearsome tribulation clouds, and, communicating with the 100 Phoenix diagram world through his mind, a vast world origin energy surged from his body, forming an invisible yet indestructible barrier that enveloped the entire bedchamber and Han Yuzinren within. The tribulation clouds churned and thunder roared. Several terrifying heavenly tribulations enough to annihilate worlds descended one after another. Yet upon touching the world origin barrier, they vanished like mud sinking into the sea, silent and without even a ripple. World power transcended the celestial laws of this realm. Sheltering someone through tribulation was effortless. The tribulation clouds seemed to churn in reluctance for a moment before slowly dissipating, having lost their target. The night sky returned to clarity, the moonlight, as before. Within the chamber, earth-shattering changes were occurring inside Han Yuzinren. Shielded by world power, the energy of the breakthrough pill helped her shatter the final bottleneck without hindrance. Her immortal body began to reshape, meridians widened and dantian expanded. A mysterious aura slowly awakened and stabilized. The Guanghan Immortal Palace had birthed its first true immortal, and this was achieved under such peculiar circumstances, in a manner both humiliating and irresistible, stepping into a new realm under the conqueror's control and witness. Han Yuzinren, perhaps now to be called Han Yu True Immortal, slowly sat up. Immortal light flowed around her like jade. Her features were even more ethereally beautiful, yet her aura was complex and ineffable. She looked at Chu Ye. In her eyes, now restored to vitality, were awe, submission, a trace of lingering humiliation, and deep within an indelible sense of belonging etched by the blood contract and countless profound imprints. Chu Ye met her gaze, smiled faintly, and reached out to stroke her smooth cheek. "How do you feel, my true immortal?" Han Yu True Immortal trembled slightly, then docilely lowered her head. Her voice was soft and hoarse, yet clear. "Han Yu, thanks you for guiding me onto the path. Thanks, Your Highness, for this creation." From then on, the 2 most central fairies of the Guanghan Immortal Palace had fallen completely into Chu Ye's hands. Body and soul surrendered with no second master. As for Li Yue, standing in the outer hall, listening to the gradually subsiding sounds within, she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze held a deep, still calmness, the calm of resignation, the helplessness of shared suffering. The noblest master-disciple pair of the Guanghan Immortal Palace, twin flowers on one stem, had now entirely fallen into the hands of one man, with no possibility of escape. And Chu Ye gained another true immortal level, peerlessly beautiful combatant and dual cultivation partner. The system's generous reward prompt also sounded in his mind as scheduled, marking the complete conquest of another high-scoring target. Within the bedchamber, the sensual atmosphere had not yet fully dissipated, mingled with spiritual essence and a faint subtle sweetness. Upon the cloud bed amid the disheveled brocade quilts, Chu Ye sat cross-legged. His aura was as deep and still as an abyss, with faint echoes of the great Dao chanting, the lingering resonance of his realm breaking through and stabilizing at its peak. The notification tone of the multi-sun, multi-blessing system seemed to still echo within his sea of consciousness. Ding. Successfully subdued. Special target Cold Moon Fairy score 98, former palace master of the Guanghan Immortal Palace. Rewards distributed 1. Cultivation infusion greatly enhanced, aiding the host in breaking through to the peak of the Saint Realm. 2. Legacy technique Tying immortal art directly pointing to the creation of yin and yang. 3. Elixir treasury 9 turn golden elixir 9, 10,000 year, jade marrow 9 bottles realm-breaking pill for immortal ascension 3-4. Divine weapon bestowal moon eclipse blade immortal artifact capable of harming the soul. 5. Point reward 2,500 points. A surging torrent of power coursed through his limbs and bones. The insights and mastery of a saint at the peak were crystal clear, far surpassing his previous strength by more than a notch. Chu Ye slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the figure beside him. The Cold Moon Fairy was lying on her side with her eyes closed, her cloud-like black hair spread out, half concealing her stunningly beautiful face. She was barely covered by a corner of the silk quilt, and the exposed skin silently testified to the relentless storm and unbroken consolidation of cultivation over the past 3 days and 3 nights. Even in slumber, her true immortal body, now restored to its prime and appearing even more radiant and perfect, still exuded a breathtaking allure. Yet between her brows lingered an indelible exhaustion and a hint of fragility from being thoroughly plundered. There was little pity in Chu Ye's eyes, only the satisfaction of one appraising his achievement. He felt the cool smoothness of her skin under his fingertips, and within it the immense life force and pure tying primordial power belonging to a true immortal. Consolidating the realm, exploring secret arts. The results are remarkable. He murmured, uncertain whether he was evaluating his own cultivation progress or the degree of development of Cold Moon's immortal body. He did not linger in the warmth of the bed. With a subtle thought, he transmitted a sound beyond the hall. A crisp, clear sound echoed at the entrance of the bedchamber. The demonic body trembled almost imperceptibly, then immediately bowed in response, "Your Highness." The voice came through the hall door, carrying a barely perceptible tension. "Come in. Take your master to bathe and change." Chu Ye's voice was flat and emotionless. The hall door was gently pushed open, and Li Yu entered the inner chamber with her head bowed and steps measured. The thick, intimate scent assailed her, causing her breath to catch slightly. Her gaze quickly swept over the disheveled bed. When she saw her master utterly exhausted and sleeping limply, Li Yu's heart clenched as if gripped by an invisible hand. A surge of emotions, heartache, bitterness, sympathy, longing, and a deeper, more complex feeling welled up within her. She stepped forward quickly, gently lifting the silk quilt to help Cold Moon up. When her eyes fell upon the marks on her master's body, more numerous and denser than those she had once borne, and when she sensed the vast yet slightly hollow immortal power within her master, its energy subtly intertwined with Chu Ye's aura, Li Yu's fingers trembled. She knew what had transpired over those 3 days and nights. Not merely a physical conquest, but the deeper imprinting of the master's mark into her master's Dao foundation and soul through dual cultivation. "Master," she called softly, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible sob. As if hearing a familiar voice, the Cold Moon Fairy's lashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. The initial confusion was quickly replaced by clarity, followed by a tidal wave of shame, exhaustion, and the distinct soreness and dull pain throughout her body. She tried to rise on her own, but found herself too weak to lift a hand. Though her immortal power remained, it felt as if its essence had been drained, its circulation sluggish. "Li Yu." Her voice was hoarse and strained. "This disciple is here." Li Yu quickly composed herself, using all her strength to support her master. She took the wide, soft bathrobe that had been prepared and carefully wrapped the marked body, shielding more skin from the air. Wherever she touched, the skin was burning hot, still retaining the heat of fierce passion, yet trembling slightly from weakness. Chu Ye rose casually, draping a robe over himself. Watching Li Yu struggle to support the nearly helpless Cold Moon, he said indifferently, "Attend to her carefully. Bathe her with the heavenly pond spiritual liquid to purge the stagnant toxins from her meridians, marrow, and dantian, and help restore her vitality." "Yes," Li Yu replied, her head bowed, not daring to look at Chu Ye. All her attention was on her weak master in her arms. Half supporting, half carrying Cold Moon, she slowly shuffled toward the hall's exit. Li Yu's body seemed to bend slightly under the weight, yet she dared not complain. Li Yu could clearly feel her master's trembling and weakness intensifying the ache in her heart. Yet sensing the weak but immensely powerful true immortal aura within her master, a complex, indescribable feeling surged within her, a sense of complete surrender and giving up. Chu Ye watched the two departing figures, his face expressionless. Subduing the Cold Moon Fairy wasn't just for the system quest, but also for the heritage and power of the Guanghan Immortal Palace. Now, with another true immortal added to his harem, it was time to turn to the next target. He turned, gazing toward the direction of the shadow pavilion in the central region, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his. Above the clouds of the Guanghan Immortal Palace, the palace master's bedchamber, a symbol of supreme authority and a sanctuary for cultivation, now exuded a sensual atmosphere entirely different from the past. Chu Ye lounged casually on a soft couch draped in ice silk brocade, his posture relaxed, his gaze playfully fixed on a pair of stunning beauties seated not far before him. Li Yu was still clad in her moon-white palace attire, but the former cold aloofness in her brows and eyes had been replaced by an indescribable gentleness and allure. As her eyes moved, they unconsciously reflected dependence and reverence for the man on the couch. Beside her sat a woman with a more mature and aloof temperament, her beauty no less striking, even enhanced by the passage of time. Cold Moon, the former palace master of Guanghan Immortal Palace, Li Yu's master. Now this former sovereign of the Immortal Palace also kept her head bowed and eyes downcast, though her tightly pressed lips and slightly stiff back still hinted at remnants of past pride and inner struggle. Your Highness, Li Yu's voice was soft, carrying a hint of barely concealed flattery. Many within the palace are afflicted by the incense poison. Although temporarily suppressed by cultivation and Your Highness power, this is no long-term solution. We humbly beg Your Highness to bestow the method for a complete detoxification. Cold Moon also bowed her head, her voice clear, but low. I beg Your Highness to bestow the method. Chu Ye's fingers tapped lightly on the jade table beside the couch, his gaze sweeping over the master and disciple's peerless, yet distinctly different faces and figures. Li Yu's allure was veiled in coldness, while Cold Moon possessed a mature charm, a striking contrast that complemented each other. The incense poison is rooted in the primal source of bloodline and desire. Ordinary pills can only suppress it, offering a temporary fix, not a cure. Chu Ye spoke slowly, his tone flat, but carrying an authority that brooked no dissent. To eradicate it, one must use the primal vital energy of pure yang to guide and merge, transforming the poison's power into a tonic. In short, dual cultivation with me. He paused, watching the instantly changing expressions of the master and disciple. Shock, shame, complexity. Yet under the absolute influence of the blood pact and the lingering effects of residual medicinal power within them, it all coalesced into a peculiar silence. Of course, Chu Ye's tone shifted, as if granting a favor. If this method is deemed unsuitable, I can bestow upon you the mind-calming, desire-suppressing pill. Taking one each month will keep desires at bay and the incense poison at arm's length for a full month. A glint of light flashed at his fingertip, and a pill with an icy blue luster materialized in midair, exuding a cold, calming aura. 2 methods. The choice is yours. A choice. Both master and disciple felt a bitter taste in their hearts. It seemed a choice, yet in reality, there was no alternative. Depending on pills each month was like placing the reins of their lives in another's hands. Moreover, how could everyone in the Guanghan Immortal Palace sustain themselves solely through pills? Furthermore, for the two of them, Li Yue had already completely submitted, and Han Yue was also unable to resist due to the blood contract and the established facts. In a sense, this Guanghan Immortal Palace had already silently changed hands the moment Chu Ye set foot in it, and Li Yue is submitted, becoming the most uniquely scenic corner of his vast harem. Li Yue and Han Yue exchanged a glance, seeing the deep helplessness and resignation in each other's eyes. Li Yue took a deep breath, as if making a decision for her master, for herself, and for the entire Immortal Palace. Disciple implores the master to administer a permanent cure. Li Yu's voice was very soft, yet it echoed clearly in the bedchamber. The corners of Chu Ye's mouth lifted slightly as he gently put away the pill. The news was quickly relayed by Li Yue to the most core supreme elders of the Immortal Palace. These women of extremely high seniority, profound cultivation, still stunningly beautiful despite the years, and with varied temperaments, had diverse reactions upon learning of the permanent cure. There was fury, shame, and sorrow, but ultimately, after feeling the noticeably purer and more rounded lunar power, even hinting at a breakthrough in Li Yue and Han Yu's true immortal power, reality crushed the shackles of reputation. A few days later, in the Han Yue secret hall, deep within the forbidden grounds of the Immortal Palace, a meeting with a subtle and solemn atmosphere was quietly held. The leading elders were all graceful and elegant, their temperaments either as cold as frost, as warm as jade, or as aloof as plum blossoms. The lowest cultivation among them was the peak of the Emperor realm, and 2 had even stepped into the immortal realm. Palace master, this method, can it truly detoxify the strange poison and enhance cultivation? An elder with a gentle temperament but sharp eyes asked in a deep voice, her gaze sweeping over Li Yue and Han Yue. Han Yue remained silent, while Li Yue nodded frankly, even actively releasing a wisp of pure lunar immortal power that clearly carried a trace of unfamiliar harmonious yang energy. Absolutely true. The incense poison in my master and myself has been cleansed, and the shackles on our cultivation have also loosened. Feeling that gentle yet powerful wave of energy, the elder's expressions grew complex. After a long while, a gray-haired elder with the most stern countenance, her temperament like carved ice, slowly spoke, her voice devoid of emotion, yet making the only choice, if that is the case. To ensure the survival of the Immortal Palace, eliminate hidden worries, and enhance strength to face future upheavals. We are willing to adopt this expedient measure. She spoke the 4 words, expedient measure, with particular slowness and clarity, as if convincing herself and providing a seemingly reasonable excuse for the other elders. Thus, a collective detoxification treatment, planned personally arranged by Palace Master Li Yue, tacitly approved by former Palace Master Han Yue, and involving the righteous self-sacrifice of the Supreme Elders was quietly initiated within the most core circle of the Guanghan Immortal Palace. Chu Ye naturally followed the trend. In the following month, the atmosphere of the Guanghan Immortal Palace, a famed sacred cultivation ground on the continent, underwent a subversive change. The formations of the forbidden grounds frequently lit up, isolating the inside from the outside. Chu Ye's figure became a constant presence in secret halls, secluded pavilions, cold ponds, and even the main hall and jade terraces. From supreme elders with frosty temperaments to graceful hall masters wielding real power, from the ice-pure sacred maiden hailed as the next palace master candidate to core true disciples with exceptional talent and beautiful appearances. Any woman with sufficient cultivation, outstanding looks, and temperament who could be recognized by the system, usually meaning peerless beauty, was brought before Chu Ye in turn under Liu's reasonable arrangements under the pretext of eradicating the incense poison and strengthening the foundation. The process may have differed for each. Some were sorrowful and resolute, viewing it as a sacrifice. Some yielded half-heartedly, acquiescing with shyness. Some were resigned to their fate and actively complied. But under Chu Ye's intangible influence, the lingering medicinal power of the incense poison and the temptation of liberation that indeed brought cultivation enhancement, all resistance ultimately turned into submission. Chu Ye fully savored the myriad charms of the Guanghan Immortal Palace. Some were cold yet concealed a burning passion upon melting, some were shy yet blossomed with enchanting allure, some displayed a yielding tenderness after complete submission. The cold lunar power merged with his origin, creating a wondrous reaction that not only purified the lingering effects of the heavenly soul confusion incense, but also consolidated and enhanced the cultivation of both parties. Chu Ye's system achievement rewards naturally snowballed. Chu Ye was like a monarch inspecting his domain, savoring the myriad charms treasured within this treasure trove of the Guanghan Immortal Palace. The burning passion of the melted ice gold, the captivating softness of the collapsed authoritative, the enchanting allure of the fallen saintly, the dazzling beauty of the blooming shy, the graceful charm of the indulged intellectual. He naturally refused no one, indulging in nightly revelries, his bed partners constantly changing. From the bedchambers of supreme elders to the secluded residences of sacred maidens, from the secret rooms of hall masters to the refined abodes of true disciples, he left traces and scents of his conquest everywhere. And the system's notification sounds became the most wonderful accompaniment of that month, ringing out continuously. Ding. Successfully conquered Supreme Elder Ling Shuang, rating 95. Ding. Successfully conquered Punishment Hall Master Lin Mei, rating 94. Ding. Successfully conquered Guanghan Sacred Maiden Xue Xin, rating 96. Ding. Successfully conquered True Disciple Qin Yun, rating 93. Reward Cultivation Infusion. Reward Special Physique Fragment. Reward Art Comprehension. Reward Immortal Materials Treasures. Reward Points. A torrent of rewards washed over Chu Ye's cultivation and treasury. His realm advanced steadily and rapidly under the feedback of dual cultivation and system infusion. Resources within the 100 Phoenix diagram piled up like mountains, and his point count kept rising. He had harvested over half of the Guanghan Immortal Palace's top combat power, secret arts, and inheritances, and had completely brought this deeply established Immortal Palace under his control. However, as time passed, the changes in the Guanghan Immortal Palace could not be completely concealed. Some subtle signs began to circulate outside, such as the delay in the Immortal Palace's external affairs, the seclusion of several supreme elders, and the occasional hint of an ambiguous atmosphere incongruous with a place of pure cultivation. By this time, the Immortal Palace had completely become his harem. The Cold Moon Palace still hung high, but the former awe-inspiring aloofness in its demeanor had been replaced by an indescribable softness and coquettishness. Meanwhile, in the distant central region, some keen-eyed forces had begun to quietly take note of the Guanghan Immortal Palace's anomalies. Deep within the palace, warm fragrance drifted in the bedchamber. Chu Ye was still asleep, his left arm draped over Liu's smooth shoulder, his right hand resting on Han Yu's slender waist. This former master and disciple, now bedfellows, were curled up beside him, their hair intertwined, their jade-like bodies lying in disarray, their sleeping faces still bearing traces of weariness and submission. As the first light of dawn crept in, the hall door was pushed open silently. Qin Nishang, clad in a dark-colored palace dress, strode in. Seeing the room full of spring scenery and Chu Ye's posture of an emperor neglecting his morning court, she merely raised an eyebrow, a flicker of accustomed calm passing through her eyes. Han Yue was the first to wake. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and upon opening her eyes to see Qin Nishang, her body subconsciously tensed. Her movement roused Li Yue, who also opened her hazy eyes. Upon recognizing the visitor, her gaze quickly regained its cold clarity, but she lowered her eyelids even deeper. Chu Ye also woke up, yawned, showed no sign of embarrassment, and looked lazily at Qin Nishang. Assembly in the main. Qin Nishang's words were concise. She turned and left. Chu Ye stretched languidly. Li Yue and Han Yue, now as docile as the most submissive concubines, rose silently, fetching his garments with meticulous and humble movements to dress him. As Liu Yue adjusted his collar, her fingertips trembled almost imperceptibly, while Han Yue knelt down, carefully fastening his bootlaces. In but a moment the three were fully attired. Yet the two sovereigns of the immortal palace, standing behind Chu Ye, bore a deference and humility that was as different from their former selves as clouds from mud. Within the main hall of the Guanghan Immortal Palace, the icy crystal pillars remained, yet the frigid aura seemed tinged with an unspoken nuance. Chu Ye sat in the seat of honor at the head of the hall, while Qi Nishang took her place at the side. Meanwhile, Liu Yue and Han Yue, who should have been the masters of this domain, stood silently beside Chu Ye's seat, like two exquisite mute jade statues. Qi Nishang's gaze swept over the master and disciple. A slight smile curled at the corner of her lips, her tone carrying its usual coolness and a hint of teasing. Lord Chu's speed in taking control of Guanghan has lived up to expectations. Naturally, Chu Ye grinned broadly, making no attempt to hide his satisfaction. Efficiency is paramount. Qi Nishang said no more and simply clapped her hands. Outside the hall, two stunningly beautiful women clad in tight-fitting night attire and bearing nearly identical their figures were graceful, their faces exquisitely painted, their brows and eyes carrying a similar coolness and defiance. Strangers still, their auras were subtly linked, revealing them to be a rare pair of twins. The intelligence on the Shadow Pavilion is largely clear now, Qi Nishang said, gesturing to the two women. Their contributions have been invaluable. They are the current Saintesses of the Shadow Pavilion, Qingxue and Qingxue. Chu Ye's gaze fell upon the two women as the system silently scanned them, targeting Qingxue Saintesses of Shadow Pavilion: twin spirit, physique, cultivation, imperial realm peak, traits, telepathy, shadow affinity, excellent concealment, talent, status, bound by blood pact, of devouring power, removable, overall, rating 95/95, comment, high quality, potential asset, current situation dire. Difficulty of recruitment moderate, requires pact removal. Qi Nishang continued, according to their account, the Shadow Pavilion is the most mysterious and unscrupulous bounty organization in the central domain, claiming there is no one they cannot kill, no task they dare not undertake. Its hierarchy is strict, its assassins are spread far and wide. Their core fighting force consists of 7 immortals, over 30 imperial realm cultivators, and countless other elites. Their foundation is indeed deep. As for why they turned, Qi Nishang paused, her tone turning cold. What are called Saintesses are in truth blood servants. The Shadow Pavilion possesses a secret art that can devour and convert the power and cultivation of others for its core members to absorb. They were selected from a young age as cauldrons, in name Saintesses, but in reality they are cultivation tools raised and waiting to be harvested. The pavilion's rules are cruel. Failure in a mission or the slightest disobedience results in severe punishment or even the crippling of their cultivation and extraction of their soul. They have no freedom nor any rights. Qingxue lifted her head, her eyes filled with humiliation and resolve. We refuse to be fish on the chopping block for a lifetime to be the nourishment for that filthy secret art. We have heard that the divine son of Chu wields thunderous methods and can overturn the heavens and earth. Emperor Qin has promised that if we help you eradicate the Shadow Pavilion, we will be granted our freedom. We are willing to be your moles and offer all our intelligence. Qingxue nodded emphatically as well. The sisters' eyes intertwined, reflecting a desperate hope. Chu Ye tapped the armrest thoughtfully. The Shadow Pavilion's model was akin to a dark web platform merged with a sweatshop in a fantasy world. A swift way to accumulate wealth and fear, but also a method that bred countless enemies sustained solely by mystery and ruthlessness. I acknowledge the value of your intelligence. Chu Ye spoke, his voice steady. Once the matter of the Shadow Pavilion is settled, I will personally dissolve the blood pact of devouring power on you. Upon hearing this, Qingxue and Qingxue's bodies trembled. A look of incredulous joy and gratitude burst forth in their eyes, and they immediately knelt. We thank the divine son. We will give our all, even if it means death. Qi Nishang waved her hand, signaling for the emotionally stirred twins to be taken away and comforted. She turned to Chu Ye, her expression serious. Our forces have assembled the elite of Great Chu, the experts of the Western Witches, and some of the Northern Demon Region's forces plus. She glanced at Liu Yue and Han Yue, the newly acquired strength of the Guanghan Immortal Palace. Our forces are sufficient. You must decide when to strike and how to deploy. Just then Han Yue, who had been standing silently in attendance, suddenly stepped forward. She bowed gracefully to Chu Ye, her voice clear and cold, but resolute. My lord, I, your subordinate, also request to join the battle. She lifted her head, a long-suppressed hatred flashing in her eyes. The severe injuries I suffered before the strange poison I was afflicted with. After investigation, its origin traces back to the Shadow Pavilion. This grudge I wish to settle with my own hands. The entire Guanghan Immortal Palace is at your command, and we will give our all to annihilate these villains. Though Liu Yue remained silent, a flicker in her eyes indicated that the grievances between the Guanghan Immortal Palace and the Shadow Pavilion were long-standing, a fact Han Yu's hatred confirmed. Chu Ye looked at the eager Han Yue, then at Liu Yue, and recalled the tearful accusations of the twin sisters. His disgust for the Shadow Pavilion and his determination to exterminate it grew even stronger. He had already intended to uproot this hidden danger. Now he had ample reason and morale was high. Good. Chu Ye rose, an invisible pressure filling the hall. Han Yue, your request is granted. The Guanghan Immortal Palace is to be incorporated into the expeditionary force. His gaze swept over Qin Nishang Liyue and Han Yue, finally settling on the void beyond the hall, as if he could already see the hidden tumor lurking in the shadows. Issue the order to all parties. Follow Qin Nishang's deployment. Complete the final assembly and tactical planning within 3 days. This time I am not aiming for a rout. I want total annihilation. The Shadow Pavilion. Since they claim there is no one they cannot kill, let them first taste the flavor of being engulfed by saturation firepower. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye within the 100 Phoenix diagram. Chu Ye sat high in the seat of honor, while below a dazzling array of figures formed a living, breathing portrait of celestial beauties. Qin Nishang was still clad in her black, dragon-embroidered imperial robe, her phoenix eyes radiating authority. Her aura was more condensed and profound than before, a testament to her half-month of quiet cultivation, her commanding presence fully unleashed. Witch Queen Chu Ye was shrouded in a purple-black gauze robe, idly toying with a wisp of shifting miasma. Her gaze was languid, yet concealed a sharp edge. Fox immortal Su Qingyu's nine-tailed phantom flickered behind her eyes flowing with innate charm. Her cultivation was also stable at the 7th level of the immortal Dao. Lady Huayu, in her resplendent attire, exuded a perfect and flawless true immortal aura, her mere presence emanating dignity. Meanwhile, the newly contracted Liyue, dressed in a simple white gown, stood with her head bowed a step behind and to the side of Chu Ye, like the most obedient of maidservants. Yet her cold, beautiful face no longer bore its former aloofness, only a placid obedience and a deep, indelible complexity at the bottom of her eyes. Others, such as Abbess Miaoyin and the core members of the Chu clan, were also brimming with energy and a palpable fighting spirit. The half-month deadline has arrived. The Shadow Pavilion. Chu Ye's gaze swept over the opulent lineup before him, his voice calm. Nishang, execute the plan. As you Qin Nishang stepped forward holding a jade slip sealed with a special forbidden art. The intelligence within came from an elder within the Shadow Pavilion who had long been persuaded by Chu Ye's special methods, providing the core nodes and shift codes for the sect's concealment grand formation. Move out. The night was as dark as ink. This was the time when an organization like the Shadow Pavilion, which thrived in the shadows, was most active and most prone to laxity. The Shadow Pavilion's headquarters lay in a secluded, deep valley in the central domain, hidden by layers of spatial folds and illusionary grand formations, making it virtually untraceable. This place was truly without a trace, so much so that even the divine sense of an ordinary immortal would pass over it. Yet tonight was destined to be different. A streak of condensed, purifying, and evil-banishing immortal light, white as snow, tore through the night, without warning, striking precisely at a seemingly unremarkable point in the void. With a resonant hum, space twisted violently. Countless hidden formation runes materialized instantly, only to melt away like snow under the immortal light's impact. The immortal light was no random assault. Its target was the gate of life. The intersection of the mountain guarding grand formation's 3 core energy flows, its weakest point during daily rotation. More devastatingly, the immortal light carried a strand of energy identical to the Shadow Pavilion's formation, yet tainted with a traitor's mark, a key provided by an insider. With this coordinated internal and external assault, the Shadow Pavilion's mountain-guarding grand formation, vaunted as unbreachable for 10 millennia, could not hold for even 3 breaths. With a grating crack, a massive, irreparable rift was torn open. Enemy attack. Shrill alarms echoed through the valley. Countless shadowy figures scrambled from buildings and shadows in panic, but the backlash and chaos from the instant breach left more than half of the Shadow Pavilion's elite injured from the shock before they could even engage the enemy. Kill. Chu Ye stood atop a cloud, uttering a single word. Behind him, the eager immortal realm combatants surged forward like a cascade of stars crashing down upon the enemy. Qin Nishang transformed her sword into a dragon, striking straight at the enemy's core. The Witch Queen's 9 abyss miasma spread across the battlefield. Fox immortal Su Qingyu's illusions sowed chaos, turning the already disoriented enemies against each other. Lady Huayu's true immortal domain locked onto the strongest concealed auras. With a flick of her jade hand, laws of confinement descended. Liu remained silent, raising her hand gracefully. The sound of Guanghan's annihilation transformed into invisible blades, specifically targeting shadowy ambushes, precisely executing any Shadow Pavilion masters attempting to flee or counterattack. The remaining Chu clan patriarch Abbess Miaoyin and others also displayed their unique abilities, coordinating seamlessly. The Shadow Pavilion was not without its own powerhouses. Several sinister ancient supreme elders and the pavilion master, perpetually shrouded in distorted shadows, finally revealed themselves. Each exuded the formidable fluctuations of a seasoned immortal, especially the pavilion master, whose aura was obscure and profound, nearly touching the peak of the immortal path. Yet in the face of overwhelming power and a meticulously planned strike, individual valor proved futile. On Chu Ye's side, the visible true immortals alone included Lady Huayu and Han Yue, while high-stage immortals included Qin Nishang the Witch Queen and Su Qingyue, with no fewer than 10 other immortal realm experts. Though renowned for assassination and concealment, the Shadow Pavilion's direct combat strength was inferior. Now, with their turtle shell shattered and the initiative lost, how could they possibly resist? The battle became a near one-sided massacre. The roar of immortal arts colliding, the sharp ring of divine weapons clashing, the death cries, the rumble of collapsing structures, all wove together into the blood-red symphony of the night. The Shadow Pavilion's vaunted arts of concealment and assassination were heavily suppressed by Lady Huayu's true immortal domain, Li Yu's Guanghan sound waves, and Su Qingyu's pervasive illusions. In direct confrontation, they were no match for Qin Nishang and the others. Chu Ye never personally intervened, merely observing the slaughter below with a calm gaze. Han Yue, like the most loyal shadow, remained by his side, occasionally eliminating a stray enemy attempting a sneak attack or escape with precise cold movements. Watching the Shadow Pavilion's annihilation below and witnessing the terrifying power under Chu Ye's command, a deeper sense of resignation and understanding flickered in the depths of her eyes. Such power might require careful planning to sweep an entire region, but destroying a single pavilion was indeed effortless. The bloody battle lasted for about an hour. Smoke mingled with the thick stench of blood blanketing the entire valley. The once dark and mysterious headquarters was now reduced to rubble and ruins littered with corpses with blood flowing like rivers. Surviving Shadow Pavilion disciples either knelt in surrender trembling or fought desperately to break out, only to be intercepted by the surrounding formation and experts. A few masters of escape arts might have fled in the chaos, but the core elite and high-ranking members were nearly all captured. On Chu Ye's side, everyone's energy was slightly depleted, their robes stained with some blood and dust, but no one was severely injured, let alone killed. It was merely a high-intensity practical exercise. Chu Ye walked down through the void step by step, arriving at the heart of the battlefield. The Shadow Pavilion masters' surrounding shadows were mostly shattered. Revealing a pale, sinister, middle-aged face bleeding from the mouth, his aura withered. He was bound tightly by Lady Huayu's immortal power chains, kneeling on one knee. Beside him, a similarly restrained Vice Pavilion Master stood with an ashen face. Chu Ye's gaze fell upon the Pavilion Master, his voice unreadable. Submit, accept the slave mark, and you may live to serve me. The Shadow Pavilion Master jerked his head up, a flash of arrogance and madness in his eyes. The Shadow Pavilion has only death warriors, no slaves. Today's defeat is not due to a lack of skill. You. Before he could finish, a cold glint flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. Without any visible movement, a power of primordial annihilation from the 100 Phoenix diagram world descended, completely enveloping the Shadow Pavilion Master. Like the talkative immortal assassin before him, this more famous and powerful Pavilion Master couldn't even manage a scream. His body began to disintegrate from his fingertips, turning to ash, his soul utterly destroyed, vanishing from the world. Before he could finish, a cold glint flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. Without any visible movement, a power of primordial annihilation from the 100 Phoenix. He immediately pressed his forehead to the ground, his voice hoarse and terrified. I surrender. Your subordinate surrenders. I am willing to offer my soul seal to be a slave for eternity, only to live. I know all the pavilion's secret vault strongholds and personnel lists. I will offer them all. Chu Ye glanced at him and nodded, but did not handle it personally. He looked at Qin Nishang. Nishang, this man is yours. The cleanup of Shadow Pavilion remnants, resource acquisition, intelligence integration, and personnel screening are all under your command. You may also administer the slave mark. Yes. Qin Nishang acknowledged, stepping forward. Immortal power gathered at her fingertip as she began to inscribe a slave mark belonging to her into the Vice Pavilion Master's soul. This was both a sign of trust and a formal integration of the Shadow Pavilion, this war prize, and its vast shadow network, into Qin Nishang's unified command, further solidifying her de facto power as the sovereign of the four realms. Chu Ye no longer looked at the Vice Pavilion Master. His gaze swept across the bloody ruins, his eyes indifferent. He felt little sympathy or emotion. He understood clearly, if the great Chu Empire had lost that war, it would be his homeland, and his people reduced to ashes and millions of corpses. The cultivation world preys on the weak. Imperial conquests are brutal. Today he trampled the Shadow Pavilion's bones to advance. Merely another enactment of this eternal law. The victor is king, the loser a bandit. It has always been so. Clean the battlefield, tally the losses and spoils. In 3 days Nishang will present a detailed report. Chu Ye left the order, and his figure slowly faded, vanishing from the spot. Li Yu silently followed while the others took their orders and began to methodically handle the aftermath. The night deepened. The annihilation of the Shadow Pavilion was like a boulder thrown into the deep waters of the central domain. The ripples it stirred would rapidly spread to every corner. Chu Ye's fangs were now clearly bared. The news of the Shadow Pavilion headquarters reduced to ashes, its high-ranking members dead or captured, spread like wildfire to the core circles of all major powers in the central domain. Upon hearing this news, many factions that had long-standing feuds with the Shadow Pavilion or had even fallen victim to its schemes couldn't help but feel a flicker of schadenfreude. This assassin organization, coiled in the shadows like a venomous snake, had finally met its doom. Yet that fleeting satisfaction was swiftly replaced by a deeper, more chilling dread. Too swift, too ruthless, too absolute. From the inexplicable breach of their mountain-protecting formation to the overwhelming eradication of their core combat strength, to the Pavilion Master's instant execution and the Vice Pavilion Master's surrender with all their assets. The entire process was clean and efficient. Almost overnight, a transcendent faction with a long and profound heritage was erased from existence. The precise intelligence, overwhelming power, and merciless tactics on display were enough to chill any who heard of it. What was even more startling was that the assailant was not some ancient alliance, but the rising Chu Ye, whose core power was rumored to hail from the border wasteland of the great Chu Empire. First the Guanghan Fairy Palace, and now the Shadow Pavilion. Many rulers set down their intelligence, jade slips, fingers, turning icy. The last one he personally disciplined, this one he utterly uprooted. This young man truly repays every grievance and acts without mercy. A sense of shared doom like a dark cloud weighed heavily on the hearts of all factions that had participated in or covertly supported the siege of the Great Chu Empire. The 10,000 Dao Alliance, the Divine Artifice Workshop, and especially those who had sent elite troops to fight directly were on tenterhooks. At the Divine Artifice Workshop's headquarters, the Heavenly Artifice City, within a core secret hall. The hall was not the imagined scene of blazing furnaces and ringing hammers. Instead, it was exceptionally clean and solemn. The walls and floor were paved with tranquil heart mystic jade, which absorbed noise and stabilized spiritual energy. Only a few floating miniature models of precision instruments rotated slowly, gleaming with cold metallic luster. The hall was packed. The workshop master, vice workshop masters, chief elders of various halls, and venerable members of the offering hall. Almost all high-level members who held real power and decided the workshop's direction were present. The silence lasted only a moment before being shattered by heated debate. What to do? Are we to learn from that spineless vice pavilion master of the Shadow Pavilion kneel and beg for mercy and carve a slave brand? A muscular elder with coppered skin from the weapon forging hall slammed the table. And what should our Divine Artifice Workshop do? The silence lasted only a moment before being shattered by heated debate. What to do? Are we to learn from that spineless vice pavilion master of the Shadow Pavilion kneel and beg for mercy and carve a slave brand? A muscular elder with coppered skin from the weapon forging hall slammed the table and stood up, his voice booming. Our Divine Artifice Workshop has stood in the central domain for tens of millennia, relying on our peerless divine weapons and irreplaceable artifact refining skills. When have we ever bowed to anyone? This Chu Ye is fierce, but his foundation is shallow. How can his background compare to the many powerful factions of the central domain? In my opinion, we should immediately contact the 10,000 Dao Alliance, the Dragon Clan, and other factions whose attitudes are still unclear to discuss a grand plan, form an alliance, and strangle him in his infancy, before his wings are fully grown. Our workshop can supply war equipment with all our might. If we win this war, our Divine Artifice Workshop status will rise even further. Strangle him. With what? Retorted a white-haired elder responsible for formation research, his demeanor refined, but his words cold. Liao, Palace Master of the Guanghan Fairy Palace, what a formidable figure she was. A half-immortal wielding a celestial zither, yet she remains missing, rumored to have fallen into his hands. The Shadow Pavilion Master, unrivaled in stealth and assassination, was reduced to ashes in public, his soul uttered. Do you know that under Chu Ye's command there is now an obvious true immortal and more than one peak immortal cultivator? Not to mention those unpredictable poison miasmas, illusions, sound attacks. Form an alliance. Who can guarantee they won't be the next Shadow Pavilion picked off one by one? Supply war equipment. If we anger him, the next time a formation is precisely breached and enemies attack from within it, will be our Heavenly Artifice City. Are we to cower and beg just because of fear? The red-skinned elder glared angrily. It's not fear, but assessing the situation. The refined elder stood his ground. What is the foundation of our Divine Artifice Workshop? It is our artifact refining skill, our ability to create what others need. Whoever rules the central domain, will they not need divine weapons, mountain protecting formations, flying boats for travel, or communication artifacts? As long as our skills remain irreplaceable, we will always have a place to stand. Clashing heat-in with Chu Ye is gambling our workshop's tens of millennia of heritage and the lives of countless disciples on an uncertain future. But if we proactively seek amity, even at some cost, to buy peace and time for development, with our workshop's abilities, why worry about not securing a place in the new order? This is the true path to survival and continuation. The two factions clashed fiercely. Those advocating for a hardline stance were mostly old-school figures with fiery tempers and pride in their skills. Those advocating for appeasement and compromise were mostly pragmatists who managed practical affairs, were shrewd and focused on the continuation of the legacy. The debate lasted nearly an hour. Ultimately swayed by the cold calculus of reality, more and more elders sided with the latter. The annihilation of the Shadow Pavilion was too shocking, the power and ruthlessness Chu Ye displayed were too clear. Although wealthy, the Divine Artifice Workshop was not known for direct combat. And despite having allies who could guarantee they wouldn't scatter in the face of an existential threat, the pro-war faction's voices gradually faded. The Vice Workshop Master scanned the crowd, and seeing a basic consensus, he spoke slowly. Very well, the tone is set. Proactive contact, attempt to ease relations, even establish cooperation. The hall fell silent for a moment. The next question followed, causing everyone to feel a pang of awkwardness and difficulty. Then, how should we make contact? What gift could possibly move that one? A foreign affairs elder asked hesitantly. Silence once again enveloped the hall, but this time its meaning was entirely different. All the world knew that Chu Ye's cultivation was unfathomable, his actions domineering, and he seemed not to lack resources. Ordinary treasures would likely fail to catch his eye, and regarding his greatest, almost public preference. Countless gazes overtly or covertly drifted towards the chief elder of the Heavenly Fragrance Hall, who had been sitting in the corner silent all along. The Heavenly Fragrance Hall was not a department for forging weapons of war, but a side branch specializing in crafting auxiliary cultivation tools, beauty and skincare products, and even artifacts, incense, and silks with special charm effects. Its disciples were mostly exceptionally beautiful and clever women. That Heavenly Fragrance Hall elder was a charming middle-aged woman who looked no more than 30. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, her expression shifted slightly, and a trace of barely perceptible humiliation and helplessness flickered in her eyes. The vice workshop master cleared his throat, his tone becoming subtly nuanced. I hear that Taoist friend Chu Ye has quite a few close female companions, each of them outstanding and breathtakingly beautiful. Although our divine artifice workshop is founded on artifact refining within our ranks, we also have talented and beautiful younger disciples with clever minds. Perhaps we could select one or two, carefully groom them, equip them with our workshop's exquisitely crafted specialty items, and send them to pay a visit to exchange ideas. The words were euphemistic, but the meaning was crystal clear. Cater to his taste, pave the way with beauties. The hall was silent. No one objected, but no one concurred. An indescribable gloom and a hint of absurdity filled the air. When had they, the lofty titans of the central domain, ever needed to use such indecent methods to curry favor with a nouveau riche from the borderlands? But that was the reality. Such was reality. Before the threat of absolute power and the shadow of annihilation, so-called dignity and pride often required. The elder of the Heavenly Fragrance Hall took a deep breath, finally, rising to her feet, her voice calm, yet tinged with weariness. This subordinate understands. There are indeed a few young disciples of exceptional talent and beauty within the workshop, but this matter is of great importance. The selection, the gift list, the phrasing, all require careful deliberation. I entrust this to you, Elder Yun. The deputy master nodded as if relieved of a heavy burden or as if concluding a rather unsavory transaction. This must be conducted in secrecy. Draft the plan as soon as possible. Remember, maintain a humble posture and show sufficient sincerity. The survival of our divine artifact workshop may hinge on this very move. The meeting concluded in a complex atmosphere. Everyone dispersed with heavy hearts. No one felt at ease. The decision of the divine artifact workshop was perhaps but a microcosm of the struggles and choices many factions would face before the storm brewed in the central domain. The name Chu Ye had already settled like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on the minds of every ruler in the central domain. To fight or to yield, to bow or to resist, each had to make their own choice. And the honey trap, that ancient and effective shortcut, had already begun to unfold quietly amidst the undercurrents. 1 month later, it was Chu Ye's birthday. This news spread like an underwater undercurrent at first, but by the time it was noticed, it had already swept across the 5 domains, creating a massive uproar known to all under heaven. Its breadth and ferocity were extraordinary, clearly orchestrated by an invisible hand. A birthday celebration was never merely a simple festivity. For Chu Ye, the core of the now mighty Great Chu Empire, whose territory and influence were expanding rapidly, it was more like a silent invitation, a public probe, a ceremony of allegiance that would determine the future landscape. In what capacity should they attend? What gift should be prepared? Each question weighed heavily on the hearts of all factions. Those seeking to pledge allegiance saw it as a golden opportunity for advancement, racking their brains to offer a worthy token of loyalty. Those sitting on the fence were anxious, fearing both arriving too late to show sufficient loyalty and arriving too early only to back the wrong side. And those who harbored resentment or had clashed with Chu Ye sat on pins and needles. To go was humiliation. Not to go, however, meant risking becoming the next target on his list. Within the Great Chu Empire, an unprecedented bustle and activity reigned. The imperial capital was massively expanded upon its original foundation. Magnificent towers rose from the ground, and the glow of formation arrays shone day and night. On all major roads leading to the capital, an endless stream of flying boats, chariots, and beast mounts from the 5 domains could be seen. The sky was often crossed by the ornate processions of various powers. Merchant guilds and inns were overflowing. The trade in precious treasures and rare curiosities reached an unprecedented fever pitch. Who could have imagined that Great Chu, once confined to a corner of the eastern domain, would become the focal point and hub of the entire continent in such a short time? And the core of this legendary transformation was none other than the 7th prince, whose birthday was approaching. The empire prepared for this grand feast with a level of extravagance surpassing that of any previous monarch, even exceeding the celebrations for Chu Tianxing's own birthday. No one found this inappropriate, and no one dared to object. Everyone understood who was responsible for Great Chu's current magnificent glory. The center of the storm was often the calmest place. Within Chu Ye's bedchamber, the warm curtains hung low and the scent of agarwood lingered faintly. After a night of passion, he reclined against soft brocade cushions, holding in his arms the great Qin Empress Qin Nishang, who was clad only in a thin gauze, her cloud-like hair slightly disheveled. Stripped of her daytime majesty that ruled the 4 domains, her dragon robe, and imperial crown, she now bore a trace of languid springtime passion between her brows. Her skin was fair as snow. In the dim light, it radiated a warm luster. Her exquisitely proportioned figure, full of strength and beauty, leaned against him without any defense. Chu Ye's fingers unconsciously toyed with a lock of her hair that had fallen across her chest, then gently tucked it behind her ear, revealing the graceful curve of her neck. He looked down at the peerless face in his arms. Her usually sharp phoenix eyes were now closed, her long lashes casting faint shadows like butterfly wings, her breathing steady. This was the empress, unattainable and inviolable in the eyes of outsiders, now sleeping peacefully in his arms like an ordinary woman. The sense of conquest and satisfaction this contrast brought was both tranquil and profound. He was well aware that the person behind the massive uproar over his birthday celebration was the very woman in his arms. Such a large-scale, high-profile promotion of his birthday, the widespread invitations turning it into a political feast and a display of strength. All of it was Qingxue's doing. His fingertips traced the bridge of her straight nose. Chu Ye chuckled, his voice hoarse and teasing. Not only is there great capacity here, he said, meaningfully caressing her full curves, but I suspect the ambition here is even more vast. Using even your own man as a pawn like this. The woman in his arms fluttered her long lashes and slowly opened her eyes. Those phoenix eyes, initially hazy with the moisture of sleep, quickly regained their clarity and depth. She showed no embarrassment at being caught, but instead, still nestled against him, raised her eyes to meet Chu Ye's gaze directly. The corner of her lips even curled into a faint, controlling smile befitting an empress. Isn't this exactly what you wanted, my prince? Her voice also carried a hint of languor, but every word was clear. The world knows Chu Ye is fond of beauty. This is not a stain but a weakness and a preference. All who come, whether sincere or not, will start here if they wish to curry favor. Then beauties will be like clouds, rare treasures will be presented in competition, and you may pick and choose as you please. So why blame me when you've gained the advantage? As she spoke, she gently pushed away Chu Ye's arm and sat up. The thin gauze slipped, revealing a large expanse of her smooth, jade-like back. She did not shy away from his gaze but began to methodically don her complex and imposing black dragon-patterned Every movement exuded the poise and elegance of one long accustomed to a position of power. Soon she was once again the awe-inspiring great Qing empress, though the faint flush remaining on her cheeks hinted at their recent intimacy. Chu Ye was taken aback by her retort, then shook his head with a wry laugh. Indeed, Qingxue's actions had exploited his preference to the fullest and read him with absolute clarity. His original intention for this birthday feast was also to see the movements of the world's powers. Those who came might not earn a place in his memory, but he would certainly make a mental note of those who did not. This was, after all, a tacit loyalty test. And given Qingxue's ambition and methods, her schemes likely extended far beyond this. Through this grand event, she could legitimately contact, observe, and even secretly recruit or suppress representatives of various powers. She could further solidify her position as the core coordinator of the 4 domains under Chu Ye's power structure. Moreover, under the pretext of screening gifts for Chu Ye, she could extend her influence into even more subtle levels. This woman intended to turn his birthday banquet into one of the key strategic moves in her grand plan to unify the central domain. A woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Chu Ye gazed at her tall, straight back as she finished tidying up and prepared to leave for state affairs, unable to help but murmur a low sigh, his tone complex. There was a hint of helplessness at being schemed against, but more than that, it was a sense of finding a worthy opponent, even a play. Qingxue paused slightly at the palace gate without turning back, her profile outlined in the morning light, her voice calm. As she said, needle or sword, if it can weave you a splendid tapestry and expand your territory, that is enough. Your Highness, rest well. Tonight, I will discuss the various gift lists with you in detail. With that, she pushed open the door, and sunlight, along with the faint clamor from outside, surged in, only to be sealed off again by the closing door. The bedchamber returned to tranquility with only a faint fragrance lingering. Chu Ye leaned against the headboard, his gaze deep. The birthday banquet was becoming more and more intriguing. He was eager to see what kind of ingenious grand gifts the powers of the world would present to him, the lecherous birthday star. And how many big fish could Qingxue's carefully woven net capture? The winds and clouds of the 5 realms gathered, and the myriad halls were filled with grandeur. Representatives of various forces stood in solemn order by region and strength, their gazes all fixed on the high-hanging main seat. The air was thick with invisible pressure and undercurrents of probing. The gift-giving began with the 4 regional lords leading. From the eastern domain, the Great Qing Empire. Empress Qingxue did not delegate to others, but personally left her seat and walked to the center of the hall. She was clad in a black dragon-patterned imperial robe, her phoenix-like demeanor innate, yet in her hands, she held a folded, subdued black brocade robe with a restrained luster. On the robe, wandering dragon and cloud patterns were embroidered with dark gold threads, the stitches fine and the aura flowing. Though it was in the style of ordinary attire, it added a touch of youthful sharpness and elegance. This robe I wove with my own hands, infusing it with the Great Qing's dragon Qi and the Eastern Domain's collective, while silently harboring 3 protective dragon souls. Qingxue's clear voice rang through the hall. May your highness, wearing this robe, stride across the world with all evils repelled. Hanson. This gift, devoid of any vulgar gold or jewels, carried more weight than any divine weapon. It was not just a gift, but a signal. A symbol that this empress who ruled over 4 domains had placed Chu Ye at the very core of her private friendship and public duty. The delicate sentiment of a woman and the majestic support of an emperor were perfectly fused into this single robe. Countless eyes in the hall fell upon Qingxue, and the robe filled with envy, shock, understanding, and complex emotions. From the western domain, the witch god temple, which Queen Qingxue stepped lightly with bare feet, her purple-black gauze robe billowing like an eerie flower blooming in the dark night. In her palm lay a fist-sized chaotic strange jade. Inside, countless faint lights swirled, and upon closer look they were countless densely packed prayer runes appearing and vanishing. This is the condensed faith of my Western domain's millions of people during the annual Witch God Festival, the wish fulfillment jade of the people. The Witch Queen's voice carried a unique languor and mystery. He who holds this jade shall receive the protection of the Western domain's hidden fate, with a calm mind and immunity to all poisons. In the hearts of my Western domain subjects, your highness deeds are near divine. This gift elevated Chu Ye to the height of Western domain faith, representing the complete submission and spiritual support of the Witch God Temple and its governed lands, its weight rivaling that of Qin Nishang's hand-sewn robe. From the northern domain, the demon realm, several fierce demon lords stepped forward, offering not a single treasure, but a pile of various rare wonders stacked like a small mountain. There was the lightning crackling horn of an ancient thunder beast, a millennium-old wood core brimming with life, force sharp, space-severing meteorite divine iron, and even several terrifying ancient beast eggs. A dazzling array with a radiant treasure aura. We demons are straightforward, declared the leading white wolf demon lord in a voice like metal. These are the treasured heirlooms of our northern domain tribes for forging artifacts, refining pills, or hatching war beasts. Your highness harbors ambitions to swallow heaven and earth. We offer these humble things to aid your path to supreme dominance. Simple, crude, yet full of sincerity, reflecting the demon's straightforward logic of respecting strength and investing in the powerful. From the southern domain, the Buddhist kingdom, Abbess Miaoyin did not come herself, but sent a highly senior white-browed elder monk. The monk held a string of beads made of 108 golden beads, exuding rich sandalwood and faith energy. This is the 10,000 Buddha's homage bead, formed from the incense and faith energy of 3,600 temples and 1,000,000 devotees in our southern domain Buddhist kingdom, who chanted sutras and prayed for 49 days. The elder monk's voice was calm, yet carried a chant-like rhythm. Wearing it can purify the mind, repel external demons, and spontaneously protect its owner in times of danger, comparable to top-tier defensive immortal artifacts. May your highness always cherish compassion and receive the blessing of the Dharma. The gift was precious and practical, but the wish for compassion subtly drew a line of Buddhist detachment, blending cooperation with admonition, closeness with distance. The four regional gifts were grand in scope, whether deep in love, devout in submission, investing in the future, or a cooperative warning, each displaying the bearing of a regional lord. However, when it came to the many forces of the central domain, especially those of second or third rate, and those eager to curry favor, the scene suddenly changed. First, a sect known for music offered an ancient seven-stringed immortal zither phoenix cry scorched tail, its body flowing with light, indeed a rare treasure. But the presenting elder immediately bowed and said, "This zither is very old, and fearing your highness may not be familiar with music, I have specially sent my daughter Yunyao to attend you. She has played the zither since childhood and deeply understands its essence, able to ease your worries." As he spoke, a stunningly beautiful girl in pale green robes stepped forward gracefully, head bowed, her ears already red. In name she was a zither master, but the true intention was obvious to all. Next, a family renowned for dance in the central domain offered an entire startling swan dance troupe of 12 peerless dancers, along with a portable dance heaven pavilion containing a spatial realm. Euphemistically, it was to allow your highness to enjoy this celestial dance wherever you are. The dancers had graceful figures and flirtatious eyes, shy yet hopeful. This was just the beginning. The following gifts became increasingly blunt and competitive. Your highness, this is our sect's secret heavenly fragrance warm jade bed, which gathers spirit energy, nourishes beauty, and enhances pleasure, paired with 2 cauldrons skilled in the Maiden Heart Sutra for you to explore the Yin-Yang Great Tao. Our sect has obtained a pair of Yin Maiden with 9 orifices, delicate body, most suitable for dual cultivation, and we offer them to your highness for resonance on the path. My daughter, just 16, possesses the warm, fragrant, soft jade constitution, well-read, and skilled in all arts, willing to enter your palace to serve at your side. All kinds of unheard-of special constitution women were presented under titles like Cauldron Attendant, Zither Master, Dancer, Medical Maiden, or even Tao Companion. Along with various pleasure-enhancing rare treasures and boudoir furnishings, they were packaged into grand gifts. The gift givers spoke earnestly, as if Chu Ye's refusal would cut off their sect's or family's path to advancement and betray their sincerity. Many representatives from the 4 great domains in the hall couldn't help but show expressions of shocked disdain or suppressed laughter. Some first-rate forces from the central domain, still clinging to integrity, had grim faces, feeling utterly disgraced. On the high throne, Chu Ye's face remained calm, but inwardly he was truly amazed. He had long known that the reputation of Chu Ye being a libertine was widespread, but he never imagined it could reach such an extent, becoming a hard currency for these people to curry favor and advance. Was this a tribute? It was clearly a competition among various forces for the privilege of offering a bedfellow vying to see whose specialty suited his taste better. Heh. Chu Ye chuckled inwardly with a sense of absurdity and amusement. Indeed, as long as one is powerful enough, there will always be great scholars to justify my actions. A libertine. That is merely a mistake all men make. No, it is called compassion, wishing to give all the pitiful, lovely, and homeless beauties in the world a warm home. He looked down at the eager, anxious, even fawning gazes below, and suddenly felt that if he refused, these people might instead become uneasy. They would think their gifts were not good enough, failing to move him, and would rack their brains to come up with something more exquisite. Enough. Chu Ye seemed to shake his head with a helpless air, nodding slightly to the ceremonial officer beside him. His voice rang calmly through the hall. I appreciate the kindness of all of you. I accept your intentions. All gifts shall be registered and properly stored. He did not explicitly say which people he accepted, but the words, all shall be registered, already implied consent. Instantly, the representatives of the factions that had offered special gifts showed expressions of relief, even ecstatic joy, as if they already saw the future prosperity of their families and sects. A birthday feast had turned into a grand concubine selection and talentambuty delivery conference. Chu Ye sat steadily on the high platform watching this bizarre, yet deeply human scene, raised his cup, and drank it all in one go. This world was indeed most intriguing. The special tributes from second- and third-rate forces of the central domain came to an end, leaving the hall's atmosphere tinged with an indescribable ambiguity and absurdity. Next, the true top-tier powers of the central domain made their entrance, and everyone's spirits lifted, eager to see how these deeply entrenched giants would perform. The first to appear was the Divine Workshop. Their representative was still the Cloud Elder from the Celestial Fragrance Hall, who, besides a few stunning female disciples, was followed by several elderly craftsmen carrying an object covered in red silk, standing about 10 feet tall. The red silk was lifted, revealing a miniature model of a heavenly craft martial arena, a marvel of ingenuity. Crafted from countless rare metals and spirit wood, it featured pavilions, towers, landscapes, and gardens, and was even more remarkable for its countless mechanisms. It could not only simulate various battlefield environments and evolve offensive and defensive formations, but also housed numerous elegant mechanisms such as jade puppets that danced to music, automatons that brewed tea and played the zither, and even secret chambers with warm, soft furnishings and adjustable lighting and ambience. Cloud Elder's words remained respectful, but could not hide a hint of calculation. This platform is the masterpiece of our workshop, integrating cultivation, martial practice, and leisure. It contains 3,600 variations with a special emphasis on the harmony of body and mind. Your Highness, in your leisure time, you may invite friends inside to spar and discuss the Tao, or relax and rest, experiencing a different kind of charm. The gift was priceless, the craftsmanship unparalleled, but the intent to cater to his tastes, or even encourage them, was even more blatant and sophisticated than that of the lesser forces before. This caused many in the know to curl their lips in disdain, sighing that the Divine Workshop, in order to forge a connection, had thoroughly embraced pragmatism, casting aside even the reserve of a top-tier power. Next came the Myriad Spirits Heavenly Sect. Lady Flower Rain did not come in person, but sent a trusted elder who presented a box made of Saintess sandier cold jade. The moment the box opened, a clear, yet vibrant fragrance filled the hall, carrying immense vitality. Inside lay a strange flower. This flower had only 3 petals, one as white as the moon, one as red as fire, and one as blue as the sea. The 3 colors swirled incessantly, and at the heart of the flower was a misty chaos, as if evolving the scene of the creation of heaven and earth. This is one of our sect's rare treasures, the 3 Radiance Reincarnation Stamen, which blooms once every 10,000 years. Today it happens to be in full bloom. The elder's voice was steady. This flower can gather the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, tempering the body and soul, balancing yin and yang and the 5 elements. It is immensely beneficial for cultivation and can nourish all things and enlighten living beings. It is specially presented to your Highness to celebrate your birthday. The gift was rare and precious, with extraordinary effects, and perfectly aligned with Chu Ye's fundamental need to enhance his strength. The demeanor was neither humble nor arrogant, demonstrating the Myriad Spirits Heavenly Sect's position as a force subdued by Chu Ye, maintaining a certain independence while precisely contributing core value. However, the tribute from the Myriad Dao Alliance suddenly shifted the atmosphere in the hall. A solemn-faced elder in a Daoist robe with a stern aura stepped forward, holding a sheathed long sword. Even without being drawn, the sword exuded a fierce, chilling energy that clashed subtly with the harmonious ambience of the hall. The scabbard was ancient, engraved with the characters Sever Delusion. This sword is named Sever Delusion, forged by our alliance's founder from 9 heavens, mystic iron fused with a thread of innate destructive sword chi. The elder's voice boomed, his gaze sharp as lightning, seemingly intentionally sweeping across the high seat. The sword's intent is upright and unyielding, specializing in severing illusory evils, heretical thoughts, and demonic obsessions. May your Highness wield this sword to illuminate the mind, see your true nature, uphold righteousness, and ward off evil, and not be misled by external things, so that you may maintain integrity and rule over all directions. These words, combined with the sharp, aggressive sword, were less a birthday greeting and more a warning and reprimand. This was a veiled accusation that Chu Ye's libertine nature was being misled by external things, and that he needed this sword to sever delusion. In an instant, the hall fell into dead silence. Many held their breath, looking from the high seat to the Myriad Dao Alliance representative. The atmosphere shifted from the earlier ambiguous absurdity to one of tension and hostility. But just at this tense moment, from within the Myriad Dao Alliance ranks, a middle-aged Daoist with a genial smile quickly stepped forward. He first frowned almost imperceptibly at the solemn elder, then bowed deeply to Chu Ye. The Alliance's artifact refining hall, hearing of your Highness' birthday, has prepared a separate modest gift. Please accept it with a smile. He presented a Zhou Tian star chessboard. The board was made of star fragments, the pieces carved from spirit jade. Playing on it could draw upon faint star power, nourishing the soul and cultivating temperament. An elegant treasure beneficial to cultivation. The severed delusion sword presented earlier by Elder Li was the intention of our alliance's war hall, symbolizing your highness' courageous progress on the path of the Dao cutting through thorns ahead. The middle-aged Taoist smiled, smoothing things over. This chessboard is the intention of our alliance's rights hall, wishing your highness some moments of peace and clarity in your leisure to strategize and be at ease. This scene immediately made it clear to everyone that the myriad Dao alliance was rife with internal factions and lacked consensus. The hardline war hall attempted to intimidate and show force, while the pragmatic rights hall sought to ease relations. The two sides were practically putting on a rival show at the birthday feast, a classic case of split personality. This also exposed the internal chaos and divisions within the myriad Dao alliance under the pressure of Chu Ye. Just then the ceremonial officer outside announced loudly, "The Guanghan Immortal Palace has arrived." This utterance, like a pebble cast into a turbulent lake, stirred countless ripples. Countless gazes snapped towards the palace gates. 2 rows of Moon Palace celestial maidens clad in robes as white as snow entered with lanterns in hand and steps as light as feathers, their demeanor still ethereal and aloof. Then 2 figures walked in shoulder to shoulder with graceful strides. The one on the left was none other than Liyue, the palace lord of the Guanghan Celestial Palace, who had been missing until now. She still wore her moon-white palace attire, her features peerlessly beautiful and her temperament as cold and aloof as ever. Yet between her brows there was less of the former haughty disdain that looked down upon the world and more of an indescribable calmness and submission. In her hands, she held an ancient scroll, neither silk nor brocade, flowing with the light of the moon. On the right was a middle-aged beauty of equally peerless grace, her temperament gentle yet dignified with a hint of authority. She was Liyue's master, the previous palace lord of Guanghan, Han Yue, who had retired for years but now appeared. Han Yue stepped forward, her voice warm yet clear. "Hearing of your highness' birthday, our Guanghan Celestial Palace hereby presents the true manuscript of our palace's most secret treasured Qin score, the Taiyin Guanghan Jiuxiao Yuezhang." She gestured for Liyue to present the scroll. This score contains the true essence of the moonlight, great Dao. Studying it can calm the mind and spirit, communicate with the Taiyin, and has boundless wonders. It is our palace's most inviolable secret. We wish to use this melody to celebrate your highness' longevity and also to celebrate the peace of the world. Liyue slightly bowed her head and respectfully offered the scroll. Her demeanor throughout was impeccable, cold and restrained, a stark contrast to the rumored image of a plaything or someone to be plucked at will. This scene greatly surprised many who had heard the rumors and now saw with their own eyes, causing their conviction to waver. Could those rumors truly be groundless? Had the Guanghan Celestial Palace simply chosen a more low-profile way of expressing their stance by offering their only a very few with sharp eyes and keen perception could detect beneath Liyue's overly perfect calm a faint, almost non-existent tension. And when her gaze occasionally flickered towards Chu Ye's direction, there was a fleeting, elusive, and complex glimmer deep in her eyes. Before the crowd could fully digest the surprise from the Guanghan Celestial Palace, another heavyweight force made its entrance. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion arrives. An old man in plain gray robes with an utterly ordinary face walked in slowly alone. He carried no ornate gift box, only a palm-sized black sealed casket made of neither metal nor jade. The old man walked to the center of the hall, gave a slight bow to Chu Ye, and said in a flat and motionless voice, "The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion congratulates your highness on your birthday. Inside this casket is a prophetic line personally divined for you by the Heaven Secrets Elder over 3 days. Heavenly secrets must not be lightly disclosed. Please your highness open it in private upon your return." He presented the black casket. It had no fluctuation of spiritual energy and no ornamentation, yet it exuded an undeniable sense of mystery. A prophetic line personally calculated by the Heaven Secrets Elder. This gift, formless and intangible, could be more gripping than any treasure present, its value immeasurable. It represented a transcendent, yet profoundly meaningful attention from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Chu Ye, seated high in the place of honor, took in everything below. He found the flattery of the Divine Crafts Workshop slightly amusing. He gave a slight nod at the strange tales of the Flower Rain Lady. His gaze was flat, without joy or anger, at the good cop, bad cop farce of the 10,000 Dao Alliance. At the master and disciple of the Guanghan Celestial Palace, whose entrance was a masterclass in acting, the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. His gaze lingered for a moment on the mysterious casket from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion before he signaled his men to accept it. He lightly raised his hand, signaling the protocol officer to continue recording. One by one gifts, some precious, some peculiar, some laden with hidden meaning, were presented and registered to the herald's calls. Other forces from the central domain, like the Dragon Clan, sent perfunctory jewels. The Medicine King Valley and the Heavenly Sword Sect maintained their standard, unremarkable tributes. And those forces that had once clashed with Chu Ye or held themselves in high regard, such as several first-rate sects, had yet to show their faces. Chu Ye's gaze slowly swept over every face below, some reverent, some fawning, some tense, some complex. It swept over the mountains of rare treasures and the mysterious casket, and over the peerlessly beautiful special gifts standing quietly to one side. Finally, his gaze seemed to pierce through the palace, directed towards the forces that were absent. In his heart, he kept a clear ledger. Those who came regardless of whether their gifts were sincere or feigned fawning or laced with hidden daggers were tributes or warnings. At least they came, they brought gifts, and they observed the surface propriety. He would temporarily note this presence as a favor. And those who did not come. A cold, clear glint of sharpness flashed deep in Chu Ye's eyes. I accept the favors, and I have noted those who did not come. The atmosphere of the birthday banquet after various episodes seemed to return to its superficial bustle and clamor. Just as the banquet's revelry reached its peak amidst the clinking of glasses, the herald at the palace gates suddenly seemed to be choked, his proclamation cut off abruptly, his face frozen in disbelief. An indescribable ethereal aura, as if flowing from ancient times, quietly permeated the hall. This aura was not a pressure, but it carried an ancient rhythm that involuntarily calmed and solemnized the spirit, even stirring a faint sense of humility. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn. At the palace entrance, a woman had silently appeared, as if from nowhere. She appeared to be around 27 or 28, dressed in the simplest moon-white elegant long dress, with no intricate patterns. Her long hair was loosely tied up with a single wooden hairpin. Her features were not of a breathtaking, stunning beauty, but were incomparably pure and lovely. Her brows and eyes were gentle and peaceful, as if they had gathered the dust of ages. Her entire being was bathed in a soft halo like the gentle glow of the moon. She stood there seemingly close at hand, yet giving an impression of distant remoteness, like watching flowers through a veil of mist, a sense of alienation and illusion. She wore no insignia representing any force, but her uniquely extreme aura and Dao resonance caused many of the well-informed senior experts in the hall to change color abruptly. The Divine Maiden Palace. An elder from an ancient family in the central domain exclaimed in a lost voice, his tone trembling uncontrollably. These 3 words exploded like thunder in the silent hall. The Divine Maiden Palace. Legend had it as the oldest, most mysterious, and most transcendent inheritance in the central domain, hailed as one of the origins of the central domain. They rarely appeared in the world and bothered not with mundane affairs. Their very existence was more of a mythological symbol. No one expected that Chu Ye's birthday banquet would unearth even this legendary force. The woman seemed oblivious to the commotion in the hall. She walked lightly, as if treading on clouds or gliding on water, heading straight for the center. Where she passed, the clamor naturally subsided, and even the air seemed to become purer. She stopped not far from Chu Ye's seat, paused, and gave a slight nod. Her voice was like a clear spring striking stone, pleasant and peaceful, yet devoid of much emotion. Divine Maiden Palace, Chu Ye, by order of the Palace Lord, has come especially to congratulate your Highness Chu Ye on your birthday. As she spoke, she turned her fair hand over, and a scroll appeared in her palm. The scroll was made of an unknown pale silver silk, its ends adorned with warm, smooth jade. It looked ancient and elegant, but leaked little spiritual energy, appearing overly plain compared to the many dazzling treasures present. This is a congratulatory gift. Please accept it, your Highness. The woman, named Chu Ye, presented the scroll. An attendant immediately stepped forward, respectfully took it, and at Chu Ye's signal slowly unrolled it. The scroll unfurled about 3 feet long and 1 foot wide. The image came into view, a hazy yet beautiful landscape backdrop. Distant mountains were tinged with indigo, and nearby waters babbled. Amidst swirling clouds and mist, a faint phantom of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix was visible. The overall artistic conception was ethereal and lofty, the brushwork exquisitely superb, truly a masterpiece of painting. Yet that was all it amounted to. To those accustomed to rare treasures and exotic artifacts, this was merely an exceptional antique painting, hardly substantial enough to be deemed a gift from the enigmatic Divine Maiden Palace. Perplexity flickered in many eyes. But the moment the scroll was fully unfurled, Chu Ye, seated high above, felt his pupils suddenly contract. Within the lake of his heart, tumultuous waves surged. This painting, its composition, its artistic conception, even the faint fluctuations emanating from the scroll's material, they bore at least 70 or 80% resemblance to his greatest reliance, the life-bound treasure he had never revealed to anyone, the 100 Phoenix chart. No, it was more than mere resemblance. The divine charm of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, the flowing trajectory of clouds and mist, and the extremely subtle, seemingly naturally formed spatial fold lines along the scroll's edges. All resonated faintly with the sensation of the 100 Phoenix chart's inner world. This was no coincidence. The Divine Maiden Palace. How could they possess a painting so intimately connected to the 100 Phoenix chart? Did they know of the chart's existence? What was their connection to the origins of the 100 Phoenix chart? Countless questions instantly flooded Chu Ye's mind, sending a chill down his spine while igniting an indescribable excitement. This touched upon the deeper secrets beyond his transmigration and system. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil within, maintaining a calm facade, as his sharp gaze fell upon the elder from the Divine Maiden Palace below, who called herself Chu Ye. Chu Ye seemed unsurprised by Chu Ye's reaction and offered no explanation. After presenting the painting, she gave a slight nod, once more her voice still serene. The gift has been delivered, and my mission is complete. Chu Ye takes her leave. With that, she turned without hesitation and walked toward the hall's exit with the same composed grace as when she entered. To the countless gazes of shocked curiosity or reverence within the hall, to this grand feast gathering the world's elite, she showed no trace of lingering or intrigue, as if she had merely completed a trivial errand. Only when her moon-white figure vanished into the halo of light beyond the hall's doors did the ancient, ethereal aura that had permeated the chamber slowly dissipate. Within the hall, a deathly silence held for several breaths, then erupted with a roar of whispered discussions and speculations more intense than any before. The Divine Maiden Palace. It truly is the Divine Maiden Palace. They actually sent someone to offer birthday congratulations, and at the palace lord's command. What secret does that painting hold? Does Prince Chu Ye have some prior connection with the Divine Maiden Palace? This makes the situation even more unpredictable. All eyes once again fixed on Chu Ye and the seemingly ordinary ancient painting before him. This gift from the Divine Maiden Palace, seemingly understated, was undoubtedly a depth charge thrown into a tranquil lake. Its implications and the associations it could spark were far more shocking than any divine weapon, peerless beauty, or even prophecy of fate. Chu Ye took a slow breath and gestured for an attendant to carefully roll up the scroll. He lifted his wine cup, though his fingertips tightened almost imperceptibly. At that moment, the birthday feast was truly elevated to a height no one had anticipated, shrouded in an even more mysterious and unfathomable shadow. The sudden appearance of the Divine Maiden Palace and this enigmatic gift was like a piece from a higher dimension gently placed upon Chu Ye's grand chessboard. The outcome uncertain, the path ahead increasingly bewildering. Though the feast neared its end, the true upheaval might have only begun. Yet everyone knew that beneath the surface the real struggle and reckoning were perhaps just starting. Chu Ye raised his glass to the assembly, a faint, almost imperceptible, meaningful smile curving at the corner of his lips. The feast continued. The accounts would be settled slowly. The clamor of the birthday feast finally subsided, and the Hall of Longevity returned to silence. Chu Ye paid no heed to the piles of dazzling, even absurd special gifts filling the side halls, nor did he dwell on the conjectures of the various powers. He retreated alone to the deepest meditation chamber of his private quarters, shutting out all external interference. The first thing he retrieved was the scroll delivered by Chu Ye of the Divine Maiden Palace. Under the soft glow of luminous pearls in the chamber, Chu Ye spread the scroll flat on a jade table, his gaze burning as he scanned every inch. The more he looked, the heavier the suspicion in his heart grew. The brushwork of the mountains, waters, birds, and beasts in the painting might be said to bear a 60 to 70% resemblance to the 100 Phoenix chart, perhaps a legacy of some ancient school. But when he held his breath, concentrated his mind, and subtly connected his divine sense with the origin of the 100 Phoenix chart's world to perceive this painting. Upon the scroll, the seemingly ordinary pale silver silk, the warm jade roller ends, and even the ink and colors all faintly transmitted a trace of power. Weak yet supremely pure, of the same root and origin as the 100 Phoenix chart's world essence within him, yet seemingly more ancient and vast. The fluctuation of world origin force. This fluctuation was extremely subtle. Had he not been the master of the 100 Phoenix chart's world and exquisitely sensitive to such power, he would never have detected it. World origin. Not the spiritual energy refined by cultivators, nor the spatial force of ordinary minor worlds, but the manifestation of the most fundamental rules and energies that constitute a realm. Chu Ye's fingertip lightly traced the phantom phoenix leading the 100 birds in the painting, his eyes as deep as the night. The Divine Maiden Palace. Indeed, it is more than mere legend. Their ability to produce a scroll imbued with such power, even in trace amounts, proves they have an extraordinary connection to the foundation of this world. Representatives of the heavenly Dao, world guardians, or more ancient entities. This gift, a seemingly weightless painting, stirred more wariness and curiosity in Chu Ye than any divine weapon. It was like a riddle or a silent declaration. Carefully storing the scroll, Chu Ye's gaze fell upon the black sealed box from the Celestial Secrets Pavilion. The box was cold to the touch, made of a material neither metal nor jade, its surface smooth as a mirror reflecting his composed visage. He channeled a thread of the 100 Phoenix chart's world force to wrap his finger and gently pried open the seamless lid. No radiance, no strange phenomena. At the bottom of the box lay a palm-sized yellowed ancient talisman paper, as if weathered by endless ages. On the talisman, written in a dark red pigment resembling cinnabar, yet not quite, were two lines of characters, strokes like iron hooks, and silver engraving, yet exuding a strange aura of decay. Death's calamity approaches, a 100-day deadline. Survive it and transform into a dragon, and fail and turn to ash. The words were concise, yet each weighed 1,000 pounds, carrying an icy certainty that pierced the core of fate. Chu Ye pinched the talisman, examining it repeatedly, feeling its rough texture. Death's calamity. 100. Since his transmigration, with his system gathering the women and his expanding influence, everything seemed smooth. But he had long anticipated that towering trees attract the wind and dangers lurked everywhere. This prophecy from the Celestial Secrets Pavilion was less a prediction and more a concretization of his subconscious vigilance, with a clear deadline attached. The Celestial Secrets Elder. Chu Ye murmured the name, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He did not believe in fate, but the prophecy from a leader of a faction capable of precise calculations, one that even the central domain's giants feared, could not be taken lightly. After a moment of contemplation, he moved his mind slightly. Before long, the chamber door was silently pushed open, and two graceful figures bathed in the dim light of night pearls slipped inside. They were none other than the current palace lord of the Guanghan Immortal Palace Li Yue, and her master, the previous palace lord Han Yue. The two women were evidently well prepared. Li Yu shed her dignified palace master attire from the day, donning a moon-white gauze nightgown. The soft, clinging fabric traced the graceful curves of her figure. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her cold, ethereal features bathed in the gentle light lost some of their daytime inaccessibility, gaining instead a touch of softness and tranquility. Han Yue, meanwhile, wore a simple, yet elegant light blue gown, its style somewhat conservative, yet it accentuated the gentle charm and mature allure born of years. The faint traces of her youthful beauty lingered in her brows, now carrying a wholly relaxed, even subtly yielding softness. They had long been Chu Ye's companions in the night, knowing well that his late summons was never merely for discussion. The two women exchanged a glance. Their eyes held no resistance, only a resigned submission and an indescribable complex emotion. They stepped forward gracefully, one on each side, naturally nestling against Chu Ye, their familiar subtle fragrance enveloping him. Chu Ye said nothing more. He extended his arms and drew the pair, master and disciple both of peerless beauty yet distinct temperaments bound by the same origin, into his embrace. Though he held warmth and softness in his arms, his thoughts were not overly amorous. His fingers absently traced Li Yu's smooth shoulder, feeling the softness of Han Yu's docile lean. A wordless tempest arose and subsided. The bedchamber's air was slightly disturbed, mingled with faint sounds. Li Yu's cold brows were tinged with a rosy flush. Han Yu's dignified composure melted into languor. They nestled in Chu Ye's arms, their hair intertwined, their bodies warm. When their breathing steadied, Chu Ye spoke, his voice slightly husky, yet exceptionally clear. Li Yue, Han Yue, you have long resided in the central domain. What do you know of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, especially the Heavenly Secrets Elder? His cultivation level, origins, and true nature. What are they? Li Yu panted softly, struggling to calm her heartbeat and gather her thoughts before replying in a low voice. Your Highness, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has always been an anomaly in the central domain. It seems to have existed longer than many transcendent powers, yet remains aloof, rarely engaging in conflicts. Its members act with secrecy, and its core heritage is unknown to all. Each generation's Heavenly Secrets Elder appears, as if from nowhere. Upon succession, all traces of their past, their karma, origins, and mentors, are shrouded or erased by some force impossible to trace. They seem solely devoted to the act of divining the Heavenly Secrets itself. Han Yu adjusted her position, leaning more comfortably, and added in a voice softer than Li Yu's. Indeed. The current Heavenly Secrets Elder assumed the title about 300 years ago. Who he was before, where he came from, all rumors say the pavilion's heritage is not passed from master to disciple, but rather a qualification bestowed by a near heavenly selection or grant. Once chosen as the Heavenly Secrets Elder, one naturally gains the ability to divine, while also bearing an unspeakable price and constraint. As for cultivation, no one has ever seen the Heavenly Secrets Elder truly fight. Yet he sits firmly in the pavilion, deterring even many true immortals and stronger beings from rash offense. His realm is at least at the peak of the immortal path, perhaps even more enigmatic. Li Yu added, the pavilion's pronouncements hold great credibility among the central domain's high echelons. Several major historical turning points were preceded by the pavilion's veiled prophecies. Though not every prediction comes true, it is said that its major prophecies at critical junctures have never failed. Her voice trailed off, barely audible, as she clearly recalled the box Chu Ye had examined earlier. Chu Ye listened quietly, his fingers slowly combing through Han Yu's smooth hair. The words of the master and disciple confirmed some of his suspicions while adding more layers of fog. A force with a bizarre heritage, a mysterious leader, and precise prophecies. The deadly tribulation mentioned in their pronouncements indeed carried significant weight. A charlatan organization, yet it firmly holds a place among the top 10 powers enduring through the ages. Chu Ye let out a cold laugh, but his eyes held no mirth. Either they truly possess the ability to peer into the river of fate at a cost we cannot fathom, or they are the most skilled speculators and information manipulators. Or both. He pulled the women closer, feeling their docile dependence and the coolness of their bodies. Deadly tribulation. 100 days. Chu Ye gazed out the window of the quiet chamber at the deep night, a cold, battle-ready smile curling at his lips. My fate is mine to command, not for heaven to decide. Even if a tribulation truly exists, I shall step over it. His mind raced with calculations. The hints from the Divine Maiden Palace and the warnings from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion all pointed to an imminent life-or-death challenge. The key to breaking the deadlock might lie in continuously strengthening his own power, clarifying his potential enemies, and uncovering more secrets of this world, including the 100 Phoenix diagram, the system, and these mysterious forces. Li Yu and Han Yu in his arms seemed to sense the shift in his mood, drawing closer in unison, as if silently expressing their obedience and support. Though their relationship began with coercion and contract over time, especially after jointly experiencing the fall of the Shadow Pavilion and the birthday banquet turmoil, a twisted sense of dependence and belonging had quietly taken root in the hearts of this master and disciple. Chu Ye withdrew his gaze, letting it fall on the two women's exquisite faces. He suddenly smiled a smile carrying unquestionable authority and a hint of deep calculation. The night is deep. Let us rest first. He said, no more lying down with them in his arms. There is much to do tomorrow. The quiet chamber returned to silence with only the soft glow of the luminous pearl illuminating the three figures embracing on the couch. Outside the window, the turbulent night of the central domain seemed to be brewing an even fiercer storm. Dawn's light, faint and delicate, filtered through the exquisite window lattice, quietly dispelling the lingering traces of the night's abandon. Li Yu and Han Yue, the master and disciple, had already risen. With respectful and meticulous care, they dressed Chu Ye and tied his hair, their movements practiced and synchronized as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The moon-white palace attire and the elegant long gown once again wrapped around those two exquisite bodies, transforming them back into the aloof palace master and the gentle senior. Yet the lingering traces of spring in their brows and their subconscious closeness to Chu Ye revealed the altered nature of their relationship. Just as Chu Ye finished adjusting the last fold of his robe and took a sip of the spirit tea offered by Han Yue, a familiar cool voice echoed from outside the hall. Your Highness, Qingxue requests an audience. Enter. Qingxue pushed open the door and stepped in, still clad in her black dragon imperial robe. Her stride was brisk and her phoenix eyes showed no trace of fatigue, only solemnity and a barely noticeable sharpness. Her gaze swept over Li Yu and her disciple, who stood at attention, giving a slight nod as a greeting before fixing her eyes directly on Chu Ye. The heavenly path is about to open. She spoke plainly, her voice low, but each word clear, carrying the weight of momentous news. Chu Ye's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. He looked up. The heavenly path. The legendary road to the heavens. Precisely. Qingxue nodded, approaching the jade table beside him. With a flow of immortal energy from her fingertip, she swiftly sketched a simple yet imposing scene. Above the boundless firmament, thick clouds and the power of celestial law churned and coalesced violently in a certain void, faintly forming the colossal phantom of a staircase leading to an unknowable height, with ancient runes flickering around it, as if bearing the weight of eons. Above the core of the central domain, the abnormal convergence of heavenly Dao's power has persisted for half a month, and the fluctuations have grown more intense in recent days, a sign recorded in many ancient texts. The heavens lower a staircase, Dao patterns manifest of themselves. These phenomena have appeared one after another. Qingxue's pace quickened. The Grand Dao Golden List heralds a golden age, and the opening of the heavenly path is the supreme baptism and arena of this era's climax. She elaborated, according to legend, the heavenly path is not a physical entity, but a special overlay realm formed by the laws of heaven and earth, along with the Dao resonance legacies, secret realms, and even the essence of fallen power left by countless peak experts throughout the ages. It is like a one-time eruption and manifestation of all the essence and opportunities accumulated in the long river of heaven and earth's history. For ordinary cultivators, merely stepping into the heavenly path, even if only to gain a shred of legacy left by predecessors at its outermost edge, or to find an undiscovered minor secret realm, could lead to a complete transformation and a meteoric rise. History is replete with examples of obscure individuals who by chance entered the heavenly path, obtained world-shaking inheritances, and emerged as dominant powers in their own right. As for the strong, Qingxue's gaze burned as she looked at Chu Ye. The heavenly path represents the supreme opportunity to break through existing bottlenecks and glimpse higher realms. There lie lost ancient techniques, the original insights left by fallen supreme experts, primordial treasures born at the dawn of heaven and earth, and even the possibility of touching upon clues to realms beyond immortality. But opportunity walks hand in hand with risk. Her tone turned cold. Within the heavenly path, laws are chaotic, spaces overlap, and deadly traps lurk everywhere. Not only are there naturally formed perilous lands and death zones, but also brutal battles and fierce struggles among all entrants from various factions. Every opening of the heavenly path is a bloody elimination tournament, treading over countless corpses. Only a handful ultimately ascend to the heights and seize the greatest fortunes. The so-called path to heaven is also a road paved with bones. Chu Ye listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the warmth of his teacup. The heavenly path. This caught him off guard, yet it made perfect sense. The system allowed him to grow at an astonishing pace. The Grand Dao Golden List heralded a golden age, and this heavenly path seemed to be the ultimate stage and crucible prepared by the world for this great era. When will it fully open, he asked. The convergence of heavenly Dao's power is accelerating. Based on observations and ancient calculations, at most half a month, at least 7 days, the entrance to the heavenly path will stabilize, and that will be the time to enter. Qingxue replied. By now all factions in the central domain are likely in an uproar. Secret preparations, alliances, and even actions to eliminate potential competitors have probably already begun. Chu Ye set down his teacup, his gaze deep and unfathomable. The 100-day death calamity foretold by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was so close to the opening of the heavenly path. Was it a coincidence, or was this heavenly path itself the site of his death calamity? Or perhaps someone intended to use the opportunity of the heavenly path to encircle and destroy him? The path to heaven. The path of conquest. Chu Ye murmured, but a cold predatory curve slowly lifted the corners of his mouth. Interesting. How could we miss such a feast? He turned to Qingxue. Nishang immediately send word in both our names to all the core powers with which we have formed alliances or maintained close ties. At the same time, closely monitor the movements of all top factions in the central domain, especially the Myriad Dao Alliance, the Dragon Clan, and those who did not attend the birthday banquet. Liu. Chu Ye turned to the current palace master of Guanghan, who stood in attendance. The ancient texts of the Guanghan Immortal Palace contain the most detailed records of the heavenly path. You are to compile all relevant information, particularly the changes in factional power structures after previous openings, known major opportunity points and danger zones. Report to me within 2 days. Hanyu. He then looked at Liu's master. Assist Nishang using your connections and experience in the central domain to analyze the strategies various factions might adopt and identify potential allies. Yes, Your Highness. The 3 women replied in unison, each accepting their orders with fighting spirit blazing in their. They understood deeply that the opening of the heavenly path would be the decisive battle determining the future landscape of the world and the greatest trial of whether Chu Ye's power could truly ascend to the pinnacle. Qi Nishang prepared to leave and make arrangements, but she paused at the door and turned back to Chu Ye, a complex gleam in her phoenix-like eyes. Within the heavenly path, there are countless opportunities, but also countless dangers. You must be careful. She hesitated, her voice dropping lower. Those gifts that were sent, perhaps they could be of some use, whether as pawns for scouting or otherwise. Chu Ye was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and shook his head. He knew she was referring to the various women presented as gifts at the birthday banquet. Some might indeed possess special abilities or physiques. I have my plans. Chu Ye's smile faded as his gaze drifted to the brightening sky beyond the window, as if he could already see the phantom of the path to heaven slowly taking shape in the firmament above. Since the path has opened, I shall venture forth. Let me see what this so-called death calamity truly looks like, and what scenery awaits at the end of this path to heaven. Beneath the calm words lay an unshakable resolve and surging battle intent. The heavenly path was about to open, heralding a bloody and glorious ultimate contest that would sweep through all the world's powerhouses and decide the fate of future fortune. And Chu Ye was already prepared to step into the very heart of this maelstrom. The countdown to his 100-day deadline had already begun its silent descent. The news of the impending heavenly path opening was like a spark dropped into boiling oil, utterly igniting the long-dormant 5 domains. Countless ancient secret realms burst open, sealed coffins were awakened by the essence blood of younger generations, long silent roars and sword chants echoed from deep mountains and vast marshes. Those peerless prodigies and ancient eccentrics who had been hidden, sealed, or dormant for various reasons shattered their restraints, their auras shaking mountains and rivers. The Golden Age was no longer merely a prophecy, but had descended upon the world in the most vivid and intense manner. Yet amid this storm of prosperity, one of the most watched and mysterious figures, Chu Ye, seemed to have vanished into thin air. Spies from major central domain factions had scoured the great Chu capital thoroughly, yet failed to capture even a trace of his whereabouts. He was naturally not in the outside world. Within the 100 Phoenix diagram, a vast and boundless world existed on its own. At this moment, in the core region of this world, chaotic nebulae swirled, and primordial chi coiled like dragons. The primordial tree embryo rooted in the very source of the world swayed gently, each movement scattering endless showers of pure and majestic life-giving light. Under Chu Ye's will the power and rules of the entire world converged, compressed, and refined toward this region. However, this vast trove of resources, enough to drive any celestial powerhouse to madness, including the world's primal force, Hongming vitality, and countless rare herbs, exotic flowers, and miraculous elixirs that Chu Ye had redeemed from the system's points mall, was not intended for his own use. Chu Ye possessed a clear understanding of his own cultivation. It was a power directly infused by the system, perfectly integrated and utterly devoid of hidden perils, with a foundation far more solid than that of any ordinary ascetic cultivator. Forcibly piling on these external aids would only be overkill. His gaze fell upon the women bound to him by fate. One day, within the core palace complex of the 100 Phoenix chart, Chu Ye summoned them under the pretext of rewarding merits, summarizing the Shadow Pavilion campaign, and preparing for the heavenly path. He gathered Qin Nishang, which Queen Zhuyo Fox, Immortal Su Qingxue, Huayuli Yue Han Yue, and even several outstanding individuals among the newly incorporated special tributes who had distinguished themselves. The hall was shrouded in immortal mists and exotic fragrances. On the long table, jade boxes were arrayed, radiating a lustrous glow, each containing top-tier resources rarely found in the outside world. Aids to enhance cultivation, solidify foundations, and break through bottlenecks. In the battle against the Shadow Pavilion, your combined efforts were invaluable. Chu Ye sat in the seat of honor, his gaze sweeping over the uniquely captivating faces before him, his tone calm. The heavenly path is about to open, bringing both crises and opportunities. Today I have summoned you for 2 reasons. First, to reward your merits. Second, to deepen your foundations to meet all eventualities. With a wave of his hand, the jade boxes flew precisely to each woman. These are resources meticulously tailored to your individual cultivation techniques and current realms. Upon refining them, they will solidify your foundation and elevate your cultivation. The goddesses probed the jade boxes with their divine senses and were visibly moved. The treasures within were many, they had never even heard of, their value incalculable. What astonished them even more was Chu Ye's intimate knowledge of each of their conditions. The gifts were perfectly suited without the slightest misstep. But this was only the beginning. With another thought from Chu Ye, the power of the entire 100 Phoenix chart world was stirred. The vast world's primal force transformed into a gentle cascade of light, enveloping every woman. The life-giving radiance shed by the Hongming tree embryo, as if alive, wove itself strand by strand into their meridians, acupoints, and souls. This was not a violent infusion, but a most fundamental nourishment and replenishment, silently solidifying their foundations and expanding their potential limits. Simultaneously, under Chu Ye's control, the flow of time around the halls subtly shifted. One day outside equated to nearly 100 days within the chart. This was a heaven-defying effect unique to the 100 Phoenix chart as a growing world achievable only by combining fragments of time laws with immense primal support. Yet the greatest elixir was Chu Ye himself. Resources are prepared and time is abundant. Chu Ye rose, walking toward the women, a meaningful curve playing at the corner of his mouth. However, knowledge gained from books is shallow after all. The fastest and most stable path to advancement lies in practice. The practice he referred to as naturally the pinnacle immortal dual cultivation technique, the yin-yang harmony treasure mirror. This technique was profoundly mysterious, guiding the mutual complementation of energy through the most intimate union of spirit and flesh, the harmony of yin and yang, allowing for comprehension of the true essence of the Tao, far more efficient than ordinary, secluded meditation. Thus, in the time within the chart that followed, Chu Ye could be said to have exerted himself to the utmost, toiling day and night. Tailoring his approach to each woman's constitution, technique, temperament, and even current state of mind, he personally guided them in the operation of the dual cultivation technique. Sometimes it was individual instruction explaining profound concepts in simple terms. At other times, it was joint exploration delving into certain special formation attacks or complementary methods recorded in the technique. The bedchamber, the hot springs, the quiet cultivation rooms, and even the grass beneath the Hongming tree embryo all became venues for discussing the Tao and cultivating. Spiritual light intertwined with soft moans and Tao resonance filled the chambers alongside springtime hues. Guided by the dual cultivation technique, the immense vitality and primal force were efficiently and gently transformed into tangible cultivation for the women. Chu Ye seemed tireless, wholly devoted to the great cause of helping others improve, selfless and utterly dedicated. Of course, as a diligent gardener, it was only reasonable for him to collect a few insignificant interests and rewards. For instance, at that moment in the exquisite bedchamber, the warm curtains swayed gently and a subtle fragrance filled the air. Fox immortal Su Qingxue, having just concluded a round of in-depth technique discussion, lay limply on Chu Ye's broad chest. Her snow-white body was flushed a charming pink from the strenuous activity, drenched in fragrant sweat, with a few damp strands of hair clinging to her smooth forehead and cheeks. Her eyes were half-closed, a lingering flush of passion at their corners, while her 9 fluffy fox tails unconsciously swayed, gently entwining around Chu Ye's arms and waist, exuding a languid dependence. The aura emanating from her had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to just days before. Her cultivation, originally at the high immortal realm, was now deeper and more restrained, perfectly rounded and flawless, faintly touching upon a higher barrier, having astonishingly reached the terrifying level of the 9th layer of the immortal realm. Such a rate of advancement, if spread abroad, would be enough to astonish those so-called prodigies of the ages. This was not solely the merit of the yin-yang harmony treasure mirror and Chu Ye's personal guidance. It was a miracle wrought by the combined effect of the nearly 100-fold time difference within the 100 Phoenix chart, the sea of top-tier resources, and Chu Ye's high-quality primal yang energy refined by the system. Chu Ye wrapped one arm around Su Qingxue's smooth satin-like waist, while his other hand idly stroked the base of her soft, fluffy foxtails. Feeling the warmth and slight tremors in his palm, Chu Ye held her soft body, contentedly listening to her slightly ragged, increasingly alluring breaths. A sense of accomplishment gleamed in his eyes. The potential of a 9-tailed celestial fox is indeed extraordinary. Chu Ye chuckled softly, his fingertip tracing her sensitive ear tip, causing her to shiver slightly. On the heavenly path, this cultivation of yours and your innate charm will prove most useful. Su Qingxue's fingers lightly pinched Chu Ye's waist, her shimmering eyes gazing up at him tenderly, her voice soft. And we get all thanks to you, my lord, for your generous teachings and diligent cultivation. She stressed the word diligent with infinite allure and gratitude. Chu Ye laughed heartily, patting her springy snow-white buttocks. I know. Rest for a while. Later, I need to discuss with Nishang the integration of the stars with dual cultivation. As the opening of the heavenly path drew nearer, Chu Ye did not slacken in the slightest. He deeply understood that in this struggle for ascension, which gathered the world's opportunities and slaughters the strength of the core combatants, would directly determine life, death, and gains. His greatest advantages and trump cards, aside from the system and the 100 Phoenix chart, were these stunning women who had gathered through fate and whom he had personally cultivated and nurtured. Thus, a secret and efficient cultivation enhancement plan was launched intensively within the specific time-accelerated zones of the 100 Phoenix chart. With an attitude of diligent and unflagging effort, Chu Ye combined the rare resources from the system, the life force of the 100 Phoenix chart world, and the pinnacle immortal technique to teach each woman according to her aptitude, cultivating them with all his might. The results were evident. Qi Nishang, who already had a solid foundation and bore the dragon Qi of the great Qin and the fortune of the ruler of the four domains. Under the impact of the immense energy guided by Chu Ye's dual cultivation, her cultivation barriers were breached one after another, pushing her to the threshold of the immortal path's peak. The dragon Qi around her grew more substantial, with faint phantom dragons coiling, enhancing her imperial majesty. But the changes did not stop there. Perhaps due to her deepening bond with Chu Ye, or perhaps because the dual cultivation technique harmonized yin and yang. A subtle intrinsic soft radiance had quietly appeared in her originally turgid brows. Her bearing became even more dazzling, and with every smile and frown she exuded both the authority of an empress and an indescribable enchanting allure reserved only for a certain someone. The 9 serenities which Queen, the supreme leader of the Western poison path, had always possessed an unfathomably mysterious cultivation base. The resources provided by Chu Ye and the life essence nourishment from dual cultivation greatly compensated for the subtle internal injuries and erosion caused by her previous over-reliance on yin and vile qi. Her aura grew more harmonious and introverted, and the skin beneath her purple-black gauze robe revealed a rare lustrous sheen, no longer the pale and gloomy complexion of before. Those eyes, always carrying laziness and danger when now looking at Chu Ye beyond their inherent unfathomability, held a blend of poison and allure in their shifting glances, stirring the heart while sending chills down the spine. The master and apprentice Li Yu and Han Yu seemed to have shattered their final heart knot, or perhaps had completely resigned to fate. Under Chu Ye's continuous special attention and the profound effects of the dual cultivation technique, their cultivation advanced rapidly. Li Yu's long stagnant bottleneck of the half-immortal realm had been broken. Her moonlight holy body became increasingly pure, and a hint of submissive tenderness and faint innocent charm mixed into her cold temperament, creating a contradictory and alluring appeal. Han Yue, through dual cultivation and elixirs, completely transformed her past accumulation. Her cultivation steadily improved, surpassing her former self. In her gentle and mature charm, there was now added a fullness from being well-nourished, and an indelible, knowing allure in the corners of her eyes and brows. Standing together, the master and apprentice resembled twin snow lotuses stained with rouge. Coldness and seduction coexisting, sanctity and depravity intertwined. Their service to Chu Ye grew increasingly tacit and instinctive. Su Qingxue, the fox immortal, was a born enchantress of innate allure. With this enhancement, her 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline showed signs of purification. The phantom behind her became more solid. The seductive power in every smile, every glance, and every ripple of her eyes multiplied geometrically, effortlessly, stirring inner demons and lustful thoughts in others. Her figure became even more exquisitely curvaceous, her skin tender enough to yield water at a touch. Her eyes, watery and brimming with emotion, seemed perpetually affectionate. The cultivation boost brought not only power, it pushed the Fox clan's seductive talent to an extreme. Even Chu Ye sometimes needed to steady his mind to resist the pervasive natural temptation. Lady Huayu, as a newly ascended true immortal, had already stabilized her cultivation. Her dual cultivation with Chu Ye primarily served to consolidate her realm, expand her potential, and nourish her myriad spirits' path with the vitality of the 100 Phoenix diagram. Her demeanor grew more dignified and magnificent, her true immortal aura perfectly rounded, as if she were more harmonious with heaven and earth. Her already peerlessly beautiful face, now radiant with cultivation progress and abundant life essence, shone with breathtaking brilliance. Beneath her resplendent robes, her graceful figure resembled a divine maiden descending to the mortal world. Her respect for Chu Ye deepened with growing dependence and admiration. The others, such as Abbess Miaoyin, though not having the most intimate dual cultivation enhancement with Chu Ye like the women above, also received suitable elixirs, technique, insights, and cultivation in the accelerated environment of the 100 Phoenix diagram. Their cultivation advanced notably, and their temperaments each underwent a transformation. For a time, Chu Ye was surrounded by a gathering of beauties, each with her own unique charm. Not only had their cultivation and combat power skyrocketed, but due to their bonds with Chu Ye, deep or shallow, and the subtle influence of the dual cultivation technique, their appearances, complexions, and figures had all received the ultimate nourishment and elevation. Some exuded majesty veiled with seduction, others held coldness infused with spring passion, some were bewitching to the bone, others were gracefully unparalleled. 100 flowers in bloom, each a peerless beauty of the mortal world, and beneath every beauty lurked a power not to be underestimated. Chu Ye naturally observed these changes and delighted in them. This was not only the satisfaction of system tasks and personal interests, but also a tangible increase in strength. His special combat force centered around these peerless women had undergone a complete transformation before the heavenly path opened, becoming a beautiful, yet lethal existence that no one could underestimate. One day in the central courtyard of the 100 Phoenix diagram, all the women gathered, some sitting, some standing, some in meditation, some conversing. Sunlight filtered through the hazy sky, illuminating faces of breathtaking beauty and graceful figures. Their auras intertwined with faint, immortal light, shimmering like a living painting of immortals paying homage to the phoenix. Chu Ye stood with his hands behind his back on the high steps, his gaze sweeping over the familiar, yet more enchanting faces below. Sensing their auras now several times stronger than before, a satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The heavenly path is about to open, he said calmly, his voice clear. In everyone's ears, all karmic causes and myriad opportunities ultimately require strength to seize. Are you still afraid of the dangers ahead? At his words, all the women turned their gazes toward him. Qin Nishang's phoenix eyes held authority, the witch queen's lips curled with a dangerous smile. Li Yu and Han Yu lowered their eyes in submission. Su Qingyu's eyes shimmered with soul-stealing allure. Lady Hua Yu nodded gently with grace. Though their expressions varied, their eyes all shone with determination and eagerness. We are willing to follow you, my lord, to tread the heavenly path and seize supreme opportunities. Their voices, though soft and melodious, converged into an awe-inspiring momentum. Chu Ye let out a hearty laugh, his heroic spirit surging. With such beauties by his side, even if the heavenly path were a dragon's pool, or a tiger's den, a mountain of corpses, or a sea of blood, he dared to charge through and claim all the celestial opportunities for himself. An intangible battle intent and anticipation quietly permeated the courtyard. The prelude to the struggle for the heavenly path had already begun in Chu Ye's small world. The heavenly path materialized. The 7-day period arrived as promised. On that day, above the core of the central region, the celestial force that had been gathering for days finally reached its threshold. In a silent tremor, an ancient staircase connecting heaven and earth emerged from the depths of the void. The staircase was neither stone nor jade, colored a dark green, its surface engraved with countless lost ancient patterns. Each step seemed to bear the weight of eons. It was not a physical entity, but a condensation of laws, a manifestation of history, and the embodiment of the final Tao marks of countless fallen powerhouses. The staircase extended upward, disappearing into the unknown chaos, as if truly leading to another world, another realm. The power of the great Tao cascaded like a tidal wave, sweeping across the central region and even affecting the 5 domains. The concentration of spiritual energy in the world surged several times in moments. Countless cultivators were shocked to find that the bottlenecks that had plagued them for years were faintly loosening. This was the heavenly path, the road to transcendence, and the most generous yet cruelest gift of heaven and earth to the Golden Age. The area around the heavenly path was already packed with forces that had rushed upon hearing the news. In the void, layers upon layers of flying boats, towering ships, flying swords, exotic beasts, dharma manifestations, and fleeing lights covered the sky and stretched for thousands of miles. From wandering cultivators on the remote borders of the eastern domain to the supreme overlords of the central region, from freshly emerged young prodigies to ancient monsters who had secluded themselves for years, all who had a shred of ambition and drive had gathered here. The aura of the heavenly path grew increasingly intense. Finally, when the last layer of patterns at the base of the staircase fully lit up, it stirred. Countless figures like moths to a flame transformed into streams of light and surged upward. But what awaited them was no smooth path. The heavenly path had its own threshold. Those with insufficient cultivation, unstable foundations, or weak Tao hearts were instantly crushed by the ancient and indifferent force of the laws the moment they set foot on the steps. Some had their physical bodies shattered on the spot, blood mist spreading. Others had their souls ejected, suffering severe damage to their cultivation. Many more were pushed back by a gentle yet irresistible force, left to sigh helplessly at the periphery of the heavenly path. Meanwhile, within the heavenly path, countless overlapping secret realm spaces began to randomly, and even selectively, as if choosing their masters, devour those who entered. Some prodigies had barely set foot on the 3rd step when they were swept away by a vortex, vanishing into some unknown inheritance ground. Others, before even landing, were wrapped in a flash of spiritual light and whisked directly to the deeper layers. This was both a blessing and a separation, for no one could ensure they would land in the same place as their companions. Yet precisely because of this, those who could still steady themselves suppressed the laws with their own strength and even choose their path forward through sheer will revealed their true depth. At this moment, near the entrance of the heavenly path, the top prodigies from various domains and powers finally appeared, one by one, revealing their brilliance. A figure stepped onto the heavenly path, clad in plain white robes with cool brows and eyes, surrounded by the phantom shadows of 108 miniature star orbits, each forged from pure Tao principles. He was the ultimate Tao seed, nurtured jointly by the War Hall and the Ritual Hall of the 10,000 Tao Alliance, a rare consensus. The Alliance's Dao Xuan Sect, whose cultivation was half a step to immortal, suppressing his generation with the cycle of heavenly stars art. It was said that he was born amid celestial anomalies, regarded as the Alliance's greatest trump card to continue its orthodoxy and counter upheaval. His gaze toward the heavenly path was calm and unruffled, as if this journey was merely to validate his own Tao. Meanwhile, there was also Qingxue Mo, the young master of the Divine Artifice Workshop, clad in ink-black battle robes and bearing 1,000 mechanisms, divine casket that could transform 1,000 times. A creation he was said to have completed independently at 15. He rode no flying vessel, standing aloft in the void on a pair of mechanical wings, his expression indifferent. In recent years, the Divine Artifice Workshop had struggled to rival the 10,000 Tao Alliance or the Dragon Clan in top-tier combat power, but Qingxue Mo had pushed the art of mechanical puppetry to the realm of simulated living beings through his own efforts. Rumor had it that the silent humanoid puppet by his side contained a complete ancient artisan soul. He came to the heavenly path seeking lost fragments of the celestial artifice ancestral artifact. The golden dragon manifested in human form as a young man in a golden crown and brocade robes with horns on his forehead and a haughty sweeping gaze. His draconic aura was unrestrained, forcing many nearby cultivators to pale and retreat. He was the Dragon Clan's crown prince Aou. Though the Dragon Clan had suffered repeated setbacks at Chu Ye's hands in recent years, their millennia-deep foundation remained, and Aou was recognized as the clan's foremost combatant of this generation. He tempered his physical body with the ancestral dragon 9 transformations, able to withstand immortals without defeat. His gaze toward the heavenly path was filled with undisguised aggression and battle intent. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's Saintess Xuanji wore plain robes and a light veil, revealing only a pair of clear eyes that seemed to see through all worldly illusions. She had no attendants, standing alone at the edge of the crowd, her aura unremarkable, yet no one dared approach within 10 feet of her. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion passed its legacy to only one person per generation, with the Saintess being the next Heavenly Secrets Elder. No one knew the depth of her cultivation, only that she had been able to divine with copper coins since the age of 3, glimpsing tributaries of the River of Fate. She came to the heavenly path not for fortune, but to verify a prophetic remark. The verdant lotus immortal of the Medicine King Valley, Yijibi, adorned with a jade hairpin, had 72 medicinal hoe-shaped artifacts floating beside her, each having nurtured millennium-old spiritual herbs. She was the only anomaly in 500 years to have attained the pinnacle of the immortal Dao through the way of medicine, unskilled in direct combat, yet the pills she refined were so precious that even true immortals would trade heavy treasures for them. She came to the heavenly path to gather several extinct spiritual herbs that existed only in ancient secret realms. The sword son of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Duguju, in gray robes, carried a sword on his back, his disheveled hair covering half his face. Though the sword remained sheathed, formless sword Qi already tore apart the space within 3 zhang of him. He was a ancien millennium genius of the Heavenly Sword Sect's sword-nurturing lineage, having ceased all combat since the age of 10, sealing all his killing intent, sword intent, and battle intent into that rust-covered iron sword within its scabbard. No one knew what it would be like when that sword was drawn, not even himself. He came to the heavenly path solely to find an opponent worthy of drawing his sword. The Saintess of the 10,000 Spirits Heavenly Sect Yunni was the personal disciple of Lady Flower Rain. Clad in a light green dress, she was surrounded by a faint aura of wood and spiritual light, her temperament gentle. She inherited the sect's Tao of resonance, with all things able to briefly commune with flowers, trees, birds, beasts, and even mountains and rivers to uncover secrets. After Lady Flower Rain was subdued by Chu Ye, she became the sect's new core cultivation target for the younger generation. Though her cultivation had not yet reached the immortal realm, her auxiliary and investigative abilities were unmatched among her peers. The gates of the Guanghan Immortal Palace were tightly shut, and its disciples sealed off the mountain. With the heavenly paths opening, no one from the palace came. When news spread, the central domain was thrown into an uproar of speculation. Only a very few knew that the master-disciple pair of palace lords had long been arranged by Chu Ye to enter the depths of the 100 Phoenix diagram before the heavenly path opened for other plans. The Shadow Pavilion had been annihilated, its remnants scattered. Its vacancy in the power landscape of this heavenly path had been thoroughly consigned to history. Qingxue of the Great Qin Empire, the full-blooded younger brother of Qin Nishang, had already reached the peak of the emperor realm at under 200 years old. He had not followed his sister into Chu Ye's system, choosing instead to remain in Great Qin to stabilize the rear. For this heavenly path opening, he came alone as the empire's representative, clad in dark armor and wielding an old sword once used by his sister. When asked why he did not travel with Chu Ye, he only replied, "A man of Great Qin cannot forever linger behind another." Yet when he gazed upon the heavenly path, the complexity in his eyes held more than just battle intent. The witch god temple Saintess Ayamu, the direct disciple of witch queen Qingxue, wore a purple veil and walked barefoot. She had inherited 70% of the witch queen's mastery in the way of poison and had endured a decade of tempering in the myriad goo caverns deep in the western regions, refining 3 lifebound goo kings, each capable of poisoning an immortal. Her features bore a 3-part resemblance to Qingxue, yet her brows carried a sharper, more fervent edge of youthful audacity. She came to the heavenly path to capture the rumored remnant soul of the ancient poison dragon. The Little Rock King of the demon domain, Yun, a pureblood descendant of the golden-winged rock, took human form as a handsome youth with flowing golden hair and the phantom of wings on his back. He was recognized as the fastest among the new generation of the demon domain, able to briefly tear through spatial barriers with a full flap of his wings. Impatient with dealing with the older generation of various races, he hovered alone high in the air, yawning out of boredom. His occasional glances toward the heavenly path flickered with a glint of battle lust. The Buddhist kingdom's holy son Moriana walked barefoot in a patchwork kasaya, holding a half-broken staff. He was a monk who broke the precepts, a rarity in a millennium, who had mastered many Mahayana sutras in childhood, yet refused to believe in the word precept. His Tao lay not in the dim lamp and ancient Buddha, but in tempering his heart through the mortal world. His cultivation was immeasurable, for no one had ever seen him exert his full strength. He came to the heavenly path on his master's orders to settle a karmic debt. The prodigies gathered, each harboring their own schemes. Yet when an unassuming but undeniable figure stepped out of the void accompanied by a host of beauties, the boiling entrance fell silent for an instant. Chu Ye had arrived. Behind him stood Qingxue, which Queen Jiu Fox Immortal, Su Qingxue Lady Flower Rain, the master-disciple pair Li Yue and Han Yue, and even Abbess Miaoying. Each possessing unparalleled grace, their auras restrained, yet unfathomably deep, like stars encircling the moon. Countless gazes, some wary, some appraising, some hostile, some complex, converged upon them. At this very moment the gate of the heavenly path finally opened wide to all participants. The clamor at the entrance of the heavenly path was silenced into a chaotic stillness the moment the tidal surge of laws arrived. It was an irresistible force, neither an attack nor a repulsion, but the path's own innate dismantling of anything complete. It refused to allow any powerhouse to step into this trial with their entire team intact, as if driven by a stubborn obsession with preserving the fairness of opportunity. Hold formation. Chu Ye's voice was nearly swallowed by the roaring laws. Lady Huayu immediately unleashed her true immortal domain, and the phantom of myriad spirits roared forth forcibly, holding back the first wave of the law tide crashing from the front. Her figure trembled slightly under the impact, yet she did not retreat a single step, her true immortal power surging like a flood. Li Yu and Han Yu stood side by side, master and disciple, their dual zither resonating in harmony. The Guanghan melody transformed into layers of moon-white ripples, using softness to overcome hardness, weaving a barrier of sound around the group. Han Yu's zither notes were steady and profound, while Li Yu's were clear and sharp. Together, master and disciple managed to calm a third of the chaotic law force. Qingxue drew her imperial sword, its dragon's roar shaking the heavens. The dragon aura of the great Qin Empire coiled and rose as a golden phantom, forcibly suppressing the law upheaval at the core of the team with the might of an emperor. Her expression was solemn, her phoenix eyes like lightning. Where her sword pointed, the laws retreated. Which Queen Jiu sneered coldly, flicking her sleeve as a purple-black miasma slithered out like a living thing, precisely drilling into the gaps of the law tide. She did not confront the force hidden, but instead corroded its roots with poison and disordered its sequence with filth, causing the law currents trying to scatter the group to disrupt and stall themselves. Yet the rules of the heavenly path were far more stubborn than they had imagined. The invisible devouring force did not come from a single direction, but surged simultaneously from all sides, and even from the void beneath each person's feet. Its purpose was not to repel the intruders, but to scatter them, breaking every complete group into isolated individuals best suited for the path selection. Chu Ye, Qingxue's figure was swallowed by a spatial rift that suddenly tore open. Her dragon aura surged wildly, yet she was still drawn in by that irresistible pull. The hem of her black dragon-patterned imperial robe flickered at the edge of the rift and vanished without a trace. Nishang, Chu Ye reached out to grab her, but his fingertips met only the icy void. Almost at the same instant, Li Yu and Han Yu were swept away by a moonlit vortex. Before parting, the master and disciple exchanged a knowing glance. They did not struggle, but only looked at Chu Ye, their lips moving silently, uttering something inaudible. Then that hint of moon white and pristine blue dissolved into the halo woven of Taiyin power, which Queen Jiu snorted coldly, enveloped in her miasma, and was devoured by an emerald green rift. She did not even look back, leaving only a lazy and dangerous, interesting, to drift in the wind. Su Qingxue chuckled softly, her 9 tails swaying, as she willingly merged into a ripple filled with dreamy radiance. She was the only one who almost seemed to accept being taken away. The sea of illusions was calling her. Lady Huayu tried to grasp Chu Ye's wrist, her true immortal domain expanding frantically to resist the pull. Yet just as her fingertips brushed Chu Ye's sleeve, a far more violent law impact came thundering from the depths of the heaven. She was forced to let go, and the phantom of myriad spirits along with her was swept into a cyan light stream. Chu Ye only caught the final look in her eyes as she gazed at him. A gaze filled with worry, anxiety, and an almost forgotten reluctance that had just begun to sprout anew in her long years. Then he too was engulfed. All around him, the clamor of voices, the surging spiritual energy, the streaks of escape light and artifacts, all faded away, leaving only a deathly still, weightless, seemingly endless descent. Chu Ye did not struggle. In the fall he steadied his breath, guarded his divine sense within, and the world's origin of the 100 birds painting slowly circulated in the depths of his dantian like an eternal flame. Since we are here, let us be at peace. If the heavenly path intended to separate them, then it had its reasons, and its own path for their reunion. After an unknown time, perhaps an instant, perhaps a millennium, his feet finally touched solid ground. Not void, not stairs, but a surface of hard, cold stone steeped in an ancient sense of desolation. Chu Ye opened his eyes. This place was a battlefield. The sky was shattered with countless cracks spreading like a spiderweb to the horizon. In each crevice flowed a dark golden light, the solidified, yet lingering Dao marks of long-fallen powerhouses. The earth was scorched black. Where there might once have been mountains, rivers, and palaces, nothing remained but a barren plain razed and devoid of life. Broken weapons and severed halberds lay scattered everywhere, some stuck diagonally in the ground, others half buried in soil, rusted, yet still exuding a chilling sharpness. The air was thick with an almost tangible aura of falling. Not the fall of a single powerhouse, but of tens of thousands. Chu Ye walked slowly forward, the soles of his boots crunching over fine black sand. He passed a spear broken into 3 pieces. The Dao resonance at its tip was still fierce, as if its owner had fallen only a century ago. He passed a weathered skeleton, its bones still bearing the scorch marks of something intensely hot that had pierced through. He passed a tattered war banner, its fabric was unrecognizable, yet on the pole lingered a faint, almost imperceptible battle wool from an ancient age. Immortal level. No more than that. Chu Ye murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping over the Dao mark fluctuations lingering in the air and earth. There are celestial emperors, sages, earthly immortals, and even immortals. This was a true large-scale ancient battlefield worthy of being recorded in history. And he alone had fallen into it. Just then a faint, almost inaudible rustle of robes sounded 3 zhang behind him. Chu Ye did not turn around, he only tilted his head slightly, his peripheral vision catching a touch of plain color that was utterly out of place in this dead battlefield. The holy maiden of the heavenly mechanism pavilion Xuanji. She was still in plain clothes, a light veil covering her face, revealing only a pair of eyes as clear as mirrors. Her aura was unremarkable, as if she were merely an ordinary female cultivator passing by. But on this ancient battlefield where even the space was steeped in the Dao marks of slaughter, her very existence was an extreme anomaly. Are you following me? Chu Ye asked. Coincidence. Xuanji's reply was brief and calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The probability of the heavenly path casting you and me into the same ruin is approximately 1 in 3,700. Since it's not 0, it's not stalking. Chu Ye turned around to face her. The eyes revealed behind the veil did not flinch. They simply met his gaze quietly, as if observing an interesting hexagram that had yet to be fully deciphered. Holy maiden of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, Chu Ye said, all alone appearing on a battlefield that even I find troublesome. What are you here for? Xuanji was silent for a moment. Then she tilted her head slightly, her gaze passing over Chu Ye's shoulder to a distant point at the far end of the battlefield, where something seemed to stand. I am here to find the answer to a divination inscription, she said. And you? Her gaze returned to Chu Ye's face. Your presence here is part of that answer. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, about to press further, when suddenly a new turn of events erupted. Without any warning, the scorched earth beneath their feet suddenly trembled violently. The scattered remnants of weapons and broken halberds began to hum softly, as if awakened by an invisible force. The dark, golden Daomark fissures in the sky, frozen for eons, simultaneously blazed to life, like a network of dry riverbeds suddenly flooded with surging currents. A sword intent so fierce it nearly tore the soul asunder erupted from the deepest part of the battlefield, the very direction Qianji had been gazing at. It was not a single flash of sword light. It was a presence. It was as if a supreme sword immortal, after slumbering for millennia, had slowly opened his eyes. The origin of the 100 Phoenix diagram within Chu Ye's dantian began to circulate with increased speed, an instinctive alarm in response of his internal world to a power of a higher order. His expression grew solemn as spiritual energy surged through his body, bracing for any possible attack. Yet that sword intent attacked no one. It merely unfurled, like an ancient scroll slowly unrolling in the void, or like a solitary powerhouse after eons of loneliness finally finding someone worthy of conversation. The ground beneath Chu Ye and Qianji began to sink. It was not a collapse, but rather an acceptance by some force. The earth strewn with broken weapons and bleached bones split open to reveal a straight staircase leading into the depths. Each step was condensed from pure sword intent, crystal clear with its sharpness held within. At the end of the staircase, the faint outline of an ancient hall was visible. The place of the sword immortal's inheritance, Qianji whispered, her tone still calm, but with a trace of unprecedented solemnity. It has chosen you. Chu Ye looked at the staircase of sword intent leading to the earth's core, then glanced at the heavenly secrets pavilion's Saintess beside him, a figure who always seemed detached, yet always present at the opportune moment. You call this a coincidence? Qianji did not answer. She simply lifted her plain skirt and was the first to step onto the stair formed of sword intent. Follow me, she said without turning back. Since it has accepted us both, it means what I am meant to see and what you are meant to see might be one and the same. Chu Ye was silent for 2 breaths and stepped forward. He too wished to know the connection between this ancient battlefield's sword immortal inheritance, the 100 Phoenix diagram, the painting in the goddess palace, and the death tribulation mentioned in the heavenly secrets pavilion's prophecy. One man and one saintess walked along the stairway paved with sword intent, heading toward the secret at the heart of the battlefield. Behind them, the scattered remnants of weapons ceased their humming one by one after they passed, as if they had finally found the meaning of their existence. And in the deepest part, the hall silently awaited its first visitors in 10,000 years. The stairway of sword intent extended for an unknown duration. Chu Ye and Qianji, one behind the other, silently trod the steps formed of pure sword light. The surrounding void gradually shed the deathly stillness of the battlefield, and blurred images began to emerge. These were fragments of Dao marks left on the periphery of the inheritance ground, carrying the memories of the site's master from his final moments. A white-robed sword immortal stood alone against the vault of heaven, facing countless black thunderbolts descending from the sky. His sword was so fast that even Chu Ye's eyes could not track its trajectory. With each strike, a black thunderbolt was annihilated. But the thunderbolts were endless, like a divine punishment, a tribulation, an unyielding will. In the final scene, the sword immortal was drenched in blood, his sword broken, yet he remained standing. He looked down at the broken sword in his hand, murmured something, and then dissolved into a rain of light, returning to nothingness. The light and shadow dissipated. At the end of the staircase, an ancient stone hall stood in silence. The hall's door bore no words, no patterns, no markings of any kind. Only a deep sword scar slanting across its face. That sword scar was not destruction but a seal, or rather an anticipation. Chu Ye reached out to touch it. The sword scar suddenly blazed with light. In the next instant he and Qianji were drawn into it. The first trial sword heart. They stood together in a boundless void with countless broken swords floating beneath their feet. Each broken sword reflected a blurry figure. Enemies the sword immortal had slain, comrades he had fought alongside, disciples he had taught, and himself. Here the heart is questioned, an ancient voice echoed in the void. Why do you hold the sword? Chu Ye was silent for a moment. He did not offer grandiose answers. For the people, for the Tao, for protection. He spoke only the truth, at first to survive. Later so that no one dares to touch those I care for. The broken swords hummed, giving no verdict. Qianji's answer was even briefer, I do not hold it. The broken swords fell silent for a few breaths, then slowly receded. The first trial was past. The second trial, sword momentum. They were cast into a simulated battlefield. Their opponent was a residual shadow left in the Tao marks by the sword immortal. His swordsmanship was so exquisite it bordered on the Tao, each style in harmony with the principles of heaven and earth. Chu Ye did not fight Heiden. He sidestepped, allowing Qianji to stand behind him. They had not practiced tactics together, but at that moment, they seemed to share a telepathic connection. Qianji used the secret arts of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to disrupt the residual shadow's perception and deduce seventeenths of its sword momentum's trajectory. Chu Ye seized every tiny opening she created using the origin of the 100 Phoenix diagram to forcefully strike at the shadow's weak points. Their coordination was not seamless, but it was surprisingly effective. The calculation of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and the breaking of the great Chu Prince formed a rough, yet direct complementarity in combat. After 300 exchanges, the residual shadow sheathed its sword. The second trial was past. The third, they were sent into a deep freeze abyss, their physical bodies suppressed to the level of mortals by an invisible force. They had to climb a 10th Sanshang ice wall in the most primitive way. This was not a test of swordsmanship, but a forging of will and endurance. Chu Ye led the way using his palms as claws. His 10 fingers were cut bloody by the ice blades, but he never stopped. Qianji followed behind him, her breath growing weaker, yet she never asked him to wait. She climbed in silence, stumbling with every step, her plain clothes stained with blood in several places, but she still kept her veil firmly in place. Chu Ye did not turn back to help her. This was about the bone of the sword, not the benevolence of it. The third trial was past. The fourth trial, sword intent. This was the final trial. They simultaneously stepped into the deepest stone chamber of the hall. The chamber was empty save for a broken sword suspended in midair. The sword was more than half missing and covered in rust, yet it still trembled gently, in an extremely slow rhythm, like a heartbeat. This was the very sword the sword immortal had held in his final moments. Chu Ye and Qianji exchanged a glance and stepped forward in unison. Then the world turned upside down. There was no warning, no roar, not even a fluctuation of spiritual energy. The ground simply vanished from beneath their feet. The surrounding stone walls, the dome, the broken sword. Everything rapidly receded, collapsed, and dissolved like melting snow. Chu Ye tried to circulate his spiritual energy, but his dantian was silent. He attempted to communicate with the 100 Phoenix diagram, but that world felt isolated at an infinite distance. He reached out to grab Qianji's wrist. The moment his fingertips touched that plain fabric, all his senses were suddenly inverted. It was not he who grasped Qianji. He had become Qianji. It was an indescribably eerie experience. Chu Ye clearly perceived that he was still standing in the stone chamber, yet his vision, his consciousness, and every facet of his cognition were forcibly crammed into another vessel. He looked down. What he saw was the pure white lapel, the slender wrist, and the light veil that perpetually shrouded her face. He reached out. No, she reached out. Touching her own cheek, the sensation transmitted by her fingertips was soft and faintly cool. Through the thin gauze, one could vaguely trace the outline of a face that had never been revealed to anyone. At the same time, another self stood 3 paces away. That was Qianji, the Qianji within his body. Chu Ye had never seen his own expression look so alien. On that face which belonged to him, the usually serene eyes now flickered with a rare bewilderment and helplessness. Those hands accustomed to holding the power of life and death were now attempting to touch the lapels of this new body with an almost clumsy awkwardness. He heard his own voice emerge from that mouth, carrying Qianji's unique cold and ethereal cadence. This is your body. It was not a question. It was a confirmation. Chu Ye, the Chu Ye within Qianji's body, did not answer. His mind was racing frantically. This was not an attack, not a seal, not any divine ability or forbidden art he knew. It was an exchange on a higher dimension, nearly at the level of causality. They still stood here, yet they were no longer themselves. The final trial, Qianji said within his body, her voice carrying a faint, barely perceptible tremor. She herself had not noticed tests, not the sword heart, the sword momentum, or the sword bone. She paused for a long time. It tests the ego attachment. The stone chamber was silent. The suspended broken sword still trembled slightly, as if waiting for them to understand what is self, what is attachment, and when the self is no longer the self, how can the sword's intent be? Within her vessel, Chu Ye slowly raised that slender, unstained hand, clenched it into a fist, then released it. He could perceive everything about this body. The faintly cool flow of blood, the thin and taut muscles and bones, and the spiritual soul barrier sealed deep within the sea of consciousness never opened to anyone. He could also perceive that at this moment Qianji within his vessel was experiencing his own battle-hardened scar-covered flesh with equally unfamiliar senses. The inheritance of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Chu Ye's voice spilled from Qianji's lips low and deep. Did it teach you how to handle this situation? Qianji was silent. She was silent for a long time. Then using Chu Ye's voice, she uttered a sentence she had never spoken to anyone. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion only teaches how to read fate. It never taught how to become another person. This was the first time Chu Ye had heard the word I from Qianji's mouth. Not the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion does this, not the prophecy says that, not she or that one. It was I. Chu Ye asked no further. He lowered the hand that belonged to Qianji and took a step forward. This step was extremely awkward. Qianji's body was far lighter than his own. The stride-length center of gravity and muscle engagement were all completely different. He stumbled, nearly falling. Qianji, the Qianji within his body, instinctively reached out to steady her. Two hands clasped between misplaced bodies. Chu Ye's hand with calluses on the tiger's mouth and coarse knuckles now held Qianji's slender wrist. Qianji's hand with long, delicate fingers and smooth skin now firmly grasped Chu Ye's palm in return. Across each other's physical forms they gazed at each other through each other's eyes. The trembling of the broken sword seemed to slow by half a beat. Chu Ye spoke. This time his voice flowed from Qianji's lips, carrying a tone laced with unprecedented mingled amusement and resignation. So, is this trial trying to tell me that without letting go of the self I cannot grasp the sword? Qianji did not answer immediately. She was sensing the never-revealed, almost obsessive desire for control within Chu Ye's body, sensing his suppression and taming of the 100 Phoenix diagram's origin essence with every breath, sensing the sword named Death Tribulation that perpetually hung deep within his spiritual soul. Then she understood. It is not about letting go of the self. Qianji's voice emerged from Chu Ye's lips, still cold, yet with an added trace of indescribable, almost imperceptible softness. It is about seeing the person beyond the self. She released his hand. It was not a retreat. It was the first time she had actively entrusted something to another. Do you see it? She asked. Chu Ye looked at himself, the face belonging to Qianji eternally veiled, now silently gazing at him from a distance of 3 inches. In those eyes there were no trigrams, no cause and effect, only a lake as clear as a mirror. He suddenly recalled the question from the first trial. Why hold the sword? Qianji had answered by not holding. So that was it. He ceased trying to control this unfamiliar body. He released his tense consciousness, allowing himself to sink into Qianji's perception. It was a sensitivity utterly different from battle, capable of capturing the subtlest deviation in the flow of spiritual energy, the most hidden ripples in the ebb and flow of a human heart, and the distance between them that was now slowly collapsing. Chu Ye reached out. This time it was not Qianji's hand moving, but Chu Ye, the Chu Ye within Qianji's body, using his own will to drive her fingertips touching her. Qianji within Chu Ye's body, on the cheek. Through the light veil his fingertips felt the slight warmth of her cheek. Qianji did not flinch. Using Chu Ye's hand, she covered the back of Chu Ye's hand that was within Qianji's body. The trembling of the broken sword ceased entirely. An ancient peaceful voice resonated simultaneously in the depths of both their minds. Good. The stone chamber began to restore itself. The walls reappeared, the dome reassembled, and the solid sensation underfoot returned. They were still Chu Ye and Qianji. Only Qianji's veil at some unknown moment had quietly slipped half an inch. The trembling of the broken sword ceased completely. The stone chamber was restored to its original state with ancient walls and a heavy dome. The broken sword, suspended in midair, still stood silently in its place. Only the rust and mottling surrounding it had faded by a third. Chu Ye and Qianji realized simultaneously their bodies were back. The feeling of dislocation receded like a tide. The Dantian once again sensed the pulse of the 100 Phoenix diagram's origin essence. The palm grew familiar again with the coarse feel of the sword hilt. The height of the field of vision, the position of the center of gravity, the rhythm of breathing. Everything returned in an instant. But something remained from that exchange. Chu Ye looked down. Qianji's veil had slipped half an inch at some unknown. He did not remind her. He simply looked at the faintly visible curve beneath that half inch. It was not an eyebrow, not a contour, merely a patch of skin at the junction of her jaw and neck, so pale, it was nearly translucent, with even the faint blue veins faintly visible. Qianji seemed not to notice either. She was looking down at her own hands, the hands that had always been used only for casting copper coins and deducing hexagrams. Moments ago they had held Chu Ye's palm, touched Chu Ye's cheek, and felt the never-revealed tension and weariness. She slowly clenched her fist, then released it. Then she raised her eyes to look at the broken sword. The ancient voice sounded again, this time carrying a trace of an extremely faint, almost sighing smile. In the 10,000 years since this trial's inception, 371 individuals have entered this gate. Some had impure sword hearts, some inadequate sword momentum, some brittle sword bones. Yet all have been halted here. It is not due to lack of talent, nor to insufficient cultivation. It is because they all used I as the sword. The one who wielded it was I, the one who struck was I, and the one who attained the Tao was but a single I. Beyond I there is nothing to sever, beyond I there is no one to protect. This is not the way of the sword, it is— The voice paused as if deliberately allowing these words to settle for a moment before continuing. You too. One is deeply entangled in obsession, habitually bearing the weight of all beings upon yourself. The other withdraws from the world, accustomed to observing the river of fate from afar. Originally two extremes destined never to converge. Yet today the one trapped by obsession is willing to momentarily release the control of I, venturing into another vessel, to grope forward. The detached observer is willing to open the door of I for the first time, grasping the sword they never dared to hold with the posture of a novice. By shattering your attachment to self you shall attain the true essence of my sword Dao. As the words fell, the broken sword trembled lightly, drifting on its own to the space between Chu Ye and Qianji. The blade was fractured, its rust not yet faded, yet a flawless and all-encompassing sword intent slowly emanated from the sword's heart, like spring water breaking through ice, like dawn light piercing through clouds. This sword intent was not fierce, not sharp, nor did it possess any aggression. It merely existed. Chu Ye reached out, and the hilt fell into his palm of its own accord. There was no ceremony of acknowledgement, no roar of spiritual energy pouring in. He simply held it, and felt a nearly gentle Dao resonance that spanned 10,000 ages flowing slowly into his meridians along the hilt. It was not a gift, not a legacy, but rather a kind of entrustment. At the same time, a condensed point of light separated from the blade, drifting toward Qianji's brow. It was not a sword, but a fragment of memory. Qianji closed her eyes. When she opened them again, a faint trace of vicissitude, not her own, reflected in her pupils. This was his final battle. Her voice was very soft. The black thunderbolt that day was not a tribulation, it was heaven. She looked at Chu Ye. He could have avoided it. With his sword path, no one in the world could have detained him. But he did not leave. Because his Dao partner was trapped in the center of that battlefield, exhausted and near death. Chu Ye remained silent. He lowered his head to look at the broken sword in his palm. Those rust marks and cracks suddenly gained meaning. They were not from battle damage, not from defeat. Someone had held it standing before a person until the sword broke, until strength was spent, until the body fell, yet never retreated half a step. And his Dao partner? Chu Ye asked. Qianji did not answer. She merely closed her eyes gently, as if within those fleeting fragments of memory, she had seen more unspeakable scenes. The broken sword hummed softly in Chu Ye's palm, like a sigh traversing 10,000 ages. Then the aged voice sounded again, but it had grown much weaker. My Dao ends here. My sword ceases here as well. Yet though the sword may break, the Dao must not be severed. This lingering wisp of my sword intent remains not to choose a master, but to await a destined one. Not one of peerless talent or divine sword skill, but one who can with their own sword protect their own people. Your method of breaking through the barrier has proven this heart. Therefore my sword intent can be imparted to you both. Two beams of light overflowed from the broken sword simultaneously. One entered Chu Ye's brow. It was the sword of guardianship realized by the sword immortal throughout his life. Not renowned for slaughter, not famed for sharpness, but a way of protection that transformed sword intent into barriers, domains, and even an entire world. It was naturally compatible with the essence of Chu Ye's 100 Phoenix diagram. The other beam fell into Qianji. It was the final sword of illumination left by the sword immortal before his death. It did not sever the physical body, nor harm the spirit soul, but used sword intent as a mirror to reflect causality, trajectories, and even a single thread of variable within the river of fate. It converged with the divination arts of the heavenly secrets pavilion. The inheritance complete, the last glimmer of the broken sword was spent. It fell silent in Chu Ye's palm, no longer humming, no longer trembling. Merely an ordinary rust-covered broken sword. No, not ordinary. Chu Ye could sense that deep within the world of the 100 Phoenix diagram, the scroll sent by the Divine Maiden Palace was emitting an extremely faint resonance toward this broken sword. He remained expressionless, storing the broken sword into the 100 Phoenix diagram. The stone chamber began to tremble. The inheritance had been bestowed. This ancient relic, sealed for 10,000 ages, was about to collapse on its own, returning to nothingness. Chu Ye and Qianji walked side by side out of the hall, stepping onto the sword-intent staircase that led to the surface. Behind them, the ancient stone hall crumbled into a flowing sand-like glimmer, dissipating bit by bit into the void. When they once again stood on that scorched battlefield, the staircase had completely vanished, leaving no trace of even the sword-mark seal. Only the lingering, fading sword intent in the air proved that what had just transpired was not a dream. Chu Ye turned his head to look at Qianji. Her light veil had been replaced at some unknown time. Only Chu Ye knew what lay beneath that half-inch of cloth. The Saintess of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. He suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of teasing relaxation he himself had not noticed. Can you also blush? Qianji did not look at him. Her gaze fell upon a patch of void in the distance, as if a hexagram was coalescing there. That is capillary dilation caused by reversed qi and blood flow. Her voice regained its usual calm and ethereal quality, a normal physiological phenomenon unrelated to emotions. Oh, Chu Ye nodded. Then next time your qi and blood reverse, remember to say so in advance. Qianji was silent for 2 breaths. Then she turned, her simple robes lifting gently in the wind, and walked toward another direction of the battlefield. After a few, the sword immortal's Dao partner, she said without turning back, survived in the end. Chu Ye was startled. He protected her with his broken sword until his last breath, then fell exhausted. She lived, walking out of the battlefield alone. What happened afterward? Afterward, she founded a sect. Qianxue's voice was very soft. It took in only women who were homeless and had nowhere to go. The sect was named, she paused, Guanghan Immortal Palace. As her words fell, her figure had already vanished into the halo of light at the edge of the battlefield. Chu Ye stood still silent for a long time. Then he lowered his head, looking at his empty palm. It had once held a broken sword, and also a slender wrist covered by a light veil. He suddenly chuckled. The Saintess of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, he muttered to himself, is truly a troublesome woman. In the distance within a certain void, Qianxue's steps faltered slightly. She did not look back, but merely stored the inherited sword of illumination deep within her spirit soul, placing it alongside countless fragments of hexagrams. Their one spot remained empty. She did not know what would occupy that spot in the future. But at this moment, a certain coarse yet warm sensation, not her own, still lingered on her fingertips. It was the callus on Chu Ye's palm. Qianxue's figure disappeared into the halo at the edge of the battlefield, and Chu Ye did not call out to stop her. He stood there, the faint resonance of the broken sword entering the 100 Phoenix diagram still lingering in his palm, and the words echoed repeatedly in his mind. She founded a sect taking in only women who were homeless and had nowhere to go. The sect was named Guanghan Immortal Palace. 10,000 ages ago, that sword immortal with his broken sword protected his Dao partner until his last breath and fell here. 10,000 ages later, his Dao partner founded Guanghan Immortal Palace, sheltering countless women as helpless as she had been back then. And now the 2 generations of palace masters of Guanghan Immortal Palace were both by his side, calling him master. Chu Ye lowered his head, staring at his own empty hand. He suddenly recalled Li Yu's cold yet submissive eyes, remembered Han Yu's gentle smile, tinged with resignation, and thought of those nights when the master and disciple, both in wedding robes, received his favor upon his bed. Did they know that their sect originated from such a tale? If they did, what would they think? Chu Ye had no answer. He suppressed this question for the moment, lifting his gaze to scan his surroundings. The ancient battlefield remained deathly still, broken weapons scattered as before, and the Dao mark left by the sword immortal in the air had completely dissipated. He stood alone in the center of the charred wasteland with no one else in sight. It was time to find those who had been scattered. Chu Ye closed his eyes and sank into the depths of his consciousness. The world origin of the 100 Phoenix diagram revolved slowly. The women bound to him by blood contracts were like faint yet clear beacons scattered across the vast map of this heavenly path. The nearest beacon was about 300 li to the southeast. Its aura was as cold as frost, carrying a newly broken thruff, not yet fully restrained fluctuation like moonlight. Li Yu. Chu Ye opened his eyes, his form flickering as he transformed into a streak of light shooting southeast. 300 li was but a moment for a cultivator who had stepped onto the peak of the immortal path. Chu Ye landed before an ancient palace ruin. This place was clearly also a secret realm. The palace's layout bore a third resemblance to the Guanghan Immortal Palace, yet it was more ancient and more rugged. The moon-white stone surface was covered with moss and cracks. The air was thick with intense Taiyin energy, which, like Li Yu and Han Yu's power, was of the same origin, yet more primitive and savage. The Moon God Palace ruins. The moment Chu Ye stepped into the main hall, what greeted him was not an attack or a restriction, but 2 familiar gazes that simultaneously turned toward him. Li Yu and Han Yu sat side by side in the center of the hall, surrounded by the noted yet fully refined Taiyin origin. They had clearly been cultivating here for some time. Sensing an intruder, they instinctively assumed a defensive posture, then relaxed simultaneously as they recognized the newcomer. Master. The master and disciple spoke in unison, their voices carrying a subtle, unconscious tremor of relief. Chu Ye did not speak immediately. He appraised the pair before him. Li Yu's aura had changed. The vague sense of a bottleneck that had always pressed upon her peak realm had vanished completely. The moonlight force around her no longer needed careful restraint. It now flowed naturally outward, resonating with the residual Taiyin Dao resonance within the ancient hall. On her brow, a faint silver pattern shaped like a crescent moon had appeared, deep and introverted. 4th level of the true immortal realm. Li Yu lowered her head, seemingly unaccustomed to her newly broken-through aura, as if awaiting Chu Ye's judgment. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, casting shadows on her fair cheeks like fluttering butterfly wings. Han Yu's aura had also changed. As the previous generation's palace master, she had once had her cultivation level reduced due to certain circumstances. Now in this Moon God Palace, sharing the same origin as the Guanghan Immortal Palace, and with the Taiyin origin they had jointly refined, she had finally returned to her rightful height. The gentle charm accumulated over centuries now gained a deeper composure, like an ancient sword long covered in dust finally polished to reveal its true edge. Your cultivation has advanced considerably, Chu Ye said. All thanks to the techniques and opportunities bestowed by you. Han Yu lowered her eyes, her voice soft. Without the foundation you laid for us, master, your disciples could not have so smoothly refined this place's Taiyin origin. Li Yu remained silent, only bowing her head lower. Chu Ye looked at her. He recalled that moment in the Sword Immortal's inheritance chamber, when Qianxue's veil had slipped half an inch. Beneath that half-inch was a soft and fragile existence never revealed to anyone. And now the small patch of bare skin on Li Yu's neck was as fair as ever, yet he had kissed it countless times. He suddenly spoke. Do you know how the Guanghan Immortal Palace was founded? Li Yu and Han Yu both looked up, confusion in their. The records say. The founding ancestor traveled here eons ago, saw the convergence of moonlight and the spiritual beauty of heaven and earth, and thus established the sect. Li Yu's voice was uncertain. Why does Master suddenly ask this? Chu Ye did not answer immediately. He reached out and gently lifted Li Yu's chin, a gesture he had performed countless times, each time with an irresistible dominance. But this time his touch was unexpectedly light. In Li Yu's eyes were doubt, submission, and a faint, perhaps even unrecognized trace of anticipation. Your founding ancestor, Chu Ye said, once had a Dao companion. He paused. She was a sword immortal. Eons ago, trapped in a desperate situation, he protected her with his broken sword until his last breath. He died as she survived. Later she founded the Guanghan Immortal Palace. The first sect rule: do not engage in external strife, do not stir worldly affairs. That was no ascetic precept. Chu Ye looked into Li Yu's eyes, which were beginning to ripple. It was her way of guarding an empty grave waiting for someone who would never return. The hall fell silent. The Taiyan origin flowed slowly around the master and disciple, their faces bathed in moonlight. Han Yu's voice was somewhat hoarse. Master, how do you know this? Chu Ye did not answer. He only released Li Yu's chin and withdrew his hand. How long your ancestor guarded that empty grave, how many years she waited where she finally went, I do not know. The Sword Immortal's relic in the heavenly path has collapsed. Perhaps no one in this world will ever know that story again. He looked at Li Yu. But now you do. Li Yu stared back at him, dazed. In those cold moon-like eyes, for the first time, an emotion Chu Ye had never seen appeared. A profoundly complex sentiment. It was not submission, not fear, not the numbness or resignation after being conquered. It was an indescribable, almost burgeoning stirring. Master telling us this, Li Yu asked softly, what do you want? Chu Ye was silent for a moment. I don't know, he said, perhaps just to tell you that the cold aloofness of the Guanghan Immortal Palace was not innate. He turned and walked toward the hall's exit. Since the Taiyan origin is refined, come with me to find the others. The heavenly path has just begun. There are still hard battles ahead. As his figure was about to disappear into the hall's light, Li Yu's voice came from behind. Master. Chu Ye stopped. Thank you. The voice was so soft it was nearly drowned out by the flow of time. But Chu Ye heard it. He did not turn back, only slightly tilted his head. No need for thanks. His figure vanished beyond the hall's entrance. Li Yu stood still for a long time. Han Yu walked to her side and gently grasped her cool hand. Master. Li Yu's voice was somewhat hoarse. The first rule of our Guanghan Immortal Palace, passed down through generations, was to guard a tomb. Han Yu said nothing, only held her trembling fingers tighter. Chu Ye emerged from the Moon God Temple ruins only to encounter a streak of fleeing light hidden. It was Qingxue. She still wore her black imperial robe embroidered with dragon patterns. The claw wound on her shoulder had largely healed. Her imperial sword was sheathed and her brows were furrowed in deep contemplation. The moment she saw Chu Ye, she visibly relaxed, though she would never admit it was a sigh of relief. Are Li Yu and she asked. Yes. They just broke through and need some time to consolidate. Chu Ye looked at her. How did you find me? There's movement from the Dragon Clan. Qingxue got straight to the point without any preamble. Aou swallowed his pride after his loss. He's contacted the War Hall faction of the 10,000 Dao Alliance and is gathering forces in a secret realm on the third level of the heavenly path. She paused, her phoenix eyes fixed on Chu Ye. The target is you. Chu Ye showed no surprise. How many? From the Dragon Clan, besides Aou, at least 3 elite members of the royal family. From the 10,000 Dao Alliance's War Hall, Hengzi hasn't stated his position, but the personal disciple of the Vice Hall Master has brought 7 men to the rendezvous. Also, Qingxue frowned slightly. Remnants of the Shadow Pavilion have also appeared. They dare not engage directly, but they've been lurking on the periphery, waiting for an opportunity. Chu Ye was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. I just acquired a legacy and was thinking of testing it out. Qingxue looked at him. Chu Ye offered no explanation. He simply raised his eyes, gazing into the boundless layers of secret realms and void deep within the heavenly path. Which secret realm on the third level? Songlong Abyss. Good. Chu Ye turned and took a step in that direction. Aren't you waiting for Li Yu and the others? Qingxue asked. They'll catch up once they've refined the lunar origin. Chu Ye didn't look back. You come with me first. Qingxue asked no further questions. She simply gripped her imperial sword and followed in silence. Streaks of light rent the void and 2 figures strode side by side into the distance. In the distance atop a nameless peak, Xianji stood alone on a blue stone, her plain clothes gently fluttering in the wind, her veil securely in place. In her palm, a faint trace of sword intent flowed slowly. It was the sword of illumination inherited from the Sword Immortal, which now reflected the distant void, showing 2 figures flying side by side. She watched for a long time. Then she withdrew her sword into her palm and turned to walk in another direction. After a few steps, she stopped. Her pale fingertips touched her cheek, pressing gently through the thin veil. It was the spot half an inch below where another's fingertips had once lingered. Xianji did not look back. Her figure vanished into the verdant mountain scenery, leaving only a faint, almost wind-scattered sigh. Songlong Abyss. Deep within the third level of the heavenly path, a rift valley stretching thousands of miles spanned the void like the remains of an ancient dragon after its fall. The cliffs on either side of the rift were deep cyan, covered in naturally formed dragonmark ruins. The valley floor was dark and lightless, with only the occasional golden dragon chief floating like fireflies within. At that moment, just above the mouth of the abyss, over a dozen figures stood suspended in the void. The leader wore a golden crown and brocade robes with 2 horns on his forehead. His draconic might poured out without restraint, pressing the surrounding spiritual energy to the point of solidification. This was Aoyu, the Dragon Clan's crown prince. Behind him, 3 Dragon Clan royals each held their positions, their auras profound. Further out, 7 cultivators in dark azure robes formed a battle formation with star patterns embroidered on their hems, the direct line of the 10,000 Dao Alliance's war hall. The leading young cultivator had a cold, stern face. On his back was an ancient sword sealed with layers of talismans, and the killing intent that surrounded him clashed sharply with the pure cultivation of the Taoist path. In the deeper shadows on the periphery, several faint, elusive auras drifted like wandering souls. They were remnants of the Shadow Pavilion, not daring to approach, but unwilling to leave, like vultures catching the scent of blood. "Will Chu Ye come?" a Dragon Clan royal asked in a low voice, his tone laced with barely concealed impatience. "We've been waiting here for 2 days. He will come." Aoyu said, his gaze fixed on a patch of void at the end of the rift, his voice deep. "This man never avoids a fight. And if he doesn't, then it proves that the so-called new power of the central domain is nothing but a coward who relies on the protection of women." A cold mocking curve touched Aoyu's lips. "Then we will find those scattered women of his one by one and kill them until..." Before he could finish, at the end of the rift, the void tore silently. 2 figures stepped out side by side. Chu Ye in a dark robe wore a calm expression as if attending an ordinary meeting. Qingxue stood by his side, her imperial sword already drawn 3 inches from its scabbard, a faint dragon's roar humming in the air. Aoyu's pupils contracted. He had expected Chu Ye to bring his entire harem legion in full force, overwhelming them with numbers. That was this man's usual tactic. But he never expected only one person. Chu Ye seemed to read his confusion, and the corner of his mouth lifted. Waiting for everyone to arrive before starting the feast would only make the host grow anxious. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the dozen or so elites behind Aoyu, his tone as flat as if he were stating the weather. "Is this all you've got?" Aoyu's face darkened. "Arrogant." The personal disciple of the war hall behind him spoke coldly, the ancient sword on his back beginning to hum. "Do you think we are like those second-rate forces you defeated with underhanded tricks? Today this place will be your..." He couldn't finish. Not because Chu Ye acted, but because a formless yet mountain-heavy sword intent slowly rose from Chu Ye. It was not a sword of slaughter, nor a sword of sharpness. It held no aggression, nor was it even directed at anyone. It simply existed, like a barrier, like a fortress wall, like a world of its own, firmly shielding Chu Ye and Qingxue at his. The 7 from the 10,000 Dao Alliance simultaneously felt an indescribable obstruction. Their spiritual energy still flowed smoothly, their divine sense remained unimpeded. But that sword intent lay across the path, not blocking, not counterattacking, yet making any attempt to lock onto Chu Ye's vital points crash against an invisible wall. Sword of defense. The eternal enlightenment of the sword, immortal, not renowned for slaughter, nor famed for sharpness. Instead, it was the path of protection that transformed sword intent into a barrier, a domain, even a world. Aoyu's expression shifted slightly. He was not one to fail to recognize true value. Though this sword intent was not yet perfected, even somewhat raw, its essence was an ancient legacy that would make any true immortal covet a path straight to the origin of the Tao. "You?" Aoyu's voice dropped. "You found an opportunity in the heavenly path." Chu Ye did not answer. He simply turned his head and glanced at Qingxue. That glance was light, hardly even a look, but a simple, wordless signal. Qingxue understood. Her imperial sword was fully drawn. The battle erupted without any warning. Aoyu transformed into his golden dragon true form, his 100-jong draconic body crushing the void. His claws wrapped in spatial rending sharpness aimed directly for Chu Ye's head. The 3 Dragon Clan royals simultaneously deployed their battle formation, their draconic might merging into a single entity, bearing down like a golden tsunami. The 7 from the 10,000 Dao Alliance formed hand seals and array patterns. Starlight descended, transforming into 7 fierce sword lights that sealed all of Chu Ye's escape routes from different angles. From the shadows on the periphery, 3 gleams of darkness erupted simultaneously. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion had finally found their moment, their poisoned daggers thrusting straight for Chu Ye's back, waist, and nape. Then they collided with that sword intent. It was not a counterattack, nor an interception. Chu Ye merely shifted sideways, shielding Qingxue behind him, while the invisible barrier naturally expanded half a foot outward. The moment the 3 poisoned daggers pierced the domain of sword intent, it was like stabbing into thick, viscous ink. The assassins were horrified to discover that their prideful assassination techniques, concealment arts, and armor-breaking blades had become as sluggish as child's play before this seemingly gentle sword intent. Qingxue did not waste this opportunity. The imperial sword swept across a dragon's roar, shaking the heavens. The sword of the great Qin Empress never sought flamboyance. Oh, every strike was the purest, most direct path of slaughter. 3 heads flew and 3 souls turned to nothingness under the imperial sword intent. 1 strike. 3 immortal realm assassins slain. Aoyu's dragon claw descended at the same time. Chu Ye raised his hand. He still did not draw his sword. He had not even taken out any weapon. He merely condensed the barrier of sword of guardianship to its utmost at the point where the dragon claw would land. Boom. A thunderous clash of metal resounded through the rift valley, the violent shockwave shattering large swaths of the dragon-marked Dao traces on the cliffs on either side. Yes, dragon claw pressed firmly against that invisible barrier, the sharp tips sinking 3 inches, but unable to advance a single inch further. Chu Ye looked at him, through the barrier of sword intent, on the verge of shattering, yet still unbroken. Chu Ye's gaze was calm, nearly cold. You have hurt her, he said. Yes' pupils contracted sharply. He knew exactly who Chu Ye was talking about. The woman now cutting down enemies behind him, Qingxue, whose shoulders still bore the claw wound, the woman he had trapped and nearly besieged in the Dragon Palace ruins. That was his achievement, the only scar he could boast of against Chu Ye's camp. But at this moment that scar was slowly healing on Qingxue's shoulder right before Chu Ye's eyes. And the look in Chu Ye's eyes as he regarded him was not anger. It was something far more terrifying than anger, a calm, unwavering calculation. The dragon race boasts a formidable physique and unparalleled self-healing, Chu Ye said. But even you have wounds that cannot be healed. He turned his palm over. A wisp of extremely fine, faint, almost imperceptible gray mist seeped through the cracks in the sword of guardianship barrier, silently infiltrating the tiny wounds on Yes' dragon claw. You did not notice at first. That wisp of mist carried no aggression, not even a fluctuation of spiritual energy, it simply existed. Then he suddenly discovered that the tiny cracks from the clash with Chu Ye's sword intent had stopped healing. The dragon race's proud bloodline power seemed sealed before that wisp of gray mist. For the first time fear crept into Yes' roar. What kind of sorcery is this? Chu Ye did not answer. He simply withdrew his hand, and the barrier of sword of guardianship vanished at the same time. Yes' dragon claw slammed down, but grasped only empty air. Chu Ye had already retreated 10 zhang with Qingxue. He looked down at his palm, where a fine shallow cut from the residual force of the dragon claw marked his skin. It was not deep, barely a wound, and was already healing quickly under the life-giving nourishment of the 100 Phoenix diagram. He raised his head, meeting Yes' unsettled gaze. This is a gift in return, Chu Ye said. You wounded her with a sword. I leave you a scar that will never fade. He paused, the corners of his lips lifting slightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. The dragon race's self-healing is unmatched in the world, isn't it? Then let's see how long your dragon bloodline takes to erase this scar. Yes' roar shook the Songlong abyss. But Chu Ye no longer looked at him. For at that moment at the other end of the Rift Valley, the void silently lit up with 2 cold moonlit gleams. Li Yu and Han Yu had arrived. The master and disciple stepped side by side from the void rift. One as cold as frost, the other as gentle as jade. The lunar origin around them even more solid and complete than 2 days ago. They took in the battlefield at a glance, Chu Ye and Qingxue standing back-to-back, before them the enraged dragon clan, and the unsettled 10,000 Dao alliance, behind them the 3 still warm corpses of the Shadow Pavilion assassins. No instructions were needed. Li Yu raised her hand, and the sound of a qin began. It was no longer the cold, purifying slaughter of the Guanghan annihilation note. Having stepped into the true immortal realm, she had gained a deeper understanding of this musical Dao inherited from the ancient moon goddess. This melody was called Moonfall. It was not attack, not purification, but the natural suppression of the lunar law over the dragon bloodline. Since ancient times, dragons and phoenixes have contended. Dragons with invincible bodies, phoenixes with profound divine abilities. And the moon goddess, sharing the same origin as the phoenix race, yet more ancient, was the entity that once used the power of moonlight to nail the progenitor of dragons to the battlefield of primordial times. Yes' dragon body stiffened abruptly. It was not suppression at the level of spiritual power, but a fear memory etched deep within his bloodline and genes. He knew nothing of the moon goddess, nothing of the blood feud between the dragon race and the lunar lineage from eons past, but his body knew. His dragon claws began to tremble. The 3 dragon royalty were even worse. Their dragon might collapsed, their battle formation shattered, and some even instinctively tried to transform and flee. Then Han Yu's qin sound also rang out. Her melody was different from Li Yu's. It was not suppression, not slaughter, but guidance. She precisely directed Li Yu's lunar power toward the 7 war hall disciples of the 10,000 Dao alliance who were about to form a supporting formation. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold rose from the depths of the 7 disciples' souls simultaneously. It was not injury, not poison, but a conflict of Dao. They cultivated the Zhou Tian star art, a balanced path of sun, moon, and all stars. Now an overly intense, overly extreme lunar force forcibly poured into their bodies, tearing a rift, and just a rift. But for Qingxue it was enough. The imperial sword swept, and the imperial sword energy surged like a golden dragon into the enemy formation. 3 war hall disciples were severely wounded on the spot, their sword formation shattered. The remaining 4 retreated in panic, no longer fit for battle. You watched helplessly as his alliance crumbled within 10 breaths. He wanted to roar, to counterattack, to fight to the death with the pride of a dragon prince. But he looked down, saw the tiny, never-healing cracks on his dragon claws, and saw within those cracks a faint wisp of gray mist slowly eroding his bloodline. That was the scar Chu Ye had left him. It was Chu Ye's final verdict for having hurt Qingxue. Slowly retracted his dragon form, transforming back into a human. He stood in the void, his golden crown askew, his brocade robes stained with blood, a tiny crack on the dragon horn at his temple. He looked at Chu Ye Tianxing away, and in his gaze there was no hatred. Or rather, not only hatred. There was also an unfamiliar emotion he had never experienced. It was not fear. It was incomprehension. Yes' voice was hoarse. What do you really want? Chu Ye did not answer. He merely turned his head and cast a glance at Qingxue beside him. The wound on her shoulder had fully healed, leaving not even a scar. The imperial sword returned to its sheath, and his black, dragon-embroidered imperial robe billowed in the wind. Sensing his gaze, she turned her face slightly, her phoenix eyes meeting his for a fleeting moment. No words were exchanged in that glance. Yet within that look lay a depth of understanding known only to them. Chu Ye withdrew his gaze and fixed it upon Aou. What I seek, he said, you cannot provide. He turned around. I spare you today, so you may return to your dragon kin and tell your ancestors that the reckoning between the dragon race and me has yet to come. His silhouette vanished into the void rift at the end of the chasm. Qingxue, Li Yue, and Han Yu followed in silent succession, one shadow after another. The Songlong abyss returned to silence. Aou hovered alone in the void, lowering his head to gaze at the few minuscule, never-healing cracks upon his dragon claws. After a long while, he suddenly laughed. That smile carried a complex blend of emotions: humiliation, resentment, fury, and a faint trace of something he himself was reluctant to admit. Ah, Chu Ye. He murmured the name as if savoring a bitter fruit. Our affair is far from over. He turned and sped toward the dragon clan's encampment. Behind him, the wind of Songlong abyss swept through the chasm, scattering the residual dragon-marked runes on the cliff walls into fine golden motes of light that drifted into the boundless void. Atop a distant nameless mountain peak, Xuanji retracted her sword of illumination, the wisp of sword intent in her palm, slowly extinguishing. She stood in silence for a long time, lost in thought. Then she lowered her head to look at her palm. That hand had once briefly held the weight of a broken sword, and had also been firmly clasped by another hand, rough and calloused. She slowly clenched her fist, then released it. Her pure white robes fluttered gently in the breeze before settling back into stillness. In the distance, within the deeper void of the celestial path, some ancient entity, seemingly awakened by the brief, yet fierce clash, was slowly opening its eyes, which had slumbered for 10,000 ages. Xuanji raised her head and gazed in that direction. She saw a majestic fortune coalescing, unprecedented in its scale, like the Milky Way cascading down like 10,000 dragons paying homage. That was an existence deeper, farther, and more ancient than the Sword Immortal's relic. It was the true source of the fatal calamity in Chu Ye's prophecy. It was also the very hexagram she had come to the celestial path to verify. Xuanji was silent for a moment, then withdrew the last wisp of sword intent into the depths of her soul. She turned and took a step in that direction. A single step, and she was already 100 miles away. The wind continued to blow. The nameless mountain peak stood empty. News of the battle at Songlong Abyss spread through the celestial path with astonishing speed. Aou, the Dragon Clan's crown prince, led an ambush against Chu Ye, but suffered a crushing defeat, bearing scars on his claws. 3 elite royal clansmen were either dead or wounded. The 7-man sword formation of the War Hall of the 10,000 Dao Alliance was shattered, and the Deputy Hall Master's personal disciple suffered damage to his Dao heart, vomiting blood on the spot. The remnants of the Shadow Pavilion lost 3 members, and the rest fled far away. This was the first time since the Celestial Path opened that Chu Ye's faction had decisively crushed a joint siege by the top powers of the Central Domain. And this time it was a sheer, unadulterated rout. In a secluded tavern within a secret realm, someone murmured in a low voice, "That Chu Ye. What fortune has Aou is the Dragon Clan's battle prodigy, born once in 5 centuries. The 7 from the War Hall could challenge even an ordinary true immortal." Another person sneered, "What fortune? Haven't you heard? The 2 from the Guanghan Fairy Palace, the palace master Li Yue has broken through. A true immortal. Absolutely certain. During the battle at Songlong Abyss, she suppressed the Dragon Clan's bloodline with a single-piece moonfall, leaving Aou powerless to retaliate." Silence. After a long pause, someone sighed softly. The Guanghan Fairy Palace. 10,000 years of pure cultivation and 2 generations of palace masters have become his personal harem. Harem. Another person chuckled scornfully. Have you ever seen a harem where the palace master personally charges into battle and protects with her life? No one answered. The sporadic clinking of cups was soon swallowed by a deeper silence. Meanwhile, at the 5th level of the celestial path, the 10,000 poison abyss, which Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. She had lingered at the bottom of the abyss for 3 days. All around lay the remains of ancient venomous creatures, some fossilized, others still retaining a final wisp of resentful, malevolent qi. An ordinary immortal realm cultivator would have poison seep into their marrow and their Dao foundation damaged after half an hour here. Yet she had endured the erosion of 10,000 poisons with her physical body at the very deepest part of the abyss for 3 full days. Because before her lay the complete skeleton of an ancient poison dragon. The dragon bones were deep purple, 100 zhang long, coiled as if in slumber. Even after falling countless millennia ago, the dragon skeleton was still enveloped in a thick toxic mist potent enough to kill an ordinary immortal realm cultivator. The dragon's head was slightly raised and a faint ghostly green light still lingered in its hollow eye sockets. The last condensation of the poison dragon's origin, the final resentment towards this world that it refused to disperse even in death. The Witch Queen stared at that wisp of residual light and licked her lips. Waited 3 days, her voice was lazy and hoarse, carrying an irrepressible excitement. And you've finally shown yourself. The wisp of light slowly rose, hovering before the dragon skeleton's forehead, like an eternal ghostly green flame of poison. Then it looked at the Witch Queen. Or rather, it recognized her. Eons ago, the Poison Dragon clan and the Witch God Temple shared a profound bond. It was an ancient covenant lost even in the rituals of the Western witches, a memory etched deeper in the bloodline than the Poison Dragon's remnant soul had no words. But it bowed its head slightly, the highest gesture of respect from the ancient dragon race to an ally. The Witch Queen rose her bare feet, stepping on the venom-covered spine of the dragon skeleton, walking step by step towards the dragon's head. Her purple-black gauze robe rustled in the toxic mist, yet the silver bells at her waist made no sound, for even the chime was corroded by the overly dense miasma. She stopped before the dragon's head and reached out her hand. The moment her pale fingers touched the ghostly green residual light, boom! A terrifying wave of poison potent enough to tear the void erupted from the 10,000 poison abyss. The toxic wave surged upward, breaking through the abyss mouth and shooting straight into the sky of the 5th level of the celestial path. All cultivators within 1,000 miles changed color simultaneously. Whether they were contending for fortune or in secluded cultivation, they all looked in horror at the towering green pillar of light. A knowledgeable one stammered, a poison dragon skeleton. Someone has refined the ancient poison dragon's life-bound poison source. Someone else trembled even more violently the direction of that pillar of light. It's Chu Ye's people, that Western Witch Queen. Silence. Then someone muttered in a low voice, the dragon clan just suffered a great loss at his hands, and now his woman refines the poison dragon skeleton. Is this some kind of damn coincidence? No one answered, because everyone knew the answer. The 4th level of the celestial path, the Sea of Illusory Dreams. Qingxue had been wandering here for 5 days. She did not care for fighting. The Fox clan's inheritance had never been in frontal combat, but in the crevices of the human heart, the folds of dreams, the gray borderlands where desire and fear intersect. Those talents deemed heterodox by the 10,000 Dao Alliance and the Dragon Clan were in her hands, weapons more lethal than any divine armament. At this moment, she stood upon a sea formed from countless shattered dreams, the phantom image of her 9 tails swaying gently behind her. Each tail was connected to a fragment of a dream she was digesting. All the owners of these dreams had fallen. Some were ancient powerhouses who perished in battle here eons ago. Others were unfortunate souls devoured by the laws of the heavenly path in recent days. Their flesh had rotted, their souls scattered, leaving only their final dreams lingering upon this sea like floating bubbles. Qingxue popped these bubbles one by one. It was not destruction, but savoring. With each fragment of dream entering her body, her 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline pulsed faintly. Those dreams contained fear, regret, resentment, and love and hate that had never been released unto death. These were the most cherished nourishment for the Fox clan. 5 days later, she opened her eyes. Those eyes, already bewitching to the bone, were now even more dangerous. Not a danger that flaunted its edge. It was a more concealed, more lethal kind. When you looked at her, you wouldn't even realize the danger. You would only think her eyes were beautiful, her smile enchanting, and when she looked at you, you felt as if you were the only one who mattered in the world. Then you could no longer look away. Then you could no longer bear to leave her. Qingxue stretched lazily, her delicate figure fully revealed beneath the thin gauze. She raised her hand, and a wisp of pale pink light coalesced at her fingertip. That was her newly acquired dream entry divine ability. No longer passively infiltrating others' dreams, she could now actively pull anyone whose mind wavered into the sea of illusions she wove. She gazed at that wisp of light, a satisfied curve lifting the corner of her lips. That blockhead, she murmured to herself, a hint of unconscious resentment in her tone. He just knows how to take his empress around slashing people. She paused, then absorbed the wisp of light into her palm. Not even thinking to send someone to look for me. Even so, she actively sensed the blood-packed bond and dashed off in a certain direction. Her 9 tails swayed like a pink-hued cloud fading into the distance. On the 6th level of the heavenly path, the myriad spirits altar, Lady Huayu rose slowly. She had knelt motionless before this altar for 3 days like another stone statue. The wisp of ancient myriad spirits ancestor aura sealed upon the altar had been extremely resistant to her at first. So what if she was a true immortal? Before the myriad spirits ancestor, even a true immortal was merely one of countless passers-by in the long river of time. She did not forcibly refine it. She simply sat quietly, releasing her own Dao resonance bit by bit. That was the vitality of the 100 Phoenix chart gained from Chu Ye through dual cultivation techniques, her own affinity with myriad spirits cultivated over eons, and the merits and karma from suppressing the myriad spirits' heavenly sect for centuries and protecting countless demonic beasts and spirit plants. 3 days later, the wisp of ancestral aura on the altar stirred. It drifted down slowly, hovering before Lady Huayu's brow, gently touching. It was not acknowledgement nor inheritance. It was recognition. The myriad spirits ancestor recognized this descendant, recognized her Dao, her path, and her unwavering belief in coexisting with all things throughout the long years. Lady Huayu opened her eyes. Her aura did not surge, nor did her cultivation break through. She was already a true immortal. The next step was celestial immortal, a chasm that could not be crossed with just a wisp of ancestral aura. But the myriad spirits phantom that surrounded her had changed. No longer roaring beasts or ferocious birds of prey. Instead, it was a tranquil, bountiful, vibrant ancient forest. Their deer drank from streams, birds built nests, flowers bloomed and withered on their own, and wind rustled through the leaves. That was the final gift left to her by the myriad spirits ancestor. Not power, but a vision. Lady Huayu gazed at that forest phantom for a long time, then a faint smile touched her lips. So this is what you all— She whispered, not slaughter, not conquest. Just returning to the original state of all things. The ancestral aura, it had fulfilled its purpose and slowly dissipated above the altar. Lady Huayu rose. She looked toward a certain direction deep in the heavenly path where a blood-packed bond, she knew intimately, pulsed steadily and powerfully. He was still alive, still fighting, still bringing all her companions back to his side one by one. She stepped forward. The myriad spirits phantom receded into her body like a tide, and the altar behind her turned to flowing sand scattering with the wind. On the second level of the heavenly path, in a nameless mountain stream, Chu Ye stood with hands behind his back by the creek, eyes closed in concentration. The sword of defense, sword intent barrier around him was more refined and profound than 3 days ago at the Canglong Abyss. The path of guardianship he had comprehended from the sword immortal inheritance was gradually merging with the world's origin of the 100 Phoenix chart. Qingxue was regulating her breath nearby. The imperial sword lay across her knees, the dragon blood on its blade had been dried with her spiritual energy restoring its sharp, gleaming edge. The old wound on her shoulder had completely healed, leaving not even a scar. The wisp of 100 Phoenix vitality Chu Ye had infused into her at Canglong Abyss was purer than any healing holy medicine. Liu and Hanyue stood side by side on the other side of the stream, eyes closed, consolidating their cultivation. The master and disciples' auras had stabilized at the true immortal realm, with the grand Yin origin flowing slowly within them, forming a subtle resonance with the stream, moonlight, and night breeze of this mountain. The 5 of them exchanged no words, yet there was an unspoken understanding. Chu Ye opened his eyes. Without turning back, he said softly, "Here they come." No sooner had he spoken than the void above the stream tore open, and a slender purple-black figure stepped out of the rift. Witch Queen Qingxue. She still had that languid demeanor, barefoot with silver bells at her ankles, purple gauze fluttering. But her aura— Chu Ye raised an eyebrow slightly. It was an extremely contradictory presence. Supreme poison, filth, and Yin, which should have been at odds with all life, purity, and light. Yet the miasma around her now faintly revealed a trace of compassion. Not mercy, but a nearly neutral compassion born of perceiving the essence that all things have life, death, poison, and antidote. Chu Ye looked at her and asked her, "Find it?" The Witch Queen did not answer immediately. Her gaze swept over everyone present. Qingxue ignored her with closed eyes. Liu and Hanyue nodded slightly in greeting, and then her eyes settled on Chu Ye's face. 70%, she said, her tone as languid as ever. The remaining 30% needs nurturing, can't rush it. Chu Ye nodded and did not press further. But the Witch Queen suddenly smiled. The smile was brief, almost fleeting. Yet Chu Ye saw it. "That technique of yours," she said, "lend it to me a few more times." It was not a request, but a statement. The corner of Chu Ye's mouth lifted. "Agreed." The Witch Queen said no more. She walked to the other side of the stream, sat down on a green stone, and closed her eyes to rest. The silver bells were silent, because her aura had been so internalized that even the sound of the bells could be controlled at will. Another half hour passed. The void above the stream tore open again. It was not a request, but a statement. The corner of Chu Ye's mouth lifted. "Agreed." The Witch Queen said no more. She walked to the other side. The moment she saw Chu Ye, her eyes lit up immediately, then quickly suppressed the light, replacing it with a resentful expression. "Your Highness," her voice was so soft it could drip water, "so you finally remembered there's still a me." Chu Ye looked at her, and Qingxue waited, but did not receive the expected comfort, so she pouted. "I have taken the opportunity from the dream sea," she said, regaining a hint of seriousness, briefly explaining the effect of the entering dream's divine ability. "From now on, if anyone loses their mental composure, I can directly pull them into a dream." She paused, glancing sidelong at Chu Ye. "If your Highness wishes to try, your consort is always at your service." Chu Ye. "No need." Qingxue gave a soft humph and ceased her entanglement. She glanced around, finding Liu and Hanyue, the master and disciple, occupying a secluded stream bank. The Witch Queen alone claimed a block of bluestone, and Qingxue meditating beside Chu Ye. Without hesitation, she walked to Chu Ye's other side, and naturally sat down within 3 steps of him. She retracted her 9 tails, ceasing to speak, and quietly meditated to consolidate her gains. Another half hour passed. The sky above the mountain stream tore open for the last time. When Lady Huayu stepped out of the void rift, everyone's eyes opened simultaneously, turning to her. Not because of her true immortal realm cultivation, nor because of her status as the sect master of the 10,000 Spirits Celestial Sect, but because of the ethereal shadow enveloping her. That forest, that tranquil, bountiful, vibrant, primeval. The Witch Queen opened her eyes, revealing a rare flicker of surprise. Qingxue let out a soft, "Oh," and even Liu and Hanyue, the master and disciple, couldn't help but take a second look. Qingxue opened her eyes, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Then she looked at Chu Ye. Chu Ye remained silent. He simply watched Lady Huayu, watching the deer drinking water, the birds building nests, and the flowers blooming and withering freely within that ethereal shadow. Lady Huayu stood before him, lowering her eyes slightly. "The primordial ancestor has acknowledged me," she said, her voice very soft. "Not a legacy, but acknowledgement." Chu Ye nodded. He did not ask, acknowledged what, nor did he press for the specific value of that trace of the ancestor. He simply looked at her, his gaze calm and gentle, as if he were not looking at a true immortal realm powerhouse, the sect master of the 10,000 Spirits Celestial Sect, but at an old friend long unseen who had finally returned. Lady Huayu did not raise her head to meet his gaze, but neither did she retreat. After a moment, she silently walked to the other side of the stream, found a bluestone not far from Liyue and Hanyue, and sat down quietly. The mountain stream returned to silence. Chu Ye's gaze slowly swept over the 6 people present: Qingxue, the witch, Queen Juyo, Su Qingxue, Lady Huayu, Liyue, and Hanyue. Each was meditating, consolidating, or resting. Their expressions varied. Some were languid, some solemn, some cold, some gentle. But they were all here. Those who were scattered had all returned. Chu Ye withdrew his gaze. He looked up into the endless void deeper within the celestial path, lost in thought. At the same moment, on the 7th layer of the celestial path, Xuanji stood alone before an abandoned teleportation array. The formation had been desolate for countless millennia, its inscriptions incomplete, its spiritual energy depleted. No conventional method could reactivate it, but Xuanji merely gazed at the broken patterns, condensing an extremely faint sword intent at her fingertip. Sword of Illumination. The sword intent fell into the array patterns not to activate, but to reflect. She wanted to see the array as it was when complete in ancient times, to see where it led, and to see if that, where, was connected to the surging majestic fortune about to coalesce as foretold in her prophecy. The sword intent, like quicksilver, seeped into every crevice. Then, Xuanji's pupils abruptly constricted. She saw it. The array did not lead to some secret realm relic or inheritance ground. It led to a gate. A gate of pure white without doors or panels, with only moonlight flowing around it. There were no ornaments, no inscriptions on the gate, only a single incredibly ancient sword scar slashing diagonally across its surface. Identical to the one on the stone gate in the Sword Immortal Relic Hall. Xuanji stood still for a long time. Then she withdrew her sword intent and turned. Her plain white robes fluttered gently in the wind, the light veil over her face remaining perfectly still. She gazed into the deeper void of the 7th layer of the celestial path, where some ancient existence was slowly awakening, like a primordial beast, after a long hibernation, finally catching the scent of its prey. It was not the sword immortal, not the poison dragon, not the primordial ancestor of spirits. It was an existence more ancient, more powerful, and more dangerous than them all. Xuanji gently closed her eyes. In her palm, the bronze ancient coin that had once shattered in two had somehow quietly healed. The cracks remained, but they no longer spread. She opened her eyes, looking down at the restored coin in her hand. The obverse of the coin bore the character heaven, the reverse mechanism. In the middle, a hairline crack was slowly widening. 8th layer of the celestial path. In the depths of the unknown void, a scroll hung, suspended perfectly still. The scroll was almost identical to the congratulatory gift sent by Elder Chu Ye of the Goddess Palace, the same pale silver, silk, the same scene of 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix, the same faint yet pure trace of world's origin power. Only this scroll was complete. On the scroll, the phoenix leading the 100 birds slowly opened its eyes. It gazed towards a certain point in the void, as if penetrating the 8th, 7th, 6th layers of the celestial path. All the way to a certain nameless mountain stream, where a youth in black robes was resting with his eyes closed. The phoenix's eyes were calm and placid. Then it spoke. Its voice was ancient, androgynous, identical to the voice deep within Chu Ye's consciousness. Soon. It will be soon. The scroll trembled slightly. The next instant it vanished into the depths of the void, as if it had never existed. The nameless mountain stream. Chu Ye's eyes suddenly flew open. He jerked his head up, staring towards the direction of the 7th layer of the celestial path. There was nothing there, only a void of nothingness, deep and eternal. But he had clearly perceived something just now. Not a fluctuation of spiritual power, not a sweep of divine sense, not any existence he could clearly describe. It was a gaze. A gaze that traversed endless void, long ages, and countless karmic ties. That gaze held no hostility, no murderous intent, not even curiosity. It was merely looking. Like a person who had slept for 10,000 years finally opening their eyes to confirm if their wait was worthwhile. Qingxue sensed his anomaly and opened her eyes. What is it? Chu Ye was silent for a moment. Nothing. He withdrew his gaze without explanation. Qingxue looked at him, but did not press further. The mountain stream returned to silence. Only the babbling brook, the gentle night breeze, and 7 auras, solemn, profound, cold, gentle, quietly circulated within this small world. The celestial path was still long. Opportunities were not exhausted, powerful enemies were not eliminated, and the deadly tribulation from the prophecy still hung overhead. But at this moment, at this very moment, Chu Ye gently closed his eyes. He did not wish to think of anything. In the distance at the edge of the mountain stream, Liyue quietly watched Chu Ye. She watched for a long time. Then she withdrew her gaze, looking down at her own hands. Those hands had once played the zither for 100 years, cold and aloof, untouched by dust. Those hands still played the zither, now still cold and aloof, still untouched by dust. Only that zither music was no longer the Guanghan extinction melody. Instead, it was the music she had played while gasping beneath him on the night her wedding robes blazed like fire. A melody out of tune, understood only by them. Something that had never been named. Hanyue gently took her hand. Liyue did not look up. She simply held it back, holding it tightly. Master and disciple sat side by side under the moonlight, neither speaking. The stream still babbled. The night breeze still blew gently. The ancient existence deep within the celestial path still awakened slowly and steadily. But that was tomorrow's affair. For now the night was still long. The 9th layer of the heavenly path. The slaughter had raged for 3 days. As Chu Ye stepped over another collapsed inheritance hall, he left behind 17 corpses, 7 true disciples of the War Hall, of the 10,000 Dao Alliance, 3 royalty, of the Dragon Clan, 5 surviving assassins from the Shadow Pavilion, and 2 prodigies from first-rate powers in the Central Domain, whose names he did not know but who fought more ruthlessly than anyone else. Qin Nishang's imperial sword still dripped blood. The Witch Queen's poisonous miasma had just retracted. Su Qingyu's 9 tails bore a few strands of golden dragon blood, not her own. One of Li Yu's zither strings had snapped. Han Yu was using the power of the moon to mend it for her. Lady Huayu looked the most disheveled. She had single-handedly withstood a suddenly awakened ancient killing formation. The cost was that her celestial flowing immortal dress, which had followed her for a millennium, bore a tear over a foot long from shoulder to waist, revealing half of her jade-like shoulder and arm along with a large expanse of snow-white skin below her collarbone. Chu Ye glanced at her. Lady Huayu caught his gaze and instinctively raised a hand to cover it. Then, realizing the gesture was futile, she let her hand drop. She left the tear open, though the tips of her ears flushed faintly red. "Is it good-looking?" she asked. Chu Ye nodded. "Not bad." Lady Huayu took a deep breath and decided, but Chu Ye's gaze had already shifted from her, landing on the distant void that was violently rippling. Something there was awake. Half an hour later, Chu Ye knew that this time he was truly being targeted. At the center of the 9th layer of the heavenly path, a vast ancient battlefield stretching 100 li had been transformed into an unprecedented colossal killing formation. At the formation's eye hovered 7 sacred relics. Broken yet exuding awe-inspiring pressure, a fragment of the 10,000 Dao Alliance's Zhou Tian starry banner, a rebellious scale from the Dragon Clan's ancestral dragon, the lost heavenly artisan ancestral hammer of the divine crafts guild, the broken sword of the first sword master of the heavenly sword sect, the alchemy furnace left by the founder of the Medicine King Valley, and 2 bone shards he could not even recognize, radiating the aura of ancient ferocious beasts. 7 figures stood around the 7 sacred relics. They were Yu Hengzi, the Dao son of the 10,000 Dao Alliance, Ao Yu, the Dragon Prince, Gongshu Mo, the young master of the Divine Crafts Guild, Gu Chu, the sword son of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Yi Ji, the Azure Lotus Fairy of the Medicine King Valley, and 2 elderly men with withered faces whose auras were so terrifying that even Lady Huayu involuntarily stepped back half a pace. These were living fossils invited from the most ancient hermit families of the Central Domain, 2 generations senior to the current Alliance Lord of the 10,000 Dao Alliance. They had long withdrawn from worldly affairs for millennia. This time, they had been forcibly awakened at the price of inheritance. Chu Ye. Aoyu spoke first, his voice even hoarser than 3 days before. The wound on his dragon claw, which would never heal, gleamed harshly under the formation's radiance. "This time you will not escape." Chu Ye did not look at him. His gaze fell upon Yu Hengzi's face. This Dao son of the 10,000 Dao Alliance, a prodigy who had secluded himself after the battle on Starfall Terrace 3 days ago, now stood at the very center of the formation's eye. His body was wreathed in 108 celestial star tracks, each one more solid and more piercing than 3 days prior. Chu Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. Yu Hengzi's aura was rising in an extremely uncanny manner. It was not normal cultivation progress, but rather a kind of awakening. Something within him was stirring. "Chu Ye." Yu Hengzi spoke, his voice calmer than 3 days ago, yet also more hollow. "Do you know what the heavenly path is?" Chu Ye did not answer. "The heavenly path," Yu Hengzi continued as if to himself, "is a graveyard formed from the Dao marks, obsessions, and karma left behind by countless powerhouses from the ancient primeval and even more distant eras after their fall. Every person who steps onto the heavenly path seeks the inheritance of those fallen ones. But have you ever considered that those inheritances are also seeking suitable people?" Chu Ye's pupils contracted. Yu Hengzi looked at him, a faint, almost pitying smile curling at the corner of his lips. "You fought your way here, subdued the Guanghan Immortal Palace and the 10,000 Spirits Heavenly Sect, obtained the Sword Immortal's inheritance, and even made the Dragon Prince suffer a great loss at your hands. But you forgot. Why have the 10 great powers of the Central Domain stood unshaken for 10,000 years? Because their founding patriarchs were all inheritors who once walked out of the heavenly path. Their bloodlines, techniques, and doctrines share the same roots and origins as certain entities deep within the heavenly path. Therefore," Yu Hengzi raised his hand, pointing at the 7 sacred relics at the formation's eye. "We do not need to seek inheritances like you do. We only need to." He closed his eyes. The 7 sacred relics lit up simultaneously. 7 beams of light from different eras, different powerhouses, and different inheritances wove together behind him into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. "Awaken." Boom. The void beneath Chu Ye's feet suddenly shattered. Countless figures stepped out from the fissures. No, not living people, but shadows. They were the war-dead powerhouses of the 10,000 Dao Alliance throughout the ages, the fallen ancestors of the Dragon Clan, the lost artisan souls of the Divine Crafts Guild, and the sword saints of the Heavenly Sword Sect, who had sealed their blades and retired. They could not speak, had no consciousness, and could not even be slain. They simply existed. Using the heavenly path as a medium, inheritance as a link, and bloodlines as a bridge, they were the final residual shadows of countless generations of powerhouses forcibly awakened. Behind Chu Ye, Qin Nishang tightened her grip on the imperial sword. The Witch Queen's poisonous miasma spread silently. Su Qingyu's 9 tails fully unfurled. Lady Huayu's 10,000 spirits phantom roared forth. Li Yu and Han Yu, master and disciple, resonated their zither music. But everyone knew. this battle was different. Chu Ye was silent for 3 breaths. Then he smiled. That smile was very light, very faint, carrying a trace of almost absurd amusement that sent a chill down even Dao Ye's spine. So he said, what you're saying is. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 7 figures at the formations, over the countless inheritance shadows stepping out from the fissures, and over the shocking killing formation that stretched 100 li. You've dug up the graves of your ancestors all the way back 18 generations. Dao Ye's expression changed. Yu Heng's brow furrowed slightly. Even the 2 terrifying old men were stunned for half a breath. Chu Ye continued, his tone earnest, as if discussing what to have for dinner, just to kill me. He raised his hand, pointing at the 7 sacred relics at the formation's eye. The fragment of the Zhou Tian starry banner from the 10,000 Dao Alliance. That's your patriarch's relic, isn't it? He pointed at the second. The rebellious scale of the dragon clan's ancestral dragon. Yu, the supreme treasure your clan has worshipped for 10,000 years, and you're willing to part with it. He pointed at the third. The heavenly artisan ancestral hammer of the Divine Crafts Guild. Qingxue Mo, I recall you were searching for its inheritance just a few days ago. And now you're using it to set up a formation. He pointed at the fourth. The broken sword of the Heavenly Sword Sect's first sword master. Dugu Ju, you nurtured your sword for 300 years just to catch up to this sword master's realm. And now you're using it as the formation's eye. He withdrew his hand and looked at the 7. I've killed many people, but someone who digs up their own ancestors' graves. He shook his head, a hint of genuine bewilderment in his voice. This is a first. Dead silence. The vast killing formation spanning 100 miles now showed an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible stagnation triggered by these few words. It was not because Chu Ye's mockery was particularly sharp. It was because what he said was the truth. Those 7 sacred relics. Each was the clan's treasured heirloom, the root of their heritage, the legacy of their ancestors. Normally enshrined in the deepest forbidden grounds, they were only brought out during the most solemn sacrificial ceremonies. Now they were placed here. As formation eyes. As killing tools. As instruments to hunt down a single person. Dao Ye's face shifted between ashen and flushed. He knew well that this violated ancestral traditions, that it would infuriate the ancient dragons enough to make them rise from their coffins, and that regardless of victory or defeat in this battle, his prestige within the Dragon Clan would suffer a grievous blow. But he knew even more clearly, if he did not kill Chu Ye here, the Dragon Clan would have no future. Enough idle talk, he said in a deep voice. Today this place will be your grave. The heavens shattered. The void for 10,000 miles around had transformed into a boiling battlefield. Countless streaks of light crisscrossed in chaos. The shockwaves from immortal artifacts clashing raised the mountains and rivers below, while the air grew thick with the pungent smell of blood and the scorched aura of burning law fragments. Chu Ye stood at the center of the battlefield. His dark robes were soaked through with blood, his own, his enemies, and some from ancient wounds of the very land itself, their origins indistinguishable. A sword wound on his left shoulder, exposed bone left by a reclusive ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Sect. 5 horrifying blood holes marked his back, the dying strike of a Dragon Clan royal. His right hand's tiger's mouth was split, blood dripping from his wrist, blooming into fleeting blood lotuses in the void. Yet he did not fall. He did not even take a step back. His gaze swept past the dense throng of enemies before him, past the figures crazily assaulting him, past those watching from afar waiting for an opening. It fell behind him. There Qingxue was using the imperial sword as a staff, barely keeping herself upright. The dragon claw wound on her shoulder had burst open, staining half of her black, dragon-patterned imperial robe crimson, but her phoenix eyes remained sharp, still fixed on those trying to circle around Chu Ye for a flank attack. Which Qingxue knelt beside her, her purple-black, gauze dress drenched in blood, indistinguishable from her own or her foes'. The 10,000 poison dragon essence in her palm had dimmed to near extinction, yet she still shielded Qingxue, refusing to yield an inch. Su Qingxue lay behind the witch queen, her 9 tails severed, her aura so faint it was almost imperceptible. At the final moment, she had taken the desperate strike from Dragon Clan Crown Prince Ao Yu, meant for Qingxue at the cost of her own near annihilation. Lady Huayu sat cross-legged at the outermost edge, her myriad spirits phantom completely dissipated. She had sacrificed her own true immortal origin to erect a barrier as thin as a cicada's wing, enveloping everyone within. The barrier was covered in cracks, on the verge of shattering at any moment. Liyue and Hanyue, master and disciple, stood shoulder to shoulder at its weakest point. Liyu's zither was broken, Hanyu's strings all snapped. They used their hands to form seals, channeling the last vestiges of the lunar origin to desperately hold back the enemies furiously assaulting the barrier. And before all of them stood only Chu Ye. A Chu Ye who had fought for 3 days, slain countless foes, and was covered in wounds. A Chu Ye who had exhausted every elixir, every trump card, every ounce of power he could muster. A Chu Ye with but a single breath left, yet who had still not allowed a single enemy to cross the line behind him. Chu Ye. The voice of Dragon Clan Crown Prince Ao Yu rang out from the enemy ranks, brimming with barely restrained excitement and madness. You're spent. Why not surrender now? Chu Ye did not reply. He merely gazed quietly at the enemies closing in. The 7 remaining Grand Elders of the 10,000 Dao Alliance, the 5 surviving Dragon Clan royals, the reclusive ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the last 3 assassins of the Shadow Pavilion, and countless rogue cultivators and retainers from major central domain powers lured by heavy rewards to join this siege. Their numbers had reached nearly 100. On Chu Ye's side only he remained capable of fighting. Chu Ye suddenly smiled. The smile was light, faint, carrying a peace he himself had not anticipated, a calm that bordered on resignation. Spent. He repeated these two words softly, his gaze sweeping over the advancing enemies, over those faces that believed they had victory in hand. Then he lowered his head and looked at his own palm. There an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible light was slow. It was the sword immortal origin. The last remnant soul of a sword immortal who had fallen 90,000 years ago, obtained from the ruins deep within the heavenly path. He had never used it, because he knew that once activated that remnant soul would dissipate completely. The final trace of that sword immortal's existence in this world would be severed forever. But at this moment Chu Ye lifted his head. He looked at the women behind him, battered, yet still standing in his defense. He saw Qin Nishang's hand gripping her sword, saw the witch queen's blood-soaked purple gauze, saw Su Qingyu's fallen form, saw Lady Yue's barrier on the verge of collapse, saw Li Yue and Han Yue using their flesh and blood to fill the barrier's cracks. He suddenly recalled the first time he met Qin Nishang standing in the court of the great Qin Empire, her phoenix eyes sharp and commanding. He recalled the lazy yet dangerous smile of the witch queen when she first appeared before him. He recalled Su Qingyu's nonchalant demeanor when she first used her charm arts. He recalled the complex mix of reluctance and resignation on Lady Yue's face when he first subdued her. He recalled the flicker of humiliation in Liu's cold eyes when she first called him master through a blood pact. He recalled Han Yu's trembling fingers the morning after their first night together as she dressed him. They should have hated him. They should have had the chance to leave him. They should have chosen to stay out of this siege before it began. But they chose to stay. They chose to stand before him. They chose to use their flesh and blood to bear the attacks meant for him. Chu Ye closed his eyes. Then he opened them. In those eyes there was no more fatigue, no more hesitation, only an extremely faint chilling gleam like the flash before a sword leaves its sheath. Chu Ye moved. Not toward the formation, not to strike at those 7 figures. Not even any attack at all. He merely raised his hand, gently channeling a wisp of the 100 Phoenix chart's origin power into the broken sword that had always hung within his dantian. The broken sword of the sword immortal's legacy. Rust covered its blade, shattered, even its tip missing a corner. But the moment that wisp of origin power infused it, the entire killing formation trembled. Yahengzi's expression changed. Not because the sword was powerful, but because behind him the colossal pillar of light supported by the 7 sacred relics, which was still coalescing, now showed an extremely subtle, irreversible deviation. You. His voice wavered for the first time. How can you? Chu Ye looked at him, his gaze calm, almost pitying. What you awakened, he said, is a legacy. He paused. What I carry on my back is karma. At the moment the sword immortal's origin burned out, Chu Ye felt himself being torn apart. Not his flesh, but something deeper. The remnant soul from 90,000 years ago was peeling away from within him, bit by bit, transforming into pure power that poured into the 100 Phoenix diagram world, expanding wildly behind him. Pain. So intense he couldn't even scream. The world before his eyes turned into a blinding white. Only one thought remained nailed firmly in his mind. Not enough. Not strong enough. Not enough to make these scum remember today's lesson forever. Then that pain vanished. Not relief, not numbness. It was total disappearance, along with his physical body, his soul, and all his perceptions as a human, replaced in that moment by some higher form of existence. Chu Ye opened his eyes. The world had changed. He no longer saw with his eyes. He perceived through the world itself. Within 10,000 miles, every trajectory of every speck of dust, every flow of spiritual energy, every operation of every law, every heartbeat of every living creature breathing. All under his control. He looked down at his hand. That hand now emitted a faint, nearly transparent golden glow. It was not spiritual power, nor Tao resonance, nor any force that could be defined. It was the mark of the world's master. The pinnacle of celestial immortal. A realm no one had ever reached. Chu Ye raised his head and gazed at the figures frantically retreating. The Dragon Clan, the 10,000 Dao Alliance, the Heavenly Sword Sect, the remnants of the Shadow Pavilion, and those ancient ancestors awakened from slumber by secret arts. They were fleeing now, like ants whose nest had been trampled, scattering in chaos. Aou led the charge. His dragon form was fully extended, burning his essence, blood tearing through the void as he desperately fled into the distance. On that once arrogant face, only a near-collapsed terror remained. Because he sensed it. The world force slowly unfolding behind Chu Ye had already locked onto all of them. No one could escape. Chu Ye did not move. He just stood there quietly, watching those figures flee in panic, watching those ancient ancestors deploy various life-saving secret techniques, watching those once lofty beings now as pathetic as stray dogs. Then he gently raised his hand. Still, one word fell. Within 10,000 miles everything stopped. Yes, dragon form halted midair, frozen in a forward charge, motionless. The hands of the 10,000 Dao Alliance's supreme elders mid-incantation stiffened at their chests. The hidden ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Sect, his sword just drawn, hung in the air, its tip a mere inch from a void rift. Those awakened ancient ancestors, each frozen in an escape pose, stood like countless lifelike sculptures. The wind stopped. The clouds stopped. Even the flow of laws ceased. Chu Ye stepped forward. One step, and he was before Aou. He looked at this Dragon Clan prince, at the fear and reluctance frozen in his eyes, at the wound on his dragon claw. That Aou. His voice was soft, as if chatting casually. But in this stilled world, every word was like thunder. I have a few questions for you. He raised his hand and lightly tapped. Oh yes, dragon body could move again. Those dragon eyes spun wildly, fixed on Chu Ye, his lips trembling violently, yet no sound came out. The secret art you used to awaken these ancient ancestors, he said, where did it come from? Oh yes, pupils suddenly contracted. That was not fear. It was something deeper, almost instinctive. A taboo. He opened his mouth and forced out a few words. I don't know. Chu Ye looked at him. He said nothing. Just watched silently. 3 breaths. Oh yes, defenses completely crumbled. I really don't. His voice was hoarse and desperate. That secret art has been passed down through Dragon Clan for eons. Each generation only to the Dragon King. I was just following orders. I don't know its origin. I really don't. Chu Ye nodded. Then forget it. He raised his hand and gently closed it. Oh yes, dragon body from the tail upward turned into nothingness inch by inch. No blood, no scream, just disappearance. As if he had never existed. The Dragon Clan prince had fallen. Chu Ye did not look at him. He turned and walked to the next one. It was an ancient ancestor of the Dragon Clan. Oh yes, great-great-great-grandfather, the previous Dragon King, who had slept for 8,000 years, forcibly awakened by secret arts. His cultivation was at the true immortal level. 8,000 years ago, he was one of the strongest beings in this world. Now frozen midair, his dragon whiskers quivered, his dragon eyes fixed on Chu Ye, filled with fury and unwillingness. Chu Ye looked at him. You can hear me. It was not a question. The Dragon Clan ancestor stared at him silent. Chu Ye nodded. Then forget it. He raised his hand and lightly clenched his fist. The figure of that Dragon Clan ancestor suddenly shattered. Along with his 8,000-year cultivation, 8,000-year pride, and 8,000-year unwillingness. All turned to nothingness. Chu Ye continued walking. Next. Then the next. Every figure he asked about the secret art's origin, if they showed even a hint of hesitation, concealment, or resistance, met the same end. No bargaining, no second chance, no room for negotiation. In this world he ruled, he needed no interrogation. He only needed to ask. Those willing to answer could speak a few more words. Those unwilling to answer had no reason to exist. The 12th. It was an ancient ancestor from the 10,000 Dao Alliance, 5 generations senior to the current leader, who had slept for 10,000 years. When Chu Ye stood before him, he spoke. Not an answer. A plea. He'll talk. He'll talk. He'll tell you everything. His voice trembled and rasped, that once dignified face now filled with terror. That secret art. It doesn't belong to the 10,000 Dao Alliance. Someone delivered it. Chu Ye looked. That ancestor's lips trembled violently. The Divine Maiden Palace. Chu Ye's pupils slightly contracted. The ancestor continued rambling as if pouring out everything he knew 10,000 years ago. Someone delivered it. Said it was for emergencies. Said one day, there would be a person. A person. He couldn't go on. Because he sensed that Chu Ye's gaze had changed. Not anger. It was something more terrifying than his own fear, something. Chu Ye was silent for a long time. So long that the ancestor thought he too would not escape death. Then Chu Ye spoke. That person, he said, was it a woman? The ancestor froze. He opened his mouth and nodded with difficulty. Yes. A woman. Dressed in white. Looked very young. But what? The ancestor's voice dropped to barely a whisper. But she didn't seem human. Chu Ye asked no further questions. He raised his hand and waved gently. The figure of the ancient ancestor dissolved into nothingness, along with his 10th slumber, his 10th vigil, and his 10th terror. All dissipated completely. Chu Ye stood still, gazing into the distance. There beyond this frozen world lay the fleeing remnants of those who had slipped through his grasp, their after images frantically receding. Yet his gaze did not fall upon them. He looked farther still, beyond the 9th layer of the heavenly path, toward the void of the 8th layer where he had once trod. He gazed beyond that snowy white door at the scroll painting of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, and within that painting at the fledgling phoenix that had just learned its first cry. Divine Maiden Palace. He murmured, his voice so soft that only he could hear. Then he smiled. That smile was cold and faint, tinged with a hint of mockery that even he could not quite comprehend. So that's how it is. He turned. He looked at the dense crowd of figures still suspended midair. Those beings who had once stood so high and mighty were now nothing but ants awaiting slaughter in his eyes. He raised his hand. His 5 fingers slowly clenched. Shatter. A single word fell. Within 10,000 li, every frozen figure. Shattered completely. Not one by one, not in waves, but simultaneously. The supreme elders of the 10,000 Dao Alliance, the royal elites of the Dragon Clan, the reclusive ancient ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the last assassin of the Shadow Pavilion, and those ancient patriarchs awakened by secret arts. Nearly 1,000 figures dissolved into nothingness in the same instant. No screams, no struggles, no sound at all. Merely disappearance. As if they had never existed. Chu Ye stood in place, watching the slowly dissipating blood mist and fragments of laws, the last traces of those once arrogant beings, and this void that had finally fallen utterly silent. His aura began to recede. The sword immortal origin had burned out. The world of 100 phoenixes slowly folded. He lowered his head and looked at his own hand. That hand had now returned to normal. No golden light, no Dao resonance, merely an ordinary hand stained. He clenched his fist, then released it. He raised his head and gazed into the distance. There Qi Nishang was using her imperial sword as a staff, barely managing to keep herself from collapsing. Her face was as pale as paper and blood still oozed from the wound on her shoulder, yet her phoenix-like eyes remained locked on his direction. The witch queen knelt beside her, the 10,000 poison dragon origin in her palm extinguished her purple-black gauze robe soaked through with blood indistinguishable from that of her enemies. Su Qingxue lay behind the witch queen, all 9 of her tails severed, her aura so faint it was nearly imperceptible, yet her eyes remained open, fixed on his direction. Hua Yu sat cross-legged at the outermost edge, her 10,000 spirit projection completely dissipated. The barrier, as thin as a cicada's wing, was covered in cracks on the verge of collapse, yet she still held on. Li Yu and Han Yu stood shoulder to shoulder at the most vulnerable point of the barrier. Li Yu's chin was shattered, Han Yu's strings all broken. They used their hands to form seals, drawing upon the last vestiges of the lunar origin, desperately holding up the barrier that could collapse at any moment. 7 figures. 7 figures scarred and battered, yet never retreating a single step. 7 figures who had stood behind him from beginning to end. Chu Ye looked at them. He looked for a long time. Then he took a step toward them. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. When he reached Qingxue, she could no longer hold on. The imperial sword slipped from her grasp, and her body swayed, falling straight forward. Chu Ye caught her. He drew her into his arms and held her gently. "I'm here," he said. Qingxue did not speak. She simply buried her face in his chest, her body trembling slightly. Chu Ye did not lower his head to look at her. He simply raised his gaze toward the distance. There, at the end of the void of the 9th layer. There, in the direction of the Divine Maiden Palace. Divine Maiden Palace. He murmured, his voice so soft that only he could hear. But within those 3 syllables lay something far more terrifying than anger. On a nameless mountain peak in the distance, Xian Ji stood silently. The bronze, ancient coin in her palm was now searing hot, like a branding iron. That sword scar was glowing. A blinding, blazing light, like the rising sun. Xian Ji lowered her head to look. The coin's surface was smooth as a mirror, without crack or blemish. But deep within the coin, that blurry human silhouette was slowly solidifying. It was awakening. Xian Ji looked for a long time. Then she raised her head toward the direction where Chu Ye had departed. "She knows," she said. The ancient coin trembled slightly. The light of the sword scar seemed to grow brighter. Xian Ji was silent for a moment. Then she turned and took a step in another direction. Her pure white robes billowed in the wind. The veil covering her face remained utterly still. But in the depths of her eyes something was burning. The battle at the 9th layer of the heavenly path was like a colossal boulder hurled into a stagnant pool. The ripples it stirred spread in all directions with unimaginable speed. The first to spread the news were the rogue cultivators who had watched from afar and barely escaped with their lives. Trembling with lingering fear, they burst out of the heavenly path, stumbled into the nearest market town at its entrance, and in a tavern, after downing 3 huge gulps of wine, stammered, "Dead. All dead." "Who died?" someone asked. "Aou, the Dragon Clan's crown prince. The 7 supreme elders of the 10,000 Dao Alliance. The reclusive ancient ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and those awakened ancient patriarchs. All dead." The tavern fell into dead silence. Then someone asked in a low voice, "Who killed them?" That rogue cultivator raised his head, his eyes filled with terror and a reverence so profound it bordered on madness. "Chu Ye. Alone. He killed them." The news continued to spread. When it reached the headquarters of the 10,000 Dao Alliance, the Alliance Master, who was in seclusion, coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot, his face ashen. When it reached the Dragon Clan's sacred land, the elders who remained fell into a long silence before ordering, "Seal the mountain gate. For 100 years no Dragon Clan member shall venture out." When it reached the Heavenly Sword Sect, the ever-arrogant sect master was silent for an entire day and night. Then he personally took up his brush and wrote a letter, a peace treaty submitted to the great Chu Empire. When it reached the Divine Craftsman Workshop, Gong Shu Mo was in seclusion, studying the inheritance of the Heavenly Craftsman ancestral hammer. Upon hearing the news, he merely said flatly, "Lucky I ran fast." Then he continued his research. When it reached the Medicine King Valley, Yi Ji was refining pills. Her hand trembled, and a furnace of priceless elixirs was ruined. But she felt no regret. She merely let out a soft sigh. "At least, I didn't make an enemy of him." When the news reached those factions that had once participated in the siege, but were fortunate enough not to have gone to the heavenly path, some felt relief, others fear, and some packed their valuables overnight, preparing to flee the central domain. When it reached those who had never opposed Chu Ye, some were grateful for their past caution, while others began pondering how to forge ties with this newly arisen overlord. Some fell into deep silence, a silence filled with fear, reverence, and an indescribable sense of bearing witness to an era. For everyone understood from this day forward the pattern of this world had changed utterly. The name Chu Ye was no longer merely a label for an upstart, no longer idle gossip for the powerful, no longer a being that could be schemed against, besieged, or destroyed. At this moment, the very taboo that made the entire central domain tremble sat quietly in the depths of the 100 Phoenix diagram world. Surrounding him was a serene valley, a babbling brook, the chirping of birds, and the air thick with vibrant life. This was the unique, majestic vitality of the 100 Phoenix diagram world, born from the fusion of the Sword Immortal's origin with the world itself, a power potent enough to resurrect the dead and regenerate flesh from bone. Chu Ye closed his eyes, sensing everything within this world. He could perceive the figures slowly recovering. Qingxue was by the stream, not far from him. She sat cross-legged on a green stone, a faint golden aura swirling around her. the product of the great Qin's dragon energy merging with the 100 phoenix diagram's vitality. The dragon claw wound on her shoulder was healing at a visible rate, new skin emerging as fair as before, showing no trace of injury. Her aura had already risen from the brink of death back to the peak of the immortal realm, only a hair's breadth away from true immortal. Which Queen Chu Ye was deep within another bamboo grove. She was shrouded in a faint green light, a sign of the 10,000 poison dragon origin being nourished by vitality and recondensing. That dragon origin, once completely extinguished, now pulsed gently like a newborn heart deep within her dantian. With each beat, it emitted a strand of poison Dao origin, purer and denser than before. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played on her lips. Clearly she was quite satisfied with this blessing in disguise. Qingxue lay on a patch of soft grass by the stream. Though all 9 of her tails were severed, she was now enveloped in a pink light. Within that glow, 9 phantom figures slowly solidified, her 9 tails regenerating. Her brow was slightly furrowed as if enduring an itching sensation, the inevitable pain of tail regrowth. Yet the corners of her mouth lifted slightly as if lost in a pleasant dream. Madame Huayu sat cross-legged at the highest point of the valley, surrounded by a dense green radiance, the final gift left by the primordial spirit. The barrier that had been on the verge of collapse was long gone, replaced by a slowly expanding phantom of an ancient beasts roamed and birds sang within the woods, a scene of thriving vitality. Her aura had fully recovered from its previous depletion, and there were even faint signs of a breakthrough. Liyue and her disciple Hanyue sat side by side on the opposite bank of the stream. Before each floated a new guqin forged from lunar essence by the 100 phoenix diagram world, celestial instruments more attuned to the Tian origin than their previous ones. Liyu's qin was like crystallized ice, its body flowing with a faint moon-white light. Hanyu's qin was carved from warm jade, its surface gentle and restrained, yet exuding an aura deeper than Liyu's. The two gently plucked the strings, acclimating to the new instrument's rhythms. The clear, distant notes intertwined with the stream's murmur and birdsong, composing a serene and peaceful melody. 7 figures, 7 different states of recovery. But one thing united them: they were all growing stronger. Stronger than before. Chu Ye opened his eyes. He rose and walked toward the stream. Qingxue was the first to sense his approach. She opened her eyes, her phoenix gaze meeting his from afar. Feeling better? Chu Ye asked. Qingxue nodded slightly. He sat beside her, reaching out to gently touch the new skin on her shoulder. Does it still hurt? Qingxue said nothing, only looked at him. In those phoenix eyes there was so much. Fatigue, relief, the complexity of surviving a calamity, and a trace of an unfamiliar, incredibly soft emotion she couldn't even name. Chu Ye met her gaze and suddenly recalled the most brutal moment of that battle. She had planted her imperial sword into the ground, standing firm before him, refusing to retreat. Even as blood streamed from her shoulder, even as her aura weakened to the point of collapse, she still stood there, blocking the way before him. He was silent for a moment. Then he reached out and gently drew her into his embrace. Qingxue did not resist. She simply closed her eyes and buried her face in his chest, just as she had in the moment after that battle ended. But this time her body no longer trembled. Deep within the bamboo grove, which Queen Chu Ye opened her eyes and gazed at the 2 embracing figures by the stream. The corners of her lips curled slightly, holding an enigmatic smile. So lovey-dovey, she murmured softly. Yet there was no mockery in her eyes. Only a faint warmth she herself hadn't noticed. She lowered her head to look at the pulsing 10,000 poison dragon origin in her palm. The dragon origin was brighter than before. She suddenly recalled that battle, when she used her poison miasma to block that fatal strike for him, the way he had looked back at her. In that glance there was worry, gratitude, and something she had never seen in anyone's eyes before. Something akin to, she had lived many years and seen countless gazes. Greedy, fearful, covetous, lustful. But never one like that. The witch queen was silent for a moment. Then she let out a soft laugh. The smile was brief, fleeting. But in that instant the languor in her eyes seemed to fade just a little. On the grassy bank, Qingxue turned over, opening her eyes drowsily. She saw the 2 embracing figures by the stream. Then she pouted. I lost all 9 tails, she muttered under her breath, and he never held me. Still she obediently refrained from getting up to disturb them. She simply turned over her back to them and continued dreaming. In the dream, a pair of warm hands gently stroked her 9 newly grown fluffy tails. She didn't know it was a dream, but the smile on her lips grew sweeter. At the valley's highest point, Madame Huayu opened her eyes, looking toward the stream. She watched for a while. Then she gently lowered her eyelids and resumed her breathing exercises. But the rhythm of her breaths seemed a half-beat slower than before. In that half-beat delay, something was silently flowing. On the opposite bank of the stream, Liyue and Hanyue raised their heads simultaneously and exchanged a glance. The master and disciple said nothing, but they both saw the fleeting, profoundly complex emotion in each other's eye. In that emotion lay relief, resignation, and a trace of something almost warm that they themselves couldn't define. Liyue lowered her head, gently plucking the qin strings. The clear, distant notes drifted like an invisible thread toward the embracing figures by the stream. Hanyue also lowered her head, gently harmonizing with the melody. The 2 streams of music intertwined, forming a silent blessing. Chu Ye held Qingxue, perceiving the gazes, overt and covert, coming from all directions. He did not look up, did not respond. He only held her tighter. After a long while, Qingxue gently pushed him away, and her eyes had regained their former clarity and sharpness. How long until full recovery? She asked. Chu Ye thought for a moment. 3 more days. Qingxue nodded. She rose and straightened her robes. In 3 days, she said, we will go and seek vengeance for you. Chu Ye looked at her. Meeting his gaze, Qingxue enunciated each word. They dared to scheme against you, so they must. Chu Ye was silent for a moment. Then he smiled. It was a faint, gentle smile, yet it carried a tenderness more dangerous than any murderous intent, a hint of almost doting affection. All right, he said. In the distance deep within the bamboo grove, which Qingxue heard that single word, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. On the grass by the stream, Qingxue turned over, muttered something indistinct, and fell back into a deep slumber. At the highest point in the valley, Hua Yuforan gently closed her eyes, and the rhythm of her breathing finally returned to normal. On the opposite bank of the stream, Li Yu and Han Yu exchanged a glance. Within their zither melody there emerged a trace of brightness, faint like the first rays of dawn. 3 days later, deep within the world of the 100 Phoenix chart, 7 auras simultaneously awakened. These auras were stronger, more condensed, and more perfectly rounded than before. The stream babbled, birds chirped, everything was as before. But by the stream those 8 figures had vanished. Far away atop a certain nameless mountain peak, Xuanji stood there silently. The bronze, ancient coin in her palm was now trembling gently. The light of that sword scar was no longer dazzling, but had transformed into a warm, gentle radiance like the morning sun. Deep within the ancient coin, the blurred human silhouette had now completely solidified. Xuanji lowered her head to look at the coin. Then she raised her head and gazed into the distance. There lay the direction of the goddess palace. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. The veil covering her face remained utterly still, but her eyes were shining. Beyond the 9 layers of the heavenly path, there was still a road. Chu Ye walked on alone. He had left Qingxue and the other women within the 100 Phoenix chart. Wait for me to return. He spoke only these 4 words. Then he turned and stepped deeper into the heavenly path. This road had no end. Or rather, its end was hidden behind an endless cascade of lethal traps. Chu Ye did not know how long he walked. There was no time within the heavenly path, only eternal silence and sudden descending slaughter. When the first monster appeared, he thought it was the vengeful spirit of some fallen powerhouse. But he soon realized it was not. It was the will of the heavenly path itself, a being condensed from the world's power, possessing no intelligence, only instinct to annihilate any living being daring to venture deep. They were born from the void, crawled out from cracks, and rose from the shadows. Their forms were varied, some resembled humans, some beasts, and some were merely twisted masses of light. But each one carried the primordial power of the heavenly path world. Chu Ye had no path of retreat. He drew his sword. The sword was a temporary construct. His life-bound sword had been incinerated in the sacrifice. Yet the insights from the peak of the celestial immortal Tao remained, and he could still draw upon the world's power of the 100 Phoenix chart. He used world against world, primordial source to sever primordial source. In the first battle he slew 3 monsters, but gained 7 wounds on his own body. Golden blood flowed along the sword's edge, searing scorch marks into the void. Chu Ye did not stop, he pressed forward. In the second battle, he slew 9 monsters, and his left arm was nearly torn off. He forcibly reattached it using the world's power, aligning bone to bone, fusing flesh to flesh, the pain nearly causing him to faint. The third battle, the fourth battle. He lost count of how many he had slain. All he knew was that with every step forward the monsters became stronger. From the initial sage realm to the peak of sagehood, then to quasi-emperor, and the pinnacle of the imperial Tao. When he cleaved apart a colossal beast that almost touched the threshold of the immortal realm, his sword finally shattered completely. Chu Ye stood atop the corpse of that colossal beast, drenched in blood, panting like an ox. Ahead a light appeared. It was a door. To be precise, it was a door condensed from light floating at the end of the heavenly path, spinning silently. The light was soft, yet it could not illuminate anything beyond the door. Chu Ye stared at the door, gripping the half-broken sword in his hand. He took a step. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. The distance grew shorter, and the light on the door grew more intense. He could not see what lay beyond the door, only faintly sense an extremely ancient, extremely vast aura waiting for him on the other side. Then, an irresistible force of suction descended abruptly. Chu Ye's pupils contracted sharply. The world's power within him surged out wildly in an attempt to resist. But that suction was too strong, so strong that his resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree. He only had time to see the door rapidly magnify in his vision before in the next instant, he was completely devoured. Weightlessness. Endless weightlessness. Then, solid ground beneath his feet. Chu Ye snapped his eyes open, his broken sword held horizontally before him, his entire body taut as a bowstring. Then he froze. This was a world. A complete, vibrant, breathing world. In the sky the sun and moon shone together, their light soft without being dazzling. The land was vast and boundless, with undulating mountains and surging rivers. Birds flew by in the distance, and unknown flowers swayed in the wind nearby. The air was as fresh as the very first breath at the dawn of creation. Chu Ye slowly lowered his broken sword, his pupils contracting slightly. This world. How similar it was to the world within his 100 Phoenix chart. Equally complete, equally vibrant, equally growing. But the difference was that this world was more ancient. That ancientness was not the decrepitude of accumulated years, but a divinity that had existed since its birth, coeval with heaven and earth. You have come. A voice sounded. Chu Ye's entire body trembled. He followed the sound. Not far ahead stood a mountain. It was not tall, yet it felt like the very center of heaven and earth. On the mountain peak stood a figure. It was a woman. She wore a veil obscuring her features. A hazy light enveloped her, not dazzling, but perfectly concealing every detail of her being. Yet what could not be concealed was her peerless elegance. Above the veil were a pair of eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Across an immeasurable expanse of light, across untold millennia of time, Chu Ye saw only a single glance and felt the entire world fall silent. Within those eyes there was no emotion, no warmth, only a kind of near indifferent calm. The gaze of a god overlooking mortals looking upon mere mortals. Beneath the veil, the faintly visible contours were enough to render all worldly speech inadequate. She stood there, not a wisp of aura leaking out, yet she naturally became the center of this world. The mountains and rivers fell silent for her, the sun and moon paused for her, all of creation seemed to be her backdrop. Divinity. This was the first word that surfaced in Chu Ye's mind, and the only word. The hand gripping his broken sword tightened, his knuckles turning white. Not from fear, but because. The world of the 100 Phoenix chart within him was trembling. Not a tremor of fear, but resonance. The woman seemed to sense something, and her gaze shifted slightly. In that instant, Chu Ye felt as if his entire world had been seen through by those eyes. The 100 Phoenix chart. Her voice rang out as indifferent as a celestial chant. Finally, you have walked before me. As the woman's voice fell, heaven and earth fell into utter stillness. Chu Ye slowly lowered the hand holding the broken sword. Not from relaxation, but because he suddenly realized that in this world, this sword, along with the 100 Phoenix chart within him, along with everything he had gained by burning his sword immortal origin, had all lost their meaning. The Divine Maiden Palace. His voice was hoarse. You are the founder of the Divine Maiden Palace. It was not a question but a statement. The woman did not deny it. She stood there silently, light swirling around her like the very breath of heaven and earth. Those eyes still gazed down upon Chu Ye, devoid of contempt, anger, or any emotion at all, like the heavenly Tao observing the mortal world, neither despising the insignificance of an ant nor pitying its struggles. You were not meant to be born here. She spoke, her voice as indifferent as the wind beyond the 9 heavens. Your soul does not belong to this world. Chu Ye's pupils constricted. Your arrival has disrupted the operation of the heavenly Tao. The woman continued, each word a manifestation of cosmic law. Cause and effect are in chaos because of you. Fate has been altered by you. Those who should have fallen, live sects that should have flourished, are destroyed. None of this should have happened. She raised her head slightly, gazing at the high heavens of this world. The radiance of the sun and moon shining in tandem fell upon her, yet it was entirely absorbed by the hazy divine light. The heavenly Tao has its constancy, all things have their order. Those who disrupt this order shall be executed. As the last 2 words fell, Chu Ye felt the entire world tremble. It was not a tremor of sound, but a tremor of the very laws. As if the world itself was echoing her words. Chu Ye suddenly smiled. He looked up, meeting those lofty eyes, a bloody grin twisting his lips. So the ancient wills awakened in the central region, the forces that besieged me. Were you pulling the strings behind it all? The woman did not answer. But the silence itself was an answer. You follow the will of the heavenly Tao, Chu Ye said, enunciating each word. Then let me ask you, did the heavenly Tao ever ask if I wanted to come to this world? The woman's gaze shifted slightly. It was the first time since her appearance that she had revealed anything akin to emotion. But it was but a fleeting moment, then vanished into nothingness. Does it matter, she retorted. When an ant is blown off a cliff by the wind, does it ask the wind why it blows? Chu Ye. The woman raised her hand. It was shrouded in light, obscuring the details, revealing only a blurry silhouette. But the moment she raised it, the entire world moved in response. The sun and moon in the sky abruptly halted. The surging great river froze into ice. The distant mountains ceased their breathing, birds were suspended mid-flight, and swaying flowers stiffened in the wind. The entire world stood still. Only Chu Ye and the woman on the mountain peak existed outside of time. You see, the woman spoke, her voice still indifferent. This world is under my dominion. She raised her hand and waved it lightly. The halted sun and moon began to reverse their course, traveling from west to east across the firmament. She waved again. The frozen rivers began to flow backward from the sea towards the mountains, reversing to their source. She waved a third time. The distant mountains rose from the earth, birds flew backward into their eggs, flowers contracted into seeds. Everything was like a scroll being unrolled in reverse, racing towards the dawn of creation. Chu Ye stood in place watching all of this. He did not move, because he knew he could not. The power of this world was omnipresent, like invisible shackles binding his limbs and bones, locking down the 100 Phoenix chart within him, chaining every inch of his flesh and every wisp of his soul. Countless times before, he had looked down upon his own world from within the 100 Phoenix chart, watching the beings within struggle, procreate, and die, witnessing their joy and sorrow dictated by his will, seeing them believe they controlled their own destiny, unaware that their fate had long been written by a higher existence. Now he had become that being who was looked down upon. The woman lowered her hand. Everything returned to normal. The sun and moon continued their rising and setting, rivers flowed towards the sea, mountains stood silent, birds soared, and flowers swayed. As if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. But Chu Ye knew it was not. Your 100 Phoenix chart is your... The woman looked at him, her gaze still cold. And this place is my world. In your world you are a god. But here, she paused. You are merely my prisoner. Chu Ye was silent for a long time. He lowered his head, looking at the broken. The blade was covered in cracks, the edge was curled, and the cord wrapped around the hilt was soaked with blood. This sword had accompanied him in slaying countless powerful enemies, monsters on the celestial path, until only this remnant remained. But now it was just a piece of scrap metal, just like himself. He raised his head, gazing at the figure shrouded in light, so he spoke, his voice surprisingly calm. "You are going to kill me here." The woman did not answer, but her silence was clearer than any reply. Chu Ye suddenly laughed again. This time there was no bitterness, no despair in the smile, only a strange sense of relief. "In the 100 Phoenix chart, I have killed countless beings who tried to rebel against me." He said they never understood, even in death, why they could cultivate for 1,000 years, yet still be powerless against a single thought of mine. He paused. "Now I understand. That feeling is probably this: no matter how you struggle, you cannot escape your destined fate." The woman looked at him quietly. Her eyes still held no emotion. "You are calm," she said. "What else should I be?" Chu Ye retorted. "Wail in despair. Beg for mercy on my knees. Would you spare me?" The woman was silent. "You wouldn't," Chu Ye answered for her. "You are the daughter of the heavenly Dao. You have no mercy. Just as I would not spare the beings in my 100 Phoenix chart, just because they cried and begged." He slowly straightened his body. He thrust the broken sword into the ground, standing it by his side. "Come." The sky collapsed. It was not a metaphor, it truly collapsed. Chu Ye looked up, seeing not the vault of heaven, but an infinite torrent of world power pouring down. It was the weight of the entire world, the will of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, the substance of condensed laws and order. It had no form, yet was more terrifying than any form. It had no sound, yet was more deafening than any sound. This was the heavenly Tao. This was divine punishment. The woman stood on the mountain peak, her surrounding light blazing brightly. She did not even spare Chu Ye another glance. She merely raised her hand as casually as brushing away a speck of dust. And Chu Ye drew his sword. That broken sword rose from the ground and flew back into his hand. The blade was covered in cracks, the edge long since blunted, but the moment his fingers gripped the hilt, a light suddenly blazed upon the sword. It was not the sword's light. It was the light of the 100 Phoenix chart. Within his body, his destined world began to burn. Boom! The 100 Phoenix chart unfurled behind him. It was not an illusion nor a projection, but the true origin of a world. Within the scroll, mountains and rivers emerged one by one, beasts and birds ran and cried out. This was his world. Blood began to seep from Chu Ye's 7 orifices. Burning the power of his world was equivalent to burning his own soul. The fall of every living being, the shattering of every inch of his world's landscape, would carve irreversible wounds deep within his spirit. But he did not stop. He could not stop. "I know you are watching," he murmured, his voice swallowed by the roaring collapse of the sky, audible only to himself. "Heavenly fate, elder, you said this is my tribulation. Surpass it, and I stand at the pinnacle of this realm. Fail, and I return to dust." He raised his head, gazing at the cascading power of the heavenly Tao and the aloof figure on the mountain peak, as indifferent as the heavens and earth themselves. "Then let it be." The 100 Phoenix chart unfurled to its utmost, condensing 100,000 miles of mountains and rivers into a single instant, transforming into a pillar of light that pierced the firmament to meet the celestial punishment. Come. 2 world-shaking forces collided. There was no sound. A true collision of world forces is silent, for sound itself is part of the rules. When 2 different sets of rules clash violently, even the concept of sound is torn asunder. Only a blinding whiteness remained before Chu Ye's eyes. It was a white so stark, so void, it felt like returning to the primordial chaos before heaven and earth were divided. He sensed the 100 Phoenix chart trembling. The world he had earned with his life, nurtured with his blood, and guarded through countless days and nights, was cracking inch by inch under the crushing weight of the heavenly Tao's power. He saw the first mountain range collapse, the first river run dry, the first living being turn to nothingness and terror. That was his world. That was him. A sweet taste filled Chu Ye's throat, and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood that fell upon the 100 Phoenix chart, instantly devoured. But he did not retreat. Gritting his teeth, he poured all his world power into the fray, holding nothing back, leaving no retreat, clinging to not a shred of hope. Burn, 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 until the last wisp of soul, the last drop of blood. The light of the 100 Phoenix chart blazed with sudden intensity. In that moment, it actually managed to withstand the onslaught of the heavenly Tao. But it was only a resistance. Chu Ye looked up through the blinding white light towards the woman on the peak. She stood there, still, light swirling around her, her veil utterly still. Her gaze did not even fall upon him. It was merely slightly lowered, as if observing a dying ant struggling in vain. Chu Ye suddenly understood. It wasn't her arrogance. It was that she truly needed no more than this. The power of the heavenly Tao poured down again. This time it was her full, true strength. The woman finally moved. She raised her other hand, cupping them together, as if holding the entire world. Then boom! Chu Ye's 100 Phoenix chart finally shattered. Not cracking piece by piece, but collapsing entirely. Those 100,000 miles of mountains and rivers, those countless living beings, that world he had traded everything for before, that casually uttered press shattered like a crystal goblet falling to the ground. Chu Ye's body trembled violently. Then he saw his world. Mountains hung inverted, rivers flowed backward, the sky shattered into countless shards, and the earth split into bottomless chasms. Before his eyes it all turned to nothingness without even time for a single scream. That was his world. That was him. He felt his very soul being torn, crushed, and erased bit by bit from existence. It was not a physical pain, but a pain of being itself. As if he had never come to this world, never truly lived, never loved, never struggled. He opened his mouth to shout something, but no sound came. For under the heavenly Tao, even sound had no right to exist. The remnants of the 100 Phoenix chart floated around him like the wreckage of a sunken ship, drifting helplessly on the ocean's surface. And that power of the heavenly Tao, the true, complete world power pouring down from the sovereign of a realm, was cascading down in an overwhelming tide. Boundless, infinite, without beginning or end. Chu Ye hung in the void, drenched in blood, his aura decaying to its nadir. He looked up at the sky, seeing the descending power like a vast ocean, and he was but a lonely boat. No, not even a lonely boat, just a falling leaf, a withered blade of grass, a speck of dust. He suddenly smiled. A light, faint smile as bloody froth spilled from the corners of his mouth, forming droplets in the void that floated slowly. So, he murmured, a voice so low only he could hear. This is the power of the heavenly Tao. So the 100 Phoenix chart he prided himself on was but a drop in the ocean before this true heavenly Tao. So the world he had desperately fought for was but a single grain of sand before this true world. So the summit of the world he had believed in was merely a slightly higher hill, and the true peak he was not even qualified to look upon. Yet he still raised his head, gazing at the light and shrouded figure on the mountain peak. The woman finally looked at him. Across the cascading power of the heavenly Tao, across the shattered remnants of the 100 Phoenix chart, across the endless void and rules, their eyes met. Her eyes still held no emotion, but Chu Ye distinctly saw deep within that gaze something. Stirred slightly, just for an instant. Then the power of the heavenly Tao completely overwhelmed him. Chu Ye's vision was plunged into boundless darkness. Darkness, boundless darkness. Chu Ye felt himself falling, not from a height, but from existence itself. His consciousness was disintegrating like a sandcastle meeting water, like thin mist seeing the sun, like all that is tangible returning to the intangible. So this is death, he thought. No pain, no fear, only a faint weariness, as if he could finally rest. How wonderful. His consciousness began to fade, the last glimmer of light about to be extinguished. Then, ding, a cold mechanical sound echoed in the depths of his soul. Detected host facing absolute death. Reserve energy activation sequence initiated. Current debt limit 100 million points. Activate. Chu Ye's fading consciousness suddenly solidified. The voice was too familiar, so familiar he had nearly forgotten it. It was the system. The system that had brought him to this world, given him the many children, many blessings system, and led him step by step to where he was today. Reserve energy. Debt. 100 million points. Countless questions flashed through his mind, but they lingered for less than a thousandth of an instant. For there was no time to hesitate. Activate. His consciousness let out a final cry. Silence. A deathly silence. Then, boom, Chu Ye felt himself explode. No, it was his consciousness that exploded, his soul that exploded, everything about him that exploded. Shattering into countless fragments, scattering into the endless void, into the power of the heavenly Tao, into the very world that was erasing him. Then those fragments began to burn. Not an ordinary burn, but one that transcended understanding, that touched the very origin of existence. Each fragment swelled as it burned, was reborn as it swelled, and in rebirth, awakened. Chu Ye opened his eyes. On the mountain peak, the woman's hand suddenly paused. She sensed it. That existence which should have been annihilated, utterly dispersed, erased from heaven and earth, had suddenly come alive. Not only alive, but growing stronger at a speed she could not comprehend. Her brow furrowed. It was the first real change in her expression since she had appeared. The power of the heavenly Tao continued to pour down, but this time that cascading power began to twist, dissipate, and dissolve before the slowly rising figure. Chu Ye straightened his body. He looked down at his hand. It was still bleeding, cracks still visible, the golden bone still, but within his palm an indescribable power was surging. That power did not belong to the immortal realm. It did not belong to the celestial immortal. It did not belong to any cultivation realm he knew. It was. He lifted his head, gazing at the woman on the mountain peak. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into an arc. Sinister, domineering, and the calm of one who held everything in control. The woman met that smile, and her pupils contracted slightly. No, this was wrong. She had lived for endless ages, wielded the heavenly Tao for countless millennia, witnessed innumerable brilliant rebels against heaven, and seen countless ants erupt in desperation. Yet never had she seen anyone in such utter despair suddenly possess such terrifying aura. That aura made even her heart tremble. You? She finally spoke, her voice no longer the aloofness of before, but carrying a tremor she herself did. Impossible. Chu Ye did not answer. He simply raised his hand and gently clenched it. Boom. The entire heaven and earth began to quake. It was not the quake of heavenly Tao power pouring down, but the quake of the world's origin being forcibly extracted. The sun and moon behind the woman, the mountains and rivers beneath her feet, the rules surrounding her. Everything, absolutely everything, was being violently torn, plundered, and refined by a power so brutal it defied reason. You. The woman's face finally changed. She raised her hands, trying to summon the power of the heavenly Tao but that power was too immense. So immense that her heavenly Tao power before it was like a creek meeting a tsunami. Instantly overwhelmed, devoured, and assimilated. This is... Her voice finally trembled. This is impossible. Chu Ye still did not answer. He simply stood there, hand raised bit by bit, refining the power of this world into his 100 Phoenix painting. The shattered 100 Phoenix painting began to reform. Not only did it reform, it expanded wildly. The original 100,000 miles of mountains and rivers now stretched millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of miles. The once barren world began to birth new life, new rules, new order. It was a brand new world fused with the origin of the heavenly Dao. And the master of this world stood in the voids. The woman's veil trembled. She had lived for endless ages, witnessed countless inconceivable things, but never had a moment felt like this. She could not comprehend it. Not at all. She had clearly driven him into a corner, had clearly suppressed him completely, had clearly held everything within her control. Yet in the next second, everything reversed. He became the sovereign. She became the fish on the chopping block. It defied the heavenly Dao. It defied every rule she knew. Why? As she finally voiced her voice hoarse as if asking, why, for the first time in endless ages. Chu Ye finally looked at her. Their eyes met. In his eyes there was no longer the despair and struggle of before, but a lofty and overlooking gaze. A gaze she knew all too well, for it was the gaze she had once used on him. Why, oi? He repeated her question, the smile on his lips deepening. Because. He paused. As his words fell, he raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. The woman shuddered as an irresistible force imprisoned her in place. She struggled, summoned the heavenly Dao's power, and exhausted every means she had. It was useless. Before that power, she was as insignificant as a speck of dust, just as he had been before her. She could only watch helplessly. She watched as this world was refined bit by bit, as her own origin was drawn out piece by piece, as the heaven and earth she had ruled for endless ages was kneaded, reshaped, and devoured in his hands like dough. Her face was pale as paper. Her gaze shifted from disbelief to panic to confusion, and finally settled in profound silence. She no longer struggled or resisted, but simply floated there, looking through the light, shaken by the power at the man who was refining her world. She could not understand. She could not fathom it. She could not comprehend it. It was clearly impossible. Clearly. Chu Ye felt her gaze and turned his head. Their eyes met again. This time he saw the eyes beneath her light, no longer cold like the heavenly Dao, but filled with bewilderment, confusion, and a deeply hidden fear she refused to acknowledge. Fear. He smiled. Now, he said, it's your turn. The heavenly path was collapsing. It was not a gradual disintegration, but a collapse from the very root. Like a giant tree uprooted, its trunk toppling, its branches scattering, all that once existed losing its foundation in an instant. Chu Ye stood in the void, the light of the 100 Phoenix painting around him already dazzling to the point of blinding. That light was no longer the afterglow of a broken world, but the breath of a new world growing wildly. He held up his hand. His 5 fingers clenched as if gripping the very lifeline of heaven and earth. The power of the world surged from all directions, forcibly drawn, refined, and devoured by him. It was the origin of the heavenly path, the manifestation of the heavenly Daos will in this space, the coveted fortune and opportunity of countless powerhouses. Yet now, like rivers flowing into the sea, it poured into the 100 Phoenix painting in his palm. The 100 Phoenix painting expanded. Mountains and rivers stretched from 100,000 to 1,000,000, 10,000,000, 100,000,000 miles. New peaks rose from the earth, new rivers surged forth, and new beings were born from chaos, opening their eyes to the first ray of light. That was his world. A world growing at breakneck speed, built on plunder. And at the center of that world, a figure was imprisoned in the void, her radiance dim, her veil trembling slightly. That was her. The founder of the divine maiden palace, who once wielded the heavenly Dao and looked down upon all living beings. Now she was merely a prisoner in Chu Ye's world. The collapse of the heavenly path grew ever more violent. In the distance, figures fled in disarray. Cultivators still training within the path. They did not know what had happened. They only felt the heavenly path beneath them tremble and crack as the fortunes and opportunities they once coveted vanished rapidly, as if drained from the very source. Some looked back and vaguely saw a dazzling light deep within the heavenly path. Within the light, there seemed to be a human silhouette. But before they could look closer, they were swallowed by collapsing void rifts and swept onto escape routes. Run! The heavenly path is collapsing. Impossible, the path has existed for countless millennia, how could it? Amid screams, wails, and tearing sounds, countless figures fled madly out of the heavenly path. But Chu Ye did not spare them a glance. His gaze was fixed only on the imprisoned figure within the 100 Phoenix painting. Behind her veil, those eyes, once as cold as the heavenly Dao, were now looking through the barrier of the 100 Phoenix painting at the collapsing heavenly path outside, at the dissipating origin, at the vanishing fortunes, at the heaven and earth she had ruled for endless ages being devoured, refined, and reduced to nothingness bit by bit. Her gaze was vast and hollow, like a god or Buddha watching the rise and fall of the mortal world, only to realize they too had become part of that rise and fall. Stop, she spoke. The voice was no longer indifferent, but carried a hint of hoarseness, a trace of difficulty, and a deeply hidden sentiment that even she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. A plea. Chu Ye's movement paused slightly. He turned his head, his gaze piercing through the barriers of the 100 Phoenix diagram, landing on that imprisoned figure. What did you say? His voice was soft, so soft it seemed as if he hadn't heard clearly. But she knew he had heard. She paused for a moment, then spoke again. Stop. This time her voice was clearer, yet more strained. If the heavenly path completely collapses, it will affect the primordial world, she said, each word seeming squeezed through her teeth. You will destroy the entire realm. Chu Ye looked at her. He looked at the faintly visible visage beneath that flickering fragile light. A veil covered most of it, but could not conceal the breathtaking contours. It was a face capable of outshining the sun and moon, yet now it was as pale as paper. He suddenly smiled. A sinister smile. A mocking smile. And a trace of an indescribable emotion. Destroy the entire realm. He repeated her words, his tone as if savoring an amusing joke. Then he raised his other hand, pointing towards the collapsing heavenly path outside the 100 Phoenix diagram. Are you talking about those fleeing ants? Those creatures still surviving in the outer world. Those mortals you once looked down upon, ready to erase at any moment. His voice gradually turned cold. What is that to me? The woman fell silent. She looked at him, and for the first time a genuine fluctuation appeared in her eyes. An emotion too complex to articulate, a mix of anger, helplessness, despair, and a trace she herself was unwilling to admit. Fear. Mass suffering. She said each word deliberate. The world turning upside down. Do you not care? Chu Ye stared at her. He stared at the face beneath the veil, at the eyes that were once as cold as the heavenly Dao, now filled with complexity. A slow, subtle curve formed at the corner of his mouth. What I care about, what I don't care about, he paused. Why should I tell you? The woman's expression finally shattered completely. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself unable to utter a word. Indeed, why should he? When she tried to kill him moments ago, had she considered why? When she manipulated the forces of the central domain to besiege him, had she considered why? When she regarded him as an anti-disruptor of order in existence that must be erased, had she considered why? Now he had turned the tables, seized control of everything, and was about to destroy heaven and earth. Why should he stop? The woman lowered her eyelids. The light enveloping her form completely dimmed, revealing the truly peerless countenance beneath the veil. It was a face so beautiful it seemed unreal. On that breathtaking face, silence was now etched. A profound silence. Chu Ye looked at her. He watched as she finally lowered her proud head, watched as she no longer gazed at him with that condescending heavenly Dao perspective, watched as she within that newly born world, like an imprisoned phoenix, silently endured the reversal of fate. He suddenly felt that this face was far more pleasing to the eye than her previous lofty demeanor. The 100 Phoenix diagram continued to expand. The heavenly path continued to collapse. The world outside continued to tremble. And Chu Ye merely stood silently watching that imprisoned figure, the smile on his lips growing ever deeper. System notification, target detected. Name unknown, incarnation of heavenly Dao, physique heavenly Dao, body primordial level, cultivation peak of heavenly immortal realm, limited by the rules of this realm, actual rank exceeds display, range compatibility 100100, full score evaluation, the soul incarnation, nurtured by the heavenly Dao's origin, through endless ages governing the rules of this realm. Appearance, form, power, bloodline, divinity. All are at the dimensional extreme. Special note, this is the first time the system has detected a full score target. Recommendation for hosts: spare no effort. Chu Ye's gaze fell upon the lines of text materializing in his consciousness. 100 points. A perfect score. He had seen countless peerless beauties, subdued the 2 generations of palace masters of the Guanghan Immortal Palace, possessed the great Qin Empress Qin Nishang, possessed the western regions, which Queen Jiuyou the northern regions, Su Qingxue, and Madame Huayu of the 10,000 Spirits Heavenly Sect. Each was an unparalleled existence among millions, but never had there been a perfect score. Never had one caused the system to use terms like legendary. A slow curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Within that curve was surprised delight and a consuming, almost fervent desire for conquest. He raised his head, his gaze piercing the barriers of the 100 Phoenix diagram, landing on that imprisoned figure. She still floated there silently, her radiance dim, her veil slightly drooping. But looking now beneath that dim light, details once overlooked began to emerge one by one. The brows and eyes above the veil were the most meticulous strokes of the Creator. The curve of every eyelash was perfect, as if calculated by the very rules of the heavenly Dao. The contours beneath the veil hinted at a peerlessly enchanting curve. A little more would be garish, a little less would be plain. It was precisely that perfect balance, tempting one to lift the veil and see the truth. The figure shrouded in light was ethereally graceful. It was not beauty in a mundane sense, but a perfection that transcended aesthetics, touching the very essence of existence. It was as if her very presence was the definition of beauty itself. And those eyes once as cold as the heavenly Dao, now filled with complexity. In those eyes were the divinity accumulated over endless ages, the majesty of governing heaven and earth, the unwillingness and confusion at having the situation reversed by him, but more than anything, a deep-rooted lofty pride. That pride told her, you are the daughter of the heavenly Dao, the incarnation of the rules. How can you bow to a mortal? But reality told her, you are imprisoned, your world is collapsing, and your life and death hang on his whim. Chu Ye looked at her. He looked at the extreme complexity in her eyes, the forced calm on her peerless face, the almost imperceptible tremor hidden within her graceful form. He smiled. A deep, slow, mocking smile. Then he spoke. I know what you're thinking. His voice traversed the 100 Phoenix diagram, reaching the woman's ears. The woman raised her eyes to meet his gaze. You're thinking you are the daughter of the heavenly Dao, the incarnation of the rules. How can you bow to me? Chu Ye enunciated each word. You're thinking even if you die, you must die with dignity. The woman was silent, but her eyes betrayed her. Chu Ye's smile deepened. But have you considered, he paused, raising his hand to point at the collapsing heavenly path outside the 100 Phoenix diagram at the dissipating origin at the world being devoured. If you die, what happens to this world? The woman's pupils contracted slightly. The heavenly path is just the beginning. Chu Ye's voice was soft, yet it struck her heart like a heavy hammer. If I continue refining, the next to fall will be the origin world. Those mountains and rivers you have ruled for endless ages, those living beings you have watched over for countless millennia, those who once knelt before you revering you and praying for your protection. They will all die. Not a single one will remain. The woman fell silent. A long, profound silence. So long that the 100 Phoenix chart expanded another ring, so long that the crashing sounds of the heavenly path drew nearer, so long that the fleeing cultivators had vanished beyond the horizon. Then she spoke. Her voice was hoarse, yet still carried that celestial indifference. What do you want? Chu Ye gave. He looked into her eyes, which were no longer haughty, and saw a crack finally fissure across the forced calm on her peerless face. He said, sign a primal blood contract with me. The woman's expression finally shifted entirely. Not fear, not rage, but an extreme, bone-deep sense of absurdity. A primal blood contract. She repeated, a hint of incredulous mockery in her voice. You wish to enslave the heaven? Chu Ye did not deny it. He simply looked at her, his gaze calm as still water. Enslave the heavenly Dao, he echoed, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. That phrase is incorrect. Then what is it? The woman sneered. Chu Ye tilted his head, as if pondering the question seriously. Then he said, it's called. You are the fish on the chopping block, and I am the cleaver. The woman's smile froze on her face. You see this collapsing world? Chu Ye said, pointing beyond the 100 Phoenix chart. You see these beings on the verge of destruction. You watch me bit by bit refine everything you have guarded for endless ages. He lowered his hand, his gaze settling on her face. So tell me, what do you want? The woman was utterly silent. A complete, absolute silence. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself unable to utter a single word. Because he was right. He was the cleaver, and she was the fish on the block. He could do whatever he wished. She had no room. Chu Ye watched the shadow of despair finally creep across her peerless face. He smiled. A light, faint smile, yet one laced with an indisputable tyranny. I will give you time to consider, he said. But time is short. He turned his back to her, gazing at the collapsing heavenly path beyond the 100 Phoenix chart. Once this world is completely destroyed. He paused. You will have no bargaining chips left. The woman stared at his back, at the figure bathed in the radiance of the 100 Phoenix chart, at the man she had once deemed an ant, but who now controlled her destiny. She gritted her teeth. Beneath her veil, a true struggle flickered across her peerless countenance for the first time. Chu Ye said nothing more. He just stood there silently, his back to the imprisoned figure, his gaze fixed on the crumbling heavenly path beyond the 100. He waited. For her to understand. For her to make her own choice. But the world would not wait. The collapse of the heavenly path was reaching its final stage. That ancient trial ground, once boundless and bearing the dreams of countless powerhouses, was now nothing but scattered remnants of void fragments drifting helplessly in chaos. These fragments still held the faint residual imprints of ancient powerhouses glowing weakly, but in the next moment, they were torn apart, refined, and reduced to nothingness by the devouring power of the 100 Phoenix chart. On the periphery, Chu Ye's gaze shifted slightly. He saw it. The outermost layer of the heavenly path, the barrier separating the trial ground from the real world, was thinning rapidly. Through that almost translucent membrane, he could vaguely see the outside world. The central domain. That vast, boundless land, its towering sects, and the powerhouses trembling in terror at the collapse of the heavenly path. The 10,000 Dao Alliance, the Dragon Clan, the Heavenly Sword Sect. Countless forces that had once besieged him were now shivering, unaware of what calamity was about to descend. His pupils contracted slightly. The Divine Maiden Palace. That mysterious, utterly reclusive force that had never truly manifested in the world. His pupils contracted slightly. The Divine Maiden Palace. That mysterious, utterly reclusive force that had never truly manifested in the world now surfaced in his perception. It was not located anywhere in the central domain, nor any place known to mortals. It was hidden within the cracks of the heavenly Daos laws. A place between existence and non-existence. A place only accessible to one who commands the heavenly Dao. A smirk curled on Chu Ye's lips. Found it. Then he raised his hand. The power of the 100 Phoenix chart surged into that crevice. No hesitation, no probing. Just the most brutal, domineering method. Extraction. Refinement. Devouring. The Divine Maiden Palace trembled. That ancient palace hidden within the crevices of law, that sacred ground untouched by anyone for countless ages, was now being torn apart and plundered by an irresistible force. The slumbering ancient beings, the awakened primordial wills, the disciples the woman herself had raised, all looked up in terror, watching the palace dome crack, watching the origin power sustaining it drain away. No, voices cried out, but no one could stop it, for that power came from a place higher than the heavenly Dao itself. Stop! A hoarse shout came from behind him. Chu Ye's movements paused slightly. He did not turn around, but the smirk on his lips deepened. He drawled, his tone dripping with obvious mockery. Stop! The woman's voice sounded again, clearer this time, but more strained. Don't touch the Divine Maiden Palace. Finally, Chu Ye turned around. He saw the imprisoned figure staring at him intently through the barriers of the 100 Phoenix. The light that had shrouded her was almost entirely gone, revealing the peerless face beneath the veil, now pale as paper. Her lips trembled, her eyes filled with urgency. and pleading. Yes, pleading. That daughter of the heavenly Dao who once looked down upon him as an ant was now begging him. Chu, like a predator eyeing a trapped prey. Have you decided? He asked, his voice soft and slow, each word a tantalizing. The woman opened her mouth. She wanted to speak, but found she could not. Had she decided? She asked herself. Agreeing to his terms, signing the primal blood contract, becoming his vassal enslaved by a mortal. That would be the greatest trampling of the heavenly Dao's dignity, something she had never imagined in all her endless years. Refusing him meant watching the divine maiden palace be refined, watching the origin world be devoured, watching everything she had guarded for eons turn to ash. And then she herself would be refined by him, becoming part of his power. What was the difference? The only difference was, agreeing meant surrendering everything willingly. To refuse was to lose everything passively. She lowered her eyes, remaining silent for a long, long time. So long that Chu Ye believed she would never speak again. Then she lifted her head. In those eyes that were once as cold as the heavenly Dao, there was now an expression of extreme complexity. There was reluctance, humiliation, rage, helplessness, but above all a bone-deep exhaustion, an endless weariness. I have guarded this world for countless eons. She spoke, her voice hoarse, as if it came from the depths of distant ages. Watching it be born, watching it grow, watching it separate heaven and earth from chaos and give birth to all things from desolation. She paused. Those living beings, everything I once looked down upon. They are all my children. Chu Ye listened quietly. He did not urge or interrupt, merely watching her in silence. She raised her head, meeting his gaze. In those eyes there was now no divinity, no coldness. Only an ultimate, almost compassionate resolve. I can agree to you, she said. Chu Ye's eyes lit up slightly. But, she shifted her tone, her gaze turning sharp. You must promise me one thing. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. Speak. The woman took a deep breath and slowly uttered. You can refine the world, but do not destroy its living beings. They are innocent. Chu Ye looked at her. He looked at those eyes that had finally shed all pretense, at that peerless face filled with earnestness and compassion. He suddenly smiled. It was a light, faint smile, yet it carried a strange emotion. Innocent, he repeated. Back when you manipulated the forces of the central domain to besiege me, did you ever consider that my Dao companions were innocent? Did you ever consider that my people were innocent? Did you ever consider, he paused, his gaze turning deep and profound, that I was innocent? The woman fell silent. She had no rebuttal. Chu Ye watched her silence, his smile deepening. However, he changed his tone. I promise you. The woman abruptly raised her head, a gleam of disbelief flashing in her. Chu Ye met her gaze, enunciating each word. I can choose not to destroy the living beings. I can even preserve the world you have guarded without completely refining it into my own. But, he raised his hand, pointing at her. You must willingly offer your origin blood contract. From now on you belong. The woman's body trembled slightly. She looked at Chu Ye, at that young, domineering face filled with unwavering She suddenly realized that whether she agreed or not, the final outcome would be the same. It was only a matter of initiative versus passivity. Only a matter of dignity versus humiliation. It was only. She slowly closed her eyes. Her long lashes quivered faintly. Then she opened them. All right, her voice was so soft, like a sigh. I agree. As her words fell, heaven and earth fell into a dead silence. Chu Ye looked at her, at that peerless face filled with humiliation and resolve, and slowly curled the corners of his mouth. He said. Then he raised his hand. The blood contract began. It was no ordinary pact, but the cruelest and most irreversible origin blood contract provided by the system, using the soul as a guide, the origin as a sacrifice, and the world as a witness. Once signed, it meant eternal impossibility of betrayal, resistance, or liberation. The woman's body shuddered. She felt an indescribable force invade the depths of her soul. A power higher than the heavenly Dao, more fundamental than the rules. The power of the mysterious system behind Chu Ye. That force was forcibly extracting her origin, draining everything she had accumulated over endless eons, the very foundation of her existence as the daughter of the heavenly Dao. It hurt. It was not physical pain, but the agony of a soul being torn apart and an origin being ripped away. That pain transcended any description language could offer, instantly draining the color from her peerless face, beating her forehead with fine sweat, and making her bite her lower lip so hard it nearly drew blood. But she did not cry out. She clenched her teeth tightly, enduring the soul-rending torment, allowing her origin to be drawn out bit by bit and fused into Chu Ye. That was everything she had. That was the accumulation of her endless years. That was the foundation of her being the daughter of the heavenly Dao, the spokesperson of this realm. Now it was being taken from her bit by a man she once regarded as an ant. Her vision began to darken, her consciousness started to blur, and her body began to tremble. Yet still she did not cry out. She just stared at Chu Ye with those eyes that were gradually losing their luster, staring at the man who was plundering her. The moment the contract was completed, the woman felt an indelible mark seared into the depths of her soul. It was the mark. From then on, her life, her will, everything about her no longer belonged to herself. She had become his appendage. And Chu Ye, at that moment of completion, suddenly closed his eyes. He felt it. He felt the pulse of the entire world. He felt the breath of this realm. He felt the omnipresent rules of the heavenly Dao now bowing to him, yielding to him, laying bare all the origin of the heavenly Dao. It had fallen completely into his hands. He opened his eyes, looking at the world beyond the 100 Phoenix diagram. Those crumbling fragments of the celestial path, those fading forces of origin, those edges of the central domain about to be devoured. All of it froze solidified, and then reversed at the moment the contract was sealed. Instead of continuing to collapse, it was absorbed, refined, and unified into the 100 Phoenix diagram. The celestial path, an ancient trial ground that had existed for countless eons, was now being completely absorbed by the diagram. The inheritances of ancient powerhouses, the fortunes that had slumbered for 10,000 years, the opportunities countless cultivators dreamed of, all transformed into the purest origin force merging into Chu Ye's world. The 100 Phoenix diagram expanded wildly. Countless millions of miles of mountains and rivers stretched endlessly. New rules were born, new life emerged. It was a new world fused with the origin of the heavenly Dao. It was Chu Ye's true world. Then Chu Ye's aura began to recede. From the peak of the celestial immortal realm it plummeted. Late celestial immortal stage. Mid-celestial immortal stage. Early celestial immortal stage. True immortal realm. Immortal realm. Imperial Dao peak. Great Emperor. Quasi-Emperor. Finally it settled at the Saint realm. It was nearly the same as his cultivation level before entering the celestial path. But now Chu Ye's face showed no disappointment. He knew that the power had not vanished, it had merged into the 100 Phoenix diagram. He was no longer relying on a brief peak fueled by burning his origin. He truly possessed a complete world fused with the origin of the heavenly Dao. In this world, he was the heavenly Dao. He opened his eyes, looking ahead. The woman floated in the void, her radiance completely dissipated. Her veil, soaked with sweat from the agony of the blood contract, clung tightly to her face, outlining the contours of that peerless visage. Her body still trembled faintly, her eyes vacant and dazed like a phoenix with its wings broken. Chu Ye looked at her. He looked at her disheveled state, at that once haughty face now filled with exhaustion and humiliation, at her graceful form curled into a ball like a wounded beast. He smiled. It was a light, faint smile, yet it carried an unquestionable possessiveness. Then with a wave of his hand the surrounding space shifted abruptly. A bedchamber. Inside the bedchamber the lamplight was dim. Chu Ye had not lit many lamps. He enjoyed this kind of light, half bright, half dark, enveloping everything in a layer of obscurity. In the obscurity, the figure standing before the bed seemed increasingly unreal, like an immortal fallen from the 9 heavens, or a deity imprisoned. She stood there, no longer bathed in radiance. Her veil had also been lifted, leaving her peerless countenance completely exposed before him. Yet even so, she still possessed an ineffable aura. The divinity tempered by endless ages, the imprint of governing the heavenly Dao for countless millennia, something that could not be stripped from her even as a captive. Divinity. Chu Ye stared at her, a slow arc curling at the corner of his mouth. He had subdued countless stunning women before Qingxue, the empress of Great Qin, majestic over the world and iron-willed, yet gentle as water before him. The 2 successive matriarchs of the Guanghan immortal palace, cold and aloof as the moon untouched by dust, had both ultimately submitted. Jiu, the sorceress queen of the western regions, enchanting and seductive with means that reached the heavens, now fought with all her might for him. But none had ever given him this feeling. This feeling was called conquering the heavenly Dao. He sat on the edge of the bed, his posture languid, yet his gaze burned like fire. He simply looked at her, at the figure standing a few steps away, yet seeming to span endless ages, at the forced calm on that peerless countenance, at the faint trembling hidden within that graceful form. Like watching prey that had fallen into a net. Like watching a fish on the chopping block. Mocking, amused, and a deep, bone-deep, self-satisfied possessiveness. Come here. He spoke, his voice soft, but carrying an undeniable command. The woman's body trembled slightly. She lifted her eyelids and looked at him. Those eyes, once filled with coldness and divinity, now held only bewilderment. Bewilderment at her situation, at the man before her, at everything that had suddenly happened. She did not move. Not because she was unwilling, but she did not know how to move. Chu Ye watched her bewildered expression, his smile deepening. Didn't you hear me? He repeated slowly. Come here. This time a hint of pressure laced his voice. The power of the origin blood contract, the mark he had engraved into her soul, taking effect. The woman's body stiffened abruptly. She felt it. That power was awakening within her, tearing at her, while compelling her. Her lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but unable to utter a word. Her legs, as if driven by some force, involuntarily took a step forward. Another step. And another. Until she stood before him, close enough to see the blazing fire in his eyes. Chu Ye raised his hand, pinched her chin, and forced her to lift her head and meet his gaze. That face right before his eyes. Breathtakingly beautiful, suffocatingly so. The brows, the nose, the lips. Every feature was a masterwork of creation, every inch exuding the divinity of endless ages. But now those eyes were filled with bewilderment and humiliation, those lips pressed tightly together, as if suppressing something with all her might. Chu Ye stared at her, stared at this face once lofty and regarding him as an ant now held between his fingers, subject to his manipulation. His desire for conquest swelled to its peak in that moment. He released his grip, leaned back, and sat down again on the edge of the bed. But his gaze never left her, scanning her from head to toe, inch by inch. Her hair, like a cascading waterfall of black silk, fell over her shoulders. Her peerless countenance shifted between light and shadow in the dim lamplight. Her slender neck was as smooth as congealed fat. Her graceful figure, wrapped in a plain white gown, revealed subtle curves. His gaze lingered on her, scorching, and then he slowly uttered 2 words. Disrobe. The woman's body trembled violently. She lifted her head. Those eyes were no longer filled with bewilderment, but with disbelief. Shame. Humiliation. and a trace. She opened her mouth wanting to speak, to refuse, to resist, to use the pride accumulated over endless ages to tell him you will. But the words died in her throat. Because that power came again. The power of the origin blood contract surged wildly within her, tearing at her, while crushing her resistance bit by bit. Her hands began to tremble. Then uncontrollably they rose. No, she screamed in her heart. Don't. But her hands still fell upon her collar. The first piece fell. It was the outer robe, white as snow, embroidered with faint cloud patterns. The robe hit the floor with a soft sound, but to her ears, it was like a thunderclap. She closed her eyes, her lashes trembling violently. The second piece. The middle garment, also pure white, thin as cicada wings. As it slipped off, it revealed her slender shoulders, skin fairer than snow, smooth as lard. Her breathing quickened, her chest heaving violently. The third piece. The final undergarment. Her hand stopped on it, trembling fiercely, unable to continue no matter what. She opened her eyes and looked at Chu Ye. Those eyes were filled with a silent, desperate plea. Chu Ye looked at her like that, at the humiliation and plea written on that peerless face, at the graceful form trembling beneath its last covering. His gaze grew even more scorching, not because of the half-hidden form, but because of that divinity. Even at this point, even with only the last layer of covering, she still possessed that inalienable divinity. It was the pride of the daughter of the heavenly Tao, the imprint of governing heaven and earth for endless ages, the thing she clung to desperately, even as a captive. And now that divinity was trembling, being eroded layer by layer, crumbling bit by bit. Chu Ye spoke, his voice low and hoarse. Continue. The last covering fell. In that instant, the entire bedchamber seemed to brighten. Not that there was actual light, but the body was so perfect that even light paused to admire it. Skin white as snow glowed with a soft halo in the dim lamplight. Every curve was exquisitely proportioned, not a fraction too much or too little. Long, slender legs, straight and well-shaped, a waist so narrow it seemed a hand could span it, above a breathtaking arc, below a rounded swell. She stood there, completely naked, no covering left on her body. Only that divinity still held on stubbornly, allowing her to barely stand upright to keep from collapsing. But her trembling body, her tightly shut eyes, her bitten lips, the tears tracing down her cheeks, everything betrayed her. Chu Ye did not move. He simply sat there, his gaze slowly traveling down from her face inch by inch over that That gaze burned like fire, and wherever it passed, fine tremors rippled across her skin. He gazed at her for a long time, so long that she felt she would be consumed to ashes under that stare. Then he spoke. His voice was low, raspy, carrying an irrefutable command. Crawl over here. The woman's body trembled violently. She opened her eyes and looked at him. Those eyes were filled with disbelief, a disbelief more intense than any before. Crawl? Like what? Like a dog? Like a beast? She opened her mouth wanting to speak, to refuse, to tell him, I am the daughter of heavens, Tao, the sovereign of this realm. How could I possibly? But that power surged again, stronger than before, more domineering, more unyielding. It was an irresistible force, the brand he had seared into the depths of her soul, the shackles she could never escape. Her knees began to bend. No, she screamed inwardly. I am the heavenly Tao. I am a deity. I cannot. Yet her knees, inch by inch, still bent downward. Until thud. The moment her knees hit the ground, she was no longer the daughter of heaven's Tao. At least that was how she felt. The divine radiance that had cloaked her for endless eons, the lofty posture of overlooking all beings, the identity of wielding the laws of heaven and earth. All were stripped away cleanly the moment the primal blood pact was sealed. Now she was merely an imprisoned woman. A lamb awaiting possession, awaiting slaughter. On both knees she knelt before that perfect body, now curled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. On that peerlessly beautiful face, tears silently streamed down. The divinity that had sustained her for endless ages was at this moment crumbling bit by bit. Crumbling. Chu Ye watched her. He looked down at the once lofty daughter of heavens, down kneeling at his feet. In his eyes a blazing fire burned. He spoke again, his voice softer, yet even more unyielding. Crawl over here. The woman's body shook violently. Then she moved. Her hands pressed against the ground, her knees inched forward, each movement a silent wail of agony. She was still crawling, because she had no choice. Chu Ye watched her like that, watching the tears and despair etched on that peerless face. His desire for conquest reached its zenith. He suddenly recalled the system's words, a perfect conquest. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Now she knelt at his feet. She was the daughter of heaven's Tao, the deity who had ruled this realm for endless eons, the existence revered by countless beings. Now like a dog she crawled to his leg. She bit her lip. Chu Ye said nothing, merely watching her. His gaze was calm as still water, yet it sent chills through her entire being. She suddenly recalled the terms of the primal blood pact, eternal loyalty, no rebellion, no resistance, no escape. No resistance. Those 4 words pierced her heart like needles. Her body began to tremble, tears welling up again, streaming down her cheeks. But her hands pressed against the bed, and she began to move slowly, inch by inch. Like a wounded beast, like a tamed pet, she drew on her last shred of strength to crawl bit by bit to his leg, crawling toward him. Then she heard footsteps. Very soft, very slow, yet each step trod on her heart. She looked up and saw Chu Ye standing by the bed, looking down at her from his height. In those eyes there was fire. Not the fire of anger, but another deeper, more dangerous flame. Her body but the next second Chu Ye bent down, one hand gripping her chin, forcing her to look up. The force was neither heavy nor light, yet it bore an unyielding dominance. Her jaw ached slightly from the grip, but she dared not struggle. She only looked at him timidly through tear-filled eyes. You? She began, but he cut her off. Finally, she stopped at his leg. Her forehead nearly touched the tip of his boot. Lift your head, his voice came from above. She slowly raised her head, looking at him through a blur of tears. That peerless face was now etched with humiliation and fear. Tears blurred her exquisite features, her lips were bitten white, and she seemed like a pear blossom drenched by a rainstorm. Chu Ye looked at her, at this face that had finally fully submitted before him. He reached out, pinched her chin again, and tilted her face higher. Good, he said. Then with a slight exertion of force, he lifted her entirely from the ground. The next moment, she felt there was no tenderness, no foreplay, not even a moment for her to prepare. Only dominance. Absolute, unquestionable dominance. Her nails dug deep into her palms, tears bursting forth. She opened her mouth to cry out, but no sound came. She could only bite her lower lip fiercely. She shut her eyes tightly, daring not to look. But Chu Ye gave her no chance to escape. He shattered the divine shell that had encased her for endless ages piece by piece. She began to cry out. Not cries of humiliation, but uncontrollable, instinctive cries. It was the sound of her proclaiming total surrender. A sound of shame, yet also of release. Chu Ye heard her cries, and a sinister smile curled at his lips. He dragged her from the clouds into the mire, forcing her to fully recognize the identity she dared not believe. That layer of divinity was peeling away bit by bit. The lofty daughter of heaven's Dao was fading bit by bit. In her place was a woman possessed by him, drowning in desire. Chu Ye looked down at the delicate body in his arms. 1 month. An entire month. He rose from her, his gaze falling on her face. That once lofty, world-dominating countenance now bore only bewilderment and numbness. The divinity of the daughter of heaven's Dao was already shattered, leaving only a sense of helplessness after utter devastation. Like cracks on fine porcelain, it gave birth to a kind of fractured beauty. Her body assumed a familiar posture, the muscle memory conditioned over the past month. She had already prepared herself to endure, even to be roughly handled again. Chu Ye watched this scene. There was no pity in his heart, only an ultimate sense of conquest. He reached out, pinched her chin, and lifted her face, forcing her to look at him. In those eyes, once as cold as the heavenly Dao, once as proud as a deity, there was now only emptiness. But within that emptiness, a faint spark still flickered. The last shred of dignity, the last trace of defiance from the daughter of heaven's Dao. Good girl. Chu Ye said softly, his thumb stroking her soft lips. She did not respond, only gazing at him hollow. Chu Ye smiled, then turned over and pressed her beneath him again. Outside, a rift in the heavens spanned the sky like a wound torn in the firmament, oozing a faint blood-red hue. That bloodstain stretched from east to west, spanning 10,000 miles. A shocking sight. Then came the rain. A torrential downpour descending without warning. The rain fell upon them with an indescribable chill, as if the sky were weeping, as if this realm were enduring an unspeakable humiliation. Raindrops struck the ground, and in the splashes there seemed to be a faint trace of blood, but upon closer inspection, ordinary people only felt a sense of oppression. This rain troubles the heart, a farmer muttered, looking up at the sky as he wiped the rain from his face. Indeed, his companion chimed in. It's normal for rainy days. Little did they know it was anything but normal. Yet those with profound cultivation understood. Above the ruins of the 10,000 Dao Alliance in the central domain, several surviving elders hovered in the rain, letting it soak their robes. Their faces were grim to the extreme, their eyes filled with terror. The heavens have changed, one elder murmured, his voice trembling. The sky is weeping, another added, his tone laced with deep dread. They knew not what had transpired, but they sensed that this realm was enduring a monumental impact, a turmoil at the very foundation of existence. That turmoil emanated from the deepest depths, reaching the souls of every highly cultivated being, filling them with palpitations, oppression, and breathlessness. What in heaven's name has happened? No one could answer. The will of the heavens was inscrutable. In a dim chamber, small, yet seemingly encompassing the entire cosmos, countless stars slowly revolved in the void, flickering in and out of existence, forming mysterious trajectories. Those paths were sometimes clear, sometimes blurred, as if deducing something or narrating a tale. In the center of the chamber sat a figure, the old man of heaven's fate. Clad in simple hemp robes, his hair and beard were completely white, his wrinkles as deep as knife carvings. He had sat there for so long that a thick layer of dust had settled on him, making him seem like a statue. Suddenly the moment his eyes opened, all the stars in the chamber halted. Then every beam of light surged toward those eyes, as if they were the center of this universe. What kind of eyes were they? Deep as a sea of stars, ancient as the primordial epic. His left eye was black as night, his right eye white as day, and within their depths yin-yang fish seemed to swim slowly, interpreting the mysteries of heaven and earth. Those eyes pierced the chamber's dome, pierced layers of void, and pierced the barriers of time and space, reaching beyond the very source of existence. They saw into the depths of the cosmos. They witnessed everything unfolding within that bedchamber. The old man of heaven's fate trembled violently. 2 streams of bloody tears flowed from his eyes, carrying profound sorrow and regret dripping onto his plain hemp robes. He did not move or sway. He simply closed his eyes slowly. A long moment passed. A sigh echoed through the dim chamber. She has passed, he said, his voice hoarse and aged as if from the depths of time. The fall of rites has passed, the ruin of music has come. One fall, one descent. This is the ruin of music. He reached out slowly, drawing a line in the void. Light flowed from his fingertip. The old man of heaven's fate fell silent for a long time, the tear stains on his face solidifying. Finally, 1,000 words condensed into a single phrase: heaven has forsaken me. Deep within the central domain lay the divine maiden palace. This ancient palace, hidden in the cracks of heavenly laws, now trembled faintly. The upheaval of the heavenly path a month ago had directly awakened some of the ancient beings slumbering within the divine maiden palace. In the deepest seclusion chamber, a figure sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by an ethereal divine radiance. That light was gentle and wholly forbidding any direct gaze. She was the true palace master of the divine maiden palace, not the heavenly daughter subdued by Chu Ye. That one was the incarnation of the heavenly Dao's origin, the spokesperson of this realm's laws. She, however, was among the first beings created by the heavenly daughter, the actual ruler of the divine maiden palace, and a divine envoy who had guarded this realm for endless eons. At this moment, she suddenly clutched her chest. Her brow furrowed slightly. In her transcendent divine eyes, a flicker of confusion appeared. She felt an indescribable throbbing, as if something connected to her very essence was enduring and unimagined. That sensation was vague and distant, yet so profound it disturbed her peace of mind. She raised her hand, forming an intricate hand seal. Divination. She sought to see what had happened. The moment the art was initiated, a torrent of blood burst from her mouth, staining the divine radiance before her. Her body recoiled as if struck by a heavy blow, flying backward to crash against the wall of the seclusion chamber. The wall was covered in ancient runes, now flickering wildly under the impact, as if unable to withstand the backlash. Clutching her chest, she gasped heavily, her eyes filled with disbelief. Had the divination failed? No, it had encountered an existence that could not be divined. A great terror, something beyond her comprehension. Blood still hung at the corner of her mouth, and the transcendent divinity in her eyes finally shattered, revealing a deep confusion. What? She murmured, her voice hoarse. Is going on? No one could answer her. Only the tottering divine maiden palace outside the seclusion chamber trembled silently in the rain. The rain continued to fall. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days, 20 days, a month. The rain fluctuated in intensity, sometimes gentle, like sobbing, sometimes torrential, as if the sky were collapsing. The bloodstain in the sky never faded. Instead, it grew darker over time, like a congealed wound that would never. Ordinary people moved from initial oppression to habituation and finally to numbness. They still rose at dawn and rested at dusk, occasionally glancing up to mutter, "Why won't this rain stop?" But those with deep cultivation grew increasingly terrified. They could sense that the emotions within the rain were becoming, from initial sorrow and humiliation to struggle and resistance, and now, resignation. Utter resignation. As if the very heavens had finally accepted something. Deep within the ancient Phoenix Pavilion, the bedchamber. A month had passed on the couch. Chu Ye looked down at her. Her delicate body was covered in marks, bruises, interwoven, a shocking sight. Every trace was a brand. He had left proof of this month's madness. And on her face, once as proud as a deity's, now remained only a blank daze. The heavenly daughter's eyes were open, staring at the empty air above the couch, her pupils unfocused. Those eyes had once held the rotation of stars, the cycle of sun and moon, the flow of heavenly laws. Now there was nothing. Only a void. A void left after complete destruction. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of Chu Ye's mouth. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace. She leaned obediently against his chest like a tamed cat, docile and quiet. Yet from those hollow eyes a faint spark of fire occasionally flickered, the last shred of the heavenly daughter's dignity, her final stubbornness. But it flickered only for an instant before dying out. Chu Ye stroked her long hair, gazing at the sky beyond the bedchamber. That sky was weeping rain, a torrential downpour. He smiled. His smile was profound, replete with satisfaction and domineering. This rain was the world's lament. It was his proof of conquering the heavenly Dao. It was the mark of his existence. He lowered his head and pressed a kiss onto her forehead. An indeterminate time passed. She lay limp on the bed, devoid of even the strength to lift a finger. Her jet black hair was disheveled, clinging to her cheeks, neck, and chest. Her skin was flushed, and her eyes were hazy. Chu Ye leaned over, pinched her chin, and forced her to look at him. She lifted her eyes to meet his profound gaze. Within those eyes remained only the arrogance of absolute control, the pleasure of satisfaction, and a deeper, more intense possessiveness. In the end, he said nothing. He simply closed his eyes. Deep within the bedchamber, the beast-bone, ever-burning lamp flickered silently, casting its warm light across the spacious bed. Chu Ye leaned against the bedside, holding in his arms the figure who was once so lofty and aloof, now curled up in his. Her breathing was light and shallow. Her long eyelashes rested on her eyelids, occasionally trembling slightly, as if she found no peace even in her dreams. That peerless face had shed all divinity and coldness, leaving only the languor of exhaustion and a trace of dependency she herself might not have recognized. Chu Ye looked down at her, his gaze tracing from her brows and eyes to the tip of her nose, then to her slightly swollen lips. Another month had passed, and he had never ceased. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop, it was that he couldn't. Her divinity was like the most lethal poison, making every touch feel like the first, every conquest like a new beginning. He wanted to crush her. He wanted to hear the sounds she made beneath him. Those gasps forced from the depths of her divinity, laced with humiliation and surrender. That sound stirred him more than any celestial music, addicted him more than any reward. and now she was finally completely soft in his arms. Like a tamed phoenix, she had folded all her wings and pride, leaving only the softest part for him to knead as Chu Ye's fingers gently traced her cheek. She frowned slightly, but did not wake. Instead, she burrowed deeper into his embrace. He smiled. His smile was full of satisfaction and contentment. Then ding. A familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Chu Ye's eyes flickered with anticipation. The system's rewards had never disappointed him. And this time, having conquered a perfect 100-point daughter of the heavenly Dao, what would the reward be? The next moment his consciousness was flooded with a stream of information. A surge of immense power erupted from the depths of his soul, instantly filling his entire being. It was not a simple increase in power, but a leap in his entire life level. Chu Ye felt his perception expand infinitely. The world power he once needed to deliberately summon was now one with him. With every breath, he could invoke the laws of heaven and earth. Great Emperor. This was a realm countless cultivators spent their entire lives unable to reach. And he had achieved it in just 1 month. A fist-sized orb of light appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was completely transparent with chaos swirling and nebulae rotating faintly within. It was the seed of a world, a seed that could create a new world from nothing. Plant it anywhere and it would nurture an independent realm with its own laws, its own beings, its own heavenly Tao. An archaic scroll materialized in his consciousness, inscribed with countless profound runes. Each rune flowed slowly like living rules. This object could contain the origin of this world's heavenly Tao. Once refined, he would gain complete control over this world's fortune, resources, and laws, becoming its true master. An ancient bronze mirror fell into his sea of consciousness. Its surface was smooth as water yet reflected. It was the legendary primordial divine artifact capable of seeing through past and future, illuminating all illusions, and freezing the flow of time and space. With it, any conspiracy or hidden danger would be laid bare. 10 pills floated in his consciousness, each radiating 2 opposing auras: life and death. The living could take it to defy fate and change their destiny. The dead could take it to be resurrected. Even if one's soul was destroyed and body turned to ash, as long as a single wisp of thought remained, this pill could reassemble the soul and rebuild the body. A phantom treasury emerged in his consciousness, filled with countless celestial treasures: 10th of Sandy-rolled, Lingji, 9-leaf blue lotuses, dragon blood orchids, phoenix, nirvana grass. Each one, if taken to the outside world, would spark a bloody storm. And now they were merely a gift pack. The system notifications continued. But Chu Ye no longer listened. He looked down at the woman in his arms, the smile on his lips growing deeper. 1 month, he whispered, his fingers brushing her cheek. You have given me more than I ever imagined. The woman seemed to sense something. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes still held the daze of just waking. Meeting Chu Ye's gaze, she was momentarily stunned. Then she tried to look away, only to find herself trapped in his arms with nowhere to escape. Chu Ye looked at her like that, his smile even more gratified. Awake? He asked, his voice low and gentle, yet carrying an indescribable possessiveness. The woman bit her lower lip and said nothing. Chu Ye did not mind. It had happened countless times. Through endless days and nights, she had writhed beneath him, from initial rigid resistance to helpless endurance, and finally, to complete surrender. He recalled last night, when she finally broke at her peak, her hands weakly gripping his shoulders, her nails leaving red marks on his back. The sounds from her mouth were indistinguishable from crying or pleasure. At that moment, the divinity in her eyes shattered completely, leaving only a woman utterly conquered. And now she was like a tamed phoenix curled in his arms, yielding to his every whim. Chu Ye reached out. His fingertips slid slowly from her brow along the bridge of her nose, over her slightly swollen lips, and down her delicate chin to her slender neck. Her skin was warm and smooth, its touch exquisite enough to evoke a sigh. He continued downward. His fingers traced her collarbone, lingering on the red marks there, then slid slowly along the soft curve. His palm covered that soft mound, gently kneading. The sensation was exquisite, soft with just the right amount of elasticity, like the finest mutton fat jade or a freshly steamed cloud cake. The daughter of the heavenly Tao frowned slightly, but did not wake. Chu Ye's smile deepened. His hand continued downward past her flat stomach, past her slender waist. At that moment, the daughter of the heavenly Tao's body trembled violently. Her hand lifted slightly as if to push him away, but she lacked even the strength to raise it. The ecstatic murmur in her voice lingered in her throat, then abruptly ceased. In those eyes, the former divinity and cold pride were gone, leaving only a plea for mercy. And no more. Her voice was hoarse, so faint it was nearly inaudible, as if squeezed out from the depths of her throat. It's enough. Chu Ye's hand paused there, gazing at her with a half-smile. She bit her lower lip, her peerlessly beautiful face etched with grievance and helplessness. She wanted to resist, but all her strength had been drained by him. She found it taxing even to move a finger. She wanted to beg for mercy, but when she opened her mouth, she realized her voice had failed her entirely. Really, I can't anymore. Her eyes reddened slightly, the corners tinged with a flush of crimson, like a kitten that had been thoroughly bullied. Let me go, please. She paused, her voice even softer. I'll make it up to you later. Chu Ye. He watched her pitiful appearance, saw the plea written across her peerless face, saw that her eyes no longer held any divinity, only submission and dependence on him. He smiled. A smile full of contentment, of satisfaction. Another half-month passed. Within the 100 Phoenix chart, it was eternally spring. This newborn world knew no harsh winters or scorching summers, only perpetual mildness, as if deliberately tuned to the most suitable temperature for slumber. Deep within the bedchamber, the soft glow of the beast-bone eternal lamp cascaded down, enveloping the wide bed in a warm embrace. Chu Ye reclined on the couch, holding her delicate form in his arms. His hand idly traced along her spine, sliding slowly down the graceful curve, as if caressing a pure. Her skin was as smooth as lard, warm to the touch. Every stroke filled him with an irresistible fondness. Half a month of rest had greatly improved her complexion. She was no longer as exhausted as before, yet a trace of languid docility lingered in her eyes, the aftermath of complete conquest. Chu Ye looked down at her, gently twirling a strand of her hair around his finger, and suddenly spoke. "It's time to visit your divine maiden palace." The moment the words fell, he distinctly felt her body jolt. The tremor was instinctive, subconscious, as if a deep-seated taboo had been touched. Almost simultaneously, her arms wrapped around his neck, her fingers tightening slightly. She raised her eyes to him, her brows. "Are you going to strike at the divine maiden palace?" Her voice carried a tension she herself did not notice. Chu Ye looked down at her, a slow curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He was very satisfied. Satisfied with her reaction, satisfied with that instinct. Not resistance, not anger. Tension over what he might do to the power she had built. This meant she had fully accepted the fact that she belonged to him. She was only still attached to her former children. He reached out and gently rubbed the tip of her nose with his thumb. The gesture was intimate and natural, like coaxing a frightened little beast. After a month and a half of training, this once sedivine, exalted daughter of the heavenly Dao had been fully molded into a docile concubine in his arms. Her pride remained, but only surfaced occasionally in his presence. Her divinity remained, but only blossomed when he needed it. Most of the time, she was simply a woman who would tense up, furrow her brows, and wrap her arms around his neck. Now, Chu Ye's finger slid from her nose to her cheek, gently caressing the delicate skin, his voice low and domineering. "You are mine." His finger continued its journey, passing her jaw, pausing at her lips. "This origin of the heavenly Dao is also mine." His gaze met hers, deep and dangerous. "The divine maiden palace," he paused, his tone resolute, "should rightfully be mine as well." The woman pressed her lips together and said nothing. She knew he was right. If she was his, how could everything she had created not belong to him? But Chu Ye watched her expression and suddenly laughed. "I know what you're thinking." He lightly tapped her forehead with his finger. "Worried about them. Afraid it'll be too harsh." The woman looked up at him, her gaze complex. Chu Ye met her gaze, his tone softening slightly, yet still carrying an unquestionable authority. "They've opposed me time and again. The siege of the Shadow Pavilion, the coalition of the central domain, forces the awakening of ancient wills. Wasn't the shadow of the divine maiden palace behind every single one?" The woman remained silent. She could not deny it. "I have to settle accounts eventually, don't I?" Chu Ye's tone was indifferent, as if speaking of a trivial matter. However, he paused, his fingers lifting her chin to make. "For your sake, I can be lenient." The woman's eyes brightened slightly. "If you, the founding ancestor, appear in person," Chu Ye's lips curled into a smile, "and make them submit to me." His thumb gently stroked her lower lip, a hint of playfulness in his tone. "Otherwise," he left the sentence unfinished, but the meaning within that ellipsis was clear to anyone. The woman lowered her eyelids and was silent for a long time. The divine maiden palace was her creation. It was her voice in the mortal world, the tool she used to maintain the order of the heavenly Tao, the fruit of her endless. Those disciples, those elders, those slumbering ancient beings. In a sense, they were all her children. But now, she raised her eyes to look at the man before her. He was looking down at her, his gaze carrying a trace of amusement, a hint of anticipation, and something else, something she could not name. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but before the words could leave her lips, she looked down and saw his hand, which had been resting on her waist. "You?" Her voice trembled slightly. Chu Ye lowered his head, his lips brushing against her ear, his warm breath caressing her sensitive earlobe. "Don't know." His voice was low and husky, carrying a magnetic, seductive quality. "We should cherish our time." His hand exerted gentle pressure, pulling her closer. "Or have I not yet fully satisfied you?" His lips slid from her ear down to her neck, gently sucking. The woman's body quivered slightly. That familiar sensation had completely overwhelmed her, causing her to melt involuntarily into his embrace. She closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering faintly, a barely audible moan escaping her lips. Over the past month, she had grown accustomed to it. Accustomed to his touch, accustomed to his possession, accustomed to this feeling of being completely controlled by him. His kisses ignited her again, and she wrapped her arms around his neck. Outside the window, the barrier of the 100 Phoenix chart was still immersed in eternal spring. And deep within the bedchamber, the glow of the beast-bone eternal lamp swayed gently. Half a month later, deep within the bedchamber, the glow of the beast-bone ever-burning lamp bathed the room in an ambiguous warm light. Upon the wide bed, two figures were intertwined, their breaths mingling, as if they sought to fuse each other into their very bones and blood. This was not mere pleasure. With every breath, every touch, every resonance of their souls, one thing was being accomplished: the refinement of the heavenly Taoist origin. Chu Ye closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the depths of his consciousness. There the vessel containing the heavenly Taoist origin slowly rotated, drawing out the last strands of origin power from the woman in his arms, merging them and unifying them into a single whole. It was the core law of this realm, the foundation of all existence, a presence that countless cultivators could not even touch in a lifetime. And now bit by bit it was becoming a part of Chu Ye. He could feel it. He could feel the pulse of the entire world beating within his palm, feel the fate of all things flowing through his thoughts, feel those once lofty laws bowing, submitting, and offering everything to him. The heavenly Dao golden list. The celestial path. Those entities revered as sacred by the world were now in his eyes merely partial manifestations of the heavenly Dao's origin, phantom projections of rules, toys in a child's hands. So that was it. He sighed inwardly. True power had never resided in those empty titles. He opened his eyes and looked down at the woman in his arms. Her cheeks were flushed, an unnatural red, fine beads of sweat gathered at her temples, her lips were slightly swollen, and her gaze was dazed and unfocused. 2 months of unceasing effort had turned her divine body, once the vessel of the heavenly Dao, into a pool of melted spring water. But she still persisted. She still used her last ounce of strength to match his demands. For she knew this was her final worth. Finally, the last wisp of origin power was devoured by the vessel. Chu Ye's body trembled slightly. An indescribable sense of completeness surged from the depths of his soul. The sensation of having fully mastered a realm, a true absolute and flawless dominion. He had succeeded. And the woman in his arms, once the lofty daughter of the heavenly Dao, was now nothing but an empty shell. Her divinity, her origin, the accumulation of her endless years, all had been transferred to him. She still retained her celestial, immortal cultivation, her peerless beauty, and the foundation of her heavenly Dao body. But these were only illusions. Should Chu Ye wish it, with a single thought, he could cast her into the dust, turning her into an ordinary woman with no... He felt the body in his arms tremble slightly. Lowering his head, he met a pair of complex eyes. Those eyes, once filled with coldness and divinity, once looked down upon all beings as mere ants. Now only exhaustion and confusion remained, along with a hint of something desperately hidden but impossible to conceal. Fear. Yes, fear. She was afraid. Afraid that after obtaining everything he would discard her like a worn-out shoe. Afraid that he would no longer need her, imprisoning her in some corner to wither away. Afraid of falling from the exalted daughter of the heavenly Dao to a dispensable plaything. She parted her lips, her voice hoarse and barely audible. You have obtained everything. Chu Ye looked at her without speaking. She lowered her gaze, her eyelashes trembling. I am of no use to you anymore. As her words fell, she felt the arm around her tighten. Then a hand gently lifted her chin. She met his deep eyes, seeing no coldness, no disdain, only an emotion she could not decipher, complex and profound. No use. Chu Ye repeated her words, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Within that curve was amusement, indulgence, and a possessiveness that made her heart skip a beat. Who said that? His fingers slid from her chin to her cheek, gently caressing her flushed skin. There are still many uses. Her face reddened even more. Chu Ye watched her, his smile deepening. Slap. A crisp sound echoed. Her body jolted violently, a flicker of shame in her eyes. Yet she dared not resist, only bit her lower lip and lowered her gaze. Listen. Chu Ye's voice rang out low and domineering. Outside you are still the lofty daughter of the heavenly Dao, the embodiment of the governing laws, the existence revered by all beings. His fingers lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes. But before me. He paused. You need only be a... Her pupils contracted slightly. She understood. He would not abandon her, nor strip her of everything. On the contrary, he would let her keep her exalted status, continue to enjoy the reverence of all beings. But all this came with one condition. Before him, she must set aside all pride, all dignity, all her former divinity, and be merely a woman. His woman. She was silent for a long time, so long that Chu Ye thought she would not answer. Then she suddenly moved. Her graceful figure trembled slightly in the ambiguous glow, yet carried a desperate, alien resolve. In those eyes were shame, struggle, but more than anything a calm born of acceptance. Then she leaned down. This was her first time taking the initiative. In those countless days and nights past, she had always been the passive one, taken by him, shattered by him, sent to peaks, and plunged into abysses time and again. Her body had long grown familiar with his every move, but her heart always held a line of defense. The final pride of the daughter of the heavenly Dao, a dignity she refused to relinquish. But now that defense had crumbled. She pressed close to him, kissed him, and used every technique he had once forced her to learn, to please him, to gratify him, to serve him. Like the most lowly favored concubine, craving her master's affection. Her movements were clumsy and unpracticed, yet carried a desperate resolve. Her lips slid from his Adam's apple to his chest, and from his chest down to his abdomen. Each kiss was as light as a feather, yet burned like a branding iron. Chu Ye did not move. He simply lay still, letting her act, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had not expected her to go. The once lofty daughter of the heavenly Dao was now like a tamed cat, writhing upon him, begging for his affection, and he threaded his fingers through her hair, stroking it gently. Good, he murmured. Just like that. Her body trembled slightly, but her movements grew even more fervent. The beast-bone, ever-burning lamp in the bedchamber blazed steadily, casting the entwined shadows of the two upon the wall, like an ancient sensual painting. After an unknown span of time, everything finally settled into stillness. She curled up in his embrace, her body utterly drained, too weak to lift even a finger. Her face was buried in his chest, her breath soft, and even as if she had finally succumbed to a deep, exhausted sleep. Chu Ye looked down at her, his gaze impossibly tender. His hand gently traced her back, feeling the warmth of her skin and the gradually steadying rhythm of her heartbeat. This woman had once been his greatest enemy. Now she was his most precious treasure. He recalled the system's evaluation of her beauty, figure, power, bloodline, divinity, all at the pinnacle of their dimensions. A legendary existence, theoretically unconquerable, uncontractable, untamable. Yet now she lay in his arms. Chu Ye smiled. A smile of satisfaction, of contentment, of triumphant pride. Again a long time passed. So long that the world of the 100 Phoenix, painting outside the window, witnessed 2 cycles of sunrise and sunset. She finally awoke. Opening her eyes, she met his smiling gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she instinctively tried to look away, but he held her even tighter. Awake. His voice was low and tender, as if cherishing the most precious treasure. She bit her lower lip and softly murmured, Chu Ye lowered his head and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Rise, he said. We must go. Her body stiffened. Her pupils contracted slightly. The Divine Maiden Palace. The sect she had personally founded and ruled for endless eons, the sacred ground hidden within the crevices of the laws. Her pupils contracted slightly. The Divine Maiden Palace. The sect she had personally founded and ruled for endless eons, the sacred ground hidden within the crevices of the laws, the foundation that had once been her final trump card. Now she was to go there with him. She suddenly found herself uncertain of what she should feel. Chu Ye pushed himself up and reached out to pull her from the couch. Her graceful figure was fully revealed in the halo of light. Instinctively she tried to shield herself, but he stopped her. Before me, he said, there is no need to hide. Her face grew even redder, yet she offered no further resistance. She simply let him take her hand, leading her off the couch and toward the entrance of the bedchamber. As the doors swung open, the light outside poured in. The world of the 100 Phoenix chart basked in a golden dawn. The newborn mountains, rivers, and living beings all stirred to life within that radiance. In the distance, birds soared across the sky. Nearby, nameless flowers swayed in the breeze. Everything was so vivid, so brimming with vitality. Standing at the threshold, she gazed upon this realm, forged from the fusion of her former world's power, and a complex emotion surged within her heart. This was his world, and also her new home. Chu Ye stood beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist. Come, he said. Let us go claim your domain. She turned her head to look at him, seeing the youthful face etched with confidence and dominance, and also glimpsing deep in his eyes a tenderness she had never seen before. She suddenly felt that perhaps this ending was not so bad after all. She nodded gently. Then side by side they stepped out of the bedchamber and headed toward the Divine Maiden Palace. The Divine Maiden Palace. An ancient sacred ground hidden within the crevices of the laws, existing since the very dawn of heaven and earth. Throughout countless eons it had been the most mysterious and transcendent force in this realm, never meddling in worldly strife, never heeding the rise and fall of sects, merely watching silently as all beings rose and fell. But at this moment, in the deepest palace of that sacred ground, a figure seated in meditation slowly opened its eyes. The Palace Lord of the Divine Maiden Palace. Since the heavenly Dao Maiden created the Divine Maiden Palace, she was the 9th generation Palace Lord. Those who ascended to this position were always paragons of talent, temperament, beauty, and cultivation, and she was the most outstanding among all generations. The Grand Dao Golden List, first place. That was the most impartial judgment of all women in this realm, and she, surpassing countless peerless beauties, had held the top spot for 10,000 years. Now she frowned slightly, for she sensed that familiar aura, the one that inspired awe from the depths of her soul, wrapped not a descent of will, not a manifestation of origin, but her true body, the heavenly Dao Maiden descending in her true form. The Palace Lord's pupils shrank. Without time to think, she flickered and knelt prostrate on the ground. Her etiquette was flawless, her lowered lashes concealing the shock in her eyes. A true body descent. Since the founding of the Divine Maiden Palace, the heavenly Dao Maiden had never descended in her true form. What could have happened to make that existence appear in person? The light within the hall blazed brilliantly. A figure appeared silently before her. The Palace Lord dared not raise her head, as she could only see the hem of that robe and those bare jade-like feet. But even that single glance brought an indescribable pressure. The suppression of origin itself, the natural condescension of the heavenly Dao over all things. Rise. The voice resounded as aloof as a celestial chant. The Palace Lord obeyed, standing with her head bowed, not daring to look directly. Yet within her heart a storm raged. This voice, this aura, this pressure. It was undoubtedly the heavenly Dao Maiden. But why did she feel something was amiss? The heavenly Dao Maiden's voice rang out again. From this day forth the Divine Maiden Palace belongs to Chu Ye. The Palace Lord's body stiffened abruptly. She almost thought she had misheard. Belongs to him. Chu Ye. She finally couldn't help but lift her head, following the heavenly Dao Maiden's gaze to where there was no one. But she knew that the him the heavenly Dao Maiden spoke of must exist. She simply could not see him. May I ask? Her voice was hoarse, as if speaking human language for the first time. Why is this? The moment the words left her mouth, she realized she had committed a grave taboo. The commands of the heavenly Dao Maiden had never required explanation. Only obedience. Never questioning. That had been the iron law of the Divine Maiden Palace since time immemorial. Yet she had still asked. Because the command was so absurd that it shook her Dao heart, which had remained steadfast for 10,000 years. Belonged to Chu Ye. Since its founding, the Divine Maiden Palace had only ever followed the will of the heavenly Dao Maiden, never attaching itself to any force or individual. And now they were to submit to some unknown Chu Ye. The heavenly Dao Maiden did not answer. There was not even a flicker of emotion. But just then, A figure materialized beside the heavenly Dao maiden. It was a man. Very young, very handsome, with a faint elusive smile on his lips. His gaze fell upon her, as if appraising an intriguing object. Then she witnessed the most incomprehensible scene of her life. That man reached out and wrapped his arm around the heavenly Dao maiden's waist, as if embracing an ordinary woman. No, not an ordinary woman, like embracing a lowly favored concubine. And the heavenly Dao maiden, that existence who had governed the heavenly Dao for endless ages and looked upon all beings as ants, did not resist, did not rage, and even slightly lowered her eyelids, allowing him to do as he pleased. The palace lord's mind went completely blank. Chu Ye held the slightly stiff body in his arms, his gaze falling upon the figure prostrate on the ground. Then a familiar chime resounded in his consciousness. Target detected. Name Luo Qinghan, 9th generation palace lord of divine maiden palace. Physique innate primordial in holy body special variant daily auto refresh of primordial in. Cultivation peak celestial immortal. Identity palace lord of divine maiden palace top of the grand Dao golden list. Evaluation peerless beauty exquisite figure curvaceous with a cold and proud temperament. Top of the grand Dao golden list for 10,000 years. Special physique allows daily auto refresh of primordial in, making her a supreme cauldron for dual cultivation. Her status and identity grant access to partial heavenly Dao resources and command the boundless heritage of the divine maiden palace. Comprehensive score 100 full marks. Special note: this is the second full score target. Suggested for Chu Ye's eyes lit up. Daily auto refresh of primordial in. He had seen many special physiques, but this was only the second time encountering this one. The old ancestor of the Joyous Union sect had a similar physique before, but that one was driven by cultivation technique. Hers was innate and natural. What did this mean? It meant that every day she was like a virgin who had never been plucked. Fresh each day, pristine, and that ability to mobilize partial heavenly Dao resources. This woman was practically a walking treasure trove. His gaze roamed over her, without restraint, the kneeling posture unable to conceal her graceful curves, her aloof aura, making her face appear even more ethereally stunning. Though in a posture of submission, her eyes harbored the pride of one who had topped the rankings for 10,000 years, making one want to conquer her. The smile at the corner of Chu Ye's lips deepened. He lowered his head and glanced at the heavenly Dao's daughter in his arms. She still kept her eyes slightly lowered, her face expressionless, but the hand around her waist could feel her body tensing slightly. She was nervous. Nervous about what? Afraid he would fall for this woman. Or afraid he would treat this woman as he had treated her. Chu Ye found it amusing, yet he tightened his hold, pulling her closer. Then he spoke, his voice languid and casual. Even the founder you revere, the heavenly Dao's daughter, the woman who bestowed everything upon you. He paused, his gaze falling on the kneeling palace master. Is now nothing but a plaything in my arms. The palace master's body trembled violently. Chu Ye continued, enunciating each word. She is already mine. Then the sect she founded, the divine maiden palace, should naturally submit to me. The palace master knelt on the ground. She heard every word, but could not assemble them into coherent sentences. The heavenly Dao's daughter. A plaything. That being who had existed since the dawn of heaven and earth, who had governed the heavenly Dao for endless ages, who looked upon all living beings as ants, had become this man's plaything. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Her reason screamed wildly, telling her this must be an illusion, some advanced mirage it must be. She suddenly lifted her head and looked at the heavenly Dao's daughter. She wanted to see denial, anger, even a shred of refutation on that being's face. She saw it. The heavenly Dao's daughter stood in that man's embrace, her waist held, treated with a posture of extreme possession and utmost disdain. Her face bore no expression, still as indifferent as the heavenly Dao itself. But her eyes were fixed on that man. In that gaze was submission, attachment, and servility. It was not the gaze of a being overlooking the world from on high. It was the gaze of a woman looking at her man. A woman utterly conquered, utterly tamed. The palace master's pupils contracted sharply. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself unable to utter a word. Her Dao heart, stable for 10,000 years, shattered completely in that moment. Shattered. Broken into pieces. Chu Ye watched her dejected look, the smile on his lips growing deeper. He released his hold on the heavenly Dao's daughter's waist, stepped forward, and looked down at the kneeling palace master. Lift your head, he said. The palace master stiffly raised her head to meet his gaze. His eyes were deep, filled with an overbearing determination to have his way, and also written with interest in her. Bare-faced interest. Chu Ye watched as the eternally cold expression on her peerless face finally cracked, revealing a complex mix of bewilderment, shock, and fear. He smiled. A smile like a wolf eyeing its prey. Luo Qinghan, he murmured her name, his voice low and teasing, the 10th sandier top of the great Dao, ranking the 9th palace master of the divine maiden palace. He leaned down close to her ear. Now tell me, will you choose submission or? His gaze flickered meaningfully toward the heavenly Dao's daughter behind him. Will you also be personally conquered by me just like her? The palace master's body trembled violently. She knelt there like a prey cornered by a beast with no escape. Luo Qinghan knelt on the ground, her mind blank, for a full 3 breaths. Then an unprecedented sense of absurdity mingled with fury surged from the depths of her heart. Defiance. The words surfaced in her mind. In the endless years of the divine maiden palace's existence, no one had ever dared to defy the will of the heavenly Dao's daughter. It was a brand etched into the soul of every generation of palace master. The heavenly Taoist daughter was the rule, the truth, everything. But now looking at the figure held in the man's arms, at that face once as cold as the heavenly Tao, but now etched with submission, the brand in her heart was shaking violently. Fake. It must be fake. You are not her. Luo Qinghan lifted her head, her voice icy as frost. The heavenly Taoist daughter did not answer, nor did she even look at her. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, watching the scene with keen interest. Luo Qinghan rose to her feet. Her movements were slow, carrying the unique composure and dignity of a Saintess palace master. Even though a storm raged within her heart, she maintained her cold and proud bearing on the surface. I know not what petty scoundrel you are using, what means to disguise yourself as her, she said, enunciating each word, her gaze piercing Chu Ye like a sword. But you dare to profane the heavenly Taoist daughter. Today she raised her hand, light gathering in her palm. You will pay with your life. In the next instant, the overwhelming pressure of a peak heavenly immortal exploded forth. The entire palace trembled, countless restrictions flaring up, transforming into chains that swept toward Chu Ye. These were the accumulated foundations of the divine maiden palace over endless years, the ultimate means to suppress any audacious invader. Chu Ye stood still, not moving a muscle. He merely looked at Luo Qinghan, that playful smile still on his lips. The moment the chains touched him, still, uttered lightly like a casual remark. Then everything froze. Those chains, capable of tearing the void apart, solidified in midair like frozen icicles. Luo Qinghan's body stiffened in place, unable to move. The light gathering in her palm was slowly extinguishing. Because the source of that light, the power of the heavenly Tao, was abandoning her. Luo Qinghan's pupils contracted sharply. She felt it. The power suppressing her, the force she could not resist, was the origin of the heavenly Tao itself. It was the very origin she had worshipped for 10,000 years, revered and held as divine. Now it poured forth from this man, effortlessly crushing all her resistance. You. Her voice was hoarse, and for the first time, true fear appeared in her eyes. How do you have? Before she could finish, she whipped her head around to look at the silent heavenly Taoist daughter, still standing nearby. Did she give it to him? The absurd thought had just surfaced when another, even more preposterous one replaced it. No, that's not it. It wasn't given. It was plundered. This man had plundered the origin of the heavenly Taoist daughter, and then controlled her. A tidal wave of shock surged in Luo Qinghan's heart. If this was true, if even the heavenly Taoist daughter could be plundered and controlled, then what were they, beings who revered the heavenly Tao? She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself unable to say anything, because that man had already walked up to her. Chu Ye looked down at Luo Qinghan, suppressed in place. Her body was rigid, unable to move, only her eyes could still. In those eyes were now written shock, fear, disbelief, and a trace of stubbornness she tried desperately to hide, but could not. The Qingxue top ranker was indeed different. Chu Ye reached out and lifted her chin. The skin under his fingertips was as delicate as jade, yet icy cold, as if devoid of warmth. He applied slight pressure, forcing her to raise her head and meet his gaze. Choose, he said, his voice soft, but brooking no argument. Submission or death? Luo Qinghan's eyelashes trembled. She bit her lower lip and did not reply. Yet her stubborn expression was already the most eloquent answer. Chu Ye laughed. His laughter was soft and slow, carrying a feline amusement. Unwilling. He released her chin, stepped back, and let his gaze drift over her unhurriedly. There was no anger in that gaze, only the calm of one certain of victory. Then I wouldn't mind, he paused, letting the divine maiden palace vanish into the annals of time. Luo Qinghan's body trembled slightly. Chu Ye continued, each word deliberate. Now I, Chu Ye, am the true master of the heavenly Taoist origin. And you the spokespersons of this heavenly Taoist origin. If you refuse to submit to me, what reason do you have to exist? As his words fell, he raised a hand and beckoned. The body of the heavenly Taoist maiden was drawn by an invisible force, falling into his embrace. She did not resist nor even struggle, but leaned compliantly against his chest as though long accustomed to such treatment. Chu Ye glanced down at her, a smirk curving his lips. Then before Luo Qinghan's eyes, he bent down and kissed the heavenly Taoist maiden on the lips. It was not a tender kiss. It was plunder, possession, a declaration of sovereignty. His hands roamed and groped without restraint, treating her body, once a vessel of divinity, as the basest plaything. The heavenly Taoist maiden let out a faint whimper, yet offered no resistance, allowing him to do as he pleased. Luo Qinghan's eyes widened as she watched. She watched the being she had worshipped for 10,000 years yield in that man's arms like a tamed cat, like an object to be. Her breathing grew ragged, her face paled, and her Tao heart, steadfast for 10 millennia, quaked violently. After what seemed an eternity, perhaps a mere instant, perhaps an age, Chu Ye finally lifted his head. The heavenly Taoist maiden lay limp in his arms, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue, her lips slightly swollen, her gaze dazed and unfocused. Where was the majesty of the heavenly Taoist maiden in that state? She was nothing more than a woman utterly conquered. Chu Ye, holding her, turned to Luo Qinghan. See, his voice was languid and casual, as if commenting on the weather. Even your exalted heavenly Taoist maiden has submitted to me. What meaning does your persistence hold? He paused. What purpose does it serve? Luo Qinghan fell silent. Utterly, completely silent. She looked at the heavenly Taoist maiden in that state, at Chu Ye's eyes brimming with certainty, at her own body pinned and immobilized. She suddenly realized that all her resistance was futile. The origin of the heavenly Tao was in his hands. The heavenly Daos maiden was in his arms. The boundless foundations of the divine maiden palace were as nothing before him. What could she do? She could do nothing. Yet she still clenched her teeth, refusing to utter that word. Submit. She had worshipped the heavenly Dao for 10,000 years, guarded the divine maiden palace for 10,000 years. Her pride was etched into her very bones. To bow her head like this, to submit to a man, she could not accept it. Chu Ye watched her stubbornness, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes, but more than that, amusement. Fine, he said suddenly. Luo Qinghan was startled. Chu Ye released the heavenly Daos maiden, letting her collapse at his feet. He stepped forward, looking down at Luo Qinghan, his gaze deep as an abyss. I'll give you 3 days. He raised a hand and patted her cheek lightly, the gesture both frivolous and domineering, as if teasing a disobedient pet. In 3 days, tell me your answer. Willing to submit, and you remain the palace lord of the divine maiden palace, still the eternal first on the great Dao golden list. Unwilling, he paused, a cold curve forming on his lips. And from this day forth there will be no divine maiden palace in this world. As his words fell, the force suppressing Luo Qinghan vanished abruptly. Her body went limp, nearly collapsing. But she steadied herself, gripping a nearby pillar to stand. Chu Ye did not look. He bent down, scooped up the limp heavenly Daos maiden in his arms, and turned toward the hall's exit. At the threshold he paused, and said without turning back, "Oh, and you can think it over these 3 days. Consider carefully what matters more, your pitiful pride or the survival of the entire divine maiden palace." With that he strode out of the hall, his figure vanishing into the light. Only Luo Qinghan remained leaning against the pillar, standing still for a long time. Outside the sunlight was just right. Inside an utter silence reigned. After an eternity, Luo Qinghan's body finally slid down, collapsing to the ground. She raised her hands to cover her face. Between her fingers, crystalline droplets slipped through. Deep within the 100 Phoenix diagram lay a celestial pool. Its waters, drawn from the world's origin, were clear as a mirror, warm as jade veiled in faint mist. By the pool, exotic flowers and rare herbs grew. Within it, spirit stones dotted the depths. Moonlight spilled from the heavens, enveloping the entire celestial pool in a hazy glow. Chu Ye stood in the pool's waters, gentle ripples lapping at his waist. His body gleamed with a healthy luster under the moonlight. The scars from the heavenly path had long vanished, replaced by the restrained depth unique to an emperor-level expert. Behind him, a figure approached slowly. The heavenly Daos maiden barefoot stepped onto the jade by the pool and walked into the water step by step. Her long hair, loose and damp with mist, clung to her smooth shoulders and neck, accentuating her peerless beauty. The water crept past her calves, knees, and thighs, finally stopping at her slender waist. She came up behind Chu Ye, raised her hands, and gently wiped his back. Her movements were soft and meticulous, like the humblest concubine serving her master. Chu Ye closed his eyes, relishing the service. But when her hand reached his waist, he suddenly reached out and pulled her. She gasped softly as she tumbled into his embrace, warm droplets splashing onto them both. Chu Ye looked down at her, that familiar mischievous smile curling at his lips. His hands roamed and squeezed without restraint, taking full advantage. Her cheeks flushed, yet she did not resist, merely lowering her gaze and letting him do as he wished. Moonlight poured down, and the pool's waters rippled. After an unknown time, all finally returned to stillness. Chu Ye leaned against the pool's edge, holding that soft, limp body. She seemed drained of all strength, pressing softly against his chest, her breaths light and shallow with crystalline droplets, whether pool water or sweat, clinging to her lashes. His hand traced gently over her back, feeling the smoothness and warmth of her skin. Suddenly he spoke. "What do you think Luo Qinghan will choose?" The body in his arms stiffened slightly. The heavenly Daos maiden was silent for a moment, then replied, her voice hoarse. "She will most likely not choose to submit." "Oh." Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, his hands still moving. "Tell me more." The heavenly Daos maiden bit her lip as if weighing her words. "Luo Qinghan is the proudest of all the divine maiden palace's successive palace lords. The eternal first on the great Dao golden list, never once defeated. She worships the heavenly Dao, but she bows to no one. To make her submit like this." She paused. "She cannot do it." Chu Ye remained silent, merely continuing to stroke her back. The daughter of heaven continued, "Thus she will likely gather all their strength for a single decisive battle. She believes that by mustering all the foundations of the divine maiden palace, she might stand a chance against you." As her words fell, she felt the strength around her waist suddenly tighten. Then a crisp sound, a sharp slap. Her body trembled slightly, and her cheeks flushed an even deeper red. Chu Ye looked down at her, a teasing smile in his eyes. "Just like you back then." He traced a finger across the tip of her nose, a gesture both intimate and mocking. Truly a woman who never learns from her mistakes. The daughter of heaven bit her lower lip, saying nothing, but the faint blush creeping to the tips of her ears betrayed her shyness. Chu Ye watched her, his smile deepening. Suddenly his playful demeanor faded, and his gaze turned profound. "If Luo Qinghan does that," he paused, "then don't blame me for disregarding your feelings and leaving the divine maiden palace no path to survival." The daughter of heaven's body trembled slightly. She looked up at him. Those eyes, once as cold as the heavens themselves, were now filled with a complex mix of reluctant struggle and, above all, a resigned peace. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised her arms to encircle his neck. This gesture caused her entire body to hang upon him, her graceful form pressing against his chest, her warm breath brushing against his neck. Then she spoke. Her voice was soft and gentle, carrying an unprecedented honeyed allure, Your Highness. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. This title she rarely used. The Daughter of Heaven continued, I beseech Your Highness to show mercy wherever possible. Chu Ye said nothing, merely watching her. She knew he was waiting for more. She bit her lip and continued, The Divine Maiden Palace is not just Luo Qinghan. There is one palace lord, 2 deputy lords, and 3 supreme elders. Your Highness can. She paused as if choosing her words carefully. Divide and conquer. A glint of light flashed in Chu Ye's eyes. Divide and conquer. An excellent idea. Those 2 deputy lords and 3 supreme elders, having attained such positions, were naturally no ordinary figures. Their loyalty to the Divine Maiden Palace was beyond doubt, but their reverence was for the will of heaven. And now the origin of heaven was in his hands. A smile curled at the corner of Chu Ye's mouth. He bent down and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Clever, he said. The Daughter of Heaven's face grew even redder, yet she didn't pull away. Instead, she buried her face in his chest and nuzzled gently. Moonlight spilled down, and the celestial pool was still. Chu Ye held the woman in his arms, his gaze drifting beyond the celestial pool towards the direction of the Divine Maiden Palace. What would the outcome be in 3 days? He suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. Within the 100 Phoenix diagram, by the banks of the celestial pool, for 7 full days and nights, Chu Ye finally released the woman in his embrace, whose body had nearly melted into a pool of spring water. His fingertips traced her sweat-dampened hair, his tones sated and languid. Go. The Daughter of Heaven lay prostrate on the couch, her body as if every bone had been removed, lacking even the strength to. But upon hearing those 2 words, her eyelashes fluttered. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Relief, gratitude, and a hint of satisfaction she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. With 7 days and nights of utmost dedication, she had earned this one chance. To persuade the 3 supreme elders not to perish alongside Luo Qinghan. Chu Ye seemed to read her thoughts. He reached out and pinched her cheek, his smile playful. What feeling wronged? She shook her head, her voice so hoarse it was barely audible. No. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. Then go. Don't disappoint me. Deep within the Divine Maiden Palace lay a void existing outside the rules. There were no palaces or furnishings here, only 3 floating lotus thrones, each bearing a seated figure. They were the former palace lords of the Divine Maiden Palace, the 1st, 3rd, and 5th generations. Having abdicated, they had lived in seclusion here, uninvolved in worldly affairs, appearing only when summoned by heaven. All 3 were exceptionally beautiful, each with a unique aura. Time had left no mark on their faces, only deep, immeasurable vicissitudes and wisdom in the depths of their eyes. At that moment, the 3 opened their eyes simultaneously, for they sensed that familiar, yet distant aura rapidly approaching. The Daughter of Heaven. In true form. Light flashed on the lotus thrones, and 3 figures knelt in prostration. Their postures were respectful and devout, but deep in their eyes lurked a barely perceptible shock. True form manifestation. Since their retirement, the Daughter of Heaven had never appeared in her true form. What had happened? Light coalesced, and a figure materialized silently within the void. The Daughter of Heaven stood before the 3, enveloped in a faint radiance. A veil obscured most of her face, revealing only a pair of eyes as aloof as heaven itself. Her aura was ethereal and majestic, the suppression of the origin itself, the innate reverence of all living beings. The 3 supreme elders knelt, not daring to lift their heads. Rise. The voice was ethereal, yet carried an undeniable authority. The 3 obeyed, standing with. The Daughter of Heaven's gaze swept over them. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Luo Qinghan harbors intentions of rebellion. This single sentence struck the 3 like a thunderbolt. Rebellion. Betraying heaven. Betraying the Divine Maiden Palace. The 1st supreme elder, who appeared the youngest yet possessed the most weathered aura, slightly raised her head and asked with a strained voice, May I ask? The Palace Lord. Before she could finish, she was silenced by the Daughter of Heaven's gaze. That gaze held no emotion, yet it made her very soul tremble. My will is the will of heaven. Luo Qinghan intends to defy fate and drag the Divine Maiden Palace into utter ruin. As for you. She paused. What should be done? The 3 supreme elders remained silent. They had knelt to heaven for 10,000 years. A loyalty was etched into their very bones. Luo Qinghan was one they had watched grow up, the most exceptional palace lord in generations. But if she truly defied heaven? The answer was already clear in their hearts. But just then the Daughter of Heaven's body suddenly trembled slightly. The tremor was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Yet the 3 supreme elders at the peak of the celestial, immortal realm possessed senses far too keen. They vaguely sensed a fluctuation in the Daughter of Heaven's aura. That fluctuation? No, it wasn't a fluctuation in her aura, but rather, they dared not dwell on it, not even lift their heads. They only faintly heard an extremely soft, almost suppressed groan emanating from the direction of the Daughter of Heaven. That sound seemed like a thought flashed through the minds of the 3 supreme elders simultaneously, but they instantly extinguished it. It was blasphemy, a desecration of heaven. How could they dare think such a thing? Yet that sound unmistakably. Within the 100 Phoenix diagram, Chu Ye reclined on a soft couch, condensed from primordial essence, a massive luminous screen suspended before him. On the screen was the scene of the void deep within the Divine Maiden Palace. 3 supreme elders knelt in supplication, while the heavenly Dao Maiden stood in the void, majestic and sacred. A familiar mischievous smile curled at the corner of his lips as his finger lightly tapped a floating seal imprint. The seal emitted a faint glow within which a thread so fine it was barely visible pierced through the void connecting to the imposing figure on the screen. This time her face flushed a visible crimson spreading from her cheeks to the roots of her ears, and even the radiance shrouding her seemed to tremble. She pressed her lips tight, striving to suppress something. Yet a stifled groan so soft, it was almost inaudible still escaped. Watching this, the amusement in Chu Ye's eyes deepened. Whenever he wished, he could activate it and make the lofty heavenly Dao maiden tremble in his palm. That feeling was more satisfying than conquering any woman. He gazed at her face on the screen, forcing authority yet unable to hide the flush, at her faintly trembling lashes, at her eyes that were once as cold as the heavenly Dao but now brimming with suppressed endurance. He laughed a laugh of smug triumph. "Continue," he said softly. In the void, the heavenly Dao maiden's form swayed almost imperceptibly. Her breath quickened for an instant, then steadied. But that momentary lapse was enough for the three supreme elders to sense. Yet none dared to lift their heads. None dared to dwell on it. For it was too absurd, too blasphemous too. They only bowed their heads lower, nearly burying them in their chests. The heavenly Dao maiden took a deep breath, her voice still maintaining that ethereal authority. "Do you all consent to follow my will?" The three supreme elders answered in unison, "We submit to the will of the heavenly Dao." The heavenly Dao maiden nodded. Without another word, her form flickered and vanished into the void, leaving the three supreme elders kneeling in place, not daring to rise for a long time. After a very long while, the first supreme elder slowly raised her head, gazing in the direction where the heavenly Dao maiden had disappeared, a flicker of complex emotion in her eyes. Within that emotion lay reverence, confusion, and a trace of fear she herself dared not acknowledge. Within the 100 Phoenix diagram, Chu Ye watched the figure on the screen flee in disarray and finally burst into laughter. He withdrew his finger, and the seal imprint slowly fell into his palm. He looked down at it, as if it were the most amusing toy. The Divine Maiden Palace. He murmured, the smile at the corner of his lips growing more sinister. "You cannot escape." In the distance, the surface of the heavenly lake remained calm, and the moonlight was still bright. Chu Ye rose and walked deeper into the bedchamber. He knew that before long that fleeing figure would return, come back into his arms, and continue to be his most obedient concubine. Meanwhile, at the Divine Maiden Palace, the three supreme elders had already taken the bait. Now it was time to see how Luo Qinghan would make her move. At the Divine Maiden Palace's council hall, the atmosphere was Luo Qinghan sat high in the main seat, her palace robes outlining her graceful curves. Her cold, peerlessly beautiful face bore no extra expression save for a trace of barely perceptible resolve hidden deep in her eyes. Below, three figures stood silently to one side. The three supreme elders and former palace masters. All kept their eyes lowered in respectful silence, yet no one knew the calculations already stirring in their hearts. On the other side, two vice palace masters stood side by side. The one on the left was tall and slender, her aura as sharp as a sword. The one on the right was gentle as water, but hidden sharpness lurked in her brows. 9 core elders stood in rows behind them, the backbone of the Divine Maiden Palace, each with cultivation at least at the peak of the Saint Realm. This was the most essential power the Divine Maiden Palace had amassed over countless ages. Luo Qinghan's gaze swept over them one by one, a complex surge of emotions rising within her. Pride, reluctance, but most of all a tragic determination to fight with her back against the wall. She spoke, her voice as cold as frost. "I have detected," she paused, "that the great Chu Empire in the Eastern Domain has committed acts that defy the laws of the heavenly Dao." The crowd below tensed. Luo Qinghan continued, "Their actions have touched the bottom line of the heavenly Dao. If left unpunished, they may shake the very foundation of this realm." Therefore, she took a deep breath. "I have decided to execute an annihilation operation. Total human eradication." As her words fell, the hall fell into dead silence. The two vice palace masters exchanged a glance, shock flickering in their eyes. The 9 core elders looked at each other, all seeing disbelief in one another's faces. An annihilation operation. Total human eradication. Against the great Chu Empire. That was merely a mortal nation secluded in the Eastern Domain. Even if some extraordinary figure had emerged from it, how could it warrant such a massive mobilization from the Divine Maiden Palace? The first vice palace master, the one with the sharp sword-like aura, frowned slightly and couldn't help asking, "Palace Master, is there something special about the great Chu Empire?" Luo Qinghan glanced at her, her gaze as calm as still water. "This matter involves the secrets of the heavenly Dao and is not convenient to discuss further. You need only know that this is my command. And also," she paused, her voice growing even colder, "the will of the heavenly Dao. The will of the heavenly Dao." Those 5 words fell, and no one dared to question further. Yet the 3 supreme elders remained silent with lowered eyes as if they had heard nothing. But deep beneath their drooping lids, each harbored a flicker of complex emotion. The will of the heavenly Dao. They had just met the true heavenly Dao maiden, and that existence had said something entirely different. Luo Qinghan did not notice their reactions. Or perhaps she had no energy left to notice. All her focus was on this gamble. She knew well that the probability of success was extremely low. So low it was almost that man controlled the primordial source of the heavenly Dao and possessed overwhelming power. Her troops and resources were nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot before him. Yet she understood even more that she could not wait for death. Better to stand and fight than kneel and perish. If she could capture those he cared about, The great Qin Empress, the women he had subdued, perhaps they could be used as leverage. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, she had to try. This was her final pride. The eternal top ranker of the great Dao Golden List, the 9th generation palace master of the Divine Maiden Palace. She raised her hand, and a jade talisman materialized in her palm. This is a heavenly Dao secret decree capable of concealing heavenly secrets and evading his perception. In 3 days we march on the eastern domain. The target, her gaze sharpened abruptly, is the imperial core of the great Chu Empire. Capture alive if possible, or if not, she paused. Kill on the spot. Meanwhile, within the 100 Phoenix diagram, Chu Ye reclined on a spacious soft couch holding the delicate body of the heavenly Dao's daughter in his arms. His hand absently stroked her back as if petting a docile cat. Before him, a massive light screen floated revealing every detail within the grand hall of the Divine Maiden Palace. Every word of Luo Qinghan's voice reached his ears with crystal clarity. Chu Ye listened, then suddenly smiled. It was a light, faint smile, yet it carried an indescribable amusement. He lowered his head to look at the heavenly Dao's daughter in his arms. Her cheeks still bore the flush from moments ago, but her eyes had regained some clarity. She stared at the aloof figure on the light screen, her expression complex. The spokesperson you cultivated, he spoke, his voice languid and casual, has this level of intelligence. The heavenly Dao's daughter stiffened slightly, but said nothing. Chu Ye's fingers hooked under her chin, forcing her to lift her head and meet his gaze. The amusement in his eyes deepened, carrying a hint of teasing, a trace of indulgence, and perhaps a touch of frustration at her perceived failure. Just like you, he said. Deserving of a spanking. The heavenly Dao's daughter bit her lower lip, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. She lowered her gaze, afraid to look at him or the impassioned figure on the light screen. How utterly embarrassing. The spokesperson, she had personally cultivated the Divine Maiden Palace. She had governed for endless ages the 9th generation palace master. She had placed such high hopes and had devised a resistance plan that involved attacking a mortal empire to capture his women and use them as leverage. Chu Ye looked at her embarrassed expression and smiled even more playfully. He raised his hand and gently tapped her nose. What, unconvinced? The heavenly Dao's daughter shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. No. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, his gaze returning to the light screen. Luo Qinghan was still assigning tasks, deploying personnel, arranging routes, perfecting every detail. He watched for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Tell me if she knew that among the people she has gathered. He paused, his gaze sweeping meaningfully over the 3 figures on the screen who had kept their eyes lowered. 3 are already my people. What expression would she have? The heavenly Dao's daughter trembled slightly. She did not answer, for she already knew. That expression would certainly be spectacular. Chu Ye withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and pressed a kiss to her forehead. The kiss was light, yet carried a calm assurance of inevitable triumph. Let her struggle, he said. Let her believe she is resisting. Let her believe she still has hope. And then he paused, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. At the moment of her greatest triumph, I will shatter all her illusions. That will be amusing. The heavenly Dao's daughter remained silent, burying her face in his chest. She knew this feeling all too well, because a month ago she had been broken down piece by piece, conquered bit by bit, until she willingly lay in his arms. And now it was Luo Qinghan's turn. She suddenly felt a flicker of relief, grateful that she had already been conquered and no longer had to endure such desperate struggles. Chu Ye seemed to sense her emotions and pulled her closer. Don't worry, he said, his voice low and gentle. I will spare her life. After all, he paused, his gaze returning to the aloof figure on the screen. It would be a waste to destroy a woman who scores a perfect 100. The heavenly Dao's daughter said nothing, only burying her face deeper. On the light screen, Luo Qinghan's preparations continued. She did not know that all her struggles were merely a good show for someone else. Within the 100 Phoenix diagram, Chu Ye held the warmth in his arms, quietly savoring the impending spectacle of a cornered beast. His hand gently stroked the heavenly Dao's daughter's back, then, struck by a thought, a mischievous smile curved his lips. By the way, he said, tell me if she knew that her heavenly Dao secret decree couldn't even block my perception. Would she break down on the spot? The heavenly Dao's daughter finally raised her head to look at him, a trace of helplessness in her eyes. Your Highness. Chu Ye chuckled and gave her a light peck on the lips. Just teasing. Let her play. After all, he looked at the light screen, his gaze profound as an abyss. No matter how she struggles, she can't escape my grasp. In the distance, Luo Qinghan's meeting finally concluded. The crowd dispersed, and the grand hall fell into silence. Only the aloof figure remained sitting alone on the main seat, staring into the void, a trace of confusion flickering in her eyes, unnoticed even by herself. She was gambling, betting the entire Divine Maiden Palace on an almost impossible miracle. And the man who held all the cards watched her through the endless void, a perpetual confident smile playing on his lips. Within the 100 Phoenix diagram, the moonlight remained bright. Sleep, he said. Tomorrow there will be another good show. Chu Ye did not have to wait long. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye within the 100 Phoenix diagram cycle of sun and moon. During these 3 days he was comfortable and leisurely. By day he reclined on a soft couch by the celestial lake, a massive light screen floating before him, revealing every move within the Divine Maiden Palace. Luo Qinghan deployed troops, arranged tactics, distributed artifacts, and drilled formations. Every detail, every step was like a meticulously rehearsed play, and he was the sole audience. At night, he held the soft body of the heavenly Dao's daughter in his arms. watching her yield beneath him, watching her transform from the lofty incarnation of the heavenly Dao into a favored concubine who could only whisper, "Your Highness." The thrill of conquest was more satisfying than any reward. On the evening of the third day, he reclined on the couch, his fingers idly twirling a strand of the heavenly Dao's daughter's black hair, his gaze fixed on the busy, aloof figure on the light screen. Fear. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. Fear. The heavenly Dao's daughter nodded, her voice very soft. She knows her chances of winning are slim. She followed his gaze to the light screen, paused for a moment, then said softly, "Resolve." And she paused again. Fear. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. Fear. The heavenly Dao's daughter nodded, her voice very soft. She knows her chances of winning are slim. But she is the palace master, the perennial top of the great Dao golden list. She cannot kneel and submit without doing anything. So she is gambling. Gambling on a miracle. But deep down she knows there is no miracle. Chu Ye looked down at her, a glint of appreciation in his eyes. He reached out and tapped her nose. "You've improved." The heavenly Dao's daughter blushed, but did not pull away. Chu Ye's gaze returned to the light screen. Luo Qinghan was making final confirmations on the tactics, surrounded by 2 vice palace masters and 9 core elders. Her expression remained aloof, yet a hint of weariness showed in her brows and eyes. The mark of 3 sleepless days and the weight of bearing everything alone. "Tomorrow," Chu Ye said softly, a smile curving his lips. "Let me see how much entertainment you can provide." The next, before the void teleportation array of the Divine Maiden Palace, Luo Qinghan, clad in white robes, stood at the center of the array. Behind her were 2 vice palace masters, 9 core elders, and 36 guardian fairies, a total of 48 individuals, all core combatants of the Divine Maiden Palace. 3 supreme elders stood to one side, not participating in the operation. This was Luo Qinghan's arrangement. Their seniority was too great. If misfortune struck, the Divine Maiden Palace would still need someone to hold things together. At least that was what she thought. Little did she know the 3 supreme elders who stood with lowered eyes were pondering something entirely different in their hearts. "Set out." Luo Qinghan gave the order, and the teleportation array blazed with light. 48 figures vanished into the void. Eastern domain, the Great Chu Empire. Above the imperial city, the void suddenly tore open. 48 figures emerged in succession, their robes fluttering with an ethereal, immortal aura, yet carrying a chilling, killing intent. Luo Qinghan stood at the forefront, her gaze like lightning as she swept it over the imperial city below. Countless mortals bustled about, oblivious to the impending catastrophe. A flicker of reluctance passed through her heart, but it was suppressed in an instant. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. "Proceed as planned," she said in a deep voice. "Capture the core members of the royal family alive. As for the rest," she paused, "if they resist, kill them without mercy." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison, ready to act. Then the void suddenly froze. Luo Qinghan's pupils contracted sharply. She sensed it. A vast, boundless power surged from all directions, sealing this realm entirely. It was no ordinary power. It was the origin of the heavenly Dao. The origin of that man's heavenly Dao. Not good. Before she could finish her words, the void tore open once more. A figure stepped out slowly. Chu Ye. He still wore that casual, comfortable robe, with that familiar, playful smile curling at the corners of. Behind him loomed the massive, slowly rotating phantom of the 100 Phoenix chart, a new world fused with the origin of this realm's heavenly Dao, now opening its maw to devour this space bit by bit. And by his side stood a figure that made Luo Qinghan's soul tremble. The daughter of the heavenly Dao. That exalted being now stood quietly beside him, her eyes slightly lowered, her posture as submissive as a tamed cat. Chu Ye's gaze swept over the 48 stunned figures, finally resting on Luo Qinghan's face. He smiled. "I've been waiting for you," he said. His voice was soft, yet it exploded like thunder in everyone's hearts. Luo Qinghan's mind went blank. She had imagined countless scenarios, being discovered, intercepted, or defeated hidden. But she had never imagined this scene. That man had known all along. He had known everything, yet let her muster her forces, let her devise her tactics, let her lead all her core combat power into this trap. He had been waiting all along. Like a cat watching a mouse, he observed her futile struggles, her desperate, yet meaningless effort. And she, like a clown, had pranced under his nose for 3 days, thinking herself so clever. Ridiculous. Her body began to tremble. Not from fear, but from despair. Utter, complete despair. Chu Ye watched her, the amusement in his eyes deepening. He raised his hand and waved it lightly. The 100 Phoenix chart unfurled with a roar, enveloping all 48 figures. The 2 deputy palace masters instinctively tried to resist, but were directly suppressed by an irresistible force, unable to move. The 9 core elders and 36 guardian fairies were no exception. Only Luo Qinghan still managed to stand in the void, clinging to her last shred of dignity. Chu Ye looked at her, as if watching a bird trapped in a cage. "Palace Master Luo," he said, his voice teasing, "the show these 3 days was well played. I'm quite satisfied." Luo Qinghan's face was pale as paper. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself utterly speechless. Chu Ye paid her no more heed. His gaze swept over the suppressed figures. The 2 deputy palace masters, the 9 core elders, the 36 guardian fairies. Each was a peerless beauty, each represented the accumulated heritage of the Divine Maiden Palace over endless ages. Then he looked at the 3 supreme elders who had appeared in the void at some unknown moment. 3 seniors, he said, his voice as gentle as if making small talk. You've watched the show long enough. Time to get down to business. The three supreme elders exchanged glances, then knelt in unison. We are willing to follow the will of the heavenly Dao. Luo Qinghan's pupils contracted violently. She stared at the three kneeling figures, their reverent postures, the 5 words that fell from their lips. We are willing to follow the will of the heavenly Dao. That was the posture everyone in the divine maiden palace reserved for the daughter of the heavenly Dao. But now they were kneeling before that man. Her body swayed, nearly falling from the void. You. She pointed at the 3 supreme elders, her fingers trembling so violently she could barely form a fist. The 3 supreme elders did not look at her. They merely knelt there as if awaiting orders from their new master. Chu Ye smiled. He raised his hand and waved. The 3 supreme elders slowly rose and took their positions behind him. A gesture of submission, a mark of allegiance. Watching this, Luo Qinghan felt her entire world crumble. Her proud deployment. Her meticulously planned ambush. Her desperate gamble. All of it was a joke. Chu Ye watched her devastated expression, his smile widening. He stepped forward, walking toward her 1 step at a time, each step like a stomp on her heart. Finally, he stopped before her, looking down at her from his height. That face, still cold and peerless. Those eyes, now filled with bewilderment and despair. Chu Ye reached out and lifted her chin. Luo Qinghan, he said softly, his voice as gentle as coaxing a child. You've lost. Luo Qinghan's eyelashes fluttered. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Chu Ye watched that tear, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. But don't be afraid. He released her chin and stepped back. I said I'd give you 3 days. Now 3 days have passed. He paused, his gaze deep as an abyss. Luo Qinghan stood still, unmoving for a long time. Behind her were those suppressed figures who had once followed her. Before her stood the man who controlled everything, crushing all her hopes. And in the void, the 100 Phoenix chart continued its slow rotation, like a sated beast digesting its freshly devoured prey. She opened her mouth. Her voice was so hoarse it was barely audible. Luo Qinghan stood in the void behind her, the suppressed figures who had once followed her. Before her stood the man who controlled everything, crushing all her hopes. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse and nearly inaudible. The words reached her lips, but were swallowed back. Chu Ye raised an eyebrow, not urging her, merely watching quietly like a bird trapped in a cage, still trying to struggle. Luo Qinghan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She was the palace master of the Divine Maiden Palace, the eternal top-ranked on the great Dao Golden List. Even if she were to die, she would die with dignity. I can negotiate. She finally spoke, her voice regaining a hint of its former coldness. But first they must be allowed to retreat safely. She raised her hand, pointing at the suppressed deputy palace masters, core elders, and guardian fairies behind her. Let them go. They'll stay. Chu Ye followed her gaze for a moment, a playful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Oh. He turned back to look at Luo Qinghan. Is Palace Master Luo trying to negotiate with me? Meeting his gaze, Luo Qinghan enunciated each word, yes. Otherwise. She paused, a flicker of resolve flashing in her eyes. I won't hesitate to self-detonate right here, leaving you with nothing. As her voice faded, a violent energy began to surge within her. The sign of a heavenly immortal realm peak expert, burning her very foundation, her final and only bargaining chip. She knew this chip was laughable. She knew that before this man's self-detonation might not even scratch him. But she also knew that this man had an interest in her, a raw primal desire to conquer. As long as she held even a shred of value, he wouldn't stand by and watch her die. This was her last leverage in negotiation. Chu Ye watched her. He watched the resolve etched upon her cold, peerlessly beautiful face, watched the last embers of defiance burning in her eyes. Suddenly he smiled. A soft, faint smile, yet carrying an indescribable amusement. Self-detonate. He repeated her words, his tone as if savoring a fine joke. Then go ahead. Show me. Luo Qinghan's expression flickered slightly. Chu Ye continued, his voice languid and casual. Let me see how much integrity the eternal top ranker of the great Dao Golden List and the 9th generation palace mistress of the Divine Maiden Palace truly possesses. He paused. How much backbone you really have. Luo Qinghan's pupils constricted. She hadn't anticipated this reaction. She had thought he would be wary, hesitant, that he would compromise to possess her like the villains in those storybooks, who always yield for fear of losing a beauty. But he didn't. Not only did he not yield, he smiled and told her to go ahead. Her heart sank to the bottom. But she clenched her teeth, channeling the source power within her. Then she froze. That violent energy churned and roared inside her, yet it could never breach the final barrier. Like a beast trapped in a cage, no matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape the invisible prison. She channeled again. She frantically burned her foundation. Still nothing. That power was brutally suppressed within her, unable to move an inch. She jerked her head up, staring at Chu Ye, meeting his smiling eyes. Those eyes held a calm that said he knew this would happen all along. What's wrong? Chu Ye spoke, his voice as gentle as coaxing a child. Can't detonate. Luo Qinghan's body began to tremble. She finally understood. Before this absolute suppression of her source, she didn't even have the right to self-detonate. Her life or death, everything about her was no longer in her control. If that man didn't want her dead, she couldn't die. If that man didn't want her to move, she couldn't stir. Her self-righteous bargaining chip had been a joke from beginning to end. How laughable that she had been there haggling with him, thinking she held some leverage. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Her body swayed, nearly falling from the void. Chu Ye stepped forward, reaching out to encircle her waist. a move both natural and domineering, as if she were always meant to be in his arms. She stiffened against his chest, not struggling, unable to struggle. Chu Ye looked down at her, a flicker of pity in his eyes. Not sympathy, but the condescending pity of one looking down upon an ant. Luo Qinghan, he said softly, do you know? Every word you just said, every expression you made. He paused. Were all within my sight, including that thought you had of self-detonating. Luo Qinghan's body trembled violently. Chu Ye continued, his voice as gentle as stating a fact. From the moment you led them out of the Divine Maiden Palace, not a single move you made has escaped my eyes. You thought you were negotiating? You thought you still had leverage? He lowered his head, leaning close to her ear, his voice as light as a breeze. No, you were merely performing your final defiance for me. Luo Qinghan closed her eyes. The tear that had been hanging at the corner of her eye finally fell. She had lost. Completely and utterly lost. Lost even her dignity. Chu Ye watched her, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand, gently wiping the tear stain from her cheek. He said, his voice unusually soft. I told you I would give you a chance. He paused. Now the chance is still here. Luo Qinghan opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. In those eyes there was no mockery, no taunting, only a strange, almost gentle certainty of conquest. Submit to me, he said. The Divine Maiden Palace will remain the Divine Maiden Palace. You will remain you. Only. He paused. You must know in your heart whose person you are. Luo Qinghan was silent. A long, long silence. So long that the suppressed figures behind her began to stir, so long that the drifting clouds in the void were scattered by the wind. Then she spoke. Her voice was hoarse, yet exceptionally clear. What if I say no? Chu Ye raised an eyebrow. He wasn't angry, nor even surprised. He just looked at her, his gaze deep as an abyss. Then you will continue to be your palace mistress, he said. Continue to be lofty and aloof, continue to be cold and peerless. Only. He raised his hand, his fingertip lightly touching her brow. From now on, every breath you take, every thought you have, every inch of your flesh and blood will be under my control. What you can do and cannot do is decided by me. If you wish to die, you cannot. If you wish to live, that is not up. He withdrew his hand, stepped back, and looked at her. You are still the palace mistress of the Divine Maiden Palace, still the eternal top ranker of the great Dao Golden List. But your world, he paused, has already collapsed. Luo Qinghan stood still, unmoving for a long time. She looked at this man, his young and handsome face, his eyes that seemed to see through everything, the faint, ever-present smile of assured victory at the corner of his mouth. She suddenly realized that every word he said was true. Whether she agreed or not, the outcome was the same. It was only a matter of initiative versus passivity. Only a matter of dignity versus humiliation. Only. She closed her eyes. After a very long time she opened. In those eyes much of the former coldness and defiance had faded, leaving behind only a resigned, almost numb. She slowly knelt. Knelt before him. Without a word, without a gesture, just kneeling. But the posture itself said everything. Chu Ye looked down at her, her prostrate figure, her scattered black hair, her finally lowered, peerlessly beautiful face. He smiled. A smile of satisfaction, of contentment, of triumph. He bent down, reached out, and pulled her up. Luo Qinghan rose obediently, without struggle, without resistance, just lowering her gaze, not daring to look at him. Chu Ye extended his hand, lifting her chin, meeting those eyes that were finally no longer defiant. Good, he said, his voice tender, as if coaxing a frightened cat. In the future you will thank yourself for today. Luo Qinghan said nothing, but her slightly trembling lashes and tightly pressed lips betrayed the turmoil within. Chu Ye watched her, his smile deepening. He raised his hand and waved it gently. The suppressed deputy palace lords, core elders, and guardian fairies were all freed at once. They stood in the void watching this scene, momentarily unsure how to react. Chu Ye did not look at them. He simply wrapped his arm around Luo Qinghan's waist, turned around, and walked toward the 100 Phoenix diagram. Behind him the faint voice of the heavenly daughter sounded, enter the 100 Phoenix diagram. From this day forth the Divine Maiden Palace, she paused, remains as it was. Those figures stood in silence, watching the silhouette that held their palace master until all vanished into the radiance of the 100 Phoenix diagram. The void returned to stillness. Only the solitary moon shone quietly upon this realm where the transfer of power had just been completed. Deep within the 100 Phoenix diagram, a magnificent hall stood suspended in the air. This was a place Chu Ye had temporarily condensed using the power of his world, not to display authority, but to accommodate the core figures of the Divine Maiden Palace, allowing them to clearly see what they had once knelt before. Within the hall, figures appeared one after another. 2 deputy palace lords, 9 core elders, and 36 guards. They were pulled here by an irresistible force. Upon arrival, they were momentarily dazed, but soon the sight before them shattered their very souls. At the deepest part of the hall was a spacious, soft couch. On it Chu Ye reclined languidly, as casual as if he were in his own home. And in his arms lay the heavenly daughter. That being who had existed since the dawn of heaven and earth, who had governed the celestial laws for endless ages, who looked upon all living things as mere ants, now curled up in his embrace like a docile cat. Chu Ye's hand absently stroked her back from her shoulders to her waist, and then from her waist down to the curve of her hip, his movements casual and intimate, as if she were his personal possession. The heavenly daughter did not resist. There was not even a hint of awkwardness. She simply lay quietly in his arms, her eyelids slightly lowered, a faint, almost imperceptible hint of enjoyment on her face. The deputy palace lord opened her mouth, but no sound came out. The core elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. The guardian fairies turned pale, several even swaying as if about to collapse. What were they seeing? That was the heavenly daughter, the being they had worshipped for endless ages, revered as a deity, the sole supreme faith of the divine maiden palace since its founding. And now, like a humble concubine, she was held in a man's arms, casually caressed. This, the first deputy palace lord, a woman with a sharp sword-like aura, spoke with difficulty, her voice hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper. This is impossible. Before she could finish, she could say no more, because Chu Ye on the couch had just raised his hand. The sound was not loud, but it exploded like thunder in everyone's heart. The heavenly daughter's body trembled slightly. Then her cheeks reddened visibly, spreading from her face to the tips of her ears, and even the radiance enveloping her seemed. Those present felt their vision go dark. Their Dao hearts shook violently at that moment. That was the heavenly daughter. She was the incarnation of the primordial source, the will of the celestial laws, the root of all their faith. How could she be treated by a man? How could she make such a sound? Several guardian fairies closed their eyes, unable to look any longer. But even with their eyes shut, that light sound, that muffled groan was etched into their minds like a brand impossible to erase. Chu Ye looked at them, his smile deepening. This was the effect he wanted. Contrast. Extreme contrast. To make them witness with their own eyes the being they had worshipped for endless ages becoming the most humble pet in his arms. To make their faith crumble before their very eyes. There was no conquest more thorough than this. His hand continued to caress the soft body in his arms, his movements lazy and absent-minded, yet carrying an undeniable possessiveness. The heavenly daughter obediently lay in his embrace, occasionally letting out a faint breath like a cat being petted contentedly. The hall fell into utter silence. A silence so profound that one could hear the beating of every heart, a frantic broken rhythm, as if each Dao heart was cracking apart inch by inch. After an unknown time, Chu Ye finally spoke. His voice was lazy and casual, as if discussing the weather. Have you seen enough? No one dared to answer. Chu Ye's gaze slowly swept over them, from the 2 deputy palace lords to the 9 core elders, and then to the 36 guardian fairies. Everyone his eyes passed over involuntarily lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. The heavenly daughter you have worshipped for endless ages, he paused, patting the figure in his arms, is now mine. And the primordial source of the celestial laws you believe in. He raised his other hand, and a brilliant light appeared. It was the power of the primordial source merging all the rules of this realm, now lying quietly in his palm like a tamed pet. That is also mine. He withdrew the light and swept his gaze across the hall once more. Now I give you a choice. Submit, he paused, or die. Sign the primordial blood contract. From this day forth, everything you have belongs to me. If you don't sign, he smiled a gentle yet cruel smile, the divine maiden palace will be erased from existence after today. As his words fell, the hall fell into another dead silence. Someone instinctively looked at the figure still curled up in Chu Ye's arms, their only faith the guiding principle of all their actions. But now that figure just lay there quietly, not even lifting her head. Their last hope was gone. Just then a figure slowly stepped out from the crowd. Luo Qinghan. She still wore that white dress, still exuded an otherworldly coldness, but in her eyes the former stubbornness and sharpness had completely vanished, replaced by a calm acceptance of fate. She walked up to Chu Ye and slowly knelt. I will sign. Her voice was soft, yet it reached every ear clearly. Chu Ye looked down at her, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Have you come to your senses, eh? Luo Qinghan nodded without raising her head. I have resisted, struggled, exhausted, and lost everything. Since I lost, I must accept it. She lifted her head to meet Chu Ye's gaze. There was no hatred, no resentment in her eyes, only an extreme, almost numb calm. Besides, she glanced at the heavenly daughter in his arms, her voice even softer. Even she did not finish, but the meaning was clear. Even the heavenly daughter had submitted, so what was there left for her to hold on to? Chu Ye laughed. He raised his hand, and a blood contract force surged from his fingertip, entering Luo Qinghan's brow. Her body trembled slightly, then returned to calm. A calm born from a mark etched into the depths of her soul, a calm of having no choice but to accept. Luo Qinghan stood up and stepped aside, her eyes downcast. She was now Chu Ye's woman. Immediately after, 3 figures stepped forward simultaneously. They were the 3 supreme elders. Without hesitation, without struggle, without even a glance at Luo Qinghan, they merely walked before Chu Ye, knelt in unison, and allowed the blood pack's power to sink into their brows. They had long known what they must do. From the moment the daughter of heaven descended, they knew. To kneel before the heavenly Dao was their instinct, honed over it. It was just that before they knelt to the daughter of heaven, now they knelt to Chu Ye. To her, and to them, what difference did it truly make? After signing, the 3 supreme elders withdrew to Luo Qinghan's side, standing with downcast eyes. Now only the 2 vice palace lords, 9 core elders, and 36 guardian fairies remained. They exchanged glances, complex emotions written in each other's eyes, struggle, reluctance, confusion, but above all a resignation to the inevitable tide. Even the palace lord had signed. Even the 3 supreme elders had signed. Even the daughter of heaven had. What else could they do? The first vice palace lord, a woman with a presence as sharp as a sword, took a deep breath and stepped forward from the crowd. I will sign. The moment she knelt, the sword-like edge faded from her eyes, leaving only a resigned calm. The second vice palace lord followed closely. The 9 core elders knelt one by one. The 36 guardian fairies knelt in silent rows. Chu Ye watched this scene, a glint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He raised his hand and countless strands of blood-packed power surged forth, simultaneously sinking into each person's brow. In that instant, a faint, subtle groan echoed through the hall. The sound of souls being branded, the sound of their eternal belonging to another. When the last one had signed, silence reclaimed the hall. Chu Ye's gaze swept over them. 48 figures, all kneeling prostrate, eyes lowered, their postures as reverent as if worshipping a new deity. He smiled, a smile of deep contentment and satiation. He patted the hip of the daughter of heaven in his arms. She obediently raised her head to look at the kneeling figures. From this day forth, Chu Ye's voice echoed through the hall, the divine maiden palace remains. You are but he paused, a playful curve lifting the corner of his mouth. You must remember who your true master is. No one answered. But those 48 kneeling figures were answer enough. Chu Ye, holding the daughter of heaven in his arms, slowly rose to his feet. You may all disperse, he said. Go about your business. If I need you, I will summon you. The 48 figures, as if granted amnesty, rose and retreated towards the hall's exit. Yet as they turned, one couldn't help but look back at the soft couch and the two figures upon it. The daughter of heaven still curled up in Chu Ye's embrace like a docile cat, and that man was looking down at her, his eyes brimming with possession and satisfaction. That person quickly averted her gaze and hurried away. Stepping outside the hall, she suddenly realized her Dao heart no longer ached so much. Yes, looking at it from another end, they were still kneeling before the master of the heavenly Dao's origin. Before it was the daughter of heaven, now it was Chu Ye. In essence, what was the difference? Thinking this way, the sting of humiliation seemed to fade considerably. She took a deep breath, her steps becoming lighter. Behind her, the hall doors slowly closed, sealing off everything within. Deep within the 100 phoenix diagram in the bedchamber, Chu Ye reclined on the couch, holding a body so soft it felt boneless. The daughter of heaven lay against his chest, her breath still carrying the remnants of their passion, her cheeks flushed with postcoital warmth. His fingers idly twirled a lock of her jet black hair. Then he spoke. There is something I want you to do. The body in his arms stirred slightly. She looked up, and in her eyes, once as cold as the heavenly Tao itself, there remained only submission and dazed adoration. Your Highness commands. Chu Ye tilted her chin up, forcing her to look at him. On that peerlessly beautiful face still lingered traces of their recent intimacy, slightly swollen lips, eyes shimmering with allure. Who could imagine that this being was the one who had governed the heavenly Tao for endless ages? You were once the daughter of heaven, the absolute ruler of the divine maiden palace. He began, his voice languid and casual. Those people were all raised by your hand. Pure, detached, aloof, untouched by worldly desires. He paused, a playful smile curving his lips. But precisely because of that, how could they possibly know the art of The daughter of heaven's body stiffened slightly. Chu Ye's fingers slid from her chin to her cheek, caressing her gently, his touch as tender as if handling a precious treasure, but his words made her cheeks burn. But you are different. These days and nights I have trained you countless times. From a blank slate to this enchanting allure, from awkwardness to skill. Now even the courtesans of the mortal world might not know as much as you do. The daughter of heaven's face turned crimson, so red it seemed ready to bleed. Instinctively she tried to evade his gaze, but his hand held her chin firmly, leaving no escape. Chu Ye looked at her bashful expression, the amusement in his eyes deepening. You will go and teach them. Teach them how to please me. How to... He paused. Satisfy me. The daughter of heaven was stunned. She opened her mouth to speak, but found her voice trapped in her throat, unable to emerge. Teach them. Teach those who once knelt to her, revered her, saw her as a deity. How to serve a man. How to please. The image flashed in her mind, herself standing before those cold, peerless divine maidens, solemnly explaining those techniques she had learned from Chu Ye on the couch, which had once made her wish to die from shame. She nearly fainted. Chu Ye watched her reaction, his smile growing even deeper. He released her chin, his hand sliding down from her neck past her collarbone over the curves of her body until... Rip! A sharp sound tore through the air. That gossamer thin robe was brutally torn open from her chest. Her perfect form was instantly exposed, glowing with a moist luster in the dim, intimate light. But that flawless body was now covered in a dense array of marks. Kiss marks, scratch marks, and various other indescribable imprints spreading from her neck down to her abdomen and then to her inner thighs. They were startling, yet carried an indescribable, depraved beauty. The daughter of heaven let out a soft gasp, instinctively trying to cover herself, but he pinned her wrists. His gaze slowly swept over her body, as if admiring his most satisfying masterpiece. Look, he whispered, his voice low and husky. These were all left by me. Every single mark records your fall from each searing moment brought you one step closer to shedding that untouchable, incorruptible form. His finger gently traced a kiss mark, his touch so soft, it was almost reverent. And now, he lifted his head, meeting her dazed eyes. You shall take these marks and teach them. Let them know how the deities they once worshipped now serve their master. Let them know the so-called asceticism and lofty superiority. He chuckled. How fragile they are before... The daughter of heaven closed her eyes. Her body trembled faintly, whether from shame or something else. But when she opened her eyes again, only submission remained in her gaze. All right, she said, her voice barely a whisper. I will teach them. Chu Ye smiled. A smile of satisfaction, a smile of contentment, a smile of utter fulfillment. He turned and pressed her beneath him, her mark-covered body quivering slightly under his weight. No rush, he murmured, lowering his head to kiss the corner of her lips. Go tomorrow. Tonight, his voice low and dangerous. Let me first give you a refresher, lest you forget how to teach. Before the daughter of heaven could react, she was swept into another storm. That night the sounds from the bedchamber scarcely. Chu Ye seemed intent on pouring every desire he had accumulated these days into her. The daughter of heaven could only barely cope, using every skill she had learned these days to please the man above her. Her body had grown accustomed to this taking, and even began to meet it willingly. The movements that once shamed her now flowed with effortless grace. The sounds she once found too embarrassing to utter now escaped her lips as naturally as breathing. After an unknowable time, perhaps hours, perhaps the whole night, everything finally fell still. The daughter of heaven collapsed atop Chu Ye, limp as a pool of spring water, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Her breathing was faint and rapid, her body still trembling slightly in the lingering aftermath of ultimate bliss. Chu Ye held her close, his fingers gently stroking her sweat-dampened back. After a long while he suddenly stirred. He retrieved something from beneath the pillow, a palm-sized seal completely transparent with arcane runes faintly. The daughter of heaven forced her eyes open and saw the seal, her body stiffening slightly. Your Highness, this is... Chu Ye did not answer. His voice was low and gentle, yet brooked no dissent. The daughter of heaven bit her lower lip, but obediently complied. Her mark-covered body trembled faintly. Chu Ye's gaze fell upon her, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. He picked up the seal and slowly brought it closer. The daughter of heaven felt a warm sensation. Don't move, his voice sounded in her ear. This is a brand, to remind you whose woman you are. The daughter of heaven only felt a strange power circulating within her, neither painful nor unpleasant, just an indescribable sense of belonging. Chu Ye pulled her back into his arms and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Sleep, he said. Tomorrow there are things to do. The daughter of heaven nestled against his chest, softly murmuring, Soon her breathing evened out, and she fell into a deep sleep. Chu Ye held her, gazing at the dome of the bedchamber, a smile lingering on his lips for a long time. The next day, deep within the 100 Phoenix chart, in a hall built to mirror the Divine Maiden Palace, 48 figures gathered in one place. The 2 Vice Palace Lords, 9 Core Elders, 36 Guardian Fairies, along with 3 Supreme Elders, and Luo Qinghan. All were present, heads bowed, standing in silence, awaiting something. The hall doors slowly opened. A figure stepped in, bathed in light. The daughter of heaven. She still wore her veil, a faint radiance enveloping her. The light perfectly concealed every detail of her, yet could not hide her peerless elegance and the awe-inspiring majesty that resonated from the depths of the soul. She walked to the main seat and slowly sat down. Her bearing, her aura, her gaze, no different from what they had been throughout the endless ages. Still the unassailable, exalted embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Still the being who governed the rules and overlooked all existence. Luo Qinghan raised her head, gazing at that figure. She suddenly recalled what she had seen last night. The form curled up in that man's embrace, the soft sounds, the stifled moans, the face flushed with crimson. But now, looking at the majestic figure on the main seat, she felt a moment of disorientation. Was that truly the same person? The daughter of heaven's gaze slowly swept across the assembly. The daughter of heaven. She was still the same. Veiled face, faint aura of light surrounding her, her presence ethereal and commanding. She walked through the crowd, each step carrying an innate pressure, the natural suppression of the origin over all things. 48 figures knelt in unison. We pay homage to the daughter of heaven. The voices were uniform, devout, and respectful. The daughter of heaven did not bid them rise. She merely walked to the deepest dais, slowly turned, and looked down upon the kneeling crowd. Her gaze was as cold as the heavenly Tao. Her bearing was exalted and inviolable, as if the woman who had writhed and melted beneath Chu Ye last night was not her at all. Her gaze was indifferent, like the heavenly Tao, devoid of any emotion, yet it compelled everyone it swept over to lower their heads involuntarily. Then she spoke. Her voice was ethereal, carrying an unassailable authority. Today, I have summoned you all to announce something. The assembly bowed their heads, awaiting her words. The daughter of heaven paused, then continued, From now on you must learn. She paused again, a pause so brief that no one present could perceive it. The art of service. A dead silence fell over the hall. No one dared to lift their heads, no one dared to make a sound, no one even dared to breathe. But in every heart a tempest raged. The art of service. Serve whom? The answer was self-evident. Yet none dared to ask, none dared to show any sign of disturbance. Because it was the command of the daughter of heaven. Because it was the will of the heavenly Tao's origin. Luo Qinghan lowered her eyelids, her lashes trembling slightly. She suddenly understood that from the humiliating submission of last night her fate had been irrevocably rewritten. And today was only the beginning. On the main seat the daughter of heaven sat silently, enveloped in light, as majestic as ever. No one could see that beneath the light her legs were still trembling faintly. The sound of the great Tao echoed deep within the 100 Phoenix chart. It was vast and immense, like the breath of heaven and earth, like the chant of the rules, like a primordial hymn that had existed since the dawn of the universe. Every syllable pulsed with the power of the origin, shaking the deepest, most primal reverence within the soul. The 48 members of the Divine Maiden Palace knelt prostrate, listening to this teaching from the source of the heavenly Tao. Their expressions were devout and solemn, at least at first. For the first words spoken by the daughter of heaven were, Now through the sound of the great Tao, I impart to you the art of serving. The art of serving. Upon hearing those 4 words, doubts stirred within the crowd, yet none dared to dwell on them. The preaching of the daughter of heaven's Dao was undoubtedly a supreme opportunity, regardless of the path it unveiled. All were worthy of being received on bended knee. Then the daughter of heaven's Dao began to speak. His Highness favors tranquility, yet holds no aversion to clamor upon the bed. His Highness' hands often roam between waist and hip. You should yield to his touch, not stiffen and evade. His Highness' kisses begin at the lips and end at the neck, descending gradually until. Upon the bed there are 72 postures. I shall teach each one. The first posture is called Phoenix, paying homage to the imperial bird. You lie supine, His Highness leans over, legs parted. The second posture is called Dragon, toying with the pearl. You bend over the bed's edge, His Highness approaches from behind. The third posture. The grand resonant voice of the Tao delivered these words one by one into every ear. The 48 individuals kneeling on the ground had expressions shifting from solemnity to bewilderment, from bewilderment to shock, and from shock to utter surrealism. A profound, extreme surrealism. What had they heard? Was that the daughter of heaven's Tao? Was that the embodiment of the primordial source? Was that the entity they had worshipped for eons, revered as a deity? She was using the voice of the grand Tao, the very medium meant to impart supreme truths, to instruct them on how to please a man within the bedchamber. The first vice palace lord, a woman with a presence as sharp as a sword, felt her hand, the hand that gripped her blade, tremble. She knelt there, not daring to lift her head, her cheeks flushed crimson, the color spreading to her ears and neck. The second vice palace lord, a woman gentle as flowing water, bit down hard on her lower lip, nearly drawing blood. She dared not raise her head, dared not move, dared not even breathe. She could only let those words one by one burrow into her ears and sear themselves into her mind. The 9 core elders and the 36 guardian fairies were all the same. They knelt there like rigid statues, their only betrayals the violent trembling of their lashes and the incessant heaving of their chests, revealing the turmoil within. What shattered them further was that the voice of the Tao continued unabated. His Highness delights in kneading, especially between the buttocks and thighs. You should actively welcome it, not flinch away. His Highness' pleasure may last for hours. You must regulate your breath and not collapse from exhaustion. After the act, His Highness enjoys holding someone in his arms. You should curl up like a cat, pressing your cheek against his chest. His Highness. Each word was meticulous, exhaustive to the extreme, and every sentence felt like a knife carved because it was too detailed to have been heard or observed. It could only be the fruit of personal experience. Endless repeated personal experience, day and night. They finally realized what this exalted daughter of heaven's Tao had endured. Those countless days and nights, that endless ravishment, those innumerable times of being broken and remolded, all had transformed into the voice of the grand Tao at this moment, sentence by sentence, entering their ears. This was the path she had walked. This was the wisdom measured out by her own body. This was the brand left upon her after being utterly conquered by that man. The eyes of several guardian fairies reddened. It was not sorrow, but an indescribable emotion. Was it reverence? Sympathy? Or even they could not tell. All they knew was that their Tao hearts in that moment shattered completely. Shattered into pieces so fine, not a trace remained. And upon the high platform, the daughter of heaven's Tao continued her lecture. Her voice remained grand and vast, her posture still majestic and sacred, every syllable still imbued with the power of the primordial source. But if anyone had dared to look up at her, they would have seen that her cheeks were flushed with an unnatural redness. Since the middle of her lecture, that flush had never faded. Her lips trembled slightly, her breathing occasionally faltered, and her body quivered in the subtlest of motions, so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Yet if one looked closely, they could see the slight sway of her cascading hair. It was the rune. It was taking effect steadily. Not violently, not fiercely. She had to suppress it with all her might to keep any sound from escaping her throat. His Highness. She paused, took a deep breath, and steadied her voice. His Highness' preferences also include. Another wave of numbness washed over her, her body gave a slight jolt, and her voice nearly wavered. But she clenched her teeth and forcibly suppressed it, continuing her lecture. Also include. The distinctions of the 4 seasons. Below, no one dared to look up. No one knew what the daughter of heaven's Tao, whom they saw as the lofty being imparting the art of service, was enduring at that very moment. They only heard the grand voice of the Tao, sentence by sentence, penetrating their souls. But if they had looked up, they would have seen it. That face, once as cold as the heavenly Tao itself, was now flushed eyes, glazed lashes, trembling lips pressed tightly together as if suppressing something with immense effort. And the hand clutching her robe had knuckles turned white. Deep within the 100 Phoenix diagram in another hall, Chu Ye reclined on a soft couch, a colossal light screen floating before him. On the screen was the scene of that very preaching. 48 people kneeling, the daughter of heaven's Tao, seated high above, the grand voice of the Tao resonating through the void. His fingers gently toyed with a seal before him. It was the seal linked to the rune within the daughter of heaven's Tao's body. At this moment, he was adjusting the rune's power to a perfect degree. Not enough to make her lose control, not enough to make her lose composure, but just enough to make her struggle painfully between dignity and instinct. He watched her flushed cheeks on the screen, her slightly trembling body, her hands gripping her robe. He smiled. He smiled with satisfaction, with contentment, with smug triumph. This was his daughter of heaven's Tao, the being who once stood above all, overlooking the mortal realm. Now she was using the voice of the Grand Tao to teach the art of service, using the power of the primordial source to explain his preferences, maintaining her last shred of dignity before a crowd. And yet her body trembled in the palm of his hand. How amusing, he thought. Truly amusing. The preaching went on. His Highness' pleasures encompass 72 postures. Today, only 27 are taught. The remaining postures will be taught tomorrow. You must commit them to memory for in the future. The voice of the daughter of heaven's Tao had begun to quiver slightly. It was not fear nor weakness, but that uncontrollable numbness surging from the depths of her soul, eroding her. Well, she was about to break. But she had to hold on. This was what she had promised him. This was her last shred of dignity as the daughter of heaven's Tao. She took a deep breath, forcibly steadied her voice, and continued. When you serve His Highness in the future, you must. The rune pulsed again. Her body shuddered violently, and a faint, barely audible grunt escaped her throat. The sound was extremely faint, barely audible. Yet those prostrated on the ground were all heavenly immortal existences, their perception exceedingly keen. They heard it. In that instant 48 figures trembled simultaneously. No one dared to lift their head. No one dared to confirm, but that muffled groan was enough to make them understand the heavenly Tao's daughter, whom they revered as a deity, and who was imparting the great Tao, was at this moment enduring something. Within that muffled groan lay pain, suppression, struggle, and even a hint of allure that they dared not dwell upon. The 48 knelt there, their heads bowed, even lower, almost buried in their chests. No one spoke. No one moved. Only the majestic voice of the great Tao continued to reverberate. Her Highness. The voice trembled again. Her Highness. Another extremely faint groan followed. Then another. The 48 felt their hearts turn to ash. At that moment, their Tao hearts shattered into fragments beyond recovery. The Tao resonance too shattered into fragments beyond recovery. None knew how much time passed before the heavenly Tao's voice finally uttered the last word. Today's instruction ends here. You may all withdraw. The 48, as if granted a pardon, hastily rose and retreated from the hall. As they stood, none dared to look back, none dared to cast another glance at the high platform. Only after they exited the hall, and the doors slowly closed behind them, did they finally dare to breathe deeply. The first Vice Palace Master leaned against the wall, her face pale as paper. The second Vice Palace Master clung to a pillar, her body still trembling faintly. The 9 core elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment, confusion, and a trace of surrealism. They themselves were reluctant to acknowledge. They had lived through endless eons and weathered countless storms, yet never imagined they would experience such a day, using the voice of the great Tao to listen to the heavenly Tao's daughter teach the arts of the bedchamber. And the one teaching in the midst of the process emitted such sounds. They felt their Tao hearts were not merely shattered, but utterly annihilated. Outside the hall, a deathly silence prevailed. Inside, the heavenly Tao's daughter lay limp on the high platform, her entire body, trembling cheeks, flushed gaze unfocused. She raised a hand to cover her face. They only heard that majestic voice of the great Tao, sentence by sentence, penetrating deep into their souls. From the midpoint of the lecture onward, that flush never faded. That face, once as cold and indifferent as the heavenly Tao itself, now bloomed, with a rosy flush, eyes, hazy lashes, fluttering lips tightly pressed, as if suppressing something with all her might, finally able to release. And on the high platform, the heavenly Tao's daughter continued her lecture. Watching that slender figure, every syllable she uttered still contained the power of the primordial source. But if anyone had dared to look up at her, they would have seen her cheeks flushed with an unnatural crimson. She smiled utterly What a fulfilling day it had been. 3 months later, deep within the 100 Phoenix diagram, a majestic palace loomed half-hidden amidst the clouds and mist. This was the traveling palace Chu Ye had recondensed from the world's primordial source, more magnificent and more private than the previous celestial pool bedchamber. Here lay his true harem. Within the hall, the spring scenery was enchanting. On the wide soft couch, Chu Ye lounged lazily against the edge, his arms wrapped around the familiar form of the heavenly Tao's daughter. She still lay docilely in his embrace, her cheeks flushed, breathing slightly erratic, clearly having just experienced a bout of passion. Below the couch, figures knelt on both sides. 2 Vice Palace Masters, 9 core elders, and 36 guardian fairies, 47 in total, had all shed their former coldness and pride. Dressed in light soft palace robes, they knelt on cushions, their postures gentle and submissive. Their gazes dared not meet the man on the couch directly. They only cast occasional furtive glances, their eyes revealing complex, unutterable emotions. 3 months. For 3 entire months, this man, through relentless instruction day and night, had transformed them one by one from lofty divine maiden palace fairies into women who knew how to please a man. Initially they resisted, felt aggrieved, experienced the collapse of their Tao hearts. But the heavenly Tao's daughter personally demonstrated, personally taught, personally told them that serving him well was the meaning of their existence. No one could defy the will of the heavenly Tao's daughter. Even less could anyone defy the will of that man. And so day after day, night after night, in groups of 3, squads of 5, they took turns. Gradually, they learned submission. They learned how to writhe and receive pleasure beneath him, how to use their voices and bodies to delight him, how to massage and soothe him when he was weary, how to actively meet his desires when he was aroused. After 3 months, all 48 members of the Divine Maiden Palace, including Luo Qinghan and the 3 Supreme Elders, had become his women. Luo Qinghan knelt at the very front. She still bore that aloof, peerlessly beautiful appearance, but the sharpness in her brows and eyes had been worn away, leaving only a faint, resigned gentleness. Her constitution was special, renewing her essence daily. Over these 3 months, she was summoned to serve in his bed almost every few days. From initial stiffness and resistance, she had now learned to actively accommodate him. The 3 supreme elders knelt behind her. They were the most senior, the oldest in years. Yet on the bed, they were merely 3 women at his disposal. Their well-maintained bodies had long been fully developed, and each session of service left Chu Ye immensely satisfied. At this moment, everyone in the hall had assembled, awaiting the man's next instruction. Chu Ye's fingers gently stroked the smooth back of the heavenly Dao's daughter in his arms. His gaze swept over the kneeling crowd, a glint of sated satisfaction flashing in his eyes. 3 months, and he had milked the system dry. Every time he subdued a woman of the divine maiden palace, the system granted a reward. And these women were all peerless beauties, each with unique constitutions and noble statuses. 2 vice palace masters, 9 core elders, 36 guardian fairies, plus Luo Qinghan, and the 3 supreme elders, 48 in total. He had received 48 rewards. His cultivation base had soared from the initial Emperor realm all the way to the peak of the Emperor realm, now only a hair's breadth away from the immortal realm. Cultivation techniques, elixirs, magical artifacts, divine abilities, world force. Countless rewards piled up like a mountain. The 100 Phoenix diagram had expanded repeatedly in his hands, now a vast cosmos rivaling the external world. But what satisfied him most was the cumulative boost from fusing bloodlines and physiques. Now, even without relying on the heavenly Dao primordial source, he could traverse the void with his physical body alone and contend heat-in with heavenly immortals. He was no longer the desperate man who had sacrificed his primordial source on the heavenly path. He was the true lord of the heavenly Dao. Chu Ye lowered his head and placed a kiss on the forehead of the heavenly Dao's daughter in his arms. She tilted her head slightly, meeting his gaze, her eyes filled with complete submission and dependence. 3 months had accustomed her to this way of being, and she had even begun to relish the feeling of being possessed and cherished. Rise. Chu Ye patted her rear. She obediently stood and knelt to the side. Chu Ye sat upright, his gaze sweeping across the assembly within the hall. These 3 months, he began, his voice languid and casual. You have learned well. The crowd bowed their heads, not daring to respond. Chu Ye continued, from this day forth the divine maiden palace shall be formally incorporated into the 100 Phoenix chart, becoming a part of my harem. He paused, his gaze settling on Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan, you shall remain as the palace master of the divine maiden palace, overseeing daily affairs. Luo Qinghan bowed her head. As you command. Chu Ye then turned to the 3 grand elders. Esteemed elders, you shall retain your positions as grand elders, assisting Luo Qinghan. The 3 grand elders acknowledged in unison. Chu Ye nodded with satisfaction, then shifted his tone. I have merged with the origin of the heavenly Dao, becoming the true lord of heaven in this realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed varied expressions, some reverent, some complex, and a few already anticipating this calm revelation. Chu Ye continued, as for the outer realm, I have no intention of personally managing it. From today onward, the authority to invoke the origin of the heavenly Dao shall be temporarily entrusted to Qingxue. Qingxue, the empress of Great Qin, my principal wife. He raised his hand, and a stream of golden light surged from his fingertip, vanishing into the void. This was the authority over the origin of the heavenly Dao. He had separated a portion and entrusted it to Qingxue to wield on his behalf. Henceforth, Qingxue would be the nominal heavenly Dao's avatar of this realm, capable of invoking the power of the heavenly Dao, overseeing the world and governing the fortunes of all beings. The assembly within the hall once again bowed their heads in submission. Having said this, Chu Ye seemed somewhat weary and reclined back onto the couch. The heavenly Dao maiden immediately shifted, nestling back into his embrace, docilely leaning against his chest. Chu Ye wrapped an arm around her, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling crowd, a playful curve forming at the corner of his lips. As for you all, he paused. From now on you shall remain content within the 100 Phoenix chart. I shall summon whomever I desire to share my bed. I shall favor them as I please. Your sole duty is to serve me well and ensure my satisfaction. The crowd lowered their eyes and replied in unison, as you command. Chu Ye smiled with satisfaction. He raised his hand and waved it gently. The light within the hall dimmed slightly, and an air of intimacy began to permeate the space. Tonight, he said, Luo Qinghan shall remain. The rest of you may withdraw. Upon hearing this, the crowd rose one after another, bowed, and filed out. As the 3 grand elders departed, their gazes lingered on Luo Qinghan for a moment, a flicker of complexity in their eyes, but they quickly averted their looks and vanished beyond the doors. The hall doors slowly closed. Within the hall, only Chu Ye, the heavenly Dao maiden, and the kneeling Luo Qinghan remained. Chu Ye gazed at Luo Qinghan, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Come here. Luo Qinghan's body trembled slightly, but without hesitation, she rose and walked to the couch. Chu Ye reached out, pulled her into his embrace, and made her recline on his other side. The heavenly Dao maiden shifted slightly to make room for her. Chu Ye looked down at the 2 peerless visages in his arms. One the once lofty heavenly Dao maiden, the other the once aloof and proud palace master of the divine maiden palace. Now they were merely his women, nestled in his embrace, awaiting his favor. He smiled. A smile of deep contentment, of utter satisfaction, and of smug triumph. From this day forth, he murmured softly, no one in heaven or earth can stand in my way. And you too. He planted a kiss on each of their foreheads. Are the most honored women in all the realms. The heavenly Dao maiden tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with utter devotion. Luo Qinghan, however, lowered her eyelids, her lashes trembling faintly, yet she did not shy away. Chu Ye wrapped his arms around them, his gaze drifting toward the scene beyond the hall. There lay the world of the 100 Phoenix chart. Mountains and rivers stretching endlessly, rivers surging, and all things thriving. There lay the world he had created with his own hands. And he was the sole sovereign of this world. As for the outer realm, Qi Nishang would manage it for him. The subjugated forces would maintain order, and the origin of the heavenly Dao would operate ceaselessly. He need not concern himself. He only needed to remain here, indulging in the service of countless peerless beauties, calling out names one by one, summoning them to his side, to please him in every conceivable way. Such was the life he desired. Chu Ye withdrew his gaze and looked down at the two women in his arms. Tonight, he said softly together. The heavenly Dao maiden and Luo Qinghan both looked up simultaneously, exchanged a glance, then quickly averted their eyes. A faint blush crept across both peerless faces. Chu Ye smiled. A smile of triumphant satisfaction. Outside the window, moonlight spilled down, enveloping the entire 100 Phoenix chart in a soft silvery glow. Within the hall, the spring of passion was at its peak. The book concludes.